Family, my body made a crack sound. Golden light flashed. My hair turned yellow. My body became stronger, and there's a little golden ball resting on my shoulder. This all started a month ago when I was about to awaken my martial soul after 6 years of crossing over. The beginning was not good, but fortunately my golden finger arrived, and after fishing, my bloodline and martial soul underwent a major upgrade, shocking everyone during my awakening. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. With a crack, it felt like something inside me shattered, followed by a dazzling golden light that enveloped me. So bright, I couldn't even open my eyes, looking like a giant golden egg. The blue-silver grass outside the village went crazy, growing wildly, as if it had taken drugs. I could feel myself changing. My hair instantly transformed from a dull yellow to a brilliant gold. My previously skinny body started to become solid, and my skin became noticeably fairer. Once the light faded, I was astonished to find a fluffy, little golden ball on my shoulder. But this story has to start from a month ago. Let me tell you, I had crossed over to the continent for 6 years, and I was about to awaken my martial soul, but I felt a chill in my heart. Why? My parents had one martial soul as blue silver grass and another as a broken sickle. How could my genes be? Isn't this a pure hellish start? I lay on the hillside every day, questioning my life, wondering if I would only be an ordinary person, inheriting my grandfather's position as village chief. Who understands this? After crossing over, I couldn't even become a strong person. I couldn't swallow this frustration. That day, I was feeling emo when my grandfather called me from the bottom of the hill to eat. My grandfather, Su-E, had only one wish in his life: for me to awaken a good martial soul and leave this small, broken village. Looking at his loving yet somewhat worn-out gaze made me feel even worse. Then, just as I was lying in bed preparing to give up completely, suddenly my mind went ding. It was coming. My golden finger had finally arrived. The multiverse fishing system has been loaded. I was so excited I almost jumped out of bed. But when I saw the system panel, my face turned dark. What did it say about me? A chicken among chickens. You can't even beat the neighbor's husky. Hey, what a temper I have. Is that polite? I didn't bother arguing with it and quickly asked what functions it had. The system simply said that I could fish once a month and catch anything from the multiverse. Now, it had directly given me a newbie experience opportunity. What was I waiting for? Use it. I had to use it. Beep. Starting to fish. Fishing successful. 1 weakened version of Chilean bloodline obtained. Would the host like to replace it? Oh my goodness. Chilean bloodline. And it asked me if I wanted to replace it? Not replacing it would be inhumane. Replace. Immediately replace it. Get done right now. I was roaring inside. In the next second, a surge of heat flowed into my body, beginning to transform me. Did you think it would hurt? Wrong. It didn't hurt at all. Instead, it felt like soaking in a hot spring, pleasantly tingling. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fusion was complete. I quickly opened the panel to check. Good heavens. The bloodline had changed to Chilean bloodline unawakened, and my martial soul had upgraded from blue silver grass to three-eyed golden lion. My soul power had also become innate level 10. The system explained that because the bloodline given was a defective version, it couldn't produce the full Chilean martial soul, so it turned into the auspicious beast, three-eyed golden lion. Fine, three-eyed golden lion it is, an imperial auspicious beast finally. The fortune has come to me. Although the system still rated me as little spicy chicken, at least I could beat the neighbor's husky now, which was progress, right? Now I was fired up. I had no hope before and was too lazy to train, but now that my golden finger had arrived, I had to work hard. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and finally, the day of martial soul awakening arrived. My grandfather took me to the village's martial soul hall, and soon a handsome guy arrived. I focused and thought, wow, isn't this the main character in a flowing narrative, the solid Tao Gisu Yun Tao? Tao Gu was the same as always, starting with a standard procedure, the martial soul manifestation, transforming into a lone wolf, looking incredibly cool. The first few kids had scythes and blue silver grass, not even a bit of soul power. When it was my turn, Tao Gu was almost exhausted, and I even urged him to take a break, but he insisted it was fine, rushing to the next village. Then, as soon as I placed my hand on the soul testing device, the scene you heard at the beginning unfolded. Golden light exploded, and the heavens and earth changed. I transformed into a golden-haired handsome guy on the spot, with a little sidekick on my shoulder. The system notification also rang out, saying that I had successfully awakened my martial soul and received an extra reward of 3 fishing opportunities. Tao Gu was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. He took a crystal ball to measure my soul power, and that crystal ball lit up to the maximum, the glaring light almost blinding him. Another innate, full soul power? Tao Gu stuttered. Hearing the word another, I had a clue the other one must be that Tang San kid. Douluo looked at the three-eyed golden lion on my shoulder with a fiery gaze and immediately asked if I wanted to join the martial soul hall. Of course, I shook my head and refused. I didn't want to work for BB Dong. Just as I finished awakening, guess what happened? Thousands of miles away in the depths of the Stardow forest, it exploded. In the lake of life, Tion, the strongest black dragon king, was directly startled. The genuine, auspicious beast, three-eyed golden lion, sensed my presence as well. Tion was stunned and said, "Two auspicious beasts appeared at once. This has broken the rules." He then sent the 50,000-year-old Feiyu Swan, by G, along with the Hell Dragon King, ZG, to find me. Good heavens, were they here to recognize relatives, or to kidnap me directly? My grandfather didn't know any of this. He saw that I had awakened innate, full soul power, and was so excited he cried tears of joy, immediately deciding to send me to Notting City to study. A few days later, my grandfather took me by carriage to Notting Academy. As soon as we arrived at the entrance, I ran into a scene. Tang San, the master, and that snobbish gatekeeper. The system notification in my head was like firecrackers on New Year's, ringing endlessly, ding, ding, ding. Checking in with Tang San rewarded me with 3 fishing opportunities. Checking in with the master rewarded me with 2 opportunities, adding up to 6. It was exhilarating. After the master took Tang San inside, my grandfather nervously handed my credentials to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, who had just been reprimanded by the master, didn't dare say a word and let me in directly. I bid farewell to my grandfather and entered the academy alone. As soon as I reached the teaching office, I saw a little girl in a pink dress with scorpion braids. Before I could react, the system rang again. Beep, congratulations to the host for checking in with XiaoWu, gaining 3 fishing opportunities. I thought to myself, wow, this is the female lead XiaoWu, so beautiful at such a young age. I ignored her and directly handed my credentials to the director. When the director saw that I had innate, full soul power, his eyes lit up, insisting on taking me as his disciple, but I naturally refused. After completing the formalities, the director said I would share a dormitory with the little girl. I turned back and nodded at XiaoWu, saying, "Let's go." But this girl was as silent as a clam, not saying a word along the way, just secretly watching me. Her gaze, how should I put it, was piercing like an X-ray, as if she wanted to scan me from the inside out. Who understands this? I seriously suspected she was after my body. When we reached the dormitory door, she was still dazed. I couldn't take it anymore and went in first. Hey, wait. XiaoWu finally reacted and stomped her foot, chasing after me. As soon as I entered dormitory 7, a fist the size of a sand pot came smashing towards me. I was furious. Who are you? Coming up to fight? I dodged sideways, reached out to push, and then lifted my leg to kick that kid straight into the wall, stuck there, and unable to get down. The others in the dorm were stunned, shouting Sheng. I walked over with a cold face, my martial soul activated, golden eyes fixed on him, and coldly asked, "Who are you? And why did you attack me?" The guy named Wang Sheng struggled down from the wall, not angry at all, but instead cheerfully said, "You're pretty impressive for a newcomer. I'm Wang Sheng, the boss here. You defeated me, so now you're the boss of our dorm 7. What kind of ridiculous rule is that?" I couldn't be bothered with him and found an empty bed to start making it. But the most absurd part was yet to come. The girl named XiaoWu kept hovering around me, her big eyes blinking at me. Once I finished making the bed, she actually came over with a smile and said, "So I see your bedding is quite new. How about we live together? What do you think?" Let me tell you, I was stunned by that question. Live together? I was so shocked that I jumped onto the bed, putting 8 feet between us. Wait a minute. How long have we known each other? Isn't this familiarity a bit over the top? Guess what happened next? When XiaoWu saw my rejection, her little face puffed up like a puffer fish, glaring at me angrily. "Oh, what are you afraid of? What can I do to you? Come help me push my bed." I was about to say, "Don't come over," but she suddenly kicked her broken bed over with a hay, and with a crash, it slammed against mine. Then she quickly jumped onto the bed, snatched my blanket, and started arranging things for herself. "We'll cover the blanket sideways, that's settled." Goodness, I was left with a face like an old man on the subway, looking at his phone. What is happening? Did I just cut in line for Tang San's wife? My mind was buzzing. This was really not intentional, I swear. She came onto me. Oh no, Tang San is definitely going to hold a grudge against me later. But then I thought, what am I afraid of? I've crossed over. I'm going to be the protagonist of this continent. If Tang San dares to come looking for trouble, it'll just teach him a lesson. Furthermore, he does not recognize XiaoWu at all. At this thought, a mischievous grin formed in my heart. Should I simply accept this unexpected opportunity? Just as I was lost in my musings, pondering whether Tang San had been swept away by the flutter of my butterfly wings, my newly acquired subordinate, Wang Sheng, approached me stealthily with a goofy smile. Asking, boss, shall we go for a meal? Well, that sounds good, especially since I was feeling quite hungry. As I stood up from the bed, XiaoWu sprang up beside me, wrapping her arms around mine with a cheerful, "Suyu, let us go eat." I shot her a sideways glance, a fleeting thought crossing my mind. Could it be that she is short on money? As if reading my thoughts, her little face flushed bright red, resembling a ripe fruit, and she shyly nodded. I sighed, knowing it. Shaking my head helplessly, I pinched her soft cheek and said, "All right, let us go. It's on me." In the next moment, a playful peck landed on my cheek. XiaoWu grinned at me, clinging happily to my arm, exclaiming, "Suyu, you're so nice." I wiped the drool off my face, feeling a mix of helplessness and amusement. Being exceptionally handsome can sometimes be quite a burden. The other work-study students watched in disbelief, whispering among themselves, "Wang Sheng, why don't we just back off? Eating is one thing, but we don't need to be fed dog food." Wang Sheng appeared equally embarrassed. I turned to them and asked, "What are you all dawdling about? Hurry up and follow." Instantly, they scurried after us. Upon seeing Wang Sheng, XiaoWu immediately exuded an aura of authority, raising her tiny fist and declaring, "Call me XiaoWu Jia, understood? Or else I'll beat you up." Wang Sheng, terrified not of XiaoWu, but of me, quickly nodded, "Yes, XiaoWu Jia. Little Sheng, if anyone bullies you at New Academy, just invoke my name. I've got your back." XiaoWu proudly patted her yet-to-develop chest, brimming with confidence. Wang Sheng readily agreed, fully aware that by pleasing XiaoWu, he could hope for her to whisper sweet nothings in my ear later, ensuring our protection. This lad has some wit. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Wang Sheng informed us that the first floor was free while the second floor charged fees. Naturally, the financially challenged work-study students made our way to the first floor. I considered my own depleted finances, now exacerbated by the addition of XiaoWu, and resolved to be thrifty. We had just settled into a corner to eat when a group clad in matching uniforms appeared at the staircase, clearly from wealthy backgrounds. The leader, a handsome young man, wore an expression of typical disdain, taunting Wang Sheng. Isn't this the gang of poor folks led by Wang Sheng? They never make it to the second floor. Before I could respond, the ever-fiery XiaoWu erupted. She leapt to her feet, shouting, "Who do you think you are? What is so great about the second floor?" Just as I was about to stand and join her in this confrontation, a familiar voice rang down from the stairs. "Enough, Chengge, let us just go eat." I looked up, and to my astonishment, it was Tang San. How did he end up with this group of rich kids? It seems my butterfly wings had quite the impact, even displacing his dormitory. Tang San's gaze fell upon XiaoWu, his eyes lighting up with unmistakable admiration. Meanwhile, Chengge spat in our direction, muttering trash before leading Tang San upstairs. I swiftly pulled XiaoWu back, who was on the verge of another outburst, urging her to sit down. "Hey, why are you being so cowardly? They insulted us." XiaoWu was clearly agitated. I calmly took a bite of my steamed bun and replied, "What is the point of arguing with them? Spitting contests are the most primitive of battles. We'll find an opportunity to confront them directly later." XiaoWu paused. Then her pink eyes filled with admiration, clearly agreeing with my insight. She quickly stuffed more bun into her mouth and sat beside me, resting her chin on her hand, her big eyes fixed on me. "Hee, do you have any plans later? Shall we go shopping?" As I neared the end of my meal, she clung to my arm again. "No, I need to return and cultivate," I replied, shaking my head. I was joking. I had several fishing opportunities saved up in the system, and I needed to seize the moment. XiaoWu's mood dampened at my response, her rabbit-eared decorations drooping. I found it amusing and reached out to pinch her fluffy ears. The sensation was surprisingly delightful. "Stop it, that tickles." XiaoWu protested, her voice sweet and shy. Intrigued, I pondered whether those ears were genuine. Seeing her flushed cheeks, I thought, what an adorable little rabbit. But for now, she was mine. After finishing our meal, we returned to the dormitory together. I promptly closed the door and silently commanded, "System, open the panel. Host, see Soul Power. Level 10, fishing opportunities, 13 times system. Let us go for a 10-fold draw." I rubbed my hands together in excitement. "Beep, fishing successful. Congratulations. Host has obtained a pair of stockings from XiaoWu. Congratulations. Host has obtained a pair of underwear from Qianrenshu. Congratulations. Host has obtained a bottle of ecstasy pills. Congratulations, host has obtained a Barrett M82A1. Congratulations, host has obtained a bag of toilet paper. Congratulations, host has obtained 10,000 gold soul coins. Congratulations, host has obtained a pair of underwear worn by BB Dog. Congratulations, host has obtained a pack of instant noodles. Congratulations, host has obtained an unnamed martial art. Congratulations, host has obtained a deck of playing cards. I stared at the extensive list, feeling bewildered. What was up with this system? Why was it only giving me intimate garments from girls? Am I that kind of person? However, the Barrett was quite useful, a divine tool for hunting soul rings. The unnamed martial art and gold soul coins were equally essential. Overall, this draw was not a loss. While I was secretly reveling in my good fortune, XiaoWu curiously inquired, "So what you up to? Didn't you say you would cultivate?" "Oh, nothing. I'll start cultivating right away." I hastily sat cross-legged, beginning to operate the unnamed martial art I had just drawn. Although it was merely a basic technique, having something was better than nothing, and I immediately felt the difference in my cultivation speed. Meanwhile, XiaoWu lay on my bed, wrapped in my blanket, inhaling my scent with a contented hum. She was deep in thought, wondering whether XiaoWu was a reincarnation of a mythical beast, perhaps one from the extreme north or the ocean. The more she pondered, the more likely it seemed, but she hesitated to ask directly, fearing I might think her eccentric. After a night of cultivation, I opened my eyes to find the moon hanging high outside. Turning my head, I saw XiaoWu sprawled beside me, her small feet nearly kicking me in the face. I looked at her defenseless form, torn between amusement and exasperation. This girl was undeniably adorable, yet her intellect left much to be desired. In the original story, 100,000-year soul beast had transformed, yet she didn't know to hide properly, trailing after Tang San. He had a powerful father to protect him. What did she have? If Tang Hao harbored any ill intentions, she would have been a spicy rabbit head by now. Sighing, I decided to befriend her, considering she had treated me well. I adjusted her legs and tucked her in before lying down to sleep myself. The following morning, still in a drowsy haze, I felt someone nudging me. You go, wake up. It's time for breakfast." I jolted awake, only to find a large face inches from mine, startling me into instinctively throwing a punch. With a thud, Sheng was sent flying, clutching his suddenly swollen face, looking as pitiful as a 200-pound child. What was that for?" "I was just trying to wake you up." "Ahem." I cleared my throat awkwardly twice. "It's nothing. I was merely startled upon opening my eyes to your face. Here, take this and treat the brothers to a meal." I produced a silver coin and handed it to him. "Yuji, aren't you coming along? With a silver coin, we can all feast on meat." I shook my head. "I'm just joking. I drew the Barrett yesterday. Today, I must acquire my first soul ring. I want to be joining you. I have matters to attend to." After sending Sheng on his way, I tidied up briefly and slipped out of the academy. My first destination was the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City. I located my old acquaintance, Su Yuntao, and handed him a gold coin to borrow a hand order for entering the soul-hunting forest. Then, I made my way to the carriage rental point. "Uncle, how much to the soul-hunting forest?" 8 silver coins, no bargaining." The coachman initially wore an expectant expression, but upon realizing I was just a child, his demeanor immediately soured. Without hesitation, I produced the money and handed it to him, seeing that I genuinely had money. The uncle's attitude did a complete turnaround. "All right, young master, please take your seat. We are off." After a while, the carriage halted outside the soul-hunting forest. I jumped down, bid farewell to the uncle, took a deep breath, and gazed at the lush forest before me. The taste of freedom. Where could I ever find such fresh air in my past life? Wait, what's that smell? I looked down to spot a yellowish mass not far away. Well, never mind that. I retrieved the Barrett from the system, slung it over my shoulder, and felt an immediate surge of security. As I entered the forest, I noticed something peculiar. All the soul beasts I encountered not only refrained from attacking me, but they also followed me like little attendants. It suddenly dawned on me that my Sanyan Jin and I Wuhuan is the imperial beast among soul beasts. I naturally exude a regal aura. Just as I was reveling in my realization, I spotted Tang, San, and the master engaged in a fierce battle with a mandala snake over 300 years old not far ahead. The master had already succumbed to poison and collapsed, while Tang San, seemingly empowered, launched his hidden weapons with remarkable speed, ultimately defeating the snake. Truly, the protagonist is formidable. Although I thought so, I did not feel disheartened. Just because I could not compete now does not mean I will never surpass them. I shook my head and was about to take a detour when I suddenly spotted a white unicorn over 2 meters tall, adorned with wings, proudly strutting about. A light unicorn. Its attributes perfectly align with mine. This is the one. I approached it slowly, holding the barret. The moment the unicorn saw me, it became alert. However, it soon relaxed and even approached me, extending its long tongue to lick my body. I stroked its smooth mane and straightforwardly asked, "Good one, can you become my soul ring? I need your strength." To my surprise, it nodded and shook its head in succession. Amazingly, I comprehended its meaning. It indicated that it had offspring and could not sacrifice itself for me, but it knew of a more powerful soul beast that could. Before I could process this, it beckoned me to mount its back. In the next moment, its wings unfurled, and we soared into the sky, deep into the forest. Soon, it brought me before a cave, then neighed a few times at the entrance. Before long, the ground trembled with heavy footsteps from within the cave. The light unicorn nudged me, urging me to enter. Gritting my teeth, I stepped into the pitch-black cave, and upon entering, I beheld a massive dragon measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Its terrifying aura nearly suffocated me. A millennium soul beast. The light unicorn approached and conversed with the giant dragon for a while. Then, the dragon stepped before me, scrutinizing me quietly. After a few minutes, it roared and exited the cave. I realized this was a light dragon. It spoke to me, saying, "I can become your strength, but you must ensure my offspring reaches a safe place." I noticed a deep, festering wound on its abdomen, a clear sign that it would not survive much longer. In its dying moments, it sought a protector for its child, and as a bearer of the royal beast bloodline, I was its ideal candidate. Looking at the dragon egg on the ground, and then at the dragon's pleading gaze, I felt a heavy heart. Sighing, I reluctantly nodded, "All right. I promise you I will ensure your child grows up safely." Upon receiving my vow, the light dragon let out a mighty roar, and waves of unique and powerful energy surged from its body, flooding into mine. The sacrifice commenced. My expression shifted, and I hurriedly sat cross-legged. At that moment, 500 meters away, the master, who had just regained consciousness, sensed the overwhelming dragon's presence. His eyes lit up as he weakly said to Tang San, "Xiao San, help me over there to take a look." This must be a powerful soul master. Being a renowned master in the soul master community, he still had some dignity. It was just right to ask him to help us leave. To my surprise, these two actually dragged their barely conscious bodies over, panting for 10 minutes until they reached me. I was currently seated cross-legged, fully absorbing the power of this Millennium Soul Ring. Let me tell you, the sensation was exquisite. The energy within me surged like a flood, rushing through my meridians. As soon as the master and disciple arrived, they began to murmur. The boy Tang San showed some insight and naively asked his teacher, "Teacher, what is going on?" His teacher, Yu Xiaojing, was clearly a theoretical giant, but a practical dwarf. He couldn't comprehend it himself, yet to maintain his facade in front of his newly accepted disciple, he squinted his eyes, pondering for a while, and then began his performance with an expression as if he had seen through everything. "Xiao San, listen carefully," he spoke in a hushed tone, as if afraid others might overhear. "If I'm not mistaken, we have struck gold. This youth may not be human, but a 10,000-year soul beast in human form." At that moment, as I absorbed the soul ring, I almost choked on my breath. Can anyone understand this master-esque train of thought? It was utterly absurd. And 10,000-year soul beast? I thought to myself that if I were a 10,000-year soul beast, the first thing I would do is throw you, with your nonsensical chatter, out. Tang San rebutted, claiming he had seen me at Nodding Academy. And guess what? This master had the thick skin of a city wall. He didn't even blink and directly changed his tune. Ahem, in that case, it only indicates something is amiss. This creature must have infiltrated the academy after transforming, undoubtedly harboring a secret. I was taken aback by the audacity of such an accusation. I felt like applauding at how easily he placed such a heavy hat on my head. Then, the most explosive moment arrived. He actually told Tang-san, Xiao-san, when that unicorn relaxes, let's ambush it. If it truly drops its soul bone, we will hit the jackpot. If I'm wrong, I'll just compensate its family. Can you believe it? For the uncertain prospect of a 10,000-year soul bone, he was ready to end my life. So, my life is merely a lottery ticket in your eyes? If I win, great. If not, just pretend nothing happened? Tang-san, too, was a ruthless character, nodding without a moment's hesitation. At that critical moment of breakthrough, when the membrane within me was about to rupture, I sensed the light unicorn slightly relax. In that instant, the master, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted, Xiao-san, act now. In the next second, the blue-silver grass on the ground surged towards me like a frenzy. Fortunately, the light unicorn reacted swiftly, unleashing a beam of holy light that incinerated the grass to ashes. Instead of being deterred, the master became even more exhilarated, his face flushed, and he shouted to Tang-san, see that? It's defending. I'll hold it off. You hurry. Then, I heard the most embarrassing name for a soul skill in my life. Fart like thunder, roaring, 3 cannons. A burst of yellow energy. Oh no. An air cannon struck the light unicorn. I was utterly stunned. This martial spirit can announce its name like a menu. The luminous unicorn was pushed back several steps and became utterly enraged, its body radiating divine light uncontrollably. How could my master's fragile level 29 withstand such a force? It was sent into disarray. Upon witnessing his teacher's impending collapse, Tang-san's eyes reddened, and with a resolute heart, he pulled a small crossbow from his pocket and aimed it at my head. I must tell you, in that moment my heart sank. Just as the situation reached a critical point, the once sacrificed luminous dragon, which should have been lifeless, unexpectedly summoned its last vestiges of strength to shift its massive body, shielding me from the fatal crossbow bolt with its dragon scales. The scales shattered, and its gargantuan form crashed heavily to the ground. It cast one final glance at its offspring, the luminous unicorn. The unicorn, upon witnessing this scene, lost all restraint. Its light projectiles erupted with reckless abandon, directly causing my master to spit blood. My master continued to shout, Xiao-san, save me. First, eliminate this beast. Listening to this chaos, my anger nearly consumed my reason. What protagonists, what masters, merely a group of despicable individuals willing to resort to any means for their own gain. Damn it! In the throes of intense fury, my soul power erupted with a tremendous force. I opened my eyes wide, and that barrier shattered. An unprecedented strength exploded from within me, and a luminous unicorn, sensing my aura, seemed to have taken a stimulant, doubling its ferocity in attack. Luminous unicorn, my voice was hoarse, bring them to justice. I swiftly retrieved my prize bearer from the system. Times have changed, my friend. Without a moment's hesitation, I placed the gun on the fallen dragon's body. The cold barrel aimed at the still lamenting master. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The bullet, ignited with fire, struck the swine known as Luo Sanpao, instantly reducing it to mere fragments. The destruction of its martial spirit caused my master to cough up a large mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen. I remained expressionless. The gun once again trained on him. At this point, my master was thoroughly panicked, nearly wetting himself as he screamed, Xiao-san, save me. Tang-san, in a frenzy, was shooting hidden weapons at the unicorn, while my master, under the icy gaze I cast upon him, began his desperate plea. First, he threatened, if you dare harm me, the Pope of the Spirit Hall will not spare you. Seeing his demeanor only made me laugh in anger. When threats proved ineffective, he forced a smile more pitiful than tears and said, Boy, do not kill me. I will not only let bygones be bygones, but I can also take you as my disciple. What do you say? A chill of disgust coursed through me. Just moments ago, he sought to kill me, and now he wanted me as his pupil. Such brazen audacity deserves to be measured with a ruler. He must be thinking, first stabilize him, and then I will concoct my plans once we return to the academy. Huh, do you think I'm a fool? I scoffed disdainfully. A killer will always be killed. I slowly pressed the trigger. Bang! The gunfire reverberated once more. Just as the bullet was about to strike my master, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. A massive figure appeared before my master, extending a hand to astonishingly catch the bullet of the Barrett with his bare hands. What a remarkable display of double standards. The individual was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. He grasped the bullet, feigning awe as he remarked, "What a genius design." Then he turned and, with a calm demeanor, pronounced, "Boy, I know you are unconvinced. But now that I am here, you cannot kill him. However, since you intended harm against my son, I cannot let you off lightly. How about this? I shall break one of your legs." With that, a terrifying soul power pressed down upon me, rendering me immobile. As he approached, he spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all. There's no way around it. This is the law of Douluo continent. The strong dictate everything. If my son desires to kill you, you must endure. At that moment, my eyes burned with rage. My heart screamed in fury, "Just wait. I will repay this grievance 100-fold." Just as his enormous hand was about to crush my leg, suddenly, a beam of purple destructive energy descended from the sky, heading straight for Tang San behind him. Tang Hao's expression changed dramatically, and he instantly dashed to Tang San's side, pulling out a massive Haotian hammer to block the attack. With a thunderous explosion, the terrifying blast sent me flying. Yet, instead of crashing to the ground, I landed in an incredibly soft and fragrant embrace. Upon looking up, I saw a green-haired beauty cradling me, while another beauty in a purple dress confronted Tang Hao. Perched on the shoulder of the purple-dressed beauty was a golden beast, the San Yin Jin Li. In an instant, I understood. The apex beasts of the Star Do forest, Bai Ji and Ziji, had arrived. Those who dare to act against us are courting death. Ziji roared, immediately engaging Tang Hao in battle. I must tell you, that scene was truly a celestial clash. Tang Hao, this titled Duo, appeared like a mere child before Ziji, being thoroughly dominated throughout the encounter. No amount of Haotian's true form or soul rings could save him. Ziji revealed her true form as the Hell Dragon King, and with a single tail swipe, sent Tang Hao, along with his hammer, into the ground. Left with no choice, Tang Hao began to detonate his rings. One after another, the soul rings exploded, unleashing terrifying energy to counter Ziji's dragon breath. Ultimately, he seized the opportunity amidst the smoke of the explosions to grab Tang San and my master. Fleeing in utter disarray, Ziji unleashed several hundred energy beams in pursuit. Tang Hao endured a few strikes, blood gushing from his body, disappearing like a stray dog into the horizon. As the smoke cleared, Ziji, with a displeased expression, scoffed. He ran away quickly. At that moment, the San Yin Jin Li leaped down and rubbed against my feet, but I was not in the mood to pay it any mind. I pointed at the unconscious luminous unicorn on the ground and urgently said to Bai Ji, "Senior, can you save my friend?" Bai Ji smiled gently and replied, "Since Lord Rue Shou has spoken, it shall be done." She approached the unicorn, her hands glowing with green light as a torrent of life energy flowed into it. In less than 2 minutes, the critically injured unicorn awakened, only to faint again upon seeing Bai Ji and Ziji, overwhelmed by their terrifying presence. TCH, what an embarrassment. Ziji expressed her disdain. Bai Ji, however, was very gentle. She approached me, stroking my hair, and said, "Suyu, you possess the Rue Shou bloodline of our soul beast clan. You are our sovereign. Therefore, we must take you back to the Star Do forest." Although her tone was mild, the undeniable authority within it made my heart tighten. I immediately replied that I had a grandfather at home and could not leave. Bai Ji chuckled, "Do not worry about that. We can provide your grandfather with ample wealth and even send powerful protectors to guard him. We simply wish to protect you, and when you grow strong, you may leave at any time." Ziji also stepped forward and added, "Yes, the girl named XiaoWu from Nodding Academy is one of us. We can send her to care for your grandfather." Hearing this, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the fluffy creature in my arms, which bore a striking resemblance to my martial spirit, my affection for it nearly overflowed. Unable to resist, I buried my face in its soft belly and inhaled deeply. "All right, I will go with you." I lifted my head, but added a stipulation. I want to return home, first to speak with my grandfather personally. You won't believe what happened next. Just as I led my newly acknowledged mentor home, my grandfather's face turned long with a frown. He pulled me aside, lowered his voice, and launched into a tirade. XiaoWu, have you been fooled? A titled Douluo? Look at her. At most, she looks 20. Do you know what a titled Douluo represents? The apex of the continent. How can you be so easily deceived? Before I could explain, my mentor, Ji, approached with a smile. My grandfather, being direct, bluntly asked, Miss, it's not that I don't believe you, but could you show me your soul rings? Let me tell you, my mentor is undoubtedly a formidable character. Without uttering a single word, she merely smiled slightly. And then, bang, 9 soul rings illuminated, blinding my grandfather's titanium alloy eyes. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and the last one, dear friends, was the blood-red 10,000-year soul ring. In that fleeting moment, my grandfather's expression was nothing short of a walking emoticon. His legs quivered, and he nearly knelt down right there. Fortunately, Ji was quick to lend a hand, her palm radiating a green glow as a surge of life energy flowed directly into my grandfather's body, visibly restoring the color to his face. Old sir, please refrain, I implored. You are XiaoWu's grandfather, and in terms of lineage, you're my senior. This would only shorten my lifespan. Ji spoke with utmost gentleness. However, my grandfather was utterly bewildered, mumbling something about ancestral graves emitting green smoke. Insisting he must bow in gratitude. Realizing this couldn't continue, I quickly stepped in to mediate. Oh, grandfather, the teacher said we are all family, so there's no need for formality. Please let us step inside. It's quite awkward standing at the door. Only then did my grandfather snap back to reality, smacking his thigh and exclaiming, oh right, what was I thinking? Upon entering the house, Ji glanced at our somewhat worn furnishings and furrowed her brow. My grandfather, feeling embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and said, we're not well off. Please don't mind. However, Ji shook her head, clarifying, old sir, you misunderstand. I was merely thinking how remarkable it is that, in such an environment, you raised such an extraordinary talent as XiaoWu. This remark opened the floodgates for my grandfather, who immediately launched into a lengthy monologue, boasting about how exceptional I had been since childhood. I hurried off to brew some of my grandfather's cherished tea, pouring a cup for each of them. Just as I finished, I noticed the three-eyed golden beast in my arms gazing longingly at the teacup. Little one, do you wish to drink as well? I chuckled, pouring it a small cup. It tasted a sip, only to spit it out with an expression of disdain, exclaiming, Tui, this is horridly bitter. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Holding it up, I said, not to your liking? I agree. Our tastes are quite similar. No wonder you are the imperial, auspicious beast. Just as I was entertaining it, a flash of purple appeared in the courtyard. Ji informed my grandfather, old sir. My companion has arrived. Almost simultaneously, a stunning beauty with purple hair entered, carrying the unconscious XiaoWu. Ji placed XiaoWu aside and asked, is everything settled? Ji nodded, then turned to my grandfather with eager anticipation, asking, old sir, we plan to take XiaoWu out for training. What do you think? My grandfather, upon hearing this, nearly leaped for joy. That sounds splendid. I couldn't be happier that you would take him out to cultivate. He had no doubt, likely thinking, why would a prestigious title Douluo be interested in my grandson with his useless martial spirit? Is it because he is handsome? Ji then pointed to the still-dazed XiaoWu hiding behind her and asked, this child is a friend of mine. Could she stay here with you during her vacation? Absolutely. No problem at all. Rest assured. My grandfather assured her with a pat on his chest. Seeing this unfold, I immediately took XiaoWu outside the courtyard. XiaoWu, come with me for a moment. In the courtyard, I briefly recounted how I had been swindled by Tang San and the master in the hunting soul forest. XiaoWu became incensed, clenching her small fists in righteous fury. XiaoWu, don't worry. Your grandfather and I will take care of you. If I encounter that Tang San again, I will help you teach him a lesson. You are mine, and if he dares to bully you, it's a slap in my face. My dignity is not to be trifled with. Oh, how comforting that made me feel. Tang San, you could never have imagined that your future wife is now my staunch supporter, plotting daily to help you cool down. This turn of events was akin to the enemy's spouse falling for me. How infuriating. I quietly noted Tang San, Tang Hao, and the master in my little notebook, awaiting the day for my revenge. Patience is a virtue. After settling matters with XiaoWu, we returned to the house. The atmosphere grew heavy with the impending farewell, and I looked at my grandfather, feeling a pang of sorrow. Grandfather, I am leaving. Please take care of your health. Fear not, I'm still as robust as ever. Wait for your little self to become a titled Douluo and return to marry a wife for me. He beamed proudly while patting my shoulder. Once Bai Ji saw we had finished speaking, she nodded at my grandfather and promptly scooped me up, while ZG took hold of XiaoWu. In an instant, the three of us soared into the sky. We flew for 3 whole days, and I felt as if I were about to burst. Eventually, we landed in an immense, boundless forest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at Shingdo Great Forest. Reward, 5 fishing opportunities. The system's voice snapped me back to attention. I hastily thought, System, open the panel. To my astonishment, including previous opportunities, I had amassed a total of 15 fishing chances. My soul power had also reached level 15. Quite satisfactory. However, I decided to wait a little longer, hoping to accumulate more before taking a grand leap. Following Bai Ji and ZG deeper into the forest, I noticed that the ancient soul beasts, some thousands of years old, would either retreat hastily or bow their heads in respect upon seeing Bai Ji. Such prestige. XiaoWu, isn't the Shingdo Great Forest beautiful? ZG asked with a smile. I took a deep breath. The air was not only fresh, but also rich in soul power. It's stunning. Absolutely stunning. Training here must accelerate my progress. They exchanged knowing glances, declaring they would take me to an even more beautiful place. Yet, it wasn't long before ZG mentioned she needed to report to the great emperor here and would proceed ahead. After some time, we arrived at a colossal lake, its waters brimming with vitality, making even breathing feel invigorating. Is this the lake of life? It's magnificent. I marveled. Just then, a dark figure appeared behind me, as if teleporting. Ding! Checked in with D. Tian, gained 2 fishing opportunities. I am D. Tian, and I am in charge here. It was I who requested Bai Ji to bring you. This fellow was quite direct, not one to beat around the bush. Greetings, D. Tian, I said, extending my hand for a handshake. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted. In that instant, I sensed him probing my bloodline. Follow me. The master wishes to see you. With that, he led me toward the lake of life. Upon entering, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over me, and I succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, I found myself in an enchanting realm, standing before a girl. I must say, her beauty was breathtaking, stunning enough to astonish my entire family. With long silver hair and violet eyes, she was beyond description. Ding! Checked in with the Silver Dragon King, gained 5 fishing opportunities. Oh my, the Silver Dragon King. Guyana, the first goddess of Douluo, the wealthiest. At that moment, one thought filled my mind. Securing such an unparalleled ally would ensure my success in Douluo continent. Awake? Her voice was melodious. I am Guyana, the mistress of the Shingdo Great Forest. I sought you out to invite you to join us. We will provide you with exceptional training. However, we have a request. We hope that your future offspring can remain in the Shingdo Great Forest. Upon hearing this, it dawned on me that they were essentially proposing I become a son-in-law while also engaging in a genetic heritage program. After some contemplation, I concluded this was a beneficial arrangement. I agree, but I have one condition. Once I possess the ability to protect myself, I wish to be free to venture out for training. That is acceptable, she replied with remarkable ease. Then she added, please give me a drop of your blood. Without hesitation, I obliged and offered a drop of blood. After receiving it, she waved her hand, causing the space before me to warp. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying in a small wooden cabin. A cold, emotionless voice echoed, it is D. Tian. He reiterated Guyuna's conditions and informed me. There are fruits by the lake. If you wish to eat meat, follow the three-eyed golden beast. It will hunt for you. With that, he vanished. Goodness. This service is remarkably self-service. I rushed to the lakeside, and to my astonishment, I found trees bearing the prized D. Yuan fruit. This remarkable object truly possesses extraordinary qualities, capable of enhancing one's soul power. The Shingdo Great Forest is indeed lavish, treating this item as a staple of sustenance. However, subsisting solely on fruits daily is hardly sustainable. I am, after all, a carnivore. I must grow stronger. Thus, I spent half a month diligently consuming fruits for cultivation, and to my astonishment, my soul power actually broke through to the 16th level. One day, the little San he came scurrying over, tugging at my pant leg, urging me to follow. Off to hunt again, are we, you little glutton? I chuckled and accompanied it into the depths of the forest. Alas, my family remained oblivious. As soon as we stepped outside, all the soul beasts fled in terror, as if they had encountered a ghost, fleeing faster than anyone else. The bloodline suppression, you understand? There was no chance of a fight. I began to jest with San Yin, and it looked quite aggrieved, its large, watery eyes staring at me, nearly on the verge of tears. All right, it's not your fault. Next time, we shall run faster. I quickly scooped it up and comforted it. In the end, after considerable effort, we managed to catch a hapless CiaoWu. I promptly retrieved a barbecue grill from the system's inventory and indulged in a delightful feast. After satisfying my hunger, a sudden whim overtook me, prompting me to test my current strength by challenging San Yin to a duel. I also opened the system panel. To my surprise, I had already fished a total of 23 times. System, bestow upon me a significant reward. Ding, fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of Lust Potion. Ding, Lust Potion acquired. Goodness, system, are you unwell? You've given me over a dozen of this nonsense. Do you wish for me to open a zoo for breeding purposes? Fortunately, after a series of draws, I finally obtained something of value. Congratulations to the host for acquiring an external soul bone. This is it. Without hesitation, I chose to absorb it. In the next moment, I was left stunned. Goodness. Pain. A searing agony radiated from my back, as if my bones were fracturing, and a pair of golden wings forcefully emerged from my flesh. The pain brought forth tears and drool. San Yin was terrified, circling around me, and upon realizing the situation, it swiftly dashed away, likely to summon help. Half an hour later, as I endured excruciating pain, Bai Ji arrived. She gazed at the wings sprouting from my back with curiosity. Once I finally persevered through the intense pain and gradually opened my eyes, an extraordinary aura erupted from my being. Within 100 meters, whether flora or soul beasts, their cultivation levels surged dramatically. This aura was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds. However, Bai Ji was utterly astonished, feeling an inexplicable addition of 2,000 years of cultivation within herself, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her expression mirrored that of a person who had discovered a new world, filled with the realization that such immense fortune had finally befallen her. She seized the nearby San Yin probed its soul power, and her composure shattered. It was indeed true. It had jumped from 5,000 years directly to 7,000 years. This matter needed to be reported to Tian immediately. She regarded me with a newfound intensity, and when I regained my composure, she smiled and inquired about my feelings. I flapped my wings, feeling somewhat disappointed. It feels fine, but aside from its hardness, this soul bone seems to serve only for flight. Bai Ji promptly gave me a light smack on the head. You clever lad. This is an external soul bone. How many tidal Douluo have to expend vast amounts of soul power just to fly? You have essentially acquired a permanent flight ability without effort, and you are not satisfied. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, seizing me by the arm. Come, we must go meet Tian. Your abilities are extraordinary. We need to discuss this thoroughly. Poor San Yin he was left behind, gazing at us in bewilderment, its expression seemingly saying, I was here first. Upon arriving at the Lake of Life, Bai Ji recounted the events to Tian, who immediately turned green with envy. His mind must have been racing with calculations on how to unite me and the divine beasts to breed 10 or 8 little divine beasts, leading the soul beast clan towards greatness. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, decisively declaring, Bai Ji, from now on, you are to fully supervise Su Yu's cultivation. This lad must reach level 20 by the end of the year. With that, he hurried off to report to Guyana. Goodness, I have gone from being a mere mascot to the top KPI project of the Shingdo Great Forest. What happened next? Tion truly took this matter as a KPI to manage. He rushed to inform the higher-ups, only for Guyana to respond with, "Oh dear, my bloodline is indeed remarkable. Even she can assist, but currently, the level is too low to be of use. I must reach title Douluo first." Can you believe this? Yet Tion completely misinterpreted the sacred intent. His mind was fixated on one thought. The master needs him. We must expedite his maturation. Thus, while I sat indoors, I suddenly felt a chill running down my spine, a wave of cold sweeping from my tailbone straight to my crown. I jolted, realizing that someone was targeting me. Who? It must be that schemer Tang-san. Just you wait. The next moment, I found myself pulled out by Tion. I lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, staring at him as if he were the king of hell, pleading, "Uncle Tion, spare me. Give me a chance. I truly feel I might perish." He simply snorted dismissively. "Get up, you little rascal. I believe in you. You are the chosen one. Go for it." With that, in the depths of my despair, he extended his enormous hand. The little San Yin Jin beside me could hardly bear to watch, whimpering in sympathy. My family members, who can comprehend this? This is no cultivation. It is sheer intensity. I was sent flying by a punch, struggling to rise, utterly enraged. I pointed at his nose, shouting, "Tion, do not push me. I have a trump card." He looked skeptical, his expression almost conveying, "You think you can defeat me?" For words were written all over his face. He said, "Oh, I am curious to see what kind of trump card a little brat like you possesses. Very well. You have forced my hand." In that moment, my anger surged. I swiftly retrieved a pink pill from the system's inventory, hurling it at him while shouting, "Go, my treasure." It soared through the air and landed on him. Tion, intrigued, caught it and squeezed it in his hand. Just as he squeezed it, boom, the pill exploded, enveloping him in a cloud of pink smoke. I stood with my hands on my hips, smugly observing him through the haze, thinking to myself, "Little Tion, do you dare to be arrogant in the presence of my lust potion? Now you realize its potency, don't you?" However, in the next moment, my expression changed dramatically. I watched in disbelief as the pink smoke was swiftly inhaled by him, as if he were a vacuum cleaner. I was dumbfounded. He was indeed formidable. No, rather, he was a mighty dragon. How foolish I was. I only knew this substance was an aphrodisiac that could drive soul beasts wild. Yet I had no idea that Tion, this ancient dragon, could treat it as an energy drink. As the smoke dissipated, Tion's eyes sparkled with excitement. A broad grin on his face. "What a marvelous item. Su-Yu, do you have more? Bring me another. It has been ages since I felt my blood boil with such vigor." My legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath me. He even offered me a soul bone in exchange. I dare not accept. Trembling, I produced a large quantity, tossing it all to him, my sole thought being, "Please, just leave." Satisfied, he took the pills and granted me the day off. Watching his departing figure, I could only exclaim, "Tion, the mighty dragon, is indeed terrifying." In another scene, this fellow found his good friend Sheng, and the two of them hid in the cave like thieves. Tion produced the lust potion, saying, "Sheng, a marvelous item. Watch, crush it, inhale it, and your blood will surge instantly." Soon, the cave was filled with billowing pink smoke and dozens of ferocious beasts. Some tens of thousands of years old, became intoxicated. Meanwhile, I was enjoying a rare moment of leisure by the lakeside, happily grilling fish when suddenly, a golden-haired beauty emerged from the bushes, accompanied by an elder wielding a serpent spear. The girl stared at me intently, claiming she felt something in the forest drawing her in, her martial soul nearly beyond her control. She approached me slowly, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she inquired about my identity and whether I wished to accompany her. As she reached out to grasp my hand, I instinctively recoiled, eyeing her with suspicion. In this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of a strikingly beautiful woman seeking to take me away could only spell trouble. Though she was indeed enchanting, could she rival the beauty of my beloved Guyana? Noticing my guarded demeanor, she introduced herself. I am XiaoWu from the Spirit Hall, revealing her 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple. At the mention of her name, my mind went into overdrive. XiaoWu, the future angel god, that naive and sweet girl? What a formidable ally. Although she appeared slender now, she was backed by the formidable forces of the Rakshasa god Bai Dong and her grandfather, a level 99 powerhouse. I had to seize this opportunity, but the dilemma was that I could not leave with her. I was the top KPI of the Stardow Forest. As she attempted to pull me along, I instinctively summoned my martial spirit and sprinted toward the lake of life. Little one, don't run. I truly mean no harm, XiaoWu called out, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She sensed a resonance between our martial spirits, suggesting a potential martial spirit fusion skill. This thrilled her further, and she insisted on taking me back to the Spirit Hall. My family, who could understand, thought she was deranged. I had already expressed my unwillingness to leave, yet she persisted. In desperation, I shouted by ZG, Ditian, Xiaojun, help! Someone is trying to abduct your baby. This cry reverberated through the Stardow Forest, causing a seismic stir. Countless powerful auras erupted, all rallying to my aid. The serpent spear Douluo turned pale with fright, grabbing XiaoWu in an attempt to flee. But it was too late. A flash of emerald light surged forward as Aunt Bai Ji arrived, her expression as dark as the bottom of a pan, her killing intent almost palpable. She glared at the fleeing duo, dismissively sneering, and unleashed her terrifying soul power like a mountain pressing down upon them. The serpent spear Douluo attempted to leverage the Spirit Hall's name to intimidate, but Bai Ji disregarded him entirely, striking him with a single feather that sent him flying, bloodied and battered. Those who dared to provoke the ire of the star Do must face dire consequences. Bai Ji teleported right in front of the serpent spear Douluo, raising her hand to deliver a lethal blow. I hurriedly approached, cradling the three-eyed golden lion, shouting, Aunt Bai Ji, wait, don't act rashly. Upon seeing me, her murderous intent dissipated instantly as she affectionately ruffled my hair, asking, what is the matter, little Suyu? Do you wish to take action yourself? Don't dirty your hands. Let ZG handle it. ZG, who had just arrived, looked utterly bewildered. So my hand are the only ones that can get dirty? I quickly explained, Aunt, please spare them. This woman harbors no ill intentions towards me. Ditian and Xiaojun also arrived, their expressions darkening as they declared, no way. To harm you is to strike at our dignity. She must die. With no other option, I raised my hands in surrender and revealed my trump card. This woman cannot be killed, for she and I likely possess a martial spirit fusion skill. The moment the words left my lips, a profound silence enveloped the area. Ditian, Bai Ji, ZG, and Xiaojun all stared at me, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Do they not comprehend the significance of a top-tier KPI? Ultimately, they were compelled to have XiaoWu, and she long swore an oath to ensure that today, as events remained confidential before they reluctantly escorted her away. 6 months passed, and under Ditian's rigorous training, I successfully reached level 20. Ditian had also become my #1 supplier of medicinal pills, eagerly seeking my small pills after every training session. Today, after completing my training, I returned to my quarters and promptly opened the system panel. To my astonishment, I had amassed a total of 10 phishing attempts. I silently instructed the system, engage all phishing attempts. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of super aphrodisiac. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a transformation pill. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have received 3,000 thunderclaps. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 999 bottles of happy water. As I gazed at the pile of items that appeared on my bed, my eyes widened in disbelief. A transformation pill and 3,000 thunderclaps. This was the renowned martial technique of the Flame Emperor Xiaoyan. Once mastered, who could ever catch up with me on the Douluo continent? Tang San's ghostly shadow technique would be but a mere trifle compared to my 3,000 thunderclaps. I assure you, once I refine 3,000 thunderclaps to perfection, even titled Douluos will be left in my wake. At that point, traversing the entire continent would merely require a gentle press on the accelerator. Ecstatic, I carefully stowed away my treasures, yet I found myself tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, my mind racing with thrilling possibilities. The transformation pill, while not immediately useful, could be saved for my beloved little beast, should she ever wish to transform into a human. The following morning, Aunt Bai Ji dragged me out, declaring her intent to procure my second soul ring. I thought to myself, wouldn't this lead to an epic battle? To my surprise, Bai Ji led me to a holy light mantis over 3,000 years old. Upon seeing me, the mantis reacted as if it had encountered its long-lost father, locking eyes with me before promptly closing its eyes and exploding with energy. Streams of pure energy surged into my body. I was momentarily stunned. Such fortune was beyond belief. However, Bai Ji wore an expression of knowing as she turned to the nearby forest and called out, "All right, little Rue beast, no need to hide, come out." As her words fell, a golden little creature scampered forth. Goodness, it turned out my precious Rue beast had made arrangements in advance. This was no mere monster hunt. It was a VIP lane, with creatures lining up to bestow their experience upon me. Bai Ji cradled the Rue beast, affectionately rubbing its little belly, and remarked, "I know you mean well for him, but be cautious next time. There are many humans around." Meanwhile, as I absorbed my new soul ring, a resounding boom echoed. I felt an exhilarating sensation as my soul power soared. Level 21, 22, 23. I advanced 3 levels in one go. The energy from a 3,000-year soul ring was extraordinary. Yet, the most astonishing event was yet to unfold. As my soul power broke through, an indescribable aura enveloped the area like a Wi-Fi signal, radiating for miles. Bai Ji and the Rue beast immediately seated themselves cross-legged, fervently absorbing the energy. My family, who could comprehend this phenomenon, were astounded. Upon opening my eyes, I was taken aback to witness a throng of soul beasts kneeling before me. From those aged thousands of years to tens of thousands, they gathered as if convening a grand assembly, awaiting my generous distribution of energy. After absorbing the energy, they all respectfully bowed their heads before departing. I was left in shock. My breakthrough could influence the entire economic landscape of the Stardow Forest. This was not merely a bloodline of the Qilin. I was a living repository of experience. When Bai Ji and the Rue beast awakened, the scene was even more surreal. Bai Ji, holding the Rue beast, stared wide-eyed, "My heavens, little Rue beast, you have skyrocketed by 5,000 years in cultivation." That was when I realized the magnitude of my abilities. The Rue beast regarded me with newfound reverence, transforming into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, effortlessly hoisting me onto its back and dashing toward the Lake of Life, as if it had received a delightful new toy. Upon returning to the core area, Di Tian, ZG, and the other formidable beings surrounded us. Bai Ji recounted the events, and Di Tian decisively declared that my next breakthrough at level 30 must occur in the presence of the Master, Guyuna, for perhaps my mysterious power could heal her wounds. This was monumental. From deep within the Lake of Life, Guyuna's voice echoed in agreement. Upon returning to my humble abode, I hastily activated the system panel, discovering my soul power had reached level 23, accompanied by a new second soul skill, Sacred Fire Armor, which significantly amplified my defense. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me as I retrieved the scroll of 3,000 thunder movements. Overflowing with confidence, I tucked the scroll away and sought a muddy pit to commence my practice. Following the prescribed method, I directed my soul power to my feet and took a step forward, only to tumble headfirst into the muck with a resounding splash. The Sanyenjin and I, observing my plight, wore a look of concern as it helped extricate me from the mire. Undeterred, I endeavored repeatedly, only to be retrieved from the mud time and again. By nightfall, I was caked in filth, seated by the campfire, contemplating my existence. It dawned on me that the essence of 3,000 thunder movements was thunder itself, and lacking the power of wind and thunder, my attempts were futile. Even XiaoWu had toiled extensively in the past. My stubborn practice was sheer folly. It seemed my only recourse was to wait for rain or absorb the wind and thunder power sealed within the scroll. The following day, I approached Bai Ji, sporting dark circles under my eyes, and inquired, "Sister, where in this forest might I find a muddy pit that experiences daily thunderstorms?" Bai Ji chuckled at my peculiar request and mentioned a place that indeed existed, albeit under harsh conditions. My eyes gleamed at the prospect of adversity. I thrived on challenges. Seeing my determination, Bai Ji assigned the Rue beast to accompany me and personally guided me to a vast valley. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, a sprawling expanse of mud, with ominous clouds overhead, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. Bai Ji explained that this area had once been the battleground for the formidable 10,000-year lightning eagle and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, where the essence of thunder was profoundly concentrated. This was a training ground meticulously tailored for me. Once Bai Ji departed, I cast the Rue beast aside and unfurled the scroll, locating the seal of wind and thunder power before tearing it apart with fervor. A cataclysmic surge of wind and thunder power erupted from the scroll, violently invading my body. I cried out in shock, feeling as though 10,000 volts of electricity were coursing through my veins, triggering a frenzy among my cells. My skin ruptured, and as blood spilled forth, it was instantly vaporized by arcs of electricity, blurring my consciousness. Just as I teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, 3 drops of golden Qilin essence erupted from my heart, flooding my body with warmth, mending my ravaged form. Simultaneously, a more formidable golden energy surged upward, subduing the rampant wind and thunder power, forcibly integrating it into my meridians. The pain was excruciating, yet moments of exquisite comfort intermingled with my suffering. The Sanyan Jin and I watched in astonishment, its expression seemingly questioning my emotional resilience. When I finally reopened my eyes, I found myself able to grasp a silver-white bolt of lightning. I felt invincible, pointing toward the muddy pit and commanding, "Thunder strike." A colossal bolt of lightning surged forth, splattering mud everywhere and drenching the Sanyan Jin and I in muck. The little creature erupted in fury, shrinking to the size of a kitten, and pounced onto me, unleashing a flurry of playful scratches upon my face. I realized my error. "Forgive me, little one. I won't do it again," I pleaded, clutching my head as I lay on the ground, wailing, only to incite even more fervent scratching. Weeks passed, transforming the muddy expanse into my personal parkour arena. My figure darted like lightning across the mire, each step carving deep grooves into the earth. My speed so astonishing that it left even me in awe. The Sanyan Jin and I stood on the bank, jaw agape, as it witnessed my fleeting shadow. At long last, success was mine. I halted, feeling the ceaseless flow of wind and thunder power within me. I had mastered the first layer of 3,000 thunder movements. Thunder Flash. My speed now surpassed any rival. Even a Soul King would struggle to keep up. As for Tang San, the second and third ring wielder, I could dispatch him with a mere glance. His schemes were laughable in the face of my absolute velocity. With my training accomplished, I was in high spirits as I mounted the enlarged Rue beast and returned to the Lake of Life. Bai Ji, surprised by my swift return, presumed I had failed. I boldly declared, "Find me a 1,000-year soul beast, and I shall show you what I have achieved in this half-month." Bai Ji procured a 4,000-year fire thunder wolf, renowned for its swiftness. The wolf lunged toward me in a flash, yet to my eyes, it moved as if in slow motion. I effortlessly sidestepped its attacks as if walking a dog, without lifting a finger. Bai Ji, utterly astounded, urged me, "Enough showcasing. Defeat it and let me witness your might." A grin spread across my face as I vanished from sight, appearing beside the fire thunder wolf. Enveloped in my sacred fire armor, I unleashed a powerful punch against its flank. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending the wolf hurtling through the air, landing in a heap, unable to rise. Truly, the ancient wisdom of iron bones and tofu waste held true. Bai Ji lauded my newfound strength, but cautioned me not to become complacent. I must still kneel before a Soul King. She emphasized that I must return to the Lake of Life for guidance after each breakthrough. While I verbally acquiesced, my mind was already calculating my next endeavor. My strength still felt insufficient. I needed opportunities. The ice and fire yin-yang eyes were a must-have. As I pondered how to intercept Tang San's fortune, I unknowingly approached the edge of the Lake of Life. Suddenly, I recalled that during my time here, I had yet to meet XiaoWu's two foolish brothers, the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan Giant Ape. Without hesitation, I spread my wings and soared toward them. Soon, I spotted a shadow as large as a small mountain. My goodness, the Titan Giant Ape, its towering height and muscular physique, with eyes larger than my head. Before I could greet it, a booming voice erupted, the aura of Sister XiaoWu. Without hesitation, the hulking creature swung a massive hand toward me. I was momentarily stunned. Brother, I'm a Rue beast. Can you please verify before you strike? Just as the colossal hand was about to grasp me, a massive bull-headed serpent exploded from the lake, its tail striking like a whip, delivering a resonating blow to the Titan Giant Ape. Brother, do not act rudely. The voice echoed, and in an instant, the giant tail, propelled by unseen force, sent the Titan Giant Ape flying. The creature was mercilessly pursued, receiving a barrage of strikes that imprinted its massive form into the ground. Once the ruckus settled, the Titan Giant Ape turned to me with a demeanor that was almost reverent, its massive head nearly touching the ground. Esteemed Rue beast. I quickly gestured for it to stop, insisting, no, cease. I am a close friend of XiaoWu. As her brothers, we are allies. You may call me Suyu. With that, I leaped onto its head, fondling its grand horns. Upon hearing my mention of Sister XiaoWu, the Titan's younger brother sprang up from the ground, his excitement palpable as he inquired, Have you seen Sister XiaoWu? How is she? Is she in danger? The elder brother raised his tail, eyes flashing dangerously. You're getting a bit too carried away, aren't you? Hey, no need for violence. I too find being called a Rue beast bothersome. You shall call me Suyu, that is my command. My staunch defense ignited a spark in the younger brother, who retorted to the elder brother with a playful tone. Did you hear that? The esteemed one has commanded me. If you strike me again, I won't hold back. The elder brother huffed disdainfully and ignored him. I settled cross-legged atop the elder brother's head, narrating the tasks I entrusted to XiaoWu, along with the affairs involving the master and Tang San, relaying every detail. Their reactions were explosive. The younger brother lamented, furiously pounding his chest, That master is utterly despicable. My esteemed Suyu, take me with you on your next outing. With a single slap, I could reduce him to a mere pulp. And that Tang San, he is hardly a paragon of virtue either. Deming, brimming with righteous indignation, exclaimed, What my second brother said is absolutely correct. How dare a mere grand soul master plot against you? If I ever lay eyes on him, I shall surely strike him down. Ming, stroking his large head, solemnly chimed in, Brother, your usual remarks may lack substance, but this one resonates with me. Deming cast a discreet glance at him, and I sensed he had noted this down in his little book. Observing this forthright simpleton, I found myself both amused and exasperated. Having concluded our serious discussion, my stomach growled, prompting me to pat my belly and suggest, Brothers, how about we indulge in some late-night snacks? I find myself rather peckish. Ming, ever practical, promptly reached into the Lake of Life and pulled out a magnificent 3-meter-long golden dragon fish. Anyone who understands the significance of this delicacy knows it is a tremendous source of nourishment, capable of enhancing both soul power and physical constitution. My eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, I took the fish from Ming's grasp, skewered it on a stick, activated my second soul skill, Sacred Fire Armor, and ignited a fire right where I stood. The aroma was simply divine. Half an hour later, as I gazed at the perfectly roasted fish, golden and dripping with juices, my mouth watered uncontrollably, and I dove in with great enthusiasm. After satisfying my hunger, I waved goodbye to the two of them, saying, All right, I'm off. I shall return another day to seek your company. Just as I made my exit, I heard Ming's melancholic voice call out, Ming, come here. Let us discuss any grievances you may have towards me. This was followed by Ming's loud wail. You see, this lad is utterly cunning. He had anticipated it all and was secretly relishing the moment. Furthermore, while I claimed to be full, I still held half a roasted fish in my hand, which was certainly not for myself. It was intended for my beloved little companion, the Sanyan Jin Li. Upon returning to my humble abode, I found my little friend waiting for me. With a smile, I presented the roasted fish before her. Watching her devour it with delight, I began to gently coax her. Little one, being called a beast all the time is rather dull, don't you think? Allow me to bestow a name upon you. Upon hearing this, the little creature paused her meal, lifting her head to gaze at me with rapt attention. Do you agree? How about the name Wang Xiao'er? I must tell you, the moment this little creature heard she had a name, she erupted with joy. Like an exuberant pup, she frolicked around the lake of life, darting towards Bai Ji, ZG, and even the territory of Dtian, as if she were eager to announce her new name to the entire realm. Observing this spirited little one, I shook my head and decided to catch up on some much-needed rest, for the day had been exhausting. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed, and I had soared to level 26. Upon inspecting my system panel, I was taken aback by the chaotic assortment of items in my storage. The most ridiculous of all was a large collection of aphrodisiac pills. I pondered whether these were intended for Tang San's consumption. The inventory certainly resembled abstract art. One day, I visited Deming for a chat, during which he lauded me. Suyu, you are incredible, achieving level 26 by the age of 7. I waved my hand dismissively while inwardly contemplating another matter, directly asking him, Hey, do you know where the Blue Silver Emperor is? Deming divulged the secrets of the Blue Silver Emperor clan, explaining that many years ago, a Blue Silver Emperor had sacrificed herself for humanity, and their ancestral land lay beyond the Sunset Forest. Upon hearing this, I felt a mischievous scheme brewing within me. My storage contained a special variant of herbicide. I could already envision the scene. Once Tang San awakens his Blue Silver Emperor martial soul, I would douse him with a bottle of herbicide, watching as his blue-silver grass withered away, and his expression, just the thought of it was exhilarating. This lad certainly understood the importance of eradicating potential threats. As I prepared to take flight after my conversation with Deming, I was abruptly intercepted by ZG. Little Suyu, what do you think you're off to? It's time for me to give you a combat lesson. My face turned pale at the prospect of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with ZG. That was not training. It was a one-sided beating. In the Starry Forest, I had attended the finest of tutoring sessions. Dtian taught me soul skills by Ji imparted survival tactics, and Xiong instructed me in hunting. Today, it was my turn to be mercilessly pummeled by ZG. ZG, indifferent to my plight, seized me and soared into the sky, pinching my cheeks while exclaiming, Oh, your little face is so smooth. I just want to take you home as my pet. My friends, what brazen words. Upon reaching our destination, Bai Ji was already there. ZG, invigorated, raised an eyebrow at me. Come on, little Suyu, take off your clothes so I could check on your physical development. Goodness, this woman was truly brazen. My face darkened. All right, I'm coming. ZG paid no heed to my reluctance. Before I could react, she zipped over to me and sent me flying with a single punch. Refusing to back down, I activated my sacred fire armor and charged at her, only to have my armor shattered by her blow, sending me flying once again. Then began her tirade. Little Suyu, you rely too heavily on your soul skills. Your body is as fragile as paper. You are riddled with weaknesses. Each word pierced my heart. Thankfully, Bai Ji, with her gentle demeanor, treated my bruises while advising me. ZG is right. You cannot solely depend on skills. Your physical form is your foundation. This time, I truly absorbed her words and recognized that I had been narrowing my path. After enduring the beating, I sought out Wang Xiao'er. The two of us had decided to venture out of the forest incognito. Unbeknownst to us, a bodyguard, Qi Wang, trailed behind. As we soared into town, I boldly threw down 2 golden soul coins and declared, Boss, bring us the finest dishes. It was a display of extravagance. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a striking girl with long black hair and cat ears entered the restaurant. I must say, my eyes widened in astonishment. Who could resist such beauty? Suddenly, the system chimed, successfully checked in at Zhu Zhuqing. Goodness, it turned out to be the future spectral cat. As I drooled over the sight, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I looked down to see XiaoWu pouting and nibbling at me. Her little eyes were filled with jealousy. What are you looking at? No staring. I hurriedly soothed her. My mistake. I shall never do it again. Zhu Zhuqing finished her meal and prepared to hunt for soul rings. Meanwhile, I continued to stroll with the jealous XiaoWu, who insisted on haggling over prices as if it were a game. She had even learned to use her little paws to gesture prices, fully immersing herself in this experience. After enough fun, we flew back towards the forest, only to encounter Zhu Zhuqing once more. However, this time, she was in dire straits, being pursued by a ferocious fire cloud leopard. The soul master accompanying her was also on the verge of collapse, nearing her end. Before I could even make a quip, the fire cloud leopard looked up and spotted XiaoWu and me in the sky. You wouldn't believe it. Their souls fled in terror, and they turned tail to escape. Abandoning their lunch, Zhu Zhuqing, about to call for help, found herself utterly dumbfounded. As for me, I paid her no mind. For XiaoWu was once again glaring at me, having noticed my attention towards the cat-eared girl. I quickly hit the throttle and vanished from sight, driven by my instinct for self-preservation. It wasn't until I had flown quite a distance that Zhu Zhuqing finally reacted, urging her companion to flee. Upon returning to the Lake of Life, I collapsed from exhaustion. Meanwhile, Bai Ji was having a heart-to-heart with XiaoWu, and upon hearing XiaoWu's report, Bai Ji was taken aback. You mean you wish to transform? Just because Suyu keeps looking at other girls? XiaoWu squirmed under Bai Ji's gaze, her little body fidgeting. Yet Bai Ji paid her no mind, turning to Di Tian instead and demanding, Hey Di Tian, what do you think we should do about this? Di Tian was equally stunned, staring blankly at the Lake of Life, with an expression that seemed to say, You ask me, and I ask who? Believe me, not just them, even the true powerhouse at the lake, Guyu Na, was momentarily perplexed. However, being a manifestation of the dragon god, her perspective quickly expanded, and she soon understood. XiaoWu transforming? What a splendid occasion. Although venturing into the human realm carries certain risks, why fear? In today's world, who could possibly rival Di Tian? No one at all. In her mind, a little scheme was brewing. She thought of sending Suyu and XiaoWu together. The two auspicious beasts, with their combined fortunes, were destined for companionship, nurturing feelings over time. Eventually, they might even produce a brood of little Qilin and Jin and I, and the Xingdou Sun Lin would soar to new heights. She had even envisioned it. If the young couple found it difficult to manage, the sovereign of Xingdou, would personally oversee their nursery. The thought of possessing an entire legion of auspicious beasts made Guyu Na's lips stretch into a broad grin, and she mused, who would dare to challenge her then? Ahem, Guyu Na's voice resonated in Di Tian's mind. Di Tian, do not hinder them. Let her go. Oh, and that eye of fate on her forehead is a treasure. Tomorrow, she should give it to Suyu. She knows what to do. Upon hearing the sovereign's decree, Di Tian dared not voice any dissent. He promptly conveyed the royal edict to Bai Ji. The sovereign has agreed. This matter is settled. Two auspicious beasts. This is our opportunity. Bai Ji sighed deeply, caressing XiaoWu's head as she watched her happily bounce around in delight at receiving permission. Her eyes filled with both the helplessness of a girl growing up and a tender affection. The next morning, still in a daze, XiaoWu rushed to me, exclaiming her desire to transform. I was momentarily stunned. Had I inadvertently altered the storyline? A notification chimed in my mind. Congratulations, host. For altering a significant plot, you have received 10 instances of phishing. I looked at her seriously. XiaoWu, are you serious? Of course. The system rewards have already been credited. Can it be false? As soon as I spoke, she jumped up, and the third eye on her forehead suddenly pressed against my brow. Before I could utter another word, a golden light pulled my soul away. Family, who understands? I instantly experienced XiaoWu's 5,000 years of beastly life. Starting from an egg, growing up in solitude, hunting alone, the bitterness of 5,000 years of wind. Frost, rain, and snow, along with loneliness, pierced my mind like a knife. Only when she sensed my existence did I understand the excitement and joy she felt. This little one had truly endured so much. When I came back to my senses, XiaoWu had digested my memories. But she had only glimpsed the 6 years of my life in Douluo and some of my imaginings about her future appearance. She seemed quite pleased with the image of a girl with blue-pink hair that I had envisioned. I gazed at her, my heart a tumult of emotions, and retrieved a transformation pill from the warehouse, offering it to her. Never mind, this will speed things up. Without further ado, XiaoWu took the pill and dashed off to my room. I sat cross-legged and hastily opened the system panel. Astonishingly, my soul power had reached level 26, and I had gained a new skill, Eye of Fate. I attempted to activate my soul power, and instantaneously, a golden eye split open on my forehead. This ability was remarkable. It could not only perceive the trajectory of others' fortunes, but also unleash a mental shock, far more powerful than that of the future Huiyuhao. As I delve into my new skill, Baiji silently appeared behind me and sighed softly. Suyu, it seems XiaoWu has indeed transformed. Suddenly, her aura surged, and a palpable pressure pinned me down. She resembled a protective mother, asserting that once XiaoWu entered the human world, I must care for her and ensure she faced no hardships. Hearing her serious tone, I felt no anger, but rather warmth. I nodded solemnly. Aunt Baiji, rest assured, if anyone dares to bully XiaoWu, I shall eliminate them. Life continued in this manner, and a year and a half seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. XiaoWu transformed into a radiant golden egg, and I dutifully played the role of a devoted caretaker, cleaning the egg and chatting with it. By the age of 9, I successfully broke through to level 30. Baiji took me to a volcanic crater, stating she would find me a lava lord for my soul ring. As I gazed at the bubbling magma below, I swallowed hard. This is a live volcano, isn't it? Baiji looked at me curiously. Yes, why? What else could I say? Hurry up. Without hesitation, she reached into the magma and pulled out a lava giant, 2 or 3 meters tall, returning to the lake of life. Tion wasted no words and leapt into the water with me and the egg in my arms. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in that mysterious space, where Guyana was examining my egg from every angle. Sister Nana, I quickly endeavored to ingratiate myself. She smiled. You have quite the sweet tongue, very well. I shall allow you to call me sister. She pointed at the egg and continued. The energy from the pill you gave her was too potent. I feared it would harm her essence, so I sealed it away. Once she successfully transforms, that energy will gradually be released, enhancing her bloodline and physique. Upon hearing this, I realized it was a well-intentioned act. As long as XiaoWu was fine, everything was well. Enough chatter. Let us proceed with the breakthrough. Guyana tossed the unfortunate lava lord to me and casually handed me a bone knife. With a single strike, a purple 1,000-year soul ring emerged, and I immediately sat down to absorb it. As I began, I noticed that Guyana, on her side, appeared rejuvenated, her wounds from millennia visibly healing. Though the progress was slow, she was overjoyed, and her gaze toward me shifted as if I were a rare treasure, even sparking a fleeting thought of claiming me as her own. Half an hour later, I completed my breakthrough, acquiring a new soul skill, lava, which allowed me to manipulate magma. Guyana nodded in satisfaction and then pulled out a silver scale, tossing it to me. My reverse scale, in times of danger, infuse it with soul power, and I will sense it to rescue you. This is a Dragon King's reverse scale, a life-saving artifact. I quickly tucked it away, fearful she might change her mind. Emerging from the lake, I noticed Tion and the others resembling joyous celebrants, each having significantly improved their cultivation. Erming, the silly giant, was as delighted as a child, while Tion looked on with disdain, likely contemplating how to extricate me from this group of fools. Tion approached, instinctively reaching to pat my head, and I exploded. Every day with the head pats. Do you think I'm pet dog? I stomped on his foot and stormed off, cradling my XiaoWu egg in irritation. Back in my room, I swiftly opened the system. 37 instances of phishing. Let us reel in something substantial. I went all in for 20 consecutive attempts. Initially, I drew only mundane items like bedding and bicycles. But just as despair began to set in, I received a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully fishing and obtaining a volume of burning decision. What? Burning decision. The very one. I sprang up from my bed. Family, who understands? This is the renowned technique of Yin Emperor Xiao Yin. Would you refuse such fortune? Trembling, I retrieved the scroll and immediately commenced my training. With this in hand, devouring would be a walk in the park on Douluo continent. Half a month later, XiaoWu returned. After years apart, she remained as spirited as ever. I quickly presented her with a concealing pill. This will completely mask your soul beast's aura. Even a titled Douluo cannot perceive it. XiaoWu accepted it with a mix of surprise and joy. After a brief conversation, she could no longer contain her curiosity and, hugging my arm, playfully inquired, "By the way, Suyu, who is this XiaoWu you often mention? What is your relationship with her?" I must say, a woman's intuition is indeed formidable. Ming, the foolish one, chimed in, "Sister XiaoWu, that is an auspicious beast." XiaoWu shot him a fierce glare. I looked at her, sighing internally while maintaining a gentle smile. She is my sister, transforming for my sake. I promised by Ji to protect her for a lifetime. Upon hearing me speak of XiaoWu with such tenderness, XiaoWu's smile remained, but a fleeting shadow crossed her eyes. Still smiling, she replied, "I see. Once she comes to the human world, I shall take her out to play." I regarded her, feeling a pang of guilt, as she had always helped care for grandfather. However, with XiaoWu yet to be born, I had no mind for romance. Moreover, with XiaoWu currently in her youthful guise, I found it difficult to entertain such thoughts. I can assure you, matters of love and affection must be set aside for now. My mind is wholly consumed with ambitions of cultivation. After bidding farewell to Ming and XiaoWu, I took flight with a mighty flap of my wings toward the lake of life, reporting to my personal trainer, Tian. "Master Tian, what shall we develop today? Shall we work on my second soul skill?" The esteemed Tian outright dismissed my concerns, stating, "Your second soul skill lacks potential. It has reached its limit. However, your third soul skill, Magma, is entirely different. You can truly bring it to life." Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. It is no wonder he is a venerable dragon who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His insight and perspective far exceed my combined lifetime. Without hesitation, I declare that settles it. Thank you for your guidance, Great One. I shall seek out a hapless soul for practice. To develop a soul skill, one must have a suitable target, right? I plunged into the central region of the Sheng, Do, de Sun Lin. Remarkably, the 1,000-year-old soul beasts fled as if they had seen a ghost upon my arrival. With my fiery temper, I was determined not to let it deter me. Soon, I had my sights set on a target, a 3,000-year-old ice fire toad. It appeared rather peculiar, yet its attributes were perfectly aligned with my needs, a duality of ice and fire. It was an ideal sparring partner for me. Without a moment's hesitation, I spread my wings and pursued it. To my astonishment, the toad darted away faster than a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But who am I? My perceptive abilities are not to be underestimated, and I quickly locked onto its direction. "Run. Keep running. I mean you no harm. Why the haste?" I yelled as I chased after it. Just as I was closing in, I sensed something unusual ahead. Several human presences had appeared. Before I could react, a particularly excited young girl exclaimed, Teacher, it's the ice fire toad. The third soul ring for my sister is within reach." As I approached, I noticed a group of girls in uniform, undoubtedly from the Tian Shui Academy. At the forefront stood a middle-aged beauty, accompanied by a stunning girl with ice blue hair, presumably the sister Shui Binger they spoke of. The teacher wasted no time. As she unleashed her martial soul, a massive dolphin emerged, instantly encasing my sparring toad in a solid block of ice. "Binger, go!" Just as the girl named Shui Binger drew a small knife to physically dispatch the toad. I could not allow that to happen. I descended dramatically, landing gracefully between them. "Apologies, ladies, but this ice fire toad is not for you." With a flick of my wrist, a small burst of intense fire shot forth. The ice encasing the toad, which had been solidified by the soul sage teacher, melted away in mere moments before my flames, leaving not even a trace of steam behind. The bewildered expressions on their faces made me nearly beam with joy. "Why, Because just moments prior, the system notification in my mind had been ringing like firecrackers during a festival. Ding. Checked in with XiaoWu. Earned 2 fishing opportunities. Ding. Checked in with XiaoWu. Earned 1 fishing opportunity. A series of notifications had granted me 5 fishing opportunities. Friends, who could comprehend? This was no ordinary Tian Shui Academy. It was my portable treasure trove. My fondness for them surged instantly. The teacher, known as XiaoWu Xin, pulled me aside. Although displeased, she managed to force a smile. Young friend, what do you intend? I chuckled and confidently responded, you're a teacher from Tian Shui Academy, correct? And this lovely lady requires a 3rd soul ring, yes? However, I advise against pursuing this ice-fire toad. Not solely because it is my companion, but for your own benefit. I lifted the startled toad, tilting its chin to show them. Do you see this faint purple line? It indicates that it has surpassed 3,000 years. For someone of this young lady's level, forcibly absorbing it would only lead to tragic consequences. Upon seeing the purple line, XiaoWu Xin's face drained of color, and she trembled, hastily apologizing to XiaoWu. XiaoWu, however, displayed remarkable grace, comforting her teacher before stepping forward and bowing deeply to me. Thank you. No need for that, I replied, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. I merely acted out of convenience, primarily to save my companion. Regardless, she insisted, you saved me. I must repay you. Come back to our academy with us, as she reached for my hand. I quickly dodged, joking, I have no wish for any rumors. Truly, it is unnecessary. My family is also in this forest. Perhaps we shall meet again. With that, I unfurled my wings and took flight, cloaking my achievements in humility. Once a safe distance away, I yanked the toad from my shoulder and scolded it. You little rascal, had it not been for me, you would have become someone else's soul ring today. Be sharper next time. I mean you no harm. I only sought to test a skill. The toad croaked in a pitiful manner. Enough with the antics. Stand straight. I tossed it aside, conjuring a sphere of magma to hurl at it. The creature retaliated with an ice wall, but upon contact, the wall melted instantaneously, as if it were ice cream under the sun. Just as it seemed I would roast the toad, I swiftly retrieved it. Alas, you are too fragile. You cannot withstand a beating, I remarked disdainfully. Your combat prowess is simply a challenge to my patience. Go home and seek your father. If you wander again, I shall let him deal with you. The toad's father was an 8,000-year-old soul beast, and he would have no trouble handling it. After dismissing the little toad, I pondered the necessity of finding something tougher. Who could fit the bill? It had to be Ming. I soared back to the Lake of Life and implored Ming, lend me a hand. I need someone to test my new skill. As a titan ape of over 100,000 years, you surely can handle it. Upon hearing this, Ming thumped his chest with a resounding boom. Come, Su Yu. I, Ming, am no ordinary weakling. Unleash your might. I nearly burst into laughter. Deming, standing nearby, helplessly used his soul power to elevate the still training XiaoWu above his head to avoid any collateral damage. Here I come, I roared, unleashing a torrential downpour of magma projectiles upon Ming. He stood his ground, unmoved, as if untouched by the onslaught. Yet, I could see subtle signs of burns appearing on his body. This was sufficient. It is worth noting that Ming was now comparable to a level 96 title Douluo. If my 3rd soul skill could inflict pain upon him, its power was indeed extraordinary. Thank you, Ming. I shall seek you out again, I said, thoroughly satisfied, as I patted his head before preparing to depart. Suddenly, I realized something. XiaoWu was still floating atop Deming's head. This situation could not persist. I inquired, have you not prepared a place for XiaoWu to rest? Deming and Ming exchanged awkward glances. These rugged fellows had never considered the notion of building a shelter. Very well, I understand. I shall take care of it. Sighing, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I flew out, felled several large trees, and after a half-hour of labor, erected a small wooden cabin. I instructed Deming to bring XiaoWu inside before returning to my own abode, cradling my precious Chio egg as I drifted into slumber. Time passed swiftly, and 2 years soon elapsed. I was now 11 years old, and my soul power had risen to level 35. Throughout these 2 years, I had exhausted all my fishing opportunities, but the results? A plethora of useless items, such as lust potions, fasting pills, and other nonsense. Daily training under ZG had significantly honed my practical skills, yet my soul power progression remained painfully slow. On this particular day, while I was immersed in my training, the sky suddenly darkened. A terrifying bolt of calamity thundered down, obliterating my little wooden cabin into rubble. Had it not been for Tion's quick reflexes in rescuing me, I would have perished. As I focused my gaze, I observed ominous clouds swirling above, accompanied by flashes of lightning, all converging upon a golden egg. It was XiaoWu. She was about to undergo her transformation. Bai Ji and the others were in a state of utter panic, their words of reassurance contradicted by the worry etched in their eyes. As I watched the bolts of lightning strike the golden egg, my heart tightened. Just when I thought it could not get more thrilling, the golden egg, seemingly unsatisfied with the amount of lightning, plunged headfirst into the stormy clouds, bidding farewell to all worries. I was utterly bewildered and turned to Bai Ji, asking, "Will she be all right?" Bai Ji, equally astonished, struggled to articulate her thoughts. Just then, Tion emerged, his demeanor calm as he reassured us, "Do not worry. She is the imperial divine beast, blessed with the fortune of the entire Sheng Do de Sunlin. She cannot possibly come to harm." No sooner had he spoken than the golden egg in the sky erupted with blinding radiance, dispersing the heavy tribulation clouds. Subsequently, cracks began to appear on the eggshell, and beams of golden transformation light cascaded downwards. Bathed in this light, I felt my soul power surge uncontrollably, breaking through my previous limitations. With a roar, my soul power soared from level 35 to level 36. I exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened my eyes. To my astonishment, a breathtakingly beautiful girl stood before me. With long blue-pink hair and clad in a flowing white gown, she wore a gentle smile, yet her eyes radiated an icy aloofness. It was she, XiaoWu. Gazing at her, I smiled and said, "Welcome back, XiaoWu." She smiled back, her radiant grin eclipsing all flowers. As I found myself lost in her beauty, a soft and warm sensation pressed against my lips. "Brother," my mind buzzed. Who could withstand such an overwhelming moment? Instantly, I took the initiative, capturing her soft lips and savoring the intoxicating fragrance. After what felt like an eternity, I finally released her, observing her flushed cheeks and heavy breaths. I couldn't help but chuckle with delight. "Brother, you are too excessive. I can hardly breathe." She playfully punched my chest, burying her face in my embrace. Unable to resist the allure of this enchanting little sprite, I leaned down to kiss her once more. After another minute, she pushed me away, her lips slightly swollen as she pouted in discontent. "Stop it. My lips are all swollen." "Indeed, my XiaoWu is the most beautiful," I replied, grasping her small hand with a smile. "Humph, brother, you only speak sweet words to make me happy," she retorted, though her face betrayed her amusement. She twirled around before me, exclaiming, "I have finally transformed successfully. I can be with brother forever. I adore you, brother." Witnessing her joy filled my heart with warmth. I took out a hidden essence pill and handed it to her, saying, "Here, take this. It will conceal the aura of your soul beast, so no one will discover it." Watching her obediently consume the pill, I held her hand and led her to the ruins of the house struck by lightning. "Kulme, my dear, we must rebuild our home." Together, we quickly constructed 2 brand new wooden cabins, mine painted blue and hers pink. "XiaoWu," I called from the doorway. "I plan to visit Grandpa in a few days. Would you like to join me?" "Yes. Wherever brother goes, I shall follow," she exclaimed joyfully, rushing to take my hand. I gently patted her head, suggesting she return to stabilize her realm first. After watching her enter her cabin, I turned to go back to my room. Unbeknownst to us, as we prepared to leave Sheng Do de Sunlin, Tion had discreetly arranged for Qi Wang to act as our covert protector. Meanwhile, far away in Wuhan City, Pope Bai Dong received classified reports regarding the unusual thunderstorm. Though she paid little heed, she nonetheless sent Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo to investigate the matter. At the Lake of Life, my dear sister XiaoWu had already begun her ultimate charm offensive against Tion. I tell you, she's just shy of clinging to Di Tian's leg. Shaking her little fist with gleaming eyes, Di Tian, look, Suyu has truly concealed my aura. Can I go home with my brother now? Please. Di Tian, exasperated, sighed, realizing that the expression on his face was akin to that of a father watching his daughter grow up. He nodded, go on, be safe. XiaoWu was elated and bowed before darting away. As soon as she left, Bai Ji emerged like a specter, her face etched with concern. Di Tian, are you really allowing her to go? What if? Di Tian waved his hand confidently. Rest assured, that boy Suyu possesses considerable talent. Even I cannot sense XiaoWu's aura. Is there anyone stronger in the human realm than I? Absolutely not. Yet, despite his reassurances, Bai Ji remained uneasy. Di Tian added, all right, as children grow, they must be given freedom. I have instructed Qi Wang to follow her discreetly. Nothing will go awry. While our parents fretted, I was busy confirming details with the exuberant XiaoWu, who had just returned, bouncing with excitement. Did Di Tian truly agree? You didn't sneak out, did you? Otherwise, that old black dragon would surely flame me alive. Do not worry, brother. XiaoWu is so thrilled her cheeks are flushed. He personally checked. I felt my heart soften at her delight and playfully ruffled her hair, saying, all right then, let us take our little XiaoWu on an adventure. By the way, you still lack a soul guide device, correct? Go gather your belongings while I ask Di Tian for one for both of you. Without hesitation, I made my way to Di Tian's lair. I must tell you, while my system warehouse is impressive, conjuring things out of thin air is far too conspicuous. Acquiring a soul guide device is a professional cover. I found Di Tian and got straight to the point. Di Tian, do you have any soul guide devices? Please prepare two for me and XiaoWu. It would be incredibly inconvenient to embark without proper gear. Upon hearing soul guide device, Di Tian's eyes lit up, his expression akin to a weasel spotting a chicken. Follow me, he beckoned. I do not possess many soul guide devices. Most were scavenged from the continent in earlier years. However, they are not without cost. I instantly understood, feigning innocence as I produced several vials of special aphrodisiac pills from my cloak, presenting them to him. All right. Take these. They are all yours. Di Tian accepted them with composure, nodding in satisfaction before leading me into his treasure vault. Upon entering, my eyes widened in astonishment at the opulence before me. Golden glimmers and precious jewels were stacked like mountains. Unable to contain myself, I quickly pulled out a sword-shaped necklace to adorn myself with, dashing. Then, I unearthed a pair of matching storage rings, one white and one pink, each adorned with large gemstones. Strikingly beautiful, I infused them with soul power to test them, and lo and behold, each ring possessed 50 square meters of space. Tang San's 24 bridges under the moon added up to only 24 square meters. My single ring surpassed them both. What a fortune! I claimed the white one named Sheng he for myself, and carefully stored away the pink one named Shui Can, filling several boxes with treasures before emerging in satisfaction. Di Tian glanced at the rings adorning my fingers. Oh, Sheng he? You have quite the eye, boy. That piece ranks among the top 5 in my collection. The Shui Can must be with you as well? I chuckled, revealing the pink ring. All right, let us depart. Di Tian patted my shoulder, adding, take good care of XiaoWu. I shall not spare you. I returned to find XiaoWu waiting eagerly. I presented her with the pink ring here. It matches my Sheng he wear it. XiaoWu gazed at the ring, her cheeks flushed, extending her delicate hand. Brother, please put on for me. Who among our family could comprehend such overwhelming sweetness? I chuckled softly, gently placing the ring on her ring finger. It looked exquisite. Embracing her slender waist and inhaling her fragrant scent, I felt entranced. Our XiaoWu is truly beautiful. One would struggle to find anyone more captivating across the entire continent. XiaoWu leaned against my embrace, her little face flushed, likely already concocting elaborate scenarios reminiscent of an epic palace intrigue. I must tell you, this girl, despite her recent transformation, possesses a cunning intellect. She is aware of my unique bloodline, which undoubtedly attracts attention. Yet she has resolutely decided that no one shall usurp her rightful position as the main consort. She aims to make those seductive temptresses understand that she will always reign supreme. Brother, when are we leaving? She tugged at my hand, her tone exceedingly gentle. I am eager to see grandfather. I cannot rest easy knowing he is in the care of others. Upon hearing this, my lips twitched. Goodness. Has she already begun to imply that XiaoWu is an outsider? This girl is truly fierce. I smiled and nodded. All right, let us depart. I called out into the air, Bai Ji. We are leaving. Just as my words faded, Bai Ji appeared behind me, a look of surprise on her face. How did you know I was here? Is it not obvious? You treat XiaoWu like a daughter. How could you not keep a watchful eye on her? My words left her momentarily speechless. I looked at her earnestly. Rest assured, I will take good care of XiaoWu. At last, Bai Ji smiled, embracing XiaoWu, showering her with reluctant advice. Do not let yourself suffer out there. If you encounter any grievances, return to me. I shall support you for life. Observing the poignant farewell between the two, I sighed and quietly stowed our belongings into the storage ring. When I emerged, I found XiaoWu standing there with reddened eyes. I playfully teased her. Oh dear, who has bullied our XiaoWu? Tell brother, was it Tian or Xiangjun? I shall go confront them right now. XiaoWu giggled at my jest, giving me a gentle shove. Brother, do not speak nonsense. I'm merely a bit reluctant. All right, let us be on our way. I chuckled as I took her hand, leading her towards the edge of the lake of life. However, just as we reached the forest's edge, a tremendous explosion resounded nearby, sending plumes of dust into the air. What is happening? XiaoWu craned her neck to see. Let's investigate, I urged, lowering my body and stealthily creeping forward, akin to a thief. I must stress, we cannot be reckless. Those capable of battling Deming and Erming are undoubtedly of the Douluo rank. If they discover us, it would spell trouble. Though XiaoWu found my movements somewhat amusing, she obediently followed behind. In mere moments, we reached the battlefield's edge, hiding in the grass, and I was left utterly stunned. Good heavens! Were those not the unfortunate members of the Wuhuan Hall, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo? Those two most loyal subordinates of Bai Bai Dong were being thoroughly subdued by Deming and Erming, with a strike of heavenly azure lightning. Deming sent Zhu Douluo spitting blood. Meanwhile, Erming was even more ruthless, delivering a flurry of blows to Gui Douluo. Zhu Douluo, unable to withstand the onslaught, roared, Old Ghost, retreat. These fellows are too monstrous. Having said that, he unleashed his ultimate skill, the ninth spirit ability, showering petals everywhere, forcing Deming and Erming to momentarily close their eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Gui Douluo transformed into a shadow and slipped away, both fleeing without looking back. I watched their pitiful retreat and shook my head. If it were in the past, they could have exchanged a few blows with Deming and Erming, but now, with their cultivation soaring by 50,000 years, it was a simple task to trounce the duo. Once they had vanished from sight, I dusted myself off and stood up, pulling XiaoWu along with me. Deming and Erming were momentarily taken aback upon seeing us. Suyu, are you leaving? Indeed. We were just about to depart when we were drawn in by the commotion. I replied with a grin. All right, Erming, see them off. Deming flicked his tail, giving Erming a nudge. I jumped onto Erming's shoulder, while Erming cast a pitiful glance at Deming before taking off at a sprint towards the forest's edge. Along the way, this simpleton remarked, Suyu, remember to say hello to XiaoWu for me once we're outside. In that instant, I sensed XiaoWu's expression darken. Ah, XiaoWu, the 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit, has been residing in my home, caring for my grandfather. I suspect the name XiaoWu has been boldly circled and highlighted in XiaoWu's mental notes, accompanied by the annotation number 1 rival. Before long, Erming had escorted us to the outskirts of the forest. After bidding farewell to him, I unfurled my golden wings and soared into the sky, cradling XiaoWu in my arms. As we flew, XiaoWu softly murmured, Brother, I am hungry. I wish to visit that restaurant we used to frequent. Very well. I shall indulge your little appetite. I laughed as I descended, leading her into the restaurant, tossing several golden soul coins to the owner, and settling into a quiet corner. While dining, XiaoWu inquired, Brother, what delightful dishes do we have at home? As I wiped the sauce from her face, I replied with a smile, Do not worry. I will take you to explore the village and Nodding City, and I promise you will eat your fill. This girl eats as if it were a battle. Watching her devour her meal, I could only helplessly assist her in cutting the steak. After finishing our meal, we flew back home. 3 days later, gazing at the familiar village, I felt a wave of nostalgia wash over me. At last, we have arrived. Come, let us go home. I took XiaoWu's hand and entered the village, colliding head-on with Aunt Wang. Oh, is that not little Sue? You've returned. And who is this beautiful girl with you? I exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Wang. With a knowing smile, departed, stating she would not disturb us young couple. Our home is at the village's center, for my grandfather is the village chief. Upon entering, I found the old man reclining in his rocking chair, sipping tea. Grandfather, I have returned. The old man stared at me, surprised by my height of nearly 1.7 meters, and was momentarily speechless. Is it you, XiaoWu? Hey, after so many years, do you not recognize your grandson? I chuckled as I approached him. The old man, filled with excitement, stood up. It truly is XiaoWu. You've grown. Come in, who is this girl? I took XiaoWu's hand and introduced her. Grandfather, this is XiaoWu, my sworn sister. XiaoWu sweetly greeted him, producing an array of health supplements from her soul guide. The old man chuckled, why bring gifts? Just come next time without any. He then wandered into the kitchen, muttering, a sworn sister? I believe you. Young people nowadays, so unpredictable. Once he left, XiaoWu nervously asked, Brother, did I perform well? I affectionately ruffled her hair and, seeing her anxious demeanor, leaned down to kiss her. After 2 minutes, observing her blushing face, I reassured her, do not worry. As long as I like you, that is enough. Besides, my grandfather seems to like you as well. Just as I intended to kiss her again, the old man returned with a large platter of food. We instantly straightened up, resembling schoolchildren caught in mischief. The old man glanced at me, his expression seemingly saying, Kid, your skills are merely remnants of what I once mastered. During dinner, the old man suddenly spoke, XiaoWu, tonight I shall prepare a feast. Go to Nodding Academy and bring that girl XiaoWu back. Let us have a family meal together. Family? XiaoWu's eyes narrowed slightly, repeating the words in a whisper. I quickly responded, of course, grandfather, I shall do it right away. I then displayed my prowess, summoning 3,000-year spirit rings to rise behind me. The old man was instantly astounded, stammering with excitement. Good. My grandson has achieved success. After dinner, the old man cheerfully went for a walk. XiaoWu immediately stood up, looking at me with a gentle tone. Brother, are you full? I shall accompany you to meet that XiaoWu. I regarded her with curiosity, my mind racing. This girl, typically so jealous, now willingly wishes to meet XiaoWu? There must be something amiss. Indeed, one can never fathom a woman's thoughts. We leisurely strolled towards Nodding City. Upon arriving, XiaoWu gazed in awe at the array of magnificent structures. I smiled and took her hand, guiding her around. This Nodding City is relatively small. I shall take you to Tiando City and Xinglua City in the future. Those are truly grand cities. As I conversed, I noticed XiaoWu standing motionless at the entrance of a women's clothing store, her gaze fixated on the beautiful garments within. I couldn't help but chuckle and shake my head. This little girl should simply express her desire. I took her by the hand and led her into the shop, confidently instructing the sales assistant to select several outfits for her, assuring them that money was no object. Just 5 minutes later, XiaoWu emerged in a stunning white outfit, her flowing blue-pink waves cascading down her back. I was utterly captivated by her beauty. I smiled and helped her choose several more ensembles, then summoned the sales assistant once more to prepare a set of clothing suitable for an 11-year-old girl. This one for XiaoWu. Reflecting on the years, it dawned on me that XiaoWu had been the one caring for my grandfather all this time, and I had never really gifted her anything. A twinge of guilt tugged at my heart. After all, with XiaoWu's vivacious personality, confining her to the village to care for grandfather must have been quite a challenge for her. Just then, as I was lost in thought, XiaoWu bounded out in a white dress, exuding an ethereal charm. She tilted her head and smiled at me, saying, Brother, I heard you mention that the outfits you packed were for Sister XiaoWu, right? I laughed and ruffled her hair. She squinted with delight, resembling a contented cat. Indeed, with XiaoWu having looked after grandfather for so long, it was only fitting to show my appreciation. To my surprise, XiaoWu was not upset at all. Instead, her smile widened as she clung to my arm, playfully insisting, Brother is right. It is indeed time for a gift. When we meet Sister XiaoWu, you must continue to take us shopping. I felt a shiver run down my spine. My family, who could understand? My little sister often exhibited jealousy and cunning behavior, and in her current state, I sensed mischief brewing beneath her cheerful facade. I quickly pulled her closer and whispered in her ear, lowering my voice to warn her, "XiaoWu, what are you plotting this time? XiaoWu is truly my good friend. Don't cause any trouble." Instantly, her ears turned red as she leaned into me, shyly glancing up. "Brother, how could I? You must trust me." With a grin that stretched from ear to ear, I couldn't help but think her innocence was a facade. Upon seeing my expression, she pouted, gently punching my chest. "What is with that look, brother? You don't trust me." "Of course I do," I surrendered, pulling her along toward Noting Academy. Moments later, we arrived at the entrance of Noting Academy. The guard, as usual, was taken aback by our attire. The outfit I wore was worth at least 10 gold soul coins, a sum sufficient for an ordinary family to live on for a year. He dared not stop us. Instead, he watched as we confidently strode inside. After wandering through the academy for a while, I finally spotted XiaoWu on the second floor of the cafeteria, munching on carrots with her friends. I waved at her, "XiaoWu." She looked up, momentarily stunned. In the next instant, she tossed aside her carrot and shouted, "Suyu," launching herself into my arms. Of course, she completely overlooked XiaoWu, who was still clinging to my arm. In an instant, just as XiaoWu was about to collide with me, XiaoWu sprang into action. She positioned herself directly in front of me, and XiaoWu, unable to halt her momentum, crashed into XiaoWu's softness, which I had yet to fully appreciate. XiaoWu gently pushed XiaoWu aside, maintaining her sweet demeanor. "Sister XiaoWu, you seem rather excited." XiaoWu, still grinning, shot her a sharp look. "Indeed, a bit too much. You must be XiaoWu. Brother Suyu has mentioned you as his acknowledged sister." My heart skipped a beat at her words. XiaoWu's assertiveness in declaring XiaoWu's identity was a clear statement of ownership. XiaoWu's expression darkened, and she swiftly retaliated, turning to me with a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Indeed, brother said he would take care of me for a lifetime. Isn't that right, brother?" Faced with her threatening gaze, I instinctively nodded, wishing to survive this encounter. XiaoWu shot XiaoWu a triumphant glance. XiaoWu's teeth nearly ground together, yet she maintained her smile. "Is that so? Then you must treat your brother well. He is quite fond of you." She placed particular emphasis on the word sister. Caught between them, I felt overwhelmed. This must be what handsome men endure. With a sigh, I stepped forward to separate them. "All right, enough of this chatter. XiaoWu, grandfather wants you home for dinner. Don't linger. Say your goodbyes to your friends. We must go." Upon hearing it was grandfather's request, XiaoWu promptly complied, running back to bid her friends farewell before returning with a cheerful demeanor. "Let us go. It's been ages since I've enjoyed Grandpa Su's cooking." On the way home, I retrieved the outfit from my storage soul guide and handed it to her. "Oh, by the way, this is a gift for you." She accepted it, planning to inspect it later. After more than half an hour, we returned home. Upon entering, we were greeted by grandfather, who emerged with a steaming plate of large chicken. I quickly took it from him. "Grandfather, let us eat." After dinner, I informed grandfather, "I need to step out for a while." Indeed, I had important matters to attend to that evening. I distinctly recalled that scoundrel Tang Hao had buried the seed of Ayin after the sacrifice near Sheng village. My objective was to retrieve Ayin. I was curious to see the expression on Ayin's face upon discovering her precious son was, in fact, an ancient creature possessing her body. This thought made me chuckle. Grandfather sighed silently at my expression, knowing that whenever I wore such a grin, misfortune awaited someone. Once the meal was finished, XiaoWu and XiaoWu dutifully began to clear the dishes. Seizing the opportunity, I quietly slipped out of the room. With a swift motion, my golden wings unfurled, transforming me into a beam of golden light, racing toward Sheng village. Minutes later, I hovered above Sheng village. Gazing down at the silent village and the dilapidated blacksmith shop on the hill, I smirked. "Tang-san, Tang Hao, your good days are over." The third eye of fate opened on my forehead, unleashing a terrifying mental force that swept across the entire village. Perfect. There were no fluctuations of soul power. Tang Hao was not home. Ayin was mine to command. "Hey, I'm coming," I chuckled to myself, and with a powerful flap of my golden wings, I soared toward the back mountain. 3 minutes later, I landed before a blue-silver grass entwined with golden patterns. This was it, the blue-silver emperor, Ein. I fully unleashed my auspicious beast aura, instantly causing Ein's leaves to droop submissively, seemingly bowing to me in deference. Calmly, I drew a bone knife, slicing open my palm, allowing droplets of golden Chilean blood to fall onto Ein's leaves. This blood was an extraordinary tonic. Upon contact, Ein began to grow wildly, her cultivation swiftly surpassing a century. "System, retrieve the spirit ball," I silently commanded. In the next moment, a red and white spirit ball appeared in my hand. I thought to myself, if this device could capture divine beasts, capturing a soul beast would be a breeze. "Go, Ein ball." I hurled the spirit ball, striking Ein directly. A flash of red light enveloped her, and she was drawn inside. The spirit ball shook on the ground, finally coming to a stop with a satisfying ding. "Capture successful," I exclaimed, picking up the spirit ball. "Come forth, Ein." With another flash of red light, Ein reappeared, her leaves affectionately brushing against my pant leg. However, at that moment, I was taken aback. Where Ein had just rooted, a sandalwood box emerged. Upon opening it, I discovered a blue bone lying quietly within. Goodness, is this the soul bone of Ein? Indeed, splendid, it is now mine. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting Tang San's soul bone, granting 3 fishing opportunities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing Tang San's mother, Ein, granting 5 fishing opportunities. With the previous ones, I now possess a total of 10 fishing opportunities. System, let me draw. 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Grenade X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Toothbrush X1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of the Tianming Ice Silkworm's essence. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bloodning Sun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Blood Lotus Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Duji 8 Extremes Burst. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 Beasts Spiritual Fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 Forms Visualization Technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Gold Soul Coins x 10,000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Bewitchment x 10. What on earth? I was utterly stunned. This is an incredible windfall. Tianming Ice Silkworm Essence? 8 Extremes Burst? And Yihua. Is the system treating me to an end-of-year bonus? I have truly struck it rich. System. Immediately fuse the Tianming Ice Silkworm's spiritual essence. A refreshing sensation surged into my mind instantly, an unparalleled comfort, and the fusion was complete. The bounty was immense. I must hurry home to digest it. With a flap of my golden feather wings, I swiftly soared back home. Upon my return, I found grandfather engrossed in cheerful conversation with the 2 girls. I smiled and walked in. "Brother, where have you been?" Chiao immediately leaped into my arms. "Nothing much. Just sensed a peculiar aura nearby. Went to investigate and discovered this." I chuckled as I revealed to Ein. "This is a 100,000-year soul beast." Chiao and XiaoWu exclaimed in unison, their eyes nearly bulging out. Being soul beasts themselves, they recognized a yin's essence at a glance. Even grandfather was taken aback. His grandson had merely stepped out and returned with a 100,000-year soul beast? "All right, grandfather, Chiao, XiaoWu, I feel a breakthrough coming. I need to go cultivate." I bid them farewell and dashed back to my room. I retrieved the Blood Lotus pill I had just drawn from the system and swallowed it whole. Then I bellowed internally, "System, fuse the 10,000 B spiritual fire." A terrifying wave of scorching heat erupted from within me, causing me to sweat profusely. Yet the power of the Blood Lotus pill firmly protected my meridians. I gritted my teeth and persevered. To grow stronger, one must endure hardship. Just then, a familiar warm energy appeared once more, helping me to suppress the raging 10,000 beast spiritual fire. It immediately calmed down like a quail, allowing me to absorb it steadily. After a night, not only had I successfully absorbed the Yoa, but my soul power also broke through. My cultivation technique, Funjie, soared from the yellow rank to the mysterious rank. I excitedly extended my finger, and a flame seemingly composed of myriad beasts danced at my fingertip. Outside, Ian, buried in the earth, was so frightened that it lay flat on the ground. In another room, XiaoWu and XiaoWu were suddenly awakened. XiaoWu, what is happening with Suyu? I don't know, but brother has become stronger again. Let's go take a look. No sooner had the words left her mouth than my door was pushed open. I stood there, bare-chested, bewildered by the two girls at the door. The EO had burned my clothes away. Wang XiaoWu glanced at XiaoWu, who was staring at me with wide-eyed amazement, and inwardly lamented her misfortune. I sighed helplessly. Shouldn't you be leaving? Oh. Wang XiaoWu snapped back to reality, grabbing XiaoWu and reluctantly looking back once before closing the door behind them. I hastily donned my clothes and stepped outside, sternly admonishing them. If you dare to barge into my room again, I will teach you a lesson. The two girls responded with pitiful expressions. I ignored them and turned toward the mountain peak behind the village. I needed to test the might of the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire. The moment I left, XiaoWu slouched her back and looked at XiaoWu with dissatisfaction. How does my brother's physique look? XiaoWu, undaunted, cheerfully replied, pretty good. Much better than 5 years ago. Back then, when I slept with him, it wasn't this impressive. Goodness, the two women began their playful banter once more. Not far away, Wang observed this scene and sighed, voicing the lament of a single man. Sigh, what is so great about women? I truly don't understand. In the back mountain, I directed a wisp of 10,000 beasts spiritual fire at an open space, instantly melting the ground into a pit several dozen meters deep. Terrifying indeed. For the next 6 months, my days consisted solely of eating and practicing the newly acquired ability on the back mountain. Each day, I emerged battered and bruised, causing XiaoWu and XiaoWu to worry incessantly, shedding tears for me daily. However, the results were remarkable. If sent to challenge Tang San now, I could make him unrecognizable to his father. 6 months later, at the entrance of Xiaoya village, little rascal, take good care of XiaoWu and XiaoWu while you're out. If anyone dares to bully them, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Grandfather warned me fiercely. I couldn't help but chuckle. Old man, as long as they don't bully me, everything will be fine. After bidding farewell to grandfather, the three of us embarked on a new journey. Brother, where are we going? XiaoWu inquired curiously. Yes, Suyu, aren't we supposed to head to the advanced academy? Xiao also looked at me. I smiled, my eyes sparkling with excitement. There's no rush to go to the academy. First, we must visit the sunset forest. There's something I need there. Indeed, my next target was the legendary ice and fire Inyang Well, the very place that had nurtured the Shrek's 7 monsters. Tang San, your burdens are too many. I apologize, but from today onwards, I shall help you share a bit of the load. Half a month later, at the outskirts of the sunset forest, gazing at the purple toxic mist before me, I turned to the two girls and said sternly, XiaoWu, stay close behind me and do not stray too far. This is the lair of Douluo. His poison is no laughing matter. XiaoWu is fine, protected by her ultimate fire, but if XiaoWu gets contaminated even slightly, she might turn into a puddle of pus on the spot. Brother, rest assured, we will closely follow you. After XiaoWu finished speaking, she directly clung to one of my arms. Seeing this, XiaoWu, unwilling to be outdone, hugged my other arm. Here I was, sandwiched between two girls. Observing the lush green, evidently highly toxic miasma ahead, I felt no fear at all. Want to block my path? I simply unleashed a wave of 10,000 beast spiritual fire, and with a whoosh, the toxic barrier disintegrated as if made of paper, leaving the air fresh and pure. Let us go. I will lead you both in to seek treasures. With both girls in tow, I strode confidently into the depths. I later realized that the Wang, the elder from the Stardow forest, had stealthily followed us like a paparazzo. After walking for about 10 minutes, the scenery abruptly changed, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Who among my family understands? This was nothing short of a colossal hot pot. A spring was forcibly split into 2 halves. One side exuding icy mist while the other bubbled furiously with heat, a real-life representation of the duality of ice and fire. Furthermore, looking around, the ground was adorned with glowing exotic flowers and plants. The aroma was such that a mere whiff felt as if I might ascend to a higher realm. XiaoWu and XiaoWu's eyes widened. their words faltering as they incessantly questioned what kind of divine place this was. Just then, I suddenly felt a chill down my back, and a sinister voice echoed, "You little brat, how dare you intrude upon my medicinal garden?" Utterly unaware of the peril, I turned around, and there stood an emo old man with green hair, exuding toxic fumes like a walking biochemical weapon, having silently appeared behind us. "Poison Douluo Dugabo." As soon as this old man made his entrance, the system prompt echoed in my mind, signaling a successful check-in, granting me 2 fishing opportunities, which filled me with delight. He postured like a big shot, inquiring about my intentions and threatening me with consequences. I couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, "Old man, spare me the charade. Of course, I know this is your territory, but if you think you can make me pay a price, I fear you may lack the strength to do so." Upon hearing my words, he exploded in fury. As a dignified Fenghao Duo, being mocked by a mere child shattered his pride. Sensing the opportune moment, I revealed my intentions with a smile, saying, "Enough of the pleasantries, Senior Dugu. It seems you have been poisoned, and the venom is close to claiming your life." As soon as I uttered these words, an overwhelming murderous intent surged toward me like a flood unleashed from a dam. I must tell you, even the concealed Wang was on the verge of panic, his fists clenched tightly, thinking to himself, "How dare you lay a finger on my Rue beast? Tonight, I shall beat you to a pulp." The old man glared at me with his greenish eyes, enunciating each word with menace. "What nonsense are you spouting, boy?" I laid my cards on the table, unleashing my mental prowess to counter his murderous aura, declaring, "You know whether I speak the truth. I am here to propose a deal. I will help you with your poison, but the entire medicinal garden must belong to me." He fell silent, then darkly inquired if I feared he might capture me and force me to reveal the antidote. I could not help but laugh, responding, "You may certainly try." Just as he moved to act, the terrifying aura of Wang instantly locked onto him, leaving the old man frozen in place, too frightened to move. He must have been thinking, "Goodness, this lad has powerful backing. This aura surpasses even that of Douluo. I cannot afford to provoke him." This moment exemplified the overwhelming presence of a true powerhouse. The old man immediately wilted, but being a doting grandfather, he insisted that I also treat his granddaughter, or he would destroy the medicinal garden. "Very well, that is not a difficult request." I acquiesced, asking him to bring a soul bone 3 days hence. Though he looked bewildered, he complied and departed. Once he was gone, XiaoWu and Sheng sighed in relief, repeatedly criticizing the old man for not being a good person. I chuckled and swiftly accessed my system panel, checking in at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, receiving 15 additional fishing opportunities. What a delight! With the previous ones combined, I had a total of 22 chances to draw. Then, dear friends, who could fathom my luck? A bowl of plain porridge? A shabby box? What other oddities awaited me? Had my fortune been pilfered? Fortunately, amidst the chaos, I acquired a divine culinary skill and a compendium of herbal knowledge. Otherwise, I might have questioned my existence. With this compendium, the myriad of celestial herbs scattered about appeared to me as if they were from my own vegetable garden. I gathered the 2 girls and commenced the division of spoils. With my newfound knowledge, I quickly identified the most suitable herb for XiaoWu, soft spirit herb, asserting that it would enhance her flexibility and increase her mastery of agility. She was ecstatic, accepting the herb, and, in her excitement, planted a kiss on my lips. Before I could fully comprehend the moment, Chio's soft voice drifted over, "Brother, how does XiaoWu's lips taste? How do they compare to mine?" I was drenched in a cold sweat. What a chaotic scenario. I hurriedly laughed it off, pulling Chio along to find her treasure. I selected a golden gourd infused with dragon blood for her, which finally satisfied her. She then tiptoed and kissed me again. And this time it was not a mere peck. It was a deep, affectionate kiss lasting 2 minutes. What a delightful display of equitable affection. Having attended to the 2 girls, it was my turn. My eyes fell upon the 2 treasures by the spring, the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot. This was the perfect supplement for Tang San's ice and fire immunity. I used my mental strength to extract them, devouring them one by one, and then leaped into the ice and fire yin-yang eye to begin the refining process. While I was reveling in my upgrades, the other side was not so fortunate. The protective XiaoWu stealthily sought out Douluo that evening, pummeling his old face into a pulp, leaving him resembling a pig. How amusing, for he had dared to intimidate my Rue beast during the day. 3 days later, upon emerging from my retreat, I encountered Douluo, his face still bearing the visible marks of the beating. I nearly burst into laughter. I tossed him the elixirs I had refined using my Chilean blood and several herbs, instructing him to test them as the first treatment to force the poison into the soul bone he had prepared. Although he was suspicious, he accepted the medicine and left. After bidding him farewell, I delved into the newly acquired 5 elements visualization method. As I unfurled the hide, a powerful wave of mental energy nearly knocked me off my feet. Such intensity! The pressure of practicing this technique was immense, yet would undoubtedly benefit my mental fortitude. Meanwhile, after consuming my medicine, Douluo was left in a daze. It actually worked. He realized that not only could he force the poison into the soul bone, but he also sensed a mysterious power that loosened the stagnant soul force he had struggled with for years. At this moment, his respect for me deepened profoundly. Just then, XiaoWu and XiaoWu completed their absorption, both experiencing significant boosts in their powers, with XiaoWu even breaking through to the 30th level. Douluo returned, this time with a demeanor of utmost respect, pleading for me to hasten to save his granddaughter. Very well, let us proceed. I instructed XiaoWu to find a place to condense her soul ring, while I accompanied Douluo directly to the Tiando city. Upon arriving at the Tiando Academy, I could not help but ridicule the idleness of the noble students loitering about, remarking, "This place, while famed, is merely a sanctuary for wayward science." The students who had intended to glare at me immediately cowered upon noticing Douluo by my side. Following the old man to the academy's rear mountain, we found his granddaughter, Douluo. I must say, she was truly a sight to behold, tall and elegant, with long emerald hair, clad in a high-slit qipao that accentuated her fiery figure, entirely unexpected from the genes of the old man. Upon successfully checking in, I drew another fishing opportunity. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she retorted, "Grandpa, have you lost your mind? You think this little brat can cure my poison?" I did not believe it. I was disinclined to engage in idle chatter, simply tossing the elixir her way, stating, "Believe it or not, your grandfather has already consumed it. So hurry up." Under Douluo's stern gaze, she reluctantly consumed the medicine, albeit with skepticism. I wasted no time positioning myself behind her, placing my hands on her back, activating my martial soul to assist her in guiding the medicinal properties to counteract the poison. At the instant my soul power surged forth, I distinctly sensed an immensely powerful presence deep within the Tiando Academy lock onto me. Goodness, a formidable entity was approaching, as anticipated from the prince's residence. The imposter prince Qian Rinxue smirked. "Ah, a delightful prey has presented itself. How could I let this opportunity slip away?" Just as she contemplated pursuing me, she was halted by her bodyguard, the title named Long Qian Rinxue. Vexed, waved her hand dismissively. "Uncle Shi, you may rest. This prince shall venture out alone." With that, she vanished, disregarding Long entirely, and headed straight for Tiando Academy. Meanwhile, I concluded my work, feeling that the toxins within Douluo's body had been significantly reduced. I clapped my hands and briefed the anxious old poison master beside me. "Your granddaughter's poison is not severe. It is a small matter. Just 2 more treatments will suffice. I will leave some medicine for you. Come back for more when it is finished." Without lingering, I watched as the old man fussed over his granddaughter, and with a flash of golden light behind me, I unfurled my golden wings and soared away, heading straight for the sunset forest. Just as I departed, the old man murmured, "Oh, this lad is impressive. He surpasses that young man from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan by leaps and bounds. He is not even worthy of carrying his shoes. I must ensure my granddaughter chooses him over that boy." Dear friends, who can comprehend the satisfaction a father-in-law derives from observing his prospective son-in-law? After Douluo left, he indeed commanded his granddaughter Douluo to break up with Yu Tianheng, insisting on personally arranging her marriage to me. Douluo could only stare in bewilderment at her grandfather, resigned to the fate of watching him fly away. On the other side, Qian Ringshu hurriedly made her way to the Tiando Academy. First, she exchanged a few insincere pleasantries with the 3 old committee members, claiming to be in search of a friend. Then, she stealthily approached the small room where I had been moments before. She assumed I was still there, and let me tell you, the smile on her face when she pushed the door open was one of unwavering determination. But what did she find? An empty room. Inside sat a group of people, and lo and behold, the entire Huangdo team, led by Yu Tianheng, was present. Qian Ringshu's smile faltered, and she had to muster her courage to perform. "Ah, Tianheng, long time no see. Have you seen a handsome young man with golden hair?" My friend. Yu Tianheng and his companions looked utterly bewildered and claimed they had not seen anyone. Du Yin stood by, not daring to utter a word. She had just parted ways with me and was too afraid to speak the truth. Qian Ringshu was so furious that she nearly lost her composure right then and there. She could only grit her teeth and leave, and upon returning to the prince's residence, she immediately issued a command. Shilong, investigate for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find that golden-haired boy. As for me, I had already returned to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, completely unaware that someone outside was frantic to find me. Just then, Wang Xiao'er emerged from her seclusion, and after absorbing the celestial herbs, she had leveled up to 40. She even came over and pecked me on the cheek. What a girl. I urged her to quickly absorb her soul rings, while XiaoWu was still in the cave doing the same. The next morning, XiaoWu completed her task as well. As soon as she emerged, she exclaimed that she was hungry, and I casually tossed her a piece of roasted meat. She had deliberately changed into a pink dress paired with white stockings. And let me tell you, her legs were stunning. Without a moment's hesitation, I picked her up and said, "Come on, let us head into the city for some fun." We spent the entire morning wandering around Tiando City, searching for a suitable academy. However, after looking around, we found either overly strict regulations or a bunch of spoiled brats, none of whom were capable fighters. Just when we were feeling frustrated, someone suddenly called my name. I turned around, and lo and behold, it was Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, the 2 sisters I had encountered a few years ago in the Stardew Forest. Shui Binger was indeed beautiful, but her emotional intelligence left much to be desired. I merely greeted her with a polite, "Long time no see," and she bluntly responded, "Yes, if we hadn't come. Would there be a ghost in front of you?" I was left speechless. That day, I was thoroughly outmatched in conversation. Fortunately, her sister Shui Yuer was more perceptive and quickly stepped in to lighten the mood with her charm and eloquence, effectively salvaging the atmosphere. When I mentioned I was looking for an academy, Shui Yuer eagerly invited me to their Tianshui Academy. I inquired, "Aren't you only accepting girls?" Just then, the main character arrived. A beautiful teacher named Shui Wuxin decisively stated, "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. For you, we can make an exception at Tianshui Academy." What a fierce teacher. Not only was she offering me an exceptional admission, but she also jokingly mentioned that future wives would be guaranteed. This made XiaoWu beside me fume, her cheeks puffed up in indignation as she glared at the teacher, letting out soft huffs of protest. Shui Wuxin recognized my exceptional talent and remarked that their academy sought reform and could no longer remain stagnant. Ultimately, we reached an agreement. I could attend, but I had to bring along my 2 companions. Without hesitation, the teacher agreed, seemingly eager not to let me slip away. We arranged for me to visit Tianshui City after I finished my business, and she hurried off in a flurry. Upon returning to the Sunset Forest that night, Wang Xiao'er began to throw a fit, claiming I hadn't taken her with me and demanding compensation. All right, let us go shopping. I'll buy you 10 outfits." By midnight, I felt the tent flap move and a small head poked in. Who else could it be but Wang Xiao'er? This girl was attempting a stealthy night raid. I swiftly grabbed her and pulled her into my embrace. She feigned innocence, saying, "Brother, I'm sleepwalking." I didn't believe a word of it. I pulled her closer and said, "Well, since you're here, don't leave." After a moment of struggling, she settled down, grinning. The next day, I swept through the celestial herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang eye and prepared some pills for the old poisonous one before heading into the city with XiaoWu and Xiao'er. I instructed them to eat first while I went to Tiando Academy to deliver the medicine. Just as I arrived, News of my presence reached the prince's residence. Upon hearing this, Qian Ringshu exclaimed, "He is back," and immediately dashed out, determined to catch me this time. I had just given the medicine to Duge Yin and bid her farewell when I turned to make my escape. As I approached the academy's entrance, I heard someone calling me from behind. "So you little brother?" Turning around, I saw a refined young man, appearing to be in his mid-20s. Yet, I could sense an aura that stirred something deep within my DNA. It felt so familiar. He approached with a gentle smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sheng." I immediately understood. This was none other than Qian Ringshu. She invited me for coffee and was putting on an act. I took a sip and smiled back. "Ah, CiaoWu here. I wonder what His Highness the Prince seeks from me. Is there something I can assist with?" He chuckled amiably. "No need to be nervous, little brother CiaoWu. I merely admire your talent and wish to befriend you." Let me tell you, he was putting on quite the performance. With acting skills like these, he could easily win Best Actor in 2025. I saw through his facade, but still played along. I nodded. "I see." He squinted, grinning like a fox. "I've heard you're in Tiando City, looking for an academy?" "Yes, but I've already found one." I laid my cards on the table, revealing my intention to attend Tianshui Academy. Upon hearing this, he scanned me from head to toe and remarked, "Tianshui Academy, CiaoWu. You're quite fortunate. It's a place all men in the continent aspire to go." I shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Your Highness, don't jest. They may not even want me." He waved his hand dismissively. "Stop joking. With your talent, Tianshui Academy would be foolish not to snatch you up." What a flattering compliment. I clasped my hands in gratitude. "Then I shall take your words to heart, Brother Shui." I straightened my address from His Highness to Brother Shui, aiming to curry favor. He immediately followed suit. "That's more like it. Calling me His Highness feels too formal. From now on, just call me Brother Shui." I felt a surge of joy. Qian Ringshu, a future angelic deity, and her mother, a future demonic goddess. How could I not cling to such a powerful ally? Not to mention the potential for our martial souls to merge. This relationship needed to be nurtured. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I noticed the time and stood to take my leave. "Brother Shui, my companions are still waiting, so I must take my leave. Next time I'm in Tiando City, I will definitely seek you out for a drink." With that, I made my exit. Just as I left, I felt a powerful aura emerge behind me. Qian Ringshu nonchalantly remarked, "Come out, Uncle Shi." "Ah, Shilong, the serpent spear Douluo." I heard Qian Ringshu's slightly exasperated tone. "Didn't I say you need follow me?" Shilong's voice was stern. "Miss, CU's background is too formidable. We must remain vigilant." Qian Ringshu shook her head, saying no more, and returned to the prince's residence. Meanwhile, I focused my spiritual energy and quickly located XiaoWu and XiaoWu. I teleported over and found both of them laden with bags, their mouths twitching in excitement. I had only been gone for 3 hours, yet they had spent over 3 hours shopping, their combat power off the charts. "Brother, you're back." XiaoWu bounced over joyfully. I ruffled her hair. "Did you have a fruitful outing? We bought things for you too. Go try them on," she exclaimed, dragging me towards the fitting room. Family, who understands? I felt like a dress-up doll, going in and out repeatedly. Watching their enthusiastic expressions, I finally understood. Women are inherently passionate about shopping. On our way back to the inn, the two girls excitedly discussed their plans. "Let us go again tomorrow," XiaoWu declared, clenching her fist. That pair of white stockings was snatched away. "I must buy them tomorrow." Hearing this, I quickly waved my hands. "I'm not going. I'll be feeling unwell tomorrow." As a jest, I contemplated spending yet another day accompanying them. I would surely lose my sanity. The following day, we set forth from the city. XiaoWu expressed a tinge of reluctance. "Brother, must we truly depart? Tiando City is such a delightful place to explore." I shook my head with a hint of annoyance. "Enough of that, you little rascal. Tianshui City is the true paradise for women, teeming with exquisite garments." XiaoWu's eyes instantly sparkled, and she turned to ask XiaoWu, "Is what my brother said true?" XiaoWu nodded. Once XiaoWu heard this, she seemed revitalized, charging ahead with fervor. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's hasten." Observing her retreating figure, I couldn't help but shake my head. This girl had transformed into a shopaholic. The journey from Tiando City to Tianshui City would take approximately a month on foot, passing through the periphery of the extreme north. Just the thought of the extreme north set off alarms in my mind. That place harbored three formidable figures, the three kings of the extreme north. The first was the Snow Emperor, an invincible entity in the extreme north. Even the Emperor Tian would bow before him. The second was the Ice Emperor, known as Bing Bixi, whose pincers could crush a tidal Douluo with ease. The third was the Titan Snow Demon King, towering hundreds of meters, rumored to possess the bloodline of the Ice God. I often wondered if it was the Ice God's unique aesthetic or merely an abstraction from his ancestors that resulted in such a creature. XiaoWu, what are you pondering? XiaoWu waved her hand in front of my face. I snapped back to reality, smiled, and instinctively grasped her small hand. Her cheeks flushed, yet she made no attempt to pull away. To my surprise, XiaoWu, usually the jealous type, merely rolled her eyes and continued walking ahead. I was puzzled until I later discovered that these two had secretly formed an alliance. Concerned about my potential allure to the beautiful Shui Bing at Tianshui Academy, they decided to band together. XiaoWu reasoned that since there were other women around me, it would be better for it to be someone she knew, like XiaoWu. It seemed the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Meanwhile, in the village of Shenghuan, chaos ensued. I assure you, today's gossip is ripe for the picking. Tong Hao, the despondent uncle with a severed arm, was seething with resentment. Who was the target of his ire? The master, Yu Xiaojang. He believed it was Yu Xiaojang who had led him astray. Then came the most explosive revelation. He recalled that years ago, he had orchestrated the sacrifice of Ian and had shifted all the blame onto the Wuhuan temple. I was left dumbfounded, realizing that Tong Hao was the puppet master all along. He had relied on his wife's sacrifice to ascend to title Dalu, achieving remarkable victories, yet his methods were questionable. Now, in poor health, he aimed to excavate the 10,000-year-old soul bone left by his wife, Ian, to bestow upon his son Tong San. He believed Tong San, with his extraordinary talent, would undoubtedly aid him in avenging his grievances and restoring the Haotian sect. However, upon arriving at the burial site of Ian, he was met with a disheartening sight, a massive pit. No, Tong Hao went mad on the spot, his eyes bloodshot, letting out a roar that echoed for miles. Who dares to disturb my Ian? Who dares to touch my soul bone? He brandished the Haotian hammer, a massive weapon, and with a thunderous crash, struck the ground below, sending tremors throughout the village. After venting his fury, he fled without a backward glance. Back to our journey. We had been traveling for half a month. XiaoWu began to urge me again, "Brother, hurry up. If you had flown us here, we would have arrived by now." I rolled my eyes. Do you wish for my early demise? Carrying the two of you would drain my soul power within a day. It doesn't matter. It's all your fault. She began to whine. Very well. It's my fault, I conceded, realizing I had no choice but to appease her. As I walked, I pondered it was time to check my system. System, open the panel. Beep. Successfully opened. Host. Suyu Soul Power. Level 38 Bloodline. Qilin Bloodline Fishing Attempts. 6 upon seeing the array of passion pills, herbicides, and grenades in my inventory. I couldn't help but smile. 6 fishing attempts seemed rather meager. I mused that upon arriving at Tianshui City, I would surely acquire more opportunities. My expectations were modest. For the next fishing attempt, I either desired a divine artifact or the complete awakening of my Qilin bloodline. I tell you, this bloodline is my trump card. Once fully awakened, I would become the child of destiny in this realm, capable of effortlessly discovering soul bones. At that point, Tong San would have to take a step back. His luck would pale in comparison to my status as the favored child of this continent. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I could not help but criticize Bibi Dong. How could this powerful woman, the second richest in the continent, find herself enamored with the zombie-faced Yu Xiaojang? Had her vision failed her? And then there was Liu Erlong, another affluent lady and the master's cousin, who fled upon learning of the master's identity. This fellow was a pure coward, wielding the protagonist's template, yet living like a useless being. I was a bit concerned. However, what if the master spoke ill of me in front of Bibi Dong? Would that madwoman send someone to assassinate me? Yet, upon reflection, why should I fear? I possessed the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King, and with the Red King as my bodyguard, anyone below level 98 would merely be fodder. As long as I infused my soul power into the reverse scale, the Emperor Tian could descend to save me at any moment. Who could withstand such might? Upon arriving at Tianshui Academy, I would certainly seek an opportunity to visit Suatuwa City. This time, I would not kill Tong San, but rather allow him to experience the harsh realities of society. My inventory of passion pills and hallucination pills awaited their debut. Brother, what are you thinking? Your smile looks quite wicked, Chiwa remarked, her body shivering slightly. I returned to the present, patting her head. Nothing, let us move quickly. Seeing my demeanor, she dared not inquire further, her heart brimming with sweetness, convinced that her brother would not scheme against her. Especially since I wore the ring she had gifted me. A mark of my affection. As we reached the periphery of the extreme north, the sky began to snow. Noticing a small forest ahead, I suggested, "All right, let us rest here. I will catch some ice silkworms for you to taste." With that, I executed a swift movement and dashed into the woods. As I moved, within the inner circle of the extreme north, a breathtakingly beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes. Filled with disbelief, could it be that a mythical beast has been born in the extreme north? I must investigate. With that, she vanished in an instant. Seeking the ice spirit she spoke of, this woman was none other than the Snow Emperor. I returned with several plump ice silkworms, set up a pot, poured in oil, and began to fry them. The aroma wafted through the air. Initially, XiaoWu insisted she would never eat them, but when I offered her one, she took a bite, and her eyes lit up. Indeed, the deliciousness was overwhelming. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a sudden change occurred. The Red King, who had been lurking in the shadows, turned pale. He seized us three without a word and fled. I was bewildered, watching my delicious ice silkworms drift further away. "Red King, what are you doing? I haven't finished my meal." "Stop eating. Those two have arrived. If we don't run now, we won't escape." The Red King did not look back, accelerating to supersonic speed amidst a cacophony of sonic booms. Had he not shielded us with his soul power, I would have likely been shredded by the shockwaves. In the distance, the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor quickened their pace. "Swear, it's that three-headed dog. He dares to come here and take our people." The Ice Emperor growled, his teeth clenched. The Snow Emperor displayed a cold smile, her speed suddenly surging as she broke through 5 times the speed of sound, resembling an intercontinental missile as she raced toward us. The Red King was nearly in tears, sensing the cataclysmic aura drawing closer behind us. He turned to me and bellowed, "Suyu, quickly, send a message to our master. Use that reverse scale to summon help. We may not make it out today." My heart sank, and I hurriedly retrieved the reverse scale of the Silver Dragon King from my inventory, pouring my soul power into it with urgency. In the Lake of Life, Guyuna suddenly opened her eyes and coldly addressed Di Tian, saying, "Di Tian, Suyu is in trouble. Go handle it." Upon hearing this, Di Tian transformed into a streak of light, tearing through space to rush over. Yet, distant waters cannot quench present thirst. The icy and domineering voice of Xue Di reverberated in our minds from hundreds of kilometers away. "Qi Wang, halt. I shall not harm you. Otherwise, today I will shatter your 2 heads." Qi Wang trembled, knowing that while Xue Di could not kill him, she could seriously injure him. And Di Tian would have no retort. "Leave the Rue beast, and you may depart. If you are unwilling, let Di Tian seek me out." Qi Wang truly felt like crying at this moment. As a soul beast over 300,000 years old, he was vastly outmatched by Xue Di, who had lived for nearly 700,000 years. Yet, despite the insurmountable gap, he had to flee. I tell you, Qi Wang was genuinely terrified to stop. Halting would mean death. After all, I, Suyu, am currently the prized possession of the Sheng to Sun Lin, and if Xue Di were to seize me, he would return a face not just by Ji and ZG, but even the master would flay him alive. Who understands this feeling? It is akin to being caught between a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Qi Wang regretted his choices immensely. Meanwhile, Xue Di, observing the frantically fleeing Qi Wang, nearly beamed with delight, her expression clearly conveying, "Have I given you face?" In the next moment, a sword of ice materialized in her hand, and without uttering a word, she flicked her wrist. The ice sword zipped forth like a streak of blue light, aiming straight for Qi Wang's heart. out of the corner of his eye. Wang caught sight of this and nearly lost his soul in terror. After living for over 300,000 years, how could he not recognize this move? This was the strongest killing technique in Di's trio of ultimate skills, the Ice Blade Peerless. This technique was one that even Tian had dared not confront head-on. My goodness! As Wang beheld the imminent death approaching, he was paralyzed with fear, cursing under his breath, unleashing his soul power with reckless abandon in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But was it of any use? I tell you, it was utterly futile. The ice sword pierced through Wang's defense as easily as a hot knife through butter, and with a resounding thud, it struck his back with tremendous force, sending him flying like a cannonball. Even I, who was held in his grasp, was propelled into the air as well. Just as we were about to make intimate contact with the ground, a gentle yet powerful force instantaneously supported the three of us. At that moment, a melodious sound rang in my mind. Ding! Successfully signed in with Di, earning 2 fishing opportunities. As I finished receiving my reward, I heard Di's cold yet slightly mocking voice. Ha! Weren't you quite the runner? You forced me to take action. She cast a glance at Wang, who had been forced back to his original form and lay groaning on the ground, regarding him as one might regard a dead dog by the roadside. Then, her gaze swiftly shifted to me. I tell you, the glimmer in her eyes when she looked at me was akin to discovering a treasure of unparalleled worth. Murmuring to herself, indeed, it is a Rue beast, excellent, excellent, truly a blessing for my extreme north. Friends, she regarded me as though I was the most sought-after AI productivity tool of the year, believing that if she could capture me, the KPIs of her extreme north would soar, surpassing even the Sheng Sunlin. In the next moment, she floated cheerfully to my side, casually waving her hand to lift the restrictions placed upon me, her voice dripping with sweetness. Little one, I am Di, the sovereign of the extreme north. You may call me Sister Di. Upon hearing the name Di, my lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens! I had only been murmuring her name in my mind a little over half an hour ago. Was her mouth enchanted or something? I gazed at her stunningly beautiful face, my expression turning peculiar. Little one, is there something on my face? She asked, noticing my unabashed stare and leaning in closer with a smile. I swallowed hard and quickly replied, No, it's just that you are too beautiful, and I was momentarily mesmerized. At that moment, a single thought raced through my mind. If I were to kiss her, would I be immediately struck down? There was no denying it. Di was truly exquisite. While her beauty might not rival that of my heart's white moonlight, Guyuna, her air of aloof nobility was simply captivating. It ignited a man's desire for conquest. Although XiaoWu and XiaoWu were also beautiful, they paled in comparison to her. Di, observing my infatuated demeanor, was not only unperturbed but rather amused, adding, Little one, am I not beautiful? Would you like to accompany me to the extreme north? I will protect you. Di, do not overstep your bounds. Suyu is ours in the Sheng Sunlin. Wang, struggling to rise from the ground, shouted fiercely. Di ignored him entirely, continuing to address me. Little one, your name is Suyu, I see. Look, what fun is it to follow Tian and those rough old men? Are they more beautiful than me? Surely not. Accompanying me, I can protect you, guide your cultivation, and if you perform well, I can arrange for you to marry our ice heir. I was utterly stunned. Ice heir? Could it be that Di was referring to the ice by Huang Scorpion, Bing Di? Good heavens! No sooner had this thought crossed my mind than another notification chimed in my head. Ding! Successfully signed in with Bing Di, earning 2 fishing opportunities. Shuer, what are you saying? Just then, a petite yet imposing green-haired beauty flew in from a distance, her expression one of incredulity. She was Bing Di, and upon hearing Di's proposal to sell her off, she nearly stumbled from the sky in shock. Oh, I say, you have arrived. Di maintained her composure. Bing Di stomped her foot in anger. Shuer, why are you shouting? This child is a Rue beast. To unite with a Rue beast is a blessing that countless soul beasts covet. Are you not satisfied? Di shot Bing Di a disdainful glance before turning back to me with a smile. So what do you think, little one? I am quite reputable. Come with us, and I will truly betroth Ice Air to you. As she reached out to take my hand, Wang Xiao'er suddenly leaped forward, standing protectively in front of me like a fierce mother tiger, glaring furiously at Shui Di. Humph. You vile woman. My brother would never go with you. Upon seeing this, Shui Di chuckled, oh, isn't this another little Rue beast from Shengdo? Long time no see. Her eyes gleamed mischievously, and she proposed an even more outrageous idea. Little one, why not you come with me as well? That way, I can keep an eye on Su Yu and personally officiate your wedding. If you accompany me, you could marry your brother today and settle down in the depths of our extreme north, living your little lives together. Wouldn't that be splendid? I tell you, as soon as those words left her mouth, Wang Xiao'er was left speechless, standing there in a daze, her eyes sparkling with stars, as if genuinely considering the feasibility of this proposal. Enough, Shui Di. Su Yu is the one chosen by our master. Do not set your sights on him. Just as the tension reached a critical point, a dark figure appeared in an instant. Di Tian had finally arrived. His presence was steady and imposing. Shui Di merely scoffed, showing no fear. Ha! Di Tian has arrived. You claim this little one is favored by your master? She's your master, not mine. Your Shengdo already has a Rue beast. What harm is there in letting us have this one? With that, she positioned herself in front of me, ice sword once again in hand, ready for a fight at the slightest provocation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, I hastily stepped forward to mediate. Sister Shui Di, I apologize, but I fear I cannot accompany you. After all, I have been the Shengdo to Sun Lin since I was 6 years old. I looked at her and painted a grand vision. Sister Shui, when I next break through, certain phenomena will occur that will greatly benefit my cultivation. At that time, I will have Di Tian notify you, so you can come and reap the rewards. You will surely experience a breakthrough. Oh, phenomena? Shui Di's gaze flickered, turning to Di Tian. Di Tian, meeting her eyes, could only nod helplessly. Alas, what a pity. Snow Empress shook her head, sheathed her ice sword, and simultaneously handed me a snowflake of an exquisite ice blue hue. I preferred not to be informed by that old rascal, Emperor Tian. Rather, I would appreciate it if you, my dear, could convey the message personally. At that time, just input your soul power. Thank you, Sister Shui. I hurriedly accepted the gift. Do come visit me when you have the time. The Snow Empress patted my shoulder, and, after saying this, whisked away the still bewildered Ice Emperor, vanishing like a streak of light. She understood that with Emperor Tian present, there was no chance for a forceful grab. It was better to cultivate a good relationship. Once the Snow Empress departed, Emperor Tian approached to inquire about the situation. I briefly explained the matter and casually handed him one of his favorite little pills. His face immediately lit up with joy as he took the almost lifeless Qi Wang and went off to the Stardow Forest for healing. The three of us took a moment to regroup, and, after encountering no further troubles, we finally arrived at Tianshui City after 10 days of travel. By the time we reached the city, night had fallen, so we sought out a hotel to rest. I occupied one room, while XiaoWu and Xiao'er shared another, as they claimed they had some sisterly secrets to discuss that evening. Upon returning to my room, the first thing I did was shut the door and excitedly exclaimed, System, open the panel. It's time to fish. With the accumulation from previous sessions, along with the recent sign-ins with the Snow Empress and Ice Emperor, I had a total of 10 fishing opportunities. Let's go all in. Beep, fishing begins. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining love 100 pascals. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining the essence of Tian Ming Bing Ken X1. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a Millennium Soul Bone. What a delightful haul. Although I still hadn't drawn the coveted Qilin bloodline, I unexpectedly obtained the essence of Tian Ming Bing Can. What a tremendous profit. Without hesitation, I silently chanted in my mind, System, fuse the essence of Tian Ming Bing Can. Instantly, an indescribable chill and refreshing sensation surged through my body, rushing straight to my mind. I felt my mental power skyrocketing. Once the sensation subsided, I attempted to expand my mental power outward. To my astonishment, the entire hotel's layout became vividly clear in my mind, and I even glimpsed several couples playing Ludo in various rooms. My current mental power was at a level where I could easily compete with the formidable Seoul Douluo. Upon checking the system panel, my power evaluation had finally transformed from weakling to average. My dear family, who understands me? I was no longer a weakling. From a clumsy pup to an average contender, the system had finally ceased its ridicule, and tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. Seizing this opportunity of merging with the essence, I quickly settled into a meditative posture to begin my cultivation. The night passed without incident, and when I opened my eyes the next morning, I felt a light crack within me. The bottleneck had shattered. Level 39. How exhilarating. I was but a step away from acquiring the fourth soul ring. Brother, are you awake? Let us hurry. XiaoWu's voice rang from outside. I opened the door, and she immediately squeezed in with a cheerful smile, insisting on accompanying me to freshen up, even showing me her pearly whites. Truly, she was quite the affectionate little one. After we were ready, we called XiaoWu and headed to a nearby eatery for breakfast before making our way to Tianshui Academy. Upon arrival, I was astounded to find the entrance swarming with people, all clad in blue and white uniforms, particularly beautiful senior sisters, here to witness the first male student in the history of Tianshui Academy. The way those senior sisters looked at me was as if they wished to consume me whole. With XiaoWu and XiaoWu by my side, I approached the welcoming teacher, Shui Wuxin. Teacher Shui, I greeted with a smile. So you finally arrived, Shui Wuxin exclaimed, her eyes widening as she noticed XiaoWu beside me, utterly captivated by her beauty. Is she your other companion? I brought XiaoWu forward. Yes. This is Wang XiaoWu. Her martial soul is the same as mine, a San Yin Jin and I. Same martial soul. Shui Wuxin's eyes sparkled, filled with excitement. Does that mean you might have the potential for a martial soul fusion skill? She was practically bouncing with enthusiasm, quickly adding, never mind, we could discuss this later. Come, let me take you to meet the dean. Following Shui Wuxin, we arrived in office. After knocking and entering, a graceful middle-aged woman sat within. She was the dean of Tianshui Academy, Shui Lingli, mother of Shui. You must be XiaoWu? Quite impressive, she remarked, scrutinizing me with a smile. But as the first male student admitted to our Tianshui Academy, your strength must not be lacking, understood? I smiled subtly, revealing my true capabilities as a surge of soul power erupted from the three of us. Dean, I believe my strength is quite commendable. XiaoWu, age 12. Level 39, Assault Type, Soul Master. Wang XiaoWu, age 12. Level 41, Assault Type, Soul Master. XiaoWu, age 12. Level 36, Agility Type, Soul Master. As soon as I finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the office. The dean was visibly taken aback, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Her demeanor completely flabbergasted, surely contemplating whether her soul Douluo had mistakenly trained a dog instead. At that moment, I heard a delightful chime in my mind. Beep. Checked into Tianshui Academy, earning 1 fishing opportunity. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully joining the academy, earning 3 fishing opportunities. What a treasure trove. That was 4 additional chances. The dean took a moment to regain her composure, her voice trembling with excitement as she promptly summoned Shui Wuxin to assist us with the necessary paperwork and to collect our uniforms. Before long, we received our uniforms. I admired the blue and white suit I wore. Indeed, it looked rather dashing. Impressive, isn't it? The Tianshui uniform is renowned as the pinnacle of the continent, Shui Wuxin proudly declared. Indeed, brother is correct. Wang XiaoWu fervently nodded, and both she and XiaoWu donned their beautiful uniform skirts. The 2 girls began chattering animatedly about where they would shop after enrollment. However, before we could embark on our shopping adventure, Shui Wuxin approached to arrange accommodation for us. I must say, the arrangement was extraordinary. They placed me, XiaoWu, alone in a quaint solitary courtyard on the back mountain. It was humorously dubbed as the boys should endure some solitude. It seemed more like they were wary of me, the only male, abducting their precious flock of female students. Nevertheless, I relished the tranquility as it would facilitate my nighttime fishing endeavors. Upon entering, I was astounded to find the room immaculate, with the bedding brand new. I leaped onto the bed, which felt as soft as cotton candy. The service at Tianshui Academy was truly exemplary, akin to that of a top-tier restaurant. How delightful. Yet, no sooner had I lain down than the door creaked open. The person who entered was remarkable, a stunning figure with blue hair, clad in delicate, icy silk stockings. With long legs and a slender waist, Shui Binger, the Ice Queen herself. She announced that the teacher had sent her to invite me for a meal. Who could withstand such an invitation? I quickly sprang from the bed, adjusted my clothes, and followed her out. Along the way, Shui Binger was quite amiable, introducing me to the academy. I extended my hand politely, expressing my eagerness for future guidance. But to my surprise, when our hands met, it felt as if I had touched an electric wire. I instantly recoiled, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. I soon realized that this fellow was genuinely intimidated. Having two formidable companions, XiaoWu and XiaoWu, was already overwhelming, and adding another could very well spell doom for him. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, perhaps intrigued by a boy who refrained from clinging to her. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Wang XiaoWu clung to my side like a pendant, insisting I help her fetch food. Just as we were getting cozy, the nearby XiaoWu remarked, "All right, enough with the public display of affection. Can't you see our dear teacher Wuxin is still single?" Goodness, that remark struck like a precision arrow, directly piercing through Shui Wuxin's dignity. Can you imagine? A 40-something soul saint, looking quite presentable, yet has remained single since birth. This was nothing short of a legendary betrayal. Shui Wuxin's face darkened, resembling a coal pan, as she floated behind XiaoWu, delivering a swift love tap that left her crumpled on the floor. How utterly amusing! Let this be a lesson for speaking out of turn. After the commotion subsided, Shui Wuxin finally commenced with the serious matters at hand. It turned out that 2 years hence, there would be a grand continental youth soul master competition, and the academy had entrusted her with complete authority to handle this endeavor. She intended to assemble a team to compete. Currently, Shui Binger, XiaoWu, and the others were present, but they were still missing one member. Hence, she planned to lead the team on a journey across the continent, honing their skills while simultaneously recruiting a prodigy to join their ranks. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He promptly stood up and proposed, "Teacher, I am in agreement. Our first stop shall be Suatawa City. I have heard that there exists an academy named Shrek, reputed for only accepting monsters. Let us go and test our mettle, and see what caliber they possess." Shui Wuxin pondered for a moment, and decided that Suatawa City would suffice, thus making a decisive resolution. The girls, upon learning they could embark on an adventure, were more excited than anyone else. A week later, the grand expedition set forth with great vigor. Simultaneously, the scene shifted to Shrek Academy. Tang San was sitting cross-legged in meditation when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, initially suspecting he had caught a cold. This led him to a moment of melancholy as he recalled that he had not seen his father in 6 years. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, ultimately placing the blame squarely on Su Yu. It was all Su Yu's fault. Were it not for him, he wouldn't have been deprived of the chance to honor his father for 6 long years. Just wait. Once I become stronger, the first one I shall eliminate is you. His expression was fierce, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood, a true embodiment of darkness. However, after his moment of despair, his confidence surged. With his Xiantian skill, concealed weapons, and dual martial souls, he was convinced that the continent would inevitably be his. What was Su Yu in comparison? One might ponder if he had forgotten the experience of being pinned down by Su Yu in Nodding City. Returning to Su Yu's side, 7 days later, the expedition officially commenced. Shui Wuxin was still in the midst of her motivational speech when Su Yu audaciously clapped his hands on his storage soul guide, confidently declaring, "Rest assured, teacher, even if we lack supplies, our financial resources are abundant." This exasperated Shui Wuxin, prompting her to roll her eyes in disbelief. An amusing incident occurred during their journey. Wang XiaoWu suddenly inquired of Su Yu whether they should challenge the Shrek Academy upon arrival. Su Yu, in his blunt manner, replied, "What is there to challenge? They're likely only capable of gaining experience in the battle arena. Unexpectedly, both Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu became furious, ignoring him entirely. Su Yu, bewildered, remained oblivious to his misstep. Eventually, he had no choice but to secretly exchange for a book titled 100 Ways to Woo a Girl from the System, hiding at the back of the group to learn how to charm the ladies. How comical it was, this last-minute cramming. After 3 days of hurried travel, they finally reached CounterattackWang City. Su Yu, akin to playing an AR game, was bombarded with system notifications. Ding! Check in at CounterattackWang City, Fishing 1. Ding! Check in at Flinder's shop. Fishing 1. Ding! Check in at Mahongjun, Fishing 2. He swept through all the NPCs available for check-ins, all for the sake of achieving 10 consecutive draws. That evening, Shui Wuxin suggested that since they were there, they might as well practice their skills at the Grand Battle Arena. Su Yu was the first to sign up, adopting the alias Su Tianjin, and with a single move, he dispatched a level 36 Soul Master, tossing him off the stage. In the Shrek VIP box, Zhu Zhuqing observed Su Yu's retreating figure with a puzzled gaze, feeling a strange familiarity about him. After finishing his match, Wang Qiu'er urged him to enter a doubles competition, naming their duo the Auspicious Combination, and they easily claimed another victory. Bored, Su Yu yawned and was about to leave when suddenly the system chimed. Successfully checked in with Dalu Bai, awarded 2 fishing chances. Stunned, he looked up to see a handsome blonde man sauntering toward him. However, the subsequent actions of this man left Su Yu utterly speechless. He completely ignored Su Yu, strutting up to Wang Qiu'er with a self-satisfied smirk. "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Dalu Bai. Shall we be friends?" His eyes, reminiscent of a lecherous phoenix, scanned the group of beauties before him with unabashed, predatory intent. What was he planning? Just then, a rotund figure burst forth, exuberantly exclaiming that Dalu Bai had found another target. Su Yu recognized him as Mahongjun, who approached with the same lecherous demeanor, fixated on Wang Qiu'er, nearly drooling, suggesting they share a bowl of soup. Su Yu's expression darkened, and he uttered a single word: scram. In an instant, his eyes gleamed gold, and the atmosphere felt as though it had frozen. Dalu Bai, undeterred, provocatively retorted, "You want me to leave? Why don't you teach me how?" "Brothers, challenge accepted." Su Yu readily agreed, and in the next heartbeat, he was upon them, gripping both Dalu Bai and Mahongjun by the neck with astonishing speed. In mere moments, he sealed their meridians with terrifying soul power, rendering them as motionless as chicks caught by the throat. He waved goodbye to his teacher, Shui Wuxin, stating he would step out for a moment, dragging the two of them out of the Grand Battle Arena as though they were mere refuse. At first, Dalu Bai and Mahongjun attempted to maintain their bravado, but once they were outside, gazing at the receding lights, fear washed over their faces. They were so accustomed to their dominance in CounterattackWang City, and Flinder's admonition that troublemakers were inept had turned them into local tyrants. Today, they had finally encountered a formidable opponent. In truth, Dalu Bai was merely a coward who resorted to self-destruction when faced with a stronger foe, while Mahongjun was a morally bankrupt individual raised without guidance. Su Yu took the two of them to a nearby hotel and rented a room. At that moment, one might wonder what he intended to do. Was he planning some sort of physical exorcism? Instead, he tossed them onto the bed, and Dalu Bai and Mahongjun, their eyes nearly bulging out, struggled vehemently, likely believing Su Yu had some peculiar proclivity and intended to treat them to an extravagant hospitality experience. To their astonishment, Su Yu produced a fistful of pink pills from his storage space. Upon closer inspection, one could see they were aphrodisiac pills. He crushed several of them in a swift motion, filling the room with a sweet, pink mist. With a flourish, he turned and closed the door, basking in his anonymity. In just half an hour, the room erupted with indescribable cries and the vigorous creaking of the bed. Rumor has it, the commotion persisted for several hours throughout the night, rendering the hotel's soundproofing utterly ineffective. Su Yu, reflecting on the situation, mused that he had only utilized the standard version this time, but the results were quite satisfactory. Next time, he would prepare a reinforced edition for Tang San and his ineffectual teacher, Yu Shaojiang. The following morning, when everyone inquired about how he had dealt with the two, Suyu nonchalantly stated that he had dragged them out, given them a beating, and tossed them aside. Only his sister, Wang Xiao'er, wore an expression of disbelief, which Suyu promptly silenced with a bun. Meanwhile, the Shrek crew finally located Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Upon opening the door, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The two were stark naked, one clutching his lower back, while the other lay sprawled on the bed. To add to the spectacle, a hotel staff member had come to vociferously announce to everyone that the two young masters had caused their bed to collapse. They were kindly requested to settle their bill. What a public execution! It was a scene of social demise. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her mind blank with shock. Without uttering a word, she abruptly turned and fled. Upon reaching a bridge, despair engulfed her. Feeling as if her life was over for encountering a despicable person like Dai Mubai, she contemplated jumping off. Suddenly, a man appeared behind her, his words dripping with disdain. "Hey, little girl, since you're destined to die anyway, why not let me enjoy myself first?" In that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's anger extinguished her desire to end her life. She snapped back with a curse and walked away. That insufferable man was Suyu. He did this intentionally, using his repulsiveness to jolt her out of despair. Later, he smugly remarked that he had saved her, and if she dared to oppose him in the future, he would have the justification to eliminate her. This fellow was truly both cunning and malevolent. In the days that followed, Suyu relentlessly climbed the ranks in the Duhun arena, causing significant financial losses for the arena's owner, who eventually spent a fortune to summon the esteemed Dean Flanders of Shrek Academy to take him down. That evening, during a doubles match, as Suyu took the stage, who should approach but none other than Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. I tell you, the moment Dai Mubai laid eyes on Suyu, his face turned ashen, a wave of PTSD washing over him as he grabbed Ma Hongjun, ready to concede defeat. But would Suyu grant him that opportunity? Before he could voice his surrender, Suyu was already upon him. With a single strike of Baji Bong, a series of thunderous impacts echoed, shattering Dai Mubai's ribs, causing him to spew blood as he plummeted from the stage, convulsing upon landing. Ma Hongjun attempted to retaliate, but Suyu unleashed a psychic shockwave from the third eye on his forehead, sending the rotund figure crashing down like a puppet with severed strings. Returning to Shrek's side, Tang Sin was left in a state of disbelief, declaring that Dai Mubai's injuries would take at least 6 months to heal due to a domineering hidden force only a tidal daw could dispel. Dean Flanders, enraged, stormed over to confront Suyu. At that moment, Suyu had just been playfully flirting with Wang Xiao'er, drawing her close for a kiss, the atmosphere delightful. Flanders approached like a specter, his expression a grimace, and threatened, "Kid, thinking of leaving? First, you must heal my studentess' injuries." Suyu retorted boldly, "You think I will just heal him because you say so? If I told you to eat excrement, would you comply? You bring the old when you can't handle the young. Is this a game you cannot play?" Flanders, humiliated and furious, prepared to strike. But Suyu was shielded by a chilling aura as his teacher, XiaoWu, emerged, launching an icy spear in defense. It was a fierce standoff between the Iron Fist Saint XiaoWu and the four-eyed cat Eagle Flanders. Recognizing the opponent as from Tianshui Academy, Flanders faltered and quickly clarified he meant no harm, only seeking a remedy for his studentess' injuries. I must tell you, XiaoWu was fiercely protective, responding, "Your student is incompetent. Why should my student clean up your mess? Those who understand will appreciate that my teacher, XiaoWu, a level 75 control system soul saint, was facing off against Flanders, a level 78 agility attack system. Logically, there was a level disparity, yet my teacher showed no fear. Control systems naturally counter flamboyant styles. And considering my teacher's spirit was a dolphin, she excelled at both ice and water manipulation." Flanders's face grew dark, his displeasure evident. XiaoWu, "You want to even grant me this minimal respect?" My teacher, embodying regal disdain, summoned a flurry of ice spikes, her aura towering at nearly 3 meters. Not convinced? Then come and test it. I was astonished. I had always perceived XiaoWu as a gentle elder sister, perhaps a bit fierce. But her title of Iron Fist Saint was not just for show. Suddenly, I recalled her resemblance to that anime character whose overwhelming combat prowess left her perpetually single. A perfect match. I nearly laughed aloud, but stifled it, not wishing to incur my teacher's wrath. Seeing that things had escalated, Flanders, ever cunning, suddenly smiled. XiaoWu, it seems you have great faith in your disciple. How about a wager? I sensed his ulterior motives immediately. Floating in midair, he grinned like a sly fox. Let us each send forth a student for a duel. If we win, you will assist in healing injuries. If you win, I, Flanders, shall pay 1,000 gold spirit coins on the spot. He continued to stoke the flames. Consider it. This power will only last a few months. If you win, it's free gold coins. Where else can you find such a deal? What afraid? This provocation was transparent to all, yet my teacher's fiery temper was well known. Afraid? Nonsense. Let us fight. XiaoWu decisively commanded, pointing at me. Su, you go and crush them. What could I say? I could only smile and step forward. All right, I accept. Flanders observed my calm demeanor, likely reveling in his thoughts of me being an inexperienced youth, all brawn and no brains. Little did he know that the so-called prodigy at Shrek Academy was nothing remarkable in my eyes. I was well aware of his calculations. He believed that Tang San, with his myriad hidden weapons and poisons, would be my downfall. Even if I lost, 1,000 gold spirit coins would make him part with his money. Dream on. Surely, Dai Mubai would fight instead. Very well. Half an hour from now, at the usual place, Dahan Arena, Flanders declared, departing swiftly, leaving the staff in a state of shock. Half an hour later, at the Dahan Arena, before the match even began, my teacher was pressuring me. So if you don't win, just wait until I deal with you. My reputation is riding on you. I chuckled, casually toying with Xiao's hand. Teacher Wuxin, you know my strength should not cause you concern. I jested. With Tang San's pitiful poison, it was akin to drinking a beverage in my presence. At the moment, he was merely a budding genius, far from being a threat. On the opposing side, Flanders was rallying Tang San. Little San, be extremely cautious. That lad is formidable. Both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were taken out in a single blow. You must use hidden weapons right from the start. Do not give him a chance to close in. I tell you, Tang San, while outwardly respectful, likely rolled his eyes internally. As a traverser from Tang's sect, how could he possibly regard us natives with any seriousness? He donned a mask as he stepped onto the stage, exuding an air of arrogance. Before the referee could announce the start, the audience erupted. Go, Blondie. Defeat them. Su Tianjin is invincible. I love you. The promotional efforts at the Dahan Arena were commendable, turning our duel into a headline event. Tang San, with his spirit blue silvergrass, with a level 32 control system battle spirit. Su Tianjin, with his spirit golden lion, was a level 39 power attack system. We exchanged polite bows, but Tang San, seriousness etched on his face, said, I hope you will keep your promise. If I win, you must help my brother release his power. I scoffed. He genuinely cared for his companions, but his hypocrisy was not something I would fall for. Rest assured, I am not that despicable. However, should you lose, you will find yourself in the same predicament as your two companions. My tone was devoid of emotion. I will not lose, Tang San replied confidently, producing a handful of silver needles in an instant. The match began. I tell you, I couldn't even be bothered to unleash my soul skills. My figure flickered as I charged forward. My speed was such that Tang San's eyes could barely keep up, my elbow almost colliding with his abdomen. Ghostly shadow, Tang San being Tang San, instinctively evaded using his agility. However, it was too late. My Ba Ji Bang's internal energy surged forth, causing the air to explode with a deafening crack. The overwhelming force grazed him, yet still knocked him back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled, and without hesitation, he launched a poisoned hidden weapon directly at my eyes. I merely scoffed derisively, focusing my thoughts. Flame dragon armor, unite, with a resounding clang. A layer of fiery red armor, adorned with dragon patterns, enveloped my entire being in an instant. The feeble needles launched by Tang San merely tickled my skin, sparking a cascade of flames that erupted harmlessly before being rendered to molten iron by the spirit fire of myriad beasts that adorned my armor. Tang San stood there, utterly dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What is this?" I replied with a voice that resonated through my visor, embodying the essence of a formidable villain. "It is my self-created soul skill. Yin Long Jia Jia." Tang San, brimming with confidence at the outset, found himself swiftly thwarted. Undeterred, he frantically produced hidden weapons, only to witness them dissolve into nothingness upon contact with my flames. The blue-silver grass he summoned was reduced to vapor without a trace. He was utterly outmatched. His martial spirit was inadequate, and his hidden weapons proved ineffective. Time was of the essence, and I had awaited this moment for far too long. It was imperative that I deliver a decisive blow. The armor I donned did not hinder my speed. Rather, it enhanced it. In less than half a second, I reappeared before him. A single punch, suffused with searing flames, struck solidly against his still handsome visage. A sizzling sound filled the air, accompanied by the unmistakable aroma of charred meat. "Ah!" Tang San yelped as he staggered back, but I was not inclined to grant him respite. With a swift movement, I followed up with a devastating Ba Ji Bung, landing squarely in his abdomen. He was sent flying from the arena like a ragdoll, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The referee, taken aback, stammered, "Congratulations to contestant Su Tianjin for securing victory." "Xiao San." Flender's anguished scream pierced the air, his soul sage aura erupting as he rushed to Tang San's side. Upon seeing Tang San's charred face, still exuding the scent of grilled flesh, Flender's eyes turned crimson with rage. Just then, my teacher, XiaoWu, sauntered over with a graceful sway, extending her hand with a voice as gentle as a summer breeze. "Flender, it's time to settle the score." Flender shot us a venomous glare, retrieving a gold card from his pocket and disdainfully tossing it at me, before hastily carrying Tang San away without a backward glance. That evening, as we reveled in a barbecue feast, I proposed to my teacher and the others that we depart the following day. A suggestion met with unanimous agreement. It was time for my plans to proceed to the next stage. In the stillness of the night, I stealthily flew out of the window, heading straight for the outskirts of Shrek Academy. Upon my arrival, I overheard the master, Yu Shaojang, bellowing within. "Flender, what have you done? How could Xiao San end up like this? How am I to explain this to the Douluo?" Then I heard an even more audacious scheme. The master had actually ordered Flender and XiaoWu to pursue us through the night, claiming that with Douluo's name backing them, they had nothing to fear from Tianshui Academy. Flender, that fool, believed him. Soon, two figures departed Shrek Academy. What a splendid opportunity this presented. I silently infiltrated Tang San's room, where the master lay snoring beside the bed. Glancing at the cup beside him, an ingenious plan took shape. I exchanged a bottle of exquisite Zimu water from the system. I emptied the master's cup and filled it anew. Having completed my machinations, I departed with a smile. I had considered adding something to Tang San's drink as well, but seeing him in such a pitiful state, I thought better of it. What if it truly harmed him? After all, I harbored far greater disdain for the master, that theoretical waste. The next morning, not far from the city gate, we were confronted by Flender and XiaoWu. "XiaoWu, hand over that brat," Flender threatened, furious. "You have injured the son of Douluo." My teacher, finding amusement in the absurdity, retorted, "Douluo? You dare use him against me? The same man who, knowing his wife was a spirit beast, foolishly paraded her around, ultimately leading to her demise? You insult me by invoking such a person." Flender and XiaoWu were momentarily speechless, their embarrassment fueling their anger, and they charged at her. My teacher, battling both while protecting us, began to struggle. As she upheld an ice wall, she called out, "Suyu, are you not going to let your companion join the fray? If not, I may truly be unable to hold on." I was taken aback. She had noticed. I smiled and called out to my companion. Chi Wang lent a hand. A languid yet resigned voice responded, "Suyu, can't you let me enjoy a proper break? I am, after all, half your teacher. It is rather embarrassing for you to command me so." As those words faded, Chi Wang materialized before us. Flender and XiaoWu felt the palpable aura of dread, and their legs grew weak. Flender attempted to plead, Bowing deeply, esteemed one, we are backed by Douluo. We hope you will show him some consideration. Upon hearing this, Wang's expression turned peculiarly amused. Flinder, sensing an opportunity, continued, if you spare us, you will earn the gratitude of Douluo. Wang could no longer contain his laughter, a sound rife with derision. Douluo? Oh, you mean the waist whose arm I personally tore off? What need have I for his gratitude? Enough of this nonsense. Your time has come. Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang disregarded him entirely, instead turning to me with a pitiful look. Little Su-yu, after I finish this job, may I take a break? I truly wish to rest, even if it means indulging in emotional elixirs with DT on. What could I say? I hastily agreed, assuring him, of course, rest easy. I shall break through soon, and then you may return to the forest for a long vacation. For my next assignment, I will send by G or ZG in your stead, ensuring you receive ample time off. Wang's eyes lit up with excitement at my words. He exclaimed, you promise? Then I shall commence. In an instant, the black flames enveloping him erupted violently. The flames were sinister. Upon contact with the ground, they seared it into a viscous, asphalt-like mass. I was taken aback, realizing I had stumbled upon something extraordinary. I must remember to ask him for a portion to use as a delectable snack for my Fengju. Meanwhile, Flinder was terrified, screaming, esteemed one, spare us. Wang, with a cold smirk, delivered a line that was nothing short of magnificent. Forgiveness? That is a matter for the divine. My task is to escort you to meet the divine. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared before Flinder, but his target was not Flinder. With a paw the size of a fan, he pierced Zhao Wujing's chest effortlessly. Within my mind, a notification chimed, congratulations to the host for altering the plot. By eliminating Zhao Wujing, you have earned 2 fishing opportunities, one reduced due to Wang's intervention. My expression darkened. It was a loss. Wang's actions had diminished my reward. Had I known there was a reward for bloodshed, I would have personally dispatched the master yesterday. He was a significant plot character. Surely he would have granted me multiple rewards. My business acumen quickly calculated the loss. As Wang prepared to strike Flinder, I urgently called out, Wang, spare him. Just incapacitate him. Leave the kill for me. Of course, if he killed twice, I would kill thrice. Such calculations were straightforward. This was a chance for fishing. Though Wang appeared puzzled, he acquiesced and turned his head. Flinder, being rather clever, seized the opportunity to ascend into the air, his speed rivaling that of a soul Douluo. Yet, before Wang, a soul Douluo was inconsequential. Wang barely lifted his eyelids, and the black fire in the air coalesced into a massive hand, swiftly yanking Flinder from the sky, pinning him down like a dead dog, and carelessly tossed him before me. There you go. I gestured an okay to Wang, expressing my gratitude, and without further ado, I summoned a flicker of my Wan Shouling Hua at Falanda. To my surprise, Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression seemingly conveying, goodness, you possess such a magnificent flame? He likely had never encountered such a domineering fire, one that even suppressed his own. I could almost hear his thoughts, contemplating how abysmally I controlled fire and that I ought to be taught the art of it. In mere seconds, Falanda was reduced to ashes. A notification chimed in my mind. Congratulations, host, for altering the plot. You have slain Falanda and acquired 3 fishing opportunities. Remarkably, this brought my total to 5. How delightful! As this transpired, teacher Shui Wuxin approached Wang to extend her thanks. Wang coolly waved his hand, proclaiming that protecting the 3 of us was his primary duty, and then, with a swift motion, vanished, concealing his contributions. I could only smile at teacher Shui, reassuring her that Wang was simply of that temperament and advise her not to take it to heart. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, the scene was nothing short of spectacular. I must tell you, the master's belly had grown round. The ever-loquacious Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, directly queried, Master, I never imagined you were a woman. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, fanned the flames, patting the rotund figure's back, claiming he had an eye for such things. The master himself was flustered, feeling a stirring within his belly. Who would understand? A grown man displaying maternal radiance. I was utterly taken aback. In a hurry, he summoned Oscar to fetch teacher XiaoWu from the food department for an examination. Oscar dashed like a rabbit, breathlessly informing XiaoWu, "Teacher, something's wrong. The master's belly is enormous. It's as if he is about to give birth." Initially skeptical, XiaoWu thought Oscar was jesting. However, upon entering and witnessing the master's protruding belly, he was left dumbfounded, finally managing to utter, "Goodness, you truly weren't lying." He seated himself to feel the master's pulse, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Ultimately, he gazed at the master, incredulity etched on his face, stating, "Master, you are not ill. You are pregnant." In an instant, the entire room erupted in chaos. Ma Hongjun's jaw nearly dropped, while the master himself lost composure, his face flushed with embarrassment as he bellowed, "You must be mistaken. I am a man. How could I possibly be pregnant?" XiaoWu sighed, "I am not joking. Moreover, this child is already over 9 months along. You are on the verge of giving birth. Should you terminate it now, your life would be at risk." Friends, listen to this conclusion. To preserve his life, he must bring the child to term. It was truly the most absurd turn of events of 2025. The master was utterly distraught, raising his hand as if to strike his belly, but hesitating, torn between fear and compassion. The unfolding narrative was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, I was feeling quite pleased, opening blind boxes. Upon accessing the system panel, I discovered 12 fishing opportunities. I drew a prize, ding. Acquired insights from Bye Dong, and ding. Acquired a pistol. What a motley assortment of items. Was that a mobile phone? Were we embarking on a 5G construction project in Douluo, Dalu? Ultimately, I also received 3,000 thunder movements. Remarkable, I had struck gold. After the prize draw, I found a tent and tidied my inventory, feeling much more organized. Days later, the scene shifted back to Shrek, and tragedy struck anew. XiaoWu informed the master that Fulanda and XiaoWu had passed. Upon hearing that his closest companions were gone, the master was overtaken by distress and fainted. Observing the situation, XiaoWu realized, no time to waste. This shock has triggered the impending birth. He quickly directed, "Dai Mu Bai, summon a midwife. Fatty, fetch water. Oscar, keep an eye on Rong Rong. Do not let her come near." After all, this is a scandal for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and family secrets must remain concealed. As for me, after several days of cultivation, I had a breakthrough. Level 40. Exhilarated, I sought out teacher Shui to bid farewell, informing her that I would be returning to the Sheng Sunlin with Qi Wang, also bringing along XiaoWu and XiaoWu. She was pleased and expressed that she would use my progress to motivate Shui Bing heir and the others to train diligently. I excitedly approached Qi Wang. "Let's go back to the forest." Qi Wang regarded me with bemusement. "What of your 2 wives? What about XiaoWu and XiaoWu?" I slapped my forehead, realizing in my excitement I had forgotten them, and hurried to the tent, grabbing one by each hand and rushing off. They both looked bewildered, and upon releasing my aura, level 40, I astonished them both. I explained to Qi Wang, "I have a feeling that upon returning, my bloodline will evolve, and I may not even need to search for a soul ring. I might be able to condense one myself." Qi Wang swiftly whisked us 3 into the sky. In midair, I retrieved the snowflake token given to me by Shui, channeling a bit of soul power into it. In the extreme north, Shui sensed it immediately and was overjoyed, realizing I had made a swift breakthrough. She contemplated that my spirit beast seemed much more formidable than before, capable of directly enhancing cultivation, a true treasure indeed. I informed Qi Wang that Shui would arrive shortly and requested he fly slowly. To my amusement, I detected a hint of tremor in his voice. I could not help but laugh. "Qi Wang, are you afraid?" His face stiffened, and with a swift motion, he accelerated to supersonic speed. The 3 of us behind him erupted in laughter. I explained to XiaoWu, last time, Qi Wang was nearly defeated by Shui. He has a psychological scar. Hearing this, Qi Wang's expression darkened, and he undoubtedly cursed us as little rascals. Upon reaching the entrance of Sheng Sunlin, Shui caught up to us, her voice gentle. Just as she intended to draw close to me, ZG's fiery temper flared, calling out from a distance, "Humph. I fail to comprehend why you would allow that detestable woman to approach." I quickly pulled Bing Di aside to spectate, inquiring about the animosity between the two. Bing Di, unfazed, recounted years ago, when ZG was merely 100,000 years old, she challenged Shui Di, only to be swiftly defeated in 3 moves. Since then, they have been at odds. As the two women seemed on the verge of confrontation, Di Tian's voice resonated from the depths of the forest. "Should you not hurry inside?" With that, the commotion ceased. Shui Di disregarded the tension, seizing me by the collar and swiftly transporting me to the lake of life. Upon landing, I inhaled deeply, filled with the essence of life. How comforting! Home is indeed the best. Shui Di remarked on the favorable environment, prompting me to jest. "Shui Di, will you take me to your frigid pond in the extreme north next time?" We bantered like 2 foxes, ultimately agreeing to visit her in the future. While we were engaged in conversation, Bai Ji approached gracefully. Adorned in green, her face radiated a gentle smile, her figure swaying delicately, her long, snow-white legs encased in white trousers. "Bai Ji, it has been a while," Suyu smiled, stepping closer to her and gazing warmly. "You little rascal. It has nearly been a year. You have not returned. The last time I inquired with Qi Wang, he mentioned you were doing well. It truly appears you have thrived," she noted, playfully rising on her toes to scrutinize Suyu. "You've gained a bit of weight. However, this is quite delightful. You were too thin before," Bai Ji remarked, pinching Suyu's cheek, savoring the newfound fullness, nodding in approval. "Oh, Bai Ji, enough of that. Let the little rascal rest. It has been ages since we last met. Let us reminisce today," Shui Di interjected, eyeing Bai Ji as she continued to pinch Suyu's cheeks with amusement. "Certainly. I have not seen Sister Xuannu in ages. Suyu, you should take a rest. There is no rush for your breakthrough tomorrow. You have traveled all day and must be weary. By the way, do you remember the light dragon egg you brought back a few years ago? That little one is about to hatch. Once you break through, you can go and see it." Bai Ji smiled tenderly at Suyu. Hearing Bai Ji's words, Suyu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. "Thank you," he said sincerely, returning Bai Ji's warm smile. Some may claim that he has forgotten this matter, but Suyu has never let it slip from his mind. Those who assert he has forgotten are merely speaking nonsense. Time indeed passes swiftly, and before long, that little one is about to hatch. Suyu shook his head and stepped into the house. Shortly after his arrival, Wang Xiao'er and Xiao were brought back by Bing Di and ZG. The two did not disturb Suyu. Instead, they returned to their own rooms to begin tidying up. "Brother, this is truly delicious. Your culinary skills are remarkable," exclaimed Wang Xiao'er. Her cheeks puffed out as she held a skewer of golden dragon fish while gazing at Suyu in astonishment. "Indeed, Suyu's cooking is exceptional." XiaoWu chimed in, her mouth glistening with grease. "Enjoy it while you can. I'm not one to cook often," Suyu remarked, casting a resigned glance at the 2 girls who were now sweating profusely from their feasting. "Not cook? That's impossible. I will make you cook for me every day eventually," Wang Xiao'er thought to herself as she glanced at her dog. After finishing their meal, Suyu instructed the 2 girls to rest. Lying on his bed, he quietly observed the Qilin bloodline within the system's repository, falling into a contemplative silence. Tomorrow, he would absorb it. He wondered if his martial soul could evolve. He hoped so, as he was genuinely excited about the Qilin martial soul. The Qilin was, without a doubt, capable of utterly dominating the San Yan Jin and I. In comparison, the latter was mere refuse. It was not that San Yan Jin and I was weak, but rather that the Qilin was overwhelmingly powerful to an almost absurd degree. Comparing San Yan Jin and I to the Qilin was akin to juxtaposing a grandchild with an ancestor. The Qilin governed the fortunes of the world, while San Yan Jin and I could only grasp a fraction of such fortunes. Thus, they were entirely incomparable. "Just wait." Qilin martial soul, Suyu silently resolved. With his thoughts settled, he gradually drifted into slumber. In the early morning, Suyu observed the fierce beast seated not far from him and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as he settled into a meditative posture, a silver light erupted from the lake of life. Taking a day off due to a poor mood, just one chapter, he mused, as he prepared for the evolution to commence. With the emergence of the silver light, a terrifying barrier swiftly enveloped the surrounding area. Little one, focus on your cultivation. Bloodline evolution is a significant matter. We must not be careless, especially since the evolution of a divine beast's bloodline is not a trivial affair. Guyuna spoke gravely, her tone reflecting her seriousness. Upon learning that CiaoWu's bloodline was about to evolve, she was filled with ecstatic anticipation. To her, CiaoWu's original bloodline was already exceptional, far surpassing Wang Qiuer's divine beast bloodline in rank. Unlike Wang Qiuer, whose breakthroughs could not yield immense benefits to the forest, CiaoWu's potential was vastly greater. This evolution might even elevate his bloodline to a divine level, possibly making it unrivaled, even superior to her own. Such a bloodline, if not concealed, would inevitably expose CiaoWu to the world, and she feared that countless beings would seek to eliminate him. This was an outcome she wished to avoid, as exposing CiaoWu would not be conducive to his cultivation. Thus, it was better to implement a comprehensive barrier to shield him. Master, aside from Shuedi, Bingdi, Qiuer, and XiaoWu, all the fierce beasts knelt respectfully before Guyuna. Rise. CiaoWu's advancement will yield tremendous benefits for you, should this endeavor succeed. It is not impossible for you to gain tens of thousands of years of cultivation, Guyuna said, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she regarded CiaoWu. Seeing the eager expressions of the formidable beasts surrounding him, CiaoWu shook his head in resignation. He found himself encircled by an array of immensely powerful beasts, with a massive python and an enormous monkey looming behind him. System, begin the fusion of the Qilin bloodline, he commanded. Beep. Commencing fusion. The system's voice resonated softly within CiaoWu's mind. As the system's words echoed, a surge of terrifying heat erupted within his body. This overwhelming energy flooded CiaoWu's entire being, occupying his meridians, and under its influence, his cultivation technique involuntarily activated. This heat was pure energy, and it began to reconstruct CiaoWu's body, healing internal injuries that had previously gone unnoticed due to his cultivation. A significant amount of energy was transformed into golden soul power through the operation of his technique. Simultaneously, a golden torrent erupted from CiaoWu, forcefully colliding with the barrier established by Guyuna. However, Guyuna, being a being comparable to a peak-level deity, was not easily shaken. Even in her injured state, the golden torrent coalesced into a golden shell around CiaoWu, encapsulating him. As this golden energy surged forth, the spiritual energy of the Stardow forest seemed to awaken, dramatically increasing in abundance. The fierce beasts nearby felt their cultivation bottlenecks loosening, and previously incomprehensible aspects of their training became clear. Do not focus on enhancing your cultivation. Strive to comprehend the aura emanating from CiaoWu. If you succeed in your understanding, it will lead to a qualitative leap in your abilities, Guyuna's voice echoed, as she radiated an array of elemental powers, her formidable presence tearing at the very fabric of space around her. Upon hearing Guyuna's reminder, the fierce beasts paused momentarily and then began to delve into comprehension, leading to breakthroughs in their cultivation dilemmas. What a terrifying ability, Shuedi remarked as she sensed the power emanating from CiaoWu. Under this influence, she managed to break through, attaining a cultivation level of 700,000 years without needing to face a lightning tribulation due to the favorable circumstances. CiaoWu felt an intense heat, akin to being trapped in a vast steamer. The blood that had once coursed through his veins began to transform from red to gold. One of the 3 drops of golden blood within his heart gradually melted and infused itself within CiaoWu's being. As the blood liquefied, a unique technique materialized in CiaoWu's mind, the art of qi observation, which would enable him to perceive the fortunes of others. With further mastery, it could even alter another's fate. Though the introduction of this technique was simple, it was indeed a formidable skill capable of reshaping destinies. If one's fortune was ordinary, so you could change it to misfortune, ensuring that even drinking water would result in calamity. When battling against such an opponent, he could potentially emerge unscathed while overpowering them. This technique, when combined with CiaoWu's Eye of Destiny, was a perfect match. The Eye of Destiny could subtly manipulate others' fortunes, and with this new skill, XiaoWu would truly become invincible, though it would still require practice. As XiaoWu sensed the energy within him being refined under the influence of his technique, he quickly realized that a significant portion had already been processed. The blood that was once red had transformed into a considerable amount of golden blood. Golden blood. Its purpose remains shrouded in mystery, yet undoubtedly possesses some unique qualities. XiaoWu pondered curiously about the golden fluid coursing through his veins. What an extraordinary ability this is. I have managed to recover 5% of my injuries. Guiyuna observed the gradually descending golden shell and couldn't help but reflect on the significance of XiaoWu's breakthrough. This advancement has granted her immense benefits. She has finally restored her divine-level strength. Although she has only regained the power of a third-tier deity, it is still commendable. Previously, due to her severe injuries, she could only muster half divine strength. Now, with her third-tier divine power reinstated, many previously unattainable feats are now within her reach. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a smile inevitably graced her face. Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Soul Sect, granting you 10 opportunities for fishing. As XiaoWu sensed his breakthrough into the Soul Sect, the system's voice echoed softly in his mind. 10 opportunities, how generous indeed. XiaoWu chuckled, not dwelling on it further. The system activated the panel. Ding, activation successful. Host, XiaoWu age, 13 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 42 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Mysterious intermediate. Skills. Radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma lava strike. 10,000 bees spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike pet. Ain blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett. Aphrodisiac X 172 100. 000 gold coins. Illusory pill X10. Special edition herbicide. Enhanced aphrodisiac X66. Dietary pill X99. Bicycle. Specialized aphrodisiac X88. 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization. Grenade. Toothbrush recovery pill. White vinegar strength. Medium fishing opportunities. 10 times evaluation. Your mental power is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep it up, young man. I believe one who masters destiny can certainly ascend to divinity. Chapter 88. Evolution successful level 42. My progress is indeed swift, XiaoWu mused as he regarded his status. A strength of level 42 is no trivial matter, especially considering he is merely 13 years old. With the enhancement of his bloodline, he sensed that future cultivation would become significantly easier. The Qilin martial soul embodies the mastery of the world's fortune. To put it in perspective, Tang Sen also wielded considerable fortune, yet he remained an outsider. In contrast, XiaoWu could be regarded as the favored child of the Douluo realm. In the present circumstances, whenever fortune smiles upon Douluo, it is XiaoWu who comes to mind first, not Tang San. Given this situation, if Tang San were to ascend to godhood in the future, XiaoWu would find it utterly implausible, especially since he has effectively rendered Tang San powerless. The blue-silver emperor bloodline within Tang San is unlikely to awaken again. Should the opportunity arise, he might even pour white vinegar over Tang San's Haoyan hammer, transforming it into a rusty relic. At that point, XiaoWu could hardly believe that Tang San, wielding mere ordinary blue-silver grass and a corroded hammer, could pose any threat. Truth be told, XiaoWu currently refrains from eliminating Tang San solely because he still requires him to enhance his fishing opportunities. Otherwise, Tang San would have already been dealt with. Eliminating him now would not be a wise decision. While it may yield numerous opportunities, they would cease to exist thereafter. It is far more prudent to extract Tang San's value completely before considering his demise. After all, if XiaoWu desires fishing opportunities, it is prudent to keep Tang San around, as he is undoubtedly XiaoWu's benefactor. Without Tang San, XiaoWu might forfeit a considerable number of fishing chances. As XiaoWu opened his eyes, he was met with Guiyuna's face, which was uncomfortably close. The faint fragrance emanating from her made him swallow hard. It's nothing. Sister Nana, my bloodline has evolved, and you should have sensed the change. XiaoWu waved his hand, quickly concealing his expression. not wishing for Wang Qiu'er to witness it. This girl is notoriously jealous, and if she caught sight of him in such a state, he could expect dire consequences. What an alluring aura, Ziji remarked, her expression peculiar as she sensed the subtle yet captivating essence surrounding Su Yu. As a fierce beast, her composure was typically formidable. Yet the moment she felt Su Yu's energy, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, unable to avert her gaze. This little one's alluring aura has grown even more potent. I too find it difficult to maintain my composure, Sheng remarked, her expression somewhat strange as she absorbed Su Yu's essence. Sheng, did you sense it too? Bing Di, seated on the ground, felt her cheeks flush, casting a shy glance at Su Yu. For reasons unknown, her face turned crimson at the mere sight of him. The allure of Su Yu's aura was so compelling that even they, fierce beasts, struggled to retain their rationality. In this forest, only Gu Yuna seemed to maintain her composure. Gu Yuna, attuned to Su Yu's essence, furrowed her brows slightly. The allure of his bloodline is formidable. Even I am beginning to feel the urge to claim this young one as my own. Gu Yuna regarded Su Yu with an odd expression. This time, she truly struck gold. Having recovered 5% of her strength, she regained her third-tier divine power. This matter must remain confidential. I will not tolerate any leaks. Gu Yuna warned, casting a serious glance at all the fierce beasts surrounding her. The beasts nodded in unison, including Sheng and Bing Di, who quickly concurred. Although they were not directly under Gu Yuna's command, the magnitude of this opportunity was undeniable. Following this event, Sheng had directly surpassed the threshold of 700,000 years, while Bing Di experienced significant enhancement, now capable of easily overcoming the tribulation of 400,000 years. Brother, you truly smell wonderful, Wang Qiu'er remarked, entranced by the aroma emanating from Su Yu. Get off me, you little rascal. Why are you drooling? Su Yu exclaimed, noticing a damp spot on his clothing and feeling somewhat exasperated. No, I want to hug my brother. You smell so good. Wang Qiu'er's face radiated comfort as she clung to him. Brother, can we rest together tonight? Wang Qiu'er gazed at Su Yu with dreamy eyes. Su Yu's expression shifted slightly at Wang Qiu'er's demeanor. If she continued this way, he truly felt he might be in danger that evening. Although he did not mind such peril, Wang Qiu'er was still a bit too young for his liking. If she were a few years older, say 18, he might not refuse, but at present, that was out of the question. Despite the rapid maturation of individuals on the Douluo continent, Su Yu was not inclined to engage in such matters at his current age. The thought of such things at this age made him uncomfortable. Little girl, tomorrow I will prepare a delicious meal for you, but I have matters to attend to today and cannot accompany you, Su Yu said, beaming down at Wang Qiu'er with a serious tone. Matters? Wang Qiu'er looked at Su Yu quizzically, sensing that he was not jesting. Indeed, having just undergone bloodline evolution, I need to devote time to training. Tomorrow, I will prepare something tasty for you, all right? Su Yu gently ruffled Wang Qiu'er's hair. Sister Nana, I shall take my leave now. You may lift this restriction, Su Yu declared, rising and heading towards his nearby abode. Perhaps it was due to his recent evolution, but an immense aura of fortune surrounded him. With each step he took, the surrounding flora seemed to flourish further. The bloodline is truly terrifying. Gu Yuna gazed in astonishment at Su Yu, who was gradually receding from view. In her perception, Su Yu's bloodline was already on par with her own. Ditian, from now on, devote all your efforts to nurturing this young man. He has the potential to reach my level in the future, Gu Yuna remarked, casting a deep glance at the spot where Su Yu had vanished. Once again, Gu Yuna returned to her unique space. As you command, Master, Ditian responded gravely, observing Gu Yuna's disappearance. In truth, even if Gu Yuna had not spoken, he had already planned to cultivate Su Yu, especially considering the remarkable feedback Su Yu had provided. If Su Yu were to experience a few more feedback sessions in the Sheng to Sunlin, he might become a formidable force. Su Yu sat cross-legged on his bed, beginning to practice a technique called Wang Qi. This method, if attempted without the strength of the Qilin bloodline, could be fatal. He pondered trying on Wang Qiu'er, yet hesitated. Failure could result in severe injury or even death. Chapter 89. Wang Qi Technique. To be frank, Suyu was somewhat reluctant to let Xiao'er practice this technique, as it posed a genuine threat to life. While he might allow her to engage in other forms of cultivation, this particular method was too perilous. As Suyu continuously utilized his own fortune to refine his skills, he felt a tingling sensation from the third eye in the center of his forehead, bringing him unexpected joy. The Eye of Destiny began to transform. If it were to evolve entirely, it would no longer be merely a name. Initially, the Eye of Destiny could only exert simple control over others' fortunes, but now it could effortlessly manipulate them. However, it was best not to meddle with such matters, even if Suyu felt secure. Altering another's fortune and fate was not something to be taken lightly. In his previous life, he had heard warnings about this. The consensus was clear: do not interfere with such affairs. Suyu's fortunes were indeed formidable. His originally golden destiny had shifted to a pale gold hue. The Eye of Destiny now emanated an aura of authority, with a hint of divinity continuously radiating from it. What an uncanny power! I have never witnessed anything like it. Gu Yunna mused, observing Suyu's room from a distance with a peculiar tone. At last I have succeeded. Were it not for my powerful fortune, I might not have achieved this, Suyu exclaimed, feeling a surge of excitement as he sensed the vitality of his Eye of Destiny. The system interface activated. Beep. Successfully opened. Host. Suyu age. 13 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 42 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Mysterious intermediate. Skills. Radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor. Eye of Destiny. Magma eruption. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Wang Qi technique pet. Ain. Blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett. Aphrodisiac X172. 100. 000 gold coins. Hallucinogenic pill X10. Special version of herbicide. Enhanced aphrodisiac X66. Fasting pill X99. Bicycle. Special aphrodisiac X88. 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization. Grenade. Toothbrush recovery pill. White vinegar strength. Intermediate fishing attempts. 10 times evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, yet your power does not match. Keep it up, young one. I believe one who masters fortune can undoubtedly become a deity. The system began fishing. Beep. Fishing commenced. Beep. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the weakened version of the swan knee's precious bone. Beep. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul power pill. Upgradable to level 60. Beep. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining instant teleportation. One-time use. Beep. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Qilin armor. What a bountiful harvest. I am indeed favored by the heavens, Suyu thought, his gaze fixed on the treasures that had materialized in his storage, lost in contemplation. The most astonishing item was undoubtedly the swan eye precious bone. He vowed to fuse it when the opportunity arose. Time passed swiftly. Morning dawned, and Suyu observed the golden aura surrounding Wang Qiao'er, nodding in approval. Qiao'er, the auspicious beast of the Sheng Do de Sun Lin, truly deserves her reputation. Without Tang San's interference, she could have reached divine level. Suyu marveled at Wang Qiao'er's fortune, which he considered the strongest he had encountered thus far. Gu Yunna had returned to her hidden domain, and Suyu had yet to witness her fortune. However, he speculated that it was at least twice as potent as Qiao'er's. Tion's fortune was also impressive, but it paled in comparison to Qiao'er's. XiaoWu's fortune was decent as well, though merely a pale gold, which was still quite formidable. No wonder this girl had survived numerous perilous encounters in the original story. Little ones, I shall be returning now. Do you wish for me to escort you? Shuedi inquired with a smile, her tone lighthearted. No need. We can return on our own. Wang Qiao'er promptly declined the invitation before Suyu could respond. She was well aware that those insufferable older women merely wished to spend more time with Suyu, rather than genuinely offering to escort her back. As his personal guardian, she would not allow anyone, including XiaoWu, to intrude upon her territory. Very well. If you insist, then I shall not press the matter. Just remember to visit me in the extreme north. I shall take you to play in the cold pool, Shuedi said, pinching Suyu's cheek. After teasing him, she departed, leaving Wang Qiu'er in astonishment. What a brazen woman! How dare she touch your face? No way. I shall do the same, Wang Qiu'er declared, as she directly pinched Su Yu's cheeks. Feeling the softness of Su Yu's face, her expression shifted. Brother, your face is so soft, even softer than mine, she remarked, comparing her cheek with his. But her expression quickly darkened as a thought crossed her mind. Call XiaoWu, we are leaving. With that, Su Yu turned and exited the Lake of Life. Ziji observed the scene, shaking her head in exasperation. Wang Qiu'er, seeing Su Yu's demeanor, also shook her head helplessly, then headed directly to XiaoWu's room. XiaoWu had made significant breakthroughs yesterday and was currently refining herself. Wang Qiu'er had also progressed considerably, but as an auspicious beast. She did not require refinement. Fortune favored Wang Qiu'er, as XiaoWu concluded her training just as she entered. After you two leave, do not disclose the reasons for your breakthroughs. Just say that you received guidance from the Qi Wang and were gifted some treasures. Understood? Su Yu instructed solemnly, observing the situation. Understood, brother, do not worry. We will surely keep this to ourselves, Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu replied in unison, their expressions earnest. That's good to hear. Su Yu nodded, confident that they would remain discreet, though he merely wished to discuss their progress. Female Tyrannosaurus, I entrust the future to you, Su Yu said, turning to the concealed ZG. Make haste. If you call me a female Tyrannosaurus again, I shall break your legs. ZG's voice, calm yet firm, echoed from a distance. Su Yu nodded in response to her words. After discussing matters sufficiently, Su Yu led the group outside. Su Yu, XiaoWu, Qiu'er, do take care while walking. If you encounter any trouble outside, just return, and I shall deal with those rascals, Deming said, his expression serious as he looked at Su Yu. Chapter 90. Leaving the forest rest assured, Deming. We're not bullies. It is others who bully us. Su Yu replied, patting Deming's shoulder. All right, Deming, Ming, you need not see us off any further. We're departing now. Su Yu smiled, bidding farewell to Deming and Ming before making his way towards the outskirts of Sheng Dota Sunlin. This time, the trio did not take to the skies, but instead strolled leisurely through the forest. What's wrong, brother? You seem preoccupied with something over there. Wang Qiu'er observed as she noticed Su Yu glancing repeatedly towards the eastern side. Her curiosity piqued. Let us venture over. I sense a human presence, and he appears to be quite young. Perhaps he could join our academy, and we might even compete together, Su Yu said, casting a puzzled glance at the nearby woods. He felt a unique soul power, which, though not particularly formidable, seemed to hover around the 30th level. A 30-level soul master, without a soul ring, could hardly be deemed a formidable opponent. Yet, the presence of such a feeble individual here was either a sign of genius or madness. Wang Qiu'er, intrigued by Su Yu's words, looked at him with curiosity. Brother, is that true? If so, let us go see. We might gain a teammate, she urged, while XiaoWu silently followed behind. Qiu'er, do you truly believe we can find a genius? XiaoWu asked, her fingers brushing her rabbit ears in contemplation. It should be possible. If there is someone, as brother said, we must investigate. If he is indeed a genius, we could bring him to our academy. Wang Qiu'er responded, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Su Yu. Surely there's a genius out there. And Qiu'er, we have encountered one before. If not for her, you might not have transformed at all, Su Yu remarked, casting a deep look at Wang Qiu'er. His spiritual perception was formidable, despite the distance. He quickly identified the individual ahead. It can only be said that the girl was the most significant figure Su Yu had ever encountered. Is she related to me? Wang Qiu'er's expression shifted slightly as she recalled a cat-eared silhouette. Brother, we should leave. There's no need to search any further. She angrily grasped Su Yu's arm, intent on dragging him away. Feeling the immense strength in her grip, Su Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Let go, you little brat. I already have you and XiaoWu. Why would I seek out another woman? I merely wish to find a genius to join our team, he replied, pulling Wang Qiu'er into an embrace and gazing gently at her. If you aren't looking for others, who has to say they want to seek you? Are you unaware of how alluring your aura is? Wang Qiu'er retorted, stubbornly breaking free from his embrace and glaring at him. XiaoWu, I truly have no intention of searching. Please believe me. I will keep my distance from him. XiaoWu, you must trust me, Suyu said, attempting to reassure Wang XiaoWu before noticing the skepticism in XiaoWu's eyes. Huh. XiaoWu smirked, her expression dripping with disbelief. Suyu might indeed try to maintain distance from that woman. Yet how far could he really keep away as a teammate? Moreover, the subtle allure emanating from Suyu stirred within her an impulse to possess him fiercely. Had she not known that he would never abandon Wang XiaoWu, she might have felt more secure in keeping him to herself. Enough, you two need not worry. Besides, this girl is quite worth investing in, Suyu said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he smiled at the two women. Noticing their expressions, Suyu shook his head in exasperation and reached out to pat their heads. As he caressed Wang XiaoWu's blue-pink hair, a smile broke across his face, while he playfully squeezed XiaoWu's rabbit ears. The soft sensation elicited a smile from him. Seeing the reluctant expressions on both girls, Suyu chuckled and shook his head, thinking to himself how these two were truly the queens of jealousy. Brother, must we truly go? Can't we skip this? Wang XiaoWu pouted, her cheeks puffed out in discontent as she gazed at Suyu. No, we must go. Here's the deal. Whatever you desire today, I shall grant it. Suyu replied with a smile. Wang XiaoWu's eyes lit up at his words. All my requests. Then, she began, excitement bubbling within her. Brother, you should go. XiaoWu, do you understand a thing or two? This is all for Tian Shui Academy, Wang XiaoWu said, casting a sharp glance at XiaoWu. XiaoWu, taken aback by Wang XiaoWu's sudden change in demeanor, opened her mouth in surprise. I can't believe this, you little brat, she thought, secretly rolling her eyes at Wang XiaoWu's antics. Enough, get off me, you brat, XiaoWu exclaimed. Suyu, equally speechless, shot a look of disbelief at the increasingly shameless girl. He wondered where she had learned such behavior. The once adorable girl was becoming increasingly audacious. Wang XiaoWu scoffed, releasing her grip on Suyu. With a resigned shake of his head, Suyu walked towards the distance. Not long after he departed, XiaoWu's voice floated from behind Wang XiaoWu. XiaoWu, what are you planning? I just said it wasn't intentional. Let us discuss what requests we should make for brother, Wang XiaoWu suggested, playfully running her fingers through her hair, smiling at XiaoWu. Let us hear it, XiaoWu said, squinting at Wang XiaoWu, who seemed eager to share a secret. Here's the thing, XiaoWu. Brother agreed that we could make requests. So how about this? You let me take your chance. It won't affect your future dates with him at all. What do you think? Wang XiaoWu proposed, batting her eyelashes at her. XiaoWu rolled her eyes. You must be kidding. I know your intentions too well. So you said we could ask for anything? So why would I want to date? I could just go for him directly. Isn't that more enticing? She replied, her big eyes glaring at Wang XiaoWu. Chapter 91. Zhu Zhuqing joins the team. XiaoWu. How could you have such wicked thoughts? I tell you, brother would never agree to that. And with your physique, what could you possibly achieve? Wang XiaoWu scoffed, glancing disdainfully at XiaoWu's modest figure. You. What does your figure even signify? Suyu has said that a flat chest cannot rule the world. Mine is perfectly proportional, signifying my future strength. Besides, an oversized chest can hinder combat. XiaoWu retorted, glancing enviously at Wang XiaoWu's more ample attributes. My brothers also said that if one's chest is not ample, how can one win hearts? Small is just small. Don't make excuses, Wang XiaoWu replied, pride swelling as she lifted her chest slightly. As she gazed at Wang XiaoWu's ample figure, XiaoWu could not help but grit her teeth in frustration. Curse XiaoWu, just wait. I will surely surpass you, XiaoWu declared, her teeth clenched tightly. With your little abilities? Wang XiaoWu scoffed dismissively, shaking her head. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. The fierce expressions of both Wang XiaoWu and XiaoWu transformed in an instant, softening into gentle smiles, their faces adorned with warmth. The girl behind Suyu observed the peculiar change in demeanor of the two girls and revealed a hint of curiosity. So, these are your companions? The black-haired, cat-eared girl inquired seriously, her gaze fixed on Suyu. Indeed, the one with blue-pink hair is XiaoWu, and the one with rabbit ears is XiaoWu. Suyu introduced with a smile. XiaoWu and XiaoWu? The girl nodded faintly. This is Zhu Zhuqing, a prodigy I just sensed. She has agreed to join us in Tianshui, but in return, Tianshui must provide her protection, at least within the academy, Suyu stated without hesitation. Given Shui Wuxin's overprotective nature, who would dare touch her people? Wang Xiao'er and XiaoWu simultaneously noticed the prominent figure of Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily falling into silence as they regarded her ample bosom. XiaoWu, I apologize, you were right. How can one achieve greatness without a grand stature? Wang Xiao'er remarked, her expression darkening as she glanced at XiaoWu. Well, let us embrace the notion that without ample curves, how can we win hearts? XiaoWu replied cheerfully, stealing a glance at Wang Xiao'er, who could only grit her teeth in response. All right, why don't you both introduce yourselves to our new companion? Suyu, observing the two girls bickering, shook his head in exasperation. Oh, right, both girls replied, looking at Suyu and then glancing at the ground where they had fallen. Hello, we shall be partners from now on, Wang Xiao'er said, approaching Zhu Zhuqing with a bright smile, extending her hand toward the girl's cool demeanor. Hello, Zhu Zhuqing replied, somewhat awkwardly shaking Wang Xiao'er's hand. Now that we've shaken hands, we are friends. Your matters shall be my matters, and vice versa, Wang Xiao'er declared, casting a sly glance at XiaoWu and then at Suyu. All right, Zhu Zhuqing stiffly nodded at the overly enthusiastic girl. Having grown up in a place devoid of warmth, she found it challenging to adapt to such genuine enthusiasm. Hello, XiaoWu. XiaoWu extended her hand to Zhu Zhuqing, though without the same fervor as Wang Xiao'er. Now that we are all acquainted, we must set off towards Tianshui, Suyu announced, leading the three girls onward. As for how Suyu managed to persuade Zhu Zhuqing to join, it was all due to his charisma. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily entranced by his voice and appearance. Furthermore, after Suyu assisted her in acquiring a suitable soul beast, allowing her to successfully break through to level 30, and considering the strength of Tianshui Academy, Zhu Zhuqing found no reason to decline. What truly moved Zhu Zhuqing was the promise of protection. Born into the Zhu family of the Sheng Luo Empire, she had never known a day of peace. Merely surviving in such an environment was a luxury. Now that Suyu claimed Tianshui could safeguard her, she felt a wave of exhilaration, fully believing in his words. The faculty of Tianshui Academy was robust, boasting numerous soul saints and even soul Douluo, making it effortlessly capable of ensuring her safety. Moreover, the Sheng Luo Empire would not risk antagonizing Tianshui Academy for her sake, as Tianshui, although located within the borders of the Tiando Empire, did not partake in the imperial conflicts. Indeed, the Sheng Luo Empire feared provoking Tianshui. For what if Tianshui decided to ally with the Tiando Empire or the Spirit Hall? With Tianshui commanding a substantial number of female soul masters, the Sheng Luo Empire would be even more hesitant to provoke them. Suyu, once we reach the academy, shall I directly study alongside you? Zhu Zhuqing curiously asked, casting a glance at Suyu, who walked ahead. Reflecting on Suyu's countenance, Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself that if not for this young man, she might have truly been in peril. After all, her strength was insufficient to confront a 3,000-year-old soul beast, and he had helped her find a soul beast suited for her. Yes, I believe so. You should confirm with Teacher Wuxin, although I suspect she will agree. However, you must also strive to revive your strength, as they are nearing level 40, Suyu replied with a serious tone. Level 40? Zhu Zhuqing murmured to herself, astonished by the notion. What a genius! It seems joining Tianshui was the right decision. She contemplated silently. Meanwhile, in Suyu's mind, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully altering the plot. Zhu Zhuqing has joined Tianshui, granting you 5 fishing opportunities. The system opened its panel, revealing host, Suyu age, 13 bloodline, Qilin bloodline, martial soul, divine beast Qilin soul power, level 42 cultivation method, burning decision, intermediate mystic skills, radiant dragon body, sacred fire armor, eye of destiny, magma eruption, beast spirit fire, Qilin destruction strike, Qi observation technique pet, aim blue silver emperor, storage, Barrett, aphrodisiac X172. 100,000 gold coins, hallucinogenic pill X10, herbicide, special edition, enhanced aphrodisiac X66, fasting pill X99, bicycle, special aphrodisiac X88, 8 extremes collapse, 5-form visualization method, grenade, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar, teleportation, swan ni bone, Chilan armor strength, intermediate fishing opportunities, 5 evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving. Young one, I believe that one who possesses luck can surely ascend to divinity. Chapter 92. Return to Tian Shui Humph. It appears she is genuinely prepared to join Tian Shui. Suyu mused, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who walked silently ahead. While he had indeed invited her and received her agreement, he had yet to receive any fishing opportunities for altering the plot, indicating that she might not have been sincere in her desire to join. However, Suyu was unperturbed, even if she chose to leave. Finding another talent for Tian Shui would be simple. Yet now, this girl had earnestly decided to join Tian Shui, suggesting she had given it considerable thought. Suyu could not help but smile, pleased with her wisdom and recognizing that joining Tian Shui Academy was her best option. Brother, what are you laughing at? It's quite disgusting. Wang Qiuer's voice suddenly pierced through the air behind Suyu. Hearing her tone and words, Suyu's smile instantly froze. You little brat. I told you not to speak carelessly, understood? He warned, casting a dark glare at Wang Qiuer. In response, she swiftly darted behind XiaoWu for cover. Oomph. Suyu shot Wang Qiuer a reproachful look. What did she mean by saying his laughter was disgusting? He rolled his eyes and unfurled his wings behind him. As Suyu spread his wings, Wang Qiuer and XiaoWu did not hesitate to climb onto his back. However, Zhu Zhuqing stood there motionless, caught in hesitation. What are you doing? Hurry up and get on. We're leaving, Suyu said with a serious tone as he glanced at her. Isn't there no space left? Zhu Zhuqing replied hesitantly, glancing at Suyu, who had only a small area on his back available, as the rest was fully occupied. Zhuqing, just get on. We need to leave quickly, Wang Qiuer remarked with a hint of helplessness, although she was reluctant to have Zhu Zhuqing close to Suyu. He had already opened his golden wings. There was no way she could fly while letting Zhu Zhuqing run on the ground. Regardless of whether Zhu Zhuqing could keep up, it was unlikely she could endure for long. Suyu, however, would not face such issues. The consumption of soul power for the golden wings was manageable, allowing him to fly for extended periods without needing rest, which was not the case for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing still hesitated, feeling that such close contact was a bit too intimate for her comfort. Oh, Zhuqing, don't hesitate. Just get on, Wang Qiuer said, shaking her head in resignation, and firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm, pulling her onto Suyu's back. Wow, so soft. Suyu stiffened as he felt the two soft masses pressing against his back, causing him to become even more rigid. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly red. It was her first experience feeling that being large was not always an advantage, especially in this close proximity to Suyu, which made her a bit shy. Suyu, aren't you going yet? XiaoWu asked, noticing Suyu's strange demeanor. Oh, we're off now, Suyu replied, taking to the skies. He recited the cleansing heart incantation several times, managing to suppress the flames within him. How beautiful! Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, staring blankly at the scenery passing by in the sky. Indeed, it is beautiful. The sky is lovely, especially when viewed from such heights. But to be honest, the ocean is truly magnificent. It is vast and beautiful, Suyu said, shaking his head at Zhu Zhuqing's remarks. The ocean harbors countless powerful beings and unknown entities. Thus, it is indeed formidable, even more so than the mainland. At least I know there exists a deep-sea demon whale king on the verge of transcending to divinity. Even Tian would not match him in cultivation, though combat prowess might differ, as the relationship between combat and cultivation is not too significant. The ocean? Zhu Zhuqing murmured, filled with longing for freedom. If given the chance, she must see the ocean one day. Once you've been to the ocean, you'll comprehend its vastness, Suyu said, shaking his head as he flew off into the distance. 3 days later, Suyu, are you sure this girl wants to join our Tian Shui? You really did well. You went out and brought back a genius, Shui Wuxin said excitedly, while pinching Suyu's ear. Yes, hello, Teacher Wuxin. I have agreed to join Tian Shui. But Tian Shui must ensure my safety. Otherwise, I will not join, Zhu Zhuqing stated sternly, stepping forward to address Shui Wuxin. Safety? What's that about? Shui Wuxin asked, glancing quizzically at Suyu. Oh, it's like this, Suyu said as he pulled Shui Wuxin aside for discussion. Don't worry. Once you join Tian Shui, you will be my student. Who would dare to harm my student? Shui Wuxin proclaimed confidently. At the same time, her soul sage aura emanated, enveloping the surrounding area. Zhu Zhuqing felt the intensity of this aura and turned, surprised to see Shui Wuxin. Achieving the rank of soul sage is no small feat, especially for someone of Shui Wuxin's age, just over 40. It is not common for someone so young to attain such a level. She could potentially become a titled Douluo in the future. There are not many female soul masters superior to Shui Wuxin in the soul master realm. Of course, the current Pope, Bibi Dong, is undoubtedly the most outstanding, but Zhu Zhuqing had yet to encounter anyone who surpassed Shui Wuxin. Tian Shui Academy is truly willing to protect me, Zhu Zhuqing said excitedly to Shui Wuxin. Tian Shui does not deceive, especially since you are to be my future student. Now, come inside, Shui Wuxin said, turning to lead the way into the academy. Suyu smiled as he led Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu inside, while Zhu Zhuqing, biting her lip, followed closely behind. After a series of formalities, Zhu Zhuqing stared at the certificate in her hand, feeling a bit dazed. Is this really my admission to Tian Shui? She asked, still in disbelief. Yes, indeed. Zhu Zhuqing, I look forward to your guidance in the future, Suyu said with a smile, extending his hand toward her. Zhu Zhuqing gazed blankly at his outstretched hand and, after a moment, finally reached out to shake it. On the note of the book's launch, I find myself at a loss for words. It has been over a month since I began writing this book, and now it is time for its release. I ask for your initial support as I promise to deliver 10 chapters upon launch. Let us make a mark together. Chapter 93, Qinglian Dihua. All right, we are companions now. Let us do our best, Zhu Zhuqing, Suyu said, a gentle smile gracing his face. Companions? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Suyu, somewhat bewildered by his smile. Yes, companions. From now on, you are one of us, a member of our Tian Shui battle team, he affirmed. Just then, a cold female voice unexpectedly rang out from afar. The two turned to see Shui Binger, dressed in a blue dress and high heels, gracefully approaching. Binger, impressive. You've made a breakthrough, Suyu remarked, his eyes lighting up as he hurried to her side for a closer look. Feeling Suyu's gaze, Shui Binger shivered slightly. Casting a casual glance at him and sensing his inconspicuous cultivation, she couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. Forget it. Your cultivation is progressing rapidly. I heard from Teacher Wuxin that you've obtained your 4th soul ring, she said, looking at Suyu with curiosity. Level 40? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock. Having thought Suyu was merely above level 35, never imagining he had surpassed level 40. After all, Suyu was genuinely young, around her age. Achieving level 35 at such an age would be extraordinary, but level 40 was nothing short of a prodigy, a being she had never encountered before. Now that she was witnessing such a presence, how could she not be astonished? Haha, Binger, aren't you also about a breakthrough? You're criticizing me? Suyu chuckled, looking at Shui Binger. I'm already 15, okay? 2 years older than you. At this age, breaking through to Soul Master is no big deal. Shui Binger retorted, glaring at Suyu, her expression serious. Why are you so serious? Suyu rolled his eyes with a hint of exasperation, glancing at Shui Binger. You're 13, and the difference with 15 isn't that significant. Zhu Zhuqing, I am the vice captain of the Tianshui battle team, and I will also be the future control-type soul master of the team, Shui Binger stated, ignoring Suyu as she turned to introduce herself to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit dazed, extended her hand to shake hands with Shui Binger. She couldn't help but feel inadequate. Being a soul master at 13, while others were on the verge of breaking through to the next rank at 15, made her feel like a mere failure. Compared to her older sister, whom she had always feared, and this group of talented individuals, she felt utterly worthless. Reflecting on her recent achievement of just breaking through to level 30 at 13, she lamented her own lack of progress. She anticipated that it would take her at least 3 to 4 more years to reach level 40. With her innate talent rated at 7, she understood that it was insufficient for rapid advancement. In contrast, she suspected that Shui Bing possessed an innate talent of at least 9, while Suyu likely had an innate full soul power. Though Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of what lay beyond full soul power, she recognized that Su Yu's talent was exceedingly rare on the continent. All right, come with me. Teacher Wu Xian has entrusted you to me. I will take you to get your school uniform and accommodation, Zhu Zhuqing announced. Su Yu shook his head, bid farewell to the 2 girls, and left. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully gathering the team, granting 2 fishing opportunities. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully assuming the role in the Tianshui battle team, granting 3 fishing opportunities. Another 5 opportunities? How fortuitous. That totals to 10. It seems like a draw again. Su Yu smiled and quickly returned to his room. He was unsure why his heart raced with an unusual excitement, not the ordinary kind, but a special and exhilarating flutter. Why is this happening? I should just draw, he decided. System, commence fishing. Beep. Fishing commenced. Beep. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Spirit 100-fold talisman. Temporarily increases mental power 100-fold. No side effects. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and obtaining a rusty sword, a weapon that causes tetanus. 1 sword, 1 tetanus. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and acquiring the husky bloodline. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and obtaining a thunder fruit can enhance physical training. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and acquiring mental invasion can invade others' minds and alter enemies' memories. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and acquiring spicy chicken cubes. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and obtaining a bottle of laundry detergent. Beep. Congratulations, host, for fishing successfully and acquiring a chi condensation pill. Beep. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a time travel card. Su Yu stared blankly at the items he had fished, a mix of seriousness and ecstasy washing over him. Am I truly becoming a prodigy? He pondered, sitting on his bed, lost for words. Opening the system panel, Su Yu spoke with a trembling voice. I can hardly believe this. That is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, ranked 19th among extraordinary flames. If I absorb it, even if I cannot reach the Earth rank with a burning decision, I will at least attain a quasi-Earth rank. Such a technique surpasses the Xian rank significantly. Moreover, with the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Su Yu could finally practice Xiao Yan's Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, a skill he had long coveted. Although the ultimate fire combined with the spirit of all beasts could also be cultivated, his low cultivation level had prevented him from doing so. Now, he felt he was on the right path. Beep. Successful activation. Host, Su Yu age, 13 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 42 cultivation technique. Burning decision, Xian intermediate, skills. Radiant dragon body, holy fire armor. Fate's eye, magma lava strike, spirit of all beasts, Qilin annihilation strike, Qi observation technique, mental invasion pet. Ain blue silver emperor, storage, Barrett, 172 passion pills, 100. 000 gold coins, 10 hallucinogenic pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 valley breaking pills, bicycle, 88 special passion pills, 8 extremities collapse, 5 forms visualization technique, grenades, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar, instant teleportation, swan ni bone, Qilin armor, Qinglian earth heart fire, spirit 100-fold talisman, thunder fruit, time travel card. Chi condensation pill strength, moderate fishing opportunities, 0 evaluation. Your mental power is formidable, but your strength does not match. Keep it up, young man. I believe someone who masters fate can certainly ascend to divinity. It is real. I am not dreaming. It seems I am indeed the favored child of destiny. Su Yu gazed at the vibrant flame, resembling a cluster of azure lotus petals, excitement swelling within him. Chapter 94. Commencement of absorption as he beheld the flame. Suyu's gaze grew increasingly fervent. He hurried to his desk, grabbed a piece of paper, and inscribed several large characters before affixing it to his door. In seclusion. Please do not disturb. After securing the notice, Suyu sighed in relief and immediately activated the talisman from his storage. System, activate the Spirit 100-fold talisman. As soon as he uttered the command, he felt an overwhelming surge of mental power flooding his mind. With the increase in mental power, he almost let out a pleasurable sigh. Absorbing extraordinary flames entails a battle of body and spirit, and with his already formidable mental strength now amplified, he believed absorbing the rank 19 Qinglian Earth Heart Fire would pose no challenge. Taking out the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, Suyu spoke softly in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a green flame appeared before him. Gazing at it, he felt a surge of intensity. So, this is the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. It truly is formidable. The sudden increase in temperature within the room made him smile. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire was described in Douluo as a flame residing in the molten lava of the Earth's core, born deep within the Earth, refined through countless trials of the Earth's fire, sculpted over 1,000 years into a spirit, and then into a lotus. When fully realized, it exhibits a bluish hue, with a cluster of azure flames at its core, known as the Qinglian Fire or Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. This flame possesses unpredictable power, capable of triggering volcanic eruptions in regions near active volcanoes, embodying the destructive force of nature. Such a formidable flame ranks only 19th. In Douluo, it is practically invincible. Without hesitation, Suyu enveloped the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire with his mental power, drawing it into his body. As soon as the fire entered, an overwhelming heat erupted within him. However, with the burning decision, which possesses considerable refining capabilities at the Xian intermediate level, he quickly began to refine the surging heat. Yet, this process was not instantaneous. It demanded persistence. Shortly after the heat dissipated, a new wave of intensity surged within him, and this time, it was far more potent. The azure flames manifested within Suyu, fiercely igniting his meridians. The excruciating pain coursing through Suyu's meridians elicited a primal roar from him. Goodness! This sensation is far more arduous than the absorption of the Wan Shou Linghua. As he pondered this, he relentlessly propelled the burning decision, initiating the refinement of the Qing Liandi Xianhua. Concurrently, the Wan Shou Linghua within him stirred, manifesting as feral flames that surged forth. Directed towards the Qing Liandi Xianhua. The Wan Shou Linghua has awakened. Splendid. Within a week, I shall likely refine this flame. I wonder how formidable the Qing Liandi Xianhua truly is. Perhaps I shall test if it can merge with the Huolian. First, I ought to unleash a little chaos upon Tang, San, or perhaps even the Master. If all else fails, I can directly confront Tang Hao. Although Tang Hao can withstand Barrett's bullets, would he dare to confront the XiaoWu? That would be courting death, for the terror of XiaoWu is unlike any other. At present, aside from the Qilin bloodline, I doubt anything else can compare. The fire lotus formed by the fusion of two XiaoWu could obliterate anyone. Even those of the caliber of Bai Bai Dong and Qian Dalu would likely be reduced to ash beneath the fire lotus. Teacher Wu Xian, my brother has entered seclusion again. You can see for yourself that Wang Qiu'er has handed a blank sheet of paper directly to XiaoWu Xian. This rascal, what is his deal? Why does he constantly seclude himself? While others enter seclusion to break through, he does so as if it were a mere meal. XiaoWu Xian glanced at the paper inscribed with 8 large characters, silently mocking. He is just like that, Wang Qiu'er remarked, twirling her blue-pink hair, nodding at XiaoWu Xian. Oh well, let him be. You need not concern yourselves with him. He is quite clever. In the future, when you employ tactics, I trust he will coordinate splendidly with you. Qiu'er, if you and Suyu can achieve a martial soul fusion, then swiftly engage in your training. Understood? XiaoWu Xian instructed Wang Qiu'er, recognizing the critical importance of a martial soul fusion technique for Tian Shui. After all, both Suyu and Wang Qiu'er belong to the Soul Sect, and their combat prowess is formidable. If they were to acquire a martial soul fusion technique, their strength would undoubtedly multiply. Consequently, their performance in the upcoming grand competition a year from now would surely improve. Understood, Teacher Wu Xian. I will practice with my brother. Wang Qiu'er replied nonchalantly, stroking her chin. This was no jest. After Su Yu awakened the Qilin martial soul, her Sanyan Jinli martial soul had begun to yearn and stir. Thus, it was apparent they should be able to achieve a martial soul fusion, though the type remained uncertain. What a delightful sensation! Is this the true power of the Qing Lian Di Xianhua? Su Yu gazed at the last vestiges of the burning decision being refined, a smile gracing his lips. In an instant, azure flames erupted in his palm, the terrifying blue flames causing the very void to begin collapsing. With the support of his soul power, the blue flames ravaged the surrounding space as if their might were boundless. The consumption of soul power is indeed alarming, Su Yu lamented, feeling 1/5 of his soul power dissipate. At last, I can practice the Fo Nu Huolian. With Wan Shou Linghua in his left hand and Qing Liandi Xianhua in his right. He cast a grave glance at the Tuya before dashing out of Tianshui, heading towards a desolate mountain 100 miles outside the city. After absorbing the Wan Shou Linghua and Qing Liandi Xianhua, the potency of the burning decision had finally reached the quasi-terrestrial level. Such a technique would certainly be regarded as powerful even during the early stages of Dopa, for Su Yu felt it was exponentially stronger than mid-level Shantir techniques. My brother's aura, Wang Qiu'er remarked as a streak of light traversed the sky, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. What is up, Qiu'er? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Nothing much. Let us practice quickly and see if we can elevate your level. In a couple of days, I'll sneak some spiritual herbs from my brother to enhance your talents, Wang Qiu'er said lightly, her chin in hand. Spiritual herbs? Both Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger turned to stare at Wang Qiu'er. Is it really wise to steal Su Yu's spiritual herbs? XiaoWu expressed concern, observing Wang Qiu'er's determined expression, feeling somewhat speechless. Oh, you think I'm truly stealing? My brother told me on his first day here that in the future, we would all be teammates and instructed me to come for herbs in a few days, Wang Qiu'er retorted, rolling her eyes at XiaoWu. Is that spiritual herb truly from that place? XiaoWu pondered, surprised. Yes, it should be, though it could also be with my brother, Wang Qiu'er affirmed confidently. That place. How nostalgic. It truly is beautiful, XiaoWu smiled, reminiscing. What place? Shui Binger asked, confusion evident in her gaze as she observed Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu's cryptic conversation. Oh, you'll find out later. Su Yu hasn't told you yet, and we can't divulge it either. Just wait. It is indeed a splendid place. Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu shared a knowing look, their eyes sparkling with excitement. As Su Yu beheld the dual-colored fire lotus in his hands, exhilaration surged within him. Is this the Fo Nu Huolian? It is as breathtaking as a work of art. I wonder just how powerful it can be. With that, he soared into the sky, casting the fire lotus down without hesitation. As the Fo Nu Huolian floated gracefully from above, Su Yu couldn't help but marvel at its beauty. In truth, he was controlling its descent. Otherwise, the Fo Nu Huolian would not fall so slowly. At this pace, it would likely be evaded before it even reached the target. With a thunderous boom, the Fo Nu Huolian struck the mountain, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the entire peak. Within moments, the mountain had been reduced to dust, leaving a vast crater in its place. Indeed, this skill is monstrous. Even the likes of Di Tian would struggle to withstand this attack. Su Yu mused, his expression gleeful as he surveyed the massive pit. This technique is undeniably terrifying. Without the protection of a title de law, death is inevitable. Even a title de law would perish if they faced it head-on. With this ability, Su Yu could afford to be audacious. As long as his soul power remained robust, few could harm him. Moreover, title Douluos typically refrain from attacking exceptionally gifted soul masters. After all, those who have the potential to become title Douluos are more inclined to think of investment rather than elimination. Holding a grudge against the powerful yields no profit. Only through friendship or camaraderie can one attain certain benefits. Those who become title Douluos are not devoid of intellect. Even the likes of Douluo, upon first encountering CiaoWu, chose to let him leave the Bing Huoliang Yin rather than eliminate him outright. Although he initially harbored doubts about CiaoWu, after being struck by Qi Wang, he immediately placed his faith in CiaoWu, albeit perhaps influenced by the efficacy of the elixirs. However, one must acknowledge that not a single individual who achieves the status of a titled Dalu possesses a flawed intellect. With the acquisition of this newfound skill, CiaoWu felt as though he was destined for greatness. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning with 2 colors. Should he manage to reel in a few more in the future, would this not herald his ascension? Additionally, he still possessed a traversing card within his backpack, which presented an excellent opportunity to journey to the Dochi continent in search of exotic flames. The Dochi continent is replete with such flames. While most are under the dominion of hunters, numerous others remain unclaimed. Oh, exotic flames, how I adore you! After a brief moment of contemplation, CiaoWu resumed his journey towards Tian Shui Academy. At Tian Shui Academy, Shui Wuxin stood in shock as she heard the resounding explosion. What tremendous power! Which esteemed predecessor is responsible for such a terrifying display? Surely, it must be a formidable being at the level of a titled Dalu. It was evident that Shui Wuxin was not alone in this line of thought. The faculty members of Tian Shui Academy gazed solemnly towards the location of the explosion. Such a catastrophic event could not possibly occur without someone of significant strength behind it. Teacher Wuxin, what is happening? CiaoWu inquired upon returning to Tian Shui, where he found Shui Wuxin wearing a grave expression. CiaoWu, are you unharmed? It seems that 2 powerful beings engaged in combat not far from Tian Shui City, and the force of their battle reached us here. Shui Wuxin remarked with a serious demeanor. Goodness, do they consider themselves to be invincible? CiaoWu thought, observing Shui Wuxin's expression with a smirk that betrayed his inclination to inform her of his involvement. However, upon realizing the need for further explanation, he refrained from speaking. Is that so? I too heard the commotion, yet it bears no relevance to us. By the way, teacher, you must have heard that I intend to provide some spiritual herbs for Binger and the others. Please have them prepare. After consuming the herbs, they should be able to directly absorb the 4th ring. As for Binger, she is merely 1 level away. It would be best for her to break through to level 40, although even if she does not, it will not be a significant issue, CiaoWu articulated thoughtfully, gazing at Shui Wuxin with an earnest tone. The notion of providing Tian Shui Academy with spiritual herbs had been on his mind for quite some time. To be candid, the only true genius at Tian Shui Academy was Shui Binger. While Shui Yuer displayed commendable talent, she was far from matching Shui Binger. However, even the prodigious Shui Binger was currently only at level 39. During the competition, she would likely reach a maximum of level 43. Although CiaoWu believed he could single-handedly lead Tian Shui to victory, a measure of caution was advisable. Moreover, these spiritual herbs would be of little use to others, as the items required by Bai Ji and the others had long been retrieved. In fact, during the last visit of Shui Di to the Lake of Life, Bai Ji had gifted 2 celestial herbs to the Ice and Snow Emperors. Observing Bai Ji's actions at the time, ZG exclaimed that Bai Ji was a spendthrift, unworthy of marriage. CiaoWu firmly believed that the Ice and Snow Emperors must be compensated, especially since he intended to visit their cold pond, which was likely to be extraordinary, left behind by the Ice God. Understood. Please have them check their schedules, Shui Wuxin replied before hastily departing, presumably to seek out Shui Binger. Chapter 96. I am no longer pure Binger. This is a direct account from CiaoWu. You must persevere. A single celestial herb is sufficient to save you several years of cultivation. You must strive to reach level 40. Shui Wuxin spoke to Shui Binger with a serious tone. The others nodded in agreement. The allure of the celestial herb was undeniable. Teacher, I will do my utmost. I will soon reach level 40, Shui Binger replied, her expression resolute. Seeing Shui Binger in such earnestness, Shui Wuxin felt a surge of pride. As her mentor, she naturally wished for Shui Binger to flourish. Very well. It is good that you understand. Now, expedite your cultivation. I have recently undergone a breakthrough, and it may not be so easy to achieve another. However, I have already informed the principal that I intend to grant you unlimited access to all of the Academy's resources, as long as you achieve breakthroughs. Shui Wuxin addressed her students with a grave tone. As a five-element academy, Tian Shui's resources were immensely potent. It could be stated that even some mid-sized sects could not compete with Tian Shui. Once the strongest women's academy, Tian Shui possessed formidable resources, and the unrestricted allocation of these resources was indeed quite indulgent. Under such an abundance, failing to advance a level within a month would be tantamount to neglecting one's training. Shui Wuxin herself, once the most talented individual at Tian Shui 2 decades prior, had never experienced such an overwhelming influx of resources. Now, she genuinely envied these young girls. Should they fail to train diligently, they might as well break their legs. Shui Binger was nearing level 40, while Shui Yuer and Zhu Zhuqing still had some distance to cover. However, XiaoWu and XiaoWu had already broken through to level 40. As for Wang Qiuer, Shui Wuxin chose to refrain from comment. The young girl's talent was simply too remarkable. Shui Wuxin had scarcely witnessed her training, yet her level continued to ascend rapidly. In fact, Wang Qiuer's potential surpassed even that of Suyu. At the tender age of 13, she had directly attained level 46 as a soul master, a prodigy that left Shui Wuxin speechless. Moreover, Shui Wuxin found herself at a loss for words. While she could criticize Wang Qiuer for not training diligently, the girl remained the strongest in terms of level. One could argue that her combat experience was lacking, yet she could effortlessly incapacitate a soul master of the same rank with a single strike. Such an anomaly seemed destined for cultivation. Aside from Suyu, whom she deemed a little monster, she had never encountered anyone stronger than Wang Qiuer. Even if she held the belief that Suyu surpassed Wang Qiuer, the latter's level ultimately eclipsed his. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that these two young prodigies once shared the same martial soul. While she had heard that Suyu's martial soul had since evolved, the bond between Wang Qiuer and Suyu was undeniable. Having the same martial soul was no ordinary circumstance. Shui Wuxin felt that it must be at least a super martial soul. Shui Wuxin had often contemplated the possibility of these two young souls marrying in the future, envisioning the resurgence of a super family upon the continent. It would be uncertain whether the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could maintain its status as the premier beast martial soul family. In Shui Wuxin's heart, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could not compare to the martial souls of Suyu and Wang Qiuer. Even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon could transform into a dragon, what significance did that hold against Suyu's flames and Wang Qiuer's strength? Such a comparison was clearly untenable, and she found herself genuinely looking forward to the day these two children would wed. She imagined them having 2 little ones, and she would be more than happy to assist in caring for them. Shui Wuxin felt that perhaps she would never marry in her lifetime, yet the prospect of helping these children raise their offspring brought her immense joy. The system activated the panel, signaling a successful connection. Host: Suyu, age 13. Bloodline: Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin, soul power. Level 44, cultivation technique. Burning decision, mid-level Xian rank. Skills: radiant dragon body, sacred fire armor, eye of destiny. Magma lava strike, spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. Qilin annihilation strike, Qi observation technique, mental invasion, blue lotus, earth fire. Pet: Ain, blue silver emperor. Storage: Barrett. 172 passion pills, 100,000 gold coins, 10 hallucinogenic pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 fasting pills, bicycle, 88 special passion pills, 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization method, grenades, toothbrush, recovery pill, white vinegar, instant teleportation, swan and eye treasure bone, Qilin treasure armor, thunderfruit, time travel card, Qi condensation pill. Strength: average. Fishing attempts: 0. Evaluation: your mental strength is formidable, yet your power does not match. Keep striving, young one. I believe one who masters fortune can undoubtedly ascend to divinity. The system produced the thunder fruit, and Suyu communicated with it in his mind. Soon, a blue fruit appeared in his hand, crackling with tiny bolts of lightning, giving him a tingling sensation as he held it. Without hesitation, Suyu tossed the thunder fruit into his mouth. After a few enthusiastic chews, he swallowed it whole. The tingling sensation was rather pleasant, he thought to himself. Yet, before he could finish his thoughts, a wave of numbness surged through his body, feeling his half-paralyzed form. Suyu could not help but show a hint of helplessness. At this moment, apart from his head, he had lost control over the rest of his body. Although he felt numb, there was no pain whatsoever. Could this even aid in body training? He pondered, feeling somewhat defeated by his lack of control. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and decided to simply sleep, as he was unable to move. He slept soundly until evening, just before sunset. Finally, had he completed it? Suyu felt the restored vitality in his body, revealing a trace of joy. However, he wondered how this could possibly aid in body training. Perhaps it was about muscle resilience? As he contemplated, he began to undress, quickly removing all his clothing. Gazing at his perfectly sculpted muscles, he indulged in a moment of self-admiration. Truly, if he were on Earth, he would likely be a celebrity or a national heartthrob. While Suyu was lost in his reverie, the door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, he grabbed a bedsheet to cover himself. Noticing the unexpected arrival of ZG, "You could at least knock when entering," Suyu said flatly, devoid of any emotion as he looked at her. ZG swallowed hard upon seeing Suyu's perfect physique, momentarily taken aback. "I apologize, Suyu. I didn't realize you were changing. I sensed a shift in your aura and came to investigate," she admitted, her gaze lingering on his form. Feeling the faint aura emanating from him, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. "ZG, could you step outside? I need a change," Suyu said, feeling a slight panic at her peculiar gaze. He was acutely aware of his current allure to female soul beasts. "Oh yes, of course," ZG stammered, reluctantly casting one last glance at Suyu before retreating from the room. Watching her leave, Suyu felt a surge of apprehension. His attraction was undeniably potent, even affecting someone like ZG. He worried that he was only attracting soul beasts, but if he fully awakened his bloodline, humans might also find themselves drawn to him. After all, humans are merely a species. Despite their lofty position, they remain animals at heart. As long as he had soul power, every soul beast was bound to have designs on him. What if humans, too, began to harbor thoughts toward him? The very idea sent a shiver down his spine. Once his bloodline was fully awakened, even beings like Bai Bai Dong and Guyana might take an interest in him. While he believed Bai Bai Dong might be manageable, Guyana was a different story altogether, potentially already at the Divine King level. In such a realm, he would have no means of resistance. Though Suyu speculated that Guyana would not pose a threat, perhaps merely confining him and having little dragon offspring, he truly had no such desires at present. It seemed he needed to tread carefully in the future. If he could not restrain himself, he would have to accept the circumstances resignedly. Dressed, Suyu stepped out of the room with a somber expression. Upon exiting, he spotted ZG standing idly, her countenance reflecting displeasure. He chuckled softly and approached her. "What are you doing, ZG?" he asked playfully, patting her on the shoulder. "Nothing at all. I haven't thought of anything, nor have I seen anything," she replied hastily, waving her hands, aware that human bodies were not to be viewed casually. She felt she was in deep trouble. "Well, if you've seen it, you've seen it. It's not as if I lose anything, right? After all, I'm a man," Suyu remarked with a grin. "Suyu, I must tell you that this behavior is inappropriate. Human life requires a more refined approach. Bodies are not to be viewed indiscriminately," ZG responded sternly, though she often scolded him out of concern for his well-being. "All right, female Tyrannosaurus. I will be more mindful in the future. However, since you've seen me, what will you do about it?" Suyu teased, noticing her serious demeanor. ZG's expression shifted, realizing she had not considered this angle before. Now confronted with the question, she was at a loss for words. "ZG, you wouldn't shirk your responsibility, would you?" Suyu asked, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. "Surely not. No way," ZG stammered, retreating step by step as Suyu drew closer, his grin growing ever wider. "I'll take responsibility, all right? Just tell me how to do it." "How about this? I will marry you," she exclaimed, finally giving in to the pressure. Suyu had initially been joking, but seeing her reaction, he realized he might have gone too far. ZG, I was just joking. It was merely a casual observation. Truly, it's nothing serious. He quickly retreated, creating space between them. Suyu, I told you, taking responsibility means taking responsibility. Were you just fooling around with me? She replied, her voice rising in indignation. ZG's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as her delicate hand swiftly grasped Suyu's clothing, pulling him directly into her embrace. The strength of ZG was far beyond Suyu's capacity to resist. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in her soul. As Suyu's head nestled against ZG, he was overwhelmed by the sensation, rendering his body momentarily numb. To speak the truth, Suyu was quite dazed by this experience. When he finally regained consciousness, he discovered himself lying on a bed with ZG seated beside him, a bowl of meat porridge in her hands. Well, now that you are awake, you should eat something, ZG said, handing the porridge to Suyu. Observing him take small bites, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. ZG, I was merely joking during the day. You need not take it to heart, Suyu remarked, unable to suppress a slight shiver at the sight of her smile. Hee, Suyu, I, ZG, have never shied away from my promises. I said I would take responsibility, and I shall. If Rue Shou has any objections, let her come to me. ZG's expression turned serious, her face radiating a determined aura. All right, Suyu, you should rest now. I must take my leave. With that, ZG collected the empty bowl and vanished. Suyu wished to explain, but found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing her demeanor. Oh no, today has escalated quite dramatically. Am I to be pursued by BG now? Have I unknowingly courted her friend? Suyu pondered in bemusement. It must be said that the female Tyrannosaurus was rather alluring, displaying more femininity than the likes of XiaoWu and XiaoWu. Alas, I shall not dwell on this. It is too troublesome, Suyu sighed, ruffling his hair as he laid back down. A sleepless night ensued, leaving Suyu with dark circles under his eyes. Although he had said he did not wish to think of it, the matter lingered in his mind. ZG, thank you for the porridge. Suyu smiled as he accepted the meat porridge ZG had sent once more. He had reflected on it throughout the night, unable to devise a suitable plan. Thus, he resolved to embrace the flow of events, allowing time to clarify whether he and ZG were truly compatible. Chapter 98. ZG's Responsibility. As for our relationship, there is no need to elaborate. After you finish eating, simply return the bowl to me. ZG observed Suyu's expression, a faint smile breaking through her facade. Then I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in the future. Next time, allow me to showcase my culinary skills, Suyu replied, savoring a spoonful of porridge. ZG's culinary prowess was unexpectedly commendable, though it could not quite rival his own. In the world of Dalu, possessing exceptional culinary skills was indispensable. Just as Hui Yuhao, a millennium later, began his journey with his impeccable grilled fish. All right, once you are finished, I shall take my leave, ZG said, taking the bowl from Suyu's hands before vanishing once more. Suyu shook his head, feeling increasingly burdened. The debts are piling up. I hope the future does not become more complicated, he mused. In truth, it was primarily due to the allure of his aura that he had not been thoroughly beaten by ZG, for many soul beasts in the forest had previously pursued her, only to be soundly defeated. ZG's title as the female Tyrannosaurus was not solely conferred by Suyu. It was a title recognized throughout the forest. The female Tyrannosaurus of Sheng was not a woman easily pursued. Nay, not a female dragon at all. Well, I hope I do not encounter a woodcutter in the future, Suyu thought, shaking his head as he made his way towards the Tian Shui battle team. The Tian Shui battle team required at least a month to break through. Even with boundless resources, it would bear no fruit. Even if Suyu wished to break through again, he would need at least half a month, a time frame that was already quite extraordinary. Had it not been for the absorption of the Qinglian Di Xinhua, Suyu would not have progressed so swiftly. The Qinglian Di Xinhua had propelled him to the pinnacle of level 44, yet he had not breached level 45 due to insufficient energy at the critical moment. With another half-month of cultivation, he was certain he could achieve level 45, thereby catching up to Wang Qiu'er. Presently, Wang Qiu'er was merely at level 45. Do not underestimate the significance of level 45. It was indeed formidable. Wang Qiu'er possessed extreme attributes, and her rapid advancement without the use of Fengjue was a testament to the efficacy of the transformation pills. Due to Gu Yuan Na sealing, Wang Qiuer's progress had been impeded. Had she not been sealed, her growth rate would have multiplied 5 or 6-fold. Nevertheless, even under the seal, her cultivation speed remained astonishing. Moreover, Suyu sensed that he and Wang Qiuer were now likely capable of a martial soul fusion technique, and he suspected it would be quite formidable. "Brother, you have arrived," Wang Qiuer greeted with a smile as Suyu approached. The group had been in the midst of training, but paused due to XiaoWu's impending breakthrough. Wang Qiuer was undoubtedly pleased by Suyu's arrival. "Yes, Wuxin. I require Qiuer's assistance. It is time to test the martial soul fusion technique," Suyu said, glancing at Shui Wuxin, who was beside XiaoWu, causing her to look up in curiosity. Upon hearing the mention of the martial soul fusion technique, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, you may proceed, but do not emerge until your training is complete. I will ensure that no one disturbs you during this time," Shui Wuxin replied cheerfully, her demeanor reflecting a sense of satisfaction in Suyu's eyes. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, teacher," Suyu said, bidding farewell to everyone present. He also asked XiaoWu to explain the uses of the celestial herbs. Upon witnessing the astonished expressions on the faces of the women, Suyu couldn't help but smirk mischievously. He relished the sight of their longing for treasures that remained just out of reach. "XiaoWu, as we embark on this martial soul fusion training, exercise caution. The cultivation of the martial soul fusion technique is not easily mastered. Each attempt carries the risk of failure, and failure is not without its costs, requiring significant mental energy," Suyu cautioned. His mental fortitude was robust, so he felt no trepidation, yet Wang Qiuer was different. Her mental energy had not fully recovered, necessitating a more cautious approach. "1 or 2 failures are inconsequential, but repeated failures must be avoided," he added. "I understand, brother. You need not worry," Wang Qiuer replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. She was aware of Suyu's concerns, though they did not weigh heavily on her mind. "Just be careful," Suyu reiterated, extending his hand. The martial soul fusion technique, at its core, was merely a merging of soul power to enhance their martial souls. Suyu and Wang Qiuer clasped hands, and as their soul powers intertwined, a radiant golden light erupted from them. Moments later, the two figures were propelled backward, as if launched by cannon fire. Suyu rose from the ground, glancing at Wang Qiuer, who was struggling to regain her composure. A sense of gravity and disbelief settled over him. Although their initial fusion had been minimal, he had sensed an overwhelming force imbued with destiny. It felt as though he stood before a sovereign who could effortlessly erase their fate from existence. "Qiuer, did you feel that? Such a terrifying aura. Is this truly our martial soul fusion technique?" Suyu gazed at Wang Qiuer in disbelief. Wang Qiuer, still in a daze, nodded slightly, as the terrifying experience had yet to fully dissipate from her mind. It was simply too overwhelming. "Are you all right?" Suyu noticed the peculiar expression on Wang Qiuer's face and couldn't help but display a hint of concern. Wang Qiuer shook her head, revealing that she was, in fact, fine, merely astonished by the sheer strength of their martial soul fusion technique. "As long as you're fine, let's continue," Suyu replied with a smile, taking Wang Qiuer's hand once more. Soon, a golden radiance reappeared, but once again, they were forcefully flung away. However, recalling their previous experience, the two quickly exchanged insights about their differing approaches before resuming their endeavor. To truly possess a martial soul fusion technique is indeed remarkable. What extraordinary little beings they are. Ziji, concealed at a distance, observed Suyu and Wang Qiuer, her expression reflecting incredulity. Her formidable strength enabled her to sense the extraordinary golden light surrounding them. "I eagerly anticipate the potential of their martial soul fusion technique. Bai Ji and the others will surely be thrilled upon learning of this," she mused to herself, yet her countenance soon shifted. "Am I to be hunted by Bai Ji? Have I inadvertently captured Suyu's attention?" The thought of Bai Ji's reaction caused her body to shudder slightly. Chapter 99. The birth of martial soul fusion technique. A month later, the fateful moment arrived. Wang Qiuer and Suyu clasped hands tightly, and a torrent of golden energy surged forth, striking a colossal boulder weighing thousands of pounds. The golden stream collided with the stone, causing it to shrink progressively until it was entirely diminished. "XiaoWu, we did it! After a month of effort, we have finally succeeded," XiaoWu exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he beheld the scene before him. Wang Qiao mirrored his joy. This month had indeed been arduous. With relentless training solely devoted to perfecting their martial soul fusion technique. Fortunately, this technique proved to be quite powerful, possessing the ability to control the forces of fate and utterly obliterate foes. Truly an extraordinary skill. This soul technique had two applications, the one just demonstrated, and another that involved a mental assault, where the power of fate struck the psyche, akin to a stone shattering an egg. "Brother, are we departing?" With 9 months remaining until the competition, there was ample time for the people of Tianshui to consume divine herbs and acquire soul rings. XiaoWu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was time to leave, as Shui Binger had broken through just 2 days prior and was ready to obtain her 4th soul ring. XiaoWu held Shui Binger in high regard, for her Ice Phoenix martial soul had the potential to evolve into the pinnacle of ice. Though still relatively weak, the prospect of future evolution was not beyond reach. Shui Binger could become a significant asset for XiaoWu in Douluo Dalu. He did not wish to see her talent squandered. He was particularly invested in her 4th soul ring, as the extreme north was the most suitable place for her. The region was home to many powerful soul beasts, and although they were not under XiaoWu's jurisdiction, numerous soul beasts were indeed compatible with Shui Bing. While XiaoWu did not oversee the extreme north, he could easily locate the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, and even if that failed, he could assist Shui Binger in finding a suitable soul beast. There is no need for XiaoWu to be regarded as a benevolent spirit by the soul beasts. He had indeed hunted many in Stardow Forest. The rules of the soul beast realm were as such, survival of the fittest. XiaoWu had killed a considerable number of soul beasts as well. "XiaoWu Qiao, have you succeeded?" Shui Wuxin's expression changed as she observed the two holding hands approaching, her tone a blend of excitement and seriousness. Seeing Shui Wuxin's reaction, XiaoWu smiled and shared the news of their successful training with everyone present. "We did it! This is fantastic! With a martial soul fusion technique, Tianshui may even compete against the martial soul hall," Shui Wuxin exclaimed enthusiastically. She was genuinely thrilled. Historically, the martial soul hall had consistently emerged victorious in competitions. Tianshui had been a long-standing participant in the contests, yet they had never once claimed first place. Shui Wuxin's goal was to cultivate a disciple team capable of winning the championship. Now, XiaoWu and Wang Qiao had instilled a spark of hope and anticipation within her. Defeating the martial soul hall was a dream shared by all academies. If Tianshui succeeded, it would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Shui Wuxin's excitement grew, and she found herself increasingly fond of XiaoWu. "XiaoWu, I knew I had not misjudged you. You are truly a harbinger of good fortune. Now, let us set forth. We shall discuss matters on the way." With that, Shui Wuxin led the group toward the extreme north. The distance to the extreme north from Tianshui was not great. In fact, it was relatively close. The group's pace was swift, and they reached the outskirts of the extreme north in just a few days. What an enticing aura emanates from that little one. However, there are numerous other presences nearby, including that of Ziji. "It seems I must take action." The Snow Emperor suddenly opened her eyes deep within the extreme north, sensing XiaoWu's arrival. As the strongest entity in the extreme north, she held dominion over all within her realm. She was the ice and snow spirit-born of the extreme north, capable of reaching anything within her domain. In an instant, the Snow Emperor appeared outside, swiftly making her way towards XiaoWu with a terrifying speed that reached 6 or 7 times the speed of sound. The sound of her formidable speed echoed through the air, far surpassing even the most advanced supersonic jets on Earth. "Here she comes." Ziji, concealed not far from XiaoWu, felt the rapidly approaching aura, and her expression became slightly solemn. Though she would not concede to the Snow Emperor in front of others, she secretly held a deep respect for her. The Snow Emperor's strength and demeanor captivated her. She regarded the Snow Emperor as a formidable opponent. Moreover, Ziji had an inkling that the Snow Emperor harbored less than noble intentions toward her man. Since being with CiaoWu, he had become her man in her eyes. It won't be so easy to steal my man. Ziji clenched her fists, her gaze fiercely fixed on the swiftly approaching presence. Binger, your ice phoenix martial soul is indeed powerful, yet it does not embody the pinnacle of ice. You must understand what the ultimate ice entails. However, since you have yet to attain that level, your martial soul requires either evolution or enhancement. There are indeed a few methods to strengthen your martial soul. I have prepared some spiritual herbs for you, yet they may not be sufficient for you to evolve into the ultimate ice, so we must first enhance your martial soul. CiaoWu, observing Shui Binger's excitement upon arriving in the extreme north, smiled and approached her to elaborate. Enhancing my martial soul? Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy. She was well aware of the ultimate ice. Despite Tianshui's long history, no one had ever achieved such a feat. Even the founder of Tianshui, a super Douluo of level 95, fell short of reaching the pinnacle of ice. If Shui Binger could transform into the ultimate embodiment of ice, her strength would undoubtedly grow formidable, and achieving a prestigious title in the future would be a natural progression. It is even conceivable that she could surpass the founder of Tianshui. Shui Binger has already envisioned her future title, which she plans to be Ice Phoenix Douluo, a name both majestic and melodious. Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but smile, causing CiaoWu to glance at her in puzzlement. Do you have any suggestions, CiaoWu? You must have some thoughts behind your words, Shui Binger remarked. Noticing CiaoWu's gaze, she lifted her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, displaying a hint of shyness. Chapter 100. Shui Binger's fourth ring. Indeed, I have some ideas. In the extreme north, there exists a soul beast known as the Ice Sprite, which resembles a fox. This creature is revered for its cuteness and power and is referred to as a sprite. While it may not rival the Bing by Scorpion, it is only slightly less formidable, CiaoWu explained, a smile gracing his face as he articulated his thoughts in response to Shui Binger's inquiry. The mention of the ice sprite conjured an image in Shui Wuxian's mind of a frosty blue fox-like soul beast, prompting her to nod in agreement. Binger, CiaoWu's assessment is not incorrect. After all, the Bing by Scorpion is the most powerful species in the extreme north and is known for its pack mentality. It is not easily hunted. The solitary ice sprite would indeed be more manageable and is better suited for you, Shui Wuxian stated after a moment of contemplation. Her tone serious. Understood. I appreciate your help. CiaoWu and teacher Wuxian, Shui Binger responded without hesitation. Recognizing the impracticality of obtaining the Bing by Scorpion as her soul ring, while also seeing the merits of the ice sprite. Observing Shui Binger's gratitude, CiaoWu smiled but remained silent. The group moved swiftly and soon arrived at the inner circle of the extreme north. How beautiful! CiaoWu exclaimed, grasping the hands of XiaoWu and XiaoWu, gazing at the pristine expanse of white before them with awe. Indeed, it is truly magnificent, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, marveling at the snowflakes melting in her palm due to her warmth. Little one, it has been a long time. A figure resembling ice and snow suddenly appeared before CiaoWu and the others. The woman had a cold expression and wore a blue coat, exuding an aura reminiscent of a queen. It hasn't been long, just over a month, CiaoWu replied, a gentle smile appearing on his face upon seeing the Snow Empress. In my heart, it feels like an eternity since I last saw my younger brother. In human terms, one day apart feels like 3 autumns. It's been over 40 days since we last met. So how many autumns does that make? The Snow Empress said, stepping closer with a smile, while an ice wall materialized behind CiaoWu, pinning him against it. Little brother, this time you must not leave. In the extreme north, you can go wherever you please. What belongs to me is yours, she said, playfully pinching CiaoWu's chin, her beautiful face adorned with a subtle smile. Is that agreeable, little brother? The Snow Empress's smile broadened. As CiaoWu found himself captivated by her approaching visage, he swallowed hard, feeling a rush of admiration for her beauty. He had previously remarked that she was one of the most stunning women he had encountered, second only to Gu Yuna, with only Qianren Xue and the grown Wang Qiuer being her equals. Sister, please don't say anything else, he began, but the Snow Empress's delicate fingers silenced him. At that moment, Wang Qiu'er, observing the interaction, clenched her teeth, preparing to step forward, but before she could act, a purple figure dashed out. A terrifying aura emanated from the elegant purple figure, causing the Snow Empress to furrow her brow in response to the overwhelming pressure. ZG. I am speaking to my little brother. I have no desire to converse with you, nor do I wish for you to be in the extreme north. The Snow Empress stated, her expression darkening as she regarded ZG. Humph, I can come and go as I please in the extreme north. You have no authority over me, ZG retorted, boldly standing in front of the Snow Empress. The tension between the two formidable beings escalated, their auras clashing and causing the very fabric of the void to tremble. Are you looking for fight? The Snow Empress's countenance hardened as she summoned an ice sword that floated behind her. I welcome the challenge. Do you think I fear you? ZG's expression darkened as a colossal purple-black dragon materialized behind her. What on earth is happening? Why is this so terrifying? XiaoWu Xian asked, swallowing hard as she discreetly approached Suyu, her voice trembling slightly. Do not worry, teacher. Everything will be fine shortly. Suyu reassured her with a wave of his hand. As Suyu had predicted, the Snow Empress soon smiled, refraining from engaging ZG in combat. All right, little brother. Is there something you need help with today? I am more than willing to assist you, the Snow Empress said, walking over and linking her arm with Suyu's, her expression warm and inviting. Actually, it's nothing much. My companion is here to obtain a soul ring, and I am merely accompanying her, Suyu explained, gesturing toward Shui Binger. Feeling the Snow Empress's gaze upon her, Shui Binger trembled slightly, as if she had been completely seen through. You possess noteworthy talent. Achieving the title of Douluo should not be too difficult for you. Striving for level 95 is certainly attainable, the Snow Empress remarked with a smile, her tone casual. Upon hearing her words, XiaoWu Xian's expression brightened instantly. Level 95 was indeed impressive, and such individuals were rare across the continent. Very well, you all wait here. I will go capture an ice sprite for this girl. I happen to know of one nearing its demise, approximately 5,000 years old. I shall return shortly. Do not wander off, the Snow Empress declared before dissipating into a flurry of snowflakes, vanishing before their eyes. That insufferable woman. Suyu, are you all right? ZG inquired, concern etched on her face as she turned to Suyu after the Snow Empress's departure. Wang Qiu'er observed ZG's demeanor with disbelief and confusion. In her memory, ZG was not one to show such concern. She was more akin to a female tyrant. When had she learned to care for others? However, Wang Qiu'er dismissed her thoughts, believing that the only threats around her were those of similar age. The Snow Empress and ZG posed no significant danger to her, considering their age compared to Suyu's youth, and as for herself, she had already transformed, which was not particularly advantageous. It's fine, ZG, you need not worry. Sister Shui means me no harm. She simply enjoys teasing others, Suyu replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. Author's note, I find myself at a loss for words. It has been over a month since I began writing this book, and now we have finally reached this point. Tomorrow at noon, it will be officially published. I kindly ask for your support with a first subscription. The author will release 10 chapters immediately upon publication. That is all I wish to convey. Let us mark this occasion. Chapter 101. Shui Wuxin's Imagination of. You are still too inexperienced. You have no idea how malevolent this woman truly is. I warned you not to associate with her. Do you understand? This woman is exceedingly cunning. ZG gazed at Suyu with a serious expression. ZG, you have arrived. It has been quite some time, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed joyfully as she approached ZG while they were conversing. Qiu'er, it has been over a month since we last met. You are becoming more and more beautiful, ZG remarked warmly, a smile creeping onto her lips as she looked at the energetic girl. Hearing ZG's compliment, Wang Qiu'er's face flushed slightly. ZG did not genuinely wish to say such things, but it was unavoidable. If she wished to be with Suyu, Wang Qiu'er was an inevitable presence. ZG understood that even if she were to be with Suyu, she could never assume the leading role, for Wang Qiu'er would never agree to it. Even disregarding Wang Qiu'er's consent, Gu Yuna would certainly not agree. Ziji once inadvertently delivered resources to the master and overheard discussions regarding the Beast Legion. At that time, she felt quite pleased. But now she could only express her disdain for the so-called Beast Legion. Ziji looked at Wang Qiu'er, who was approaching, and playfully ruffled her hair. Observing Wang Qiu'er squinting her eyes like a little kitten, Ziji could not help but smile. This girl is still quite innocent. She appears to be easy to manage. Ziji mused while gently stroking Wang Qiu'er's hair. Ah, Ziji truly believes I am a child, yet I am on the 5th level. Silly Ziji, I am curious to see how you feel about Suyu. The two women wore smiles on their faces, yet their hearts were rife with unspoken grievances. Ziji, rest assured, if the Snow Empress makes a move, I will intervene. You should return now, Wang Qiu'er said with a smile after Ziji finished petting her. Hearing Wang Qiu'er's words, Ziji's expression twitched slightly. Very well, if any issues arise, I shall make an appearance, Ziji replied before vanishing without further ado. At present, while some issues lingered, they were not particularly significant. Wang Qiu'er watched Ziji's swift departure, feeling a sense of relief. She held Ziji in high regard, and confronting her truly made her anxious. After all, her own ordinary stature paled in comparison to Ziji's strikingly perfect figure, leaving her somewhat self-conscious. Indeed, Ziji's attributes were impressive, even surpassing Zhu Zhuqing, who still had room for growth given her youth. Although Wang Qiu'er was not particularly diminutive among her peers, standing next to these two was akin to a mere egg striking a stone, an exercise in futility. Zhu Zhuqing was at least half a head taller than Wang Qiu'er, while Ziji and Zhu Zhuqing towered above her, a presence that even a grown Wang Qiu'er might struggle to surpass. However, Suyu did not favor excessively large figures, as they tended to sag. Wang Qiu'er's proportions, being neither too large nor too small, were his ideal. Thus, Wang Qiu'er's worries were indeed unfounded. Brother, let's take a moment to rest. The Snow Empress instructed us to wait here, Wang Qiu'er said, tugging at Suyu's arm playfully. Then let us rest for a while, Suyu agreed. Just as they settled down, Shui Wuxin approached them. Teacher, what is the matter? Suyu inquired, puzzled by Shui Wuxin's sudden closeness. Suyu, may I ask you a question? Were those two, just now, also your relatives? Shui Wuxin asked, swallowing hard, her disbelief evident. She felt as though she had unwittingly brought back a monumental dilemma. Initially, she regarded Suyu as a mere noble genius, but now she felt a sense of panic. When she first encountered a title Dalu, she was not particularly alarmed. She even assumed Qi Wang was Suyu's teacher or father. However, now having met two more, she felt a genuine sense of unease. 3 titled Daluos? Yet Suyu appeared remarkably unfazed. Shui Wuxin began to suspect that Suyu might be surrounded by numerous titled Daluos. What sort of power could possibly command such a multitude? This was beyond Shui Wuxin's imagination. She once thought that a Soul Daluo was formidable, but after witnessing so many titled Daluos alongside Suyu, she felt overwhelmed. Perhaps a Soul Daluo was not as extraordinary as she had believed. Shui Wuxin felt she might one day achieve the rank of titled Dalu, but at most, she would reach level 95. Anything beyond that seemed unattainable, given her martial spirit and innate talent. Yet, those around Suyu appeared to surpass level 95 by a considerable margin. The sheer number of powerful beings protecting Suyu left her in disbelief regarding his true identity. She was convinced that Suyu's father or grandfather must be a level 99 powerhouse. Otherwise, why would so many formidable figures surround him? Indeed, Teacher Wuxin. Those two are also relatives. Wang Qiu'er quickly nodded, seizing any opportunity to remind Ziji of her seniority. Is that so? Relatives? Shui Wuxin's expression gradually turned serious. Confirming her suspicions, Suyu indeed possessed a significant background. If their Tianshui Academy aligned with Suyu, they could certainly ascend to greater heights. In that case, consuming the 5 elements and becoming the premier academy on the continent might not be a mere dream. As long as Suyu's kin were titled Daluos, Tianshui would undoubtedly rise. After all, having a level 99 grandfather meant that Suyu was destined for greatness, and she had yet to encounter anyone as talented as him. In her eyes, If Suyu failed to reach level 97 in the future, it would be due to a lack of diligence in his cultivation. Such strength, level 97, was merely a stepping stone for Suyu. With effort, he would surely achieve greatness. Teacher Wuxin, are you all right? Suyu asked, concerned as he noticed Shui Wuxin's distracted demeanor, alternating between smiles and frowns. Oh, I'm fine. You need not worry. Suyu, I want to have a serious conversation with you. You must strive in your cultivation. Your future is crucial to me. Shui Wuxin gazed intently at Suyu for a moment, making him feel somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire further, Shui Wuxin suddenly stood up, patted Suyu's shoulder, and looked at him with a profound expression. All right, Suyu replied, casting a strange glance at Shui Wuxin, who now seemed rather peculiar to him. Teacher, do you have any other matters to attend to? Suyu asked, sensing the oddity in Shui Wuxin's gaze, shaking his head in resignation. Nothing else. Remember to cultivate diligently. Shui Wuxin suppressed her excitement, looking at Suyu with a calm demeanor. Brother, what is wrong with Teacher Wuxin? Is it because of Ziji and the others? Wang Qiuer asked, observing the oddly restrained expression on Shui Wuxin's face. Suyu also glanced at Shui Wuxin in confusion before shaking his head at Wang Qiuer. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Suyu, her eyes betraying an expression of disbelief. She recognized the stunningly voluptuous woman from earlier, recalling a life-threatening encounter in the Star Doe forest years ago, from which she had been saved by a young boy. As they departed from the forest, they were abruptly confronted by a formidable woman, whose overwhelming power compelled them to keep the boy's identity concealed. The moment Zhu Zhuqing laid eyes on this woman, she felt momentarily bewildered. However, she was no fool. With a careful examination of Suyu's hair color and a recall of the boy's physique and features, realization dawned upon her. Suyu turned out to be her savior, an astonishing revelation that left her incredulous. Little one, it seems you're living quite well, surrounded by so many young ladies. Your life surely evokes a hint of envy in your elder sister, Wang Qiuer remarked playfully, her head resting against Suyu's shoulder when a cheerful voice emanated from a distance. Before long, a figure formed from swirling snowflakes materialized before them. It was Shwedi. Is this the ice spirit? It appears quite harmless, Suyu mused, observing the ice-blue fox held delicately in Shwedi's grasp. Indeed, this is the ice spirit. Do not be deceived by its appearance. This soul beast possesses considerable strength, perfectly suited for that girl. Granting her its power would not be a disgrace, Shwedi sighed, glancing at the excited Shui Binger nearby. Thank you, Senior, Shui Binger said, suppressing her excitement under Suyu's encouraging gaze as she stepped forward. Go ahead and absorb it. Shwedi chuckled, casually tossing the ice spirit onto the ground. Shui Binger bowed deeply to both Shwedi and the ice spirit before drawing an ice dagger. Not bad. Shwedi nodded approvingly at Shui Binger's actions. Despite her pride, she appreciated children with humble and courteous natures. She had little patience for those who were arrogant and felt entitled to everything. Thank you, Shwejia, Suyu remarked, smiling at the composed Shwedi. Upon hearing his words, Shwedi shook her head in confusion, her expression shifting. What are you thanking me for? You are my little brother. Is it not natural for an elder sister to assist her brother in times of trouble? Shwejia, even so, I must express my gratitude. Allow me to take you to a place conducive to your cultivation, abundant in powerful ice energy and numerous ice attribute spiritual herbs, Suyu suggested, his eyes glimmering with determination. The location he referred to was the ice and fire duality eye, where the icy spring would undoubtedly benefit Shwedi, given that it was formed from the remnants of the ice and fire dragon king's demise, harboring immense divine power. Little one, you possess such a remarkable place. I must see it for myself. Shwedi expressed her anticipation upon hearing Suyu's description. Let us go then. There is little enjoyment here. While the world outside is filled with excitement and wonder, Suyu replied, joy radiating from his face. With Shwedi by his side, Suyu felt a significant sense of security. With a peak-level expert of level 99 by his side, could anyone truly pose a threat to him? The presence of Shwedi rendered any danger non-existent. Even the formidable Dalu would find it challenging to contend with her, considering her exceptional 3 absolute skills. Once we are outside, little one, you must spend quality time with your elder sister. Otherwise, I shall be quite saddened. Shuedi playfully tapped Su Yu's forehead with her delicate finger. Rest assured, I shall take good care of you, he replied. Just as Shuedi intended to continue her playful teasing, Wang Qiu'er interjected, her tone indifferent as she regarded Shuedi. Ah, Autumn girl, are you feeling jealous? Fear not, for I only see your little beau as my brother. Is that not so, brother? Shuedi chuckled at Wang Qiu'er's demeanor. Oomph, I'm not jealous, Wang Qiu'er retorted, rolling her eyes at Shuedi's teasing. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully enticing Shuedi, altering the plot of Douluo, and earning 3 fishing opportunities. The system activated, displaying its interface. Beep. Activation successful. Host. CU age. 13 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Auspicious beast Qilin soul power. Level 44 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Mysterious intermediate skills. Radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption strike. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qi observation technique. Mental invasion. Green lotus earth fire pet. Ain, blue silver emperor, storage, bear 172 passion pills, 100,000 gold coins, 10 illusion pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 starvation pills, bicycle, 88 special passion pills, 8 extremities collapse, 5 forms visualization, grenades, toothbrush recovery pill, white vinegar teleportation, swan and eye bone, Qilin armor, time travel card, Qi gathering pill strength. Moderate fishing opportunities. 3 evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Persevere, young man. I believe one who wields fortune can surely ascend to divinity. Is it possible to earn such opportunities? Should I perhaps consider enticing the Ice Emperor? By the way, why is Qi Wang Ziji absent? It may be because Shuedi is linked to Hu Yuhao's fate. By coaxing Shuedi away, I've gained these opportunities. While ZG and others are not pivotal characters, if Tian were to personally intervene, perhaps I would acquire additional chances. As Su Yu mused, a smile crept across his face. Although 3 fishing opportunities were not abundant, they were still considerable. If he could coax pivotal figures even once, it would be quite beneficial. While contemplating, he noticed the young girl was nearing the completion of her absorption when Shuedi's voice rang out. Chapter 103. Shui Binger's soul skill. Upon hearing Shuedi's sudden proclamation, Su Yu's expression shifted as he turned to gaze at Shui Binger, who was in the midst of absorbing her soul ring. A radiant ice blue glow enveloped Shui Binger, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Do not be astonished. The ice spirit possesses a beauty-enhancing effect, and absorbing its soul ring will undoubtedly augment one's allure. Shuedi chuckled at Su Yu's astonishment. The notion of beauty enhancement captivated the attention of all the women present, their eyes gleaming with fervent desire. Beauty held a powerful allure for women. No girl could resist the temptation of becoming more beautiful, even those like Shui Wuxin, who had yet to find a spouse after decades. However, do not get your hopes up. Ice spirits are scarce, especially in the extreme north, and they are considered a subordinate race of the ice blue scorpion, Shuedi remarked, shaking her head with a smile at the eager expressions of the women around her. Is that so? The women sighed in unison, realizing that acquiring even one ice spirit was a significant achievement, and attempting to forcefully obtain one could be life-threatening. Just then, as the atmosphere grew somber, Su Yu pointed excitedly at Shui Binger, who had completed her absorption and opened her eyes. She has awakened. The women's disappointment was interrupted, and they turned their heads in unison to gaze at Shui Binger. Sister Binger, you look so beautiful, Shui Yuer exclaimed, admiring Shui Binger's newfound allure after absorbing her soul ring. She was not speaking falsely. Shui Binger, after absorbing the soul ring, had grown several centimeters taller. According to Su Yu's estimation, she was at least 172 centimeters now. Her already beautiful face had become even more enchanting, and her complexion had noticeably lightened. The enhancement was substantial. The ice spirit truly was a formidable soul beast, and it was likely that this attribute alone could establish a reputation among female soul masters. Suyu gazed at the now stunning Shui Binger, shaking his head in astonishment. Indeed, she was remarkably more beautiful than before. Hearing the compliments from the other women, Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, sensing the differences in her body and realizing that she indeed felt transformed. She quickly retrieved a mirror and gazed at her reflection, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Is this really me?" she exclaimed, covering her small mouth in astonishment. "Sister Binger, we are so envious of you. I wish for an ice spirit to be my soul ring as well," XiaoWu said, clasping Shui Binger's arm, filled with awe and envy. "Congratulations, Binger. How is your soul skill?" Shui Wuxin, observing the playful banter among the group, chuckled and clapped her hands, looking at Shui Binger with a hint of curiosity. Upon hearing Shui Wuxin's inquiry, both Shui Binger and XiaoWu ceased their frolics, and Shui Binger turned to Shui Wuxin with a serious expression. "Master Wuxin, the soul skill is quite impressive," Shui Binger replied, and as she spoke, a layer of ice armor materialized around her. The ice ring armor could withstand most attacks and could also be used to protect her allies, meaning she could directly shield everyone. As she demonstrated, a layer of ice armor quickly appeared on Suyu, who touched the cool surface and nodded appreciatively. While this ice ring armor did not possess the extraordinary defensive capabilities of his flame dragon armor, it was still quite commendable. An ordinary four-ring soul master would struggle to break through it without exerting their utmost effort. With such armor, the survival capability of support soul masters would undoubtedly increase significantly. At the very least, XiaoWu would not be easily eliminated now. As a support soul master, her combat power was inherently limited, and coupled with her soul fusion skill with Shui Binger, she was often targeted. Now, with the armor, her chances of survival would be greatly enhanced. "This technique is commendable, especially for your current state," Shui Di remarked, stroking the armor on Suyu's body, offering a thoughtful evaluation. "Binger, if I am not mistaken. There must be more to it, right?" Suyu inquired with a smile, observing Shui Binger's overwhelming excitement and feeling a twinge of curiosity. "Is there something else?" Shui Wuxin's eyes widened at Suyu's question. Shui Binger's current soul skill was already quite extraordinary. If there were more, it would truly be a divine skill. "All right, no more teasing. Look at how anxious Master Wuxin is," Suyu said, shaking his head in mild exasperation while gazing at Shui Binger with a smile. "Hee, very well. Listen closely. My soul skill can be enhanced as my level increases. Although the improvement may not be drastic, if I were to become a titled Dalu, this soul skill could at least withstand the attacks of a level 70 soul sage. How does everyone feel about such a soul skill?" Shui Binger rose from the ground, looking at the shocked crowd, her tone filled with excitement. "A divine skill, truly a divine skill. Although it's merely a soul sage, enabling a support soul master to possess the defense of a soul sage is already remarkably powerful," Shui Wuxin said hoarsely, her excitement and joy evident in her voice. "All right, let's rest for a moment before setting off. Suyu, your destination is in the Sunset Forest, correct? That will provide an excellent opportunity for you all to train there," Shui Wuxin said, seating herself as she imagined leading Suyu and the others to victory and living a life of prestige at Tianshui Academy. "There is something peculiar about your teacher," Shui Di remarked to Suyu, looking somewhat speechless at Shui Wuxin's demeanor. Suyu cast a helpless glance at Shui Wuxin. Although he wished to defend her, he ultimately refrained from speaking insincerely. Perhaps it's due to Binger's advancement that she is so happy. She usually behaves normally, Suyu suggested diplomatically to Shui Di. "Is that so?" "Hee, quite nice," Shui Di remarked, eyeing Shui Wuxin, who was struggling to suppress her laughter. "One day later, Suyu, we are ready. Let's depart. This matter regarding the absorption of the spiritual herbs must remain confidential, even from your families. Understood?" As the group prepared to leave, they were abruptly halted by Shui Wuxin, who spoke with a serious and earnest tone. Hearing Shui Wuxin's request, Suyu could not help but smile. Chapter 104. Lu Erlong's disbelief, to be honest. Suyu was also apprehensive about the possibility of Shui Binger and the others exposing the ice and fire duality eyes, yet he chose to trust them. Shui Wuxin's current attitude was genuinely reassuring. Given her demeanor, Suyu permitted Shui Bing'er and the others to proceed. Master Wuxin, it's all right. Let us hurry along. By bringing everyone along, I am demonstrating my trust in them. Aren't you implying that you don't trust them? Suyu, while internally praising Shui Wuxin, still sought to prevent her from worrying. Rest assured, your trust in us will not be misplaced. The girls, moved by Suyu's confidence, stated solemnly as they spoke up despite Suyu's attempts to dissuade them. Well, I suppose I will trust everyone. Let us move swiftly to seek out the spiritual herbs so that everyone can absorb them. Suyu smiled and led the group towards the direction of the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest was quite a distance away, and at Suyu's current pace, it would take at least a month to reach. By the time they arrived, there would still be 8 months left for everyone to absorb the celestial herbs and hunt for their 4th soul rings. 8 months seemed ample time, at least in Suyu's estimation. Xiaogang, is this truly your child? Lu Erlong asked, her voice trembling as she gazed at the infant in Yu Xiaogang's arms. Indeed, Erlong, this is my child. Do you not see the resemblance? Yu Xiaogang replied softly, proudly showcasing his child to Lu Erlong. As Lu Erlong listened to the gentle tone of the master and observed the affection on his face, a mix of helplessness and disappointment flickered in her eyes. Xiaogang, how did you end up like this? You are a man. Why would a man have a child? Please, give the child to me. He is affecting you. I will ensure he finds a good family, Lu Erlong said, her heart aching for Yu Xiaogang, who was a man of love. Witnessing him in such a state was truly distressing. Lu Erlong sighed silently at the sight of Yu Xiaogang's plump figure. Erlong, I apologize, but I cannot allow anyone to touch my child. He is my child, and I will not permit anyone to harm him. Yu Xiaogang declared with resolve and seriousness in his eyes upon hearing Lu Erlong's words. Xiaogang, well, forget it. Just enter the academy. I will assist you, but you must find more people on your own. I will not force my students. Lu Erlong, observing Yu Xiaogang's pained expression, suppressed his inner anger and grievances, glancing at Yu Xiaogang, and spoke in a detached tone. After speaking, Lu Erlong summoned a student to arrange accommodations for the group of masters. The summoned student, upon seeing the individuals behind the masters, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Shrek truly is a peculiar academy, with each student resembling a monster. The students looked at Tang San and the others, secretly murmuring among themselves. The ghastly visage of Tang San, marred by burns, would surely terrify anyone who dared to glance at him at night. The burly golden-haired man cradling an unknown chubby figure, alongside the red-haired rotund fellow, only added to the strange scene. The only relatively normal ones were Oscar, who was rather handsome, and Ning Rongrong, who was quite beautiful. These two were considered the most ordinary in Shrek by the observer. You will reside here. Your cultivation is commendable. Dean Erlong stated that you should gather students yourselves. The student arranged by Lu Erlong exchanged a few words before taking his leave. Teacher, is that the esteemed Lu Erlong, known as the Killing Corner? Tang San, gazing at his own fearsome visage, approached Yu Xiaogang and asked in a detached tone. Xiao San, indeed, that is my old friend Lu Erlong. Now that we are here, our safety should be assured. However, you will still need to seek out your future teammates yourselves, the master said, affectionately patting Tang San's head. Master, rest assured, we will find them. It is merely 2 individuals, Dai Mubai declared as he approached, carrying Ma Hongjun, casting a greedy glance at the master before speaking seriously. Very well. As long as you understand, the master replied, nodding at Dai Mubai before departing without noticing his gaze. After the master left, the group dispersed, and Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun found a more secluded spot. Suyu, is this truly the human world? It is quite magnificent, far surpassing our extreme north. The Snow Empress observed, gazing at the distant city with curiosity. Having visited the human realm over 10 millennia ago, she was astonished by the rapid advancements. Indeed, the human world is exceptionally developed, and there are many soul masters, Suyu explained as they walked, introducing the wonders of the human realm. Zhu Qing, you seem rather excited, Wang Qiu'er remarked, noticing Zhu Zhuqing's enthusiasm beside her. I too sense Zhu Qing's excitement. Ever since learning about spirit medicine, This girl has been more animated than us. XiaoWu noted, casting a curious glance at Zhu Zhuqing, while Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue also expressed intrigue. Of course, she hails from the star Luo Zhu family. Shui Wuxin empathized with the exuberant Zhu Zhuqing. Star Luo Zhu family? The girls turned to Shui Wuxin, unaware of the customs of the star Luo Empire, as Shui Bing'er and her companions were too young to grasp such matters. Patiently, Shui Wuxin began to explain the rules of the star Luo Empire in hushed tones. How cruel, forcing siblings to fight against each other. This is excessive, Shui Bing'er remarked solemnly. Sister is right. If I were to face such a situation, I would not be as strong as Zhu Qing. Shui Yue admired Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, this girl is incredibly resilient, confronting her own sister. How painful that must be. XiaoWu expressed her admiration for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, we will support you, the others declared, moving towards Zhu Zhuqing and taking her hand, their expressions serious. Those girls seem to be getting along well. Xiaoer, won't you join them? I assure you, I will not act against your brother Suyu. I genuinely consider him a younger brother, the Snow Empress said with a smile, gently patting Wang Qiuer's head. Chapter 105. Arrival at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Ihumph. No need. I prefer staying close to my brother. I love the scent that clings to him, Wang Qiuer replied, casting a mischievous glance at the Snow Empress. She harbored suspicions regarding the Snow Empress's intentions towards Suyu and could not allow such a formidable rival to linger near him. You little girl, take this seriously. I assure you I have no interest in your little brother. You must remember, I am a queen of the extreme north, the Snow Empress chuckled, amused by Wang Qiuer's demeanor. While she found Suyu appealing, she sought someone stronger and more handsome. Although she acknowledged Suyu's good looks, his current weakness was a deterrent. Had he been stronger, she might have considered him more seriously. As time swiftly passed, Suyu and the others reached the edge of the Sunset Forest. This is the Sunset Forest. It is indeed impressive. While it may not compare to Stardo or our extreme north, it is still quite remarkable. However, there are likely no 10,000-year-old beasts here. The Snow Empress remarked cheerfully to Suyu as she surveyed the forest before them. Indeed, there are certainly no 10,000-year-old beasts here. But it is still a commendable location. Suyu nodded, gesturing to the girls as they proceeded towards the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang. Everyone be cautious. Stay close to the Snow Empress or me. Otherwise, the poisonous miasma here could turn you into sludge in an instant. Now near the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang, Suyu observed the vibrant green poison barrier and turned to Shui Bing'er and the others with a serious expression. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gazed at the poison barrier, feeling a surge of exhilaration. She believed that once she entered, she would undoubtedly grow stronger, potentially surpassing her sister in the ensuing conflict. Zhu Zhuqing had given up on Dai Mubai, realizing that to surpass Zhu Zhuyin and Davis, she needed formidable strength. Though Zhu Zhuyin and Davis were not weak, Zhu Zhuqing's consumption of spirit medicine might not guarantee her dominance over them. Thus, she resolved to strive harder. Enough staring. Let's go, Suyu said, shaking his head in exasperation at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed solely focused on growing stronger. In other worlds, she could have become a powerful figure. But Douluo continent was different, with scarce opportunities and little chance to alter one's innate talent. Moreover, treasures in this world were limited. Had there been more, Zhu Zhuqing's future accomplishments would have been remarkable. In the original story, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately ascended to become a second-level deity, but it was primarily due to Tang San's influence. Even though she had worked hard, her innate talent remained a significant hurdle. The essence of this narrative unfolds vividly on the island of Haishan, where Zhu Zhuqing is acknowledged as the least gifted among the renowned Shrek 7 monsters. During the trials on Haishan, Zhu Zhuqing achieved only a 5th-level black rank, while Ning Rongrong reached the 7th, and Tang San, due to the influence of the Han Hai Qian Kuinjiao, attained a 9th-level rank. Apart from Bai Qinxiang, the others all secured 6th-level ranks. This stark contrast highlights Zhu Zhuqing's considerably inferior talent, even after consuming celestial herbs. Upon hearing Suyu's reminder, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion flushed slightly, prompting her to follow closely behind him. Exchanging a glance with the Snow Empress, Suyu summoned the formidable Qinglian earth fire, which instantly manifested in his grasp. The terrifying azure flames seared the air around them, raising the temperature significantly. Such powerful flames surpassed even the extreme fire. The Snow Empress regarded the flames in Suyu's hands with caution, recognizing that even she would struggle against such fierce fire, something she had never encountered in her extensive existence spanning hundreds of thousands of years. This extraordinary flame was beyond the capabilities of the most formidable fire manipulators in the Stardow Forest. The sheer ferocity of this fire was daunting. Should Suyu attain a titled rank, he could very well defeat her with it. The Snow Empress cast a satisfied glance at Suyu, the Ice Empress born of the extreme northern realms, whose appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. Her preferences in companionship mirrored those of humanity, and she found herself increasingly pleased with the future prospects of Suyu. "All right, everyone, stay close. We are moving forward," Suyu declared, leading the way as the azure flames enveloped the nearby maidens in protection. The Snow Empress smiled silently, radiating her extreme ice to shield the young girls as they ventured deeper into the ice and fire duality eye. Although the toxic mists were present, they were not overwhelming. Suyu and the Snow Empress moved swiftly, and within a minute, everyone had entered the sanctuary of the ice and fire duality eye. "Welcome to my medicinal garden. Is it not splendid?" Suyu's lips curled into a smile as he addressed the group. The ice and fire duality was undoubtedly the most potent source of opportunities on Douluo, a place that could not be replicated in the extreme north. With its abundant celestial herbs, making it unique in the realm. "How beautiful! Truly magnificent!" exclaimed Shui Binger and Shui Yuer, unable to contain their awe. Hearing their praises, Suyu chuckled, for the beauty of the ice and fire duality was undeniable. "Indeed, it is breathtaking," he concurred, noting the precious herbs scattered around. The Zhu Shuelyan, at least over 10,000 years old, could significantly enhance Binger's cultivation if consumed. The Snow Empress observed the snow lotus not far away, her smile widening. "Binger," Suyu remarked with a grin, fully aware of the Snow Empress's subtle suggestion. He had no personal use for the lotus, so he considered it a favor to gift it to the Snow Empress. "Oh, if it benefits the Snow Empress, then I shall give it to you." Without hesitation, Suyu placed the snow lotus into an exquisite jade box and tossed it to the Snow Empress. "Thank you, little brother. However, I cannot accept your gift without reciprocation," she replied, producing a small piece of ancient ice marrow filled with chilling energy. This 1,000-year-old Xianbing Sui, though small, will be beneficial for the young girl. As the Snow Empress regarded the excited Shui Binger with fondness. Despite her weakness, Binger's politeness and potential for extreme ice talent endeared her to the Snow Empress. Now, gifting a piece of Xianbing Sui was effortless for the affluent Snow Empress, who was likely the second wealthiest individual after Guyuna, with Bibi Dong as a potential contender, though she paled in comparison to the Snow Empress, who had controlled the extreme northern territory for countless years. The wealth accumulated over such a millennium was not something a mere spirit hall could rival. In a past life, an old Taoist had once told Suyu that he might have a sensitive stomach and would only be able to consume soft foods. Initially skeptical, Suyu now felt immense gratitude towards him for that advice. "Thank you, Snow Empress," he smiled, accepting the gift without hesitation, recognizing its potential to aid Shui Binger in cultivating her extreme ice abilities. "All right, everyone gather around. I will help you select spiritual herbs," Suyu announced, drawing the attention of the previously engaged group. At his call, their animated discussion ceased, and all eyes turned to him, except for Wang Xiaoer and XiaoWu, who remained unenthusiastic as they had already partaken. As the group hurried toward Suyu, he instructed, "Binger, come here and assist me." He cast a serious glance at Shui Binger, whose excitement was palpable. Observing the eager expression surrounding her, Suyu smiled but remained silent, motioning for Shui Binger to follow him. Confused, she wondered why Suyu had chosen her instead of Wang Qiao or XiaoWu, who were more knowledgeable. "Why does Suyu want me? I truly know nothing," Shui Binger pondered, but curiosity compelled her to follow him. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain her inquisitiveness and asked, "Do you genuinely need my help?" I merely wanted you to accompany me, for there are treasures involved, Suyu replied, casting her a knowing glance and sighing softly. How naive can one be? Following me means there will be good things in store. Holding the Xian Bing sway, Shui Binger felt a surge of desire to absorb its power, her martial spirit stirring with a craving for its energy. This Xian Bing sway is a gift from the Snow Empress, but there's only this one piece. XiaoWu, Chioer, and I cannot utilize it, so I intend to give it to you. If you consume it alongside the celestial herbs, your evolution will be more assured, Suyu explained, his tone earnest. Upon learning it was a gift from the Snow Empress, Shui Binger stiffened slightly, feeling an undeniable pressure from the Ice Empress. Accept it. This is from the Snow Empress, who seems quite fond of you, Suyu added, sensing her hesitation. Shui Binger sighed inwardly, accepting the Xian Bing sway with a grateful heart. Thank you, Suyu, she murmured after a moment of silence, lowering her gaze as she awaited his reassurance. A minute passed, then 2, and, after 3 minutes, Shui Binger could no longer contain her curiosity. She lifted her little head, gazing in bewilderment at the spot where Suyu had just been standing. To her astonishment, there was no one there. Suyu had vanished without a trace. Suyu, where did you go? Wait for me. Don't you need my help? After a brief search, Shui Binger finally located Suyu. Observing the white orchid in his hand, she could not help but pout, expressing her displeasure. Suyu, taken aback by Shui Binger's sudden approach and her barrage of words, absent-mindedly ruffled his hair and replied with a hint of exasperation. I just thought you seemed a bit awkward, so I decided to leave. Indeed, he had meant to alleviate her discomfort. You really are something. Shui Binger glared at Suyu, her teeth clenched. Reflecting on her previous actions, she felt so embarrassed that she could metaphorically dig a hole with her toes. All right, let us hurry and select the medicine, Suyu said, tossing the 8-petaled orchid into a box and handing it to Shui Binger. Is this the celestial herb? Shui Binger inquired, glancing at the box with a puzzled expression. Suyu said nothing and began to scour the area with her, quickly filling Shui Binger's box with more items. All right, we can head back now, Suyu remarked, nodding at the box in her hands, clearly satisfied. This is sufficient? Shui Binger wondered, eyeing the collection of boxes she held. Oh, she nodded and followed Suyu as they headed back to their previous location. All right, everyone gather around. I am about to distribute the items, Suyu said, looking at the eager faces surrounding him with a hint of exasperation. Yay! Shui Wei, Zhu Zhuqing. And the others had been eagerly awaiting Suyu's words, and upon hearing him, they rushed toward him with excitement. Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu also curiously approached, eager to see what Suyu would distribute. However, once everyone had gathered, Suyu did not immediately speak. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Shui Wuxin, who remained seated a short distance away. Teacher Wuxin, come over. Do you want any celestial herbs? Suyu called out with a cheerful smile. Shui Wuxin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name. Initially, she believed she had no need for such things, considering her status as a soul sage. Celestial herbs held little value for her. Yet, Suyu's invitation stirred a sense of gratitude within her. Suyu, it's fine. At my age, these things are of little use, Shui Wuxin replied with a faint smile, even as she approached. Although she had no intention of accepting celestial herbs from Suyu, the sentiment of his offer touched her heart. Unbeknownst to Shui Wuxin, Suyu was unaware of the challenges a soul sage faced in seeking advancement. As for the notion that consuming the herbs could lead to a direct breakthrough to soul Dalu, Shui Wuxin had never considered it. Teacher Wuxin, please accept them. There are plenty of celestial herbs here, and the ones I prepared for you can enhance your beauty. If you don't want them, I'll find someone else. Suyu insisted. As soon as he mentioned beauty, Shui Wuxin's eyes lit up, and Suyu couldn't help but smile at her reaction. However, he concealed his amusement and began scanning the surroundings, as if searching for the right recipient for the herbs. Cough, cough, Suyu, it's fine. Since you respect your teacher so much, I can't refuse. Hand them over, Shui Wuxin said, her heart racing as she approached Suyu, feeling slightly anxious. Before Shui Wuxin could voice her concerns, Suyu had already started walking towards Shui Wei. Seeing this, Shui Wuxin felt a surge of urgency and quickly fabricated a reason to join XiaoWu, her expression serious. All right then, just give them to me. XiaoWu smiled and handed the wooden box to XiaoWu. XiaoWu cast a disappointed glance at the jade box in XiaoWu's hands, realizing that XiaoWu had intended to gift the herbs to her. However, seeing the box now in XiaoWu's possession, she understood that her chance had slipped away. Teacher Wuxin, I have prepared the Bingji Yugu flower for you. This herb can significantly enhance your ice attributes and physical constitution. After you absorb it, you should see considerable improvement. XiaoWu opened the box and was greeted by the sight of the pristine flowers, adorned with captivating blue specks. This flower is not to be consumed whole. Just eat everything except the roots. XiaoWu explained the usage to XiaoWu before stepping back. Without waiting for XiaoWu to finish, XiaoWu immediately devoured the Bingji Yugu flower, leaving only the roots behind. XiaoWu chuckled, unfazed, as he revealed an orchid in his hand. This was the 8-petaled orchid, pure white and radiant, exuding an ethereal aura. This is the Baban Xianlan. Its medicinal properties are gentle yet potent, easily absorbed, but it requires time to take effect. It can strengthen your foundation and expel impurities from your body. This is for XiaoWu. Her body is relatively weak, and it suits her well. After consuming it, she should be able to increase her level by at least 5. XiaoWu said with a smile as he handed the orchid to XiaoWu. Hearing XiaoWu's description, XiaoWu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she delicately accepted the 8-petaled orchid from him. Don't be too excited. Here is how you should use this herb. XiaoWu chuckled, patting XiaoWu's shoulder as he began to explain the method of consumption. I understand. Thank you, Captain, XiaoWu replied joyfully, sitting cross-legged on the ground and following XiaoWu's instructions to begin her absorption. All right, Yuer, come here. XiaoWu called XiaoWu over as he watched XiaoWu start her process, smiling contentedly. He then handed her one of the jade boxes. Upon opening it, XiaoWu discovered an ice-blue fruit inside. This is the Ji Bingwa, which possesses immense ice attribute power and can enhance her dolphin martial soul. Though not the strongest, the Ji Bingwa will greatly improve it. Absorbing it will be beneficial. Just avoid eating the seed. The rest is fine. XiaoWu gestured for XiaoWu to proceed with her absorption. Why aren't you going yet? XiaoWu asked, puzzled by XiaoWu's inaction. While others rushed to absorb their celestial herbs, she merely stared at him intently, leading XiaoWu to suspect there was something amiss with her. Captain, may I ask a question? XiaoWu inquired sweetly, her voice soft and melodic. Hearing her tone, XiaoWu frowned slightly, while Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu exchanged glances but remained silent. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was indifferent, eagerly anticipating the herbs. Spit it out quickly, then hurry to absorb it. Why are you so troublesome? XiaoWu sighed and shot her an exasperated glance. Captain, can my celestial herb enhance beauty? XiaoWu, who had been seriously awaiting her question, suddenly felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Is it your question? XiaoWu's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with uncertainty. Well, it seems that XiaoWu did not perceive XiaoWu's expression and directly stated, sorry, that's not acceptable. No exchange, eat it if you like. Upon finishing his words, XiaoWu seized XiaoWu's neck and tossed her out. As XiaoWu landed, she cast a resentful glance at XiaoWu. However, upon meeting his fierce gaze, she ultimately refrained from bothering him further. This is for you, Binger, XiaoWu said, handing a relatively large box to XiaoWu. Upon opening it, she discovered a magnificent lotus flower. This is the ice snow lotus, the finest ice attribute celestial herb I have found, and it is most suitable for you. Consuming it should enhance your mastery of the ultimate ice. While XiaoWu assisted XiaoWu in understanding its effects, he also instructed her on how to utilize it. XiaoWu revealed a glimmer of joy in her eyes and was about to express her gratitude when XiaoWu interrupted her. No need for thanks. It is evident that you should hurry and eat. Your strength will aid me, and that is the best way to repay me. XiaoWu smiled and then turned his attention away from XiaoWu. Observing XiaoWu's demeanor, XiaoWu could not help but shake her head. As one of the most renowned beauties of Tian Shui Academy, she was well aware of how many wished to converse with her. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered someone like XiaoWu. Without further ado, she sat on the ground, took out the Xian Bing Sui, and began to consume the lotus with great enthusiasm. Zhu Qing, you're next. This is for you, Suyu said as he handed a box to Zhu Zhuqing. Upon opening it, Zhu Zhuqing beheld a pristine white flower that appeared as pure as a blue lotus. This celestial herb was the water immortal jade bone, the very herb Zhu Zhuqing absorbed in the original narrative. This is the water immortal jade bone, which nourishes tendons and bones and facilitates the flow of vital energy through the 8 extraordinary meridians. It is a perfect match for you. Go ahead and consume it, Suyu remarked, smiling at the excited Zhu Zhuqing holding the celestial herb. You should only eat the petals and then suck on the stamen, requiring the stimulation of soul power for absorption. There is no need to consume anything else, Suyu added, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. The water immortal jade bone was arguably the most suitable for Suyu, as the Xiangxi Duan Changhong was not an option for Zhu Zhuqing, making this herb the best choice. Thank you, Zhu Zhuqing expressed softly before sitting cross-legged on the ground to begin her absorption. Sister Shui, the ice spring should be beneficial for your cultivation. I shall leave you to it, as I need to focus on my own training, Suyu said, nodding at the Snow Empress with a wry smile. The Snow Empress, however, remained silent and simply waved her hand at Suyu. In his heart, Suyu quietly murmured, System, extract the swan and eye bone. The swan and eye bone, which had been obtained from fishing, had yet to be utilized by Suyu. The swan and eye possessed control over lightning and poison attributes, and, despite its formidable nature, Suyu had no intention of absorbing it. Rather, he sought to cultivate the techniques associated with the bone. Suyu was resolute in his decision not to absorb any soul bones, as he did not wish for any foreign bone to enter his body. His bloodline was that of a Qilin, the purest bloodline in the realm, embodying a divine beast with dominion over fortune. With such a bloodline, everything about Suyu was deemed perfect, and he would not permit the bones of inferior soul beasts, which were often marred by mixed bloodlines, to infiltrate his being. If I successfully cultivate the techniques of a swan and eye, I will undoubtedly enhance my strength. If the swan knees lightning can be combined with Yihua, could I perhaps develop a lightning flame mode? Suyu pondered, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The methods associated with the swan and eye bone differed from those of soul bones, by simply channeling his soul power into it. Suyu could observe the swan knees secret techniques. Come forth, swan and eye bone, and reveal your secrets to me, Suyu whispered, as a torrent of soul power surged into the swan and eye bone. The swan and eye bone began to voraciously consume Suyu's soul power, akin to a vast bottomless pit. As Suyu sensed the rapid depletion of his soul power, he furrowed his brow but quickly mobilized his formidable energy to flood into the swan and eye bone. Under the overwhelming influx of soul power, the swan and eye bone soon reached its limit, unleashing a terrifying bolt of lightning that enveloped Suyu's body. In an instant, a powerful beast appeared in Suyu's mind. The swan and eye bore a resemblance to a lion, yet its form was imbued with draconic features. The swan and eye depicted in his mind exuded an aura of terror, with its formidable lightning striking down upon several mountains, reducing them to mere rubble. The devastation did not cease there. An intangible poison was subsequently released, rendering the surrounding area lifeless for 100 miles. Such a fearsome swan and eye. Nonetheless, I refuse to be outdone in the future, Suyu thought gravely to himself. Although the swan and eye in the vision was indeed powerful, Suyu was determined not to yield easily, especially with the assistance of the system, which could transform a vast area into a wasteland. Should he set foot on Douluo continent, none would stand a chance against him. Even the Silver Dragon King might merely be a younger sibling in comparison. Achieving godhood would not guarantee victory over the swan and eye depicted in his mind. However, Suyu's aspirations extended beyond the continent or the divine realm. His sights were set on the myriad realms. He was aware that within his storage lay a traversal card, and he had already planned a journey to the Dopa world. The Dopa world was abundant in Yihua, and should Suyu manage to acquire a specific flame technique, it would undoubtedly evolve into a higher tier, further amplifying his strength. Yet, such thoughts were moot at present. The imperative task remained mastering the swan knees techniques, as their power was undeniably enticing. If he could harness even a fraction of that power, XiaoWu was confident in attaining formidable strength. Thus, he closed his eyes once more to begin his cultivation, the image of the swan and eye resurfacing in his mind. Through his training in the 3,000 thunder movements, XiaoWu possessed latent lightning within him, albeit dormant until now. Previously, he could not harness it, but the techniques of the swan and eye provided a plethora of methods for lightning control. Quickly, XiaoWu discovered a promising technique and commenced his cultivation. Under the influence of this method, he soon felt the lightning deep within his body, and a smile graced his lips. At last, I can feel it. Is this the lightning within me? XiaoWu chuckled softly. Previously, he could only utilize this lightning during the 3,000 thunder movements, but now, with the swan knee's lightning control techniques, everything had changed. The swan knee's methods were akin to a cultivation path, and as long as XiaoWu began his practice, he was certain that he would one day master it. Why does the young one possess the power of lightning? Wasn't her essence primarily aligned with the attributes of fire and spirit? The emergence of this lightning attribute, albeit still somewhat feeble, exudes a terrifying pressure that I can sense. Should it fully awaken, it would likely surpass even the flames witnessed yesterday. The Sheng, feeling the sudden surge of lightning within XiaoWu, could not help but display a slight change in expression. His curiosity about XiaoWu grew, as there were numerous phenomena about him that even he could not decipher. Amused by this intriguing little fellow, Sheng smiled and chose to close his eyes, commencing his own cultivation. This icy gaze proved highly beneficial to her, far superior to her arduous training in the frigid north. The power of lightning represents the pinnacle of both speed and aggression. It is one of the most formidable forces in existence, capable of obliterating all malevolence under its influence. As XiaoWu cultivated the terrifying lightning within his body, he persistently harnessed its energy to augment his physique. The exhilarating sensation of his growing strength filled him with immense joy. In Chapter 109, strategizing for the Hanhai Qingquan Shield, Wang Xiao'er and XiaoWu were also diligently training, honing their soul power with the competition just 8 months away. 8 months may not seem extensive, yet with dedicated effort, advancing 2 levels was quite feasible. XiaoWu was nearing level 40, currently at 39, with her goal set firmly on breaking through that threshold. Without achieving level 40, her standing in the competition would ultimately be insignificant. It would merely be a formality. However, those capable of surpassing level 40 were not numerous, primarily found in esteemed academies. To contend with the Wuhuan Temple, XiaoWu needed at least to reach level 40. Otherwise, she would remain comparatively weak. Wang Xiao'er's situation differed. She was genuinely on the verge of breakthrough. Having long attained level 45, it was time for her to progress further following such a lengthy period of accumulation. The might of lightning magic was indeed formidable. As XiaoWu sensed the substantial amplification of lightning power within him, excitement danced in his eyes. Suddenly, terrifying bolts of lightning manifested around his legs. 3,000 thunderbolts, he murmured, unleashing a surge of speed that propelled him thousands of meters away in an instant. The enhancement of his speed was astonishing. He could scarcely believe the velocity he had just achieved. Reflecting on this remarkable speed, a faint smile graced XiaoWu's lips. He realized his prowess was now quite formidable, and he began to contemplate grand ambitions. However, his aspirations were anything but ordinary. He set his sights on the most treasured possessions of the Tiando Empire. The Hanhai Qingquan Shield was a true treasure of the Tiando Empire, a relic of the sea god. While XiaoWu might dismiss a mere rank 1 divine position, Wang Xiao'er's potential was different. She had previously been unable to inherit the sea goddess legacy, but after consuming XiaoWu's concealment pill, she had completely masked her aura. Even the sea god would be unable to detect her presence, making her a viable candidate for the inheritance. While the combat strength of Douluo might be somewhat lacking, its vitality was undeniably robust. Once one ascended to divinity, they were granted eternal life, a notable advantage of the Douluo realm. In contrast to the world of Chendong, where emperors lived only a few tens of thousands of years, the gods of Douluo enjoyed boundless lifespans. It would be amusing to see how those great emperors would react upon learning this. a dignified emperor capable of suppressing an era, limited to a mere few decades of existence. While a simple god boasts infinite life, it was absurd. Suyu was determined to obtain the Hanhai Qinquan shield, especially for Wang Qiuer's sake. He fully intended to venture into the divine realm, where he might not covet the sea god, but could still aspire to the positions of the 5 esteemed ones. As for how to acquire the Hanhai Qinquan shield, Suyu had already devised a plan. He did not wish to create a rift with the Tiando Empire. His first strategy was to barter. He would offer celestial herbs or even soul bones in exchange. Should the Tiando Empire refuse, he would find himself at an impasse, especially considering that the Shuedi was currently by his side. Shuedi could effortlessly assist Suyu in obtaining the Hanhai Qinquan shield, contingent upon the Tiando Empire's willingness to cooperate. If they were accommodating, they might even receive some compensation. If not, they would gain nothing. It was not an issue of Suyu being domineering. Such behavior was commonplace in a fantastical world. In such realms, strength often dictated supremacy. The nature of the fantastical world was unyielding. Even the weakest in Douluo were bound by this truth. When Tang Hao sought to discipline Suyu, he had articulated that this world fundamentally revered the strong. Once one entered this sphere, escape was nearly impossible unless their power eclipsed all opposition. Of course, even overwhelming strength did not guarantee freedom from the confines of this societal structure, which resembled a vast cage, with all individuals merely birds trapped within. Observing his companions engaged in cultivation, Suyu remained silent. He unleashed his 3,000 thunderbolts and departed from the ice and fire eyes, journeying towards Tiando City. To secure the Hanhai Qinquan shield, he required an ally, someone well connected to the royal family. His chosen ally was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, who shared a Wuhuan fusion ability with Suyu and was poised to become the angel god in the future alongside Qianrenxue. Suyu sensed that Qianrenxue would likely not refuse his request, given their shared Wuhuan fusion technique. Furthermore, he would ensure that she would not suffer any loss. If she acquiesced, he could offer her a celestial herb without hesitation. This arrangement did not weigh heavily on his conscience, as she was indeed compatible with him in terms of their Wuhuan fusion, and her compatibility was nearly as high as Wang Qiuer's. In this scenario, it was impossible for Qianrenxue to become an adversary. Upon arriving at Tiando City, Suyu gazed at the crown prince's residence, a smile gracing his face. Qianrenxue, here I come. Where are you? As he beheld the grand prince's mansion, a warm surge of golden soul power erupted from him. Suyu knew that Qianrenxue had been observing him. It was not mere narcissism to believe that their previous meeting had enamored her. As the only individual capable of Wuhuan fusion with her and the six-winged angel, it was natural for her to keep track of him. Therefore, when she sensed his soul power, it was inevitable that she would send someone to him. Indeed, Qianrenxue was closely monitoring Suyu. At that moment, deep within the prince's residence, in a secluded chamber, Qianrenxue, under the guise of Xue Qinghe, sat with an elegant middle-aged man. Behind the man stood an elder exuding a terrifying sword intent. None other than the renowned sword Douluo, a guardian elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, alongside the esteemed sect master, Ning Fengzhi, who is celebrated as the world's strongest support. Ning Fengzhi is indeed the father of Ning Rongrong, and he also serves as the mentor to Xue Qinghe. Today, he has come to discuss certain matters with Xue Qinghe. As the encounter unfolds, Ning Fengzhi notices his suddenly dazed disciple and can't help but be slightly taken aback. Qinghe, are you all right? Is something wrong with your health? He inquires with a hint of concern. Upon his reminder, Xue Qinghe regains his composure. I apologize, master. Just now, I sense the presence of a friend, and I need to seek him out. Would you mind waiting for me? A refined smile appears on Xue Qinghe's face as he addresses Ning Fengzhi. Ah, your friend, Qinghe. Might I have the pleasure of meeting him? Ning Fengzhi expresses genuine curiosity, observing Xue Qinghe rise from his seat. It is indeed intriguing that Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire, would take such care to meet a friend, as he symbolizes the dignity of the empire in many regards. Of course. Please wait a moment. I will introduce my friend to you shortly, master. He shares a similar age with Rongrong, Xue Qinghe replies with a smile before departing. In the loft, Ning Fengji takes a delicate sip of tea. A friend of Qinghe's who is of similar age to Rongrong? This is quite hard to believe. Douluo comments with curiosity. Indeed, Uncle Jian. If he is as Qinghe described, it would be worthwhile to make his acquaintance. To have Qinghe personally welcome someone of Rongrong's age is indeed fascinating. Ning Fengji responds with a mysterious smile. Whatever you say, I am eager to see this young talent who surpasses our Rongrong, capable of prompting Xue Qinghe's personal welcome, Douluo remarks with a hint of displeasure. As in his eyes, Ning Rongrong is the most exceptional child. Uncle Jian, we must carefully observe this young prodigy, whom Qinghe personally greets. If he proves to be exceptional, we might invite him to join our sect. Rongrong is no longer a child and should begin to establish her own circle, Ning Fengji states seriously, gripping his staff. Although he has many descendants, Ning Rongrong is indeed the strongest and has been chosen as his successor. If Xue Qinghe's friend possesses exceptional qualities, it would not be unwise to cultivate a relationship. Humph! I am eager to see this young prodigy, Douluo scoffs. Brother Qinghe, it has been quite a while. Hasn't it? Almost a year. Su greets Xue Qinghe, who rushes towards him with a smile. Ha ha, you'd eat. It has indeed been a long time. You have finally arrived in Tiando City. Come, let us catch up properly today, and do not leave, Xue Qinghe exclaims, pulling Su arm as they head towards the prince's residence. You'd eat. I need your assistance today. My master wishes to meet you, so I hope you can help me. Xue Qinghe looks at Su with a smile. In Xue Qinghe's mind, Su is still unaware of his identity, and introducing him to Ning Fengji is quite significant. After all, Ning Fengji is the leader of the XiaoWu sect, a fact known to nearly everyone in the Tiando Empire. Master, is it the esteemed Ning Fengji of the XiaoWu sect? Su feigns curiosity, looking at Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe is momentarily stunned by Su's response. You know? He asked in surprise. Of course. It is common knowledge that the prince's teacher is the leader of the XiaoWu sect, Su explains with a smile. Ah, I see. I had not been following these matters closely. Come, you'd eat. Xue Qinghe chuckles and leads Su towards the rear courtyard of the prince's residence. Their pace is swift, and within minutes, they arrive at the courtyard and enter the loft. Beep, congratulations to the host for checking in with Ning Fengji, the leader of the XiaoWu sect, granting one opportunity for fishing. Beep, congratulations to the host for checking in with Douluo Qinshin, the protector elder of the XiaoWu sect, granting one opportunity for fishing. Su glances briefly at the notifications before disregarding them, as he has yet to reach 10 checks, and thus has no interest. Is this the little brother you mentioned, Qinghe? He truly is a remarkable talent. I can sense an extraordinary aura about him. He is indeed a young hero, Ning Fengji praises upon seeing Su. Su can't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable with such fervent flattery. Haha, Master Ning is jesting. I am merely an ordinary soul master and not deserving of such lofty titles, Su retorts, well aware of Ning Fengji's intentions. Ah, little brother, you jest. Ning Fengji replies, chuckling at Su's modesty. Just as Su and Ning Fengji engage in pleasantries, Douluo, who has been standing attentively behind Ning Fengji, interjects. Humph, if a soul master of this age does not qualify for such title, I truly do not know what defines a millennium talent. With an indifferent demeanor, Douluo's sharp gaze pierces through Su as he speaks. Ning Fengji's pupils slightly constrict, not due to the strength of the soul master, but because of Su's age. Xue Qinghe had just mentioned that this young talent is the same age as his daughter, Ning Rongrong. A 14-year-old soul master possesses an extraordinary talent that is far from ordinary, and his humility is equally remarkable. Even Ning Fengji cannot help but commend Su's formidable potential. What an astonishing youth! If this young man does not perish, achieving the rank of title Douluo is merely a matter of time. Ning Fengji observes Su with fervent anticipation, relieved that his good disciple has introduced such a promising prospect. Qinghe, you are indeed a wonderful child. My care for you has not been in vain. Ning Fengji silently praises Xue Qinghe, who sits quietly sipping tea. Senor, you jest. A soul master is merely an attainable goal with enough effort. Suyu responds calmly to Daluo's scrutinizing gaze, maintaining his composure. Humph. Daluo gives a sidelong glance at Suyu, but refrains from countering his words, opting instead for silence, leaving others to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. May I inquire your esteemed name, young brother? Ning Fengji gently pours a cup of tea for Suyu and inquires with a warm demeanor. Suyu. Suyu replies with a smile, feeling no need to conceal his identity. Suyu, a fine name indeed. Jian Shu is correct. If you do not qualify as a young prodigy, then no one else can. Ning Fengji chuckles lightly, continuing to extol Suyu. As Suyu listens to Ning Fengji's praises, he feels a sense of ennui. He had anticipated this dynamic. Engaging with these individuals is merely a dance of power and influence, and it is clear that Ning Fengji is intent on drawing him into his sphere. Ah, indeed. Suyu, I see that your age is still quite young. I have a daughter who is not much older than you. Next time, I shall bring her along so that you may converse. I am certain you will become excellent friends. Ning Fengji's thoughts mirrored those of Suyu. After only a few words, he introduced his daughter, seemingly intending to present her to Suyu. Very well. I shall certainly wish to meet the daughter of Ning Zhongzhu in the future. Ning Zhongzhu is a remarkable figure among men, and your daughter must undoubtedly be a prodigious talent as well. When time permits, I shall pay a visit, and I hope Ning Zhongzhu will not drive me away. Suyu smiled at Ning Fengji, who could not help but admire the gentle demeanor of this unassuming youth. As the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji had high standards, yet he could not deny Suyu's exceptional qualities. Indeed, Suyu was among the most outstanding young individuals he had ever encountered, leading Ning Fengji to question whether his somewhat foolish daughter could truly appreciate such a remarkable young man. He was well aware of his daughter's nature, an absolute little devil, devoid of any cunning. Very well, I shall not intrude upon you young ones any longer. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Xinghe, you need not see me off. After chatting a bit longer with Suyu, Ning Fengji gazed at the setting sun and shook his head, casting a somewhat regretful glance at Suyu and Xinghe. Xinghe, upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, was momentarily taken aback. She glanced outside at the sky, revealing no emotion on her face, demonstrating her mastery in maintaining composure. Teacher, you jest. You are entirely welcome to stay with Sword Senior in my residence. Xinghe said warmly as she stood up to address the departing Ning Fengji. Never mind. I have some matters to attend to. The little devil will be returning today, and I must go back. You young people continue your conversation. Ning Fengji shook his head, clearly not intending to linger. Xinghe attempted to persuade him for a moment, but upon seeing his resolute demeanor, she ceased her insistence. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong sat upon her father's throne, swinging her little legs, glancing despondently at the gaunt elder, who was over 2 meters tall. My little Rongrong, Fengji and that old scoundrel have indeed gone too far this time. When they return, grandfather will teach them a lesson. It is simply unacceptable. The old man could not bear to watch. The frail elder's face displayed an expression of disappointment, but regrettably, this sentiment was directed not at Ning Rongrong, but at Ning Fengji and Dalu, who had just departed the Crown Prince's residence. At the Crown Prince's residence, Xinghe, this time I shall not conceal anything. I have come to seek your assistance. Suyu observed Ning Fengji's departure, gathered his thoughts, and turned to Xinghe with a serious expression. Su, my younger brother, speak freely. If I can help, I shall certainly do so. However, if I cannot, do not hold it against me, for I am merely a prince at present. Xinghe smiled warmly upon hearing that Suyu sought her help. She was pleased that he came to her, as she needed to engage with him more. The fusion of martial spirits required mutual familiarity to succeed. Suyu, my brother, do tell me. I shall be of assistance where possible. Xinghe regarded Suyu with a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Xinghe's expression and hearing her response, Suyu's heart brimmed with joy, yet he forced a somewhat strained expression onto his face. Alas, had I not been truly out of options, I would not have sought your help, dear brother. Since you have said so, I shall not withhold any further, as the Crown Prince. You must be aware of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, correct? Su Yu observed Xue Qinghe's troubled countenance, his tone stammering as if he felt quite embarrassed. The Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao? Xue Qinghe's gaze sharpened slightly. Having been undercover in the Tiando Empire for many years, she was certainly aware of this national treasure. In fact, she had once observed the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao up close, but deemed it of little practical use, its sole merit lying in its protective capabilities, while the rest was beneath her consideration. The Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao, my younger brother wishes for this? It is indeed a national treasure of the Tiando Empire. Though not particularly valuable, obtaining it is not a straightforward task. Xue Qinghe pondered for a moment, then regarded Su Yu with utmost seriousness. Hearing Xue Qinghe's response, Su Yu was not surprised. Even if the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao appeared useless to outsiders, it remained a national treasure, and such items were not easily acquired. However, Xue Qinghe's reply pleased him greatly. He understood that while it might be challenging, it was not unattainable. With a little effort, he could secure it. Su Yu's heart swelled with quiet joy as he gazed at Xue Qinghe with increasing warmth. Qinghe, you misunderstand my intentions. I certainly do not wish to obtain it for free. I have valuable treasures to offer in exchange for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. Observe. Su Yu smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting as he turned his palm, revealing a golden soul bone that appeared in an instant. Su Yu possessed numerous soul bones, as they were plentiful in the Lake of Life, and he had long been planning for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. It was entirely normal for him to possess several 10,000-year soul bones. Xue Qinghe's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the soul bone, though she quickly regained her composure. As a young master of the Spirit Hall, she had encountered many soul bones, and a 10,000-year soul bone was something she had seen numerous times. Considering the formidable individuals behind Su Yu, possessing a 10,000-year soul bone was entirely plausible. However, she was taken aback that Su Yu would use a soul bone to barter for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. Chapter 112. Brother's blood tastes wonderful. In Xue Qinghe's eyes, the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao truly paled in comparison to a 10,000-year soul bone. A 10,000-year soul bone could enhance one's cultivation, while the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao possessed little utility. Su Yu, are you truly willing to exchange this nearly 30,000-year soul bone for the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao? You must think carefully, for this is a soul bone. Xue Qinghe regarded Su Yu with a somewhat stern expression, as he appeared resolute in his decision. Qinghe, I am certain. I need the assistance of the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao. If 30,000 years is insufficient, I can add another 5,000-year soul bone. What do you think? Su Yu smiled, revealing a 5,000-year right leg bone in his hand once more. Xue Qinghe, observing the soul bone Su Yu produced, inwardly cursed him for being excessively wealthy. Very well, since you are certain, dear brother, I shall not press further. I can assist you with this matter within 3 days at most. However, I truly do not understand why you desire such a useless item. Xue Qinghe shook her head in resignation. I cannot disclose its purpose to you, dear Qinghe, but I assure you it is of great importance to my future, Su Yu replied, pressing his lips together, his tone tinged with excitement. Xue Qinghe, watching Su Yu's fervor, felt a twinge of curiosity. However, she refrained from probing further, as her status as the crown princess of the Tiando Empire held its own significance. I shall graciously accept the soul bone from my elder brother Su Yu. Let us set aside serious matters for now. Several days ago, my residents received a fine selection of exquisite wines, and we must indulge in them. After accepting the soul bone, Xue Qinghe stood up and took Su Yu by the hand, leading him towards his chamber. In the early morning, Su Yu rose from the floor, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Xue Qinghe in bed, and he couldn't help but shake his slightly foggy head. Alas, it seems I indulged a bit too much in drink last night. Shaking his head, streams of white vapor erupted from every pore of his body. Exhaling, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him after evaporating the alcohol within his system with flames. Time to prepare some breakfast. Su Yu stepped out of the room, retrieved a pot, and began to cook. Before long, he entered the room carrying 2 bowls of light porridge. Coincidentally, upon entering, he noticed Xue Qinghe rising and holding his head. Brother Qinghe, do have a bit to drink. It feels quite pleasant, Su said gently. Well, Su brother, you could have just sent someone to bring it over. There was no need for you to make it yourself, Sheng replied. Approaching the dining table and gazing at the 2 bowls of porridge, running his fingers through his golden hair with a hint of resignation. Isn't it more delightful to prepare it myself? Su chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Brother Qinghe, I leave matters in your capable hands. I have some affairs to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. With a smile, Su addressed Qinghe, who was preparing to handle official duties. He saw no need for pleasantries, as they would meet again in a few days. After bidding farewell to Qinghe, Su made his way to the Binghuo Liangyi. Upon arriving, he noticed Wang Qiaowu had already awakened and nodded in acknowledgement. Qiaowu, you made a breakthrough, Su remarked, sensing her cultivation had reached the 46th level, a revelation that brought him joy. Wang Qiaowu, hearing Su's words, pouted slightly, as she had intended to flaunt her progress and request a reward, but now that plan seemed thwarted. Brother, she said, blinking her large eyes with a displeased expression directed at Su. All right, you mischievous girl, if it will satisfy you, I shall grant you a reward. Su sighed, feeling quite helpless regarding her antics. A droplet of golden blood suddenly surged from his fingertip, floating before Wang Qiaowu. Brother, could you spare a bit more? Wang Qiaowu, feeling a stirring within her heart, swallowed nervously, her throat parched. Not so fast. Do you think this is easily given? Su shot her an exasperated glance. Tisich, if you refuse, just say so. No need to be so fierce, Wang Qiaowu pouted, visibly upset over the denied offering. Yet, upon realizing she could not obtain more, she consumed the blood before her in one swift motion. As the blood entered her body, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through Wang Qiaowu's meridians, integrating into her lineage. Such potent power. Brother's blood truly is exquisite. I must strategize wisely for future opportunities, she thought to herself while absorbing Su's essence. Having nearly acquired the Han Hai Qian Kuan Zhao and secured the sea god's divine position, it seemed feasible for Qiaowu to consider the city of slaughter, the legacy of the Shura god. However, the conditions for inheriting the Shura's legacy required achieving 100 victories in combat, which should be manageable. Given Su's formidable strength and his exceptional skill, San Qian Leidong. At the Qibao Lili sect, Ning Fengji shook his head as he looked at his daughter. Rongrong, your progress is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to what I witnessed yesterday. A young prodigy of your age has already reached the soul sect level, making your achievements seem insignificant. Ning Rongrong, hearing her father's admonitions, was momentarily taken aback. She had stayed up late and missed his return, and now, upon their first meeting, she found herself chastised, leaving her in a state of confusion. Observing her father's disappointment, she felt a wave of grievance rise within her. Fengji, what is this? Rongrong has just returned. Though that boy is indeed remarkable, our Rongrong is also exceptional, the Douluo interjected. Noticing the tears welling in Ning Rongrong's eyes as he positioned himself protectively in front of her, addressing Ning Fengji with clear discontent. What nonsense are you spouting? Our Rongrong is the strongest genius. Just as Ning Fengji was about to apologize to Ning Rongrong, a black spatial tunnel materialized before them, and Douluo stepped forth, addressing Ning Fengji with visible annoyance. Old Bones, you've shown up at last. The Douluo's expression darkened upon seeing Douluo's sudden appearance. Tell me who can surpass our Rongrong. Chapter 113. Douluo's expression soured. Ning Rongrong had just returned and was met with unjustified reprimands, which displeased him. Uncle Bone, I admit my words were somewhat harsh, yet they hold truth compared to others. Rongrong truly cannot compete. Have you ever seen a soul sect member younger than 14? Ning Fengji sighed deeply, observing Douluo's protective demeanor. Old Bones, Fengji speaks no falsehoods. He does not wish to chastise Rongrong, but rather to encourage her to recruit that lad Su. The Douluo remarked, noting Douluo's incredulous expression. Regarding recruitment, Douluo's demeanor turned serious. He concurred with Ning Rongrong taking on the sect master role. Her talent was unmatched within the Qibao Liuli sect over the years. Is that boy truly as extraordinary as you claim? Daluo's expression grew solemn, as this impacted Ning Rongrong's potential to establish her own foundation. Although that prodigy might not be easily recruited, the possibility remained. Suyu? Ning Rongrong clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of discontent. The name Suyu had been indelibly etched in her mind by this little sorceress. She had never faced such indignity before, and she was determined to confront Suyu. "You congratulations on successfully advancing to level 40. Suyu exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Shui Yuera awaken from her cultivation. Captain Celestial Herb is truly effective. I feel wonderfully revitalized after using it. This sensation is simply irresistible. Captain, how about letting me experience it once more?" Shui Yuera teased, playfully licking her rosy lips. Suyu shook his head at her antics. This cheeky girl dared to flirt with him, the captain. He knew he would need to have a serious talk with her sister. "Yuera, it seems you've become a bit too carefree these days. Prepare yourself for a conversation with Binger," Suyu remarked, casting a stern glance at Shui Yuera. "Please, Captain, I was wrong. Reporting me is quite unchivalrous." Shui Yuera, who had been smiling blissfully, suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the white-clad Suyu not far away. Utterly useless. As Captain Suyu cast a triumphant glance at the sorrowful Shui Yuera, he refrained from immediately leading her to capture a soul ring. Instead, he urged her to solidify her cultivation base. Suyu's strategy was to wait until everyone had broken through before hunting soul beasts for their respective soul rings. However, there were some complications concerning XiaoWu, which Suyu had anticipated. XiaoWu had already surpassed level 40, and upon his recent return, he had requested the Snow Empress to lend her assistance. With her help, success was virtually assured. As Suyu had surmised, not long after Shui Yuera awakened, XiaoWu also regained consciousness. Shortly thereafter, Shui Wuxin awoke as well. The 77th level Shui Wuxin had completely healed her internal injuries thanks to the effects of the celestial herb. Once her hidden injuries were resolved, Shui Wuxin astonishingly surged forward, breaking through 3 levels to become an 80-level soul sage. With the capture of another soul ring, she would ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo. Congratulations, Teacher Wuxin. I will request Snow Empress or ZG to assist you in obtaining a soul ring. The Sunset Forest should house suitable soul beasts for you, Suyu remarked. Smiling at the stunningly beautiful Shui Wuxin, her skin as fair as snow, speaking with earnestness. Thank you. It is indeed rather amusing that as your teacher, I have not aided you much, yet you, as my student, have helped me significantly. I feel somewhat embarrassed, Shui Wuxin replied, shaking her head with a bittersweet expression. She genuinely felt a pang of guilt, uncertain how to address Suyu, her student, given that she, as a teacher, had relied on her student for assistance. Suyu sighed inwardly at the sight of his teacher's demeanor, shaking his head helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, a clear voice rang out from a distance. Teacher Wuxin, you need not feel guilty at all. My brother did this willingly. No one forced him. Furthermore, it is incorrect to say you have not helped us. Both your invitation to join Tianshui and your actions in Suatawa City have deeply moved us. Thus, you should not feel any guilt. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Suyu's lips as he turned to find it was indeed the earnest Chiaoer. At that moment, her expression was serious, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. Chiaoer is right. Teacher Wuxin, this was entirely my choice, and you need not feel embarrassed, Suyu added, walking over to grasp Wang Chiaoer's petite hand, standing solemnly beside her. Shui Wuxin's expression shifted as she listened to their exchanges. Suyu Chiaoer, she began, but before she could finish, Wang Chiaoer wrapped her arms around her. Teacher Wuxin, you should strengthen yourself quickly. After all, I'm already at level 46. If you do not improve soon, I might surpass you when I break through to Title Douluo, don't you think? Shui Wuxin's brow furrowed slightly at Wang Chiaoer's words, her expression changing dramatically. As a teacher at Tianshui Academy, once the third-ranked genius female soul master, now second to Suyu, if her students were to surpass her in Title Douluo breakthroughs, how could she retain her standing? Well then, teacher, I shall forego my thanks. When you have children, I will personally look after them. Consider this my gratitude, Shui Wuxin declared, after which she ignored CiaoWu and Wang Xiao'er, sitting cross-legged on the ground to stabilize her cultivation. CiaoWu chuckled at this sight, choosing to disregard Shui Wuxin's comment about helping with children. He found it insignificant, but Wang Xiao'er and Shui Yu'er were not so indifferent. XiaoWu seized the opportunity to tease Shui Yu'er, leading her to join in the playful banter directed at Wang Xiao'er. Observing Wang Xiao'er's flushed cheeks, CiaoWu couldn't help but inwardly sigh at her bashfulness. Yet, he refrained from intervening, instead enjoying the charming sight of her embarrassment. Sister Xiao'er, once you and the captain have children, you must tell me. I absolutely adore children. Shui Yu'er chimed in, tugging at Wang Xiao'er's arm with a beaming smile. What are you saying? You clumsy oaf. What if something happens to the baby? Xiao'er, have you thought about names for your future child? XiaoWu interjected, her words shocking Wang Xiao'er into a deep blush. Sister XiaoWu, what are you saying? We are still so young. We haven't considered such matters. Wang Xiao'er retorted shyly, casting a glance at CiaoWu. However, upon seeing CiaoWu's eager expression directed at her, her irritation nearly boiled over. Clearing his throat, CiaoWu quickly suggested, all right, enough chatter. Everyone should focus on their training. In a few months, we will begin our competition, and we must achieve commendable results. Tianshui's reputation is at stake. We must rise to prominence. I have seen teacher Shui Wuxin working tirelessly into the night. If she can exert such effort, how can you all afford to relax? Hurry and resume your training. CiaoWu noticed Wang Xiao'er's somewhat mournful gaze and felt a shiver run through him. He was acutely aware of how demanding she could be. If he didn't tee his sister now, the evening could become quite uncomfortable. Thus, he reluctantly decided to bring this playful exchange to an end. All right, we should leave now. The captain is starting to usher us out. If we linger any longer, it would be inappropriate. Let us go and leave this space for the lovely couple, XiaoWu said, playfully winking at Shui Yu'er and casting a teasing glance at Wang Xiao'er and CiaoWu. Oh, is that so? Then let us depart quickly. I didn't even notice my oversight. Shui Yu'er instantaneously understood XiaoWu's implication, leaving with a cheerful wink at Wang Xiao'er. Xiao'er, do not be upset. It was entirely my fault, and I truly did not perceive anything wrong with their words. CiaoWu said, winking at Wang Xiao'er while flashing a radiant smile. Why do you say that? Wang Xiao'er asked, her earlier frown replaced with mild surprise at CiaoWu's explanation. Why? There is no reason. It's simply because Xiao'er is my favorite girl, my future wife, and the mother of my children. Is that not sufficient? CiaoWu's desire to survive was notably strong, and he eloquently expressed a plethora of romantic sentiments, leaving Wang Xiao'er in a delightful daze. Xiao'er, you are the one I love. They are not wrong. I have even thought of names for our future children. If it's a boy, he shall be named Su Yi, and if a girl, Su Lianer. What do you think? CiaoWu gently placed Wang Xiao'er's hand over his heart, allowing her to feel its steady rhythm. Su Yi Liana? Wang Xiao'er murmured the names, her eyes brightening with delight, indicating her satisfaction with CiaoWu's proposal. Have I successfully navigated this situation? Truly, I am deserving of my reputation. The most charming rogue of Xiaoya village, CiaoWu mused to himself, stroking his chin. Just then, Su Yi, who had been reclining in a chair, suddenly coughed loudly twice. It is perplexing. The old man's health was fine, so why has he suddenly developed a cough? Could it be that the departed souls from his youth are whispering his name? Surely not. He has long since washed his hands of such matters. He deftly picked up a nearby teacup and sipped the tea, pondering to himself. It must be that troublesome young lad. When I next see him, I shall have words with him. I wonder what methods he employed to charm those two delightful young ladies. Had it not been for my keen eyesight, I might have truly been deceived. A faint smile crept across Su Yi's face, as if recalling a joyful memory. Xiao'er, will you forgive your brother? Su Yi's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at Wang Xiao'er. Feeling the heat of his stare, Wang Xiao'er involuntarily trembled, as if her very soul were laid bare before him. So, brother, you had already reached this conclusion? It seems I have wronged you. Wang Xiao'er gazed tenderly at CiaoWu. CiaoWu had been observant of every move Wang Xiao'er made. Seeing her current demeanor brought a surge of joy to his heart. Sister, I truly misjudged you. I am sorry. Wang Qiu'er spoke softly, barely audible, and had it not been for Su Yu's acute hearing, he might not have caught it. Qiu'er, there is no need for words. I love you, and I am willing to embrace all your flaws. Even if you were to act out. You remain my most cherished girl, Su Yu gently declared, his eyes locked onto Wang Qiu'er's. As Wang Qiu'er felt the warmth of his breath caress her face, she realized her cheeks were flushed, burning with heat. Her heart raced uncontrollably, nearing a fevered pitch. Brother, she gazed at Su Yu as his head lowered, revealing a hint of shyness. Soon, she could no longer withstand the moment and close her eyes. In an instant, a searing softness pressed against her. Minutes passed swiftly, and as Wang Qiu'er gasped for breath, she shot a resentful glance at Su Yu, who wore a subtle smile. A blush swept across her face. Qiu'er, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, Binger and the others should be ready as well. We shall assist Yu'er and XiaoWu in obtaining their soul rings. This time, only Yu'er and XiaoWu would acquire their soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing would not need to, as her level was still insufficient. Su Yu would be content if she could reach level 40 before the competition began, given her talent and level were indeed the lowest in Tianshui. Wang Qiu'er nodded in agreement. With the competition approaching, it was indeed time for Tianshui to fully engage in training. In the imperial palace of Tiando City, Qinghe, do you have any matters to address? If not, you may withdraw. Emperor Shui spoke to his beloved son, his tone gentle. The ministers below regarded the remarkably astute crown prince, who stood out as the finest among the emperor's offspring, in stark contrast to the inept fourth prince. Hearing his father's words, Qinghe could not help but smile faintly. Father, I have a friend who wishes to acquire our Tiando Empire's national treasure, the Hanhai Qianquan shield. As soon as Qinghe's words fell, the court erupted in uproar. Your Highness, are you implying that someone dares to covet our national treasure? What do you mean by this? Chapter 115. The Change in Emperor Shui. Your Highness, the Hanhai Qianquan shield is our Tiando Empire's national treasure. It must not sustain any damage. Your friend is indeed being excessive. Although I do not favor Lao Zhang, I must agree with him on this occasion. The Hanhai Qianquan shield must remain intact. The court buzzed with voices in a cacophony, while Qinghe stood silently, saying nothing. He remained unfazed, for these individuals were merely insignificant in his eyes, none of them even holding the rank of a second-tier official, just a bunch of lackeys. Enough! Cease this chatter. Qinghe, you know your character. Had you not been indecisive, you would have outright refused. Is this friend of yours truly that significant, or is the exchange he offers causing you uncertainty? Emperor Shui regarded Qinghe with an unchanging demeanor, remaining as calm as ever. After decades of ruling, his composure was formidable. Even upon hearing about the Hanhai Qianquan shield, he displayed no visible reaction. The shield held little value for him, merely an ineffective defensive soul tool. Father, you are correct. My friend is indeed quite important to me, and the offer he presented is rather generous, Qinghe replied, internally cursing his father while maintaining a facade of utmost respect. Oh, so you hold him in high regard? He must be a remarkable talent. Shui smiled slightly at Qinghe. Indeed, father, my friend is exceptional. He became a four-ring soul master by the age of 13 and is the first male student enrolled at Tianshui Academy in years. Qinghe's voice was soft yet crystal clear, allowing all present to hear. A four-ring soul master at 13, such a talent is indeed formidable. To befriend someone with such potential, it is no wonder you are the crown prince. Your Highness, your brilliance is unmatched. Under your leadership, we are bound to soar to greater heights. Alas, it is clear that your vision reflects that of His Majesty. Were it not for His Majesty, you would not have become the crown prince. As Qinghe listened to the incessant chatter in the court, he chuckled softly but refrained from speaking, instead staring intently at the pensive Emperor Shui. Qinghe, since he is your friend, I shall refrain from further comment. However, it cannot be given away freely. Let him present 3 conditions to the Tiando Empire, and in exchange, I shall grant him the Hanhai Qianquan shield. Does that sound agreeable? A glimmer of delight appeared in Emperor Shui's eyes. Based on Qinghe's description, this friend was undoubtedly a true genius. If all went well, he would surely ascend to the status of a titled Dalu. In that case, exchanging a mere Hanhai Qiankuan shield for 3 opportunities to call upon a titled Dalu seemed an exceptional bargain. How amusing. This old fellow is rather optimistic, thinking to trade a worthless soul tool for future opportunities to summon a titled Dalu thrice. Does he truly lack self-awareness? As Qian Renxue, who impersonated Sheng, observed the emperor, she silently scoffed. However, Qian Renxue had no intention of acquiescing, as Suyu had already provided her with a deposit. Father, I sense that this may not be feasible. My friend possesses a rather eccentric temperament, yet he has indeed offered a substantial condition in exchange for the Hanhai Qiankuan shield. Sheng's expression turned solemn as he looked to Emperor Shui with a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, Emperor Shui's demeanor shifted, and he gazed intently at Sheng. Father, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. With that, Sheng revealed a golden soul bone that materialized in his palm. As the soul bone appeared, a martial general exclaimed in astonishment, his gaze fixated on the treasure with fervent desire. Not just him. Every official present exhibited expressions of greed. Even Emperor Shui's eyes glinted with a wolf-like hunger and yearning as he beheld the soul bone. Your Majesty, this is the item my friend provided for exchange. A soul bone of the radiant Pegasus, nearly 30,000 years old. Although the soul skill remains unknown, it is well understood that soul bones derived from radiant attribute soul beasts are never weak. Sheng observed the covetous glances of those present, feeling a quiet disdain within, yet maintaining an outward demeanor of calm as he solemnly presented the soul bone to the Shui emperor. Such audacity to trade a soul bone for that worthless Hanhai Qiankuan shield is truly beyond words. One wonders whether to call it perseverance or folly. The officials regarded the soul bone in Sheng's hand with indifference. While they were greedy, they were not foolish. Since the crown prince brought forth the soul bone, it was destined to belong to the royal family, and they knew they had no chance to claim it. Are you certain, Qinghe? Is your friend truly willing to exchange the soul bone for the Hanhai Qiankuan shield? If so, I can make arrangements immediately. Hand the soul bone to me, and I shall have someone deliver the shield to your residence at once. Shui's gaze fixed upon the soul bone in Qinghe's grasp, who refrained from idle chatter. After all, the soul bone did not belong to him. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he decided to acquiesce as Suyu had suggested. Please allow the emperor to appraise it. Shenghe, portrayed by Qian Renxue, knelt gracefully, lifting the soul bone above his head. Without delay, Shui waved his hand, and a nimble old eunuch approached Qian Renxue, wrapping the soul bone in a red silk scarf before proceeding toward Shui. Rising, Shenghe watched as Shui scrutinized the soul bone and inwardly cursed the emperor as a simpleton. How could a ruler of a nation behave thus? While the soul bone was indeed precious, it was merely a 30,000-year-old artifact, and such treatment felt beneath its worth, leading Qian Renxue to regard it with some disdain. To speak no lies, Qian Renxue possessed several soul bones over 10,000 years old herself. Well done, Qinghe. You have performed admirably, truly deserving of being my son. In a few days, have your friend visit the palace. I wish to meet him personally. Shui cast a glance at the covetous expressions of the ministers below, unceremoniously storing the soul bone within his soul guiding device. Understood, Your Majesty, Qinghe replied, bowing solemnly as he regarded Shui. Chapter 116. The terrifying Kirin destruction strike Shui regarded Qinghe with satisfaction before uttering a few more words and departing. What a short-sighted old fool, Qian Renxue scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the retreating figure of Shui, a mere 30,000-year-old soul bone. If it were Qian Renxue herself, she would insist on giving Suyu 3 chances to act, for in the future, Suyu could easily become an entity of level 97 or higher. 3 opportunities from such a being would far outweigh the value of a 30,000-year-old soul bone. After all, who among the titled Dalu does not possess several soul bones? Unbeknownst to Suyu, all that transpired within the palace was beyond his awareness. At that moment, he and his companions were traversing the sunset forest. Their group consisted of only 6 members,
XiaoWu had been taken away by the Snow Emperor under some pretext, and Ziji had led Shui Wuxin away to acquire her soul ring. Shui Wuxin required her 8th soul ring, which was of significant importance and could not be obtained casually. Ziji's strength was more than sufficient to assist Shui Wuxin in acquiring a respectable soul ring. Ziji was indifferent to hunting soul beasts, as long as they were not over 100,000 years old, which she considered trivial. Your martial soul is the extreme ice dolphin. Your attributes can only be ice or water. There are plenty of water attribute soul beasts in the Sunset Forest, so you should be able to acquire a commendable soul ring this time. XiaoWu, rest assured, this soul ring is in the bag. Once obtained, I hope you can spar with Binger daily. Of course, we will join as well. I wish for everyone to hone their combat skills. Suyu spoke with a tone that brooked no dissent, and none of those present dared to contradict him, for he genuinely had their best interests at heart. The 6 moved swiftly, soon arriving at a pond rich in water attributes. Everyone, be cautious. The water attributes here are dense, and there may be formidable soul beasts lurking. Suyu observed the pond with a smile, lightning crackling in his hands. With a wicked grin, Suyu plunged his alabaster hand, fairer than most maidens, into the pond. The power of lightning cultivated through the Ling Hun Swanli method was terrifying. It caused the entire pond to churn violently. Suyu did not keep his hand submerged for long. Within just half a minute, he withdrew it. His lightning was potent, and the territorial instincts of soul beasts were strong. Given the current situation, any powerful soul beast would be unable to tolerate Suyu's provocation. Perhaps due to Suyu's fortune, or perhaps the luck of XiaoWu, they unexpectedly found the soul ring she sought on their very first attempt. The heavenly sea turtle emerged from beneath the pond, a colossal creature spanning several dozen meters. Your luck is truly remarkable. Your first 3 soul skills already possess considerable power. Acquiring a heavenly sea turtle to bolster your defense seems quite beneficial. What are your thoughts? Suyu did not dictate XiaoWu's decision, but instead entrusted her with the choice. While Suyu had a good relationship with XiaoWu, he refrained from influencing her on such a crucial matter. What do you think? Shui Binger, as an elder sister, also expressed her concern for XiaoWu. After some contemplation, XiaoWu nodded. Her first 3 soul skills were already quite effective, and as Suyu suggested, obtaining a defensive soul skill would indeed be advantageous. Let's proceed as the captain suggests. XiaoWu replied with a serious nod. Suyu smiled and did not hesitate. Instantly, the golden feather wings manifested, propelling him into the air as an overwhelming energy of destruction erupted from him. Kirin Destruction Strike. Suyu roared in midair, and a terrifying surge of soul power enveloped him, manifesting a crimson Kirin exuding an aura of annihilation. The destruction Kirin, as if locking onto its target, soared towards the heavenly sea turtle, raising the temperature drastically in its wake. The overwhelming heat caused the nearby women to break into a sweat. What an overwhelming temperature! Is this the power of your 4th soul skill? Truly formidable. No wonder it is a skill derived from bloodline evolution. If it grows, it may rival an ordinary person's 9th soul skill, Wang Qiu remarked, astonished by Suyu's devastating attack. Wow, Captain's 4th soul skill is this powerful? XiaoWu gasped, her mouth agape as she beheld the annihilating Kirin in the distance. XiaoWu and Shui Binger were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the sheer strength of Suyu's 4th soul skill, as they had never witnessed such a terrifying ability before. In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, and the terrifying Qilin crashed heavily into the body of the Tianhai XiaoWu. The immense force propelled water from the pond to heights of several dozen meters. What formidable power! Had I not controlled it, this creature might have been instantly slain, Suyu remarked, gazing at the numerous cracks on the shell of the Tianhai XiaoWu with a hint of lingering fear. Harnessing the golden feathered wings, Suyu swiftly approached the Tianhai XiaoWu, which was now lying in the water on the verge of death. He silently closed his eyes, but soon opened them again, grasping the edge of the shell and lifting the creature effortlessly. Hurry and absorb it, he said, tossing the Tianhai XiaoWu in front of XiaoWu, who gently lowered it to the ground.
seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around them, as she focused her attention on XiaoWu. Forgive me. Though it may seem unfair, my companions are in need of you. I am truly sorry, but I can only express my regrets. Suyu stated with a sense of resignation as he watched XiaoWu plunge an ice blade into the creature's head. Besides Suyu, Wang Qiuer remained indifferent. After years in the Xingdou forest, she had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death, and her lack of familiarity with the Tianhai Jiagui rendered her unaffected by the scene. At the moment the ice blade penetrated, the creature convulsed briefly before a violet soul ring materialized. Chapter 116. Departure from the setting sun. XiaoWu's absorption speed was impressively swift. Within an hour, they had completed the process. The Tianhai Jiagui was merely over 4,000 years old, an age suitable for XiaoWu's cultivation. Had it been older, the absorption would not have been so seamless. As anticipated, XiaoWu's fourth soul skill was indeed a defensive one, an augmentation of defense, known as Haiji by Hu, which enhanced her defense by 200%, proving to be quite a commendable skill. With XiaoWu's task accomplished, only XiaoWu remained. As an auxiliary soul master, XiaoWu found it easier to obtain her soul ring. She merely needed to locate a soul beast compatible with her attributes. After flying for a while longer, they soon discovered an appropriate crocodile soul beast, approximately 4,000 years old, nearing XiaoWu's absorption limit. Given her role as an auxiliary soul master rather than a battle soul master, XiaoWu's skill was unsurprisingly an attack enhancement, increasing her offensive capabilities by 50%. Though modest, it was still commendable. XiaoWu's XiaoWu was merely a high-tier martial soul, not among the elite, yet possessing this enhancement was already a significant achievement. Congratulations to you all. XiaoWu should have also broken through by now. Zhu Qing, you are the only one left in our team. You must strive to improve, understood? Suyu smiled at Zhu Qing, who was currently at approximately level 38. It would be easy for her to break through before the competition. Rest assured, Captain, I will do my utmost. Zhu Qing replied earnestly, nodding at Suyu. Her current level was entirely due to Suyu's influence, had it been solely her efforts. Even reaching level 32 would have been a challenge. Now at 38, thanks to Suyu's celestial herbs, she had found some hope, bringing her closer to her sister's level. The celestial herbs could support her cultivation to 70 levels, finally equipping her to compete with her sister, though still relatively weak. With the residual energy of the herbs aiding her, surpassing her sister was not out of reach. A glimmer of excitement and a smile crossed Zhu Qing's face. All right, our mission is nearly complete. Let us tidy up and move into the city. Our competition will take place in the Tiandou region, so we won't return to Tianshui City. I've already spoken with Teacher Wuxin, so there's no need for concern, Suyu said, glancing at Shui Binger, who had just completed her absorption, and then surveying the excited crowd, smiling broadly. Suyu's voice, though not loud, was perfectly audible to everyone, and they all fell into a state of exhilaration. After all, returning to Tianshui City would take at least a month, making it a 2-month round trip. It would be far more beneficial to remain and train, potentially gaining a level in 2 months. Brother, after this, will you accompany me shopping? If you can't, how about giving me a drop of your blood? Just a regular one, not your essence, Wang Qiuer said, her expression mischievous as she looked at Suyu's fingers. Upon hearing this, Suyu rolled his eyes, fully aware of Wang Qiuer's intentions. He regretted having given her blood previously, as she now frequently lingered around him. He was beginning to fear her. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by his blood, which contained a wealth of fortuitous energy? With such power, his blood was indeed a precious commodity, capable of enhancing one's innate talent, a nearly unchangeable aspect of a person's being. Stop it, Suyu said, pushing Wang Qiuer away as she leaned in closer. Startled, she quickly adopted a look of feigned innocence. Brother, do you not love me anymore? Just yesterday, you called me your treasure. Wang Qiuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, casting a mournful glance at Suyu. Please, spare me this act. My heart is as steadfast as a rock. The allure of a woman is nothing but a fleeting specter, Suyu declared with an air of sanctity,
his hands pressed together, emanating a faint sense of purity. The onlookers could not help but burst into laughter at this scene. Wang Qiu'er gritted her teeth, shooting a fierce yet playful glare at XiaoWu. XiaoWu remained unperturbed by her expression, maintaining his usual demeanor. "Just you wait, brother," Wang Qiu'er warned, swallowing her frustration, her small teeth clenching in a mock threat. XiaoWu, dismissing her with a glance, knew all too well how unreliable his sister could be. A few sweet words would easily resolve any grievances. He was utterly unconcerned, as the group did not fly, for he could not carry them all alone. Nonetheless, his speed was impressive. Having set out in the morning, they arrived near Tiando City by evening. In the Tiando City Hotel, XiaoWu observed Wang Qiu'er, who was sprawled on the bed, fiddling with her new clothes, and let out a resigned sigh. "Enough, it's time for bed. You truly lack shame, sneaking in here. Aren't you afraid Zhu Qing will find out?" XiaoWu chided, casting an exasperated glance at her. Wang Qiu'er, reclining on the bed, seemed oblivious to XiaoWu's words, continuing to fuss over her garments. Her eyes fixated solely on her attire. Sighing, the young man XiaoWu helplessly shook his head and stepped into the bathroom. After several days without a proper wash, he finally had the opportunity to indulge in a good soak. Those troublesome girls had occupied all the bathrooms in the house, and now he could finally enjoy a leisurely bath. Being a boy, XiaoWu only soaked for a little over half an hour before emerging from the large tub. He glanced at his well-toned physique and couldn't help but smile wryly. His body was a culmination of immense cosmic fortune. This physique, coveted by countless women and spirit beasts, was it destined to favor that beautiful woman outside who stirred his heart tonight? He pondered to himself, stroking his chin. Chapter 117. The completion of the Hanhai Qianquan shield. When XiaoWu left the bathroom, Wang Qiu'er was already nestled in his bed, fast asleep. It seemed that the girl had no intention of cultivating tonight. XiaoWu found himself faced with two choices. The first was to embrace Wang Qiu'er's soft form and sleep soundly, and the second was to kick her off the bed. Surely, any sane person would avoid the latter choice, and XiaoWu was no exception. He quickly undressed, leapt onto the bed, and buried himself under the covers, enveloping the soft, fragrant body beside him. How delightful it was to sleep! He settled his hands comfortably and drifted into slumber. In the morning, XiaoWu gazed at the empty room, devoid of anyone but himself, and fell into a contemplative silence, glancing at the breakfast laid out on the table. He couldn't help but smile. After dressing swiftly, he finished his meal and exited the room. With a flick of his mental energy, he scanned his teammates' quarters and, upon finding no one present, sighed in resignation. If he was not mistaken, they had likely gone out for shopping, but such matters were of little concern to him. As long as he maintained a pace of leveling up every 4 months, everything would be fine. Regarding Shui Binger, XiaoWu was willing to lower his expectations. After all, she had evolved into the essence of ice, and cultivating such an ultimate martial spirit was indeed arduous, particularly before reaching the Soul Sage level. XiaoWu, being of an ultimate attribute himself, understood this well. Had he not cultivated the burning decision, he might have struggled to keep pace with Shui Binger. Today, XiaoWu had no other plans but to visit the prince's residence and converse with Xueqinghe. After all, the Hanhai Qianquan shield he needed was still in Xueqinghe's possession. Xueqinghe had assured him it would be ready within 3 days. And now that time had long passed. If it had not been completed, he might have to resort to seizing it. With the might of Xuedi and Ziji, entering the Tiando Empire's treasury would be a trivial matter, especially since there were no formidable title Dalu within the empire. The only title Dalu, Gubo, was among the weakest of their kind and had been poisoned. Although he had since been treated, his weakness remained unchanged. Were it not for XiaoWu's desire to avoid escalating tensions with the Tiando, he could easily infiltrate the empire's treasury. At the prince's residence, XiaoWu beheld the azure shield before him, a smile creeping onto his face. He could sense the overwhelming power of the Hanhai within it. This shield was undoubtedly the legendary Hanhai Qianquan shield. With it finally in his grasp, a radiant smile illuminated XiaoWu's features. Xueqinghe watched with curiosity as XiaoWu toyed with the shield, puzzled by his fascination with what she deemed a worthless object, which seemed to serve no purpose beyond its aesthetics.
Thank you, Brother Qinghe, for this matter. I have no gift to offer, but please accept this, Suyu said with a smile, revealing a golden flower that appeared in his palm. I can sense a unique sanctity emanating from you. It seems your martial spirit may have undergone a mutation. This flower is intended to assist you. As Qinghe gazed at the flower in Suyu's hand, a fervent gleam sparked in her eyes. Since Suyu had produced the flower, she felt her martial spirit surging with power, almost yearning to break free from her body. The flower's potential impact on her was profound. Brother Qinghe, seeing your reaction is rather amusing. I shall not conceal the truth. This is a celestial herb that enhances soul power. Since you have helped me acquire what I sought, I now bestow it upon its rightful owner, Suyu said, his tone shifting to one of solemnity as he addressed the disguise Qinghe wore. Observing the excitement and fervor in Qinghe's eyes, Suyu said nothing further. He handed her the celestial herb, explained its usage, and took his leave after exchanging greetings. Qinghe remained transfixed by the flower, lost in thought. After departing the prince's residence, Suyu wandered aimlessly through the streets, observing the bustling crowd and sighing in boredom. Without the system, he mused, he might have been just like these ordinary people, devoid of soul power and reduced to mediocrity. Nevertheless, he considered himself superior, as a reborn individual with remnants of past business acumen lingering in his mind. As he meandered without a particular destination, he found himself before the gates of an academy. Blue Tyrant Academy. Suyu couldn't help but wear an incredulous smile. This time, he truly had no ulterior motives. He had stumbled upon the academy by sheer chance. It seemed he was destined to visit Blue Tyrant Academy. He wondered whether Tang San and the master had made their way there yet. If Tang San was absent, it would be of little consequence. However, if he had arrived, Suyu would have to pull out his little notebook once again. He thought wickedly, knowing that Tang San must now be quite disfigured. There was no avoiding that consequence. The last time he had confronted Tang San, he had unleashed molten lava upon him, resulting in severe burns. When last seen, Tang San had been wrapped in bandages, but Suyu speculated that the master must have fared well since then. If his calculations were correct, the master's child should have been born by now. He also recalled that he possessed a bottle of paraquat and some white vinegar, which he intended to utilize. Although Tang San's mother had resurrected him and remained by his side, she now boasted nearly 3,000 years of cultivation. In this context, Suyu knew Tang San would be unable to awaken the blue-silver emperor. Yet he was curious to see how Tang San would react if his blue-silver grass turned to withered weeds and the Hao-Ian hammer became a rusted tool. As he contemplated, a mischievous smile crept across his face. Without further ado, he resolved to head towards Blue Tyrant Academy. The gatekeeper showed him no resistance, as Suyu's appearance was quite appealing, and he appeared to be of a similar age to the academy students. Thus, he entered Blue Tyrant Academy without hindrance, where he was even approached by several girls eager to strike up conversations. Chapter 118. Tiando Dahan Arena. However, Suyu was not particularly interested in the advances of the girls around him. After all, he was surrounded by captivating women. Even XiaoWu and XiaoWu were stunning beauties in their own right. While these girls were pleasing to the eye, they ultimately failed to ignite any spark within Suyu. Nonetheless, he graciously bid them farewell, believing that there was no harm in their admiration. This interest did not warrant coldness. This was Suyu's perspective, though others might hold differing opinions. Suyu's objective today was Tang San, and the means to locate him lay in inquiries. Even as he politely declined the girls, he did not forget to gather information about Tang San. Upon hearing news of Tang San, a radiant smile blossomed on Suyu's face, nearly causing the girls to swoon with excitement. Tang San, I do not seek to confront you. Rather, you have approached me. If I do not take action, would that not be an affront to you? As my rival, I trust you will accept all that comes your way. You, as the protagonist of Douluo, what does it matter if your martial soul is flawed? I believe you will achieve greatness. I have faith in you, Tang San. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Suyu strolled towards the back mountain. At this moment, even Tang San would likely not recognize him, for his bloodline evolution had altered his appearance somewhat. Furthermore, their acquaintance had only occurred in childhood, and during their last encounter, Suyu had been masked.
A faint, elusive smile lingered on his face, imbuing CiaoWu with an air of approachability. According to the girl's information, Tang San resided on the back mountain, a place where the inhabitants of Shrek were known to be rather peculiar, Tang San being a prime example. Not only did he possess a scarred visage, but he also exhibited an eccentric demeanor. Many had witnessed him wielding a massive hammer, tirelessly training in the forest during the late hours. This time, CiaoWu had no intention of engaging in combat. Even if he desired to confront Tang San, this was not the appropriate place, as it was the domain of Lu Erlong from Lamba Academy. Although the master had recently welcomed a child, his thoughts might now be consumed by fatherhood, and so you could not ascertain whether Lu Erlong still harbored feelings for Yu Xiaojang. Should Lu Erlong be indifferent and willing to co-parent? So you could find himself in a precarious situation. Currently, Xue Di and Ziji were not by his side. CiaoWu's combat prowess was commendable. Typical Soul Emperors paled in comparison. However, Soul Saints had reached a qualitative shift within the realm of Soul Masters. As he traversed the back mountain of Lamba Academy, a veil of transparent spiritual energy enveloped his form. This spiritual energy aided him in diminishing his presence, for his striking appearance might attract unwanted attention. While his own spiritual energy cloaked him, the remainder radiated outward, comparable to that of an ordinary tidal Douluo, enveloping the entirety of Lamba Academy's back mountain. Within mere moments, CiaoWu pinpointed Tang San's location. Tang San was situated within a modest dwelling, tirelessly forging iron essence. Droplets of sweat cascading down his body and pooling beneath him due to the oppressive heat. Despite the harsh conditions, Tang San's resolve remained unshaken. Observing this scene, CiaoWu felt a twinge of admiration. Had their past not been marred by conflict, he might have considered befriending Tang San, yet those thoughts now seemed futile. After all, Tang San had once sought to take his life, and had it not been for Ziji's timely intervention, he might have suffered grave injuries at the hands of Tang Hao. CiaoWu wondered how Tang Hao was faring without Ayin. Silently, CiaoWu lingered on the back mountain, scrutinizing Tang San with his spiritual energy before departing. He had discerned the nature of the hidden weapon Tang San was crafting, the Yin Wang Tai. It was curious how Tang San had procured such a toxic substance to forge the Yin Wang Tai. Nevertheless, despite its respectable ranking within the Tang sect, CiaoWu's Yaowa rendered any steel useless against him. No poison could harm him, and it was improbable that Tang San could breach CiaoWu's defenses. The Yanlong Kaija's fortitude was beyond the capacity of a mere soul zune. With a smile, CiaoWu swiftly departed, soaring into the skies as he exited Lamba Academy. Enveloped in his spiritual energy, he went nearly unnoticed, yet at the moment he was about to leave the academy, he was spotted by Ning Fengji, who was accompanying Ning Rongrong to school. How Tian Sec thank you, big brother. My injuries have healed considerably, but is it truly safe to use this soul bone? Tang Hao inquired, examining his restored left hand with curiosity as he glanced at Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao chuckled, shaking his head at his younger brother's excitement. How, rest assured, this soul bone is a personal treasure, aged merely over 20,000 years. While it may not fully restore your injuries, no one can wield that as an excuse against you. Though you have been expelled, you will always be my brother. Should any troubles arise, do not hesitate to speak. As Tang Xiao prepared to depart, he sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Tang Hao's shoulder. Big brother, do not worry. I will bring Xiao San back and never leave again. I will prove through my actions that I am no failure and will earn the elder's recognition. Tang Hao smiled, sensing the seriousness in Tang Xiao's tone. Seated in his hotel room, CiaoWu reflected on the information he had gathered that day, a hint of disdain crossing his visage. Shrek now consisted of 7 members: Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jingling. In CiaoWu's eyes, only Tang San had the potential to be a worthy opponent, suitable for some playful banter, as his Yaowa had grown immensely powerful. The potency of his Yaowa rendered Tang San incapable of approaching him, let alone inflicting harm. CiaoWu was now certain that Tang San and the Shrek 7 would soon venture to the Tiando City Duhan arena for battle. He was familiar with the arena and had no intention of donning a mask this time. He planned to engage Tang San openly, and perhaps, in the midst of their playful spar, Tang San's martial soul might suffer irreparable damage. With a smile, Suyu dismissed further thoughts and immersed himself in cultivation. It had been approximately 3 days since Shrek's last visit to the Duhan Arena, meaning that in 4 days, Suyu would have the opportunity to confront his foes. Chapter 119. The first match, Suyu gazed at the number of chances displayed on his system panel, nodding silently. His visit to Lamba Academy yesterday had afforded him 2 opportunities, bringing him closer to the coveted 10. He currently stood at 7, merely 3 away. Although it seemed few, those 3 might require 3 months without fortuitous circumstances. Shaking his head, Suyu rose from his bed, unfurling his wings and heading towards the outskirts of Tiando City. He realized he was not one to remain idle. Initially intending to rest, he suddenly recalled the wreckage from the world of Naruto. Lei possesses a remarkable technique known as Lei Dan Kaijia, Lei Dian Kaijia, which has piqued Suyu's interest. He muses that if this technique could be combined with his own Huolong Kaijia, he would stand a chance against even a soul saint. On a mountaintop 100 miles from Tiando City, Suyu gazes at the crackling lightning in his hands, lost in contemplation. The lightning within him is not insignificant. After practicing the Swan and Eye cultivation method, its potency has become even more formidable. After a moment of reflection, a thought suddenly strikes Suyu. As he channels the Swan and Eye cultivation technique, the latent lightning within his body begins to surge forth. This energy starts to invigorate every cell within him. To fully withstand the force of such fierce lightning, one must possess extraordinary physical resilience. Though Suyu's physicality is quite robust, enduring the relentless power of lightning for extended periods proves to be a considerable challenge, especially when attempting to meld it with the Hua, which his current physique struggles to accommodate. As the intense lightning invigorates his cells, a twinge of pain accompanies the exhilarating sensation of strengthening. After some time, Suyu exhales a deep breath, feeling the static energy crackling around him. With a satisfied smile, he spreads his golden wings and sets his sights on Tiando City. In the following days, Suyu diligently uses lightning to enhance his physical form, occasionally attempting to fuse it with Theo. Despite repeated failures, his quick reflexes prevent any catastrophic mishaps. 4 days swiftly pass, and it is time to engage in combat. During this interval, XiaoWu and Shui Wuxin return, both having acquired their soul rings. XiaoWu has officially advanced to Soul Master, attaining level 41, while Shui Wuxin has broken through to Soul Dalu, reaching level 82. At this level, Shui Wuxin is already recognized as a formidable force within the Spirit Master community. Even Shui Binger's mother, the dean of the Tian Shui Academy, is but an 85. The prowess of 85 places Shui Lingli among the elite of the 5 Elements Academy, leaving few capable of matching Shui Wuxin in their current generation. Outside the Tiando Arena, Suyu addresses his team with a serious tone. Today, we shall engage in a team battle, and it is imperative that we coordinate effectively. Captain, fear not. We possess 2 martial soul fusion techniques, and our strength is undeniable, Shui Yuer asserts, flexing her arm to demonstrate her confidence. Enough, I acknowledge your prowess. While our goal is to defeat the enemy, our primary concern must be our safety. Safety is paramount. Do we all understand? Suyu's voice, though not loud, instills a sense of trust and respect among his comrades. Brother, rest assured, we will be vigilant, Wang Qiuer assures him earnestly as she holds his hand. Captain, you need not worry. Shui Binger nods in agreement. Zhu Zhiqing, ever serious, also affirms with a nod, her demeanor reflecting her unwavering commitment to their training. Having experienced life-threatening situations, she remains steadfast. Suyu holds a deep admiration for her resolve. After briefing his team, Suyu leads them into the arena. That evening, Shui Wuxin chooses to train alone in her room, while Suyu anticipates crossing paths with Tang San and his companions, having invested in the opportunity. In this world, money can indeed facilitate many endeavors, and Suyu is not one to shy away for financial expenditure. Tonight, he is likely to encounter a team comprising Dai Mubai and Tang San. With Tang San's ambition and his subsequent partnership with Dai Mubai after discussions with the master, Their arrangement presents a fortuitous opportunity for CiaoWu. The team battles are scheduled last, allowing CiaoWu to compete in 3 matches: singles, doubles, and a team battle. Naturally, CiaoWu partners with Wang Qiu'er, as no one else stands a chance against her determination. The singles match arrives swiftly, and CiaoWu finds himself fortunate. His opponent is a level 49 Soul Master. This opponent possesses the martial soul of the mighty gorilla and hails from the Tai clan. Tai Lei, martial soul mighty gorilla. Level 49 Assault type, Soul Master. Please advise. He introduces himself. CiaoWu, martial soul Qilin. Level 44 Assault type Soul Master. Please advise. CiaoWu responds, bowing slightly. As the match commences, Tai Lei's martial soul manifests, transforming him into a towering figure over 2 meters tall. He unleashes a massive fist towards CiaoWu, who stands motionless, observing the approaching strike without activating his martial soul. A hint of danger flickers across CiaoWu's face as the fist draws nearer, leading onlookers to believe he is too frightened to move. Captain, why isn't he dodging? He could easily evade that attack. XiaoWu exclaims incredulously, watching CiaoWu remain still. Fear not, Sister XiaoWu. My brother's strength is considerable. This brute is no threat to him. Wang Qiu'er replies confidently, fully aware of CiaoWu's capabilities. Reassured by her words, the spectators refocus on the match. True to Wang Qiu'er's words at the last moment, CiaoWu extends his fist to intercept Tai Lei's. With a firm grip, he seizes Tai Lei's arm, rendering him immobile. Your strength is commendable, but alas, your speed is lacking. An old sage once remarked that among soul masters, speed reigns supreme. No matter how powerful your strength, if you are slow, it is futile. CiaoWu's voice, though soft, resonates clearly throughout the arena. Tai Lei glares at CiaoWu and begins to thrash his arm violently in an attempt to break free. However, a mere soul master stands no chance against CiaoWu's grasp. Having enjoyed the finest sustenance throughout his life, CiaoWu's experience far exceeds that of Tai Lei. I speak only the truth. It is time for you to exit the arena. CiaoWu smiles. With a surge of energy, he activates San Qian Lei Dong, and swiftly appears behind Tai Lei, delivering a powerful punch that sends him hurtling across the arena like a deflating balloon. With a satisfied grin, CiaoWu collects his 10 gold coins after the staff announces the match's conclusion and departs the arena. When CiaoWu returned, Wang Qiu'er had already departed for the competition. Without taking a moment to rest, CiaoWu proceeded directly to the venue of her match. It must be noted that Wang Qiu'er lacked CiaoWu's politeness and instead directed others. Her opponent was a middle-aged man, approximately at the 34th level. Upon taking the stage and seeing Wang Qiu'er, the man boasted with a sense of confidence, feeling assured of his victory. However, once the match commenced, he was quickly left bewildered. Wang Qiu'er unleashed a single punch that shattered the entire arena, releasing a terrifying blaze of ultimate fire. The middle-aged man nearly faced death at her hands. Had it not been for the swift intervention of the staff, he would likely have been eliminated immediately. Qiu'er, I must tell you, there is no need for us to exert our full strength against those weaker than ourselves. After all, if we harm them, their families will suffer too, CiaoWu remarked, though he was merely speaking out of kindness. In truth, for someone like the opponent she had just faced, it was perfectly justified to strike with full force. CiaoWu reached out and affectionately ruffled Wang Qiu'er's hair. Brother, let us hurry and leave. After our duet, we still have a team battle to prepare for. Wang Qiu'er replied with a smile, playfully removing his hand from her head. CiaoWu shook his head, choosing not to comment further, and took her small hand in his, squeezing it gently while reflecting on the simplicity of life. Qiu'er, tonight's team battle involves facing a fellow named Tang San. We have exchanged memories, so you should be aware of his abilities, CiaoWu said as they walked toward the battleground. Upon hearing the name Tang San, a fierce expression flickered across CiaoWu's face. Brother, is he the one who attempted to kill you and failed? Wang Qiu'er's grip on CiaoWu's hand tightened, her formidable strength becoming apparent. CiaoWu shook his head, realizing that if it weren't for his own terrifying might, he might have struggled against her grip. Do not worry, I will assist you. I will take care of Tang San, and I will eliminate all his friends, Wang Qiu'er declared fiercely, her determination evident. Having grown up together
and pledged their lives to each other, she could not contain her anger upon discovering those who had once bullied XiaoWu in their childhood. "Show that is not my intention. I merely wish for you to keep an eye on Tang-san. I fear I might inadvertently defeat him too swiftly," XiaoWu replied, casting a bemused glance at her. This girl had quite the imagination, believing that he needed her help for revenge. XiaoWu smiled and led Wang Qiu'er to the venue for the duet competition. He was already aware of his opponent, but since it had not yet been announced, he had to suppress his urge to confront them. Nevertheless, bringing Wang Qiu'er with him was not a bad idea. After a brief wait, XiaoWu spotted a familiar figure approaching. A young man dressed in white with a delicate appearance accompanied a severely disfigured young man. This duo instantly captured the attention of everyone present. They were none other than Tang-san and Dai Mubai, whose arrival plunged the crowd into silence. Tang-san and Dai Mubai had garnered a reputation as ruthless competitors. Their formidable strength often led to the defeat of anyone who dared to challenge them. None present wished to face them, which was why the Dahan Arena was so accommodating, as Tang-san sought opponents, and XiaoWu serendipitously crossed paths with him, making it impossible for the arena to refuse such clientele. "Brother, is that Tang-san? He looks somewhat familiar," Wang Qiu'er inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as she observed him from a distance. XiaoWu followed her gaze and nodded, recognizing Tang-san's disfigured face. "Indeed, that is Tang-san. I faced him in Sutuwa City, where he was known as the Thousand-Handed Jura," he replied in a rather indifferent tone while squeezing Wang Qiu'er's small hand. Wang Qiu'er, absorbing this information, nodded thoughtfully. Matches commenced and concluded in succession until they arrived at the pivotal confrontation between XiaoWu, Wang Qiu'er, Tang-san, and Dai Mubai. Now, we present the 9th match of the evening, featuring the most ferocious team, the Grass Tiger Duo. They will face the newcomers, the Fortune Duo. We eagerly anticipate the thrilling display they will present. "Let us welcome our contestants to the stage," announced the staff with a commanding voice, laced with an alluring fervor. XiaoWu chuckled softly, rising to approach the arena without uttering a word. Tang-san and Dai Mubai exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that their opponents would be of similar age. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai dismissed his thoughts and stepped onto the stage, while Tang-san observed XiaoWu with a hint of familiarity, sensing a connection he could not quite place. The resemblance of XiaoWu's appearance and hair color evoked memories of an unwelcome figure from his past. Had it not been for that person, he would not have found himself in his current predicament. Yet, setting aside his thoughts, Tang-san followed Dai Mubai onto the stage. Both teams are now on stage. I hereby declare the match to begin. Tang-san, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, 34th Level Control System Soul Master, please instruct me. Dai Mubai, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 41st Level Assault System Soul Master, please instruct me. Wang Qiu'er, Martial Soul, Three-Eyed Golden Lion, 46th Level Assault System Soul Master, please instruct me. XiaoWu, Martial Soul, Qilin, 33rd Level Assault System Soul Master, please instruct me. As XiaoWu and Tang-san locked eyes, the latter's gaze sharpened with disbelief. Observing the handsome youth with golden hair alongside the beautiful girl stirred feelings of jealousy within him. Tang-san, it has been quite some time. Had it not been for your father's intervention back then, you would have likely fallen by my hand. XiaoWu's voice was barely above a whisper, audible only to the four of them. You are XiaoWu from Nodding Academy, Tang-san replied, astonishment evident in his eyes. A flicker of fear crossed Tang-san's expression. Despite his disdain for XiaoWu, the formidable power behind him instilled a palpable dread. Although he had learned from his teacher that his father was the Haoyan Blah, he was also acutely aware of XiaoWu's formidable backing. Knowing that his father had suffered at the hands of XiaoWu's allies fueled his frustration. Yet he felt powerless against such strength. XiaoWu, we were both young back then. I apologize for my actions. Perhaps we could resolve our past grievances now, Tang-san said, forcing a gentle smile despite his scarred visage. XiaoWu was chilled by Tang-san's demeanor, yet his anger swelled even more. What did he mean by resolve? It was evident that Tang-san was only seeking to mend their rift now that XiaoWu had grown stronger. And had he been the one with superior strength, he would have likely attempted to eliminate XiaoWu at first sight. Hee hee, Tang-san, do you not feel a sense of hypocrisy within yourself? Currently, your strength pales in comparison to mine, and yet you seek reconciliation. Had you been stronger, you would have undoubtedly eliminated me without hesitation. Su-Yu sneered, casting a fierce gaze upon Tang-san. Wang Qiao nodded in agreement, for in the realm of soul beasts, grudges are typically settled on the spot. Although humans are somewhat different, the essence remains the same. Hatred cannot be easily set aside or reconciled. Tang-san's current demeanor is nothing short of absurd. My brasu, inyest. I have never harbored such thoughts. Why not let bygones be bygones and become friends? This could be a beautiful narrative, Tang-san replied to Su-Yu's mockery with a smile, extending his arms in a gesture of goodwill. The spectators in the audience were taken aback by Tang-san's behavior, for he was known for his propensity for violence at the slightest provocation. Though they could not hear the exchanges clearly, they could discern the mocking expression on Su-Yu's face. The sight of Tang-san's apparent amiability towards Su-Yu perplexed the onlookers. Tang-san, I shall not waste words. If you can defeat me this time, I shall overlook the past. However, should you fail, I will not spare you. Feel free to test that, Su-Yu declared, as a terrifying golden torrent erupted from his body. Come, let's engage in battle, he smiled, as the ominous flames began to scorch everything around them. Upon seeing the flames, Tang-san's pupils involuntarily constricted. Ever since that incident with the flames, he had developed a profound fear of fire, particularly this golden blaze. Su-Yu, are you speaking the truth? Tang-san's tone turned serious as he regarded Su-Yu earnestly. Yet, he recognized the gravity of the situation and suppressed his fear of the flames, addressing Su-Yu with utmost seriousness. Very well, as a man, I will not retract my words. If you can defeat me, I will spare you, and I shall also persuade my allies to cease their pursuit of your father. Su-Yu replied with a smile, turning to point at Dai Mubai and engaging in whispered conversation with Wang Qiao. Brother, rest assured, Wang Qiao said, patting her chest with a serious smile. Su-Yu chuckled, remaining silent as he observed Tang-san and Dai Mubai, extending his finger in a beckoning gesture. Gome. Su-Yu's voice dripped with provocation. Enraged by this spectacle, Dai Mubai immediately summoned his white tiger martial spirit, appearing before Su-Yu with a massive fist aimed directly at him. Although unaware of the animosity between Tang-san and this young man, he could not tolerate such provocation and resolved to strike. As Dai Mubai's fist hurtled toward him, Su-Yu merely sneered, making no move to evade. His focus was solely on Tang-san, dismissing Dai Mubai entirely. Wang Qiao, witnessing the impending punch, displayed a hint of disdain. A colossal golden dragon had manifested in her hands, crashing toward Dai Mubai's abdomen. The impact sent him flying over 10 meters. Had it not been for Tang-san, he might have been eliminated outright. Mubai, be cautious. This adversary is not to be underestimated. Follow my lead. You handle that girl, and try to hold her off. I will swiftly deal with Su-Yu and then come to your aid, Tang-san said, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. He possessed numerous hidden weapons capable of defeating Su-Yu. It was merely a matter of time. Even if Su-Yu was a prodigy, possessing soul power superior to his by several ranks, he was still just a man, and as such, he could not evade poison and hidden weapons. The Tang sect's hidden weapons were not easily overcome. As Tang-san contemplated, a plethora of concealed weapons continued to materialize in his hands. Su-Yu, observing Tang-san's actions, could only shake his head in bemusement. These tools were utterly ineffective against him, given his possession of two types of exotic flames. Mubai. Tang-san glanced at Dai Mubai, who instantly comprehended Tang-san's intent and charged toward Wang Qiao. His fourth soul ring flickered, unleashing a barrage of white tiger meteor light bullets aimed at her. However, Wang Qiao was not one to be harmed by such attacks. A layer of golden radiance enveloped her, solidifying into a barrier that shielded her from the onslaught. The multitude of white tiger light bullets struck the golden barrier with force, dissipating harmlessly. Su-Yu cast a glance at Wang Qiao, shaking his head in exasperation. If only she would deal with Dai Mubai instead of toying around. Chapter 122. Tang-san's Endeavor. Su-Yu, I shall make my move now. After this battle, I hope we can become good friends. Tang San said, feigning a smile as he hurled a multitude of hidden weapons toward Su Yu. Observing the incoming projectiles, Su Yu smiled, a layer of azure flames suddenly enveloping his form. The Qinglian Earth Heart fire surged forth, incinerating the metallic weapons Tang San had thrown, transforming them into molten metal. The azure flames exuded an intensity that was even more formidable than that of the flames from that other individual. This adversary is indeed troublesome, and I must ensure he does not remain a threat once I achieve the rank of title Dalu, Tang San thought grimly. Your weapon is impressive, yet it ultimately pales in comparison to my flames. However, as I have stated, should you fail to defeat me, you will face the consequences, Su Yu proclaimed with indifference, his golden eyes fixed intently on Tang San. Tang San, gazing into Su Yu's golden eyes, felt a flicker of fear. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he was being suppressed before Su Yu, devoid of any inclination to resist. This situation was deeply unsettling for Tang San, as the inability to resist and the unwillingness to do so were entirely different concepts. Hee, Tang San scoffed, a black needle suddenly shooting forth from his hand toward Su Yu. The needle, a product of Tang San's crafting during his time at the Lamba Academy, was a yin wang tai. Highly toxic, it would dissolve into pus within moments. However, Tang San had devised a means to neutralize the poison, intending to leave Su Yu alive but tormented by the lingering toxins, diminishing his innate talents. So, the yin wang tai, a perfect embodiment of your duplicity, Su Yu thought, his gaze icy as he enveloped the approaching needle in a torrent of terrifying azure flames. The materials used to create the yin wang tai were exceptionally resilient. Under ordinary extreme flames, it might withstand the heat. However, the Qinglian Earth Heart fire was far beyond any ordinary flame found in Douluo. As the Qinglian Earth Heart fire engulfed the yin wang tai, it erupted with an unbearable heat, instantly melting the needle into droplets of black liquid, which were subsequently vaporized by the intense temperature. Yet, even in vaporized form, the toxicity remained. Su Yu had anticipated this, and given his Qilin bloodline, such poisons posed no threat to him whatsoever. His eyes flickered with intensity as a formidable mental force surged forth, penetrating through the azure flames and striking fiercely at Tang San. Regrettably, the mental assault was relentless. The Ziji Ma Tong of Tang San sharpened his gaze, unleashing a burst of violet light from his eyes. The blue silver grass, once entwined around him, ceased to heed the mental onslaught and began to act of its own accord, advancing toward Su Yu. However, the sheer magnitude of Su Yu's mental power was terrifying. A violent mental shock collided with Tang San, causing an overwhelming pain to erupt within the depths of his psyche, akin to a massive hammer incessantly striking his head. Observing the advancing blue-silver grass, Su Yu remained unfazed, producing a vial of his unique XiaoWu from his hand. Come on, Tang San. Let us see what you've got, he taunted, effortlessly grasping the blue-silver grass that Tang San had unleashed, who at that moment lacked any semblance of resistance. Captured in Su Yu's grip, the blue-silver grass offered no struggle whatsoever. With decisive intent, Su Yu shattered the XiaoWu, enveloping it with his soul power. Unseen by others, he promptly drenched Tang San's blue-silver grass with the concoction. After completing this act, Su Yu nodded with satisfaction. Tang San, now succumbing to Su Yu's mental assault, collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Su Yu wasted no words. He approached Tang San and delivered a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the sky, several meters aloft. As Su Yu's golden wings unfurled, his fists descended upon Tang San with the ferocity of a tempest. Tang San's mental confusion persisted for several minutes. Had Su Yu unleashed his full strength, he could have obliterated Tang San's mind entirely. Awakening from the haze, Tang San gazed in horror at Su Yu, who was mercilessly using him as a human punching bag. Tang San had once believed his mental prowess formidable, yet now he realized he was outmatched by a native, an unsettling realization that brought him discontent. In a swift motion, Tang San seized Su Yu's arm, employing a special force to extricate himself from a barrage. Su Yu merely observed, allowing Tang San to escape his grasp. You truly are formidable, impeccable in your skill. If you can withstand this next attack, I shall concede my defeat, Tong San declared, conjuring an array of unknown projectiles in his hands. The multitude of projectiles surged toward Su Yu like a tempest, while the blue silvergrass was commanded to ensnare Su Yu's ankles. Yet Su Yu remained unperturbed, recognizing that Tong San's assaults were as inconsequential as a child's game. As the projectiles and blue silvergrass approached, they were incinerated into ash or molten metal before they could reach him. Witnessing this, Tong San's eyes narrowed. He understood that his concealed weapons could not harm someone imbued with such terrifying flames. Now, he had no choice but to compete in a battle of soul power against Su Yu's overwhelming prowess. Should he manage to exhaust Su Yu's energy, victory might still be within reach. Otherwise, he must concede defeat. Su Yu scoffed, having initially anticipated a more formidable strategy from Tong San, only to realize it was rather lackluster. Approaching Tong San enveloped in the Qinglian Di Xinhua, Su Yu's fate eye opened, unleashing a terrifying golden light that pierced through Tong San, initiating the manipulation of his destiny. Although Tong San still radiated some golden light, it paled in comparison to Su Yu's overwhelming aura. Chapter 123, Daimu Bai's Displeasure. It is vital to recognize that these golden lights symbolize fortune, and Tong San's own luck had long since diminished due to Su Yu's influence. My power may not be sufficient yet, but orchestrating your misfortune is within my capabilities. Su Yu mused as he subtly adjusted Tong San's fate. Su Yu did not exert excessive force. He merely nudged Tong San's destiny, leading to minor unforeseen events upon his exit. Nothing too severe, perhaps a mere leg fracture. Su Yu chuckled, having altered fate. He lost interest in further engagement with Tong San. The moment he unleashed his 3,000 thunderous steps, Su Yu closed the distance to Tong San, delivering a powerful punch directly to his face. Tong San, lacking Su Yu's speed and formidable mental acuity, found himself unable to adequately respond. The impact of Su Yu's fist sent Tong San hurtling away, shattering his nose and releasing a torrent of blood. Following this assault, Su Yu continued, unleashing his mental force to stun Tong San's psyche and render him unconscious. Impressive, you've held your ground for this long. Inform that golden-haired fellow I shall not pursue him further. And show her, cease your antics. It is time to engage in team combat, Su Yu remarked, casting a quick, decisive glance at Wang Qiu'er before leaping off the arena. Su Yu had no concerns regarding Qiu'er's performance, for he was well aware of her capabilities. As anticipated, the moment Su Yu descended, Qiu'er sprang onto the arena, her feet striking the stage with such force that it created a substantial crater. With the momentum of a cannonball, she launched herself directly toward Daimu Bai, delivering a punch that sent him flying. Wait for me, or else XiaoWu will have something to say, Qiu'er exclaimed, hopping joyfully to Su Yu's side. The onlookers were left aghast, mouths agape, witnessing the swift defeat of the notorious competitors. After handing Su Yu 10 gold coins, the staff member watched as Qiu'er snatched them away, placing them into her dazzling collection. Enough, you little rascal. Must you seize every coin? Su Yu sighed, exasperation evident as he regarded her. She was indeed a little money grubber, and he felt helpless, knowing he was not denying her any funds. With a resigned shake of his head, he took her hand and departed. Tong San and Daimu Bai were escorted away by the staff towards the Lanba Academy. Outside the arena, Su Yu observed the lightly injured Zhu Zhuqing and shook his head. Zhuqing, while I commend your desire for strength, there is no need for such recklessness. You, a delicate attacker, should not engage in a brute force clash with a powerful assailant. Are you being overly ambitious, or do you believe yourself invincible? Su Yu admonished. Having witnessed her reckless confrontation with a strong attack-type soul master during the team battle, had he not intervened swiftly, this young girl would have surely suffered grave injuries. Zhuqing, I may not have mentioned before, but the agility-based attack system is indeed formidable. In this world, if your speed surpasses that of others, you become invincible. Su Yu solemnly patted Zhuqing on the shoulder. This girl works too hard. However, in her quest for strength, there is no other option. Su Yu felt powerless, wondering if he should let her consume another miraculous herb. Yet,
Such herbs are not meant to be taken lightly. Overindulgence can be detrimental. Upon witnessing Su Yu's serious demeanor and admonishment, Zhu Qing nodded in understanding. She held deep trust in Su Yu, acknowledging him as her captain and accepting his reprimands. Su Yu sighed inwardly at her compliance, shaking his head in resignation. Enough about you. Reflect on this yourself. I will have XiaoWu assist you with your injuries. You troublesome girl, you certainly do not make things easy, he sighed, glancing at the wound on Zhu Qing's leg and signaling XiaoWu to come over for treatment. At Lanba Academy, Mubai questioned what on earth happened. How could Xiao San end up in such a state? The master, cradling his child, looked at Tang San lying on the bed with a mixture of seriousness and disbelief. He was aware of his disciple's strength in the Tiando Soul arena. He was considered an invincible presence. Even when teamed with Dai Mu Bai at level 40, they were a formidable force. Now, seeing him in such a condition was unfathomable. Dai Mu Bai, observing the master's expression, could not suppress a faint, sinister smile. Ah, master, please take a seat. Let's discuss this matter calmly, he said, gently guiding the master to a chair. After being struck away by Wang Qiu'er, Dai Mu Bai regained consciousness not far from Lanba. Master, I wonder if you know a young man named Su Yu. He is of a similar age to Xiao San, yet possesses extraordinary strength with golden hair. Are you familiar with him? The moment Dai Mu Bai spoke, the master sprang to his feet, his face betraying a look of terror, nearly causing him to drop the child. Be careful, master. Dai Mu Bai swiftly caught him to prevent any mishap. It's all right. Thank you, Mu Bai, the master said gently, stabilizing the child in his arms. This Su Yu is not an ordinary individual. Years ago, due to trivial matters, he harbored murderous intent towards Xiao San and me, driving us away from Nodding Academy. Who would have thought we would encounter him here? The master's expression darkened. Fear gripped him as he imagined the wrath of the formidable female titled Douluo descending upon Lanba Academy, ready to tear him apart. After all, that female title holder was someone even the Haotian law could not defeat. The thought alone was terrifying. What a despicable fellow, treating the master and Xiao San in such a manner. Once the master becomes stronger, you shall return with me to Sheng Luo. I will ensure my father unleashes the Empire's might to eliminate him, Dai Mu Bai declared with a serious tone, gripping the master's hands firmly. Thank you, Mu Bai, but let it be. That fellow's background is quite powerful. Even Xiao San's father cannot contend with him. He has suffered severe injuries at the hands of her elders. Though the Sheng Luo Empire is strong, it still falls short. Let us not pursue this, the master said, withdrawing his hand from Dai Mu Bai's grasp. Casting a sorrowful glance at him, which only intensified Dai Mu Bai's sinister thoughts. Mu Bai, you should leave. I will take care of Xiao San, the master stated, placing the child on the bed, looking at Dai Mu Bai with an indifferent expression. Seeing the master like this, Dai Mu Bai suppressed his inner turmoil and nodded. He was not the type to force his will upon others. He preferred to leave no regrets. As Dai Mu Bai departed, the master silently acknowledged him as a good child. Moments later, a significant crack suddenly appeared in the ceiling above where Tang San lay unconscious, emerging without a sound, unnoticed even by the master, who was nearby with the child. As time passed, the fissure widened, and half an hour later, a tremendous crash echoed from the room, accompanied by a piercing scream that startled even Lu Erlong, who was mourning in her bamboo grove, prompting her to rush out. At Tiando Hotel, Wang Qiu'er lay on Su Yu's bed, crossing her legs and huffing. I tell you, if you hadn't stopped me today, I might have killed that Tang San. Su Yu chuckled at the sight of Wang Qiu'er, shaking his head in bemusement. You troublesome girl, are you not worried Zhu Qing will find out? Su Yu laughed as he leaped onto the bed, embracing the mischievous girl and leaning in close to her petite ear with a grin. Did you think I was unprepared? I already informed Zhu Qing that I would assist her with her training and asked her to keep my presence here secret. She agreed. Wang Qiu'er replied proudly, raising her head with a sense of accomplishment. Are you playing a double game here? Su Yu rolled his eyes at her. If you're not leaving, then staying here to sleep together sounds quite pleasant. Reflecting on the situation, Su Yu found no loss in this arrangement and nestled into bed, embracing Wang Qiu'er's soft form as he drifted into slumber. Days turned into weeks, and Su Yu's life settled into a routine of cultivation, meals, and battles in the soul arena. However, he had not encountered Tang San again. News from Lanba Academy revealed that Tang San's leg had been broken by falling debris, and it would take months for him to recover. Su Yu was struck by the terrifying potency of the fortune-telling technique, feeling a tinge of regret as it meant he would not see Tang San for several months. During this time, Su Yu resolved to diligently refine his fortune-telling skills, preparing for the next encounter with Tang San to alter his fate once more. He also intended to assist the master, while leaving the fates of others to chance. In XiaoWu village, Su Yi sighed as he regarded the burly middle-aged man before him. I have stated that I have never seen a 10,000-year soul bone. If you do not believe me, there is nothing more I can do. Su Yi's words plunged the man into silence, the enormous hammer in his grasp radiating immense soul power. Old man, I have investigated you. Your grandson is that brat Su Yu. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be hunted. I will not spare you. The man revealed himself to be Tang Hao. After leaving the Haotian sect, he did not seek out Tang San immediately, but instead arrived at the vicinity of XiaoWu village, which he had previously devastated. While at the Haotian sect, he had investigated Su Yu, though he failed to uncover the powerful figures behind him. However, he did discover the identity of Su Yu's grandfather, and realizing that there seemed to be no strong protectors nearby, Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Su Yu had tormented him for so long. At last, he could exact his revenge. Though he knew it might be somewhat despicable if he did not act, his inner demons could grow, potentially hindering his future progress. A notion he found intolerable. XiaoWu, it appears that you are indeed the adversary of that child. Instead of confronting him, you choose to attack this old man. The Haotian sect is truly deteriorating. I wonder if Tang Shan would be enraged upon witnessing this. Su Yi cast a glance at Tang Hao's Haotian hammer, recalling that it was this very weapon that once defeated him, nearly shattering his heart. That individual was formidable, yet it is surprising that such a powerful lineage would produce someone so inept. As Su Yi pondered, he shook his head, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Leave, young man. I have no desire to engage. Out of respect for your grandfather, I shall refrain from action against you. Su Yi took a sip of his tea, gazing at Tang Hao with an indifferent demeanor, yet an air of superiority emanated from him. Tang Hao, perplexed, was astonished that this old man could casually utter his grandfather's name, Tang Chun, a figure who had dominated the realm decades ago. He regarded Su Yi with a serious expression. As time passed, Tang Hao resolved to take action. As a dignified Douluo of the Haotian sect, he could not be intimidated by an old man. Cease your pretense. Tang Hao glared at Su Yi and raised his colossal hammer, striking downwards with tremendous force. The hammer, propelled by a fierce gale, surged towards Su Yi. I did mention my reluctance to engage. You are XiaoWu's foe, and I wish to avoid interfering with that child. However, if you seek your demise, I cannot prevent it. Su Yi sighed and extended his hands. Tang Hao, witnessing Su Yi's gesture, could not suppress a smile. This was a historic moment. Seeking death. To dare catch the invincible Haotian hammer with your bare hands is sheer folly, Tang Hao thought, a cruel glint in his eyes. Invincible? Who dares claim invincibility? Such assertions are seldom witnessed, even in ancient times. Su Yi shook his head, casting an expression of disdain upon Tang Hao. What transpired next was a scene that would infuriate Tang Hao. With a single hand, Su Yi effortlessly caught the massive Haotian hammer, which spanned several meters. Youngster indeed. I was once a nameless swordsman defeated by your grandfather. However, you are not your grandfather. You are merely a child sheltered by your ancestors. Su Yi's gaze locked onto Tang Hao, and a golden blade materialized in his aged hands. Chapter 125, The Empire's Invitation, Qian Rinxue's Aspirations. A colossal beam of golden light erupted from the blade, sending Tang Hao hurtling backward for dozens of meters. A chasm-like fissure marred the earth. After being defeated by your grandfather, I retreated into seclusion. 6 years ago, I took XiaoWu in, and my life regained some semblance of brightness. His martial spirit is extraordinary. As your enemy, I wish to avoid engaging with you, yet I cannot bypass you. Su Yi spoke in a detached tone. the terrifying intent of his blade radiating from him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings floated silently behind Su-yi, their ominous aura locking on Tang Hao, who remained suspended in midair. Youngster, your grandfather was once a formidable opponent I could not surpass. I hold great respect for him. If you can withstand a single strike from me without perishing, I shall refrain from further conflict. Upon uttering these words, the golden blade in Su-yi's hand transformed, and a wave of blade energy, measuring 5 or 6 meters, was unleashed. The blade is the ruler of all weapons, fierce and unyielding. It embodies the courage of 100 soldiers, its ferocity capable of piercing clouds and shattering the sun, its momentum akin to a tidal wave crashing against the shore. Although the blade energy Su-yi released was not vast, its terrifying power sealed the surrounding space, directly targeting Tang Hao. Tang Hao attempted to evade, but soon realized escape was futile. He had been locked onto. Ling Tian strike. He roared, his formidable soul power surging forth. And the Hao Tian hammer transformed into a massive force, barreling towards the blade energy to intercept it. Tang Hao understood that he could not leave easily today, for this aged man possessed immense strength, surpassing even the purple-haired woman who had rescued Su Ning last time. Enough, you survived. If you have managed to live, then let be. I shall not pursue this further. Su-yi gazed at Tang Hao, who lay battered by his blade, incredulous at the outcome. He had anticipated that this strike would easily resolve the matter, yet the youth remained alive, albeit severely injured, demonstrating remarkable defensive capabilities that even Tang Chun would acknowledge. Begone. Do not speak of my strength to anyone, or your demise will be imminent. Su-yi suddenly turned, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him, causing Tang Hao to freeze in place. Ultimately, Tang Hao departed, as Su-yi had no desire to end his life. After all, Tang Hao was XiaoWu's enemy, a conflict best resolved by the child himself. Su-yi surveyed the disarrayed ground and sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he had more work ahead of him. In Tiando City, Su-yi observed Xue Qinghe before him, a faint smile gracing his features. Brother Su-yi, I am truly grateful for your herbs. Without your assistance, I would not have approached the 6th level of soul power. Xue Qinghe personally poured a cup of tea for Su-yi, her expression brimming with gratitude. Su-yi smiled, accepting the tea without hesitation, downing it in one gulp. Seeing Su-yi consume all of her tea, Xue Qinghe's countenance brightened. Brother Su-yi, I have come today regarding the competition, as it is approaching. I aim to recruit your talents. You are aware of what I mean. The Tian Shui Academy is composed of exceptionally gifted students. If they could join our Tiando Empire, I would have ample resources to cultivate them. Xue Qinghe regarded Su-yi with a gentle tone, yet a hint of concern lingered in her eyes, which did not go unnoticed by him. Although she came in the guise of the crown prince of Tiando, she was also the scion of Wuhuan City. Naturally, she would not wish for so many prodigies to join the Tiando Empire, as it would simply undermine her own position. If Su-yi were to agree, it would leave her without any recourse. Now, she simply hoped that Su-yi would decline. I'm sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. Su-yi shook his head, refusing Xue Qinghe's invitation. While the Tiando Empire might offer significant assistance, his freedom was far more precious. Moreover, Su-yi discerned her intentions. Freedom was paramount to him. Even if Qian Rinxue invited him to join the Wuhuan Hall, his answer would remain unchanged. Brother Su-yi, have you truly given this no further consideration? Qian Rinxue felt a flicker of joy within, but did not forget her mission. She needed to persuade him further. Su-yi regarded the young woman with a hint of exasperation, sighing softly. I apologize, Qinghe, but I cherish my freedom and shall not join any faction. Thus, I must decline. His words not only conveyed his refusal to join the Tiando Empire, but also indicated his unwillingness to associate with the Wuhuan Hall. Qian Rinxue, being astute, comprehended Su-yi's intentions, and a shadow of disappointment crossed her features, though she still managed to smile. Very well, since you do not wish to join. Let be. Yet, I believe we can still become good friends in the future. Qian Rinxue, portraying Xue Qinghe, stood, her tone serious, as she extended her hand towards Su-yi. Su-yi smiled warmly, gazing deeply at Xue Qinghe, recognizing her remarkable intelligence. Because the character's use of the word I signifies her, Qian Ringshu, rather than the Tiando Empire, this woman is truly astute, and Suyu cannot help but marvel. All right, brother Xue, we shall always remain friends, unwavering in our bond regardless of any interests. Hearing Suyu's words, Xue Qinghe could not help but smile faintly. After a brief exchange, Qian Ringshu bid farewell as she needed to report back to the Emperor Shuiyi. In the Tiando Palace, Shuiyi, gripping his scepter, gazed down at his son, who was kneeling on one knee, and sighed. He had long anticipated this failure. After all, a talent like Su Yu could not possibly lack a formidable background. He merely wished to test the waters. Yes, father, our relationship has not changed in the slightest. Xue Qinghe replied candidly, recounting the events to Shui Yi without concealment. If Su Yu were present, he would undoubtedly respect Shui Yi. It was uncertain how Shui Yi would react upon learning that his son was the heir to the Spirit Hall, perhaps incensed to the point of bloodshed. Enough, Qinghe. You may leave. Maintain a good rapport with Su Yu. It is best to foster a strong relationship. You are my most valued son, and I hope you can engage more with such a genius. This is a grand era. If our Tiando cannot keep pace, we shall inevitably be eliminated. Shui Yi clapped Xue Qinghe on the shoulder, his tone tinged with melancholy, lamenting the scarcity of talent within the Tiando Empire. Chapter 126. Approaching the competition. Movements of various academies. Well, Qinghe, return home. I have faith in you. Shui Yi shook his head, his eyes revealing a glimmer of admiration for Xue Qinghe. Although Xue Qinghe did not succeed, the fact that he did not sour the relationship was, in itself, a success, as geniuses possess their own pride. At your command, father. Xue Qinghe bowed his head in response to Shui Ye's gesture. Afterward, he departed the palace. Once outside, he cast a disdainful glance back at the palace. While Shui may not be deemed a wise ruler, he could certainly be considered a good emperor. Yet, no matter how he calculates, he could never foresee that his beloved prince has long been supplanted, for this continent ultimately belongs to the Spirit Hall. As time passed, after 3 months, Su Yu's soul power ascended another level, reaching level 45. Not only did Su Yu break through, but nearly everyone from the Tianshui Academy did as well, with Zhu Zhuqing achieving a remarkable leap to level 39, just a hair's breadth from reaching level 40 and obtaining a soul ring to become a soul master. However, there was no need for haste, as the competition was drawing near, only 4 months away. There was ample time to elevate Zhu Zhuqing's soul power to that of a soul master, and at that point, they would all possess such rank, making them formidable opponents. Aside from the Spirit Hall, though Su Yu's team was akin to Tang San's in the original narrative, Su Yu's combat prowess could easily surpass Tang San and his group. The same could be said for Wang Qiao'er. With such power, those from the Spirit Hall were merely like younger brothers in comparison. Qiao'er, XiaoWu, go speak with Zhu Qing and urge her to take a break. Such relentless training will lead to trouble, Su Yu remarked, glancing at the quarreling Wang Qiao'er and XiaoWu, and then at Zhu Zhuqing, who was diligently training in the distance, shaking his head in exasperation. It is truly disheartening. Those who work hard but lack talent see little progress, while those 2 noisy girls continue to improve daily. He gestured discreetly towards Zhu Zhuqing. All right, XiaoWu, obedient to Su Yu's words, immediately abandoned Wang Qiao'er and dashed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Wang Qiao'er cast a sidelong glance at the mischievous XiaoWu, but did not hesitate to follow suit. Su Yu observed their departure, but did not linger and proceeded to his room. Once inside, he opened his system tablet, noting the 10 fishing opportunities available. A smile gracing his features. System, begin fishing, he murmured internally. Beep, fishing commenced. Beep, fishing successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained life essence. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 black silks. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the golden dragon spear. The mention of the golden dragon spear elicited astonishment from Su Yu. Initially, he believed this artifact to be hidden in the divine realm and had not discovered it at the Lake of Life. It was indeed a stroke of luck to draw it now. However, this item was more suited for Wang Qiao'er. He resolved to find an opportunity to gift it to her later. As for the other items, aside from the life essence,
Nothing particularly remarkable stood out. What use would he have for so many black silks, unless he was fond of such things? With a shake of his head, he swiftly placed the black silks into the Star River. In XiaoWu village, Su-Yi gazed towards the direction of Tiando City, lost in contemplation. Should I go? It is my grandson's first participation in such a competition. As his grandfather, I ought to witness it. Though I am unsure how that rascal concealed the little rabbit's aura. It could still be dangerous if discovered. A hint of worry flickered in Su-Yi's aged eyes. Tiando City held painful memories for him, as a past mistake had led to the loss of a loved one amidst the aftermath of battle. Had he been more vigilant, such tragedy could have been averted. Now, he had but this one grandson left. Should anyone dare to lay a hand on him, his blade would surely be drawn. Decades had passed since he last appeared before the public, and it seemed his reputation was fading. Old acquaintances were either aging or had passed away. It was time for him to venture out once more. Under the cover of night, Su-Yi departed quietly, without notifying anyone in the village. As time flowed on, various academies began to mobilize, with all of Tiando Empire stirring into action. At the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong surveyed the 7 individuals prostrated before her, a smile gracing her countenance. These 7 represented the strongest of the younger generation within the Spirit Hall, all loyal to her. You must secure victory in this competition. His Holiness, the Pope, has promised substantial rewards. Do you understand? Bibi Dong remained silent, but Douluo, standing beside her, stepped forward at her behest and addressed the group with a grave tone. Upon hearing of the grand rewards, the golden generation collectively inhaled sharply, their breaths quickening. A title Douluo had mentioned generous rewards, leading them to speculate whether soul bones might be among them. At such a pinnacle, soul bones were perhaps the only items of value left to be acquired. Soul bones are indeed precious, especially for them at this stage. The golden generation paused momentarily, then solemnly nodded their heads in understanding. Bibi Dong, observing their demeanor, felt a sense of appreciation. Each of these 7 individuals possessed the potential to become title Douluo, with her disciple, Hu Laina, standing out as the most talented among them. While she may not rival Bibi Dong's extraordinary daughter, she was still considered a super genius. All right, you may leave. This victory in the competition undoubtedly belongs to you. Should you fail, then perhaps a 2-year training at Zone da XiaoWu is in order. At this moment, Douluo stepped forward, having perceived Bibi Dong's subtle hint, and addressed the golden generation with a serious tone. The golden generation did not linger. They departed immediately after Douluo finished speaking. Once they had left, Bibi Dong's gentle gaze transformed, becoming grave and somber. Yuguan, how goes the investigation I entrusted to you? Bibi Dong's voice was somewhat hoarse, exuding an overwhelming aura. Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, both recognizing the sense of helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Your Holiness, we have indeed completed the investigation regarding Da Shi Xiaogong. He currently resides in the Lanba Academy of the Tiando Empire, which was established by his teammate, who is also his cousin. Da Shi arrived at Lanba Academy over 6 months ago, accompanied by several individuals, including the 3rd prince of Sheng Empire and the little princess of the Qi Bao Liuli sect. Moreover, his disciple, Hao Tiandouluo's son, is also among them. It is said that they have attracted the attention of a formidable being, the very one behind Su-Yu, who annihilated both the 4-eyed cat eagle, Fland, and the immovable king, XiaoWu. Had Ashur not fled swiftly, he too might have faced utter demise. Your Holiness, you are aware of Su-Yu, are you not? Douluo cautiously inquired, stealing a glance at the impassive Bibi Dong. Yes, please continue. Is he not the target of my daughter's martial soul fusion technique? Bibi Dong leaned against the throne, crossing her legs nonchalantly. Su-Yu gravely injured Tong San, prompting Da Shi to send Fland and XiaoWu to teach him a lesson. However, they were swiftly killed by the formidable being behind Su-Yu, which is why Da Shi sought refuge in Lanba Academy. Douluo did not hold back, revealing all he knew about the situation, even mentioning that Da Shi had father-child. Yuguan, are you jesting with me? Yu Xiaogong, despite his shortcomings, is still a man. How could a man possibly give birth to a child? Bibi Dong's piercing gaze locked onto Yuguan.
her terrifying pressure causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Douluo's forehead. Your Holiness, I assure you, there is no exaggeration. Dashi indeed has a child. I was equally incredulous until I witnessed it with my own eyes. Douluo, terrified by Bibi Dong's intensity, spoke while prostrating on the ground, trembling. Is what Yuguan said true? Bibi Dong turned her attention to Douluo, her expression shifting to one of disbelief. Yes, Your Holiness. Yuguan speaks the truth. I witnessed Dashi holding a child, and to verify this information, I have inquired in various places. Douluo, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and bowed, addressing Bibi Dong with utmost seriousness. Bibi Dong was stunned. She could hardly fathom that Dashi, a man, had actually given birth to a child. Enough, you may leave. Bibi Dong suppressed the bitterness within her and waved dismissively at Douluo and Douluo. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, they bowed and swiftly exited the Pope's palace. As she watched her subordinates depart, Bibi Dong sighed deeply. Xiaojing, have you fallen so low? Have you lost the vigor of your youth? You were once so diligent and talented. How did you become this way? Why? Bibi Dong's heart was heavy with sorrow, her mind echoing with relentless questions. The Dashi was so extraordinarily gifted, and now he had descended to this state. What transpired? Why? Had it not been for Qian Xuanji, he might not have made that fateful choice. And perhaps Xiaojing would not have become this way. Suyu, the mere thought of this name cast a shadow over Bibi Dong's countenance. Over the past century, she had only known one formidable individual with the surname Su, a golden swordsman who had fallen to Tongchen, a man whom CounterattackWang had once praised as an unparalleled swordsman. If Suyu were indeed his descendant, the implications would be dire. After all these years, if he had not perished, he would certainly be a peak-level expert, at least level 98. Xue'er, I wonder how terrifying the identity of this youth you have taken a liking to truly is. Bibi Dong shook her head. Though she possessed things that these powerful beings lacked, she was still not as formidable as the older generation. Yet, in 10 years, at most 10 years, she would ascend to become the strongest in the world, able to dictate all on the continent. Bibi Dong closed her eyes, feeling a tinge of disappointment towards Dashi. The man she once admired had seemingly vanished, leaving behind only an empty shell. Suyu, the competition is about to commence. You must keep an eye on that girl, especially regarding Zhu Qing's level. She is yet to reach 40. Without that, she will find it challenging to stand among the elite. Shui Wuxin sighed, gazing at the boy seated before her, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Rest assured, Teacher Wuxin, I will keep a watchful eye on Zhu Qing. With the aid of Xian Cao, her progress has been rapid. In no more than 2 months, she will break through to level 40 and become a soul sect. I have also devised a plan for her soul rings. The Shadow Leopard is indeed a viable martial soul. Su Chen smiled, a serious expression settling on his face as he met Shui Wuxin's gaze. Just be aware of your own matters. This is ultimately your competition, and I dare not interfere excessively. Moreover, I must hasten to absorb the power of the Xian Cao. There remains quite a bit of residual energy within me. Shui Wuxin observed Su Yu's reliability, a smile emerging on her face, grateful to have such a student. Teacher Wuxin, concerning Zhu Qing's cultivation, I intend to allow her some well-deserved rest. Her rigorous training may leave her with hidden injuries. Su Yu stated, without hesitation, revealing his intentions regarding Zhu Qing. Nodding, Shui Wuxin did not counter his decision. As matters in Tianshui were generally managed by Su Yu, she accepted his judgment. After all, he was the captain and a trustworthy person, and his reasoning must have merit. Thank you, Teacher Wuxin. I understand. Su Yu smiled, nodding at Shui Wuxin. Then I shall take my leave, Su Yu said, observing as Shui Wuxin waved him off. Su Yu smiled briefly and did not linger, directly exiting Shui Wuxin's room and returning to his own. It was his first time strolling along the streets of Tiando City, lost in thought. He had given the members of the Tianshui battle team a 3-day holiday to enjoy themselves, while they had all gone shopping, leaving him feeling somewhat bored alone in the hotel. Thus, he resolved to find something delicious to eat. Ning Rongrong had initially come out to enjoy shopping, but she now felt quite irritable. Her father had been incessantly praising XiaoWu, extolling his excellence and that of the Tianshui battle team, which had become quite tiresome. She had planned to have a good time shopping, but unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the very man her father had been lauding. So this is XiaoWu? He is quite handsome, yet no amount of good looks could alter the fact that he is rather annoying, she thought, shaking her head with a displeased expression. Ah, yes, I could do that. As she was about to leave, a sudden thought struck her, illuminating her mind. She could easily follow XiaoWu to see what he was up to. Perhaps she might uncover some dirt on him. If she found something incriminating, her father would have nothing left to say. Quickly entering into the spirit of her plan, Ning Rongrong stealthily trailed behind XiaoWu. Watching XiaoWu as he indulged in various street snacks, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How can this guy eat so much? Is there nothing else he does besides eating? Shouldn't a young man of his stature be engaged in other pursuits? She tilted her head, pondering aloud. Hiding behind a pillar, she observed XiaoWu enjoying his food and felt a bit speechless. She had encountered many talented youths, but none could compare to XiaoWu's remarkable appetite. How dull! How utterly dull! Why would my father praise such a person? Ning Rongrong shook her head and glanced back at XiaoWu's previous location. To her astonishment, he had vanished. He was no longer at the stall. Where'd he go? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she stared at the scene before her. Are you looking for me? Just as she pondered this, a voice suddenly emerged beside her, warm breath brushing against her ear, causing her to jump in alarm and bump her forehead against something hard. Ah! A startled cry escaped her lips. Rubbing her slightly sore head, she turned around in confusion. There stood XiaoWu, crouched with his mouth agape, his face flushed red. Why are you behind me? What exactly did I just bump into? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stepping back in surprise as she regarded XiaoWu with uncertainty. Why are you following me? I ought to be the one asking you. You must have bumped into my chin, otherwise I wouldn't look like this, XiaoWu replied, his tongue slightly out, glaring at her with dissatisfaction. What nonsense! I never followed you. I merely wanted to see what kind of person my father and sore grandpa have been praising, Ning Rongrong retorted, refusing to show any signs of shame after being discovered, and instead wore a smug expression. Ning Rongrong truly lived up to her reputation from the books, somewhat spoiled and a little devilish, fearless and unyielding. XiaoWu couldn't help but roll his eyes at her, shaking his head, and decided to ignore her, turning to leave. Hey, don't go. You startle me. You think you can run away without apologizing? Ning Rongrong protested, stamping her foot and chasing after him. I told you not to follow me. How did Ning Zhongzhu end up with a daughter like you? XiaoWu finally grasped the frustrating nature of Ning Rongrong's character. While he had found her portrayal in Douluo appealing, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter, one that left him feeling quite helpless. He certainly couldn't just slap her for it. With a shake of his head, he ignored the incessant chatter of Ning Rongrong and quickened his pace, hoping to shake her off. However, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Despite her shorter stature, Ning Rongrong's legs moved swiftly, allowing her to keep up with him. XiaoWu, are you really over level 40? XiaoWu, is your martial soul truly more powerful than the blue lightning tyrant dragon? XiaoWu, I heard you have a conflict with the master. Is that true? I really dislike that guy too. What kind of man has a child and spends all his time with someone like Damu Bai? Ning Rongrong chattered on, unbothered by whether XiaoWu was paying attention. Could you please stop talking? After half an hour of this, XiaoWu turned to Ning Rongrong, his expression one of exasperation, casting her a pitiful look. I didn't ask you to listen. My mouth is my own, Ning Rongrong replied, a smile breaking across her face at XiaoWu's predicament. You dare to ignore me? Just watch. I'll make you pay. Ning Rongrong appeared cheerful, but internally she was plotting. Oh well, go ahead and speak. XiaoWu decided to seal his hearing with his soul power. Go on, say whatever you wish. Let us see if I can still hear you now. He glanced at Ning Rongrong, silently mocking her in his mind, unaware that XiaoWu had blocked his hearing. Ning Rongrong continued to chatter away, her words falling on deaf ears. How relaxing. This girl is even more bothersome than XiaoWu. I cannot let them meet. If XiaoWu learns from her, my future days will surely be ruined. XiaoWu vowed silently to keep Wang XiaoWu and Ning Rongrong apart, resolutely preventing any interaction. Chapter 129. They absolutely must not meet. Come on,
Let me treat you to something to eat. Half an hour later, Suyu observed that Ning Rongrong's mouth had finally stopped moving, and he unsealed his hearing. Seeing her cheeks puffed up from exhaustion, he couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. Why did it seem like you couldn't hear me just now? I'm quite curious. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she awaited his response. Suyu, realizing he had been discovered, coughed awkwardly and chose not to respond, instead striding toward a nearby food stall. Wait. Ning Rongrong, feeling exasperated at being ignored again, swallowed her frustration but remembered Suyu's formidable strength, so she followed him. Arriving beside Suyu, she noticed he was holding 2 portions of food. Are you going to eat? If not, I won't bother. I don't have any fancy food here. Suyu smiled, offering her a plate. Looking at the donkey meat on the plate, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose in distaste. She had never eaten from roadside stalls throughout her life. Her meals had always consisted of exquisite ingredients, although she had adapted somewhat during her time at Shrek. This was an entirely different matter. If it's eating, then I shall eat. I refuse to believe it can be that delicious. Ning Rongrong shot a fierce glare at Suyu, who was savoring his food, and promptly seized the plate to indulge herself. Upon her first bite, her eyes widened, not out of disgust, but from sheer delight. It was truly delectable, while one might not label it as exquisite. Ning Rongrong could confidently assert that this dish of donkey meat rivaled that of any high-end restaurant. Is it delicious? Let me tell you once you finish. Hurry back and don't cause any trouble. You are from Shrek, and I happen to have a grudge against them. Do you believe I can deal with you? Suyu sighed as he observed Ning Rongrong enjoying her meal, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor as he glared at her. However, his threats bore no weight. Ning Rongrong merely cast a scornful glance his way before returning her focus to the food before her. Ugh! A gritted voice escaped Suyu's lips. Sister Chiao, is that our captain? Who is that girl beside him? Wang Xiaowu, who was enjoying a pleasant shopping outing with Zhu Zhuqing, felt a pang of hunger as noon approached. They intended to grab a bite before unwinding further, but while searching for something to eat, Zhu Zhuqing spotted the scene unfolding before them. Gazing at the girl sitting next to Suyu, Wang Xiaowu couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. In the past, she remained indifferent to the closeness between the Tianxue girl and Suyu. Even when she sensed a connection between Suyu and ZG, it did not trouble her. However, seeing an unfamiliar girl beside, Suyu stirred feelings of unease within her. Sister Chiao, let's go over and take a look. I want to see who dares to vie for my brother, Wang Xiaowu said, pursing her lips and pulling Zhu Zhuqing towards Suyu. I'm not afraid of them seeing us. If worst comes to worst, I can just drop out. By the way, does Tianxue still accept new students? As Wang Xiaowu approached, she overheard the conversation between Ning Rongrong and Suyu, which only soured her mood further. It was not directed at Suyu, but at Ning Rongrong. You can flirt with my man, but to encroach upon my territory? Am I not dignified? Am I not the little princess of the Star Doe Forest? Xiaowu, Zhuqing, what brings you here? Suyu, who had been engrossed in conversation with Ning Rongrong, suddenly caught sight of Wang Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing nearby. Zhuqing, what are you doing here? Ning Rongrong was startled by Suyu's sudden address, but became excited upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's name, turning her head eagerly to spot her. Rongrong, how did you end up with Suyu? Aren't you at Shrek? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although she was aware that Shrek had arrived in Tiando City, she had yet to meet any of its members. Seeing Ning Rongrong brought her joy. After all, Ning Rongrong was one of her friends, and their reunion pleased her. Yet, she remained clueless as to why Ning Rongrong was with Suyu. Brother, you two seem to be enjoying yourselves, Wang Xiaowu said, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Ahem, Xiaowu, I swear I did nothing. You must believe me. Suyu's face fell as he sensed the weight of her gaze, knowing exactly what she was thinking. You are the talented genius that my father spoke of, right? Ning Rongrong, intrigued, glanced at Wang Xiaowu, having heard her name before. After all, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was quite influential, and it was easy to gather information about Suyu's recent activities. Who are you, and why are you with my brother? What is your relationship? Wang Xiaowu, oblivious to Ning Rongrong's curiosity, shot her an unhappy glare. Observing Wang Xiaowu's expression, Ning Rongrong's eyes suddenly twinkled with an idea.
Hee, what do you think our relationship is? Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Su Yu's arm and leaned against him. Wang Qiu'er frowned at the sight. Get lost. Get lost. Su Yu, taken aback, quickly withdrew his arm, glancing awkwardly at Wang Qiu'er. Qiu'er, I swear I truly have no relationship with her. My heart belongs to you. Now and forever. I speak the truth, Su Yu exclaimed, desperate to clarify his relationship with Ning Rongrong. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Wang Qiu'er asked, her brow furrowed in suspicion as she gazed at Su Yu. If you don't believe me, I can swear on my bloodline. I really have no ties with this girl. According to your perspective, we are the only ones meant for each other in this continent. It's the allure of our bloodlines. Don't you agree? Su Yu's voice was soft, holding Wang Qiu'er's hand with tenderness. All right, Sister Qiu. I truly have no connection with Su Yu. I only wanted to teach him a lesson because my father often mentions him. Ning Rongrong nodded, affirming Su Yu's words. She felt a sense of accomplishment. Her task was complete. Last night, I was too inebriated to provide an update. I apologize. Chapter 130. The reason behind Uncle Gu's actions. Do you really have no relationship? Wang Qiu'er eyed Su Yu, who was still trembling and desperately trying to prove his innocence. Absolutely. I promise, I have no connection with such a girl. How could I possibly have anything to do with her? Su Yu gulped, looking earnestly at Wang Qiu'er. Humph, I wouldn't want any association with you either. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes, dismissively shaking her head. Sister Qiu, Rongrong is my friend. I believe they have no relationship, so you can rest easy, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, taking Wang Qiu'er's hand to offer comfort. Yes, Zhuqing is right. I truly have no ties with her. Su Yu chimed in, grateful for Zhu Zhuqing's support. After some coaxing, Su Yu managed to quell Wang Qiu'er's discontent. Qiu'er, I assure you, you can trust me. He gently held her small hand, his tone tender. Wang Qiu'er's ears reddened at Su Yu's words, yet she maintained a pouting expression, ignoring him. All right, it's time for us to head back. Today, I'll accompany you shopping. How about that? Su Yu affectionately ruffled Wang Qiu'er's hair, his tone gentle. Zhu Zhuqing, ever the adept wingwoman, noted the time and swiftly led Ning Rongrong away, prompting Su Yu to silently commend her. Let us go. I intend to make you spend generously today. Wang Qiu'er linked her arm with Su Yu's, playfully winking at him. All right, I look forward to seeing how you plan to make me spend, Su Yu smiled, saying nothing more as he followed Wang Qiu'er toward her favorite shop. The entire afternoon, Su Yu devoted himself to accompanying this spirited girl on her shopping spree. At the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Father, this is my friend Zhu Zhuqing, a member of the current Tianshui battle team. At just 13, she has already reached level 39 as a soul master and is on the verge of becoming a soul sovereign. Her talent is extraordinary. Ning Rongrong beamed as she spoke to her father, Ning Fengji, who sat nearby, his curiosity piqued. Ning Fengzhi was taken aback and intrigued upon hearing Ning Rongrong mention that Zhu Zhuqing was a member of the Tianshui team. The young friend is indeed a member of Tianshui. With the surname Zhu, could it be that the young friend hails from the esteemed Zhu family of Xingluo? As Ning Fengji pondered the prominent Zhu clan, he cast a curious glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Although he was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's identity, he regarded it merely as a conversation starter. One of the young ladies of the Zhu family, the fiancée of the eccentric Dai Mu Bai from Shrek Academy. A girl who was unwilling to succumb to her fate, possessing a commendable talent that Ning Fengji genuinely appreciated. Zhu Zhuqing, being no fool, recognized that Ning Fengji was aware of her identity, yet she maintained a courteous demeanor. Have you considered joining our Seven Treasures Liuli sect after graduating from Tianshui? With your talent, achieving the rank of title Douluo under our guidance is merely a matter of time. Ning Fengji spoke in a gentle tone, his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing as clear as crystal. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of sentiment as she observed Ning Fengji's demeanor. Indeed, the leaders of major sects were quick to recruit talents. Had the Seven Treasures Liuli sect extended an invitation to her in the past, she might have acquiesced. However, reminiscing about the joyful days spent with Su Yuin and Wang Qiu'er brought a smile to her face. I apologize, Sect Master Ning, but I prefer the days spent alongside my companions. I do not wish to be bound. If an opportunity arises in the future, I will consider the 7 treasures Liuli's sect, then. My apologies, sect Master Ning. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuqing finally lifted her head, looking earnestly at Ning Fengji as she spoke with solemnity. Ning Fengji, upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's refusal, shook his head. He had anticipated her response. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had no pressing need to join any faction at this moment. With her talents, as long as she did not falter, she was destined to become a formidable force. Furthermore, Su Yu's identity was not so simple. According to Ning Fengji's investigations, Su Yu's background was indeed intricate. Casting a glance at his daughter and then at Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengji sighed. Rong Rong, please entertain Zhuqing. I have official matters to attend to and cannot join you. Enjoy yourselves. With a smile, Ning Fengji conversed with Zhu Zhuqing for a while, engaging in light-hearted banter before standing up to leave. All right, father, Ning Rongrong acknowledged. Aware that her father was busy, with Zhu Zhuqing present, she felt it inappropriate to indulge in her usual whims. After watching her father depart, she led Zhu Zhuqing to her room. Fengji, it seems that Tianshui will become a significant force in the future. Their rise is inevitable with so many talents, remarked Bon Douluo, who had quietly appeared beside Ning Fengji shortly after he left. Indeed, Uncle Bon, Tianshui possesses an abundance of talent, not to mention Su Yu and Wang Qiuer. Even the 2 sisters from the Shui family are qualified to become titled Douluos. And as for Zhu Zhuqing, while she may seem the most ordinary, she too possesses the potential for a title. Our sect's talents are still far too few, Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, an idea struck Ning Fengji, and he turned to Bon Duo, his eyes gleaming with insight. Uncle Bon, I have a feeling you might not like what I'm about to say, Bon Duo remarked, narrowing his eyes at Ning Fengji, sensing something amiss. Speak freely, Fengji. Don't look at me like that. It makes me uneasy, Bon Duo urged, swallowing hard as the faint smile that had lingered on his face vanished. Uncle Bon, I have been contemplating why our sect has so few geniuses. After much thought, I've finally grasped the reason. Ning Fengji's tone turned grave, casting a glance at Bon Douluo, who appeared perplexed by this sudden seriousness. Go ahead, I'd like to know why our sect lacks talent. If there's a way to change it, we shall. If not, we will strive to mitigate it, Bon Douluo replied, growing impatient as he directly scrutinized Ning Fengji. Listening to Bon Douluo's words and observing his steadfast gaze, a radiant smile blossomed on Ning Fengji's face, which unnerved Bon Douluo with a sudden sense of foreboding. Uncle Bon, since you've invited my thoughts, here it is. The reason is that neither you nor Sword Douluo has taken wives or had children. Look at how the elders and officials in our sect imitate your example. If not for the 2 of you, think of how many more talents our sect could have produced. Ning Fengji fixed his gaze on Bon Douluo, expectations glimmering in his eyes. Uncle Bon, how about I arrange something for you? Ning Fengji's expression conveyed eager anticipation. Bon Douluo was taken aback, his face reflecting mounting incredulity upon hearing Ning Fengji's words. Fengji, you'd better get lost. Bon Douluo glared at Ning Fengji, unable to contain his frustration. At that moment, he set aside his status as sect master. It was simply too outrageous. How can the lack of geniuses in our sect be attributed to your personal life choices? Uncle Bon, are you really not considering this? There are quite a few unmarried female elders in our sect. You could very well. Ning Fengji continued, eyeing Bon Douluo with a hint of defiance. Bon Douluo shot a furious glance at Ning Fengji before conjuring a spatial black hole, his figure vanishing instantly from Ning Fengji's sight. Alas, it seems this approach won't work. I shall speak with Sword Douluo tomorrow. It would be a pity if the 7 killing sword and bone dragon martial spirits were to be lost, Ning Fengji mused as he walked away, deep in thought. Meanwhile, not far away, Sword Douluo suddenly shuddered, as if sensing an unseen gaze upon him. That night, at the 7 Treasures Liuli's sect, Su Yi stood atop the highest point, gazing down at the thriving scene before him, and sighed deeply. Had it not been for me back then, she likely would not have fallen. What a pity indeed. Su Yi's expression turned somber as he reached for the wine gourd at his waist. After taking a hearty swig from the gourd, Su Yi reflected,
Who would have thought that the child of an old friend would join the Seven Treasures Liuli sect? If that fellow had only listened to my advice and not challenged Dalu, he would not have met such a fate. He shook his head, his tone tinged with melancholy as he lamented the loss of an old friend. Well, since it's the child of an old friend, I should meet him, He resolved. His figure vanishing in an instant, reappearing at the back mountain of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect, this time without concealing his aura. At the Sword Pavilion, Sword Douluo Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a stream of sword energy surging from him. What a powerful presence! He murmured before dashing out of the Sword Pavilion toward the source of Su Yi's aura. Not only did Sword Douluo sense this, but Bone Dalu also felt it, immediately activating a black hole and heading toward the back mountain. The other elders of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect, noticing that both Sword Douluo and Bone Dalu had gone to the back mountain, sighed in relief. The earlier aura had indeed been formidable, but with the two titled Douluos present, there was nothing to fear. All right, let us just work a little harder tonight and ensure the safety of our disciples, one elder suggested. The elders exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless as they arrived at the residence of the disciples of XiaoWu Liuli sect. On the rear mountain, Jian and Gu Doa locked eyes, observing in the distance a figure holding a wine gourd, continuously drinking, their gaze revealing a hint of confusion and gravity. What a terrifying individual. I cannot fathom him at all. Gu Douluo's expression grew solemn as he watched Su Yi, who was gulping down the wine. Indeed, I can only perceive the terrifying power emanating from him. Jian Douluo's countenance was equally grave. You have finally arrived. I have been waiting, Su Yi said, turning around to set down the wine gourd. He gestured towards Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo, beckoning them to take action. Senior, who are you? And why have you come to our XiaoWu Liuli sect? At that moment, Jian Douluo could no longer remain still. He stepped forward, a seven-killing sword appearing in his hand, his tone serious as he addressed Su Yi. After you fight me, you will know, Su Yi replied then. Using his hand as a blade, he fiercely struck towards Su Yi. A wave of golden sword energy surged forth from Su Yi's hand, the terrifying force sweeping up a multitude of soil and stones towards Jian Douluo and Gu Douluo. With the Bone Dragon's protection, Gu Douluo instantly positioned himself in front of Jian Douluo, his Bone Dragon martial soul rapidly manifesting. A layer of dark radiance condensed around him as he charged directly towards the sword energy. A violent explosion erupted upon impact with Gu Douluo. Although the sword energy was casually unleashed by Su Yi, bolstered by his formidable power at level 98, it still sent Gu Douluo flying several hundred meters away. Enough! The troublesome ones are gone. Come now, young one. I am a friend of your father. Now that he has left, let me see what strength you possess. Su Yi waved his hand at Jian Douluo, indicating he could attack. Hearing Su Yi's words, Chen Xian's complexion changed. After all, Chen Xian was already over 90 years old, and his father's friends must be over 120. The old generation of powerful beings is indeed terrifying, he murmured inwardly, as a fierce killing intent erupted in his eyes. The seven-killing sword moved gracefully in Jian Douluo's hands, its slender blade seemingly cleaving the very fabric of space, unleashing a powerful sword energy that spanned several dozen meters towards Su Yi. Not bad, Su Yi remarked, a glimmer of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he observed the approaching sword energy. Though your strength still lags behind your father, your sword intent is quite comparable. However, your innate talent appears lacking. If I recall correctly, you are already over 90 years old, yet only at level 96. Your talent truly pales in comparison to that of my young disciple. As Su Yi defended against Chen Xian's sword energy, he offered this critique. Chen Xian's expression darkened instantly. Was his talent truly that inadequate? Achieving level 96 at over 90 years of age is already quite impressive, isn't it? Stop testing me and go all out. Su Yi chuckled, casually dispelling the sword energy directed at him, taking a sip of wine and smiling lightly. In that case, senior, be cautious. Ninth soul skill, divine demonic dual slash. Jian Douluo's back suddenly bore two colossal swords, and terrifying sword energies erupted from them. An overwhelming aura felt by everyone in CiaoWu's sect. One intimidating presence. Jianshu has actually employed his ninth soul skill. It appears this opponent is indeed formidable. Ning Fengji thought, his expression grave. The ninth soul skill of Douluo is renowned for its unparalleled offensive capability. That old rascal has resorted to this move. I wonder how it will unfold. Douluo observed the ongoing clash with a serious expression. He had heard Su Yi's prior conversation with Douluo and suspected that Su Yi was a friend of Douluo's father. Noting that Su Yi had not displayed any malice, Douluo remained a bystander, watching the events unfold. Douluo, you have invoked your father's title, and your skill is commendable, but alas, your ninth soul ring is likely only around 90,000 years old. What a pity, without 100,000 years. You remain merely an ant, Su Yi commented, shaking his head. A golden blade appeared in his aged hand, a fierce aura of defiance radiating from him. Break! Su Yi's voice was not loud, yet resonated with power. The golden blade struck down upon the divine demonic dual slash with unadorned force. The attack, though commendable, was ultimately lacking in depth, revealing the inexperience of youth. Such a dominating aura in that golden blade. Are you, perhaps, the renowned Ba Dao spoken of by my father? Douluo's eyes widened in astonishment as he took in Su Yi's commanding presence and weapon. Ba Dao, a name not heard in many years. Xian, you still have much to achieve in comparison to your father and an even greater distance to cover to reach your grandfather. Keep striving. Your talent may not match theirs, but this era offers you ample time to surpass them. Su Yi's tone was tinged with melancholy as he placed a reassuring hand on Douluo's shoulder. Senior, are you visiting CiaoWu's sect? Douluo asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Nothing much. I merely wish to reminisce about old friends. Keep striving, Xian. Your father was a friend of mine. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Su Yi shook his head, and in an instant, his figure vanished before Douluo and Douluo. That old rascal, who is he? Douluo inquired, puzzled, as he turned to Douluo after Su Yi's departure. Ba Dao, a man who has honed his swordsmanship to the pinnacle of the world. Once capable of suppressing my father, Douluo's expression turned serious, his gaze deepening. The name of Su Yi was one his father had often invoked, viewing him as a benchmark to surpass. I once told my father I would one day surpass Su Yi and become the strongest swordsman on the continent. Yet now I realize how underestimated I was regarding the myriad soul masters of the world. Douluo reflected. He had indeed become the strongest swordsman, but he knew he still fell short of his father's legacy. Ba Dao, Su Yi, Douluo, a contemporary of Douluo, understood well the significance of this legendary figure. Once a peak swordsman, he had instilled fear throughout the soul master realm, only to vanish after a defeat at the hands of Tang Chun, rumored by many to have perished. Yet, Tang Chun claimed that a man of such strength would never truly die. Indeed, no one expected that he still lives and has now resurfaced. The world of soul masters is becoming increasingly intriguing. Douluo mused, shaking his head, the usual smile on his face replaced by a solemn expression. Regardless, it is not our concern. Let us depart, Douluo said, shaking his head as he headed towards his sword pavilion. Today, after a duel with Su Yi, he experienced a flicker of enlightenment. While a breakthrough may not be guaranteed, it at least provides an opportunity for progress. At this moment, the sword duelist only felt an eagerness to return and immerse himself in diligent training. With Su Yi's departure, the CiaoWu sect returned to tranquility, though Ning Fengji, the sect's master, instructed all disciples to keep the matter confidential. In the early morning, within the confines of a hotel, Su Yu quietly extricated his somewhat numb hand from Wang Qiuer's embrace, observing her still in slumber. He could not help but shake his head in exasperation. The two had exhausted themselves the previous day, and this girl had yet to awaken, despite it being well past 8 in the morning. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Yu leaped from the bed, stifled a yawn, and after freshening up, he promptly grabbed a slice of bread to eat. Today, Su Yu was to take the Tianshui battle team to the outskirts of Tiando City. The Five Elements Academy had already arrived, and he was determined to facilitate an exchange between Tianshui and the Five Elements Academy.
The pre-competition exchanges between the two institutions had been a venerable tradition lasting several decades. Unfortunately, Tianshui Academy had experienced rather lackluster performances in previous competitions, consistently landing in the third position. This outcome had become a source of embarrassment, as the formidable strength of Shun Feng and the counteractive nature of Qihua against Tianshui's attributes left little room for error. Zhu Qing, how was your visit to the Qibao Liuli sect yesterday? XiaoWu inquired curiously upon seeing Zhu Qing return early. It was quite pleasant. The place was bustling, and the people under Master Ning were amiable. Zhu Qing replied with a grin, noting XiaoWu's inquisitive gaze. I have yet to visit the Qibao Liuli sect myself. XiaoWu expressed excitedly. The Qibao Liuli sect is indeed remarkable, Zhu Qing remarked with a smile. Rest assured, Teacher Wuxin, our current strength guarantees us first place. Though Zhu Qing is still a tad shy of a breakthrough to the Soul sect, our prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of all competitors from the five elements. As Suyu walked beside Shui Wuxin, he noticed her worried expression and chuckled to offer reassurance. Oh, I'm not concerned about your strength. I'm aware of that. Securing first place is not a daunting task. However, I worry that the other four academies may turn their focus on you, Shui Wuxin said, casting a concerned glance at Suyu. Although Suyu's strength had not been prominently displayed, those within the elemental academies were somewhat aware of it. His elevated level would undoubtedly attract attention. While other academies had students exceeding level 40, few could match Tianshui's circumstances. Suyu was bound to be targeted due to his superior rank, yet he appeared unfazed. Despite Shui Wuxin's concerns, she felt reassured knowing Wang Xiao was present. With their combined martial soul fusion techniques, she believed they would manage just fine. After a brief conversation, Suyu smiled and shook his head, fully aware of Shui Wuxin's worries, but equally confident in his ability to withstand any challenges. Enough of this, Teacher Wuxin. You should have faith in my abilities, Suyu said, a gentle smile gracing his face, convinced of his victory in the upcoming competition. The group moved swiftly, soon arriving at a picturesque, mountainous area. Is this where the Five Elements Academy exchanges take place at the start of every competition? It truly is splendid, Suyu remarked, gazing at the enchanting landscape. Indeed, it is beautiful. When I first came here for an exchange, I was utterly astonished, Shui Wuxin chuckled, recalling her initial experience. Having visited several times since, she had grown accustomed to the beauty of the continent, finding combat in such splendid surroundings to be a unique pleasure. All right, everyone, follow me. Shui Wuxin clapped her hands, signaling the group to follow her towards a nearby peach orchard. Upon entering the orchard, Suyu's gaze fell upon a gathering of individuals, clad in various attires. Each radiated a distinct aura of soul power. Little Sister Wuxin, you certainly took your time. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. If it weren't for Lao Hua saying you were fine, I would have gone to look for you. A middle-aged man in azure attire swiftly approached Shui Wuxin, his demeanor gentle. Feng Chun, keep your distance, Shui Wuxin frowned, delivering a swift kick toward Feng Chun. Feng Chun, unfazed, deftly sidestepped her attack. Little Sister Wuxin, you truly are heartless, he said, wearing a slightly dejected expression. Haha, I was right. Wuxin would definitely dodge and counter. A booming laugh erupted from behind as a robust man in red clothing observed the scene, unable to contain his mirth. That man was Hua Tian, the teacher from Qihua, while Feng Chun, who frequently pursued Wuxin, was from Shenfeng. Despite Feng Chen's persistent affections, Wuxin seemed entirely indifferent to his advances. Waterbinger watched the unfolding scene with a smile, unable to stifle her laughter at Feng Chen's crestfallen expression, and gleefully began to explain the situation to those nearby. Teacher Wuxin has admirers? Suyu exclaimed in disbelief, glancing at Waterbing. To him, Shui Wuxin was the type of woman who was straightforward and quick to fight. It was unfathomable that someone like her could have suitors. Indeed, that's how it is. Although Teacher Wuxin has a fiery temper, her beauty is undeniable. Attractive individuals often enjoy certain privileges, Waterbinger replied, casting a surreptitious glance at Shui Wuxin, who appeared visibly displeased. Shui Wuxin felt quite flustered. What did it mean that she had admirers? After all, she was an attractive young lady. Why wouldn't she have suitors? Secretly, she glared at Suyu, already plotting to ensure he understood that she too was desirable. Little sister Wuxin, it has been a while, a towering figure, Huyan Liang from the Xiangjia Academy, approached Shui Wuxin. Huyan Liang stood over 2 meters tall and weighed a considerable 300 to 400 pounds, causing the ground to tremble as he walked. Enough of this nonsense. We are not the main event. Let's commence the exchange, Shui Wuxin replied, somewhat exasperated. She had no desire to engage with this hefty individual, as he seemed far from trustworthy. Hey, little sister Wuxin, we haven't seen each other in ages. Is it so wrong to chat before we start? Feng Chen looked at Shui Wuxin with a tinge of grievance, well aware that after their exchange, she would soon depart. Once she left, encountering her would become a far more arduous task. Let us commence without delay. If we do not begin soon, I might as well take my leave. Shui Wuxin, having lived for so long, was quite attuned to Feng Chen's sentiments. However, she truly held little interest in him and did not wish to prolong his hopes, for it was simply not in her nature. Suyu shook his head and turned his gaze to a youth clad in azure garments not far away. A white-haired boy who was attentively engaged in conversation with a girl in red attire. That must be Feng Xiaotian. Indeed, he is quite the charmer. Suyu mused, observing Feng Xiaotian's interactions with Feng Chan with a sense of amusement. You all possess considerable strength. Why do you choose to play the sycophant? Moreover, it is evident that she has shown disinterest in you, yet you remain oblivious. Very well, let us begin. Wuxin, please do not be upset, Feng Chan said, his expression sincere as he looked at Shui Wuxin, sensing her lack of enthusiasm. A teacher from Leitang Academy sighed at the sight of Feng Chan, shaking his head in disbelief. Enough chatter, let us commence. Did you not hear Wuxin say to start? Feng Chan glared at the crowd, his tone grave. All right, let us begin, the others replied, bemused by Feng Chen's sudden shift from wanting to converse to urging for action. It was indeed a testament to the lengths one would go for love. Children, gather round. The instructors from various academies beckoned their respective students to their sides. Suyu called to those behind him and positioned himself behind Shui Wuxin. Captain, shall I take the lead? My level is relatively low, and this will be a perfect opportunity to hone my skills, Zhu Zhuqing suggested quietly as she approached Suyu. That sounds reasonable, but do not fret, Zhuqing. Your abilities are commendable, and the strength of Qianshui Academy is not easily matched, Suyu replied in a hushed tone, mindful of the proximity of the other academies. A girl with striking features and short hair, possessing a sun-kissed complexion that exuded a certain wildness, overheard their exchange. She was XiaoWu, the vice-captain of Qihua Academy, whose martial spirit was known as Hua Ying, a name that resonated profoundly in Suyu's past. Such audacity! Do you truly believe you are formidable enough to belittle our academy? XiaoWu glared at Suyu, her face flushed with indignation. What is the matter, XiaoWu? She was quickly joined by Feng Xiaotian, who appeared beside her, gazing at her with concern. This scoundrel dares to insult our academy, XiaoWu accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Suyu. Do not speak nonsense. Our captain never said such things. XiaoWu, you wild woman, refrain from making baseless accusations. Shui Yuer interjected, her temper flaring as she shot a glare at XiaoWu. Suyu is our captain. We can tease him as we please, but outsiders must not overstep, especially not someone like XiaoWu daring to challenge our captain. Yuer is right. Do not assume everyone will coddle you like Feng Xiaotian. If you're dissatisfied, why not face us in battle? XiaoWu, though a support-type spirit master, possessed a fiery temperament and was unwilling to let XiaoWu's words go unchallenged. You think you can intimidate me? If you're unsatisfied, then let us fight. Shui Bing, who was more composed, stepped forward with a cold glance at XiaoWu, her demeanor unyielding. The instructors, observing the developing situation, quickly recognized the turmoil among the Tianshui team. Ah, let them be. This is quite entertaining, a teacher from Leitang Academy remarked, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Old you, do you truly intend to let these children clash? Feng Chun observed the scene with a hint of incredulity. Wuxin, do not concern yourself. Allowing them to expend some energy is beneficial. It will remind them that there are always those stronger beyond their own ranks. Feng Chun remarked with a faint smile.
though his eyes held a depth of understanding as a teacher of Shinfeng Academy. He was fully aware of Feng Xiaotian's infatuation with Huowu, yet he also recognized his own feelings for Shui Wuxin, knowing where to prioritize. Very well, let us proceed, Shui Wuxin concluded, granting her silent acquiescence. Children, look over here. The instructor from Leitang Academy, seeing the agreement among the students, clapped his hands with enthusiasm. Now that the teachers have discussed matters, as all of you are spirit masters, there is no better way to communicate than through battle. We will adjust the rules. Anyone can step up to defend their position, while other academies may challenge them. The first to be defeated will be ranked last, and those who endure till the end will be crowned champions. Suyu shook his head apologetically at Zhu Zhuqing. My apologies, Zhuqing, he said, sensing her understanding in the situation. She nodded in acceptance, aware that they had no choice but to engage with the other academies. Brother, you should defend the position. I will join Zhuqing and the others to challenge for the title. Qiu'er chimed in cheerfully. Without hesitation, Suyu made his way to a relatively open space and drew a circle spanning several meters. All right, I shall defend Tianshui's position. His voice, though not loud, was clearly heard by all around him. Without a moment's pause, a golden spear materialized in his hand, radiating an aura of formidable pressure. Quite impressive. That spear appears to be an exceptional spirit-guiding artifact. A teacher from Leitang Academy remarked in surprise at the sight of Suyu's weapon. As the other elemental representatives selected their defenders, most of them chose their strongest members to uphold their positions, while the remaining would engage in challenges. You dare to insult our academy. Let us battle. Huowu's expression darkened as she observed her brother, Huo Wushuang, taking his stance within the circle. Casting an angry glance at Suyu, who was casually toying with the golden spear. Please, Suyu scoffed, unperturbed by Huowu's ire. He knew that, given her abilities, he could easily prevail without resorting to his golden spear. You underestimate me, Huowu retorted, her frustration boiling over as she recalled the frequent comparisons made between her and Suyu during their academy days, which only intensified her disdain for him. Suyu, clad in a pristine white garment, wielded a golden dragon spear, and as the gentle breeze brushed past him, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority over anyone in his vicinity. Come on, Suyu remarked with a hint of exasperation, shaking his head as he observed Huowu's demeanor. All he had done was speak a simple truth, yet this madwoman Huowu had latched onto him. Were she a bit more aesthetically pleasing, he might have tolerated it, but alas, she was not. The fact that he had engaged in conversation with her for this long was already a concession on his part. With a delicate snort, Huowu unleashed her soul power, instantly appearing within Suyu's vicinity, a phantom flame figure materializing behind her, emanating a terrifying heat that continuously surged. An impressive temperature indeed. Suyu mused, recalling the name of her soul, the Flame Shadow. This name stirred a flicker of memory within him. I shall hold back this time. With a quiet chuckle, he gripped the golden dragon spear and directed his gaze toward Huowu. Come on, Suyu. Let me witness the strength you are often praised for. Huowu's competitive spirit was ignited by Suyu's ever-increasing aura, and a massive fireball was hurled from her hand in an instant. Suyu smiled, gently tapping his spear twice, causing the fireball to erupt into a cascade of sparks. Not bad. The temperature is decent, significantly stronger than some ordinary fire-type soul weapons, he thought, remaining still as he observed Huowu. Huowu's eyes widened in disbelief as her attack was effortlessly reduced to mere embers. Anger surged within her as she glared at Suyu, who appeared utterly unconcerned. Suyu, don't think you're impressive just because you deflected my attacks so casually. Just wait, she seethed, and in an instant, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared behind her, the second yellow ring pulsing with energy. A colossal fireball manifested in her hand. As the fireball was launched, Huowu noticed Suyu raising his golden dragon spear. A smirk crossed her face. The explosive nature of her firebomb technique was self-evident. Surely, should Suyu dare to engage with it, he would be caught in the ensuing blast. She envisioned his disheveled state with glee. However, Suyu merely shook his head at her move, aware of her underestimation of his perception. With his mental prowess,
How could he fail to see through such a modest second soul skill? With a swift motion, CiaoWu spun his golden dragon spear through the air, and when the fire bomb struck his protective soul barrier, it vanished as if an egg had collided with a boulder. Impossible! CiaoWu exclaimed in disbelief as she watched the flames dissipate. With a low growl, she surged forward, her small fist aimed at CiaoWu's face. Melee? How naive! CiaoWu scoffed, retracting his spear and effortlessly grasping her fist. With a powerful kick, he struck the base of her foot. The sheer force sent CiaoWu off balance, and in one fluid motion, he twisted her arm behind her back, pressing down on her knee until she was forced to kneel before him. CiaoWu! CiaoWu's fury boiled over as she found herself humiliated. What is this? She shouted, panting heavily, her eyes ablaze with indignation. As the daughter of the academy's principal, she had never faced such humiliation. How dare CiaoWu insult her and treat her this way? She vowed to remember him. "Ha! Be gone," CiaoWu retorted, showing no mercy. He was not one to indulge her whims as Feng Xiaotian might. With a swift kick, he sent her sprawling away. Little sister. In the domain of Qihua Academy, Feng Xiaotian watched CiaoWu being unceremoniously expelled, and concern flickered in his eyes. CiaoWu Shuang, witnessing her sister's plight, called out in alarm as CiaoWu crashed to the ground. CiaoWu, feeling invigorated, flexed his body and gestured toward the other academy participants below. Such an audacious young man, muttered one challenger. Isn't he just a bit higher in rank? We can wear him down. Many students regarded CiaoWu with dissatisfaction, their expressions revealing their resentment towards his nonchalant demeanor. You strike at my brother, and I shall retaliate. Wang Qiuer's temper flared as she leaped onto Qihua Academy's platform. You must be the captain of Qihua Academy. My brother is CiaoWu, who just bested your sister, and now I intend to defeat you. Wang Qiuer's expression was fierce. She had overheard CiaoWu's earlier exchange with CiaoWu and was not pleased. CiaoWu Shuang glanced at Wang Qiuer, her face changing as she processed the implications. Her sister's defeat at the hands of CiaoWu left her feeling helpless. And now Wang Qiuer's challenge seemed to suggest a sibling rivalry that they could not win against CiaoWu and his sister. CiaoWu Shuang let out a low snort, her soul manifesting as a single-horned fire dragon, a torrent of fiery energy enveloping her, radiating an intense heat that filled the air. Observing CiaoWu Shuang's flames, Wang Qiuer merely shook her head. Her own flames were far superior. CiaoWu Shuang's fire would pose no threat to her. My brother may commend your flames, but I assure you, my temper is not as forgiving. In my eyes, your flames are nothing but garbage. Wang Qiuer's words, though softly spoken, struck CiaoWu Shuang like a slap to the face. Enraged, CiaoWu Shuang clenched her fists, the dreadful flames swirling around her. You dare insult me? Wang Qiuer remained unfazed, asserting that CiaoWu Shuang's flames were inferior to her own, let alone to CiaoWu's azure flames, which always left her breathless with awe. With the manifestation of the single-horned fire dragon, CiaoWu Shuang felt a surge of power as her soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, emerged behind her. Third soul skill, Dragon Transformation. She exclaimed, golden light enveloping her as her speed surged, propelling her toward Wang Qiuer. Wang Qiuer chuckled lightly, her own three-eyed golden lion spirit materializing as she closed her eyes and prepared to strike. Her delicate fist, devoid of any soul energy, contrasted sharply with CiaoWu Shuang's flame-encased punch, the disparity between them evident. Yet, the outcome proved astonishing. As their fists collided, a violent gust of wind erupted from the impact. CiaoWu Shuang was sent flying like a rag doll. What monstrous strength! The teachers watching from a distance gasped as they witnessed Wang Qiuer's decisive blow, sending CiaoWu Shuang tumbling through the air, their expressions shifting dramatically, save for Shui Wuxin, who, while aware of Wang Qiuer's formidable soul, was not entirely surprised, knowing Wang Qiuer's prowess was akin to CiaoWu's, even if CiaoWu's spirit had undergone an evolution. Chapter 136. You siblings are truly insufficient. Wang Qiuer gazed at CiaoWu Shuang, who had been sent flying several dozen meters by her punch, and shook her head in disbelief. With her third soul skill, the Golden Dragon Head, she remained acutely aware of the ongoing duel. The Golden Dragon had materialized instantly in her grasp. Huo Wushuang struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency as he observed the soul skill unleashed by Wang Qiuer. The fourth purple soul ring behind him began to emanate its power. Useless, Wang Qiuer declared, shaking her head once more. The massive dragon head collided forcefully with the fireball, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, the golden dragon head emerged unscathed from the smoke. Huo Wushuang's attack failed to impede Wang Qiuer in the slightest. The dragon head crashed beside him, creating a deep pit over a meter wide. "You have lost," Wang Qiuer stated calmly, observing Huo Wushuang's silence in the face of defeat. She shook her head and descended from the arena. "Old Hua, it seems you have truly secured the last place." Feng Chen laughed heartily, clapping a heavy hand on Hua Tian's shoulder. Hua Tian grimaced at Feng Chen's demeanor. "Get lost," Hua Tian muttered, casting a displeased glance at Feng Chen. The formidable combat prowess of Su Yu and Wang Qiuer had thoroughly impressed all present. Next, Su Yu casually tossed another opponent off the stage, feeling a tinge of boredom as he sheathed the golden dragon spear and surveyed the crowd below. Su Yu was perplexed by the targeting he seemed to attract. It was truly perplexing. Although he understood they were likely aiming for him, he had not anticipated it to be so overt. Meanwhile, at Shinfeng Academy, Feng Xiaotian was locked in battle with Shui Binger. Their levels were comparable, both at level 43, and their soul powers were quite impressive. However, Shui Binger, having consumed celestial herbs, possessed a purity of soul power that Feng Xiaotian could not match. Feng Xiaotian was indeed a true genius, endowed with innate, full soul power and even self-created soul skills. Though it was unclear why his cultivation progressed so slowly, he was currently managing to engage Shui Binger through his unique techniques. Shui Binger's martial soul was undeniably stronger than Feng Xiaotian's. While the double-headed wind wolf martial soul was commendable, it paled in comparison to the top-tier beast martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Shui Binger epitomized the essence of ice, and her martial soul was truly formidable. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, smiling at the spectacle. Shui Binger was destined to win, albeit with some difficulty. Observing XiaoWu's match against the captain of the Thunder Academy, Yu Tianxin, Su Yu nodded. Yu Tianxin's martial soul was the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although his level was not particularly high, he had a slight advantage over XiaoWu. Nevertheless, XiaoWu could at least wear him down significantly. Wuxin, it seems that Tianshui is truly set to soar this time. By the way, Wuxin, I noticed that Wang Qiuer possesses formidable strength. I wonder if she would consider joining our Xiangjia sect after graduation. Hu Yanliang approached Shui Wuxin, his expression serious. "No, Qiuer and Su Yu's backing is beyond your imagination." Shui Wuxin replied coolly, casting a disdainful glance at the eager Hu Yanliang. How could her student possibly join a sect with such a poor reputation in the Soul Master community? Hu Yanliang pondered for a moment. It seemed improbable that someone of Wang Qiuer and Su Yu's caliber lacked support. However, to claim they could rival Xiangjia sect was a stretch. After all, Xiangjia sect was one of the lower four sects, with a leader nearing the rank of title Dalu. It was inconceivable that they could be surpassed, barring the upper three sects and the Spirit Hall. Once he had investigated further, he would see if an invitation could be extended. Hu Yanliang silently resolved to investigate Su Yu and Wang Qiuer's backgrounds upon returning. In Tiando City, you say the seven-treasure glazed tile school is embroiled in battle? Qian Rishu asked with a serious tone as she looked at Shilong. Indeed, Mississippi. According to our spies within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, a significant conflict has erupted. That night, the school was engulfed in sword energy, all of which was suppressed by a golden blade, Shilong replied, his gaze filled with gravity and disbelief. The sword energy must belong to Sword Douluo Chun Xian, whose formidable prowess was unparalleled. The notion that someone could suppress Sword Douluo with mere blade techniques was terrifying. Shilong, possessing a weapon martial soul, understood the might of Chun Xian's seven-killing sword all too well. It seemed the world was about to witness a new super martial soul capable of subduing the seven-killing sword. In that case, please keep a close watch on the developments of this matter, Qian Rinxue instructed, casting a glance at Shilong before departing. Although Qianren was somewhat astonished, she maintained her composure. Having grown up in the enshrinement hall, she was accustomed to powerful individuals, many of whom rivaled or surpassed Sword Da. What a tumultuous time. The Soul Master competition is commencing, and perhaps that little rascal Su, you can provide some valuable lessons to that woman of the golden generation, Qianren mused, her lips pursing slightly. The exchange competition progressed swiftly. One might say it was not merely fast, but rather that Su Yu was overwhelmingly powerful. After effortlessly defeating his challengers, he sat on the platform, feeling rather bored as his reliable teammates swiftly concluded their battles. Though Shui Binger and Feng Xiaoyan's skirmish lingered, they ultimately resolved the conflict. Wuxin, your Tianshui Academy is truly formidable. It seems the championship is assuredly yours. Feng Chun transformed into a sycophant, circling around Shui Wuxin. Enough, get lost, Shui Wuxin replied coldly, casting a chilling glance at Feng Chun. Seeing her demeanor, Feng Chun shook his head, realizing his hopes were futile. All right, everyone, we shall take our leave. Zhu Qing is on the verge of a breakthrough, so I shall not linger. Shui Wuxin called her team and politely acknowledged the other 4 academies. Wuxin, you truly won't stay? Hua Tian chuckled, glancing at Feng Chun with a playful expression. Not staying. Farewell, she replied, turning away. Chapter 137. Tang Hao's plan after Shui Wuxin departed. Su Yu observed the scene and shrugged at his teammates. Let us go, esteemed teachers and friends. Until the next match. Su Yu smiled, leading the group to follow Shui Wuxin. Did you understand, little fairy? Shui Wuxin's expression bore a hint of warning and threat. Su Yu felt a shiver run down his spine at her demeanor, and suddenly, an odd expression crossed his face as he recalled something. Do you understand? Seeing Su Yu's silence, Shui Wuxin narrowed her eyes, her tone darkening. Su Yu swallowed hard and nodded with difficulty. Wuxin, rest assured, I will never again call you an old woman, Su Yu assured, patting his chest with conviction as he gazed earnestly at Shui Wuxin. However, as Su Yu spoke, Shui Wuxin's fists gradually clenched. When Su Yu referred to her as an old woman, Shui Wuxin's fist struck directly at Su Yu's abdomen, knocking him out cold. As she observed Su Yu, who appeared to be losing consciousness, a faint smile crept across Shui Wuxin's face. All right, that feels good. Show her. Take this brat with you. He truly lacks the ability to articulate himself. You must teach him well, Shui Wuxin said cheerfully as she handed Su Yu over to Wang Qiao'er. Wang Qiao'er, momentarily stunned, accepted Su Yu from Shui Wuxin's hands, glancing between Su Yu and Shui Wuxin, and nodded slightly. At Lanba Academy, Tang Hao gazed at his son with a serious and pained expression. Xiao San, your face, these years have truly been hard on you. It is your father's inadequacy that has led to this. If only I were stronger, I could have protected you. Tang Hao lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. Dad, Tang San replied, equally emotional as he looked at the man before him. The hardships of the past years were indeed unbearable. Suddenly recalling Su Yu, whom they had encountered a few months ago, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Father, hurry and leave. Su Yu is the child we failed to kill when we were young. He was saved by someone. He is in Tiando City, and you must leave before he notices you. There are powerful individuals backing him. Tang San's tone was urgent as he grasped Tang Hao's hand, urging him towards the exit of Lanba Academy. Xiao San, you mean that Su Yu is here? Tang Hao's face darkened with a mix of gravity and hatred, feeling a dull ache in his chest. Tang Hao's body trembled slightly. Yes, father, you should leave quickly. The strength of those behind him is formidable, Tang San said, his face reflecting confusion and seriousness. While urging Tang Hao to depart, he knew that if Su Yu did not permit him to leave, he would be trapped in Tiando City. Tang San dared not take chances. Su Yu's influence was indeed terrifying. He had never encountered anyone so young who was guarded by a titled Dalu. Su Yu was the first he had seen. Moreover, since their confrontation, Tang San had felt a lingering sensation, as if Su Yu was lurking in the shadows, observing him. The master had also mentioned that he sensed a pair of eyes constantly watching him. After much contemplation, Tang San concluded that only Su Yu could fit that description. And it was certain that Su Yu had allies within the academy. Is Su Yu also here? I hope that old man is not around. Otherwise, It would truly be troublesome, Tang Hao thought, but he was not concerned with Tang San's speculations. Upon entering, he had already scanned the vicinity with his mental energy and found that there were not many people around. Xiao San, rest assured, there are not many people nearby. You need not worry. Now, hurry and prepare yourself. The Lanning grass can no longer be cultivated. Although the master's theory is sound, Su Yu's backing is too powerful. Therefore, I must ensure your rapid enhancement in strength, Tang Hao said with a serious demeanor. Su Yu was not only influential, but also possessed formidable combat capabilities. To prevent a calamity for the Haotian sect, he needed to ensure Tang San quickly gained the ability to fight. The only way to achieve that swiftly was to awaken his martial soul. Tang San's martial soul was the Lan Yin grass, but his mother was Yin, who had now vanished. If Tang Hao's guesses were correct, she was likely dead by now. At this moment, Tang San's awakening of the Lan Yin Emperor, combined with the dual cultivation of the Lan Yin Emperor and the Haotian hammer, could potentially translate into rapid combat power. Tang Hao's thoughts were optimistic, yet reality was often harsh. In an unknown hotel in Tiando City, Su Yu looked at the towering golden-patterned Lan Yin grass before him and couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to stroke the Lan Yin Emperor. All right, next time I won't put you away. Please don't be upset, Su Yu said, pressing a droplet of blood into the Lan Yin Emperor. As time passed, Su Yu noticed that the more the Lan Yin Emperor absorbed his blood, the more her memories became hazy. Now, whenever he envisioned the battles between Yin and Tang Hao in the future, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After soothing Yin for a while, Su Yu returned her to his system space, allowing her to bask in the sunlight daily. ZG, stop hiding. I know you're there, Su Yu said, shaking his head as the third eye on his forehead opened, directing its gaze towards a corner of the wall. The eye of destiny opened, and a terrifying mental force surged forth, enveloping the direction Su Yu was looking at. You found me, ZG remarked, sensing Su Yu's mental energy and shaking her head as she leaped from her concealed position. Where have you been with the Snow Empress? It's been a while since I've seen you both, Su Yu inquired, eyeing the violet-skirted ZG with curiosity. The question caused ZG's expression to stiffen. What? Did you go out to fight? Su Yu asked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. If I did go out to fight, how could I not? ZG declared, no longer hiding, and began to recount her tale loudly. Let me tell you, that woman, the Snow Empress, is truly despicable. She actually dared to say that I am an old cow eating tender grass. If I were not unable to defeat her, I would certainly teach her a lesson. As she thought about it, ZG sharpened her small tiger teeth, clearly displeased. All right, your cultivation indeed lags behind your sister, and frankly, I believe what she said holds some truth. Aren't you just an old cow eating tender grass? Su Yu said with a faint smile. You must be seeking death, Dai. ZG was incensed by Su Yu's words and pounced into his embrace, pinning him to the bed, rendering him immobile. Go on, continue, ZG said, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at Su Yu. Su Yu, taken aback by her demeanor, shook his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Su Yu, let me tell you, you better not say anything more, or I will hit you, ZG warned playfully, resting her little hand on Su Yu's face, a teasing smile gracing her features. This expression left Su Yu paralyzed. Feeling her soft and curvaceous body, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. ZG, I was wrong. Could you please get up? Su Yu pleaded, attempting to push her away with his arm. ZG's face suddenly froze, as if sensing the change in Su Yu's body. However, given her extensive experience, she adapted far better than Su Yu. Xiao Su Yu, are you not capable anymore? ZG teased, leaning close to Su Yu's ear and playfully nibbling on his earlobe. Su Yu stiffened, feeling embarrassed as he realized he had been discovered. He felt as if he could dig a three-bedroom apartment into the ground with his toes. Why don't you give it a try? Su Yu, provoked, could no longer hold back and exerted force to push ZG down. However, he was no match for her strength, and, as he attempted to resist, she easily pinned him down. Little guy, dare to resist your sister? You truly are courting death. All right, I won't keep you down any longer. The Snow Empress is looking for you. ZG teased for a while longer before laughing and getting off Su Yu. However, as she stood, she planted a kiss on his cheek. After allowing his somewhat stiff body a moment to recover, Suyu glared at ZG with lingering resentment. What on earth is going on? Speak, Suyu sighed in resignation. ZG gazed at Suyu, who appeared somewhat disoriented, and could not help but smile gently. With a hint of resignation, she picked up a bunch of grapes and began to eat. The Snow Empress seeks you. She wishes for you to journey to the extreme north, where it seems the secret realm of the cold pool has opened, and you may enter to explore, ZG remarked, continuing to munch on her grapes while observing Suyu. The secret realm of the cold pool? Suyu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at ZG. Are you not aware? The cold pool is an independent space, a small secret realm outside of the Douluo continent, abundant in resources, she explained. Initially, Suyu had assumed the cold pool resembled a location like the Lake of Life, but he never expected it to be a secret realm. Indeed, a secret realm, Suyu exclaimed, feeling a sense of wonder. This marked the second occasion he had encountered such a location since arriving at Douluo continent, the first being the space of Guyuana. Now, he was astonished to discover that the extreme north, too, held such a place. Very well, prepare yourself and depart with the Snow Empress. XiaoWu and the others shall remain here, ZG said, consuming a few more grapes before looking at Suyu with earnest seriousness. Then, ZG, you should stay here to protect XiaoWu and the others. I shall certainly be safe with the Snow Empress, Suyu responded after a moment of contemplation, his expression turning solemn as he regarded ZG. ZG had no objections, though she was reluctant to part ways with Suyu and preferred not to have additional women around him. She understood the nature of the Snow Empress. Given her pride, it was unlikely that the Snow Empress would take an interest in someone as young as Suyu. Enough. The Snow Empress awaits outside Tiando City. You need only go directly to her, ZG remarked, stifling a laugh as she watched Suyu hastily prepare. Go directly. I shall inform your friends about your journey to the extreme north. Otherwise, saying goodbye will surely be cumbersome, ZG added, interrupting Suyu's intention to bid farewell with a smile. Ah, ZG, you truly are like a worm in my stomach, Suyu chuckled, shaking his head in resignation before positioning himself by the window and unfurling his golden wings to soar towards Tiando City. Good luck, little Suyu. The secret realm of the cold pool awaits. ZG smiled as she watched him vanish from her sight, before turning to head towards Wang XiaoWu's chamber. Outside Tiando City, Suyu beheld the breathtaking figure of the Snow Empress, momentarily entranced. Suyu, dear brother, it has been quite some time, the Snow Empress greeted him with a radiant smile, her tone gentle. Indeed, it has been a while. Snow Empress, have you and ZG been engaged in a battle? Suyu inquired curiously as he landed beside her. Not at all. I merely went out to have some fun with ZG. Had it not been for the opening of the cold pool, I would not have come, she replied with a smile. But enough about me. Let us discuss the details of the cold pool secret realm. Upon receiving Suyu's question, the Snow Empress chuckled softly and pinched his cheek affectionately. The cold pool is a secret realm left behind by the ice god, filled with numerous challenges. Completing these challenges will yield significant rewards, she explained as she took to the skies with Suyu. I find myself rather excited, Suyu exclaimed, clenching his fist with a beaming smile. Then strive diligently. I have faith in your abilities, the Snow Empress replied with a smile. She had experienced the challenges of the cold pool herself, and with Suyu's prowess, he would undoubtedly navigate them with ease, though she wondered how many he could conquer. In Tiando City, ZG faced Wang XiaoWu, who appeared incredulous. You mean my brother has been taken away by the Snow Empress? Indeed, the Snow Empress seemed to have matters to attend to and took Suyu along. He instructed me to remain here to protect you, ZG stated with a calm demeanor, her tone devoid of emotion. That cannot be. The Snow Empress is so powerful. What could require my brother's assistance? Wang XiaoWu exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Indeed, the Snow Empress possesses formidable strength, XiaoWu added, equally astonished. Although she was not well versed in the Snow Empress's capabilities, she understood that as the ruler of the extreme north, her power was indeed fearsome. Alas, you all underestimate Suyu. He is entering a secret realm, and should he succeed, he will undoubtedly break through to level 50. Therefore, you must all dedicate yourselves to training. Otherwise, you will struggle to keep pace with him upon his return, ZG remarked. shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing ZG's words, Wang Qiuer's eyes gleamed with determination as she resolved to make significant progress over the next 5 months. She resolved to forego all distractions and focus solely on her training. XiaoWu, too, made a silent vow, and seeing their resolve, ZG nodded approvingly, intending to motivate these two young girls who often indulged in frivolous pursuits. Enough of this. I have conveyed what I wish to say, and now I must take my leave. You two should focus on your training, ZG remarked with a smile, departing without lingering further. Chapter 139. The opening of the cold pool in the extreme north. XiaoWu surveyed the vast expanse of pristine snow, feeling a sense of awe wash over him. Indeed, the depths of the extreme north are truly breathtaking, he remarked. The Snow Empress, hearing his sentiment, smiled brightly. Yes, the extreme north is indeed beautiful. However, beneath its beauty lies harsh weather, with frequent avalanches and terrifying snowstorms. With a smile, the Snow Empress gradually introduced XiaoWu to the realities of the extreme north. Of course, due to the ice god, the conditions have improved somewhat. In the past, it was truly dire. Had it not been for the ice god, I likely would not have survived, she reflected. When she was born, the ice god had just ascended, and the weather conditions were indeed severe. Without the ice god, she might not have endured. The ice god, such a formidable deity, XiaoWu mused, feeling a sense of wonder. A being powerful enough to alter nature is indeed formidable within the realm of Douluo. Indeed, the ice god is immensely powerful. After ascending to divinity, she left behind all treasures within the Douluo world and established the Cold Pool secret realm before each ruler of the extreme north safeguarded it, preserving the legacy of the ice god. You, XiaoWu, are the first to visit here in millions of years, the Snow Empress said as they approached the cold pool, the chill intensifying with each step. Unconsciously, XiaoWu summoned a surge of flames to envelop himself for warmth. Such potent flames. This little one truly grows stronger. The Snow Empress thought with admiration. Little one, step back. I shall activate the secret realm now, the Snow Empress declared, her expression turning serious as she formed hand seals. A torrent of powerful and terrifying soul power surged from the Snow Empress, enveloping everything around the cold pool. As her soul power continued to manifest, an ice-blue vortex began to form within the cold pool, resembling a water vortex. Hurry inside, little one, the Snow Empress urged, maintaining the activation of the cold pool while looking sternly at XiaoWu. Sister Snow Empress, XiaoWu nodded, not hesitating to place his trust in her as he leaped into the cold pool. The moment he entered, an icy chill pierced through him, causing him to shiver, and a wave struck his face, plunging him into unconsciousness. Good lad, best of luck. The rewards of the cold pool are truly remarkable, the Snow Empress mused, a faint smile gracing her lips. With XiaoWu's entrance, the Snow Empress fully withdrew her soul power, allowing the cold pool to return to its tranquil state. After an indeterminate period, the dazed XiaoWu emerged from his unconscious state. The Han-Tami Jing was truly a breathtaking place, he thought, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the secret realm. Before him lay an infinite space, dominated by towering mountains, and not far away stood an exquisitely beautiful palace. The palace stretched for several dozen kilometers, its grandeur almost beyond belief. Is this the first trial? XiaoWu smiled, not pondering too much, and walked directly towards the palace. Upon entering, the palace gates instantaneously closed behind him, and a picture appeared before his eyes. You have 1 minute to identify the differences in this image, a voice announced. 1 minute, indeed. This trial tests one's mental fortitude, and my mental strength is formidable, XiaoWu thought, a smile playing on his lips. The eye of fate opened wide, unleashing a torrent of terrifying mental power, which swiftly merged with the image, pinpointing the anomalies within. As XiaoWu's mental strength deftly unraveled the peculiarities in the picture, a voice echoed in the palace. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the first trial and earned a reward, ice crystal grass. Having completed the task, XiaoWu could not help but smile at the flower that had suddenly materialized in his hand. Ice crystal grass, a spirit herb of the ice attribute, was not particularly useful to him, He mused, shaking his head in mild resignation. He discarded the ice crystal flower into the Star River and turned to face the spatial portal that had appeared before him, stepping through it without hesitation. Upon his arrival in another realm, a blinding white light enveloped him, transporting him to the site of the second trial. Unlike the first, this trial presented a daunting challenge. As XiaoWu stepped into the second stage, a massive ice-blue wolf materialized before him. A 5,000-year-old ice wolf, he pondered, intrigued as he stared into the fierce gaze of the beast. Congratulations, challenger. You have entered the second trial. This trial tests your combat prowess. Defeat the ice wolf within 10 minutes for a perfect rating, 15 minutes for a good rating, and 20 minutes for a standard rating. The magnetic voice resonated again within the palace. Very well, this is the challenge. XiaoWu chuckled to himself, acknowledging that while it may be arduous for an ordinary person, he was far from ordinary. With Qing Liandi XiaoWu at his disposal, the ice wolf would be no match for him. As the battle commenced and the timer began, XiaoWu surged towards the ice wolf. The Qilin martial spirit appeared behind him, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, the intense heat causing the wolf's ferocious eyes to bulge in shock. XiaoWu utilized the Qilin rupture strike, and a terrifying phantom of the Qilin burst forth from him, colliding violently with the ice wolf. This time, XiaoWu exerted all his strength, even employing Ihua in conjunction with his soul skills. The temperature generated was extraordinarily fearsome. In an instant, the ice wolf was reduced to ashes without uttering a single sound. Impressive, he thought, smacking his lips as he regarded the ashes of the ice wolf. Nodding in approval, the combination of Qilin rupture strike and Ihua indeed wielded tremendous power. Had he not been prepared, he might have been genuinely startled. Congratulations, challenger. You have passed the second trial and earned a reward. Chapter 140. Tang Hao's plan. XiaoWu gazed in astonishment at the sudden surge of soul power within him, which had elevated him by a level. To experience such an influx of soul power was quite disorienting. Without the Fenju, it would have taken him some time to adapt. He swiftly activated Fenjia to convert the newly acquired soul power. At level 47, he thought with a smile. It was quite remarkable to receive such rewards after merely 2 trials. As he beheld the swirling vortex before him, XiaoWu chose not to rush into the third trial. Instead, he settled down cross-legged on the ground to engage in further cultivation. In Tiando City, Master, there is no need to reiterate this matter. Xiao San and I have made our decision. If the awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor fails, he will solely focus on cultivating the Haoyan hammer, Tang Hao stated, casting a disdainful glance at the master who held the child. Your Highness Haoyan, please hear me out. Xiao San's quality is not sufficient to fully cultivate the twin martial spirits. I propose to visit the Martial Soul Hall to acquire the cultivation methods for twin martial spirits. We can allow Xiao San to transition later, the master suggested, feeling somewhat conflicted. The master glanced at Tang Hao, knowing well that Tang San's martial soul had unexpectedly mutated into a yellow withered grass. Although the soul skills had not changed, the binding power of the withered grass was exceedingly weak, allowing even the master to easily counter it at over level 30. Tang San's mutation began after his competition with XiaoWu. The master, though self-assured, was not entirely foolish. In fact, he was quite astute. If he were not, he would not have narrowly avoided becoming a son-in-law of the Martial Soul Hall. Leave this matter to me. Years ago, I entrusted Xiao San to you, believing in your abilities. However, you allowed his martial soul to deteriorate to this extent. I hope you can ensure that he specializes in his martial soul, Tang Hao declared, casting a piercing gaze at the master, whose body trembled in fear, as if he were a leaf caught in a storm. Xiao San, come with me. I will guide you in awakening the blue-silver grass, Tang Hao said, frowning as he turned towards Tang San, who stood silently, lips sealed. Truth be told, Tang San harbored some resentment towards the master. Had it not been for his own conflicts with XiaoWu, he would not have faced such arduous trials. Very well, father. Tang San acquiesced after a long, contemplative glance at the master, following Tang Hao out. The master watched this unfold with a deep sigh. Although he was uncertain about the cultivation of twin martial spirits, he knew that Tang San lacked the necessary conditions at present. The master shook his head, feeling helpless. And cradling the child, he began his slow journey to the back mountain. He had already devised a plan. His strength was lacking, and his relationship with Lu Erlong had grown cold. Moreover, he could not bring Lu Erlong along to meet Bibi Dong. The only person he could trust now was Dai Mubai. Although Dai Mubai was somewhat different from ordinary individuals, he was ultimately a good person, albeit with peculiar preferences. Ultimately, he believed that Dai Mubai harbored no ulterior motives. He resolved to have him accompany him to the martial Soul City for protection. The master hastened towards Dai Mubai's residence. Days passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. As Suyu felt the soul power within him becoming more stable, a smile graced his lips. Excellent. It seems I am ready for the next trial. Rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes, he made his way towards the gate that had remained open for 3 days. As I stepped through the gateway into the realm, I was met by a blinding radiance that made it difficult to open my eyes. Welcome, Challenger, to the 3rd level. This trial tests the heart. Please, within a month, discern your inner voice and return to the palace. Upon hearing this, Suyu could not help but display a hint of confusion on his face. To comprehend one's innermost self, indeed, presents a rather unique challenge, he murmured to himself. Without hesitation, Suyu settled onto the ground, plunging into deep contemplation. To understand oneself is to grasp one's own needs. In an unknown canyon, Suyu stood before a gravestone, sorrow flickering in his eyes. Linger, it has been decades since I last visited you. Truthfully, I find myself missing you dearly. His aged hands caressed the gravestone tenderly. Do you know? After your passing several decades ago, I concealed myself in a small village. Over a decade ago, I discovered a child, so small he resembled a chick. He was truly adorable. My initial instinct was to walk away, yet for reasons unknown, compassion stirred within me, and I chose to adopt him. As Suyu spoke, the sorrow in his gaze deepened, and tears glistened in his eyes. I named him Suyu, combining your character with my surname. Lingyu, I miss you so much. Had I not been careless back then, you would surely still be with us. Suyu's countenance grew increasingly mournful. Sitting before the gravestone, he spoke each word slowly, sipping liquor as he did so. Perhaps the heavens, sensing Suyu's melancholic demeanor, began to drizzle softly from the sky. He raised his head, allowing the raindrops to mask his tears. Suyu sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly coming to terms with his inner self. Reflecting on his journey from the village to entering New Oding Academy and all that transpired at the Lake of Life. In pursuit of immense strength, he had traversed countless places. My heart yearns for power. I refuse to lead a life of mediocrity, and I do not wish to relive the inadequacies of my past existence. As nearly a month passed, Suyu's understanding deepened, and he sensed a significant enhancement in his mental prowess. My true desire is to grow stronger. Suyu fully comprehended his inner self, and with that realization, his eyes snapped open, an invisible force of mental energy radiating forth from his gaze. Congratulations, Challenger. You have achieved a profound understanding of yourself. You are rewarded with an ice soul crystal. The voice resonated once more within the palace, and a blue, frost-laden crystal appeared before Suyu. Ah, what a splendid reward. Suyu carefully grasped the crystal. The ice soul crystal is indeed formidable. During my studies at the Lake of Life, I learned of such minerals capable of forging powerful weapons, one of the essential materials for crafting divine artifacts. To receive such a reward is truly remarkable. Chapter 141. The Confident Yu Xiaojiang. This material is exceedingly rare, even in the extreme north. To have obtained a piece this size, nearly the size of half a fist, is extraordinarily precious. How benevolent the ice god is. Suyu thought with a sense of gratitude as he secured the crystal. Off to the 4th trial I go. He smiled as he strode toward the gate of the 4th challenge. In the city of martial spirits, Master gazed at the golden-armored figure that had appeared in his abode, a smile creeping onto his face. Having spent half a month in the city of martial spirits, Master had yet to encounter Bibi Dong, who had shown no inclination to heed his requests, not even offering a response. This had left Master feeling somewhat disheartened. In the past, when he sought an audience with her, she had never refused.
Master, His Holiness has agreed to meet with you. Please follow me, said the golden-haired man, Douluo, observing the eager expression on Master S' face with a touch of disdain. A man having a child, what an oddity. Douluo silently scoffed at Master. Thank you, my lord. Might you wait a moment while I prepare? Master replied, casting a hesitant glance at Douluo. Then be swift, Douluo replied impatiently, gesturing for him to hurry. Seeing Douluo's consent, Master hastily exited the room, knocking on the adjacent door and handing the child to Dai Mubai inside. Master, are you leaving? Dai Mubai asked with a puzzled look at the somewhat flustered Master. Enough, Mubai. I have no time to explain. Please watch over the child for me. Bibi Dong has summoned me. Master hurriedly instructed after handing over the child. Upon hearing that Master would meet Bibi Dong, a flicker of jealousy crossed Dai Mubai's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. Suppressing his discontent, Dai Mubai raised his head, smiling at Master. Please go quickly. Xiao San's martial spirit is truly important. I will look after the child. His voice was gentle yet serious as he gazed into Master's eyes. Seeing Dai Mubai's earnest demeanor, Master couldn't help but smile. This child, Mubai, is indeed reliable, he mused. After bidding farewell to Dai Mubai, Master followed Douluo toward the papal palace. Upon arriving at the majestic palace, Master felt a surge of excitement. This was not his first visit to the papal palace. All right, you may enter, Douluo gestured for Master to proceed. Initially taken aback, Master hesitated, but then excitement surged within him. Perhaps, if he entered and found no one else there, he could rekindle his connection with Bibi Dong. If he could leverage the power of the Spirit Hall to eliminate Su Yu and his companions, that would be even better. With thoughts of a bright future, Master felt a wave of joy wash over him. Without a word of thanks to Douluo, Master hastened to the entrance of the papal palace. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, Douluo shook his head at the departing figure of Master, bemused by his behavior. Upon entering the papal palace, Master immediately spotted the stunningly beautiful Bibi Dong seated upon the throne, clad in a purple gown and wielding a staff over 2 meters in length. She appeared more divine than mortal, resembling a goddess from the celestial realm. You have arrived, Bibi Dong's voice echoed from the elevated platform, cold and tinged with detachment. Bibi Dong, Master uttered, entranced by her exquisite visage. As he observed her, Bibi Dong scrutinized him in return, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain upon noticing the changes to his physique post-childbirth. Please address me as your holiness, she finally spoke again, unleashing a terrifying aura that bore down upon Master, forcing him to kneel before her. As Master felt the weight of Bibi Dong's formidable presence, the thoughts that had once flourished within him began to fade away. Yes, your holiness, Bibi Dong cast a penetrating glance at the Master. Observing his body kneeling under the weight of her imposing aura, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes, yet the fury lurking within revealed her true emotions. You Xiaojang, what brings you here? Bibi Dong's voice echoed within the grand hall. Upon hearing her inquiry regarding his purpose, a faint smile graced the Master's face. Your holiness, I come solely for my disciple, Tang San. You may not be aware, but he, like yourself, possesses a twin martial soul, and he is likewise troubled by it. I hope you might graciously share the cultivation methods for twin martial souls with me. The Master's voice was soft, yet it reached Bibi Dong's ears, prompting her to shake her head disapprovingly. How dare he ask for the cultivation methods right off the bat? Your holiness, my disciple Tang San has admired you greatly since childhood, and he hopes you might bestow upon him the cultivation methods. The Master, noticing Bibi Dong's silence, felt a surge of urgency and bowed his head once more. Seated on the elevated platform, Bibi Dong's previously impassive expression darkened considerably. What did the Master mean by suggesting she should be generous? Such naive thoughts. You Xiaojang, do you truly not find yourself ridiculous? What gives you the audacity to think I would share the cultivation methods for twin martial souls with you, allowing you to pass them on to the offspring of my enemies? Bibi Dong regarded the bowed Master with a hint of amusement, her eyes betraying a sense of disgust as she pondered why she had ever been drawn to such a man. The Master, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes in disbelief
and stood up, astonished. Do you really think the Spirit Hall is merely a collection of fools? The affairs of Tang Hao and his son have always been under our control. I am even aware of why you find yourselves in such dire straits. Your attempt to harm that talented youth led to relentless pursuit by his family, and had it not been for Tang Hao, you would have perished long ago. Bibi Dong's voice dripped with scorn and derision. Chapter 142. The Master's unfounded confidence. Bibi Dong observed the Master, who was momentarily taken aback, a spark of joy flickering in his eyes. He had assumed she no longer paid him any mind, but now he sensed her attention was still on him. This realization filled him with hope. As long as Bibi Dong was concerned about him, there remained a possibility of rekindling their past relationship and utilizing the Spirit Hall's power to eliminate both Tianshui and Suyu. As he contemplated this, a smile broke forth upon his face. "Call me your holiness," Bibi Dong remarked, her eyes narrowing in disdain at the Master's casual use of her name. An overwhelming pressure emanated from her, forcefully bearing down upon him. The oppressive force crashed upon the Master like a tidal wave, compelling him to kneel. Feeling the weight of his body, resentment welled up within him. "Your Holiness, I assure you, Tang San will never oppose the Spirit Hall, provided you grant us the cultivation methods for twin martial souls." Kneeling before Bibi Dong, the Master spoke humbly, confidence lacing his words. "Yuexioma, can you guarantee that Tang Hao will refrain from seeking retribution against the Spirit Hall?" Bibi Dong sneered, increasingly irritated by the Master. If only she could punch the younger version of herself for being captivated by such a man. Reflecting on her past infatuation, a wave of concern for her daughter surged within her. "Suyu, I truly hope you possess a sense of responsibility. If you are like this man, you would be better off not existing." A fierce glint flickered in her eyes. "Indeed, Your Holiness, I assure you that once you bestow upon us the cultivation methods for twin martial souls, we will no longer oppose the Spirit Hall." The Master's heart swelled with joy at Bibi Dong's contemplative silence, feeling a sense of stability. "You Xiaojiang, should I regard you as naive or foolish? You are the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect leader. Yet how could you turn out like this?" Bibi Dong shook her head derisively, the Master's promises sounding like mere hot air in her ears. "Do you grasp the severity of Tang Hao's actions? According to the Spirit Hall's investigations, he has brutally slain hundreds of innocent villagers in hiding. This is no longer a matter of whether we should oppose Tang Hao. It is about whether he deserves to live." A fierce killing intent surged within Bibi Dong. Though she too would eliminate those who obstruct her, she would never target innocent civilians. Tang Hao's actions had clearly crossed the line. Several hundred? The Master was momentarily stunned, grappling with the overwhelming aura of Bibi Dong's wrath. "Your Holiness, even if it's hundreds, they are merely commoners, mere ants. Do remember, he is the Haotian law. The Spirit Hall stands to gain immensely from this." After a brief pause, the Master raised his head, his tone tinged with a plea as he spoke to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong was incensed. Her anger erupted forth, unleashing a torrent of purple-black soul power that sent the Master hurtling several meters away. "Ants? In my eyes, you are an ant as well. Tang Hao is also but an ant. How dare a mere ant speak so brazenly in my presence? You are truly courting death." Her voice was frigid and filled with regret. She lamented her past blindness. As the Master staggered back to his feet, he intended to speak again, but Bibi Dong's terrifying aura locked onto him. "Begone!" With a swift motion, Bibi Dong unleashed a wave of formidable soul power that struck the Master across the face, propelling him from the hall of the Pope. "Umph, what a nuisance," Bibi Dong scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. "You Xiaojiang, I give you 3 days to leave Spirit City or face dire consequences." The Master's mind echoed with Bibi Dong's ultimatum as he slowly stood up and hastily made his way away, harboring no doubts about her seriousness. Moreover, he dared not gamble. He had children and a promising future to consider. He could not afford to perish. The Master quickly departed the hall of the Pope, heading towards his residence. "Mubai, we must leave at once," he called out, hastily returning to his room to gather his belongings before making his way to Dai Mubai's quarters. "Master, what has happened?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, noticing the Master's disheveled state. There is no time for explanations. We must hurry, or we will be trapped, the master urged, grasping Dai Mu Bai's hand as they swiftly made their way out of Spirit City. In a forest not far from the Star Dogray Forest, Tang Hao and Tang San stood before a colossal blue silvergrass. Little San, awaken the bloodline within you, Tang Hao said, glancing at his son with excitement in his eyes. The gravity of Tang Hao's words brought Tang San back to reality, and he turned to face his father. Little San, sit cross-legged and meditate quietly. Tang Hao concluded his words, and Tang San nodded, immediately sitting cross-legged on the ground. The orange-hued Lan Yin Chao sprang forth from Su Yu's hand, initiating a gentle process of cultivation and enlightenment. Waves of soul power surged within Tang San, continuously flowing toward the Lan Yin Wang before him. Observing this scene, Tang Hao couldn't help but nod. It seemed that little San might indeed succeed. Tang San was enveloped in darkness, where an abundance of blue light points emerged in his mind. He diligently comprehended these blue points, each representing a Lan Yin Chao. The previously withered blue grass, now yellow due to Su Yu's influence, swayed as it sought acknowledgement from the Lan Yin Chao and the recognition of the Lan Yin Wang. Tang San's mental energy persistently reached out to communicate with the Lan Yin Wang. The royal bloodline of Lan Yin Wang also sensed Tang San's allure. Yet upon seeing the grass in Tang San's grasp, Lan Yin Wang was momentarily taken aback. How could such withered grass possess our royal bloodline? Moreover, my sovereign has not yet fallen. Lan Yin Wang shook its form, attuning itself to Tang San's essence, while simultaneously sending signals toward its sovereign's aura. In Tiando City, Ziji tended to the Lan Yin Huang, pondering why Su Yu would care for such a royal entity. She expressed her confusion while gently watering Yin. As Ziji continued her nurturing, the message from Lan Yin Wang surged toward Yin with astonishing speed, akin to a high-speed train, surpassing even the speed of sound. Upon receiving the message, Yin began to tremble, releasing an overwhelming aura unique to the Lan Yin Huang. Having absorbed Su Yu's blood, Yin had long lost her memories, making it impossible for her to relinquish her position as the Lan Yin Huang. Consequently, her refusal was transmitted back to Tang San and Lan Yin Wang with terrifying velocity. Upon receiving a Yin's response, Lan Yin Wang erupted with formidable resistance. Under this immense force, Tang San was abruptly expelled from his state of enlightenment, spewing a mouthful of blood. Tang Hao, who had been standing beside Tang San, rushed to his son, alarmed at the sight of blood pouring from his mouth. "Father, I was rejected. A force of resistance expelled me," Tang San managed to say, each word accompanied by a trickle of blood. Rejected? Resistance? A perplexed and grave expression crossed Tang Hao's face. His initial aim was for Tang San's Lan Yin Chao to awaken into a spirit as formidable as the Haotian hammer. But it appeared that such a goal was now unattainable. "Little San, recover first, and then tell me in detail what you experienced," Tang Hao said, concern evident in his eyes. Due to the impact on his mental energy, Tang San had sustained significant injury. If he did not heal promptly, it could be disastrous. After a moment's thought, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and retrieved a white soul bone from his soul guide. "This is a soul bone I acquired from the illusionary deer. Though it possesses only a little over 10,000 years of cultivation, it can aid in restoring mental energy. Absorb it." He placed the soul bone before Tang San, originally intended for his elder brother, Tang Xiao, but now it was to be used for his son. Tang San was momentarily taken aback by the soul bone in his father's hand, his heart swelling with joy. He accepted the soul bone and pressed it against his forehead, beginning to absorb it. A soul bone of over 10,000 years is not considered particularly powerful, yet it was precious, and Tang San absorbed it rapidly, completing the process in under an hour. Once restored, he felt clarity in his mind and murmured to himself, "Little San, you're awake. What transpired? Why were you expelled so suddenly?" Tang Hao gazed at his son in disbelief. Hearing his father's inquiry, Tang San forced a bitter smile. "Father, I don't know either. I just heard a voice saying, 'You dare to covet our sovereign's position, begone.'" Tang San shook his head, finding the situation peculiar. Our sovereign, Tang Hao was momentarily stunned. The ruler of the Lan Yin Xiao was none other than Tang San's mother. Yin. This should not be. Yin was thought to have been slain by the unruly children of Sheng village. Surely, there could be no Lan Yin Huang remaining in this world. Tang Hao was at a loss, and it took several minutes for him to gradually raise his head. Now, that little San could not awaken his bloodline. He was truly at a loss. It seemed the only option was for him to cultivate the Haotian hammer first. Tang Hao felt a sense of helplessness. However, if Yin were indeed alive, it warranted a thorough investigation. Returning to Sheng village was out of the question. That old man was too powerful and appeared to have some familiarity with his grandfather, likely a rival from years past. Tang Hao lamented his predicament, attributing it to the foolishness of the master. If not for him, he would not be in such a situation now. It seemed he would need to enlist his brother's assistance. With a sigh, Tang Hao cast a glance at Tang San. Little San, if this is the case, then let's focus on the cultivation of the Haotian hammer for now. Although he had only one martial spirit, he felt that the cultivation method for dual martial spirits likely depended on physical prowess. The strength of dual martial spirits was regrettable, as it required the simultaneous absorption of 18 soul rings, necessitating robust physical and mental capabilities. But father, the master has not yet. Tang San hesitated, glancing at his father. Despite his current grievances with the master, he still held a degree of faith in his theories. Tang Hao's expression darkened at his son's indecision. Little San, trust me. I am your father, and I will not lead you astray. His voice rose in intensity, his already dark complexion growing even more somber. Enough, little San. Follow me. I will take you to hunt for soul rings. No one knows the Haotian hammer better than I do. Tang Hao's tone was resolute. As the Haotian, he was arguably the strongest regarding the Haotian hammer, surpassing even his elder brother, Tang Xiao. Very well, father, Tang San nodded, reassured by his father's demeanor. Tang Hao's relief was palpable as he saw his son's acceptance. That's more like it. Tang San mirrored his father's smile. Despite his father's frequent absences, seeing him in this light brought him great joy. CiaoWu wiped the golden dragon spear in his hand, gazing at the hundreds of 10,000-year-soul beasts in the distance. Sighing deeply, the fourth examination tested the courage of the heart, requiring CiaoWu to confront and defeat hundreds of 10,000-year-soul beasts. Although these soul beasts were merely illusions left by the ice god, their might was indistinguishable from genuine 10,000-year-soul beasts and perhaps even stronger than those outside. What a hassle, CiaoWu thought, effortlessly dispatching a charging soul beast with a single shot. While his strength was not exceptional, these soul beasts posed no threat to him whatsoever. Sanxian lay dong. CiaoWu let out a low roar, and the terrifying power of CiaoWu unfolded once more. His figure flitted through the ranks of soul beasts like a butterfly, the golden Huanglong spear in his hand darting forth with remarkable speed. With every thrust of the Huanglong spear, a soul beast was reduced to mere starlight. In a single sweep, CiaoWu dispatched dozens of soul beasts. His speed was unmatched. The soul beasts could not keep pace, leaving them vulnerable to his relentless assault. As the mythical Qilin shattered, an ethereal Qilin phantom materialized behind CiaoWu, unleashing a wave of intense heat that incinerated dozens of soul beast phantoms attempting to approach him. Despite their strength, CiaoWu dismissed them with a shake of his head. To him, they were merely illusions, easily dealt with. CiaoWu's form moved like a specter among the soul beasts, each one falling to his fists. Feeling a surge of excitement, he mused on his progress in strength. Though the soul beast phantoms were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers necessitated caution. In this chaotic battleground, CiaoWu sensed a marked improvement in his combat experience. With over a month having passed and 3 months remaining until the competition, he reflected on his upcoming challenges. After the competition, he would visit the old man and then venture to the city of slaughter. The legacy of the Shura god must not fall into Tang San's hands. While CiaoWu was not afraid of Tang San becoming powerful through the Shura god's inheritance, he preferred to preemptively thwart him to avoid future complications. Soon, CiaoWu had thoroughly cleared all the soul beasts of the 4th level. Congratulations, Challenger! You have successfully passed the 4th level and earned a Millennium Snow Lotus.
Your soul power has increased by 1 level. A snow-white lotus, imbued with an icy aura, appeared in Xu hand. Simultaneously, a stream of ice-blue light surged into his body, elevating his level from 37 to 38. Acknowledging his newfound strength, Xu nodded in satisfaction. After carefully placing the snow lotus in a jade box retrieved from the Starry River, he settled down to assimilate the surplus soul power. Xu has ventured into the extreme north cold pool. Guyana inquired curiously regarding Dition. Indeed, my lord. The Snow Emperor has opened the cold pool and permitted Xu entry. Dition replied solemnly, kneeling before Guyana. The cold pool, a remnant of the ice god. She was indeed a formidable beast god, though she ultimately perished in battle. The control of the cold pool should now rest with the goddess of life. Xu possesses remarkable talent, should he navigate the 9 levels. Inheriting the divine position of the goddess of life should prove no challenge, Guyana mused, her eyes glinting with wisdom. To launch an assault on the divine realm, she needed formidable power, and Xu inheriting the position of the goddess of life would be advantageous. As the life god is one of the most powerful deities in the divine realm. Dition, you must proceed to the extreme north. Xu may very well break through to level 50 there. You could seize this opportunity to advance closer to the 900,000 mark. Guyana's voice was cool and ethereal, reminiscent of an unapproachable fairy. Understood, Dition replied, lowering his head, his tone grave. After following Guyana for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never questioned her commands. That will be all. You may go, Guyana said, shaking her head slightly. With a wave of her hand, Dition was drawn away by a force of spatial energy, leaving Guyana in her secluded space. What is the secret of your bloodline, Xu? It is astonishingly powerful, far surpassing even that of the mythical beasts, Guyana pondered aloud, a hint of curiosity flickering in her gaze. Initially, she believed Xu bloodline to be akin to that of the mythical beasts, but its distinct nature intrigued her. However, upon learning that Xu could aid soul beasts in their cultivation and shield them from tribulations, her curiosity intensified. His bloodline evolution had significantly restored her own power. Now, with Xu poised to break through to level 50 in the cold pool, she felt compelled to be involved. As for her reconnaissance of the divine realm, Guyana was unfazed. Her ability to remain undetected for so long was no mere coincidence. Level 50 already? What a remarkably swift individual. Yet, Qiao's progress is rather slow. When will your child be born? Will my mythical beast army ever emerge? Guyana thought, feeling a twinge of helplessness regarding Qiao's slow advancement. It seemed she would need to converse with her more frequently. A sudden sneeze interrupted Xu thoughts in the extreme north. What is this? Is someone thinking of me? He mused, puzzled by his own health, which showed no signs of illness. Must be Qiao, he concluded, squinting thoughtfully. Having nearly refined the soul power from the 4th level, he turned his attention to the 5th level. Shaking his head, Xu proceeded towards the spatial door leading to the 5th level. Instantly, a fiery armor interwoven with lightning enveloped him. He had finally mastered the technique of merging the different elemental powers. This defense would pose no challenge even against soul saints. In this state, Xu speed was awe-inspiring. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the spatial door. The familiar white light greeted him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the 5th level. Unlike the previous challenges, the 5th level presented a vast grassland. As he surveyed the landscape, Xu was momentarily taken aback by the warm breeze caressing his skin, evoking a long-forgotten sensation of comfort. Welcome, challenger, to the 5th level, where survival is the test. For the next half-month, you will lose all your powers and must survive in this space. A calm voice resonated through the air, and simultaneously, Xu felt the entirety of his strength dissipate. Has my power truly vanished? Surely, the system remains intact, he thought, his brow furrowing with concern. System? Xu called inwardly. Hello, host. The system's emotionless voice echoed in his mind. A smile crept across Xu face upon hearing it. However, despite the system's presence, he resolved to rely solely on himself this time. His knowledge of wilderness survival was limited,
but given his physical prowess, he felt confident he could endure for half a month. Best of luck, challenger, the voice intoned once more, and then fell silent. Without hesitation, Suyu set off into the distance, determined to seek out resources. Tang Hao regarded Tang San with satisfaction. Well done, little San. Your soul rings have now surpassed all others. Except for BB Dong from the Hall of the Pope, no one else can rival you. Tang San was enveloped by a shimmering aura of violet and black light. Gradually, 4 soul rings materialized behind him, 2 violet and 2 black. The ages of his Haotian hammer martial spirit were 5,000 years, 9,000 years, 12,000 years, and 26,000 years. The terrifying configuration of the Haotian hammer soul rings stirred a hint of excitement in Tang Hao's expression. It was indeed the strongest soul ring arrangement he had ever witnessed. Though he had never seen the soul rings of Pope BB Don, he sensed that they could hardly surpass those of his son. Father, shall we return? Tang San inquired. Noticing his father's momentary distraction, Tang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. Then let us return, but this time I have a grand plan. I know that Suyu has caused you great distress, and I too have suffered. I have decided to enlist your uncle's assistance. With our combined strength, Suyu is doomed. Excitement flickered in Tang Hao's eyes as he envisioned the torment Suyu had inflicted upon him and his son. Despite a twinge of fear towards the old man, the dread of the Haotian clan behind him dispelled any hesitation. Father, do you truly mean it? Tang San's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Suyu had caused him immense pain, and the prospect of his demise filled Tang San with exhilaration. Observing his son's reaction, Tang Hao felt a pang of sorrow. Ever since he had unintentionally caused a Yin's death, Tang San had endured much suffering. Despite being such an obedient and endearing child, Suyu had brought him to this point. The desire for vengeance against Suyu intensified within Tang Hao. Rest assured, my dear San, your uncle is a super Douluo at level 96, and I am at level 95. With our intervention, Suyu is as good as dead. Tang Hao's excitement grew as he resolved that Suyu would not die easily. He intended to make Suyu suffer as he had made his son endure disfigurement and the loss of a limb. I promise you, this time my brother will ensure Suyu's annihilation, Tang Hao said, affectionately patting Tang San's shoulder. Father and son exchanged a deep gaze, each reflecting the other's enthusiasm. After agreeing on their course of action, Tang Hao led Tang San towards Tiando City, where he dropped them off at Lamba Academy before departing. Upon returning to the academy, Tang San refrained from any notable actions, instead retreating to his room to conceal himself. His singular objective was to execute the plan and eliminate Suyu. With Tang Hao heading towards Haotian clan, he could not afford to stir up any further trouble, particularly as he felt utterly alone. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tiando City, Wang Qiu'er sat cross-legged on her bed, her formidable soul power fluctuating intensely. After a brief wait, the energy converged and surged, and eventually it settled, leaving her soul power significantly denser. At last, I have broken through. It was no easy feat. I am now at level 48. I wonder how far my brother has advanced. He should not be faster than me, Wang Qiu'er exclaimed, rising from her bed and stretching her limbs with excitement. Since she began earnest cultivation, the medicinal energy within her had been rapidly refined, leading to her breakthrough in just under 2 months. She realized that Zhu Zhuqing had not surpassed her in progress. Just days after Zhu Zhuqing reached level 40, Wang Qiu'er had already achieved her breakthrough, whereas Zhu Zhuqing had yet to choose a soul beast. It seems unlikely that I will reach level 50 before the competition, she reflected, shaking her head in mild disappointment. Nonetheless, she believed that reaching level 49 was entirely feasible, which would make her the strongest in her team. Unbeknownst to Wang Qiu'er, Suyu was not aware of her thoughts. Otherwise, he might have laughed, for if he could not surpass her in 3 months, he might as well give up. Suyu chuckled as he gazed at the rabbit before him. Little Wu, I assure you, I do not desire to consume your kin. I have no choice. I must eat, lest I meet my demise. Although he thought this, his hands moved swiftly, and soon he had skinned and gutted a 6 or 7 pound rabbit. Next came the roasting. Having lost his soul power, Suyu could no longer conjure flames and had to rely on flint like an ordinary mortal. His technique proved quite adept, and he quickly ignited a fire.
"This is delicious," Suyu exclaimed as he savored a bite of the rabbit's leg. Whether it was his culinary skills or the quality of the ingredients, the rabbit meat was indeed delectable. Since meeting XiaoWu, he had not tasted rabbit meat. With 10 days remaining in his task, 5 days had already passed since his arrival. Suyu felt confident about his progress. Reflecting on his current situation brought a smile to his face. The ice god's assessment was undeniably intriguing. This survival test was immensely valuable. A path to becoming a formidable warrior could not be confined to city walls. Wilderness exploration was essential, and this survival challenge was a test for Suyu. He found satisfaction in the trial. In truth, the past 5 days had been quite pleasant for Suyu. After each meal, he would recline against a large tree and gaze at the sky. Such a lifestyle brought him great comfort, and he envisioned a future where he could live harmoniously with Wang Qiu'er and the others, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, contemplating the days ahead. A gentle smile graced his face. As time flew by, the Youth Soul Master competition drew ever closer. Suyu's strength continued to grow, and 10 days later, he successfully conquered the 5th layer, acquiring valuable treasures. A month later, he surpassed the 6th and 7th layers, finally garnering the attention of divine beings. In a breathtaking forest within the divine realm, a woman of extraordinary beauty, rivaling Guyuna, suddenly froze in astonishment. What a remarkable young lad! To possess such terrifying fortune and a martial spirit capable of manipulating fate is simply unbelievable. This woman was the goddess of life in the divine realm, a true deity standing at the pinnacle of existence. What incredible luck! This youth is undoubtedly the heir bestowed upon me by the Creator God. Such formidable fortune could easily bear the combined power of Xiao Zi and myself. Perhaps he could even revive the Creator God's legacy, the goddess of life mused. Her satisfaction with Suyu growing ever stronger. Although this deity's divine position can be passed down to him, it must await his breakthrough at the 9th level. Otherwise, it would seem that this deity lacks prestige. The goddess of life revealed a gentle smile upon her visage. Unbeknownst to Suyu, the thoughts of the goddess of life were far removed from his current struggles. He was diligently contending at the 8th level. The challenges of the 8th level were indeed formidable, yet Suyu found them relatively simple. Have you ever encountered a scenario where one must conjure a unique soul skill from thin air without any prerequisites? Despite the difficulty, it was not overly challenging for Suyu, for he had witnessed countless anime in his previous life. Without further contemplation, he gathered a substantial amount of Ioa, coalescing it into a colossal fireball spanning several meters. This technique was inspired by the anime One Piece that he had seen in his past life. Observing Suyu effortlessly create a self-invented soul skill, the goddess of life felt a sense of satisfaction. This child is indeed the inheritor bestowed upon me by the Creator God. Such talent is surely worthy of my divine status. The self-proclaimed goddess of life regarded Suyu's seemingly effortless passage through the challenges with a solemn expression. It is indeed simple. However, only a transcendent like myself could deem it so. Others might struggle to succeed. Suyu chuckled and sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to restore his soul power. Master, you say that even if Bai Dong hears that I no longer wish to oppose the spirit hall, she would still regard it with disdain. Tang Hao's countenance darkened as he glared at the master before him, filled with palpable anger. It was one thing for the formidable beings behind Suyu to disregard him. But now the spirit hall, the very organization he had schemed against and which had claimed the life of a pope, dared to act so brazenly. Moreover, Bai Dong merely desired a training method, and despite offering conditions to cease hostilities with the spirit hall, this woman refused. Tang Hao's fury intensified. It appears that after more than a decade of absence from the Soul Master world, some have truly forgotten the terror of my Hao Yin hammer. Your Majesty Hao Yin, that is indeed what I said, yet Bai Dong shows me no respect. It seems my reputation has truly diminished, Tang Hao muttered darkly. However, I have little time to quarrel with a woman like her. Once my grand scheme to eliminate that brat, Suyu, comes to fruition, I shall settle accounts with her slowly. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at the master, who was weeping incessantly, and spoke in a detached tone. The master, upon hearing Tang Hao's words, was momentarily taken aback. to eliminate Su Yu. He had contemplated this countless times. Were it not for Su Yu, he would not endure such a life. His hatred for Su Yu was profoundly intense. If possible, he would relish devouring Su Yu's flesh. Your Majesty Hao Ian, do you have any further instructions? The master inquired, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao surveyed the master and shook his head in resignation. Regarding this unreliable individual, Tang Hao truly had reservations. He was hesitant to depend on him. No need. Just look after Xiao San for me. He has now begun to cultivate the Hao Ian hammer and has reached level 40. Please oversee his training. Tang Hao's voice was low and hoarse. Having finished speaking, he swiftly departed, eager to distance himself from this individual, whom he considered a mere coward. Understood, Your Majesty Hao Ian. The master exclaimed excitedly as Tang Hao exited. Hearing the master's call, Tang Hao nearly stumbled in surprise. Goodness, he arrived so quietly. I genuinely fear the presence of Su Yu's people nearby. Tang Hao fled swiftly, transforming into a streak of light. Your Majesty Hao Ian indeed possesses terrifying strength. Such speed could rival even that of my father, the master remarked, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he watched Tang Hao leave. Tang San, upon hearing the master's praise for his father, could not help but smile faintly. Ha! My father is a level 95 super powerhouse. Possessing such speed is effortless for him, Tang San replied casually, yet the master could easily discern the pride in his tone. The master chose not to comment further. After all, he too had once held great admiration for his own father, Yu Yuanzhen. The Haoqian Daluo is indeed a super powerhouse above all. Xiao San, you must diligently learn from your father. Understood? The master spoke to Tang San with a tone that was both gentle and earnest. Upon hearing the master's encouragement to learn from his father, Tang San's expression brightened with a serene smile. Rest assured, master, I shall undoubtedly become a powerhouse like my father in the future, he asserted with a serious demeanor. Tang Hao's strength had been evident to him during their soul ring hunting with the Haoqian hammer. His future aspiration was to surpass his father, Tang Hao. The master, observing the confidence radiating from Tang San, nodded in satisfaction. Tang San was indeed his most promising disciple, exhibiting a striking resemblance to his own temperament. Excellent, Xiao San. Continue striving. You are my most favored disciple, and I believe you will undoubtedly become a super powerhouse in the future, the master declared, his tone resolute and unwavering. Chapter 147. The Attention of the Goddess of Life. Tang San, gazing at the master's demeanor, could not help but smile, holding deep respect for him. In his previous life within the Tang sect, he had also revered the elders greatly. The master was akin to a father figure, for once a teacher, always a father. With this philosophy, the master was no different from his own father. As the master observed Tang San depart, his previously stern expression gradually contorted. His visage twisted further with unbridled excitement, revealing a grotesque countenance. Ha ha ha! May Su Yu perish. Curse brat, why can you not die? Die for me. Your end is nigh. The master's expression warped as he envisioned Su Yu's demise. Had Su Yu fallen by his hand, he would not have to endure such a life. A hideous smile spread across the master's face as he contemplated Su Yu's future demise, eliciting a faint grin. Perish. Die for me. The master's voice was hoarse, laden with deep-seated hatred. Yet, not a single soul bore witness to his countenance. Is this the 9th level? It is finally coming to an end. Su Yu, gripping the golden dragon spear, spoke in a calm tone. Reaching level 49, passing this level would likely elevate him to level 50. Su Yu mused internally as the terrifying silhouette of the Qilin appeared behind him. Welcome, challenger. You're the first in millions of years to reach this tier. Should you succeed in this challenge, the ultimate reward shall be yours. This time, the voice was not as grandiose, but rather gentle in its tone. At that moment, a woman clad in green appeared before Su Yu. The green-clad woman was breathtakingly beautiful, with emerald green hair and garments, though enveloped in green. She exuded an aura of vitality. The little one proceeded. I am the gatekeeper of the final challenge. If you can defeat me, you shall pass. Before him stood the goddess of life, who regarded Su Yu with an involuntary smile. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in with the goddess of life and receiving 3 opportunities for fishing. Suyu gazed at the woman before him in disbelief. Hurry up, little one. The goddess of life waved her hand, her tone gentle and cheerful. Suddenly, a multitude of vines appeared around her. Observing her movements, Suyu's expression tightened, and he launched an attack. The Qilin's annihilation strike summoned a phantom of the Qilin behind Suyu, which hurtled fiercely towards the goddess of life. The goddess of life regarded Suyu's assault with an appreciative glint in her eyes. The terrifying and formidable Qilin phantom surged towards her. A smile graced her lips as she deftly maneuvered her fingers, summoning an abundance of flora before her. The Qilin phantom collided violently with the plants controlled by the goddess, resulting in an explosive sound that echoed through the air, with plumes of smoke rising swiftly. Suyu's strike shattered the goddess's defenses entirely, yet she remained unscathed. Continue. This is not sufficient. The goddess of life waved her hand, her demeanor still cheerful. Suyu frowned slightly at her demeanor, unable to fathom her presence here. Was this not the relic of the ice goddess? His expression grew peculiar, but he had no time to ponder as terrifying azure and deep yellow flames manifested in his hands. The 2 formidable flames began to merge rapidly. The goddess of life gazed at the flames with surprise. What fearsome flames! They are unlike anything I have seen. Such flames do not exist in the Douluo continent. She mused, her eyes reflecting a curious gleam. Where could this boy have acquired them? The goddess of life pondered, her expression growing strange. Yet, even if she racked her brain, she would never uncover the existence of a system within Suyu. Buddha's wrath fire lotus. Suyu roared, sending the fire lotus hurtling towards the goddess. Although the goddess of life was wary of the flames in Suyu's hands, her current realm allowed her to easily counter them. A thunderous explosion resonated through the air as the power of the Buddha's wrath fire lotus transformed the ground where the goddess stood into scorched earth for hundreds of meters. Yet, even in this devastation, the goddess remained unharmed. What a terrifying power! But I remain unscathed. Now, I shall make my move, she declared, nodding as she dashed towards Suyu. While she may not be particularly skilled in combat, her realm granted her a complete advantage over Suyu. In an instant, she stood before Suyu, delivering a punch aimed at his face. However, as merely a spiritual entity, she was no match for Suyu's formidable mental strength. As soon as she approached, an armor of exotic flames and lightning enveloped Suyu. Oh, impressive, the goddess remarked with a smile. Yet her fist continued its trajectory towards him. Without hesitation, Suyu retaliated, striking back at the goddess's head with his own fist, accompanied by a tempest of flames and lightning. The goddess did not halt her assault, but as a deity, even an ephemeral shadow of one surpassed Suyu's abilities. In the moment of collision, Suyu was sent flying. Little one, your strength is commendable, yet I am still superior, the goddess of life observed. Her gaze warmed as she looked at Suyu. Hearing her words, Suyu couldn't help but smile faintly. In a concealed location, a golden coin materialized in Suyu's hand as bolts of lightning crackled around him. He remained silent, focusing intently on gathering his soul skills. Ah, what a cunning little fellow, the goddess thought, shaking her head. She did not wish to intervene. She wanted Suyu to pass this trial, for without his success, how could she pass on her divine legacy to him? Chapter 148, Tang San's Inner Thoughts. Under the watchful gaze of the goddess of life, Suyu's soul skill finally reached completion. The moment it was ready, he hurled the super electromagnetic cannon towards the goddess. With a swift whoosh, the cannon shot forth, its terrifying speed shattering the sound barrier and striking at the essence of the goddess. Have I succeeded? Suyu marveled at the dissipating figure before him. Was this truly the goddess of life? In the divine realm, the goddess regarded Suyu with satisfaction. She was genuinely pleased with this successor. Meanwhile, far away in the divine realm, a divine light emanated from her fingertip, piercing through the void and entering Suyu's body. Congratulations, inheritor. You have passed the benevolent goddess of life's trial. Please accept your reward. The calm, yet authoritative voice resonated once more in Suyu's mind.
Feeling the voice within his consciousness, Su Yu's face brightened with a subtle excitement and anticipation. His soul power increased by 1 level. A divine soul ring was granted, and the legacy of the God of Life was bestowed upon him. As the voice faded, 3 beams of light surged into Su Yu's body. The immense soul power that coursed through him was overwhelming, not gentle, but rather ferocious. This was not due to any fault of the reward, but rather the nature of the divine soul ring. Su Yu's physical prowess could already rival those of soul masters at the rank of Soul Do. Thus, the soul ring absorbed must be no less than 60,000 years old. Anything beneath that threshold was unthinkable for him. With remarkable speed, Su Yu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Streams of golden light began to coalesce around him, and the Qilin martial spirit manifested behind him, its 4 soul rings beginning to swirl. The 3 purple and 1 black rings danced behind him, while a white soul ring slowly emerged. The white ring swiftly transformed into yellow, then purple. After becoming purple, the soul rings did not slow down. Instead, they glimmered with renewed vigor, and in an instant, the purple ring turned into a light black hue. Only upon becoming black did Su Yu's speed begin to diminish. Yet even then, it remained impressively rapid. If his previous evolution speed could be likened to that of an aircraft, now it resembled a racing car. Although it had slowed, within 2 hours, the soul ring behind Su Yu transformed into a black 6,600-year ring. Breathing a sigh of relief, Su Yu, with gritted teeth and a resolute expression, thought to himself that if he could absorb an 80,000-year soul ring now, he would certainly be able to directly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring for his 6th. Tang-san, gazing at his teacher, couldn't help but smile faintly. "Teacher, how do you feel about my chances of victory against Su Yu next time?" Tang-san's tone was confident, as he wielded the immense Haotian hammer, his eyes brimming with pride. Ever since he had transformed the Haotian hammer, his power had multiplied, and he was confident he could defeat Su Yu now. "Su Yu, just wait for me. My soul rings are unrivaled. Even your 3 purple and 1 black cannot rival me," Tang-san thought fiercely to himself. However, he remained oblivious to Su Yu's current thoughts. Although his father wished to eliminate Su Yu, Tang-san still desired to defeat Su Yu fairly in the competition. The master observed his disciple and couldn't help but smile faintly. "My disciple is undoubtedly the finest. Su Yu is merely someone who has been nurtured by the strong since childhood. If you had been by your father's side since a young age, you would surely surpass him," the master said, his expression serious yet filled with immense pride for Tang-san. As his disciple, Tang-san's strength brought glory to the master. "You are right, teacher. If I had lived Su Yu's life as a child, I would have long surpassed him," Tang-san replied, his confidence radiating. Half an hour later, Su Yu, feeling the presence of the 74,000-year soul ring, couldn't help but smile serenely. "Only 6,000 more years to go. I just need to hold on a little longer," he thought, grinding his teeth. He began to quickly activate his burning decision, which started to alleviate the internal pressure. As a quasi-earth level technique, the burning decision was indeed formidable, and soon his soul ring began to progress again. Yet within a few minutes, the advancement slowed down. Despite the strength of the burning decision, Su Yu's physical condition could hardly endure it. Feeling the presence of the 79,000-year soul ring, Su Yu furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth to persist once more. Su Yu's willpower was remarkably strong, and after an hour, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed at the soul ring behind him. "I finally succeeded. What a hassle." Su Yu shook his head and quickly operated the burning decision to conclude his efforts. With a roar, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, Qilin treading the earth. Su Yu's figure soared into the sky, and under the enhancement of the 5th soul skill, he instantly created a depression in the air spanning several meters. Staring wide-eyed at the scene before him, Su Yu was momentarily stunned. What incredible move! It can effortlessly create a depression in space. If I grow stronger in the future, can I shatter space with just 1 step? He thought, shaking his head in astonishment. As the first examination of a life goddess concluded, a reward of 1 level of soul power echoed in Su Yu's mind, accompanied by the voice of the life goddess. Upon completion of her statement, Su Yu's soul power ascended once more.
Bewildered, Su Yu realized that the life goddess's examination was indeed her inheritance. This was akin to passing the test for inheriting divine status. The life goddess was among the 5 most powerful beings in the divine realm. And while Su Yu initially considered seeking Shura in the city of slaughter, he was now unexpectedly approached by the life goddess. Overjoyed, Su Yu still knew he needed to visit the city of slaughter to prevent Tang San from obtaining the inheritance. Contemplating Tang San, a faint smile emerged on Su Yu's face. Once this competition concludes, I could reveal the matter of the master and his child. I wonder if the master can handle it, he thought with a wicked grin. Feeling a sudden chill, the master, who had been observing Tang San's cultivation, shivered momentarily. He shook his head, pondering within. Moments later, Su Yu felt the soul power he had refined within him and nodded in acknowledgement. Success. This truly is a pleasant surprise. The inheritance from a life goddess is exhilarating, he thought, clenching his fists in silent celebration. Now it should be just over a month, Su Yu mused, stroking his chin. Looking at the open space tunnel, he smiled faintly. Time to go, he said, shaking his head and stepping into the tunnel with a thunderous stride. Outside, the Snow Empress gazed at the breathtaking space tunnel, a gentle smile gracing her beautiful face. Finally out, with this little one's talent, he should have reached the 8th level. She thought, recalling her own failure at that level. Back then, she had successfully cultivated her 3 ultimate techniques before being expelled after a week. As creating a soul skill in such a short time was indeed challenging. While the Snow Empress was lost in thought, a figure enveloped in lightning burst forth from the tunnel. It was Su Yu. Snow Empress, long time no see. Su Yu called out as he emerged from the tunnel, spotting her in the distance. Little brother, the Snow Empress smiled as she approached him. How did it go? Upon reaching Su Yu's side, she was momentarily stunned, for she noticed a mark on his forehead, a tree shadow filled with the essence of life. What is this? The Snow Empress furrowed her brow, gazing at the mark with confusion. Su Yu, you little rascal, have you broken through? Before Su Yu could respond, several familiar figures appeared not far from him. These were the fierce beasts of the Star Do Forest, including Bai Ji, who looked at Su Yu with warmth. Sensing the over 50 levels of soul power emanating from him, Su Yu squinted his eyes. Yes, that should be right. He nodded and began explaining to Bai Ji and the fierce beasts. Due to his breakthrough in the cold pond, Su Yu's fortune could not penetrate the cold waters, and the fortune he possessed was intercepted by the life goddess. You mean you obtained the inheritance of the life goddess? Ditian looked at Su Yu, disbelief evident in his eyes. The inheritance of the life goddess? Bai Ji's expression mirrored his astonishment. Having already mastered the life attribute, she could sense boundless life energy radiating from Su Yu, far surpassing her own. The others, including Xiong, the demon spirit, and the king of 10,000 demons, looked at Su Yu in disbelief. Is that true, little one? The Snow Empress's voice was hoarse as she struggled to contain her emotions, surveying the excited crowd. Su Yu smiled and nodded earnestly. Yes, it is true. I have indeed become the heir of a deity, he affirmed. This is fantastic. You have truly become a divine heir. This means a brighter future for us all. Di Tian exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement and joy. This visit was indeed worthwhile, as the news would surely bring great joy to the master, and a radiant smile blossomed on Di Tian's face. Su Yu, observing the wrinkles that formed on Di Tian's smiling visage, could not help but chuckle. So, Di Tian, shall I accompany you to meet the master this time? Su Yu inquired with a calm demeanor. Di Tian, momentarily taken aback by Su Yu's question, quickly composed himself and nodded earnestly. No, it is best you do not. After all, you bear the legacy of a deity, which might inadvertently reveal the master's location. Di Tian's voice was heavy, laced with a hint of caution. His vigilance was not directed at Su Yu himself, but rather at the divine presence that accompanied him. Although the goddess of life was not known for her combat prowess, she was indeed a true deity, and her presence might expose Gu Yuna. The mere thought of Gu Yuna being discovered sent a shiver down Di Tian's spine. Should she be found, the soul beast would undoubtedly lose all hope. Su Yu understood Di Tian's concern well. Bai Ji, noticing Su Yu's acquiescence, nodded in agreement, relieved that he held no objections. This matter is too grave. Suyu, we shall not linger in nostalgia. We must return quickly to inform the master, Tian asserted, his expression serious and resolute. Before Suyu could respond, Tian, along with Xiong and Yao Ling, vanished in an instant. Suyu, we are leaving now. Take good care of Chiao when you return, understood? Bai Ji said gently, her gaze warm. Indeed, Bai Ji, farewell, Suyu responded with a smile. It was unnecessary for Bai Ji to remind him. He would certainly care for Chiao as she held a special place in his heart. Though Suyu had a few close female friends in Douluo Dalu, Chiao would forever be his favorite. Rest assured, he said simply, nodding earnestly. Then I shall be at ease, Bai Ji smiled, leading the Wan Yao Wang away, leaving only Suyu and Xuedi behind. Sister Xuedi, the youth competition begins in just over a month, does it not? Suyu inquired cheerfully, glancing at Xuedi. She nodded in response to his question. Perfect. I can solidify my cultivation during this time, Suyu said, making his way toward a cave not far from the icy pool. Xuedi observed Suyu's demeanor with approval. She realized that this young man was increasingly impressive. Previously, she had deemed him too weak, but now it seemed absurd. He was progressing at an astonishing rate. Shaking her head, she turned away and headed towards her own dwelling. A month passed swiftly, and Suyu's cultivation had become truly stable. The soul power within him, once impure, gradually transformed into purity. In Tiando City, Wang Xiao stood by the hotel window, gazing at the vast sky, a hint of longing in her eyes. Sigh, I wonder when my brother will return. The competition is about to commence, she lamented, her voice tinged with sorrow. In the extreme north, Suyu smiled at Xuedi before saying, Sister Xuedi, I rely on you. The competition begins in half a month, so please take me back. A gentle smile adorned Suyu's face, and Xuedi, upon seeing his expression, smiled and nodded in agreement. Little brother, best of luck in the competition, she encouraged, patting Suyu on the shoulder before soaring into the sky towards the north. Simultaneously, a beam of azure light shot forth from another direction in the extreme north. Chapter 150. The return. That azure figure was none other than the Ice Emperor. Xuedi's speed was formidable. Within merely 3 days, she traversed from the depths of the extreme north to the capital of the Tiando Empire. In Tiando City, Ziji gazed incredulously at the young man before her, disbelief and astonishment written across her face. Xuedi, you cannot be serious, can you? Ziji's voice was hoarse, for as a pure blood dragon, she understood the incredible power of deities. The goddess of life held one of the 5 most powerful divine positions in the divine realm, a position that had existed since the dawn of creation. Do you truly think I would deceive you, Ziji? Suyu quipped, rolling his eyes at her incredulity. It is not that I doubt you. It is simply too astonishing. To think that a young man in my presence has inherited the position of the goddess of life is beyond comprehension, Ziji explained, her eyes widening in surprise. Isn't that right, Xiao? Ziji turned to Wang Xiao, who appeared utterly unfazed. Not at all. Perhaps you're simply too astonished. My brother's talent is more than sufficient to inherit any divine position, Wang Xiao replied, casting a disapproving glance at Ziji. Ziji, observing Wang Xiao's demeanor, felt a sense of exasperation. She regretted asking the girl, as Wang Xiao had clearly become entirely enamored with Suyu. Are you planning to go out? I have yet to explore the cities of humanity, the Ice Emperor inquired, watching Ziji shake her head repeatedly. Very well, Ziji conceded, feeling somewhat resigned. She decided to accompany the Ice Emperor, as she was quite familiar with Tiando City. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor and Ziji's plans, Xuedi's eyes gleamed, and she promptly followed them. 5 minutes later, Suyu, observing the remaining girl in the room, couldn't help but smile faintly. Our little Xiao seems particularly cheerful today, he remarked, approaching Wang Xiao and playfully leaning in close to admire her flawless visage. I am not happy. Why would I be happy if you're not back? Wang Xiao retorted, her cheeks flushing at Suyu's teasing. I never claimed you were happy because of my return, Suyu replied, amused by her words. Brother, you are quite the rascal, Wang Xiao huffed, stamping her foot, her face aglow as she glared at him. Alas, Do not accuse me unjustly. I've said nothing of the sort. Suyu laughed, deflecting her playful blame. Are you certain it was not you who said that? Wang Qiu'er asked, her smile radiant. Observing her expression, Suyu felt a sudden shiver. For in all the time he had known her, he had seen this particular side of Wang Qiu'er only once before. The last time he witnessed her in such a mood was over a year ago, when she had ignored him for nearly half a month. Seeing her like this now made Suyu hesitate to tease her further. I was mistaken, Qiu'er, my dear. I truly am sorry. It was all my fault, he said, leaning closer with a grin. Wang Qiu'er merely cast a sidelong glance at him before turning her head away. Haha, Qiu'er, you look absolutely stunning today. I have never seen a princess so beautiful, Suyu continued, undeterred by her silence, showering her with compliments. Though his praise bordered on shamelessness, he meant every word. As Wang Qiu'er matured, her beauty blossomed. Still, Wang Qiu'er refused to engage with him. Suyu pondered for a moment, and suddenly devised a plan, believing that this little girl had a rather thin skin. Qiu'er, will you forgive your brother? I have brought you a gift. Suyu gently placed his head on Wang Qiu'er's small one, his tone soft as he asked for her forgiveness. He extended his hand to hold her tiny hand, his eyes revealing a deep affection. Wang Qiu'er looked at Suyu in this manner, her face involuntarily displaying a hint of helplessness. This guy was truly holding on her tightly. I definitely won't forgive you so easily next time. Wang Qiu'er pouted and bit Suyu's chest, leaving a small bite mark. A faint smile instantly appeared on Suyu's face. This girl truly was as he thought. As long as he showed weakness, she could not withstand it. Indeed, he silently praised himself. Brother, tell me about your experiences in the extreme north. Suyu did not refuse and began recounting his adventures to Wang Qiu'er. That night, Suyu enjoyed a delightful meal with everyone from Tianshui. During dinner, he learned that Zhu Zhuqing had broken through level 40 and directly advanced to level 42. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Suyu's face. Although the competition was only a few dozen days away, Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation should be able to improve further, especially since she had reached her peak. Not only Zhu Zhuqing, but everyone in the Tianshui team had advanced by 1 level, with Shui Binger even breaking through 2 levels, reaching level 44, making her the strongest among them, second only to Suyu and Wang Qiu'er. With just over 10 days remaining, everyone should take the time to rest and avoid the soul fighting arena, ensuring they do not sustain injuries. Once the competition begins, there will be plenty of opportunities for you all to showcase your skills. Shui Wuxin took a sip of red wine, her expression serious as she looked at those present. Suyu nodded in agreement with Shui Wuxin's words, adopting a similarly grave demeanor as he regarded the assembly. At Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong staggered out of her room. She felt utterly despondent. Master had lost nearly all traces of masculinity, now enveloped in overwhelming maternal instincts, his focus solely on the child in his arms. Lu Erlong felt a deep ache in her heart, as the master she once knew seemed a distant memory, now reduced to a figure akin to an old mother. Sighing, she gazed at the large moon in the sky, her tone chilling as she pondered her past decisions. Reflecting on those earlier times, Lu Erlong couldn't help but sigh. The master of yesteryears was so responsible and exuded a strong sense of masculinity. Even though his soul power was not particularly formidable, his knowledge was undeniably impressive. Chapter 151. A reunion with Xue Qinghe, but what of the master now? He had become a cowardly, hypocritical individual. Lu Erlong had truly seen through Yu Xiaojiang. How foolish she had been to fall for him all those years ago. Decades wasted on such a person felt like a tragic loss. Lu Erlong sighed deeply as she looked up at the sky. In the morning, Suyu rose from his bed and shook his head at the sight of the cheeky girl beside him. Last night, he had nearly lost control, almost succumbing to his desires. Fortunately, his willpower was strong. It was not yet the time for such matters with Wang Qiu'er. He was not the type to be overwhelmed by fleeting desires. Suyu entered the bathroom for a thorough wash and then headed out of the hotel. Where is this brat going? Suyu sensed Suyu's departure from the hotel and swiftly trailed behind him. At the prince's mansion, Suyu sat opposite Xue Qinghe, who gazed at the young man before her with a look of astonishment. This boy was becoming increasingly handsome,
Her appearance seemed like that of an ugly duckling in comparison. Suyu, my brother, it has been quite a while, nearly 4 months, hasn't it? The celestial herb you gifted me is truly a treasure. It elevated my soul power by 6 levels with just a single consumption. Xue, also known as Qianrenxue, spoke seriously to Suyu. Brother Xue, you yist. Even the rarest celestial herb must be used by someone suited for it. Moreover, since you assisted me in obtaining the Hanhai Qinquan shield, it would be remiss not to gift you this celestial herb. A gentle smile adorned Suyu's face. Xue Qinghe, observing his demeanor, felt a sudden blush creep on her cheeks. This fellow had become even more charming. She picked up a cup of water from the table, taking a sip to suppress the fluttering in her heart. Brother Xue, what are you doing? Suyu's concerned voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to momentarily freeze. It's nothing. Just drinking water. I'm a bit thirsty, Xue Qinghe quickly replied, her expression neutral as she looked at Suyu. Cough, cough. Brother Xue, I won't comment on your thirst. But your cup is empty. Are you drinking air? Suyu's words made Xue Qinghe's face turn crimson. She felt awkward enough to dig a house with her foot. Chuckling, Xue Qinghe forced a smile as she poured herself a glass of water from a nearby jug, taking a few sips to mask her embarrassment. Brother Su, I won't hide this from you. I called you here to introduce you to the rewards from the Spear Hall. Suyu observed Xue Qinghe's awkwardness with a smile, choosing not to provide her an escape, instead relishing the moment. After a few minutes, Xue Qinghe finally regained her composure, her expression now serious as she regarded Suyu intently. Brother Su, I won't keep it from you. You are aware of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, right? Suyu remained unfazed by Xue Qinghe's introduction, displaying no change in expression. With his current strength and the inheritance of the goddess of life, if he couldn't handle Hulaina and her cohorts, he might as well give up. Xue Qinghe noticed Suyu's unchanging demeanor and smiled faintly. His confidence was refreshing. After all, no one desired a man lacking in self-assurance. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall refers to Hulaina, XiaoWu, and Yen. The others merely serve as their backdrop. Qianrenxue stood beside Suyu, gradually explaining. However, Suyu is already well informed about these matters, perhaps even more than Qianrenxue herself. In his past life, he had watched Dalu countless times, and he was well acquainted with Hulaina's abilities. Furthermore, when it came to the Golden Generation, Hulaina would be the easiest for him to confront. This was not to suggest that the others were stronger, but rather that Suyu's spiritual power was exceptionally formidable, rendering Hulaina's abilities rather lackluster in comparison. In a contest of spiritual power, Hulaina would be akin to an egg colliding with a rock, a futile endeavor. Once Suyu activated the Eye of Destiny, Hulaina would surely be defeated. XiaoWu and Yen Suyu could indeed be easily defeated, for Suyu's strength had significantly surged, rendering ordinary soul saints mere trifles in his presence. Suyu's true ambition now lay in achieving victory in the grand competition, ideally receiving another opportunity to enhance his Qilin bloodline to perfection. Once Suyu fully replenished his Qilin bloodline, it was unlikely that anyone on this continent could surpass him. Thank you, Brother Xue, he said, understanding the implications. However, my prowess is formidable as well, so I'm not overly concerned. An overwhelming aura emanated from Suyu, his power, exceeding level 50, unveiled before Qianrenxue without reservation. The sheer pressure of his cultivation even instilled a hint of trepidation in her heart. What formidable cultivation! This fellow has made remarkable progress, Qianrenxue thought, astonished by Suyu's evident growth. All right, Brother Xue, I shall take my leave now. Let us dine together when time permits, Suyu replied, shaking his head and offering her a gentle smile. He departed swiftly towards his residence, as time slipped away gradually, leading to the day of the competition. The system activated, displaying the panel. Beep. Successful activation. Host. Suyu age. 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Sanyan Jin Ni. Awakened. Soul power. Level 52 cultivation technique. Fenju. Quasi-earth grade. Skills. Guangming Longdi. Shenghua Kaijia. Mingyun Ji Miao. Yensha Rongyan Ji. Wanshou Linghua. Qilin Tatian Pet. Ain. Wanin Huang. Storage. Bear at 199 passion pills, 100,000 gold coins. 10 illusion pills, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 fasting pills, Lianxi pills, sealing scrolls, 88 special passion pills, grenades recovery pills. Strength, high intermediate fishing attempts, 7 assessment. Your mental fortitude is formidable, yet your strength does not quite match. You have acquired the legacy of the deities. Keep pushing forward. Young man, I have faith in you. Suyu surveyed the system panel detailing his attributes and possessions, nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 152. The arrogant Huowu, only 3 more attempts left? This competition should yield at least a dozen opportunities. Suyu mused, clenching his fists in silent calculation. Brother, let us go, a melodious female voice called from outside the door. All right, Suyu replied with a smile, donning his attire before stepping out of the room. Upon exiting, he was greeted by Wang Qiaowu, clad in the Tianshui Academy uniform, standing before him. Come on, little girl. Teacher Wu Xian must be waiting for us, Suyu said, ruffling her hair with a grin. Yes, let us hurry. Otherwise, Teacher Wu Xian will be anxious, Wang Qiaowu urged, tugging at Suyu's hand as they made their way to the hotel entrance. Such enthusiasm, Suyu chuckled, allowing himself to be led without resistance. You finally arrived. Let us go, Shui Wu Xian said, approaching Suyu and Wang Qiaowu with a serious tone. The trio exchanged no further pleasantries as they headed towards the competition venue. Shui Bing'er and the others had already made their way there. Had it not been for Wang Qiaowu and Shui Wu Xian waiting for Suyu, they would have surely arrived earlier. Teacher Wu Xian, our Suyu will undoubtedly secure first place in this competition, Suyu remarked, glancing at Shui Wu Xian just before they reached the venue, his tone indifferent. Hearing Suyu's earnest words, Shui Wu Xian felt a swell of emotion within her. Suyu, perceptive as ever, had sensed her anxiety and sought to comfort her. Focus on the competition, you rascal. I don't need your encouragement, Shui Wu Xian retorted, casting a serious gaze at Suyu. Then it's settled, Suyu replied, his smile returning as he noted Shui Wu Xian's renewed composure. The Tiando City competition area was located within the Tiando City Dahan Arena, which had undergone a dramatic transformation over the years. The venue was thronged with ordinary citizens, illustrating their fervor for Soul Masters. The Soul Master Tournament, held once every 4 years, was the most renowned event on the continent, with ticket sales generating substantial profits for the arena operators. However, these tickets varied in price, with seats near the front being considerably more expensive, akin to football and basketball matches in his past life. 3 massive screens loomed above the arena. On the right, a familiar figure, Ning Fengji, stood beside a gaunt elder, Bon Douluo, one of the 2 chief protectors of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The central screen showcased a dignified man in his 60s, radiating authority, wielding a grand scepter. He was the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui Di, and also the father of Shui Qinghe. The left screen presented Salus, the head priest of the Tiando City Martial Soul Temple, a Soul Douluo and a staunch supporter of Pope Bibidong. Enough gazing. Let us find Bing'er, Suyu said with a smile, expanding his mental prowess as he led Wang Qiaowu and Shui Wu Xian toward Shui Bing'er. Bing'er, how are things? Suyu inquired cheerfully as he approached her. Shui Bing'er turned at the sound, spotting Suyu and his companions. All is well. Our first competition is tomorrow. We have no matches today, but there is a battle featuring the Tiando Academy against Shrek Academy, she explained, handing a match list to Suyu. He glanced at the list briefly before shaking his head and returning it to her. Let us watch the matches then, Suyu suggested, leading the group to the spectator stands. As they entered, a staff member took to the stage to announce the proceedings. Now, may we welcome His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, to declare the tournament open. Shui stood amidst thunderous applause, raising his right hand slightly to silence the crowd. I, Shui, hereby declare the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament officially commenced. The applause erupted once more, resonating like thunder. After concluding, Shui took his seat. The host continued, Next, we invite Sect Master Ning to address us. Ning Fengji rose slowly, and his words ignited an electric atmosphere among the audience. Now, let us invite Grand Prix Salus to draw for today's competition teams. Salus stood,
his soul power surging forth as the names of several academies appeared on the big screen. Alonk Academy versus Tianxing Academy. Yixing Academy versus Tiankong Academy. Tiando Royal Academy's second team versus Shrek Academy. The announcement of the 6 academies sent the arena into a frenzy. Tiando, 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 Tiando is invincible. Tiando Academy is the strongest, the best, the unbeatable. The uproar from the audience was overwhelming. The cacophony so intense that it nearly overwhelmed Su Yu's senses. Such fervor. The popularity of Tiando Academy is truly astonishing, Su Yu mused, shaking his head and chuckling as he observed the second team from Tiando Academy nearby. As Su Yu was lost in thought, an irate voice suddenly echoed from a distance. Turning to investigate, he spotted a girl clad in red striding purposefully towards him. The fiery presence of XiaoWu prompted Su Yu to furrow his brow in discontent. "What do you want?" he inquired, but Shui Binger, serving as the vice captain, stepped forward with a grave expression directed at XiaoWu. "I'm not addressing you," XiaoWu retorted, casting an annoyed glance at Shui Binger. "Stay out of this." The disdain in her voice was palpable as she confronted Shui Binger. "You wretched creature." Shui Binger shot back, her irritation evident as she faced the brash woman. "Just wait. I will surely defeat you and lead Xihua to triumph over your Tianshui," XiaoWu declared, her delicate finger pointing menacingly at Su Yu, her expression serious and resolute. "Oh, defeat me? Is that so?" Su Yu remained unperturbed, regarding XiaoWu with an air of indifference, seemingly dismissing her challenge entirely. "You!" XiaoWu's frustration ignited further at Su Yu's aloof demeanor, a torrent of flames erupting from her in response to his nonchalance. Meanwhile, Shui Binger, who had been standing close to Su Yu, manifested an overwhelming chill that enveloped her, swiftly overwhelming XiaoWu's flames, which were merely ordinary in comparison. "Are you seeking a fight?" XiaoWu demanded, feeling the retreat of her flames before the icy presence of Shui Binger, her impatience boiling over. "Then let us fight. Do you truly think that Tianshui can be bullied?" Shui Binger refused to back down, confronting XiaoWu with fierce resolve. She was not one to coddle the woman before her. "You think you can challenge me in front of Su Yu?" The previously calm expression on Su Yu's face morphed into one of seriousness as he released a formidable aura that bore down on XiaoWu, an oppressive force that made her hair stand on end. "Leave? I won't repeat myself." His words were laced with a hint of menace and determination. As soon as Su Yu finished speaking, the members of Tianshui surrounded XiaoWu. "Sister XiaoWu," 2 male voices called out from afar, breaking the tension. Su Yu noticed the figures of XiaoWu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian approaching. "Su Yu, what are you doing?" XiaoWu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian's eyes widened in alarm at the unfolding scene, their martial spirits beginning to manifest behind them. "Nothing much, just asking her to leave. She approached me to provoke. I'm not allowed to respond?" A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips as he regarded XiaoWu Shuang and Feng Xiaotian, as if nothing unusual had transpired. Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened with anger, unable to bear witnessing his goddess being subdued while feeling powerless to intervene. "Sister, let's go," XiaoWu Shuang said, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yu before turning away. "Come on." Su Yu smiled and released his oppressive aura from XiaoWu. 30 years of East River, 30 years of West River. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. I will surely defeat you in the competition. XiaoWu's eyes glimmered with a mix of humiliation and confidence. Su Yu raised an eyebrow at XiaoWu's words and demeanor, momentarily taken aback. "Seriously? This is Douluo, not Dochi Dalu," he thought, feeling a mix of exasperation and reflection, but he maintained a serious demeanor as he nodded. "All right, I await your challenge," Su Yu replied, his expression indifferent, as though he did not regard her as a threat, igniting the flames of XiaoWu's inner fury. Though seething with anger, XiaoWu chose to remain silent, letting out a huff before departing. "What a madwoman," Su Yu sighed, watching her retreat with a sense of resignation. "Brother, is that woman unhinged?" Wang Qiu'er remarked, frowning in disbelief at XiaoWu's receding figure. Little Wu nodded thoughtfully, as if in agreement. Su Yu shook his head, mused that were it not for the different nature of this realm, he might have genuinely believed XiaoWu to be the protagonist. "Let us watch the competition," he declared,
as many spectators had shifted their focus away from Su Yu due to the imminent commencement of the tournament. During the Soul Master competition, conflicts among teams were common, and the audience had little time to delve into the intricacies of each skirmish. As the tournament began, Su Yu observed that the first day's matches commenced simultaneously, with his team positioned at the venue for the duel between Shrek and the second team of Tiando. All participants from both teams had taken their places on the arena. Tang San, clad in the attire of Lamba Academy, stood directly before Shrek. This fellow must have switched to the Haotian hammer. Given that my blue-silver grass has been rendered ineffective, if he does not cultivate the Haotian hammer, he may well be a loss in this competition. Su Yu pondered, curiosity sparking in his gaze as he regarded Tang San. As the match commenced, the referee announced the start, and in an instant, the arena was awash with a myriad of yellow and purple lights. Though Tang San's appearance was less than charming, he captivated the attention of many due to the martial spirit and soul rings that adorned his form. In his hands, Tang San wielded a colossal hammer, the Haotian hammer, while behind him shimmered 2 purple and 2 black soul rings. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The previously composed expression of the Snow Knight Emperor altered dramatically as he beheld the soul rings behind Tang San. He even rose from his seat in excitement. Ning Zhongzhu. What on earth is happening here? The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze was filled with incredulity as he turned to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji was aware of his daughter's presence in this academy. Yet at this moment, he too was taken aback, for he had no knowledge of Tang San's soul rings. Not only he, but even Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji's daughter, was equally astonished. Among Shrek, all but the master were filled with disbelief. The master, observing Tang San's resplendent display from the high platform, couldn't help but smile, pride swelling within him as he witnessed his disciple's success. My disciple is truly extraordinary, the master thought, grinning widely. Your Majesty, I have no idea, Ning Fengji replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment under the scrutiny of the Snow Knight Emperor. On the other side of the Snow Knight Emperor, Salus observed with a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. This martial spirit, combined with such youth, surely indicated that he was the prodigy the Pope had instructed him to monitor. What a gifted youth, Salus mused, though he found Tang San's appearance lacking. Nevertheless, the dual martial spirit of the Haotian hammer stirred a sense of murderous intent within him. Such a talent could not be allowed to oppose the Spirit Hall, especially not as an enemy of Tang Hao. Salus forcefully suppressed the murderous intent within, beckoning a guard over and whispering a few instructions. Everything was observed by Su Yu from the spectator stand. It seems Tang San is destined for trouble, even if he does not oppose the Wuhuan Hall. It appears the Hall will not allow him to have an easy time. A faint smile graced Su Yu's lips. As long as Tang San suffers, he considers him a friend. After watching the guard depart, Su Yu turned his gaze back to the competition, which was nearing its conclusion. Although the current Shrek Academy was not as formidable as portrayed in the original narrative, it was certainly not something the Tiando's second team could rival. In line with Su Yu's expectations, Tang San wielded the Haotian hammer, effortlessly dispatching the Tiando's second team without even resorting to his signature move, the chaotic wind. How simple it is, Tang San thought, as he held the Haotian hammer, casting a disdainful glance at the Tiando second team, who lay unconscious at his feet. The Tiando Academy is nothing to write home about, he mused, looking down at them with contempt. To call such a group the strongest academy in Tiando is laughable. Leaning against the high platform, Su Yu couldn't help but express a similar disdain at the scene unfolding. Although Tang San had grown stronger, his inner self had faltered. Su Yu held a particular contempt for those who derived pleasure from mocking the weak. While Tang San continued to belittle the Tiando's second team, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him. Looking up, he was met with the sight of the man who had instilled boundless fear within him, Su Yu. A subtle smile crept across Su Yu's face as he regarded Tang San's attention directed at him. How amusing, Su Yu thought, his expression calm and composed. Tang San, observing Su Yu's smile, felt a surge of derision and murderous intent. He was confident in his ability to easily defeat Su Yu, and he envisioned a future where this man would meet his demise at the hands of his father and uncle. Just the thought of it quickened his heartbeat with excitement. Just wait. Su Yu, Tang San's eyes glinted with malice. Although Su Yu was unaware of Tang San's thoughts, his formidable mental prowess allowed him to discern the subtle changes in Tang San's expression. Noticing the fleeting flicker of resentment in Tang San's eyes, Su Yu chuckled softly. His strength was sufficient to withstand any treachery, bolstered by the support behind him. In Su Yu's view, Tang San was akin to a clown. Attempting to scheme against him was futile, especially given Tang San's insufficient strength. With a single strike, Su Yu could easily eliminate him, rendering any plots meaningless. Tang San, observing Su Yu's demeanor, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What an arrogant fellow. Does he not understand that fortunes can shift? Just wait until the end. I shall see you grovel before me. Tang San's thoughts were filled with scorn as he regarded Su Yu. Enough of this. The competition has concluded. Everyone, please depart swiftly. Su Yu remarked, shaking his head with a bemused smile as he observed Tang San. The crowd promptly exited the arena, returning quickly to their hotel. That night, Su Yu lay on his bed, gazing quietly at the sky as waves of soul power surged within him. Just as he continued to circulate his soul power, an elder clad in blue appeared in the air outside the hotel. The elder's complexion was rosy, and his tall stature suggested he had once been a strikingly handsome man. This young man is becoming increasingly mysterious. To possess such secretive techniques as lying down while circulating soul power is truly remarkable, Su Yu mused, his gaze penetrating through the hotel window to observe Su Yu's ongoing cultivation. Ah, young lad, I await you at the second floor of the Rinjian restaurant in Tiando City, Su Yu declared, a smile forming as he noted Su Yu's diligent practice. If only I had trained as earnestly as he did back then, perhaps I would not have met my end. Shaking his head, he transmitted his voice as a wave of soul power directed toward Su Yu. Having completed this, Su Yu vanished without a trace, unnoticed by anyone. Suddenly, Su Yu, who lay on the bed, sprang up as Su Yu disappeared. A surge of mental energy enveloped the entire hotel. That voice is oddly familiar. It cannot be. It sounds just like the old man. Yet he is merely an ordinary person. This cannot be right. Su Yu pondered, deep in thought about the voice that had just echoed in his mind. Perhaps I should investigate, he decided, for that voice belongs to the old man, and there is no way I could mishear it. Shaking his head, he approached the window, flinging it open and unfurling his golden wings to soar towards the location indicated by the voice in his mind. He recognized the place, having dined there before. Su Yu's speed, with his wings spread, was astonishing. Within minutes he arrived at the Rinjian restaurant. On the second floor, a smile graced Su Yu's lips as he tucked his wings away and entered. Upon stepping inside, a staff member greeted him. Someone is expecting you, the attendant said. Without hesitation, Su Yu replied, Indeed, I'm a guest of Su Laoyi. Very well, please follow me, the server confirmed, leading Su Yu to a more secluded room. Mr. Su is in here, the attendant announced before departing. With a smile, Su Yu pushed the door open, only to freeze in place. For the figure seated within was none other than the old man he had long speculated about. Ah, the young lad has arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your presence. Come, sit and partake in the meal, Su Yu said, raising a finger to indicate the seat beside him as he began to eat. Old man, how did you end up here? What is going on? Su Yu's face was a portrait of disbelief and astonishment. The elder he had always respected had appeared in Tiando City, and it seemed his power was formidable, far beyond what Su Yu could compare to. That is of little consequence. Let us eat first. I recall you had a fondness for meat as a child, Su Yu remarked, pushing a generous serving of ribs toward Su Yu. How could it be of no consequence? Why are you here? You should be in XiaoWu village. Su Yu bombarded the elder with questions. Enough, I said to sit down and eat quickly. Su Yu sighed at Su Yu's excitement. Thinking to himself that this child was still immature, a true strong man should remain unperturbed in the face of any situation. Observing Su Yu continue to eat without a care. Su Yu's urgency grew. He instantly appeared at Su Yi's side. Chapter 155. The Elder's Teachings. Old man, please do tell, for soon I shall treat. And whatever you suggest, we shall indulge in. A hint of helplessness graced Su Yu's visage. Indeed, that was your promise, Su Yi responded, his eyes alight with interest as he ceased his previous actions. I said it. Now hurry and speak. Su Yu gazed at Su Yi, a mixture of urgency and peculiarity evident on his face. In his hand, a Zeton wood box materialized. This tale is somewhat lengthy, yet I shall be concise. An enemy of yours sought to harm me, but I managed to drive him away, and thus I ventured out for a stroll. Su Yi cast a sidelong glance at Su Yu, smacking his lips dismissively as he waved a hand, seemingly unperturbed. An enemy? To kill you? Su Yu's countenance shifted dramatically, a surge of murderous intent emanating from him. Cough. A mere child should not harbor such intense killing intent. Do you understand? Look, I am perfectly fine. Feeling the aura of hostility from Su Yu, Su Yi shook his head, briefly scanning Su Yu before channeling a gentle soul power that surged into Su Yu's being, dissipating the previously unbidden murderous aura. Very good indeed. Although you struggle to control your killing intent, it is commendable nonetheless. After this competition concludes, you should visit the city of slaughter. It will help purify your murderous disposition. Su Yi gestured towards Su Yu's form, his expression somewhat serene. Old man you. Su Yu gazed at the elder in disbelief. He had grown up alongside Su Yi and believed he understood him well. Yet it appeared that he still had much to learn about this elder. Do not be astonished. I possess soul power, and I am aware of the rabbit by your side. However, I must say, you are quite fortunate. A soul beast of 10,000 years has taken an interest in you. Truly, you are my grandson, inheriting my former brilliance. Su Yi stroked his chin, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded the young man before him. Old man you. Su Yi was about to continue when Su Yi's hand waved grandly, interrupting him. Enough with the you. Let me tell you, women must be courted. Here, I possess a tome of 18 strategies for wooing, a masterpiece I crafted over decades. If you desire it, I shall present it to you. While recounting his illustrious past, Su Yi suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. He rummaged through his garments until his gaze brightened upon retrieving a somewhat yellowed book from his chest. Old man, who exactly are you? Su Yu, without hesitation, accepted the book handed to him. Ah, never mind. I'm merely your grandfather, though I too was a soul master of a bygone era. Su Yi regarded Su Yu with a kindly gaze, opting to share his past without reservation, smiling as he explained. Old man, you mean to say you were a swordsman and drove that brat Tang Hao away? You even know Tang Chun? Su Yi observed the incredulity in Su Yu's eyes. What would I gain from deceiving you? Tang Chun was indeed formidable, yet his descendants leave much to be desired. Su Yi replied, shaking his head, his tone laced with disdain for Tang Chen's progeny. In his time, Tang Chun was a true powerhouse, yet his descendants, like Tang Hao, could not even confront their true enemies, resorting instead to seeking vengeance on innocents. Old man, where do you reside now? Why not accompany me back? I could look after you, Su Yu inquired, a smile gracing his face. Ha, spare me. You merely wish for me to toil for you, and I have no time. I intend to visit old friends in the coming days, Su Yi retorted, casting a bemused glance at Su Yu. Ah, you've caught me, old man, Su Yu admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. I am aware of your intentions. Today, I called you here to impart a crucial lesson. Always protect that which you hold dear, lest you regret it for a lifetime. The future world belongs to you. Pursue your ambitions, for I shall support all your decisions. Su Yi's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, abandoning all levity. Su Yu gazed intently into the elder's aged eyes, sensing the weight of experience and sorrow reflected within. Rest assured, grandfather, I shall safeguard everything precious to me. By the way, you may not know this, but I have obtained the divine inheritance. In the presence of Su Yi, Su Yu shed his facade of maturity, resembling a child eager to showcase a treasure to his family. The inheritance of the goddess of life, the future divine position within the realm of gods, Su Yu declared, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pointed to his forehead, earnestly explaining. Why you, little you, are you truly not deceiving your grandfather? You have genuinely received the inheritance of the goddess of life, and should you pass the trials, you will become the god of life? Sui gulped, staring incredulously at the child he had raised since infancy. Indeed, it is true. If you doubt, feel for yourself. Without hesitation, Sui reached out to touch Su Yu's forehead, sensing the life energy emanating from the mark. Such pure life energy. It radiates constantly. Few could ever achieve such a feat. Su Yi shook his head in disbelief, realizing that this child had indeed matured. He no longer needed to worry about him. His grandson was exceptional. Clearly, my grandson surpasses that Dalu. He never even obtained his family's inheritance, while my grandson has been sought after by the divine. Suddenly, Su Yi appeared to recall something, patting Su Yu's shoulder and bursting into laughter, remarking on how Su Yu outshone Dalu. Old man, will you truly not return with me? I can take care of you. Chapter 156. The Shrek Battle Armor. Su Yu regarded Su Yi with utmost sincerity. His expression grave. Let be. Did I not mention that I intend to reunite with an old friend? We shall meet in Wuhuan City. By the way, do provide a little financial support to your grandfather. I find myself rather impoverished lately, Su Yi replied, extending his hand to Su Yu without a hint of embarrassment. Observing the elder's demeanor, Su Yu sighed deeply. Since you refuse to accompany me, please take this. Seeing Su Yi's steadfastness, Su Yu sighed and handed over the Zetenwood box. What is this? Su Yi glanced at the box in confusion. I asked for money, and you present me with a mere box? Though it is rather heavy, he pondered, opening the box only to find, much to his disappointment, not gold soul coins, but a magnificent lotus instead. The esteemed elder, this is a rare snow lotus that I acquired from the legacy of the goddess of life, possessing the remarkable ability to prolong life. Although your soul power is undoubtedly formidable, consuming this may still yield some benefits. As Su Yu observed the elder's astonished expression, a faint smile graced his lips. This celestial herb had become the most precious possession in his repertoire, and it was perfectly suited for Su Yi. Other herbs, while commendable, often possess a harsher potency. This snow lotus, in contrast, offers a gentler effect, making it more appropriate for the elder. Ah, let be. I am too old for such things. You should consume it instead. The future belongs to the youth, Su Yi said, extending his aged hand to return the snow lotus. Grandfather, I have already consumed it, and this particular snow lotus is indeed ideal for you. My own consumption yielded minimal effects. Rather, I believe you will benefit more from it, Su Yi replied, smiling as he gently placed the snow lotus back into Su Yi's hands, tirelessly explaining its virtues once more. Well, since it is thus, I shall accept it. Now, you young lad, hand over some money. I intend to leave. Su Yi sighed, recognizing the child's filial piety and reluctantly accepting the gift. Grandfather, you are quite pragmatic. It is not as though I am withholding from you, Su Yi remarked, shaking his head in mild exasperation. With a swift motion, Su Yu summoned his mental energy into the cosmos, and several chests appeared before him. Elder, will this suffice? He inquired, eyeing the overflowing chests with curiosity. These chests contained approximately 100,000 gold coins, a modest sum, yet sufficient for the elder's needs. Goodness, this lad is indeed wealthy, Su Yi gasped, astonished by the sheer quantity of gold before him. Initially, he had assumed Su Yu possessed only a few thousand coins, but it was clear he had greatly underestimated the boy's fortune. That will do. You may return now. I am headed to Wuhuan City. Remember my words. Do not let yourself regret your choices, Su Yi instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yu after accepting the money. Rest assured, grandfather, Su Yu replied solemnly, not in a hurry to depart. A smile spread across Su Yi's face, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the room. A few minutes later, Su Yu unfurled his golden wings and swiftly soared back to the hotel. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the venue of the Continental Youth Soul Master Elite Competition. Let us commence today's draw, the announcer proclaimed, revealing the matchups: Zhanghui Academy versus Shunfeng Academy, Leitang Academy versus Tianshui Academy, Shrek Academy versus Xiangjia Academy, and Tianshui Academy versus Shunfeng Academy. How fortuitous! Facing Shunfeng Academy once more, Su Yu chuckled at the screen displaying the draw. Prepare yourselves. We are soon to compete, he announced, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Teacher, our opponent is Xiangjia Academy, also a 5-element academy like Tianshui. How should we approach this match? Tang San and the entire Shrek team were seated in their waiting area, their expressions heavy with concern. Little San, Xiangjia Academy wields the Diamond Mammoth as their martial spirit. Known for its formidable defense, you are the core of this match. Your Haotian hammer possesses immense strength capable of inflicting devastating damage on Xiangjia. Mubai, your role is to protect Little San during this bout, the master said, his tone serious as he looked at Dai Mubai. As the staff announced the commencement of the event, midday approached. As the hour drew near, Shrek Academy's match finally arrived. How dull, Suyu remarked from the competition stage. While Xiangjia Academy possessed decent strength, they were merely at the bottom tier among the 5 elements. Now that Tang San had harnessed the Haotian hammer, defeating Xiangjia would pose no challenge. Suyu, are you not watching the match? Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled by Su Yu's apparent lethargy. I am not, Suyu replied, lying with his head nestled on Wang Qiuer's lap, speaking in a muffled tone. Oh, Zhu Zhuqing paid no heed. As the match quickly commenced with both Shrek and Xiangjia stepping onto the stage, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the somewhat effeminate blonde youth, a tinge of melancholy crossing her features. Is everything all right, Zhuqing? That fellow may be disappointing, but we in Tianshui will always stand as one family. We shall undoubtedly assist you in overcoming your sister. Shui Binger reassured her, gently patting Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand. Shui Binger's gaze was earnest, devoid of any hint of jest, warming Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Since joining Tianshui, her life had flourished, and her rank had rapidly increased by 10 levels in less than a year. An astonishing feat indeed, sister is right. We will certainly support you. Won't we, XiaoWu? Shui Yuer chimed in, joining Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger. Yes, Zhuqing, rest assured, you will triumph over your sister. And we will be by your side, XiaoWu affirmed, her gaze steady on Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 157. Zhu Zhuqing's inner thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth within as she looked at her sisters. How wonderful, she thought, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Time passed, and soon the match between Shrek Academy and Xiangjia Academy commenced. As Suyu had anticipated, Tang San brandished his Haotian hammer and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Xiangjia Academy, augmented by Ning Rongrong's enhancements. Under the cover of Dai Mubai and the others, Tang San swiftly engaged in combat with Xiangjia Academy's leader. The 4 soul rings of the Haotian hammer pulsated ominously as the colossal weapon struck the captain with tremendous force. After enhancing its power with 4 soul rings, the Haotian hammer wielded a terrifying strength approaching 10,000 jin. While the Diamond Mammoth boasted formidable defense, it was no match for the overwhelming might of the Haotian hammer. Xiangjia Academy's leader, Hu Yanli, soon fell to Tang San's might, and without their leader, Xiangjia lost its backbone, leading to a swift defeat at the hands of Shrek's team. How uninteresting, Suyu remarked, shaking his head in bemusement at the unfolding spectacle. Binger, gather the team. It is our turn to compete, he announced, leaping from Wang Qiuer's lap as Tang San concluded his match. All right, let us go. After this competition, the captain will treat us to dinner at the finest hotel in Tiando City, Shui Binger replied with a charming smile, clapping her hands to gather the group together. Is it true? Will Captain Jie really invite us to dine at Tiando Hotel? Shui Yuer's face bore a hint of excitement. Although Shui Yuer possessed wealth, Tiando Hotel was notoriously expensive. Despite her ability to afford it, the prospect of enjoying a meal at someone else's expense was undeniably appealing. Suyu, undeterred by Shui Binger's teasing, smiled at the group. After all, treating others was a mere trifle for him. Even though he had given some money to the elderly gentleman the previous day, his financial resources were abundant. Let us hurry and go. Suyu waved his hand and strode downstairs. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Shui Yuer could not contain her joy and leapt up, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. Sister, let us hurry." She bounced over to Shui Binger, grasping her sister's hand as they made their way downstairs. XiaoWu and Wang Qiuer joined in the lively discussion, their excitement palpable, while XiaoWu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in bemusement. As the eldest among the group, XiaoWu regarded everyone in Tianshui as her younger siblings. This is wonderful, Zhu Zhuqing mused internally, truly captivated by her surroundings. She even entertained the thought of not returning to the Zhu family, imagining a future where she could become a teacher like Wu Xian and Tianshui. Haha, Xiao-san. Your prowess is truly remarkable. The Five Elements Academy is nothing but a trivial institution. Just as Suyu stepped outside, he was met with a loud voice. It was Dai Mubai. Suyu immediately recognized the voice and its owner. The moment Suyu emerged, Tang San and Dai Mubai caught sight of him. Long time no see. A faint smile graced Suyu's face as he noticed the scar on Tang San's cheek. It's been a while. Tang San's smile faded as he observed Suyu clad in the Tianshui Academy uniform. The awkward sensation of having one's dismissive comments overheard was indeed uncomfortable. Tang San, keep pushing forward. Your strength is growing. I hope to face you in a fierce battle on the competition stage. Suyu's tone was gentle, his lips curling into a subtle smile. All right, I too wish to fight you. Tang San forced a smile, though it appeared rather unappealing. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Suyu patted Tang San's shoulder before departing with Tianshui, his smile unwavering. What monster? Tang San muttered under his breath as he watched Suyu leave, clearly sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. Although Suyu did not intentionally project his power, Tang San could not help but perceive it. Suyu, I will defeat you. Just wait. Tang San's gaze hardened as he watched Suyu grow distant. Suyu, however, paid little mind to Tang San. His sole focus was to conclude the competition swiftly. On the competition stage, Suyu and everyone from Tianshui stood facing Feng Xiaotian. I will undoubtedly defeat you in front of CiaoWu today, showing her who the strongest among the younger generation truly is, Feng Xiaotian declared with a serious tone, raising his chin defiantly. His voice was not loud, yet Suyu and everyone present could hear him clearly. All right, good luck. Suyu yawned, dismissively waving his hand. Just as the match was about to commence, the referee suddenly announced the beginning of the contest. Feng Xiaotian, Martial Soul, Swift Wind, Double-Headed Wolf, Soul Power Level, 44. Please enlighten me. Feng Chun, Martial Soul, Swift Wind, Demon Tiger, Soul Power Level, 42. Please enlighten me. Suyu, Martial Soul, Qilin, Soul Skill Level, 52. Please enlighten me. Initially, the audience seemed indifferent to the introductions, but everything changed when it came to Suyu. A Soul King at just 50 levels? This young man's prowess rivaled that of the golden generation from the Spirit Hall. Qinghe, is this Suyu? Truly a prodigious youth. A Soul King is indeed comparable to the elite of the Spirit Hall. It is regrettable that such talent cannot be brought under our banner. The Emperor of Shui expressed his disappointment while observing the spirited young man. Fear not, Your Majesty. Qinghe and Suyu share a good relationship. And who can predict the future? Ning Fengji remarked with a light smile. Not only were Ning Fengji and the Emperor of Shui attentive to Suyu, but Salas also observed him with disbelief. What terrifying talent! Achieving level 50 at such a young age is unparalleled. Even the golden generation pales in comparison, Salas thought, his face grave as he gestured for a soldier to approach him. After whispering instructions, Salas returned his focus to the competition stage, where Tianshui's introductions were nearing completion. Chapter 158, A Light Defeat of Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian let out a low growl as the phantom of a wolf appeared behind him, manifesting the characteristics of his martial soul. A unique wind enveloped Feng Xiaotian as he prepared for battle. Binger, Chower, you handle the others. Leave Feng Xiaotian to me. Suyu said confidently with a smile. Soon after, a majestic Qilin emerged behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. Its form was enveloped in golden flames, radiating an undeniable pressure that bathed the entire arena in a golden light. So this is Suyu's martial soul. It is indeed somewhat terrifying, Feng Xiaotian remarked, feeling the unique presence of the Qilin. It seems CiaoWu's defeat at his hands was no joke. With such power, even my swift wind demon wolf's 36 slashes may not suffice. As Feng Xiaotian sensed Suyu's formidable aura, he momentarily hesitated, lost in contemplation. Come on, brother Feng. Unleash your full potential and relish this match, Suyu encouraged.
Instantly, his aura shifted dramatically. A terrifying energy surged from him, locking onto Feng Xiaotian. At that moment, 5 soul rings appeared behind CiaoWu, 3 purple and 2 black, emanating a power that sent chills through the air. Is this the extent of our captain's strength? Zhu Zhuqing thought, her eyes widening as she felt the overwhelming energy radiating from the usually carefree captain. An extraordinary sensation washed over her. While she had believed the gap between her and CiaoWu had narrowed after becoming a soul master, it was evident that the distance had only widened. This is terrifying. He is truly a monster, Feng Xiaotian said, a mix of excitement and apprehension on his face. First soul skill, Wind Blade Array. 2 massive wind blade rings appeared in his hands, hurtling towards CiaoWu with lethal intent. The fearsome wind blades sliced through the air as if tearing space itself. Closing in on CiaoWu. The speed is commendable, yet remains rather ordinary. Nonetheless, it is a testament to your genius. Considering you are indeed a prodigy from Sheng Academy, and such prowess is to be expected. CiaoWu, gazing at the swift foam run that had appeared before him, couldn't help but chuckle softly. His hand was enveloped by golden scales, forcefully pinning the foam run down. The incessant strikes of the foam run against CiaoWu's hand produced a shower of sparks. Utilizing rotation to amplify attack power, quite an impressive soul skill. However, why not launch a direct assault upon me? A mere strike to my neck would have incapacitated me. CiaoWu let out a light laugh, subtly exerting force in his arm. With a crack, the foam ring shattered entirely within CiaoWu's grasp. To disperse the team leader's soul skill with bare hands is utterly terrifying. One of Feng Xiaotian's companions thought, his eyes widening in astonishment. They were quite familiar with the potency of Feng Xiaotian's soul skills, yet witnessing CiaoWu dispel it with such ease was astonishingly abnormal. What are you staring at? You should be mindful of your surroundings, Shui Binger admonished as her mental energy instantly locked onto the distracted Sheng Academy student. A surge of extreme ice rapidly enveloped the student's legs, swiftly creeping upwards. Not everyone is as formidable as Feng Xiaotian. These students are merely a select few from Sheng Academy, and they pale in comparison to him. The Sheng student attempted to harness his inner soul power to shatter the ice, yet Shui Binger's ice was of the utmost caliber. If a mere student could easily break it, it would indeed be absurd. Others from Sheng Academy tried to intervene, but were swiftly entangled by their companions. Wang Qiu'er and her team were all above level 40, with Wang Qiu'er reaching level 49. With such formidable soul power, augmented by the terrifying three-eyed golden lion, she toyed with her opponents effortlessly. The magic wolf storm. Feng Xiaotian growled as he transformed into a colossal wolf-head tempest. CiaoWu's lips curled into a subtle smile as a shadow of a qilin manifested behind him, colliding with the wolf-head storm conjured by Feng Xiaotian. A thunderous explosion resonated throughout the arena. As the storm dissipated, Feng Xiaotian was hurled away like a broken sack, blood gushing from his mouth. You are quite impressive, and your talent is commendable. However, is it truly wise to risk your life here for that proud woman, CiaoWu? CiaoWu shook his head, bemused. He genuinely could not comprehend CiaoWu's overwhelming allure. I will not allow you to insult my sister, CiaoWu. Swift Wind Wings. CiaoWu, this is my strongest strike. Prepare to be defeated. Swift Wind, Demon Wolf 36 / Feng Xiaotian's figure accelerated in the air, his terrifying silhouette flickering like a specter. The first slash. Feng Xiaotian's wings struck CiaoWu forcefully, causing a change in CiaoWu's expression, quickly followed by exhilaration. Each of Feng Xiaotian's slashes amplified in strength. The joy on CiaoWu's face grew as he considered Feng Xiaotian a potential rival should he develop further, though presently he was still too weak. Qilin steps on the earth. A grin appeared on CiaoWu's face as a massive Qilin figure emerged behind him. In an instant, he appeared before Feng Xiaotian, his foot crashing down upon the space in front of him. A terrifying explosive force erupted beside Feng Xiaotian, sending him plummeting from the sky. He landed heavily upon the arena, creating a deep crater over a meter wide. Feng Xiaotian, your talent and strength are commendable. You may emerge as a worthy opponent in the future. Keep striving, even if your perspective perplexes me. I acknowledge your potential, Suyu declared before departing the arena. The match concluded, coinciding with the end of Wang Qiu'er and her team's battle. Let's celebrate with a meal. Suyu, having only just left, could not suppress a faint smile as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Yay! The captain is the best." XiaoWu leapt up in excitement upon hearing Suyu's words. The joy she radiated brought a smile to Suyu's lips. She truly was the joyous spirit of the team. It's time to eat, and you all must give your best in a competition. Suyu beamed. Of course. Since the captain is treating us to a feast, we shall compete earnestly. XiaoWu replied enthusiastically. Suyu, hearing her words, couldn't help but smile softly. She was indeed a delightful girl. One couldn't help but wonder what levels they would achieve in the future, and XiaoWu gazed at the group of children with a relaxed expression. They should all become titled Douluos in the future. That lad, Suyu, might even reach the pinnacle of soul power, XiaoWu mused, envisioning that future. Outside the Spirit Master City, a terrifying blade aura erupted, as if it would slice the very sky apart. Dalu, you have remained unchanged all these years. Suyu remarked with an indifferent expression as he faced the elder. Another wave of terrifying blade energy surged towards Dalu. Dalu's expression grew slightly grave as a golden holy sword manifested in his hand, unleashing a golden sword aura in response. A violent explosion erupted in that instant. In the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong vanished from her position, a ghostly purple light streaking across the sky. Suyu, I never expected you to still be alive. After your defeat by Tang Shun, I presumed you had perished. It truly is surprising that you have survived and even reached level 99. Dalu hovered in the sky, radiating an endless aura of light. Could you possibly tone down your holy light? Can't you be normal for once after all these decades? Suyu snapped, sending forth another blade aura. Dalu, caught off guard, had to use the angelic holy sword to defend himself. Dalu and Bibi Dong observed the unfolding scene from distance, both astonished by the confrontation of two level 99 powerhouses. The blade energy emanated a sense of lethal danger even to Bibi Dong. Dalu, you remain as insufferable as ever. Suyu sighed, his expression calm. You are equally as bothersome, but I suspect you can no longer surround yourself with a throng of admirers. Dalu smirked, a triumphant smile on his face. Even if I can no longer do so, I have at least experienced it before. You, on the other hand, have never had that privilege. And yet you dare mock me. Suyu replied, unperturbed by Dalu's taunt. Forget it, Dalu, I have come to your domain. And you do not even offer me a meal? Suyu remarked, his tone casual. Follow me. You are truly insufferable. It just so happens I can introduce you to an old friend, Dalu retorted as he led Suyu into the Spirit Master City. Minutes later, Bibi Dong gradually revealed herself. This is indeed the fierce battle of the pinnacle warriors from the XiaoWu era. Truly formidable. Bye-bye Dong. Sensing the surrounding aura of blades, couldn't help but change her expression, pondering deeply. In Wuhan City, Suyu remained oblivious, seated with the crowd in a hotel, sipping cup after cup. Big brother of Haotian's sect, I entrust this matter to you. If that fellow is not eliminated, my heart will never find peace. Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Only by vanquishing Suyu could he truly attain tranquility. Xiao Hao, while I am not unwilling to assist you, you must understand that I am the sect master of Haotian's sect. I cannot take the initiative to strike. I can aid you after you begin your assault, but I cannot act first, Tang Xiao stated with a serious demeanor, acknowledging the constraints of his position. Big brother, I understand. I won't complicate matters for you. I only need you to help me obstruct the powerful ones by his side. Do you think I'm incapable of eliminating this little beast? Tang Hao's gaze was earnest. He comprehended Tang Xiao's predicament. As long as you understand, very well, I shall assist you with this matter. However, Xiao Hao, you must not continue in this manner. You are the Haotian Dalu of Haotian sect, and a Haotian Dalu should possess an unyielding heart. Do you comprehend? Tang Xiao gazed at his younger brother, sighing deeply. The brother he once knew was gradually losing that indomitable spirit. It seemed that the death of Yin had indeed dealt him a significant blow. Tang Xiao shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Nonetheless, despite his dissatisfaction with his brother, as an elder sibling, he felt the obligation to help. After all, Tang Hao was among his closest kin, and he felt a sense of guilt towards him. Days passed, and the competition continued. Qing, what brings you here today? Suyu expressed surprise upon seeing the young man before him. Suyu, brother, it has been a long time. Would you care to chat with me? Qing, he smiled gently. Upon hearing Qing's invitation, a faint smile appeared on Suyu's face. Without hesitation, he rose to follow Qing outside. Suyu, the reason I came is to discuss your past, which I have also investigated. I do not wish to conceal anything from you. I am aware of your enmity with the Dalu. Qing, his tone was calm, devoid of any tumult. Qing, are you suggesting I reconcile with Tang Hao? Suyu knew that Qing would not advocate for him to make peace with her father's murderer, but he feigned ignorance, gazing darkly at Qing. Qing paused at Suyu's expression, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Brother Suyu, I do not mean that at all. I have known you for quite some time and understand your character. I would never ask you to let go of your vengeance. I merely wish to remind you that Haoyan sect has been making significant moves lately. Their sect master, Tang Xiao, has vanished, along with several elders. Qing's gaze was grave and earnest. She felt a sense of foreboding following Tang Xiao's disappearance. I understand. Thank you, Qing. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Suyu responded with a bashful smile. Thank you, Qing. Suyu chuckled lightly, but he did not take Qing's words to heart. He had many powerful allies by his side, not to mention the likes of Di and Ziji. None could compare to Tang Hao. If Tang Hao dared to act in Wuhan City, it would surely be tantamount to courting death. Not only would he have to contend with Bai Dong and Dalu, but his own father would never stand idly by. Although Suyu was unaware of his father's exact rank, he knew it was at least above 97, and even Ziji might not be a match for his father. Suyu felt that there were hardly any forces on the continent stronger than his own. In fact, he believed there were none. Additionally, he had the protection of Guyu Na, and he possessed the dragon scale, which allowed him to contact her at will. There's no need for formality, Suyu. You're a friend I recognize. Although my identity as the Tiando Crown Prince prevents me from aiding you directly, I can still offer you a heads up. Qing's voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of concern. If you ever need assistance, you can take refuge in our Tiando Imperial Palace or my prince's residence. There, even Tang Hao would dare not act recklessly. It would be a matter of our Tiando Empire's face, and Haoyan sect would not easily provoke us. Qing gazed earnestly at Suyu, her sincerity evident. Though Haoyan sect was powerful, they would not easily risk a conflict with an empire. Apologies, but I must decline. Qing, you should know that I have my own backing, Suyu said with a playful wink and a smile. Qing was taken aback by Suyu's demeanor. Recalling their first encounter when she had attempted to take him back, but was thwarted by the formidable allies at his side. The beautiful woman clad in green robes had nearly frightened her, the one who could easily defeat Shilong, not to mention the numerous other powerful beings who had emerged, each surpassing those from the offering hall. Realizing this, Qing's expression shifted. If Suyu truly had such powerful allies, then it was not just Tang Hao, but the entirety of Haoyan sect that would merely be delivering ingredients. If Tang Hao were to perish, perhaps that would please grandfather. Qing, he thought to herself. Though she had been quite young when Tang Hao killed her father, she could still comprehend that he was her lifelong enemy. If Suyu could eliminate Tang Hao, she would feel a sense of joy. Though she was somewhat exploiting Suyu, she understood that he would eventually come to know her true identity. Qing, since there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. The competition progresses day by day, and I must return to keep an eye on things, Suyu remarked, rising with an apologetic smile. Not at all. You may leave, brother Suyu. I will remain here enjoying some tea. Do remember to give your all in the competition. Qing, he replied warmly, showing no signs of disappointment at his departure. Suyu smiled and exited, soon returning to the competition arena. Bing Air, have our opponents been announced? Suyu inquired upon re-entering the Tianshui lounge, spotting Shui Bing Air holding a white list. Yes, they have been announced. It seems rather coincidental. Qihua Academy, I wonder if someone orchestrated this behind the scenes.
Shui Bing Air replied, shaking her head slightly, expressing her resignation. How fortuitous indeed, Suyu chuckled softly, shaking his head as he took the list from Shui Bing Air's hands to examine it. Upon seeing the prominently displayed characters Chiwa, Suyu felt a sense of inevitability wash over him. It appeared he would have to confront that madwoman, Huowu, and this time, he had no intention of holding back. If Fire Dance, this madwoman, is not subdued, she will incessantly cling to him, which has genuinely begun to vex Suyu. Reflecting on this scene, he could not help but silently apologize to Fire Dance in his heart. It is worth noting that Suyu's prowess is rather extraordinary. Even during his battle with Feng Xiaotian, he had only exerted half of his power. Should he unleash his full strength this time, he could likely eliminate Fire Dance in an instant. One cannot help but wonder what expression Fire Dance would wear upon being defeated so swiftly. The mere thought of it brought a faint smile to Suyu's face. Indeed, it would be quite delightful to witness the manifestation of that expression on Fire Dance's face. With a soft smile, Suyu suddenly turned his gaze toward Shui Bing Air, asking, Bing Air, when is the competition scheduled? Is it tomorrow or today? The recent list bore no time indication. He was genuinely eager to see Fire Dance's reaction. The day after tomorrow. We have no competition in these 2 days. Initially, there was one, but upon learning it was us from Tian Shui, they promptly forfeited. Our strength is formidable, and ordinary academies dare not challenge us. Shui Bing Air replied calmly to Suyu's inquiry. She was aware that Suyu did not concern himself with such matters. As the vice captain, it was her responsibility to keep track of the competitions. Aside from battles, Suyu showed little interest in other affairs. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Suyu smiled and moved aside to munch on the grapes on the table. His indifference towards the competition did not stem from arrogance. Rather, it was due to his unwavering confidence in his invincibility. As he leisurely enjoyed his grapes, he engaged in light conversation with XiaoWu nearby. XiaoWu, you made a breakthrough, Suyu suddenly exclaimed, drawing puzzled glances from those around. A breakthrough? Really? So soon? Shui Bing Air approached XiaoWu in disbelief. I originally wanted to surprise you all, but I didn't expect you, Suyu, to be so perceptive, XiaoWu responded, her words eliciting envious looks from Zhu Zhuqing and the others. XiaoWu, your cultivation speed is astonishing. You're almost on par with the likes of XiaoWu. It's truly enviable, XiaoWu remarked with admiration, gazing at XiaoWu. XiaoWu, you yist. My talent is merely average. It is Suyu's talent that is truly terrifying. He reached level 50 and became a Soul King at just 14. That is genuinely formidable, XiaoWu said, prompting XiaoWu to sigh deeply. She felt as though, at 19, she had become an old aunt who could not grasp the capabilities of the younger generation. XiaoWu is right. And XiaoWu, your talent is impressive too, Shui Yuer observed, noticing XiaoWu's disheartened demeanor and gazing at her gently. Don't try to comfort me. I am well aware of my own talent. If it weren't for Su Yu's celestial herb, I wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly. XiaoWu dismissed their reassurances, fully cognizant of her own limitations. Without the celestial herb, she would likely still be around level 42, if not lower. Oh dear, XiaoWu, you are being too modest, Shui Bing Air remarked, shaking her head in exasperation. While XiaoWu's talent may not be as strong as theirs, she was still considered formidable among other academies, ranking amongst the golden generation even in the Spirit Hall. Though she may not match Ulaina and others, she certainly qualified as a super genius compared to most. Furthermore, as a support soul master, her path was inherently more challenging and slower than that of battle soul masters. XiaoWu, do not belittle yourself. Your talent is a divine gift. While you cannot change it, with effort, you can certainly improve. He was about to offer some words of encouragement when a melodious voice unexpectedly drifted in from outside. Turning to look, Suyu immediately spotted Shui Wu Xian standing at the entrance, her face serious as she addressed XiaoWu earnestly. Wu Xian you. XiaoWu, your talent is exceptional. Your future achievements as a title Douluo are merely a matter of time. I do not wish for you to harbor such thoughts any longer. You are my student, and I believe in you. Your teammates believe in you as well, XiaoWu Xian's voice was cool, her gaze sternly fixed on XiaoWu. XiaoWu's talent mirrored XiaoWu Xian's. Both possessed innate soul power of level 8. XiaoWu Xian recalled her own doubts about her talent in the past, which had been dispelled by her own teacher. To find her student facing similar dilemmas was indeed a twist of fate. Understood, Wu Xian. XiaoWu sighed softly in response to XiaoWu Xian's consolation. Su Yu, witnessing this, could not help but let out a sigh as well, uncertain if XiaoWu had truly absorbed the encouragement. All right, let us speak no more of this. XiaoWu, gather everyone. I discovered a delightful barbecue restaurant, and today, I shall treat everyone to a meal, Su Yu announced, standing up and gesturing for everyone to follow him to dinner. Time swiftly passed, and the day of Su Yu's competition finally arrived. A smile graced his face as he anticipated witnessing Fire Dance's expression. He quickly prepared himself and exited the room to meet with Shui Bing Er and the others, heading towards the competition venue. Su Yu, just you wait. I will surely make you aware of my prowess. A fiery figure rushed towards Su Yu as he arrived at the competition site. Coming to a halt just 3 to 4 meters in front of him, she pointed a finger at Su Yu and began to speak. Let us wait and see. Su Yu replied, his expression devoid of emotion, maintaining a bland demeanor as he regarded Fire Dance. His voice was equally tranquil. Just wait. You shall soon witness my trump card. Fire Dance's eyes gleamed with anticipation, confident that Su Yu would find it difficult to withstand her ultimate technique. Even if Su Yu was a soul king, she believed he could not endure her onslaught without consequences. With excitement coursing through her, Fire Dance smirked and declared, just wait for our match, before swiftly disappearing from Su Yu's view. He remained expressionless as he observed her departure. Captain, let's go, Shui Bing Er gently urged, having approached Su Yu while he was lost in thought. Yes, let us proceed. Everyone should take the competition seriously and strive to secure a victory against Qi Hua without any injuries, Su Yu replied, leading the way toward the competition arena. Brother, it seems we must take this seriously. Wang Qiao Er and XiaoWu, walking at the rear, exchanged meaningful glances as they reflected on Su Yu's demeanor. Indeed, Su Yu has become serious. He has lost all interest in amusing these individuals. XiaoWu, observing Su Yu walking at the forefront, couldn't help but express her sentiments. Yes, his patience has been thoroughly exhausted. She has known Su Yu for nearly a decade and possesses an acute understanding of his character, even recognizing his subtle gestures. In the eyes of Wang Qiao and XiaoWu, Su Yu has completely run out of patience with Huowu. They can empathize with his frustration. After all, it is rather uncomfortable when a woman suddenly becomes overly attached. Wang Qiao mused that if she were in Su Yu's position, it would indeed be unbearable. Poor Huowu. Wang Qiao shook her head, silently mourning for her. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the competition. Let us welcome the participants from Wu Yuanshu's Tian Shui and Qihua Academy. As the match reached its midway point, the staff on the stage passionately announced, this is an internal battle of Wu Yuanshu Academy, a clash of ice and fire. This battle will determine the standing of Tian Shui and Qihua within Wu Yuanshu. Now, let's invite our contestants to the stage. With an impassive expression, Su Yu rose from his seat and led the others toward the competition platform. Come on. Huowu, did you not say you would defeat me? I stand before you now. Bring it on. Su Yu stood upon the stage, quietly watching Huowu not far away, his demeanor calm, yet exuding a terrifying aura. A radiant golden light flickered around him, and an overwhelming presence emanated from his form. Come on, sister, this match is a matter of pride for us at Qihua. You must unleash your full abilities against Su Yu. We believe in you. Huowu Zhong said, placing a reassuring hand on Huowu's shoulder, his expression serious. Rest assured, brother, I know my limits, Huowu replied, offering her brother a confident glance. Huowu Zhong said nothing further, trusting that his sister would exercise discretion. As the match commenced, the moment the staff announced the start, a Qilin martial spirit materialized behind Su Yu. With the martial spirit manifesting, Su Yu let out a low growl, and features of the Qilin began to appear on his body, which also grew slightly in stature, a unique aura surging forth from within him. Flame dragon armor, he bellowed, and fiery armor enveloped his form. His pupils transformed into a brilliant gold, a golden light erupting from his forehead, his formidable mental strength overwhelming the entire competition platform. What a powerful mental force. Perhaps this level of mental prowess is comparable to that of a soul saint, thought the previously expressionless Shue, who could no longer maintain his composure, gazing incredulously at the youth before him. Is this truly a 14-year-old boy? His voice brimmed with disbelief, his eyes bloodshot, casting aside the dignity of an imperial ruler in that moment. If he did not witness this match, he might regret it for a lifetime. Such a prodigious talent was something he had never encountered. Qinghe, is there really no way to recruit him? Shui's voice was dry yet tinged with fervor. Father, Shui Qinghe, also known as Qianrenxue, could not find her voice, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had thought herself the most talented individual on Douluo continent, only to discover Su Yu's terrifying gift, a level of explosive power that left her uncertain of her own ability to defeat him. In truth, Qianrenxue found herself devoid of any desire to battle in the presence of Su Yu. Is this truly your power, Su Yu? It is astonishing indeed. The younger generation must seem like mere jesters before you, she mused, her focus narrowing solely to the figure of Su Yu, enveloped in a halo of golden light. On the competition platform, Wang Qiu'er gazed at Su Yu in disbelief. She had never anticipated that he would even employ the Eye of Destiny. It seemed he had genuinely lost all patience, even more so than she had imagined. Was this the extent of Su Yu's power? CiaoWu, feeling the immense pressure akin to crashing waves, could not help but reveal a hint of fear in her pupils, incredulously pondering whether this was indeed his full strength, questioning if he had truly held back before. Feng Xiaotian stood in shock, unable to comprehend the extent of Su Yu's power, thinking, is this truly all of his strength? What a terrifying man. Su Yu had once claimed to possess considerable talent, but was it possible that Feng Xiaotian himself had misjudged? As he contemplated Su Yu's strength, Feng Xiaotian found himself in a state of confusion. Was he truly so insignificant before CiaoWu? Meanwhile, another individual, deeply familiar to Su Yu, was also thrown into disarray. This person was Tang San, who now found himself engulfed in turmoil. His eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Su Yu, feeling an aura that instilled dread within him, prompting him to acknowledge that, at this moment, he felt intimidated. Tang San had previously believed that after specializing in Haotian Hammer, he had closed the gap with Su Yu, but to his shock, that gap had not only remained, but had widened. At this moment, Tang San's confidence in himself began to waver. Could he truly be inferior to Su Yu? Despite having inferior soul rings, why was Su Yu so extraordinarily powerful? After all, he merely possessed a mutated martial spirit of a golden lion. The more Tang San pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of dark malice flickered in his gaze, a shadowy essence seeping from him. Little San, steady your mind. Su Yu is not as formidable as he appears. Your father will resolve this, eliminating all obstacles in your path. Just as darkness enveloped Tang San's vision, a warm voice resonated in his mind. Father, yes, I still have my father. As long as he is back, Su Yu cannot possibly surpass him. After all, my father is a true title Douluo. With this thought, Tang San's confidence was rekindled. Su Yu, though I may not match you now, once my father's plan succeeds, you shall ultimately perish. Everything you possess will belong to me, and I will eliminate each and every one of your companions. Tang San's gaze sharpened, fixating on Su Yu and those around him with a fierce intensity. Just wait. One by one, I will take them from you. Brother, this is the Su Yu I mentioned. You have witnessed his terrifying talent, which can only be described as monstrous. If we do not eliminate him now, he may spell disaster for us in the future. Tang Hao's voice was laden with gravity as he surveyed Tang Xiao and the elders behind him, nodding in satisfaction at the expressions on their faces. Tang Hao, you troublemaker, you are bound to bring misfortune to the Haotian sect. Such strength could not possibly belong to a commoner. Your actions may once again embroil us in a formidable enemy. Just as Tang Hao was considering the elders' responses, a dark-bearded elder emerged, exuding a fierce aura of flames, resembling a colossal volcano. Seventh elder,
You speak true, but the matter has already transpired. Should we fail to eradicate him now, we shall face utter annihilation once he grows stronger. Consider if he becomes a titled Douluo. Who among us could withstand him? Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, all the elders of the Haotian sect fell into contemplative silence. He was indeed correct. If Suyu were to become a titled Douluo and act against the Haotian sect, not a single person would be able to stand against him. At this thought, the seventh elder's gaze turned fiercely resolute. Chapter 163. The Emergence of Guyu Na. Given the circumstances, there is no other recourse. Though I harbor no enmity toward this lad, for the sake of the Haotian sect, we must eliminate him. The seventh elder's eyes fixed menacingly on Suyu, his body emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Despite being expelled from the Haotian sect, Tang Hao still wielded the Haotian hammer. Moreover, he was right. Suyu cannot be allowed to live. He must perish. In the Sheng forest, Ziji looked at the ferocious beast before her, her expression tinged with helplessness. Oof. A mere human dares to target our little Suyu. This time, I shall intervene. Upon hearing Ziji's reasoning for returning, Xiong was immediately incensed, rising to his feet with a furious roar. A terrifying platinum soul force surged from his body, enveloping the entire lake of life. Retracting his soul power, Xiong declared, "We must not only go, but also demonstrate our true strength. A trivial Haotian sect dares to be so audacious, even attempting to harm that lad Suyu. They are courting death." At that moment, Tion's heart burned with rage. Suyu was someone he had watched grow up. To dare lay a hand on him was tantamount to slapping his face. This was truly intolerable. With this thought, a flicker of murderous intent gleamed in Tion's golden pupils. I shall also join. It is the perfect opportunity for me to venture outside. As Tion and the others discussed, a silver figure burst forth from the lake. With beautiful silver hair and a countenance akin to that of celestial being, even Wang Qiu'er and Shuedi paled in comparison before her. Master? Upon Guyu Na's emergence, Tion's eyes widened in surprise. No need to worry. My injuries have healed significantly, and being beside, Suyu will expedite my recovery further. Otherwise, this aimless healing would take me several millennia, time I can no longer afford. Before Tion could speak, Guyu Na asserted decisively, "But master, your aura." Tion looked at her with concern. What would happen if Guyu Na were discovered by the divine realm? The thought sent chills down his spine. You need not fret. Let us depart. I have sealed my aura within. The divine realm will not notice me. With that, Guyu Na vanished from the lake of life. Master, you truly are an impatient one, Bai Ji remarked with a hint of exasperation as she watched Guyu Na disappear swiftly. However, the ferocious beasts, seeing their leader had left, all stood up and headed towards the forest's exit. What a terrifying man. CiaoWu swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she spoke. Now, she was genuinely contemplating whether her skills would be of any use against Suyu. Sister, we must eliminate Suyu. Otherwise, we are doomed. CiaoWu roared, his fire dragon martial spirit instantly manifesting as he charged towards Suyu, enveloped in fierce flames. Not bad, but still too weak. You may withdraw. Suyu's third eye glimmered momentarily. The air around the arena grew heavy with tension as a wave of invisible mental force shattered the surrounding space, crashing forcefully into CiaoWu's mind. Suyu's formidable mental power rendered CiaoWu devoid of combat capability, causing him to collapse, eyes rolling back. It is settled. Binger, you need not intervene. I shall handle this match alone. This contest is utterly tedious. I have lost all patience. Suyu's voice resonated with indifference throughout the arena. Losing interest, he demonstrated such prowess. Standing behind Ning Fengji, Jianduo gazed at Suyu on the arena with a perplexed expression. He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the thoughts of these younger individuals. It seemed he truly was aging. Have I truly grown old? Jianduo shook his head in resignation. However, he had no time for further reflection and instead focused solemnly on the ongoing match. You believe that our fiery passion cannot rekindle your interest? CiaoWu, upon hearing Suyu's words, widened her eyes in disbelief. With a furious roar, she fused her 4 soul rings rapidly, conjuring a massive fireball in her hands. Gritting her teeth,
XiaoWu hurled the fireball towards CiaoWu with all her might. Indeed, I find it difficult to muster any interest in you. Your talents may be commendable, but before me, they seem paltry. After all, my own gifts are unparalleled. CiaoWu's words were unrelenting, and his gaze upon XiaoWu was akin to a strong man looking down upon a weakling. A look that swiftly pierced through XiaoWu's proud heart. With a furious shout, XiaoWu once again gathered a massive fireball in her hands, sending 2 fireballs hurtling towards CiaoWu. Calmly observing the scene, CiaoWu felt a surge of golden soul power coursing through him. No matter how hard you try, such a disparity cannot be bridged. Your heart is already in disarray. You may withdraw. As CiaoWu spoke, a torrent of lightning erupted from his feet, propelling him instantaneously to XiaoWu's side. The 2 massive fireballs collided with him, exploding violently, yet the flames barely stirred his composure. CiaoWu glanced at the flames surrounding him, a smile creeping onto his face. Truth be told, he feared flames the least, for he practiced the burning decision. The resistance to flames it provided was unparalleled, at least within the Douluo realm. XiaoWu's flames, before CiaoWu, were akin to mere nourishment, swiftly refined and absorbed into his body. Enough, this has become tedious. You truly must depart. CiaoWu chuckled softly, and an overwhelming mental force enveloped the entire arena. Confronted by the formidable mental pressure akin to that of a titled Dalu, XiaoWu's complexion instantly turned pale. With a whispered incantation of mental shock, CiaoWu unleashed a portion of his mental strength, enveloping XiaoWu and his teammates. The terrifying force crashed violently into XiaoWu's mind. Within mere seconds, she collapsed to the ground. I have already stated that you can never defeat me. CiaoWu shook his head and was about to depart when XiaoWu, who had been lying on the ground, surprisingly managed to raise her head with great difficulty. CiaoWu, I will definitely catch up to you. XiaoWu shouted at CiaoWu with great effort. An enemy defeated by my hand will never be regarded as a rival. I grant you time to pursue until you can no longer see me. After a week of rigorous study, I'm a bit fatigued and hope you all won't mind if I take a day off to rest. Updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 164. Soon to begin, a subtle air of pride enveloped CiaoWu, emanating a presence that compelled reverence. XiaoWu, struggling to watch CiaoWu depart, felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Her earnestness and honor seemed to be regarded as mere trifles in CiaoWu's eyes. Brother, you're so handsome. You were amazing today. Are you tired? Today, I'll treat you. What would you like to eat? Wang Qiuer exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement as she approached CiaoWu and embraced his arm. Tang Hao, now that we are at this juncture, when do you propose we strike? Surely, we won't wait until after the events in Wuhan City. Elder Seven spoke to Tang Hao with a serious tone. Having already dismissed CiaoWu as a mere corpse in his mind, they had come with a full contingent of 8 titled Douluos. Could 8 titled Douluos truly fail to eliminate a mere Soul King? It was laughable. No matter how exceptional CiaoWu's talent might be, he was but a fleeting shadow before them. CiaoWu, it has been a long time. A cool figure appeared before him the moment the crowd exited the arena. Silver hair, violet eyes, and a beauty beyond compare. Master Guyuna! Wang Qiuer exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing Guyuna. Qiuer, it has indeed been a while. You have changed since our last encounter. Just call me Na Jia, Guyuna said with a slight squint and a cheerful smile as she observed Wang Qiuer. Na Jia, it's so good to see you again. At that moment, CiaoWu approached. Guyuna's gaze fell upon the mark on CiaoWu's forehead, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, quickly concealed. CiaoWu, it has truly been ages. You haven't returned in several years, have you? Guyuna remarked with a radiant smile, playfully patting CiaoWu's shoulder. Na Jia, you are as beautiful as ever, truly the first beauty in my heart. CiaoWu complimented. You always have such sweet words, Guyuna replied with an amused smile, reaching out to caress CiaoWu's golden hair. I am not joking. Your beauty is no jest, CiaoWu replied with a cheerful grin directed at the enchanting woman before him. You. Oh, Guyuna. She shook her head in exasperation. I just heard that Qiuer said she would treat us to a meal. I must shamelessly tag along, Guyuna said, her gaze soft and focused on Wang Qiuer. If Na Jia is willing to come, that would be wonderful. Wang Qiuer exclaimed, hugging Gu Yuna's arm. Now, now, Gu Yuna chuckled, gently tapping Wang Qiuer's forehead with her delicate hand. Hee, XiaoWu, is this also a senior of Suyu and XiaoWu? Shui Bing'er inquired, intently observing the beautiful woman before her. Show her some respect. Even the Snow Empress would likely pale in comparison to her strength. XiaoWu gazed in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Gu Yuna. She is the master of all soul beasts. It is truly astonishing that she is here. Come here. Little rabbit, let me have a look. Gu Yuna gently ruffled Wang Qiuer's hair before turning her warm gaze to XiaoWu, waving her hand. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's words, XiaoWu dared not hesitate and quickly approached her. Mistress, XiaoWu began, but was interrupted by Gu Yuna. No need for that. Just call me Nana Jia. You have good talent. If you follow Suyu closely, you may still have a chance to ascend to divinity. Gu Yuna assessed XiaoWu's cultivation with a nod, her tone casual yet profound. Her voice was barely audible. Only XiaoWu could discern it. Ascend to divinity? XiaoWu's pupils dilated. An overwhelming sense of disbelief surged within her. Nana Jia, let us go. I will treat you to delicious food. Suyu interjected, smiling as he approached Gu Yuna. All right, let us go. I am curious to see what culinary delights this place offers, Gu Yuna replied, a smile gracing her lips. Suyu led the group to a modest barbecue stall. This will do. Although it is a stall, the food is quite delectable. I hope Nana Jia does not mind. Suyu turned to see Gu Yuna already seated, chatting amiably with everyone. And he couldn't help but grin at her nonchalant demeanor. It seemed she had no reservations whatsoever. Suyu shook his head and called out to the owner to begin serving. Nana Jia, I never expected you to come out personally. Is your injury all right? Suyu asked curiously, concern evident in his eyes, as he was well aware of the severity of Gu Yuna's injuries. It was indeed remarkable that she had emerged earlier than expected, given that she was meant to appear only after 20,000 years. Gu Yuna shook her head, took a skewer from the table, took a bite, and her beautiful eyes lit up before she turned to Suyu. My injury is not a significant issue anymore, and being near you accelerates my recovery due to the fortune that surrounds you, far more than I could achieve on my own. Gu Yuna's voice resonated in Suyu's mind, clarifying his inquiries. Okay, Nana Jia, take your time eating, Suyu said, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness, and he joined the others in feasting. Suyu's eating speed was astonishing. Soon, Gu Yuna noticed his unusual pace. He swallowed without even chewing. However, Gu Yuna was no ordinary individual. Her speed matched his, and soon they were engaged in a friendly rivalry of consumption. Truly remarkable. The master is indeed an extraordinary woman, Suyu thought as he watched Gu Yuna devour the food before him in awe. Tang Hao, is that woman beside him his formidable ally? She is beautiful, but is she truly capable? Elder Six regarded Tang Hao with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. To be honest, I have never seen this woman before, but I am aware that the one with violet hair beside her is likely one of his powerful connections. Tang Hao replied, gazing at Gu Yuna, his expression revealing a trace of admiration. This woman is truly breathtaking. Even Aim pales in comparison to her, making her the embodiment of perfection. Chapter 165. Gu Yuna and the Golden Dragon Spear. For now, let us refrain from taking action. Shaosun expressed his desire to compete against Suyu once more. Tang Hao surveyed everyone present, speaking with an air of ease. He no longer viewed Suyu as a formidable opponent. With ample support by his side, the individuals behind Suyu could not possibly overturn the situation. Suyu was destined to perish at his hands, and allowing his son to engage in battle posed no issue. Although Tang Hao believed that Tang San could never defeat Suyu, witnessing the disparity would serve as motivation for the future. The crowd nodded in agreement. Since Tang Hao had voiced his opinion, they had no objections. After all, Tang San was a promising talent, and a match against Suyu would be beneficial. Furthermore, demonstrating Suyu's prowess would reveal the true strength of the Haotian sect. It was not an opportune moment for confrontation. Ah, little insects, Gu Yuna's gaze swept over. A surge of mental energy locked onto a few figures cloaked in black. Never mind for now. I shall observe how you intend to breach the protection of Di Tian and Xue Di. Upon sensing the strength of Tang Hao and the others, Gu Yuna could not help but shake her head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Sister Nana, are you all right? Suyu cast a puzzled glance at the turn Guyu Na. I'm fine, continue eating. Slow down. Have you never eaten before? Guyu Na shot a disapproving look at Suyu, who was voraciously devouring his meal, and then playfully smacked him on the head. I was just hungry. Can't a person eat? Suyu protested, casting a wrong glance at Guyu Na, which made her feel uncomfortable all over. All right, stop messing with me. There are a few little insects spying on us over there. Do you want to take care of them? Following Guyu Na's gaze, Suyu looked into the distance, but saw nothing. Nevertheless, he did not doubt her keen perception. Guyu Na's vision undoubtedly surpassed his own. She could not be mistaken. Seeing the inquiring look in Guyu Na's eyes, Suyu shook his head. Let us wait until they make their move before we act together. We are uncertain if they have all arrived or if only a few have come. It is better to strike when they engage. After some contemplation, Suyu turned to Guyu Na with a serious expression. If that is the case, then so be it. I will refrain from taking action. However, I sense the aura of the golden dragon emanating from you. What is the story behind it? Guyu Na queried, her voice reaching Suyu's mind through her soul power. In a while, you may be in for quite a surprise, Sister Nana, Suyu replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. He had no intention of concealing the golden dragon spear from Guyu Na, nor could he. There was no need for secrecy. The golden dragon spear was not particularly suited to him, as he intended to gift it to ChiaoWu in the future. Guyu Na regarded Suyu with curiosity, noting that he did not plan to divulge the details at that moment. Rather than feeling upset, she continued to enjoy her meal, knowing she would eventually learn the truth. After a few rounds of drinks, Suyu returned to the hotel with Guyu Na, who promptly booked a room using his money. Let's discuss, Guyu Na said, perched on the bed, her long legs crossed as she looked curiously at the growing young man before her. Sister Nana, look, Suyu gestured, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Guyu Na's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of wide-eyed astonishment as she quickly approached Suyu. The spear was immediately in her grasp, her eyes reflecting profound sorrow as she trembled while caressing the golden dragon spear. Where did this come from? Guyu Na's voice was subdued. Suyu shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. Sister Nana, I acquired this unexpectedly, but I cannot disclose the reason. He sighed, feeling somewhat resigned. Is it perhaps a divine artifact? Guyu Na's pupils widened, but she quickly regained her composure. A deity would not have discovered her, and it was unlikely that anyone would bestow a divine weapon upon Suyu at this moment. Yet, the golden dragon spear was indeed in his possession, indicating that this young man held numerous secrets. Guyu Na shook her head, casting a discreet glance at Suyu. Noticing that Guyu Na refrained from pressing further, Suyu could not help but smile. It was a relief that she did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, he would have faced a predicament, having to explain that he had traversed a system capable of acquiring items from myriad realms. He shook his head, feeling slightly exasperated. Take good care of this spear. It shall accompany you until you fully inherit the position of the goddess of life. Guyu Na shook her head and returned the golden dragon spear to Suyu, who grasped it without hesitation. I do not intend to wield this spear indefinitely. After this competition concludes, I plan to gift it to ChiaoWu. As this spear is truly the weapon that suits her best, it is not meant for me. Suyu shook his head, his tone calm. The golden dragon spear was most compatible with Wang ChiaoWu's martial soul, while his own Qilin martial soul required no weapon. Moreover, his martial soul had not yet fully awakened. Once it did, Suyu would not need any weapon at all. You don't need to give it to that girl. Do you realize what you hold? Guyu Na looked at Suyu in disbelief, feeling somewhat bewildered. It was not that she was distressed over parting with the weapon. Rather, she recognized that Wang ChiaoWu was indeed the most suitable wielder of the golden dragon spear. She was simply astonished by Suyu's nonchalance in offering a true divine artifact. Of course I know what it is, Sister Nana, but I believe that ChiaoWu's safety is paramount. A divine artifact is inconsequential in comparison. I have already received the inheritance of a deity, so allowing ChiaoWu to use a divine artifact for protection seems reasonable. Suyu smiled as he placed the golden dragon spear back into the Star River. Guyu Na sighed softly as she observed him. Ah, the youth of today, to speak so lightly of a divine artifact is truly astonishing. Chapter 166.
Jun's transaction. Well, if you wish to give it, then do so. But you must also convey to her the value of the golden dragon spear, ensuring she does not lose it. Now, you may leave, Guiyuna said, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. Suyu did not linger and promptly exited Guiyuna's room, mindful not to overstay his welcome in a girl's chamber. For if that girl were to find out, it would surely lead to chaos. After leaving the room, Suyu returned to his own quarters to rest. In the early morning, Suyu gracefully arose from his chamber, gazing at the sky outside, his heart brimming with joy. Today, there were no competitions. Ever since Suyu had triumphed over CiaoWu, no one dared to challenge him again. His combat prowess was unparalleled, and within the entire Tiando competition zone, no one could rival him. Consequently, the competitors had all but surrendered to the inevitable truth that they could not defeat Suyu. Relishing the absence of a match, Suyu wandered leisurely through Tiando City. Soon, a familiar group of individuals appeared before him. Tian, you have arrived. This time, I shall trouble you. Suyu smiled warmly at the gathering, addressing Tian. Oh, spare me your flattery. You always say that, yet you never fail to call upon us, Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha. Since you insist, I shall not express my gratitude. Let us proceed. Sister Na has long since arrived, Suyu responded, feeling a touch of embarrassment, before swiftly changing the subject. Pray tell, what is the matter? Is it even beyond ZG's capability? Tian inquired, prompting Suyu to shake his head in resignation. Without hesitation, Suyu recounted the trials he faced growing up, being targeted by the master and his ilk. What a despicable master. To think he would seek to harm young Suyu over soulbone. This is utterly outrageous. I, Sheng, shall not let him off lightly, Sheng declared, his fury palpable, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Even Suyu could sense the dark golden soul power surging forth from Sheng. Calm yourself, please. Tian implored as he placed a hand on Sheng, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him. Honestly, can't you maintain your composure? What if the humans discover us? Wang remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Sheng. Although he himself would face no repercussions from humans, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. He was not one to relish brawls as Sheng did. Suyu chuckled softly, choosing not to comment as he led the group back to their hotel, where he secured rooms for each of them. Having resided in this hotel for several months, he was well acquainted with the establishment, and within moments, he had arranged accommodations for his companions. Sister Nana, XiaoWu, are you both here? Tian and the others have arrived. Will you join us? Suyu inquired, standing at the entrance of Guiyuna's room, observing the two extraordinary beauties within. Oh, they're here. Guiyuna's eyes brightened as she followed Suyu into his room. Upon entering, Tian lowered his head respectfully. Yes, I entrust this task to you, as I will not intervene this time, Guiyuna stated calmly, addressing the group. Upon hearing her words, Suyu maintained a neutral expression. It would be far too simple if Guiyuna were to intervene. It was best to allow Tian and the others to take action, offering Tang Hao and the group a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, Guiyuna's involvement would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Understood, my lord. I shall take full responsibility for Suyu's matters, Tian affirmed, never questioning Guiyuna's decisions, as was his custom. Very well, Suyu. Please outline how we shall proceed. I am all ears, Guiyuna encouraged with a smile. Certainly, I shall explain, Suyu replied, stepping forward to address everyone with a serious demeanor. He swiftly laid out his plan, initially allowing Tang Hao and his companions to lower their guard, then catching them all in one fell swoop when they made their move. Indeed, that sounds plausible. I am eager to see who dares to lay a hand on my people, Sheng said, his expression grave and filled with murderous intent as he slapped his face. Observing Sheng's demeanor, Guiyuna shook her head. They are merely insignificant pests, easily dealt with, she remarked with a hint of exasperation. In her eyes, Tang Hao was but a mere insect. If she so desired, she could open a portal and eliminate him and his companions without effort. Guiyuna possessed the capability to execute such feats, and even though she had sealed some of her power, retaining only her 99th level of strength, performing these actions remained well within her grasp. Very well, I shall take my leave. You all stay here and enjoy yourselves. The lake of life can wait. The human world is rather intriguing. Have fun, Guyuna said with a smile, departing with her attendant, Wang Qiao. So you wear your supplies. If you do not provide them, we shall not assist you, Xiong whispered, pulling at Su Yu's clothing. Su Yu glanced at Xiong, bemused, as he flipped his hand to reveal several small vials. Here, take them quickly. Your keen eyes are quite impressive, he responded, shaking his head in resignation. After ensuring no one was watching, Su Yu tossed the items into Xiong arms. This should suffice for a considerable time, Su Yu sighed, pondering the appropriateness of such an encounter. He knew well Xiong penchant for these requests, which had begun since he started associating with Tian. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, following that previous battle, no one dared to make a move against her. The Tian Shui team had achieved a perfect record of 24 victories in 24 matches, and today, they would finally face the only team bold enough to challenge them, Shrek Academy's Tang San and Dai Mubai. At last, we have encountered them. This time, I shall make them regret ever crossing paths with us, XiaoWu declared, shaking her fists in frustration. Mind your language, Su Yu admonished, playfully pinching her ear. That hurts. I promise not to say it again, XiaoWu replied, rubbing her ear as she looked up at Su Yu with teary eyes. By air, you shall primarily focus on controlling them. They will undoubtedly rush at me. Your task is to hold them off as long as possible. And even if you cannot contain them entirely, every moment counts, Su Yu encouraged, patting Shui by Air's shoulder with a gentle smile. He held immense faith in Shui by Air's control abilities. Possessing the ultimate ice, her combat strength was far superior to that of most soul masters, despite her slower cultivation pace before reaching the 70th level. Moreover, it is needless to mention that Shui Bing possesses the formidable Wuhan, the Ice Phoenix, a truly exceptional spirit. When compared to the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the Ice Phoenix stands equally strong. Fear not, she said, revealing a faint smile on her face. Her current strength remains formidable, at least among the younger generation. Apart from these two extraordinary individuals before her, there should be no one capable of defeating her at the 40th level. Shui Bing is genuinely confident in this regard, as she is well aware of the terrifying power of ultimate ice. Let's proceed, for this battle may be our last in the Tiendo competition. With this thought, Su Yu could not help but smile. What a delightful turn of events, Tang Hao. Your demise is imminent. Su Yu stepped onto the battlefield, casting a glance at a figure clad in a black robe on the competition stage. Although shrouded by the dark garment, Su Yu was certain it was Tang Hao. As the third match commenced, Shrek Academy faced off against Tianshui Academy. I now declare the match to begin, the staff announced loudly, before leaping down, leaving two teams on the stage that seemed to spark with intensity. The audience erupted in excitement, and Tang San was equally thrilled, while the master was even more so. A woman clad in black from Shrek Academy gazed with a complex expression at Tang San and the others on stage, turning to the master beside her. She could not help but let out a deep sigh. Come now, perish before me. You are finally about to meet your end. A fierce glint sparkled in the master's eyes, and even the soul sage, Lu Erlong, could not help but furrow her brow. I shall take my leave. Lu Erlong's voice was cool, tinged with a hint of detachment. The master did not even glance back as he permitted Lu Erlong to depart. At the moment of her exit, a crystalline tear seemed to flow from Lu Erlong's eye. Begin, Tang San. Did you not wish to defeat me? Come forth. Su Yu stepped forward. Golden soul power surged throughout his being, and streams of soul energy erupted from him, enveloping the entire arena. The Qilin Wuhuan materialized behind Su Yu, a terrifying energy radiating across the stage. What an awe-inspiring individual. Xiao San, are you truly going to face this fellow one-on-one? He is far too powerful. Dai Mubai inquired with a serious demeanor, resting a hand on Tang San's shoulder. Yes, Mubai. Rest assured, I am aware of my own strength. While I certainly cannot defeat this individual, I seek to understand the disparity between us, and besides, do we not have our trump card? A faint smile graced Tang San's lips. He believed that the trump card bestowed by his master would enable him to easily vanquish Su Yu. After all,
Even if Su Yu were incredibly strong, he could not possibly overcome the true form of the Wuhuan. A subtle smile played on Su Yu's lips as he regarded Tang San, his eyes filled with a provocative gleam. "Come forth," Tang Hao determination shone in his gaze. A massive Haotian hammer materialized in his hand, its dark surface shimmering with a chilling radiance, as waves of potent soul power emanated from the weapon. "Come forth," Tang San growled, charging toward Su Yu. The formidable Haotian hammer swung down with tremendous force aimed directly at Su Yu. With a smile, Su Yu exchanged a glance with Shui Binger, then stepped forward, extending his hand to intercept the Haotian hammer. Tang San, noticing Su Yu's apparent nonchalance, could not help but smile, skeptical that Su Yu could halt the Haotian hammer, which weighed thousands of pounds, now approaching 10,000. However, disbelief soon washed over him. For Su Yu's hand remained unscathed, while his Haotian hammer was unexpectedly stopped. "Impressive strength, yet it is inadequate," Su Yu remarked with a low voice as a terrifying azure flame erupted from his hand. The flames surged toward Tang San, following the path of the Haotian hammer. Tang San's eyes widened in terror at the sight of the flames emanating from Su Yu's hand, causing the Haotian hammer to slip from his grasp. Such fearsome flames! What a monstrous opponent! Tang San inhaled deeply, swiftly evading Su Yu's inferno. Su Yu, grinning, revealed a thunderfire armor enveloping him. In an instant, he appeared before Tang San. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, who had been observing from afar, summoned 3 soul rings, sending them forth toward Tang San. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong's intervention, Tang San's expression brightened. The Haotian hammer returned to his hand, and he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, each more forceful than the last, directed at Su Yu's head. Yet, Su Yu did not evade. Each time, he simply extended his hand to meet the hammer. Remarkable power indeed. This is a chaotic storm, quite impressive, yet still insufficient to breach my defenses. Su Yu pressed his fingers to his brow, then clenched his fist and struck decisively against Tang San's Haotian hammer. The resulting force erupted violently, sending Tang San flying. In an instant, a massive fireball appeared in Su Yu's hand, hurtling toward Tang San. The terrifying flames raising the arena's temperature by several degrees. Chapter 168. The brutality of Tang San 2. The Haotian shield, Tang San wielding the Haotian hammer, roared as the hammer floated around him like a dart, spinning continuously. Each rotation summoned fierce winds that swirled around his body. "Ah, so this is the sole skill of your Haotian hammer. However, the might of the Flame Emperor is formidable." Su Yu's eyes gleamed with indifference. The colossal fireball crashed into the ground, the ensuing flames significantly raising the arena's temperature, and Tang San, positioned closest, was instantly propelled away by the blast's aftermath. What a monstrous situation! Tang San, sprawled on the ground, felt the burning heat on his skin and cast a glance at Su Yu, whose demeanor remained unruffled, pondering within. With great effort, Tang San rose, raising the Haotian hammer and fiercely striking at Su Yu, the hammer cutting through the air with a force that seemed to shatter space itself, locking onto Su Yu's form. A fiery assault. Su Yu, noticing Tang San daring to attack once more, could not help but smile faintly. A massive magma hound erupted from his hand, colliding violently with Tang San's Haotian hammer. Upon seeing the magma, Tang San's eyes widened, and the burned areas on his body began to throb painfully. His expression darkened, and the murderous intent surrounding him intensified, directly honing in on Su Yu. "It is you, indeed it is you. Had it not been for you, how could my face have become like this? You shall perish." Tang San's gaze shifted, the dark energy surrounding him growing ever more potent. "Mubai, come to my aid," Tang San roared, prompting Dai Mubai and the others to rush to his side. All their soul power surged into Tang San without reservation, causing the Haotian hammer in his hand to swell to a size of several dozen meters. The towering Haotian hammer, stretching several meters, transformed into a brilliant gold before shifting to a deep crimson, emanating an ominous aura. Tang San's voice emerged hoarsely, akin to a vengeful specter rising from the depths of hell, the chilling intent causing even Dai Mubai to shiver. CiaoWu, embodying the Qilin's might, coldly snorted and instantaneously appeared before Tang San, ruthlessly stamping down upon the very fabric of space before him. The realm erupted violently as CiaoWu's foot shattered the dimensional barrier, an invisible explosion engulfing Tang San in its wake. Undeterred by the devastation that left his own form ragged, Tang San resolutely brandished the Haotian hammer, charging toward CiaoWu with unwavering determination. Yet, CiaoWu would not allow the Haotian hammer to strike him unopposed. A suit of armor materialized, bracing against the impending blow. The hammer collided with the armor, and CiaoWu was sent crashing down like a cannonball onto the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood erupted from Tang San's mouth, droplets falling from his injured body, yet his expression remained eerily ecstatic, a mad grin spreading across his face. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Qiu'er stepped forward, narrowing her eyes as a torrent of golden soul power surged forth from her being, forcing Tang San to stagger back. However, Tang San paid no heed to her presence, his laughter resembling that of a lunatic. "Finally dead, I presume? A blow from the Haotian hammer should ensure that." Tang San's words were soft, yet resonated clearly across the arena. Observing Tang San's deranged demeanor, the final member of their team, Ning Rongrong, sighed, contemplating her withdrawal from Shrek Academy post-battle. Feeling disenchanted with such an institution. "My brother will never be defeated by scum like you." Wang Qiu'er scoffed disdainfully at Tang San. "Whether he is dead or not is not for you to decide. My brother's strength is beyond your comprehension." Her gaze towards Tang San was laced with contempt. "Whether he lives or dies is not your concern. CiaoWu is dead. He cannot possibly survive under the onslaught of a martial soul's true form." A mocking smile crept across Tang San's scorched visage. "The might of the Haotian hammer is beyond your imagination," he declared with a confident grin. Having absorbed the soul power of his 6 teammates, he believed his strength had reached the level of a soul sage. Convinced that CiaoWu could not withstand such a formidable attack. What a frog in a well. Wang Qiu'er shook her head at Tang San's arrogance. Just as Tang San reveled in his triumph, a sudden cough emerged from the obscuring dust. Upon hearing that sound, Tang San's body stiffened. A golden-haired figure gradually emerged from the haze. "Quite formidable indeed. Had it not been for my flame dragon armor, I might have truly been in trouble," CiaoWu remarked, adjusting his disheveled clothing with a hint of resignation. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged from within him. Behind CiaoWu, the colossal Qilin phantom materialized, radiating an immense power and locking its gaze upon Tang San. "Impossible. This cannot be. You cannot possibly be alive. You cannot withstand the assault of the Haotian's true form." Tang San's expression turned frantic as he gazed at CiaoWu, raising the Haotian hammer anew to strike. "Go!" CiaoWu roared, and the formidable Qilin phantom lunged fiercely towards Tang San, sealing off all avenues of escape. To die, being struck will truly result in death. In a moment of desperation, Tang San disregarded his pride and began to shout frantically, "We concede! We concede!" CiaoWu, however, merely smirked disdainfully, showing no intention of retracting his Qilin strike. To do so would invite backlash upon himself. Why should he suffer for Tang San's sake? CiaoWu's expression remained stoic as he observed his attack nearing Tang San. Just as it was about to connect, a black Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, interposing itself before Tang San. The Qilin strike collided with the hammer, sending it flying several meters away. Although Tang San's defense held momentarily, the resultant shockwave from the explosion hurled him backward, crashing him into the ground. In the aftermath, Tang San coughed up fragments of his shattered internal organs, collapsing weakly to the ground. What a terrifying individual. Such strength is truly alarming. This thought crossed Tang San's mind as he slipped into unconsciousness. Tang Hao, concealed in a hidden corner, bellowed hoarsely, his hands pressed against the wall, the sound of crumbling bricks echoing as he pulverized them into dust. "Little Hao, steady your mind. Now is not the time to act. Your use of the Haotian hammer has likely alerted CiaoWu. If you expose yourself now, our plan will be jeopardized. The Haotian clan cannot afford another formidable enemy," Tang Xiao admonished, noticing Tang Hao's intent to confront CiaoWu.
I understand, brother. I will remain still. But I pity little San. Once our plan succeeds, Suyu must be my target for vengeance. Tang Hao replied hoarsely, crushing another stone into powder. Little San, are you all right? Suyu, how cruel you are to have reduced little San to this state, the master exclaimed, initially smiling at Suyu's airborne tumble. Only for the narrative to twist dramatically as Suyu returned to the arena, swiftly dispatching Tang San. Am I truly cruel? I'm not as ruthless as you. Suyu replied with a faint smile. It truly is you. The master gasped in disbelief. Of course it is me. If this gets out, what will you do? Suyu remarked, casting a knowing glance at the master before departing. Such garbage, Suyu muttered with a scornful smile. After the match concluded, the officials rushed onto the arena to declare the event's end. The conclusion was met with fervent applause from the Emperor Shui, who inspired the crowd with a rousing speech. Soon, the grand finals would commence, determining who among them would be recognized as the strongest disciple of the continent. As the emperor, Shui could not leave Tiando City. After concluding his address, he announced that Crown Prince Shui Qinghe would represent him as the envoy of the Tiando Empire for the tournament's judging. The 15 teams from the Tiando Empire would be personally escorted by him to the city at the border of the two great empires for the final showdown, which would be presided over by the Spirit Hall. The various teams were granted only 3 days to prepare, after which a contingent of 15 teams, alongside their instructors and 500 royal knights, numbering over 1,000 individuals, would set forth for the venue of the finals, Wuhuan City. The location of the finals was not originally set in Wuhuan City, but for reasons unknown, the Wuhuan Temple suddenly decided to relocate the final match to its main city. This city is almost entirely under the control of the Wuhuan Temple, situated at the junction of two great empires, neither of which claims ownership. Most significantly, one of the two grand halls symbolizing the Wuhuan Temple's highest ideals, the Pope Hall, is located within Wuhuan City. This newly constructed Pope Hall is touted as the most magnificent edifice across the entire Douluo continent. Consequently, Wuhuan City has become a sanctum for all soul masters, akin to a capital established by the Wuhuan Temple itself. The journey from Tiando City to Wuhuan City spans approximately 20 days. The duration of the finals is not particularly lengthy, as it follows an elimination format, with a total of 33 teams. The victor can be determined in less than 10 days. The Wuhuan Temple places immense importance on this final competition during the advancement matches. Wuhuan City had already designated a specific area as the venue for this continental elite competition. Simultaneously, Wuhuan City issued a decree that during the tournament, no non-soul masters, including nobles, may enter to observe the matches. This decree adds an air of mystery to the final competition. The common folk do not express discontent towards such a decree from the Wuhuan Temple, as soul masters inherently hold a lofty status above them. The Wuhuan Temple is regarded as a divine sanctuary in their hearts, and who would dare question a decree issued by the Pope, Bibi Dong? A grand procession of over 1,000 individuals set forth. Though each academy operates independently, they collectively represent the Tiando Empire, which has significantly dulled the competitive atmosphere compared to the preliminary and advancement rounds. In particular, several amicable academies chose to journey together. To ensure the participating teams could rest adequately, the Tiando Empire specially crafted 15 luxurious large carriages for their comfort. However, one team was notably absent, Shrek Academy, which had withdrawn after Tang San was incapacitated by Suyu. Soon, the moment for Tang Hao would arrive. I understand your sentiments towards that young man, yet you must endure. Little San has already been sent to Hao Ian's sect, where the healing conditions are certain to facilitate his recovery, possibly even restoring his appearance. Tang Xiao gently patted his companion Tang Hao, observing the latter's body relaxing, and he could not help but sigh in relief. The journey continued peacefully, and 10 days passed swiftly. They had traversed half the distance to Wuhuan City. The Royal Knight Brigade, consisting of 500 elite guards, was comparable to royal kin, receiving the finest hospitality in every city they passed. No troubles were encountered along the way. Suyu, feeling bored, lay within one of the carriages, lamenting the lack of action as he awaited Tang Hao's arrival.
Just when Suyu was lost in thought, a sudden downpour of rocks cascaded down from the hillsides, appearing both abrupt and orderly, swiftly descending towards them. Upon witnessing this, Suyu's expression transformed into one of delight. Finally, the moment had arrived. As he finished his thought, 9 figures suddenly materialized within his carriage. Emperor Tian, it is time for you to take charge. Suyu nodded to him before alighting the carriage. The moment he stepped down, he spotted a massive boulder hurtling towards him. With a fierce roar, Suyu unleashed the terrifying phantom of the Qilin, which struck the boulder with tremendous force, reducing it to dust. Chapter 170. The arrival of Tang Hao at last. Has he arrived? A faint smile graced Suyu's face as the Snow Empress and Ziji appeared beside him. Humph, Suyu, you have finally come. You shall repay the injuries inflicted upon my son in full. A thunderous voice resonated through the sky as a colossal Haotian hammer materialized above Suyu, aiming to crush him. Under the weight of the Haotian hammer, the very fabric of the void seemed to be locked in place, casting a shadow over the heavens. Ziji, her eyes gleaming with disdain, transformed partially in her dragon form, her violet tail whipping like a lash towards the Haotian hammer. Upon collision, an explosion erupted, and the Haotian hammer was sent flying. Ziji gracefully descended, her beautiful dragon tail flicking with vigor, as Suyu gazed upon this spectacle, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch it. Come forth, Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. You have finally arrived, but you have kept me waiting. Suyu called out, noticing Tang Hao's delay with a hint of derision. When did you uncover our plans? As soon as Suyu spoke, Tang Hao materialized not far from him, his expression dark and brooding. When did I become aware? It's not like I was ever unaware, Suyu retorted, his gaze filled with mockery. Vile brat, but no matter how clever you are, you cannot escape today. Prepare to meet your end. A sinister smile crept across Tang Hao's face, his eyes glinting with cruelty. Do you really think I'm insignificant? Ziji interjected, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Tang Hao, upon hearing her words, regarded her with contempt, his gaze akin to one directed at a fool. You didn't think I came alone, did you? The Haotian sect is not solely represented by me. After all, brothers, elders, come forth. Tang Hao bellowed, and several shadowy figures swiftly appeared at his side, each wielding a formidable Haotian hammer. Is the Haotian sect poised to reemerge? Yet, to strike against a mere child, how cowardly. The events unfolding in the direction of Su Lin were not lost on the accompanying students. Although many criticized Tang Hao, none dared to step forward. However, Suyu remained unfazed as Shui Wuxin and the others quickly rallied to his side. What is happening here? Shui Wuxin inquired, her expression laced with confusion, while behind her, the Wuhuan Dai displayed a readiness to engage. It's nothing, teacher, step back. I can handle this, Suyu assured her with a smile. Shui Wuxin, glancing at Ziji and the Snow Empress beside Suyu, could not help but express concern, realizing that Suyu's side comprised only 2 individuals, while Tang Hao's side boasted 9. Each of these 9 appeared to possess soul power surpassing her own. They were likely all title Dalu-level experts. The might of 9 titled Douluos from the Haotian sect was indeed formidable, and it could only be said that they lived up to their reputation as the preeminent sect in the world. However, their cowardly behavior was truly contemptible. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Shui Wuxin did not withdraw, but instead stood alongside Ziji and the others. What an admirable teacher you are. It seems Suyu has truly made remarkable friends, Bai Ji observed with a smile from within her carriage, watching the unfolding scene with satisfaction. Indeed, he is a commendable teacher, though it is regrettable that his attributes have not reached their utmost potential. Otherwise, his strength would undoubtedly be enhanced. Bingdi shook her head, expressing a hint of helplessness. As one of the rulers of the ice system, she is entirely qualified to voice such an opinion. For others might not possess the same insight. Indeed, the attributes fall short of perfection, BG remarked with a smile, shaking her head in agreement. By the way, shouldn't we take action soon? We must swiftly eliminate them. We are eager to witness Suyu's match. At this moment, Wang also opened his eyes, his voice hoarse as he spoke. There is no need to rush. We shall act when the time is right, replied Etienne, who sat nearby, sipping his hot tea with a nonchalant demeanor. Tang Hao cast a disdainful glance at Shui Wuxin, incredulous that such a minor soul Daluo dared to confront a titled Daluo, especially one from Hao Tianzong. It was a foolhardy endeavor, and he would likely meet his demise in the ensuing conflict. Meanwhile, not far from their location, a towering mountain concealed Ashur, who was quietly observing the battlefield. Upon witnessing Tang Hao encircle Suyu, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. If Suyu were to perish, the news of his progeny would remain undisclosed, which would be most fortunate. What splendid fortune! May you perish quickly, you wretched creature, Ashur thought, excitement coursing through him as he crouched on the cliff's edge. Enough! Let us commence. The seventh elder, unable to restrain his fiery temper any longer, unleashed a terrifying force, the blazing soul power enveloping the entire canyon in an intense heat. You must be the seventh elder of Hao Tianzong, the Liaoyang Douluo. Your strength is indeed commendable, Suyu remarked with a smile, directly addressing the seventh elder. Indeed, that is correct. To perish in my hands would indeed be a source of pride for you, Liaoyang Douluo replied, brandishing the Hao Tian hammer and charging towards Suyu. Observing the advance of Liaoyang Douluo, Suyu stepped back with a smile, clapping his hands together. Ziji Shuadi, I entrust this to you. Suyu's voice was gentle, devoid of any indication of being pursued. Shuadi nodded coldly, unleashing a terrifying blizzard that erupted from her being. A torrent of frigid soul power was released, transforming into countless snowflakes that blanketed the entire canyon. Liaoyang Douluo was taken aback by Shuadi's actions, sensing the overwhelming soul power emanating from her. He could no longer contain himself and swung the Hao Tian hammer down upon her. While the massive hammer was not as large as Tang Hao's, it was still formidable. However, Shuadi was far from an easy target. She remained unfazed, calmly raising her hand to counter. Her snow-white palm met the immense, fiery Hao Tian hammer. And contrary to expectations, instead of her arm being crushed, a terrifying frost began to coalesce around the hammer. In no time, the entire Hao Tian hammer was encased in ice crystals. Chapter 171. Tang Xiao's demise. What an alarming frost. Liaoyang Douluo's expression shifted as he hastily discarded the Hao Tian hammer. Be cautious, this girl is no ordinary opponent, the second elder warned, his gaze fixed on Shuadi. Their ranks were not particularly high, merely at the 92nd level, and while their combat prowess was formidable due to the Hao Tian hammer, it paled in comparison to Shuadi's. Seventh elder, let us join forces against her, the second elder declared, leading the other elders to charge towards Shuadi. Alas, is it truly appropriate to strike a young woman? Though you may be but mere chickens before her, you cannot act as though we are absent. A sudden voice interjected just as the elders approached Shuadi. Several figures descended from the sky, both male and female, each exuding a formidable presence. He, Suyu. The young lad we have watched grow is akin to our own child. Since you are avenging your son, we cannot remain indifferent. Di Qian's voice was calm, his golden eyes piercing into Tang Hao. The moment Tang Hao felt Di Qian's gaze upon him, he felt as though a primordial beast had fixed its sight on him, causing him to feel an immediate chill. How dare these insignificant creatures attempt to harm our little Suyu? Xiong Jun's temper flared, showing no signs of restraint. The description of insignificant creatures caused all present to twitch involuntarily. The notion that titled Douluos were likened to mere chickens was an incongruity that left them momentarily stunned. Enough with the trivialities. Let us eliminate them, Qi Wang said with a shake of his head, displaying a hint of exasperation. Suddenly, Qi Wang's expression shifted, as if he had noticed something. Ah, Tang Hao, what a long time has been. By the way, your hand has healed, quite remarkable. Shall we engage in battle once more? Qi Wang grinned at Tang Hao, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Let us commence the battle, Shuadi stated coldly, immediately launching herself towards the seventh elder, Liaoyang Douluo. With elegant steps, she swiftly positioned herself before him. Shuadi's hand, as white and beautiful as jade, lightly struck Liaoyang Douluo's body. Though the motion appeared slow,
akin to a feather drifting down. It was a decisive attack that sealed off the surrounding space. As her palm made contact, a torrent of ice surged into Douluo, transforming him into a frozen statue. The second elder, enraged, prepared to advance. But at that moment, cracks began to form in the frozen figure of Douluo, chunks of ice cascading to the ground. He has perished. The elders gazed in shock at the swift demise. We can no longer delay. Let us advance, Tong Hao declared, charging forth. Alas, this fellow is mine to confront, Xiong remarked, a cruel smile gracing his features as he extended his golden claws towards Tong Hao. Enough! Everyone attack, Di Tian commanded, transforming into a shadow and rushing towards Tong Xiao. Tong Xiao regarded the approaching Di Tian with caution, soaring into the sky as if to engage him aloft. Presumptuous. Di Tian's tone remained indifferent as he ascended into the air, determined to eliminate this human. Despite Tong Xiao's 97th level strength, he appeared insignificant before the semi-divine Di Tian. Upon witnessing Di Tian engage, Qi Wang and the others ceased concealing their presence and charged towards Hao Tianzong. Each of them radiated a powerful aura, and the strength surrounding Suyu rivaled that of Tong Hao, even subtly surpassing it. Could Suyu's background truly be so formidable? Feng Xiao Tian gazed in disbelief at the powerful allies encircling Suyu, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xue Qinghe sat within the carriage, reflecting on a letter his grandfather had sent him a couple of days ago, shaking his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Suyu would be the grandson of his grandfather's old friend, a rather serendipitous connection. However, the multitude of titles surrounding Suyu was astonishing. It seemed implausible that so many formidable figures could emerge from their spirit hall in such a short span of time. Tang Hao, in his true form, unleashed a tremendous roar as he wielded the Haotian hammer, causing the 9 soul rings behind him to erupt violently. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. The Haotian hammer cleaved through the void, propelled by an overwhelming momentum, and struck fiercely at Xiong. The contemptuous Xiong merely sneered at Tang Hao's formidable assault, responding with a swift swipe of his dark golden claws, which carved a mark in the air. The dark golden claw print tore through the void and collided fiercely with the Haotian hammer. What realm was Xiong in? He could even injure Emperor Tian. And for Tang Hao, confronting Emperor Tian was merely a matter of single strike. Thus, against Xiong, it was similarly trivial. Tang Hao bellowed, as the Haotian hammer inexplicably doubled in size. Tang Hao's skin began to crack, torrents of blood flowing forth, as if he were oblivious to his own peril. Yet, driven by desperation, the Haotian hammer surged past Xiong's casual attack, striking him with renewed ferocity. The dark golden-clawed Xiong revealed a trace of disdain, unleashing a 3-meter-long claw print from his hand. The space beneath the claw shattered violently, and in an instant, the dark golden claw was upon the Haotian hammer. A thunderous explosion ensued, and a figure plummeted from the sky. The resounding impact of flesh against earth echoed in the ears of the onlookers. As the smoke cleared, despite his grievous injuries, Tang Hao stood defiantly in the void. Who else could it be but Tang Hao? XiaoWu gazed on in disbelief. She had initially thought Tang Hao would not survive Xiong's attack. Yet, it appeared she had underestimated him. A glance revealed a figure, charred and split into 3 segments, lying silently on the ground. It was Tang Xiao, the sectmaster of the Haotian sect. Elder brother. Tang Hao's eyes filled with disbelief and anguish. In Chapter 172, Tang Hao's demise, the other elders of the sect roared in anguish, their hearts bleeding. The event had barely commenced, and they had already lost 2 formidable warriors, a level 92 Douluo and a level 97 sectmaster. Such a loss was indeed heart-wrenching. Enough. Cease your wailing here. You may join them in death, Xiong sneered, as a golden claw mark erupted from his paw, tearing through space with terrifying ferocity. No, don't, Tang Hao shouted, struggling against the spatial constraints surrounding him, but the bindings of Xiong's power were far beyond his ability to escape. The claw mark viciously pierced through Tang Hao's body, causing torrents of blood to erupt as his form split into 6.
The once great Tang, how had fallen. Now, you shall perish as well. The Ice Emperor and the King of 10,000 Beasts observed this scene with smirks swiftly appearing before their enemies. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted around XiaoWu. They are all dead. This resolution is a nuisance. How foolish to challenge XiaoWu. It is nothing short of a death wish. The Yaoling shook her head, exasperated, as she kicked the corpse before her. Well then, XiaoWu, this concludes our business. We shall not linger further. Return to the forest after this competition, Tian remarked, descending slowly from the sky, his expression grave and serious. XiaoWu nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. Very well then. Best of luck in the competition. We shall take our leave, Tian declared before vanishing. Xiangjun and others patted XiaoWu on the shoulder before swiftly disappearing. XiaoWu, XiaoWu, and the master are entrusted to you. Do well. I am looking forward to you and XiaoWu having children, Bai Ji said with a smile as she patted XiaoWu's shoulder before unfurling her wings to depart. Why is Bai Ji saying such things? Wang XiaoWu's face flushed as she cast a glance at the spot where Bai Ji had vanished. Does XiaoWu not wish to have children with XiaoWu? Gu Yuna asked in disbelief, her heart racing at the thought. If XiaoWu was unwilling to bear children with XiaoWu, her army of spirit beasts would be utterly doomed. This simply cannot be allowed. Sister Na, why are you behaving like this? It is truly mischievous. They're ignoring you. Wang XiaoWu's cheeks turned crimson as she stamped her foot and fled, her face aflame. Is it truly impossible? It seems I must have a serious conversation with her tonight. Gu Yuna resolved, her determination evident. The matter of the spirit beast army was imperative. XiaoWu cast a bemused glance at Gu Yuna. Had his heightened senses not been so acute, he might have missed the exchange between her and Wang XiaoWu. How troublesome, XiaoWu sighed, shaking his head, before returning to the carriage to prepare for their journey. Upon witnessing the conclusion, Prince Xue Qinghe also rose, beginning to organize the group for their continued travels. Atop the cliff, the master bit his arm tightly, stifling any sound. He was terrified. XiaoWu's background was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if XiaoWu spoke of his desire for children, he might survive, but if he were discovered now, his fate would be sealed. The master remained motionless on the cliff for half an hour. The entire party advanced, yet the atmosphere had undeniably grown tense. Soon, they arrived at the city of Wuhuan. Due to the city's unique regulations, Xue Qinghe commanded the iron-armored army and the royal knights to remain stationed outside the city while leading 15 teams of spirit masters into Wuhuan City. In comparison to the colossal cities of Tiandou and Tianshui, Wuhuan City was significantly smaller, even lacking 1/10 of Tiandou's area. Nevertheless, it still left a profound impact on the spirit masters. Although not extensive, Wuhuan City boasted towering walls, constructed to the specifications of a capital city. The walls, reaching a height of 80 meters, appeared imposing from the outside, with a thickness exceeding 30 meters, entirely crafted from granite. Each of the 6 city walls bore a massive relief, identical to the emblem of the spirit hall, symbolizing 6 powerful spirit souls. Entering Wuhuan City, one was greeted by the sensation of vast emptiness. The streets were sparsely populated, and shops were few. The establishments primarily sold items essential for spirit masters, including even spatial storage soul tools, albeit of lesser quality. Awaiting their arrival was a cardinal clad in red, who guided the group of over 200 to accommodations within a restaurant on the west side of Wuhuan City. According to the news from the Spear Hall, the competition would officially commence in 3 days. After a taxing journey, this period of respite would provide ample opportunity for the various academies to regroup. The contestants from the Xingluo Empire were assigned to rest on the opposite side of Wuhuan City, effectively dividing the participating teams of the 2 great empires into distinct camps. In the offering hall, Dalu and Su Yi sat across from one another, a go board placed between them. Your grandson has arrived. Will you not take a look? Dalu took a sip of tea, gazing quizzically at Su Yi before him. No need, no need. That troublesome brat hardly requires my attention. I shall observe him after the competition concludes. Su Yi chuckled, placing the go piece he held onto the board. All right, I have one again. Dalu, you are truly a poor player. I shall not engage with you any further. Shaking his head, Su-yi stood up from the ground. The 3 days passed swiftly, and the Wuhuan Temple announced the format of the competition. A total of 33 teams will participate, including 3 seeded teams selected by the 2 great empires and the Wuhuan Temple. The final showdown consists of 5 rounds, each shorter in duration than the preliminary and advancement rounds. However, due to the fierce nature of the competition, there will be a day of rest between each round for adjustment. Before the final 5th round, there will be an adjustment period of 3 days. In the first round, the 3 seeded teams will have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams vie for 15 advancement slots, with the losers facing immediate elimination. This brutal elimination process will undoubtedly compel each Spirit Master team to give their utmost. You must not harbor any carelessness. At this juncture, all concealed abilities of the teams will be unleashed without reservation. Even teams you have previously triumphed over may present unexpected surprises. However, Su-yi paid little heed to such matters. His strength could easily crush all. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, her countenance as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Chapter 173. The Rift Between Tang San and the Master. Are you saying that the Haotian clan is about to emerge? Bibi Dong inquired solemnly, her gaze fixed upon the expressionless Jew Douluo before her. Indeed, Your Holiness. The Haotian clan has launched an assault on Su-yi. Had it not been for the powerful allies behind him, he may have indeed fallen prey to their aggression. Juve Douluo reported, feeling a surge of trepidation as he observed Bibi Dong's unyielding demeanor. Their pope was notoriously ruthless. Had he misspoken? Could it be that she had allies within the Haotian clan? In that moment, Juve Douluo's heart became disordered, and fear enveloped him. Very well, you may leave. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling for Juve Douluo to depart. Hearing the command, Juve Douluo's heart swelled with relief. Xiao, could this truly not be your doing? If it is indeed the Haotian clan, you're in grave peril. Bibi Dong contemplated the individual responsible for the child, although she had long been disenchanted with the master. Even in the face of threat, she would not extend her hand to assist him. Yet, this was ultimately a fantasy from her youth. Su-yi, I am eager to discern what manner of person you are, Bibi Dong mused, a sinister sound emanating from her grip on the scepter. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. For the grand finale of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament, the Wuhuan City had specifically designated a venue. This arena was situated in the very heart of Wuhuan City, a colossal platform with a diameter of over 100 meters, entirely crafted from granite. Reinforced with numerous soul-guiding devices, the grand stage was impervious to damage. According to the information provided by the Wuhuan Temple, this arena could withstand any attack from soul masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without faltering. Only an organization as affluent as the Wuhuan Temple would undertake such an endeavor, as neither of the 2 empires could bear to expend such vast resources. Directly in front of this competition platform stood the Pope's Hall, a mere 1,000 meters away from the hill where the Pope resided. The Wuhuan Temple had already announced that the final 3 teams would compete before the Pope's Hall, where the Pope would personally officiate and crown the ultimate champion. An unparalleled honor for any soul master. Early in the morning, all participating students were escorted to the competition venue by officials from the Wuhuan Temple. Each academy had its own designated resting area surrounding the competition site, with the VIP judges' seats positioned opposite the Pope's Hall. Representatives from the 2 great empires were present to observe the proceedings, alongside members of the Wuhuan Temple. Upon arrival, before settling in, XiaoWu was summoned to draw lots. I have splendid news for you. Your first opponent has already forfeited. XiaoWu beamed, her radiant smile reflecting their fortuitous advancement to the top 5. Achieving the top 5 is commendable, though our ultimate goal is first place. Su-yi's combat prowess was formidable, and with XiaoWu having surpassed the 50th level, they could now dedicate time to hunting for soul rings without the need to compete. Inside the Haotian clan, Tang San spat forth a crimson spray of blood, an ominous black aura surging from his being. What did you say? That is impossible. My father could never falter. How could he possibly survive the encirclement of nearly 10 titled Douluos? It is inconceivable. Tang San's voice rang hoarse, his eyes blazing with fury. The Haotian clan disciple before him flinched at his wrath. Cursed Sui, cursed master, were it not for the master. How could my father and uncle have ended up like this? How could they have perished? A deep-seated malice glinted in Tang San's eyes. Were it not for the master, he would never have been at odds with Sui. This master had not only instigated enmity between him and Sui, but had also indirectly led to his father's demise. You will pay for this. Tang San gritted his teeth, his expression grave and filled with murderous intent. Ah, the competition is finally upon us. How splendid. Sui shook his body, feeling as though he would rust if he remained still any longer. All right, listen to me first. Our first match will be against the Sheng Luo battle team, which possesses considerable strength. As Shui Wuxin began to introduce the team to everyone, Sui snatched the information from her hands, dismissively flipping through it. Do not worry, Wuxin. This match will be an easy victory, he assured her with a low chuckle, then strode towards the competition area. Zhu Qing, rest assured, we will undoubtedly secure victory, Shui Binger said, patting Zhu Zhuqing's hand with a smile. Thank you, Binger. I believe in our team's ability to triumph in this match, Zhu Zhuqing replied. After assembling with his companions, Sui raised his gaze to the opposing side. On the other end of the competition platform, another group of 7 ascended the stage. One figure with flowing golden hair cascading down his back, his expression languid, his eyes shimmering with a purple light. He bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai, though slightly taller and exuding an air of an elevated being alongside his casual demeanor. A smile crept onto Su Lin's face as he recalled Dai Mubai's current plight. Following closely behind was a tall young woman, equally matched in height and possessing a voluptuous figure, her skin as smooth as white jade, wearing a smile as she linked arms with the former. This girl bore a resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, even more so than Dai Mubai did to his counterpart. However, she lacked the icy demeanor of Zhu Zhuqing, appearing altogether softer. Within this gentleness, her beauty was more readily acknowledged. Yet her figure was even more voluptuous than that of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, if I recall correctly, you must still be under 15 years of age. To participate in this grand tournament at such a young age, and to have reached this stage, it raises the question of whether it is sheer luck or exceptional skill on your part. Nonetheless, this is where your journey ends. Zhu Zhiyun observed her sister from a distance, a faint smile playing upon her lips. Zhu Zhiyun, you need not feign sincerity here, if you wish to fight. Then come forth. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was frigid, her gaze towards Zhu Zhiyun laced with disdain. Chapter 174, Eliminate the Competition, was about to commence. Sui let out a low chuckle as the Qilin martial soul instantly enveloped him, a terrifying aura bearing down upon Davis and his companions. The oppressive force was overwhelming, leaving Davis enveloped in silence. He had been in Wuhuan City for 3 days and had gleaned some understanding of Suyu. Previously, he had not perceived Suyu as particularly formidable, but now he truly grasped the unsettling reality. Suyu is indeed quite extraordinary. This fearsome pressure was something he had never experienced, even from his father. It was an alarming sensation that struck at the very core of his being. Davis cautiously glanced at Suyu, his companion Zhu Zhiyun mirroring his apprehension. As the competition commenced, a cardinal in crimson robes stepped onto the stage, announcing the beginning of the match before departing. All right, let us begin, Suyu declared, charging forward with such terrifying speed that even the powerful figures on the platform were taken aback. Is this the lad? His talent is indeed remarkable. Such prowess would likely surpass even Tang Hao in his prime, an elder remarked, watching Suyu from the sidelines, his expression contemplative. Tang Hao, the elder added with a chuckle, elicited disdainful shakes of the head from those well-informed within the audience. Such a person hardly deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as us. In the past, perhaps, but now he is merely a shadow of his former self. Once, Tang Hao had bravely confronted the martial Soul Hall for the sake of his wife, evoking respect despite the trouble he brought upon himself with the Haotian clan. However, once it became known that he resorted to bullying the weak, his reputation suffered greatly. In the world of soul masters, such behavior was utterly intolerable. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to a cycle of vengeance. Zhu Yun, do not linger. This opponent is far too formidable. Utilize the martial soul fusion technique. Davis growled as he grasped Zhu Zhiyun's hand, their soul power merging instantaneously to summon a colossal Yuming white tiger onto the arena. The overwhelming pressure surged close to level 60 as Su Yu positioned himself beneath the mighty beast. With the Qilin's obliteration strike, a phantom Qilin materialized behind Su Yu, crashing heavily into the Yuming white tiger, the explosion sending it flying several meters away. A fierce roar erupted from the beast, which lunged towards Su Yu. Seeing the approaching tiger, Su Yu could not help but smile. Lightning crackled around his feet. The 3000 Thunder movement activated, allowing him to reappear not far from the Yuming white tiger, conjuring a small Qilin spirit in his hand. Under his command, the miniature Qilin was promptly hurled onto the beast's head. A resounding explosion followed, with dark smoke billowing from the tiger's crown. Zhu Zhuqing is mine. She belongs to the Tianshui clan. Should the Xinghua Empire attempt to harm her, I shall exhaust all my strength to protect her, Su Yu proclaimed, striking down upon the Yuming white tiger's head repeatedly. Despite the beast's attempts to resist, it was as powerless as a kitten beneath Su Yu's formidable physique, which rivaled that of a peak soul Douluo. Begone! Su Yu raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the Yuming white tiger's abdomen, sending it soaring into the air. With the Qilin stepping through the heavens, Su Yu soared into the sky, shattering the surrounding space. At this moment, the Yuming white tiger finally found an opportunity to retaliate, unleashing a jet of black energy from its maw. The collision between the energy column and the ruptured space resulted in a violent explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through both Su Yu and the Yuming white tiger. The beast reverted back to Davis and Zhu Zhiyun, both of whom coughed up blood as they crashed heavily to the ground. Although Su Yu was also affected by the shockwave, his superior constitution allowed him to remain unscathed. He merely wiped the blood from his lips with a dismissive smirk before striding towards Davis's teammates. Su Yu's presence transformed the battle into a one-sided affair. As the match concluded, the audience fell into a contemplative silence, unable to muster any excitement for such a display. Su Yu sat on the arena, his gaze alighting on the ongoing competition below, a flicker of interest crossing his features, particularly drawn to the trio from the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Leading the trio was a tall young man, standing at approximately 1.9 meters, with short black hair standing erect like steel needles. His countenance was serene, emanating an intangible conviction that seemed to radiate from within. His long, powerful hands hung at his sides, his gaze fixed on the opposing blue lightning tyrant dragon soul master. Yu Tianheng. Flanking the black-haired youth were a male and a female. The male boasted long, fiery red hair cascading down his back, his eyes a dark crimson. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he exuded an aura akin to that of the short-haired youth. The only female among the three possessed long black hair and bore a resemblance to the leading young man. Their expressions were eerily similar, as if they were cast from the same mold. At first glance, the girl did not appear particularly beautiful, yet upon closer inspection, one could detect a unique charm about her. This must be Hulaina, XiaoWu, and Yan. Quite impressive, though their talents seemed somewhat lacking, Su Yu mused. Observing the trio as they effortlessly defeated Yu Tianheng, his interest piqued. Brother, let us leave, this is truly dull. Their talents are simply too poor for my taste. Wang Qiu'er pouted, tugging at Su Yu's sleeve, her small face reflecting her displeasure. All right, let us depart. They are not particularly formidable. Su Yu replied with a resigned shake of his head, standing up and following Wang Qiu'er out of the arena. Chapter 175. Tang San's departure. Not long after Su Yu departed, the competition reached its conclusion, unfolding almost precisely as he had anticipated, with no deviation from the narrative. The Tiando Academy was swiftly vanquished by the Wuhan Temple. It is likely that without Su Yu's presence, they could have claimed the championship. However, with Su Yu in the fray, they were destined to settle for a regrettable second place. As for the awards from the Wuhan Temple, to be candid, Su Yu found them somewhat lacking in allure. While soul bones are indeed precious, they hold significance primarily for certain individuals. To him, they were far from invaluable. Time passed swiftly, and Su Yu soon found himself engaged in another match, rapidly approaching the eve of the finals. Only 3 teams remained: Shunfeng, Tianshui, and Wuhan Temple. The other 2 teams posed no threat to him, yet Suyu surmised that Bai Bai Dong would undoubtedly deploy her tactics in tomorrow's match, leading to an encounter with Shunfeng. Reflecting on this, Suyu felt a sense of unease, ever since receiving the inheritance from the goddess of life. He had sensed an enigmatic call from the Sheng Do Great Forest. After this competition, he intended to venture into the forest, convinced that he might stumble upon a significant opportunity. Suyu squinted, reclining on his bed and quietly contemplating the events of the following day. At the Haotian sect, Tang San emerged from his chamber, casting aside the 24-bridge Minjiwai with an air of determination. His gaze was imbued with an intense, murderous intent. As he had come to understand the background of his master, the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan could not be allowed to perish. Currently, the strength of the Haotian sect paled in comparison to that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and he was resolute in his desire to grow stronger. Tang San extended his hand, summoning a strand of black blue silvergrass. It was a pleasant surprise. Blue silvergrass had finally returned. This time, he vowed not to allow it to mutate again. He murmured softly before sprinting toward the exterior of the Haotian sect. He intended to journey to the city of slaughter, where his blue silver grass could absorb the soul power of others. The inhabitants there were incapable of wielding soul power, rendering it the perfect place for him to enhance his abilities. "Wait for me, Suyu, Yu Xiaojing. You shall keep your heads from me," Tang San declared, casting a lingering glance at the Haotian sect before dashing into the distance. The radiant sunlight bathed the earth, and under its glow, the Pope's Hall appeared even more resplendent, resembling a celestial abode. Before the Pope's Hall, rows of palace knights lined the path from the entrance down the mountain, their silver armor and heavy swords imparting an air of majesty to the entire holy mountain. The eliminated teams had already departed, denied entry to witness the final day of combat. Only the true young elites were deemed worthy to tread upon the square before the Pope's Hall. Early in the morning, the 3 teams that had advanced to the final round gathered before the Pope's Hall, awaiting the commencement of the event in silence. The instructors from the 3 academies were not permitted to stand on the square and could only wait from the periphery. A total of 21 competitors stood silently in the square, anticipating the arrival of the final moment. The square before the Pope's Hall was no smaller than the competition platform used in previous matches. The square was paved with special stone blocks, which, upon closer inspection, emanated a faint, luminous sheen. Though not genuine jade, these stones were certainly far superior to ordinary rock, showcasing the immense financial power of the Wuhan Temple. Long live! Long live! Long live! The triumphant cheers resounded throughout the Wuhan city like a thunderous wave. The massive doors of the hall slowly swung open, revealing 6 emblems that gradually shifted from their original positions. Clad in a splendid golden gown from head to toe, adorned with a purple gold crown and wielding a scepter, Bai Bai Dong emerged first from the Pope's Hall, her demeanor solemn and regal. She exuded an ethereal presence, appearing almost infinitely grand. No one noticed her breathtaking beauty. At that moment, she embodied the authority of the generation of popes from the Wuhan Temple. The dazzling golden gown fit her perfectly, adorned with over 100 gemstones in red, blue, and gold hues. The purple gold crown atop her head radiated brilliance, concentrating all light upon her alone. At this moment, all affiliated with the Wuhan Temple knelt in reverence to their pope. Wow, she is truly stunning. No wonder she is the mother of Qian Renshua. Suyu thought to himself, captivated by the attention-grabbing Bai Bai Dong. Beep, congratulations to the host for checking in with Bai Bai Dong, earning 5 fishing opportunities. The system activated the panel. Beep, activation successful. Host, Suyu age, 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Mythical beast Qilin soul power. Level 53 cultivation technique. Burning decision, quasi-earth grade, skills, radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor, Eye of Destiny, Magma Eruption Strike, 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, Qilin Destruction Strike, Qilin Treading the Heavens Pet. Ain, Blue Silver Emperor, Storage, Barrett. Passion Pill X 172, 100,000 gold coins. Illusion Pill X 10,
Herbicide, Special Edition, Enhanced Passion Pill X66, Dietary Pill X99, Bicycle, Special Passion Pill X88, 8 Extremities Burst. 5 Forms Visualization, Grenade, Toothbrush, Recovery Pill, White Vinegar Strength, Above Average Fishing Opportunities, 20 Evaluation. Your mental prowess is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young man. I believe that someone who masters fortune can certainly ascend to divinity. The system commenced fishing. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a dietary pill. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining a serving of barbecue beer. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining Chilean bloodline. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining holy water. Consuming it fully restores injuries. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully fishing and obtaining the Chilean treasure halberd. Suyu was astonished, genuinely thrilled, and felt an exhilarating urge to leap with joy. The Chilean bloodline had finally materialized, and the holy water could also be gifted to Guyuna for her use. If Guyuna could fully restore her injuries, he would be able to stride confidently across the continent. The thought alone filled him with excitement, and Suyu struggled to contain his inner exhilaration. A faint smile graced Bai Dong's face as her gaze swept from left to right, surveying all 21 young soul masters participating in the final showdown. From you, I perceive hope. Before the Pope's Hall, I wish to witness your full talent and strength. The ultimate victor shall receive the greatest reward from the Wuhan Temple. As she spoke, she waved her scepter lightly. No one could discern how she accomplished it. 3 beams of light suddenly magnified before Bai Dong, levitating in midair. They were 3 distinct objects, modest in size, resembling skeletal remains, a right arm bone, a skull, and a left leg bone, each radiating hues of fiery red, pale blue, and deep green. Originally, I intended to provide a regular update, but suddenly a new game captured my attention, and I became utterly enthralled. Chapter 176, Hulaiina's Mental Assault Soul Bones. Indeed, these were 3 pieces of soul bones. Even beneath the holy mountain, the brilliance of the 3 soul bones was unmistakably visible. In an instant, the entire Wuhan city erupted in fervor. Aside from those who had been privy to the final rewards beforehand, who could have anticipated that it would be 3 soul bones? The radiance alone indicated that these soul bones were of exceptional quality. Even among the members of the Wuhan Temple, greed sparkled in their eyes. If this were not the Papal Palace, and if there were not several titled Dalu exerting their intimidating presence, it is likely that someone would have succumbed to their greed and rushed in to seize the treasures. Of course, such items hold no allure for Suyu, as he has no intention of absorbing soul bones. After all, the bones of others belong to them alone. Only one's own bones are truly one's own. Suyu certainly does not wish to exchange all his own bones. The mere thought of being covered in the bones of soul beasts makes Suyu uncomfortable. As Suyu pondered, Guo, standing behind Bibi Dong, spoke in a deep voice. The 3 soul bones are the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the flame arm of explosive fire, and the wind leg of rapid movement. These 3 soul bones originate from 10,000-year-old soul beasts, with the wisdom skull being from a soul beast over 50,000 years old, personally slain by the previous pope. It is a rare gem among soul bones, second only to external soul bones and those produced by 100,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong remarked indifferently, there can only be one victor. The champion is no exception. Therefore, these 3 soul bones will belong to the ultimate champion team. I hope the 3 academies that make it to the top 3 will give their utmost to earn this honor. The Pope continued, this morning, there will be a personal elimination round among your 3 teams, each comprising 7 members. The last remaining team will gain an advantage, proceeding directly to compete for the championship tomorrow. The 2 losing teams will vie for another final spot in the afternoon. You may now send forth your first contestant. The individual elimination match resembles the previous advancement round, yet involves all 3 teams simultaneously. Although this is not the final battle for the championship, it is equally significant. Victory not only signifies entry into the top 2, but also represents the ability to rest and prepare for tomorrow's decisive contest. At this level,
The strength among competitors is closely matched, and continuous matches throughout the day will undoubtedly exhaust them and may even lead to injuries. Thus, the winning team in this personal match is very likely to emerge as the ultimate champion. As Suyu had anticipated, he indeed encountered the Wuhuan Temple. Unlike the original narrative, he had no intention of conceding. He planned to push through with unwavering determination, for his strength was indeed sufficient to achieve that. Your Holiness, we from Shunfeng Academy are willing to forfeit this match, retaining only the third place. As the competition commenced, Feng Xiaodian stepped forward respectfully to address Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong cast a fleeting glance at Feng Xiaodian without refusal, merely nodding. Very well, this is your decision, and I respect it. Let the finals commence. With a solemn tone, Bibi Dong raised her scepter, and as she finished speaking, the 7 members of the Wuhuan Temple Academy stepped forward. A formidable aura erupted from them, overwhelming energy crushing towards the Tianshui Academy. Suyu smiled faintly, stepping forward as golden soul power surged from him, enveloping everyone. The pressure from the Wuhuan Temple was rendered ineffective beneath Suyu's golden shield. All right, let us begin, Suyu said with a smile as he leaped onto the competition stage. Upon his ascent, an ethereal Qilin apparition appeared behind him. Shui Binger and Wang Qiuer also manifested their martial spirits, complete with soul rings. The intense standoff between the two sides ignited a fervor among the observing soul masters below. Who has not experienced youth? Who has not felt passion? For them, the outcome of this match was secondary. What mattered was the spectacle of an exhilarating team battle. As the referee, the Cardinal in red announced, "The match is ready. Both sides may unleash their martial spirits." With both teams standing firm, they exchanged glances, not uttering a word, yet the palpable tension escalated to its zenith. At this moment, even the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong focused her attention entirely on the match. The 7 members of the Wuhuan Temple Academy moved almost in unison, their soul power surging forth. The trio at the forefront, XiaoWu and his comrades, displayed 5 soul rings, the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The remaining 4 behind them also boasted the perfect assembly of 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Each individual's gaze sharpened with unwavering determination. Among them, a male student at the back swiftly stepped back, brandishing a resplendent golden scepter. Undoubtedly, he possessed an auxiliary martial spirit. A subtle smile graced Suyu's face as terrifying soul rings materialized behind him. 3 purple and 2 black rings manifested, sending a fearsome aura cascading towards XiaoWu. The moment Suyu's soul rings appeared, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Indeed, Suyu's soul rings were undeniably formidable, even eliciting surprise from Bibi Dong. Casting a glance at the mark upon Suyu's forehead, Bibi Dong's eyes revealed a hint of intrigue. The match commenced, and as the final battle of the elite competition among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies began, the Cardinal swiftly retreated, clearing the arena. Surprisingly, it was not the Captain XiaoWu who made the first move, but his sister Hulaina. With a graceful step, she seemingly transformed her position and arrived at the forefront in an instant. A gentle smile graced her lips as she unleashed her martial spirit, making her even more enchanting. Complete with a fluffy tail sprouting from her back, an intangible wave of mental energy surged from Hulaina. As Suyu sensed the mental energy radiating from Hulaina, a dismissive smile appeared on his face. A third eye manifested on his forehead as terrifying and violent mental power erupted, colliding with Hulaina's mental energy. Under the force of Suyu's mental power, Hulaina staggered back several steps, a mouthful of blood spilling from her crimson lips. The blood only enhanced the redness of her lips, bestowing upon her a peculiar beauty. "Are you all right, sister?" XiaoWu inquired anxiously as he observed Hulaina's condition. "I'm fine, brother. This Suyu is indeed formidable. His mental power is so strong that I feel as if I am but a trickling stream compared to his vast ocean," Hulaina replied, gazing incredulously at Suyu, who remained unfazed as if nothing had transpired. "Nana, just wait. If this brat dares to harm you, I will not let him off easily," Yin, who had been standing nearby, stated solemnly his body erupting with terrifying magma that dripped to the ground, creating small craters. XiaoWu observed the craters on the ground, his expression unchanged, and even felt a hint of amusement. After all, he possessed Yihua, and his own extreme fire was far superior to Yan's. Moreover, his third ring was magma, which was significantly hotter than Yan's. Watching Yan's demeanor was quite amusing. "Brother, let us go all out." Hulaina and XiaoWu exchange a glance, their soul power converging and merging into one. Simultaneously, a layer of red light erupted, expanding like a radiant sphere, covering nearly half the arena. The crimson light flickered, transforming the original duo into a singular figure, one with flowing long hair, indiscernible in gender. The hair had taken on a vivid red hue. As the silhouette composed of XiaoWu and Hulaina began to dance silently, two enlarged crescent blades, shimmering with a rainbow-like brilliance, sparkled at the tips of their outstretched arms. Accompanied by a surge of intense red light that suddenly intensified, this combined form vanished instantly into the thick crimson mist. A commendable skill, though merely commendable. XiaoWu pressed his lips together, unleashing a terrifying mental force that instantly connected with the minds of all present. The overwhelming psychic energy erupted, shattering the crimson fog in an instant. While ordinary title holders might struggle against this red mist, XiaoWu was different. His psychic power carried an immense aura of fortune. In the face of such fate, the red fog was nothing but refuse. Yin charged forth with a low growl, wielding a crescent blade as she rushed towards XiaoWu. Alas, this was rather troublesome. XiaoWu shook his head and appeared beside Wang Qiu'er, their hands clasping together in an instant. A wave of disquieting and formidable energy surged forth from their clasped hands. "What force is this?" Bai Dong observed incredulously from the stands, witnessing the unique power emanating from XiaoWu and Wang Qiu'er. This was a sensation she had never encountered before, yet it instilled within her a profound sense of dread. "Since you have employed your martial soul fusion technique, we too shall not hide our talents, shall we? Bing Er, let us proceed." XiaoWu turned to Bing Er and XiaoWu, both of whom immediately comprehended his intent. A torrent of formidable soul power erupted from the two, manifesting a colossal ice phoenix upon the competition stage, heralded by a fearsome blizzard. The destiny-strangling martial soul fusion technique of XiaoWu and Wang Qiu'er surged forth like a terrifying golden tempest, striking fiercely at Yao Mei. The golden force, akin to rending the very fabric of the void, collided heavily against Yao Mei. She could scarcely move under the onslaught of XiaoWu's attack, as his psychic force had already locked onto them the moment he initiated his strike. The thunderous might of fate slammed into Yao Mei, propelling her violently away. The impact severed the connection, forcing the two apart. They both spewed forth blood, which splattered upon the ground, rendering them unconscious. Yin fared no better. Bing Er's ultimate ice perfectly countered all of Yan's abilities. The terrifying breath of frost emerged, freezing Yan's magma as if it were a mere rodent in the presence of a cat. An icy tempest descended, striking Yan with brutal force, sending her hurtling away. This was the conclusion, as XiaoWu effortlessly dispatched several other soul masters from the spirit hall, shaking his head in resignation. He felt a tinge of loneliness. His level had ascended too high, rendering these opponents utterly ineffectual. Although Bai Dong's demeanor was slightly unusual, she maintained an air of composure. Calmly, she announced, "The champion of this year's elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent is the Tian Shui Academy. Congratulations to you, talented young soul masters." In this moment, the Pope exhibited the composure befitting her status, receiving the trophy from the spirit hall personnel, her gaze lingering over the 3 soul bones. The officiating cardinal proclaimed loudly, "Please, Tian Shui Academy, step forward to receive your champion's reward." "Bing Er, you go," XiaoWu said with a faint smile, displaying little interest in the accolades. Understanding XiaoWu's character, Bing Er shook her head and proceeded towards Bai Dong's elevated platform. Upon sensing the powerful aura of the 3 soul bones, Bing Er's heart trembled uncontrollably. 3 soul bones, indeed, especially the one glowing with a soft blue light, the skull of wisdom.
seemed to possess a formidable allure that captivated Shui Bing-er's heart. Unlike Su Yu, she lacked his resources and felt a twinge of covetousness for the soul bones. Yet, despite this longing, her eyes betrayed no desire. She trusted that Su Yu would not let her down. With a smile, Shui Bing-er accepted the soul bones and departed. I forfeit. None of these soul bones suit me. XiaoWu was the first to speak. I too forfeit. I have no need. Wang Qiu'er similarly shook her head, finding none of the soul bones suitable. Su Yu chuckled, shaking his head, reiterating that he desired no soul bones. The swift-moving, chasing wind left leg was undoubtedly best suited for agile attack-type soul masters. It should belong to Zhu Qing. I have no use for it. I am not a support soul master, and none of these suit me. XiaoWu sighed, conveying her resignation. The psychic soul bone could be given to Bing-er, as she is quite fitting for it. The flame soul bone might serve as a trade for a suitable soul bone for you, or XiaoWu. Su Yu mused, his tone indifferent, deciding the fate of the soul bones based on the elemental properties. Very well. It seems you have all allocated your shares adequately. I hereby declare this competition officially concluded. Following Bai Dong's announcement, she did not hasten to depart, but instead turned her gaze towards Su Yu. Su Yu, are you willing to join us as a soul master of the Spirit Hall? Bai Dong's voice resonated with authority, yet her gaze towards Su Yu was remarkably gentle. I must decline, Your Holiness. I prefer to maintain my freedom, Su Yu replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips upon hearing Bai Dong's invitation. He cherished his autonomy and did not wish to join the Spirit Hall, despite his formidable talent and the Spirit Hall being the preeminent force on the continent. After all, he had Gu Yuna supporting him. Who could rival such a formidable ally? If that is your choice, so be it. I wish you success in your future endeavors. Bai Dong smiled, as if she had anticipated Su Yu's rejection. We won. We finally won. XiaoWu Xin exclaimed in sheer exhilaration. This was the first championship victory for Tian Shui since its inception. Indeed, Teacher Wu Xin, we have triumphed. Su Yu smiled gently, his heart warmed by the joyous expressions of his companions. Having won, Teacher Wu Xin, we should take our leave. I fear I may not return to the academy with you. There are matters at home I must attend to. A brilliant smile illuminated Su Yu's face. You won't return with us, Captain? Shui Bing-er looked at Su Yu, a hint of sorrow gleaming in her eyes. She had foreseen their parting, yet she had not anticipated it would come so swiftly, and the thought filled her with melancholy. Shui Bing-er gazed at Su Yu, her eyes brimming with the sadness of farewell. Oh, do not be disheartened. How about this? Let's make a 3-year pact. Wang Qiu'er, witnessing her sister's sorrow, gently grasped Shui Bing-er's hand. 3-year pact? Shui Bing-er and XiaoWu exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with joy. Very well, then. Let us meet again after 3 years at Tian Shui Academy. Shui Bing-er beamed, her eyes sparkling. Su Yu, we must take our leave now. Wang Qiu'er and Shui Bing-er had just made their agreement when a tall figure appeared behind Su Yu. It was Di Tian, who had initially returned but was summoned back by Gu Yuna's command. As Su Yu solemnly nodded at Shui Bing-er, she responded with a faint smile, devoid of any particularly poignant words of farewell, merely a simple goodbye. Di Tian did not linger, immediately seizing Su Yu, Wang Qiu'er, and XiaoWu by their collars, propelling them forward at a speed that shattered the sound barrier. Miles away from Wuhan City, an elderly figure wielding a golden blade stood against the wind atop a mountain, emanating a terrifying aura akin to a colossal sword cleaving through the heavens. Such a formidable being. The fact that the child, XiaoWu, had such a powerful ally behind him was indeed noteworthy for a conversation. The golden blade aura surged thousands of meters, striking fiercely towards Di Tian. Di Tian's countenance remained unchanged as he unleashed a powerful chop against the blade aura, the overwhelming force instantly shattering Su Yi's attack. Observing the obliteration of his blade aura, Su Yi displayed no surprise, maintaining an air of calmness. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a blade aura that seemed to slice the very sky. Witnessing Su Yi's formidable strike, Di Tian revealed a hint of solemnity. Such a fearsome blade aura was something he regarded with considerable apprehension. He had not anticipated such strength from a human.
Had he not possessed the dragon god claw, he might have found it challenging to contend with him. A faint glow emanated from Tion's hands, and an oppressive aura surged forth, causing Su-Yi to furrow his brows. Just as Tion prepared to make his move, Su-Yi spoke up, gazing at Su-Yi with disbelief. He had initially thought Tion to be invincible, yet he was astonished to discover that his own grandfather was equally formidable. Su-Yi had expected Su-Yi to be around level 98, comparable to Sheng, yet his true prowess was astonishing. Shaking his head, Su-Yi regarded his grandfather with affection. The mischievous Su-Yi swiftly delivered a slap to Su-Yu's head, nearly sending him flying, leaving a noticeable bump on his forehead. "Grandfather, that hurt," Su-Yi complained, rubbing his head with an unhappy expression. "Good, it should hurt. Remember to be cautious in the future. I know about those fellows from Haotian sect. They are merely softies, and if they perish, so be it. However, you must remember this. Should you dare to transform in such a manner, I will personally deal with you. Now, you may leave." Su-Yi cast a deep glance at Tion before turning to depart. "Grandfather, where are you going?" Su-Yi asked, concern evident in his voice. "I'm off to see an old friend. It's been a long time. I wonder if she is still as beautiful as ever," Su-Yi replied, swiftly tearing through the void and soaring into the distance. "An old friend?" Su-Yi sighed, feeling a tinge of helplessness. It was not until Su-Yi had departed that XiaoWu and Wang Qiu'er regained their composure. "Grandfather Su-Yi is incredibly strong," they exclaimed in disbelief, having previously thought of him as an ordinary person, never expecting such might that even Tion could not easily subdue him. "I only recently discovered how formidable he truly is," Su-Yi admitted, shaking his head in resignation. "We must leave quickly. I sense my bloodline is on the verge of another evolution," he said, suppressing his excitement. In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed Su-Yi on the screen, a smile gracing her lips. "Xiaozi, what do you think of my successor? Is he not powerful?" she queried, pride evident in her demeanor as she looked at the imposing figure beside her, the god of destruction. The god of destruction, possessing boundless destructive power and opposing the goddess of life, was nonetheless her husband. "Not bad. And it seems he has formed a good rapport with the dragon god's avatar. Did they truly think we would not notice? They even shifted the blame onto us. Had it not been for the dragon god, we would not have imposed restrictions on soul beasts," he remarked, shaking his head, visibly displeased. "You've awakened." She remains unaware, only recalling that we attacked her. The goddess of life responded, shaking her head, unfazed, as her gentle nature starkly contrasted with the god of destruction's more aggressive demeanor. "Xiaozi, this child's mysterious bloodline power has evolved again. Do you think he can bear the power of creation?" The goddess of life's words caused the god of destruction's eyes to widen in disbelief as he turned to her. "XiaoWu, you cannot be serious. Only the creator god can withstand the power of creation. Are you suggesting he could become the creator god?" The god of destruction felt as if he had not fully awakened from slumber, unable to comprehend such a statement. Observing his astonished expression, the goddess of life smiled faintly. "I am certainly not jesting. I have faith in this child." Her face bore a serious yet confident smile, certain that she had not misjudged him. Soon, Su-Yi was taken back to the Douluo Great Forest by Tion, inhaling the rich spiritual energy from the Lake of Life. Su-Yi let out a deep breath of relief. "I'm back," he said, as Guyuna suddenly appeared beside him, delivering a firm slap to his head. "Nana Jia, please stop. What if you hurt my brother?" Wang Qiu'er remarked, casting an unhappy glance at Guyuna. Observing the girl's protective nature, Guyuna sighed deeply. "Oh dear, such a little girl. Since you are ready for bloodline evolution, let us commence without delay. I believe in you," Guyuna encouraged, patting Su-Yu's shoulder with warmth. With that, she clapped her hands, summoning all the fierce beasts, including Shui Di and Bing Di. "Excellent. Let us begin," Su-Yi nodded, sitting down without hesitation. Golden energy surged throughout Su-Yu's body as the system initiated the fusion process. Beep, fusion commencing. An intense heat enveloped his meridians, chaotic energy coursing through him. Simultaneously, Su-Yu's body trembled as the power of fate enveloped the entire lake of life. Guyuna, sensing her own body, which had begun to restore itself, smiled softly. Tian and the others rapidly elevated their cultivation, years passing in mere moments. The swift ascent brought radiant smiles to their faces. Suyu felt an intense heat akin to endless flames scorching him. Having endured similar trials twice before, he braced himself, gritting his teeth against the pain. As the time stretched on, his body continued to tear apart, drops of blood flowing from his ruptured skin. Simultaneously, his blood underwent a transformation, shifting from red to gold. Let the evolution begin. Suyu roared, and a terrifying golden light erupted, the searing heat dissipating entirely. Suyu suddenly stood up. A terrifying golden light erupted from his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming energy. He had successfully evolved. As he sensed the formidable power coursing through his body, he felt capable of vanquishing Tang San with a single blow. The system interface activated. Beep. Activation successful. Host. Suyu age. 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 55 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Quasi-earth stage skills. Radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption strike. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth treader pet. Ain. Blue silver emperor. Storage. Barrett 172 passion pills. 100. 000 gold coins. 10 illusion pills. Special version of herbicide. 66 enhanced passion pills. 99 fasting pills. Bicycle. 88 quality passion pills. 8 extremes collapse. 5 forms visualization. Grenades toothbrush. Recovery pill. White vinegar strength. Above average fishing attempts. 0 evaluation. Your mental power is formidable, yet your strength does not match. Keep striving, young man. I believe one who masters fate can undoubtedly become a deity. Is this the complete and terrifying essence of the Qilin bloodline? How rather abnormal it is. Suyu clenched his fists, deep in thought, as the overwhelming energy surged forth from his body. What an astonishing young man. Little Green, I am beginning to believe your words. Perhaps this lad can indeed bear the power of creation. The god of destruction murmured, observing Suyu on the screen. Are you convinced now? This child is worthy of trust, remarked the goddess of life, narrowing her eyes with a gentle gaze towards the god of destruction. She then patted his shoulder, while the god of destruction stared blankly at Suyu on the screen. Suyu, have you succeeded? Guyuna looked at the golden-haired, golden-eyed embodiment of terrifying energy before her, concern flickering in her eyes. Nana, do not worry. I have succeeded, Suyu replied with a smile. With a casual motion, the terrifying Qilin bloodline pressed towards Guyuna. As Guyuna felt the bloodline suppression emanating from Suyu, disbelief washed over her beautiful eyes. She had never anticipated that her bloodline would be suppressed. After all, her bloodline was that of the dragon god. How could Suyu's bloodline be stronger than the dragon goddess? Suddenly, a unique thought struck Guyuna. If Suyu's bloodline was so formidable, how terrifying would a child they cultivated together be? At this realization, her gaze involuntarily shifted towards Wang Qiao'er. What is it, Sister Nana? Wang Qiao'er inquired, puzzled by Guyuna's look. It's nothing. Please continue your training, Guyuna replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. By the way, Sister Nana, this is for you, Suyu said, producing a bottle of water. However, this was no ordinary bottle. It radiated an ethereal essence that captivated the beholder. This is sacred water, an unexpected treasure I obtained. It should assist you with your injuries, Suyu explained, opening the bottle and offering it to Guyuna. Listening to Suyu's explanation, Guyuna said nothing. Trusting him, she took the bottle and drank the sacred water in one gulp. Upon consuming the sacred water, Guyuna's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to commence her training. Seeing this, Suyu nodded in approval. It appeared to be effective. Brother, your bloodline is becoming increasingly powerful. Perhaps you should give her a drop of blood, Wang Qiao'er suggested with a faint smile. Suyu sighed, forcing a drop of blood from his fingertip. Chapter 180, Journey to Douluo. Thank you, brother, Wang Qiao'er exclaimed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she felt the powerful allure of the drop of blood. Hurry and absorb it, Suyu urged, shaking his head in exasperation. After a brief conversation with Tian, Suyu resumed his meditation on the ground. Little Green, are you certain this is wise? Isn't this against the rules of inheritance? The god of destruction looked at the goddess of life with a troubled expression. Little Purple, why are you so rigid? Think carefully. Don't other deities provide their successors with special training? As the goddess of life, I should be able to do the same. She was not only inclined to grant Suyu special training, but also wished for him to bypass the initial trials he must face. However, this was not merely special treatment. After all, Suyu had already qualified. Suyu's current strength was sufficient to leap directly to the 5th trial, which aligned closely with his present capabilities, for he was indeed very powerful. Even an ordinary soul sage would seem insignificant in his presence. Observing his system interface, Suyu smiled. Life Deity Trial. First trial completed. Life Deity Trial. Second trial completed. Life Deity Trial. Third trial completed. Life Deity Trial. Fourth trial completed. Life Deity Trial. Fifth trial commencing. Find the ancient tree of life within 6 months to obtain the true liquid of life. Upon completion, gain a 3-level boost in soul power. As Suyu pondered, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Goddess of life? Are you encountering a bug? I want my reward. Suyu's mood plummeted, akin to a roller coaster, descending from a peak to a valley. Damn it. I want my reward. Shaking his head in resignation, Suyu sighed and stood up, making his way outside the Lake of Life. The ancient tree of life was something Tian should know about, given his considerable age. Aside from Guyuna, no one else was older than him. Not even the ancient whale of the deep sea, which was merely a few 100,000 years old. Suyu swiftly expanded his mental energy, and soon detected Tian's presence. He unfurled his wings and soared towards Tian. Tian, do you know about the ancient tree of life? Suyu's inquiry left Tian and the others momentarily speechless, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Why do you ask? We know the ancient tree of life, but only the master has the qualification to approach it, Tian replied, his demeanor growing awkward. It is a forbidden zone, akin to Guyuna's private sanctuary. Now that Suyu had brought it up, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing, yet it was not his fault. No one had informed him that the Lake of Life was birthed from the ancient tree of life. Only Sister Nana can enter, right? All right, I understand, Suyu said, a smile spreading across his face. With a grin, Suyu departed and swiftly flew towards Guyuna's training location, currently guarded by the Snow Emperor. What's wrong, little one? Is there something you need help with? The Snow Emperor greeted with a gentle smile. Sister Snow Emperor, has Sister Nana not completed her training yet? Suyu inquired, a hint of puzzled amusement gracing his features, as he was eager to reach the ancient tree of life. Tian stated that only Guyuna could pass, but Suyu felt confident that Guyuna would surely allow him to enter, especially since she had permitted him to enter even the sacred water. However, he was taken aback to discover that Guyuna was still diligently cultivating, indicating that she would require a considerable amount of time to complete her training. Are you here to seek her out? Shwedi inquired, looking at Suyu with a hint of confusion. Suyu merely nodded in response, settling down cross-legged on the ground to begin his own cultivation. Observing Suyu's demeanor, Shwedi also chose to enter a state of meditation without further comment. Suddenly, Suyu remembered that he possessed a time travel card. Surely, by using it, he could venture into the Douluo world to seek out some ihua, or even the beast fire would suffice. System, how does time work in the Douluo world? Suyu silently questioned. Ding, time remains unchanged. The flow of time in both worlds is identical. Suyu maintained his composure, nodding in understanding. After some contemplation, he decided to embark on this journey. For obtaining Sheng would undoubtedly lead to the evolution of his Fengjie. The system will automatically shield the host from others' perception, the system chimed in, elated by this revelation. Suyu mentally nodded again. Let us commence the traversal, he declared, planning to spend 4 to 5 months in the new world, certain that Guyuna would awaken by the time he returned. No sooner had Suyu completed his thoughts than a beam of white light surged into his body. Upon awakening, he felt a heaviness within him, as if his soul power was somewhat sluggish. Ding! Initiating transformation of Do-Chi. Soon, he
He sensed his soul power morphing into a strange, yet potent ability. Do 9 stars. In no time, CiaoWu's soul power had transformed into that of a 9-star to Do. Indeed, the disparity in strength was palpable. While he was close to becoming a Gunsung, Huin Sheng, back home, here he was merely a 9-star to Do. Shaking his head, he began to survey his surroundings. The environment astounded him, revealing colossal trees reminiscent of the Shingdo Dasanlin. Is this the Beast Mountain Range? CiaoWu mused, grinning as he unfurled his golden wings and swiftly ascended in a particular direction. After converting his chi, his speed had remarkably increased, and within 2 minutes, he encountered a human figure, a girl, to be precise. She bore a considerable load of medicinal herbs on her back, and her slender waist was captivating at first glance. Could this be XiaoWu? CiaoWu pondered as he glided toward her, retracting his golden wings just before reaching her. The girl appeared to be around the same age as CiaoWu, approximately 14 or 15. "Hello, miss. I seem to have lost my way. Would you be so kind as to guide me out?" CiaoWu greeted her with a warm smile, landing gracefully beside her. Startled by his sudden appearance, XiaoWu nearly dropped the poison in her hands. "Hello there, miss. No need to be alarmed. I mean you no harm," CiaoWu reassured her, quickly dispersing the toxin with a surge of soul power while maintaining a friendly demeanor. XiaoWu regarded CiaoWu with skepticism. Judging by his expression, he did not appear malicious. However, her mother had always warned her that those who claimed to be good were often not. Although she found CiaoWu quite attractive, she had no intention of engaging further, as she was not one to be swayed by appearances. "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to, so I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should seek help from someone else," she replied, turning to flee without another glance at CiaoWu. He felt exasperated. Did he truly come off as a villain? Nonetheless, CiaoWu was undeterred. He spread his wings and closely followed XiaoWu, careful not to stray too far, for he was acutely aware that this was the Beast Mountain Range. If he were to inadvertently enter the territory of a Do Wang or Do Huang, he would be doomed. Although CiaoWu was confident in his abilities, he understood that facing such formidable opponents was beyond his current capabilities. He shook his head, silently trailing behind XiaoWu while attempting to mask his presence. If she was unwilling to guide him, he would simply follow her, convinced that she would eventually lead him out. As CiaoWu observed XiaoWu moving purposefully in one direction, a faint smile appeared on his face. Though he felt a pang of guilt towards XiaoWu, he sensed that an opportunity was presenting itself on his first day. "I apologize, brother XiaoWu. It was not my intention to intrude upon your fortune." CiaoWu contemplated as he soared above. Just as he surmised, XiaoWu approached a cliff, securing a rope to descend. At that moment, a smile spread across CiaoWu's face. His speed surged, and in an instant he was at her side, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Ah!" XiaoWu gasped as she was effortlessly lifted off the ground by CiaoWu. Turning her head, she locked eyes with his handsome visage, and her expression shifted to one of regret. She realized her mistake in venturing into the Beast Mountain Range. Soon, disbelief washed over her. A Do Wang so young was nearly unfathomable. One must remember that Do Wangs typically honed their skills for years within the empire. Yet here stood an exceptionally youthful Do Wang, which left her reeling with incredulity. "Fear not, fair maiden. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely sense the arrival of an opportunity," CiaoWu stated with unwavering assurance as he guided XiaoWu toward a cave at the cliff's edge. How could he be so aware of his surroundings? It was due to his spiritual perception that allowed him to navigate with ease, without the need for extensive searching. His mental acuity proved invaluable. XiaoWu stood in stunned silence. Although she had begun to suspect CiaoWu's intentions, being brought to this secluded location elicited a sense of despair. An opportunity lay before her, and she could hardly believe that CiaoWu would let it slip away. Surely, a Do Wang so young must possess a ruthless heart, she thought, feeling a chill run down her spine. Not only does he seek the opportunity, but he may also eliminate me in the process. What a sinister man. If CiaoWu had been privy to XiaoWu's turbulent thoughts, he would have assured her, "My dear, you are overthinking this. I harbor no desire to harm you. I simply wish to find a way out and fortuitously stumbled upon opportunity. However, in that moment, Su Yu remained blissfully unaware of her perceptions. Just as he set XiaoWu down, she swiftly drew a vial of poison and hurled it at him, but as a scion of the Qilin bloodline, there was no way she could ensnare him with such feeble attempts. Su Yu did not evade. He allowed the poison from XiaoWu to strike him directly. Upon witnessing her poison land on Su Yu, a faint smile crept into XiaoWu's eyes. She did not believe her poison could harm a Douluo-level expert. Yet securing even a slight chance of escape was preferable to waiting here to be killed. My dear lady, I harbor no malice. Otherwise, I might have simply taken your life by now. Would you not agree? A gentle smile graced Su Yu's lips as he reached out to grasp the hand that XiaoWu had hidden behind her back. Seizing the vial of poison from her grasp, I truly mean you no harm, so there's no need for such wariness, he declared, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Upon realizing that Su Yu had swiftly countered her deadly move, a look of terror washed over XiaoWu's face. Very well. Let us proceed, Su Yu said, pulling XiaoWu's hand as they ventured into the cave. Upon entering, he summoned the Qing Liandi XiaoWu, instantly illuminating the pitch-black cavern. In that moment, Su Yu spotted a rock serpent not far from him. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he hurled flames, reducing the rock serpent to nothingness. Now, let us continue. Rest assured, I shall not harm you, dear lady. XiaoWu gazed at Su Yu with wide, disbelieving eyes, unable to fathom the power of the Qing Liandi XiaoWu in his possession. As she felt the terrifying heat, she realized that it was undoubtedly a Yeo. The presence of a Douluo wielding such extraordinary fire left her heart icy with fear. Silently, she followed Su Yu, harboring no thoughts of escape. Fleeing from such a formidable expert was but a fantasy. Soon, they arrived at a stone door emanating a soft yellow glow. There is no path forward, XiaoWu lamented, shaking her head in resignation as she surveyed the cave. However, Su Yu approached the stone door and struck it with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the door shattered into fragments. Now, dear lady, we may enter, Su Yu proclaimed, leading XiaoWu through the now-opened entrance. As they stepped inside, their surroundings abruptly expanded into a vast stone chamber. The chamber appeared somewhat austere and spacious, with moonstone embedded in the walls for illumination. In the center stood a chair, upon which a skeleton was seated, its skull deeply embedded in the pale thigh bones, casting an eerie aura in the tranquil ambience. This is quite a remarkable place, Su Yu mused, shaking his head as he cast a flame onto a torch mounted on the wall. The torch ignited, flooding the cave with light. Before the chair lay an elongated upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly arranged. Furthermore, in the 3 corners of the chamber, a considerable number of gleaming gold coins and other precious treasures were piled high, likely amounting to hundreds of thousands. Given his recent arrival in the Doqi continent, Su Yu found himself in need of wealth. As his gaze shifted from the gleaming gold, it settled upon a final corner, where a small flower bed had been formed from mounds of earth, adorned with a variety of flowers and herbs, releasing a delightful fragrance. Both Su Yu and XiaoWu hastened towards the flower bed, recognizing the true value of these seemingly ordinary plants, which far surpassed the worth of the gold coins. Zilan Yi, by Ling Shanghua, Shuelian Zi, XiaoWu exclaimed, her lips parting in awe as she named the rare and hard-to-find high-grade medicinal materials. Ice Spirit Flame Herb. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, fully aware of the Ice Spirit Flame herb's significance. I want the Ice Spirit Flame Herb and some gold coins. Oh, and that incomplete map as well. The rest is yours. With that, he summoned the 3 items he desired using his mental power. Do you truly not intend to kill me? XiaoWu asked incredulously, observing Su Yu, despite him taking the most precious Ice Spirit Flame Herb. She felt she had not fared poorly as long as she remained alive. Why would I harm you? You are so beautiful, and I rather like you. Why would I kill you for these items? Su Yu shook his head, glancing around the cave at the remaining treasures. XiaoWu, taken aback by Su Yu's demeanor, found herself speechless. Were these items truly so insignificant? They were undeniably valuable. Rolling her eyes, She took out a spade to unearth the herbs. With a smile, CiaoWu approached the skeleton and gently retrieved the key from it. Here, take this. The contents of the stone boxes are yours. I have no need for them. His actions left Xiao Yixian momentarily stunned, but thinking of the stolen ice spirit flame herb, she gritted her teeth and resolutely accepted the key from CiaoWu's hand. Seeing CiaoWu smile remain unchanged even after she took the key, Xiao Yixian felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he was indeed a good person. She approached the box and inserted the key, turning it with a click, a soft sound echoing throughout the chamber. Open it, CiaoWu urged, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the metallic latch spring back. Yes, it's open, Xiao Yixian exclaimed, eagerly lifting the lid of the stone box. CiaoWu, aware of the contents, did not intervene as her hand reached inside to retrieve an ancient, colorful scroll. What is this? He feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of its significance. A manual on how to concoct poisons, Xiao Yixian replied, her eyes sparkling as she examined the scroll. A poison manual? CiaoWu raised an eyebrow in feigned astonishment, taking the scroll from her and examining it closely. The seven-colored poison manual? Such a specialized text on poison crafting exists? Could the individual who left these behind have been a poison master? Well, you did promise not to compete with me for it, Xiao Yixian suddenly recalled, grabbing the scroll possessively and eyeing CiaoWu warily. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking it. Do you think I am the sort to break my word? I would not deceive a young lady like you, CiaoWu replied, shaking his head in exasperation, subsequently ignoring Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed that CiaoWu was not much older than her. However, she chose not to dwell on it, satisfied simply to have obtained something valuable. When she opened another stone box, a black scroll appeared before them once more. CiaoWu could not help but smile faintly. This was likely the Ziyun Yi, a precious item indeed, though it held no value for him as he already possessed the Jinyu Yi. Here, take this. I have no use for it. Upon glancing at the scroll, Xiao Yixian immediately lost interest and tossed it to CiaoWu. CiaoWu shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless as he unfurled the scroll, casting a glance at the rather unappealing wings depicted within. A hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. I don't want this. You can keep it. CiaoWu pursed his lips and tossed the scroll back to Xiao Yixian, deeming it utterly useless. Xiao Yixian looked at CiaoWu, who had casually thrown the scroll back to her, a hint of confusion in her gaze. But this is a flying combat technique, which is said to be quite precious. How could you just discard it? It seemed that this fellow was indeed a good person. Shaking her head, Xiao Yixian decided to keep the technique, firmly resolved that whatever lay in the third box would certainly be given to CiaoWu. With her mind made up, she opened the box before her without hesitation. A pale yellow scroll reappeared in front of CiaoWu. Xiao Yixian shook her head and presented the scroll to CiaoWu. All right, take this. If you don't, I might feel a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the scroll in Xiao Yixian's hands, a gentle smile spread across CiaoWu's face. Fine, I shall take it. He opened the scroll to discover it was a low-level Xian grade scroll. Upon seeing CiaoWu's reaction, a soft smile appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. CiaoWu surveyed the cave once more, a faint smile still gracing his lips. All right, let us depart. You can lead me out of the Warcraft mountain range, can't you? CiaoWu's voice was gentle, evoking a sense of warmth. Xiao Yixian nearly laughed at CiaoWu's question, giving him a sidelong glance before turning away. Let us go. After walking a short distance, she turned back to CiaoWu, smiling as she spoke. Chapter 183, Leaving the Warcraft mountain range. CiaoWu beamed brightly as he followed Xiao Yixian out of the cave. How shall we proceed? Should I carry you? CiaoWu covertly glanced at Xiao Yixian's slender waist. Having just touched her waist, he found it delightfully soft, akin to caressing a warm piece of jade. No need, Xiao Yixian replied, casting CiaoWu a disapproving look. Although CiaoWu had hidden his intentions well, Xiao Yixian still caught on. She retrieved a short bamboo flute from her bosom, placing it to her lips and blowing gently. An unusual sound wave rapidly emanated from the flute, traveling through the passageway and spiraling into the night sky beyond the cliff. Soon, a blue eagle appeared before Xiao Yixian, who proudly lifted her chin towards CiaoWu. CiaoWu, observing her demeanor, shook his head with a sigh. Just as he was about to approach, the eagle took flight.
Su Yu felt speechless as he unleashed his golden feather wings, propelling himself forward with tremendous speed, closely tailing the eagle. Under Xiao Yixian's guidance, Su Yu swiftly exited the Warcraft mountain range. Before darkness enveloped the sky, he finally reached a small town near the Warcraft mountain range, named Qingshan Town. It was commonly referred to as the Beastmaster Town due to its proximity to the mountains. Within its confines, the majority of the populace consisted of mercenaries who lived by the sword, gathered in groups, exchanging boisterous banter about the town's most enticing women, the strongest liquor, and the fiercest beasts. All right, come with me. You can stay at my place tonight, but you must leave tomorrow. Understood? Xiao Yixian glared at Su Yu, irritation evident in her tone. Having determined that Su Yu was indeed a good person, she relaxed her demeanor. Su Yu merely nodded, contemplating how to acquire a powerful martial soul to elevate his burning decision. As he lay on Xiao Yixian's bed, he glanced at her, who had been carelessly tossed to the floor, a smile creeping onto his lips. The thought of Xiao Yixian making him sleep on the ground made him shake his head in disbelief. There was no way he could sleep on the floor, so he would have to let her endure it for the night. Xiao Yixian, lying on the floor, felt a mix of exasperation. She had never encountered such a lack of decorum in a man. Determined to settle the score with Su Yu when she grew stronger, she silently cursed him under her breath. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Morning arrived, and upon noticing Xiao Yixian's absence, Su Yu shook his head. His current goal was to obtain the purple fire from the purple crystal-winged Lion King. With his burning decision already lacking, absorbing the purple fire would surely suffice. However, the purple crystal-winged Lion King was a formidable opponent at the Do Huang level. If someone could hold him off, he might have a chance, but without assistance, he was at a loss. Was he to directly fuse with the XiaoWu and hurl the Fire Lotus into the Lion King's cave? Though Su Yu was confident in his ability to injure the Lion King, wounding him and killing him were two entirely different matters. If the Lion King reacted quickly, he would undoubtedly be finished, potentially facing instant annihilation. The thought of such a scenario was not something Su Yu entertained, as he feared he would be easily dispatched. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it and left Xiao Yixian's room, descending the stairs. Su Yu refrained from causing any trouble for Xiao Yixian, as his strength allowed him to remain undetected. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he pondered whether to venture into the desert early. Perhaps the Qinglan Di Xinhua was still there, and if it were, he could successfully evolve. With a sigh, he shook his head, wondering if his blood was potent at this point. He forced a drop of golden blood from his fingertip, the liquid exuding a unique fragrance that was intoxicating. Having already siphoned much of Tang San's fortune, his blood now brimmed with the power of destiny. As he contemplated this, a brash voice interrupted him from afar. "Hey, young man, is that drop of blood for sale?" Turning to see a girl clad in a white cloud-patterned robe accompanied by an old man approaching, Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Nailin Yinran, he thought, recognizing her signature hair and attire. What's she doing here? Could it be she has come to call off the engagement? Surprised yet composed, he maintained his demeanor. "I won't sell it, but I am open to trade," Su Yu replied nonchalantly as Nailin Yinran and her companion reached him. "Trade? What do you want?" "I can exchange something of value," Nailin Yinran remarked, eyeing the drop of blood in Su Yu's hand, sensing its potential worth. She felt an unrelenting desire for the blood he held. "Speak, young man. What are your demands? Our Yunlan sect can accommodate you as long as your requests are not excessive. We could even consider accepting you as a disciple if you so wish," remarked Yi, who stood behind Nalan Yinran, casting a disdainful glance at Su Yu. Confidence radiated from him. After all, what could the entire empire or even the Yunlan sect lack? Moreover, what could a mere child from the wild possibly desire? A simple technique would suffice to appease him. "Do not speak to me," Su Yu replied, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Instantly, a formidable mental force descended upon Gu Yi, overwhelming him. Gu Yi, knowing that Su Yu's mental prowess rivaled that of a titled Dalu, found himself unable to withstand the pressure. As a mere great dosher, his complexion shifted to one of distress. "I can offer you a drop of this blood. I possess 10 drops in total.
I require your sect master to assist in holding off the Xijing Winged Lion King in the Beast Mountain range. I need to retrieve something from its lair. Su Yu's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Nalan Yinran, observing Gu Ye's immediate subjugation, was about to speak when he gestured for silence. If it is within our Yunlan sect's capabilities, I shall relay your request to my master, Nalan Yinran said, her eyes greedily fixating on the blood in Su Yu's hand, sensing its significant allure. She felt compelled not to miss this opportunity, convinced it was a treasure. Furthermore, the prospect of taking a drop with her was enticing. I need your sect master's assistance. If he agrees, the remaining blood will be yours, Su Yu declared, tossing the vial of blood to Nalan Yinran. As she grasped it and felt the unique energy emanating from it, a faint smile graced her lips. This esteemed elder, I shall accept this. I will inform my master, Nalan Yinran stated solemnly after securing the blood. Su Yu returned a gentle smile, nodding slightly before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. I will remain in Qingshan town for the next 2 months. I hope you can act swiftly, Su Yu said, propelling himself skyward towards Qingshan town. Nalan Yinran and Gu Yi stood in stunned silence, watching him depart. Initially, Nalan Yinran believed Su Yu to be merely a peer with secret treasures, but now it was evident he was a formidable Do Wang, akin to her grandfather. Such power was rare, even within the Yunlan sect. It was astonishing to discover such strength hidden within a small town like Qingshan. Elder Gu Yi, let us hurry and report this matter to our master, Nalan Yinran urged, casting a serious glance at Gu Yi before taking off swiftly. Gu Yi scrambled to his feet, hastily following her. This time, Su Yu did not conceal his presence, having received assistance from XiaoWu. He also wished to aid her, knowing that she had garnered unwanted attention in Qingshan town. By displaying his power, he ensured that no one would dare approach her. After all, the strongest individual in Qingshan town was merely a Do Shi. Who would dare confront a Do Wang? As he soared towards the vicinity of the pharmacy where XiaoWu was located, the townspeople caught sight of Su Yu and his wings, igniting a wave of astonishment. A Do Wang. He is indeed a Do Wang. Is this the might of a Do Wang? Such terrifying aura and pressure. Such a powerful figure. I wonder when I will reach such heights. The townsfolk buzzed with excitement regarding Su Yu's prowess, but he had no time to engage with them, striding directly into the pharmacy. Where have you been? I thought you had left, XiaoWu exclaimed upon spotting him, her expression sour as she glared at him. Apologies. I stepped out for a moment. Is there anything you need help with? Su Yu replied, scratching his head sheepishly. He approached XiaoWu with a gentle demeanor, inquiring about her needs. Understanding his intent, her eyes softened with gratitude, and she played along with his act. In that case, go and prepare the herbs. XiaoWu instructed, gesturing towards a basket of medicinal herbs nearby. Without hesitation, Su Yu complied and took the herbs, heading outside. The onlookers gasped in disbelief that XiaoWu could command a Do Wang so effortlessly. XiaoWu, how formidable! After completing this task, the townspeople no longer dared to approach her, realizing she was now associated with a Do Wang. They pondered the consequences of provoking such a powerful figure. Yunlan's sect, the most powerful force in the Jiaomu Empire, has endured generations of unbroken succession, solidifying its position atop the empire. At the end of the long stone steps, shrouded in mist, lay a vast plaza, entirely paved with monumental stones, exuding an ancient grandeur. At its center stood an imposing stone tablet, chronicling the names of the sect's past leaders and those who had made significant contributions to its legacy. Nalan Yinran hurried through the Yunlan sect, ignoring the greetings from fellow disciples. Yinran, you have returned, greeted Yun, the sect leader, with a gentle smile as she noticed Nalan Yinran's swift entrance. Master, Nalan Yinran replied respectfully, her smile reflecting her acknowledgement. Has something occurred, Yinran? Yun observed her disciple's unusual urgency, sensing that something significant had transpired. Master, we encountered a Do Wang, Nalan Yinran exclaimed, producing the vial of blood Su Yu had given her and recounting the events in their entirety. Yun's expression shifted, her fingers deftly guiding the golden drop of blood to float before her. As she gazed upon it, disbelief flickered in her eyes. "Yinran, you have indeed done well," she said, her demeanor a mixture of seriousness and warmth. "Master?" Nalan Yinran inquired, taken aback. "This drop of blood possesses extraordinary energy. I sense that absorbing it could enhance my cultivation. If I am not mistaken, it rivals the efficacy of a 5th-grade medicinal pill," Yin Yun conveyed. Her gaze now firmly locked on Nalan Yinran. Nalan Yinran was left speechless, having initially thought the blood was powerful, yet realizing it was far more formidable than she had imagined. "Yinran, I will agree to this matter. I shall visit Qingshan town," Yin Yun declared. Appearing beside Nalan Yinran and gently patting her shoulder, her tone reassuring. Yinran consumed this drop of blood, she instructed before vanishing from sight. A cerulean phantom streaked across the sky, breaking the sound barrier as it swiftly advanced towards Qingshan town. "So you take this to someone else," XiaoWu said, producing some medicinal herbs and promptly handing them to the still-dazed CiaoWu. With a resigned shake of his head, CiaoWu noted the passage of time and the deteriorating attitude of this individual towards him, who had even resorted to yelling at him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind and took the herbs before stepping outside. Chapter 185. Yin Yun's arrival. Yin Yun moved swiftly upon learning of the situation. She traversed from Yunlanzong to the remote Qingshan town in just 3 days. "So this is Qingshan town? It's truly hard to believe that a Do Wang would conceal himself here." As soon as she arrived, Yin Yun sensed an almost imperceptible yet formidable spiritual force coalescing above Qingshan town. Even she was compelled to marvel at this spiritual energy, recognizing that it was comparable to that of Gu He and CiaoWu. It is worth noting that Dan Wang Gu he had already ascended to the rank of Do Wang and achieved the status of a 6th-grade alchemist. The fact that CiaoWu's spiritual force could rival his left Yin Yun astonished. If CiaoWu possessed talent in alchemy, he would be a remarkable prospect. Moreover, according to Yinran, CiaoWu had already become a Do Wang at the same age as her. Such talent and brilliance would earn admiration even from the leader of Yunlanzong. After all, she herself only attained the rank of Do Wang at the age of 22. If CiaoWu was indeed as Yinran claimed, it would be truly frightening. Yin Yun shook her head and retracted her Do Qi wings, gently descending to the ground. The moment she entered Qingshan town, countless fervent gazes were cast upon her, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, her inherently calm demeanor allowed her to furrow her brow slightly and continue forward without concern, her objective being the Wanyao Zhai, the very location where CiaoWu was situated. Those who dared to scrutinize her did so cautiously, for the sword in Yin Yun's hand was clearly not an ordinary weapon. Complemented by her unique and striking aura, they quickly realized that Yin Yun was not a woman to be underestimated. Having navigated through life for many years, they would not belittle anyone, regardless of gender. After all, were there not formidable women on the continent? The leader of Yunlanzong, the Medusa of the desert. None of them could be disregarded. Strength knows no gender. Upon entering Wanyao Zhai, Yin Yun immediately spotted CiaoWu, who was being reprimanded by XiaoWu. "CiaoWu, I must say, you are definitely a false Do Wang. You can't even handle such tasks properly. I truly regret taking you in," XiaoWu scolded. Her expression filled with anger as she placed her hands on her slender waist, her delicate figure drawing CiaoWu's gaze. "You are the one who told Yin Ran to inform me to come." A cool voice suddenly interjected from outside as CiaoWu was casually enjoying some fruit. Turning his head, he saw a woman clad in a simple dress, which accentuated her voluptuous figure. She wielded a peculiar long sword emanating a cerulean glow, her hair elegantly styled into a noble phoenix headdress. Her beautiful face was serene, yet exuded an undeniable air of grace and nobility. "Yin Yun," CiaoWu squinted at her, rising abruptly. This unexpected movement startled XiaoWu, but in an instant, CiaoWu had vanished from her sight. Yin Yun at the door had also completely disappeared, leaving XiaoWu momentarily dazed. However, she quickly pursed her lips, thinking to herself that CiaoWu could go wherever he pleased. She despised those who enjoyed seizing opportunities from others. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she wore a discontented expression. Above Qingshan Town, Yun observed the wings behind Su Yu and couldn't help but smile. A flying doe technique? Her voice was cool, yet it carried an enchanting allure. Without hesitation, Su Yu nodded. It was futile to pretend when she had already discerned the truth. He understood the nature of the woman before him. Yun possessed an inherently tranquil disposition, rarely displaying any form of agitation. Such individuals resembled the clouds in the sky, appearing languid and indifferent, yet possessing wisdom and composure that allowed them to survey all beneath them. For those who were irrelevant to her, even in the face of calamity, she would merely watch with unblinking eyes. Thus, there is no need for pretense in her presence. I have arrived. State your conditions, Yun stated, narrowing her eyes as an overwhelming aura emanated from her. You must be aware of the Xijing winged Lion King. I need you to hold him off for an hour. If you can do that, I will provide you with the blood. Upon finishing, 9 drops of fragrant golden blood appeared in Su Yu's hand. Yun glanced at them and nodded. A smile graced her delicate face upon seeing the blood. Very well, I agree, but you must first give me some. Without haggling, she simply requested an initial portion. Without refusal, Su Yu tossed her a few drops of blood, which shot towards Yun, who promptly collected them. All right, let us proceed, she declared, swiftly heading towards the Beast Mountain range. Su Yu followed closely behind without hesitation. Yun's speed was astonishing, even when Su Yu unleashed his full power. He found himself lagging behind her. As Su Yu approached the territory of the Xijing winged Lion King, a violent surge of energy and a ferocious roar erupted in the sky, resonating like distant thunder. Listening to the tumultuous roar, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. In the azure sky, the intense energy fluctuations created sounds akin to muffled thunder, and even from a distance, Su Yu's eyes were fixed on a distant horizon, where hues of cerulean and crimson filled the sky, painting the lazy clouds in dual colors. It has begun. Splendid. Let's enter. Su Yu quickly dashed toward the entrance of the Xijing winged Lion King's lair. Upon arriving, he witnessed the formidable figure of the Xijing winged Lion King. The lion's head bore a fearsome appearance, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a strange purple light, and its massive maw lined with sharp fangs. A fiery red spiral horn adorned its head, while clusters of purple flames danced around it. The lion's immense body featured a pair of violet wings, emitting pale purple flames like a torrent of fire, and its powerful claws were encased in a layer of purple crystal, each step causing the very air to tremble with its immense strength. Chapter 186. Seizing the Xijing source he had entered, stealthily concealing his presence as he surged into the lair of the Xijing winged Lion King. The expansive cavern was adorned with numerous purple crystal formations, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. Gazing upon these naturally formed caverns filled Su Yu with awe, so you could not help but sigh inwardly. After traversing the lengthy tunnel, he found himself confronted by 2 diverging paths. He turned several corners, and as he ventured further, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding temperature was rising. Feeling this warmth, Su Yu's heart leaped with joy, prompting him to hasten his steps. Simultaneously, the golden dragon spear materialized in his hand, as he channeled streams of intangible fighting spirit into it. Under Su Yu's infusion, the golden dragon spear emanated a palpable intent. After observing for a while, without spotting any trace of a beast, Su Yu blinked and continued to watch for a moment longer before proceeding with a sense of reassurance. Upon entering the cavern, Su Yu glanced around, finally fixing his gaze upon the central area within the cave. There, a massive amethyst crystal, towering over a meter high, had formed a platform-like structure. Atop the amethyst pedestal rested a small purple orb, roughly the size of Su Yu's head, quietly nestled within. Gazing at the orb, a spark of excitement flickered in Su Yu's eyes. Could this be the accompanying amethyst source? What a splendid treasure! He eagerly reached out towards the amethyst source. Despicable humans! How dare you covet my accompanying amethyst source? You have successfully provoked my wrath. The terrifying purple fighting spirit erupted explosively from the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King, enveloping the entire Beast Mountain range in a shroud of purple energy.
Yin Yun cast a glance at the amethyst-winged Lion King, tightening her grip on the sword in her hand, as an invisible yet violent wind enveloped her, shielding her from the encroaching purple fighting spirit. "You vile creature, your intent is to seize this." Yin Yun gritted her teeth, unleashing a terrifying fighting spirit. With a swift gesture, she conjured a colossal azure tornado, its howling winds surging forth to engulf the amethyst-winged Lion King. As the storm swept through, the forest below was violently uprooted, with numerous beasts fleeing in haste. Observing the approaching tempest, the amethyst-winged Lion King emitted a thunderous grunt from its enormous maw. With a powerful flap of its wings, a massive purple fire column, towering 2 to 3 meters high, erupted from its body, charging towards the storm. The two colossal beings collided in midair, producing a momentary stillness in the surrounding space. At this moment, XiaoWu had completely gathered the accompanying amethyst source. "All right, it's time to leave. This bounty should allow me to condense the purple fire and successfully advance my techniques," he remarked, shaking his head with a faint smile at the several jade bottles filled with amethyst sources. "Human woman, step aside. I shall not hold this against you. But if you do not, you shall not leave here today." The amethyst-winged Lion King's body blazed with purple flames, raising the surrounding temperature to unbearable levels. "Apologies, but I am bound to fulfill my obligations," Yin Yun replied, tightening her grip on the sword. She formed a peculiar seal with her hand, and as her voice rang out, a torrent of violent azure wind surged forth, countering the massive purple flames. As the purple fire attack proved ineffective, the amethyst-winged Lion King's eyes gleamed with intensified purple light. Its enormous claws, imbued with vibrant purple energy, swung down towards the mysterious woman with ferocity, tearing through the air and unleashing a sharp sonic wave that reverberated through the sky. Yun Yun felt the weight of the amethyst-winged Lion King's fierce assault, her expression turning grave. With a flutter of her azure wings, a massive azure wind shield, measuring 2 to 3 meters wide, materialized before her. The colossal claw struck the azure wind shield with a resounding crash. The sound of shattering echoed as it splintered into countless fragments, swept away by the wind. The amethyst-winged Lion King's formidable attack was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. In the sky, the amethyst-winged Lion King's body continuously shifted while Yun Yun retreated, seemingly at a disadvantage, yet sustaining no substantial harm. Yin Zhongzhu retreat. As the battle between man and beast raged on, XiaoWu flapped his wings and approached Yun Yun, calling out to her. "Understood." Yin Yun nodded, utilizing a vast amount of wind. "Humans, you have worn down my limited patience." The amethyst-winged Lion King growled, its voice shaking the mountains. A terrifying flame shot towards XiaoWu, distorting the very fabric of space itself. This is the amethyst-winged Lion King's wrathful strike. Even XiaoWu had to approach with caution. Amethyst seal. With the Lion King's low growl echoing through the mountains, a deep purple light beam erupted. In that moment, Yun Yun's expression shifted slightly, and the powerful technique she had prepared was unleashed. Rift Wind Dance. As Yun Yun's command rang out, the space before her quivered, and numerous massive, deep azure wind blades manifested, intertwining and spiraling forth with fierce velocity. Boom! The purple light beam collided with the wind blades, distorting the surrounding space as they clashed with the force of a meteor strike. The wind blades, however, quickly succumbed, exploding violently, while the purple light beam only dimmed slightly. After obliterating the wind blades, the purple beam surged forward, shattering through the layers of wind shields Yun Yun had conjured, ultimately piercing into her body. In that instant, the amethyst-winged Lion King appeared before Yun Yun, its enormous claws launching 5 sharp purple spikes towards her chest. Wind's extremity, destruction. Just as the giant claw was about to rend Yun Yun's body, her peculiar sword quivered, unleashing a slender beam of profound light that shot forth. As the light appeared, the very air trembled. Crack! The beam hurtled towards the amethyst-winged Lion King's head, but the beast, sensing danger, slightly lowered its head. causing the beam to strike its crimson horn instead. Instantly, the hardest part of its body was cleaved in half. Chapter 187. Severe injury. The fracture of the horn inflicted excruciating pain upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, which let out a furious roar. Its powerful claws, infused with unmatched vigor, struck heavily against Yunyun's chest. Accompanied by a piercing metallic clang, Yunyun coughed up a small mouthful of blood, her face paling slightly. Her form abruptly twisted, azure wings fluttering as she vanished into the horizon in a series of mysterious flashes. Witnessing the injury, yet still capable of such terrifying speed, the amethyst-winged Lion King, weakened by its broken horn, let out a ferocious howl filled with murderous intent. This roar, brimming with violent energy, reverberated through the mountains, shaking the ground and causing some towering peaks to fracture. On CiaoWu's side, he too was not unscathed. Despite unleashing all his capabilities, he was still singed by the amethyst-winged Lion King's flames. However, he had managed to deploy 2 strands of extraordinary fire at the critical moment. However, the force of the flames caused CiaoWu to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was violently hurled toward the spot where Yunyun had just been. Search for me. You must find those 2 humans. The enormous head gazed down toward the mountains. The Zijing XiaoWu glared with its blood-red eyes, releasing a menacing roar that sent the surrounding magical beasts into a frenzy. Although CiaoWu was severely injured from the impact, he did not lose consciousness. Despite the exhaustion of his soul power, he persevered. Striking the ground, he endured the pain and slowly rose to his feet. With just a glance, CiaoWu noticed Yunyun hovering above the water surface, her eyes tightly shut and her pale cheeks revealing the severity of her injuries. Quite a serious wound. Truly, the Zijing XiaoWu is formidable, though perhaps not comparable to Dtion. Gritting his teeth against the pain, CiaoWu approached and lifted Yunyun into his arms. He sighed at her grievous state and noticed a cave above them, prompting him to muster what little fighting spirit he had left to leap upward, carrying the woman into the cave. He gently laid her down in a relatively clean spot and released a sigh of relief. Time for some treatment. Yet, the Zijing XiaoWu actually dared to attack here. What a wretched creature. Once I ascend to godhood in Douluo, I shall return to this world to deal with it properly. CiaoWu shook his head and retrieved a substantial amount of medicinal herbs crafted by Xiao from the Starry River. However, upon examining the location of Yunyun's injury, he fell into a moment of silence. I am here to assist her in healing. She should not mind. CiaoWu bit his lip and hesitantly reached out to unfasten her clothing. Just as his hand was about to touch her, Yunyun's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, her beautiful gaze flashing with a hint of coldness and embarrassment. Ah, you're awake? The sudden awakening startled CiaoWu, causing him to take a few steps back. He raised the small jade vial in his hand, explaining, I merely wish to help you heal. There is no ill intent. Of course, I thought to apply the medicine myself while you were unconscious. But now that you are awake, you may do it yourself. He placed the medicine beside Yunyun and prepared to leave. Yunyun glanced at her wound, a hint of crimson rising to her cheeks. Forget it. You do it. I cannot move. Just control your eyes and hands. Otherwise, the entire Yunlan sect will not spare you. Her voice was melodious, yet there was an undeniable air of nobility due to her status. Very well, it was my fault to begin with. CiaoWu shook his head, extending his hand to unfasten her clothing. As he unraveled her pristine garment, he discovered beneath it a light blue metallic inner armor. The shimmering waves of light upon it indicated it was no ordinary object. Deep claw marks marred the inner armor, with drops of blood seeping from the wounds beneath. The injury is beneath the armor. To stop the bleeding and apply medicine, I must remove it. Observing the delicate blue armor enveloping Yunyun's form, CiaoWu felt a tinge of embarrassment as he met her slightly flushed face. Hearing his words, Yunyun's body trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, she gradually closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering as she spoke in a calm tone. Just do it. It's a hassle. Without hesitation, CiaoWu inhaled deeply and slowly began to unfasten the armor. As he removed it, Yunyun's upper body was revealed before him, albeit only her back.
In front of a man she had known for a brief period, even a powerhouse like Yun Yun felt the warmth of a slight blush creeping onto her fair skin, her body trembling slightly. "Control your hands and eyes." Yun Yun issued another warning. "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person," Suyu replied, maintaining his composure as he applied the medicine to her wounds. Noticing his lack of any lewd intentions, Yun Yun let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she said sincerely, lying quietly on the ground. "No need for thanks. It is only natural for me to assist the leader of the Yun sect." Suyu shook his head and retrieved a Millennium Snow Lotus from the Starry River. He generously offered the Snow Lotus to Yun Yun, placing it near her lips. "What is this?" Yun Yun looked at the cold, emanating Snow Lotus, puzzled. "This Snow Lotus can help you rapidly recover from your internal injuries." Seeing Suyu's earnest expression, Yun Yun did not question further and opened her mouth to consume the entire Snow Lotus. "All right." After covering Yun Yun with a clean garment, Suyu stood up. Observing his demeanor, Yun Yun could not help but smile. "Thank you. You are welcome. It is my duty, and besides, I also benefit from this," Suyu responded just as Yun Yun's face flushed a deep crimson, her gaze toward him shifting. "Well, I will go outside to handle the aura at the entrance." Feeling the weight of her stare, Suyu shifted uncomfortably and made his way outside. Chapter 188. Daily life with Yun Yun. Time swiftly passed, and, after consuming the Snow Lotus, Yun Yun's condition improved significantly. Her chest wound had healed considerably. However, some injuries remained, and she was now dressed in Suyu's clothing. Standing at approximately 172 meters tall, Yun Yun found Suyu's 185-meter height allowed her to fit into his attire. "Leader Yun, come eat something," Suyu announced as he suddenly appeared at the cave's entrance, causing Yun Yun to pause before noticing the soul beast in his hand. Yun Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon her acceptance, Suyu could not help but smile widely. A burst of flames shot forth from his hand, igniting under his control. A fine flame. "Are you an alchemist?" Yun Yun questioned, surprised as she regarded the flames. "No," Suyu replied, shaking his head, "but I do possess the potential to become one. I certainly have somewhat attributes. The Qilin inherently commands all elemental attributes. And since Suyu bore the Qilin bloodline, he must possess it." Contemplating this, Suyu shook his head, acknowledging that if time permitted, he would learn alchemy before departing. However, time was evidently limited, which was regrettable. "It smells delightful. Your culinary skills are impressive," Yun Yun remarked, astonished as she gazed at the aromatic roasted meat. Suyu's unexpected talent brought her delight. She tore off a piece of the roasted meat and succumbed to a fierce battle for food. My divine culinary skills are unstoppable." Suyu felt a sense of pride, witnessing the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect yield to his culinary prowess. For a brief moment, Suyu felt quite content, only to soon realize that his portion of meat was diminishing rapidly. Yun Yun, despite her seemingly frail appearance, proved to have an astonishing appetite. Was it true that all Do Huangs possessed such extraordinary voracity? After swiftly consuming their meal, both Suyu and Yun Yun found themselves sitting on the ground, devoid of any semblance of decorum. "Please, just call me Yun Yun," she said, tilting her head slightly at Suyu, who nodded in acquiescence without further insistence. "Suyu, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Might you teach me? And do you still have that golden blood?" Yun Yun gazed at Suyu with wide, expectant eyes, to which he did not refuse. His culinary prowess was commendable, and since she was eager to learn, he was more than willing to impart his knowledge. Upon seeing Suyu's acceptance, a smile graced Yun Yun's face. After sitting for a while, Suyu decided to venture outside, as he needed to assess the situation daily. The current circumstances were far from favorable. His strength had not yet fully returned, and though he could eventually take Yun Yun away once he had regained his power, contemplating such matters now seemed futile. Shaking his head, he swiftly darted into the distance. The peaceful coexistence in the cave lasted for 2 days, but on the 3rd day, it was abruptly shattered by a sudden wolf howl. Having just finished their lunch, Suyu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the howl emanating from just outside the cave. He quickly stood up, exchanging a worried glance with Yun Yun, both furrowing their brows. "How could we be discovered?" Suyu paced anxiously.
He had been applying a concealment powder daily to mask his scent. It was inconceivable that the magical beast could have tracked him here. Exiting the cave, Suyu glanced at Yun, who, feeling slightly embarrassed under his gaze, nodded gently. Yes, I went out to wash up. Ah, I see. It seems that no matter how powerful a woman is, she cannot tolerate being unclean. Suyu shook his head in resignation as he stepped outside. Now that his strength had significantly recovered, the golden dragon spear appearing in his hand. Shortly after, Suyu returned, carrying a wolf whose skin he had stripped away. I took off its pelt. I noticed you curled up while sleeping last night, so you might want to cover yourself with it. He laid the cleaned wolf pelt at Yun's sleeping spot. My apologies, Suyu, for causing you trouble, Yun said, a hint of remorse crossing her delicate features as she observed the blood staining Suyu's attire. It's nothing. I invited you here, so it is only right that I protect you, Suyu replied gently, patting his chest. Seeing Suyu's nonchalance brought an unexpected relief to Yun's heart. Then, I shall cook for you tomorrow, she smiled at him, glancing outside at the weather. Are you capable of that? Suyu asked, his curiosity piqued. Do not worry. I assure you. By the way, could I borrow your spatial ring? Without hesitation, Suyu tossed the Sheng ring to Yun. The ring could be operated using mental energy, and once Yun had it, she promptly went to sleep. When Suyu awoke again, he spotted Yun squatting by the fire, grilling fish. A smile crept across his face as he took a deep breath, forming a meditative seal with his hands and settling into a state of cultivation. Beside the flickering fire, Yun, drenched in sweat, expertly turned the fish. Occasionally, she would glance back at Suyu, who was deep in meditation, and softly muse, no one has ever tasted the fish I've grilled before. You little rascal dare to underestimate me? As she adjusted the wooden handle, her gaze fell upon some jade vials on the stone platform. With a slight furrow of her brows, she delicately picked up a small vial from the corner, observing the pink froth inside. Could this be the seasoning? It appears to be this, but it's pink and has a peculiar fragrance that induces a warmth within. Suyu opened his eyes to find a charred fish before him. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at Yun, who was intently watching him. Is this your grilled fish? This is my first attempt at cooking. Even if it is not palatable, you must finish it. Otherwise, once I recover. Yun raised the grilled fish in her hand, her words laced with an unmistakable undertone of threat. Suyu swallowed hard, uncertain of what seasoning she had used. Yet it did smell quite enticing. Resigned, he opened his mouth and took a bite, only to find it charred. He glanced helplessly at Yun, who was equally smeared with char. Chapter 189. Returned to awe with his lips stained dark from the char. Suyu grimaced, biting down and swallowing the food with difficulty. However, as he consumed more than half of the grilled fish, his brows gradually knitted together, and his body began to squirm uncomfortably. Suyu felt a surge of wicked fire erupting within his abdomen, his eyes turning crimson, and his body stiffening. Suyu, have you noticed something amiss? Yun, standing before him, suddenly asked, her cheeks flushed. At her question, Suyu lifted his head, his heart racing at the sight of the alluringly flushed Yun. Her once sparkling eyes now clouded with a haze of desire. He lowered his gaze, realizing that even her graceful neck was tinted with pink. Drawing in a deep breath, Suyu observed Yun's flustered expression due to this bizarre scene, and then glanced down at the grilled fish in their hands. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the original narrative and, feeling parched, asked, "What did you sprinkle on this?" Realizing the potential issue, Yun hurriedly retrieved the small vial from the stone platform and handed it to Suyu. Upon examining the pink powder, Suyu's face turned incredulous. Isn't this the aphrodisiac powder I intended for others? What's wrong? Is there an issue with the seasoning? Yun inquired, puzzled. Who told you this was seasoning? This is an aphrodisiac, Suyu exclaimed in despair, tossing the vial to the ground. With a long sigh, Suyu felt the wicked fire in his abdomen intensifying, and he quickly contracted his core, desperately trying to repress its spread using his do chi. Yun's cheeks turned crimson at Suyu's words. At such a young age, why learn to concoct such vile concoctions? Who taught you this? Fuming, Yun picked up the vial from the ground and hurled it at Suyu. However, since the vial had not been sealed properly, Yun's actions caused the remaining aphrodisiac powder to spill out, rapidly permeating the entire cave. Suyu let out a low growl, but it was already too late. The medicinal powder had already entered their bodies with each breath. The sudden blaze of desire ignited within him, and Yunyun's bright eyes grew increasingly hazy, her rationality being overtaken by her lust. Suyu felt equally afflicted, his body becoming weak, while Yunyun's eyes gradually turned red. Gazing at Yunyun's fair skin, Suyu lost all sense of awareness and lunged towards her fiercely. Their bodies intertwined, consumed by the moment. It is essential to note that the desire pill was not the same concoction created by Xiao Yin in the original story. Rather, it was a formidable substance that, even by Xiaochun in later stages, could not withstand. How could they possibly endure it? When Suyu opened his eyes again, Yunyun had completely vanished, leaving behind only a letter. As he read the words on the letter, a bitter expression surfaced on Suyu's face. Alas, it is over. With such events unfolding, I shall return after the conclusion of Douluo. Yunyun is already mine. Suyu shook his head and stood up, unfurling his golden wings to swiftly make his way to Qingshan Town. In Qingshan Town, Xiao Yixian looked at Suyu with a faint smile. You're back. Where have you been? Are you leaving again so soon? A barrage of questions poured from her lips. I apologize, Xiao Yixian, but I have come to say farewell. I have obtained what I sought in Qingshan Town, and now I must depart. Seeing the girl's sudden shock, Suyu couldn't help but show a trace of bitterness in his eyes. Xiao Yixian, go to the Yunxiao Empire. Your innate constitution is perfectly suited for it. Go, and I promise I will find you in the future. His voice was gentle as he embraced Xiao Yixian. All right, Xiao Yixian, I truly must leave. Suyu shook his head, and upon hearing his words, Xiao Yixian instinctively reached out to grasp him. However, by the time she reacted, Suyu had already vanished completely. As she watched him disappear, tears streamed down her cheeks. System, return to Douluo. Beep, beginning return in progress. The system's monotone voice echoed in Suyu's mind. Soon, everything around him faded to black, and he disappeared from the Duqi continent. In the Yunlan sect, Yunyun suddenly clutched her chest, as if something vital had departed. You detestable fellow, I will surely kill you when we meet again. She recalled his rough demeanor from that day, clenching her delicate fist in anger. When Suyu awoke once more, he felt a noticeable change in his internal power. It was the familiar soul force coursing through him, and he shook his head in resignation as he sensed it. He promptly consumed a significant amount of purple crystal essence. As he finished, an overwhelming surge of purple energy erupted from him. Suyu quickly activated the burning decision, the terrifying suction refining the purple crystal essence. Under the process of a mid-tier cultivation method, the essence was soon entirely refined. Opening his eyes and sensing the transformation within, a faint smile appeared on Suyu's face. Indeed, the purple crystal essence had elevated him by 3 levels. It was truly formidable. The system panel opened. Beep, successfully opened. Host, Suyu age, 14 bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 58 cultivation method. Burning decision, mid-tier, skills, radiant dragon body, sacred fire armor. Eye of destiny, magma impact, beast spirit fire, Qilin destruction strike, Qilin earth tread, azure lotus earth fire, purple crystal beast fire. Pet, Ain blue silver emperor, inventory, Barrett. Desire pills, X172, 100, 000 gold coins, hallucination pills, X10, herbicide, special edition, enhanced desire pills, X66, valley pacifying pills, X99, bicycle, special desire pills, X88, 8 extremes collapse, 5 forms visualization, grenades, toothbrush, returning essence pill, white vinegar strength, above average fishing attempts, 0 evaluation. Your mental power is terrifying, but your strength does not match. Keep striving. Young one, I believe a person who masters fate can undoubtedly become a deity. Suyu gazed at the system panel with a faint smile. Chapter 190. The energy of the ancient tree of life. Suyu surveyed his level with satisfaction, his mental power sweeping across to discern his location. And he swiftly spread his golden wings, flying towards a distance. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the Lake of Life, which was not far from where he had just been. Upon returning, His mental power immediately detected Gu Yuna. Sensing his presence, Gu Yuna vanished instantly. Sister Na, I wish to enter the ancient tree of life, Suyu stated earnestly as he looked at Gu Yuna, who showed no hesitation. Of course, thanks to the holy water, Gu Yuna had fully recovered. She would have no objections even if he wished to take the ancient tree of life for himself. Seeing her agreement, a subtle smile spread across Suyu's face. If I am not mistaken, the ancient tree of life is likely your assessment, right? Gu Yuna inquired curiously. Suyu inherited the legacy of the god of life. And the ancient tree of life was the most potent area of life attributes on the Douluo continent. It was only natural for it to be used as an assessment location. Indeed, that is the case. By the way, Sister Nana, please hand this to XiaoWu. In an instant, a golden dragon spear appeared in Suyu's hand. Though Gu Yuna was taken aback by the sight of the spear, she swiftly masked her surprise. Understood. After accepting the spear, she waved her jade hand, and a spatial portal materialized before them. Let us proceed. We can enter now. Without hesitation, Suyu stepped through the portal. As he crossed the threshold, his body vanished in an instant, reappearing in a space filled with vibrant life energy. So this is the ancient tree of life. It is truly remarkable, such overwhelming life energy. Suyu marveled at the vitality surrounding him. Indeed, it is formidable. Otherwise, I would not be able to cultivate and recover my injuries here. Gu Yuna confirmed with a nod, and Suyu chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. The fifth trial of life is complete. Reward. Soul level increased by 1. Divine soul ring obtained. Life affinity increased by 15%. As the voice faded, a soul ring appeared in Suyu's hand, and his aura surged, reaching level 58. Upon attaining level 58, Suyu sat down, fully operating the mid-tier burning decision to refine the surplus soul power within him. The sixth trial of life. Refine the core of the ancient tree of life. The voice of the goddess of life echoed in his mind, still warm and grand. Hearing this, Suyu's spirits lifted even higher. The god of life spoke, and, immediately, a surge of life force erupted from Suyu's body, violently rushing into the ancient tree of life before him. Upon contact with the life energy, the ancient tree trembled twice, and a verdant crystal brimming with life energy burst forth from within it. Witnessing this crystal, Gu Yuna could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. A crystal so saturated with life energy was something she had never encountered before. The life crystal lingered momentarily in the air before gently floating towards Suyu. The goddess of life observed Suyu with a satisfied smile, acknowledging his remarkable talent as the future second-generation god of life, having upgraded once again in merely a few months of absence. This extraordinary aptitude was indeed frightening, and without hesitation, she contemplated crafting a divine artifact for him. As the crystal reached Suyu, he slowly extended his arm, delicately tapping it. A wave of green energy emanated from the crystal, radiating an overwhelming force in the space around them. This formidable energy surged rapidly into Suyu's body, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Sensing the flow of energy, he instinctively sat cross-legged on the ground to begin refining it. Gu Yuna observed this scene, nodding approvingly as she waved her delicate hand, conjuring a protective barrier of elements around Suyu. After completing this, she nodded once more and vanished from the scene, reappearing in the outside world, where she quickly approached Wang XiaoWu. Na Jia. Wang XiaoWu greeted with a faint smile upon seeing Gu Yuna. Having just broken through to level 54, her spirits lifted. XiaoWu, this is for you. Your brother asked me to deliver it, Gu Yuna said, handing over a golden dragon spear to Wang XiaoWu. Wang XiaoWu stared at the golden dragon spear in her hands, momentarily taken aback. She had long known about this weapon belonging to Suyu and recognized that its attributes were well suited for her. Yet she never anticipated that Suyu would have Gu Yuna present it to her now. Na Jia. Isn't this my brother's weapon? Why are you giving it to me? Where's he? I haven't seen him in ages, she inquired, accepting the spear and feeling the familiar power resonating within it. He is currently undergoing the divine trial. As you know,
The life assessment is no easy feat. If you wish to see him, it may take another 6 months. In the meantime, focus on your training, Guyu now replied, shaking her head. She could not allow Wang Qiu heir into the space of the ancient tree of life at this critical moment, as the energy accumulated over millennia was vital for Su Yu, and he needed to absorb it without distraction. Although Wang Qiu heir felt some confusion and concern, she refrained from probing further, content to know that Su Yu was safe. She believed in his strength and talent, confident that he would be all right, and resolved to train diligently to obtain divine inheritance herself. Well, that settles it, Wang Qiu'er said, shaking her head and storing the golden dragon spear within her radiant space. Gu Yunan nodded before vanishing, her responsibilities demanding her attention. As her power had reached its peak, and to progress further, she would need to consume the essence of the divine dragon king from the divine realm. Sighing at this thought, she acknowledged the impossibility of directly confronting the divine realm. Chapter 191. The sixth soul ring. As Su Yu felt the torrent of energy within him, he furrowed his brow deeply, recognizing the extraordinary intensity of this force. He surmised that even 6 months might not suffice for him to refine it. Even with his utmost efforts in the burning decision technique, it would likely take close to 3 months. However, he did not mind, as this energy would not only enhance his physical form, but also elevate his soul power. Before long, 3 months had elapsed, during which Su Yu's body transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the external life force. The life energy was continuously refined, and while he had assimilated a significant portion, some remained within him, gradually altering his constitution. A smile crept across Su Yu's face as he sensed the residual power. This energy was no longer merely for refinement, but was reshaping his body and talents. At last, the process reached completion. His soul power had astonishingly elevated by 3 levels, reaching the formidable milestone of level 60. Feeling the overwhelming energy within him, Su Yu smiled faintly, realizing that once he absorbed the divine soul ring in his possession, he could promptly journey to the City of Slaughter. In the City of Slaughter, he had plans to confront Tang San, who undoubtedly had ventured there, as Su Yu had instructed Qi Wang to investigate. Qi Wang had initially intended to eliminate Tang San on Su Yu's behalf, but Su Yu insisted on resolving this matter himself. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu retrieved the divine soul ring and, with a swift motion, crushed it to begin the absorption process. As he felt the terrifying power entering his body, rapidly aiding him in breaking through the level barrier, excitement bubbled within him. The energy surged forth, causing the soul ring to transition swiftly from purple to a dark hue. Upon reaching the black stage, the color continued to evolve. Soon, it transformed into a deep black, and Su Yu's expression turned slightly dissatisfied. His constitution was already comparable to that of a tidal Douluo, capable of absorbing soul beasts of 100,000 years. This black hue seemed to suggest a mere 60 to 70,000 years he believed he could endure. Su Yu shook his head and continued absorbing the soul ring, while the rings behind him began to change as well. Within 2 hours, he reached a light red hue, approximately 90,000 years. Upon reaching this stage, Su Yu felt a hint of pressure, but it was minimal. If one did not possess a soul ring of 100,000 years at level 60, could they still be considered a transmigrator? Su Yu shook his head and intensified the operation of the burning decision technique. A vast amount of mental energy surged forth as Su Yu drove the soul ring to transform rapidly. The soul ring smoothly reached the threshold of 100,000 years. Su Yu shook his head and took out the purple crystal essence, consuming it in one gulp. This essence had properties that enhanced physical strength, and under its reinforcement, the soul ring instantly broke through the 100,000-year limit. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Su Yu acknowledged his success. It seemed that his constitution still had room for improvement. He sighed again, pushing through for a moment longer, but upon realizing he had reached the limit of the soul ring's age, he shook his head and chose to surrender. As Su Yu stood up, his body emitted a series of crisp sounds. Ah, what a delightful sensation to have returned and experienced such a remarkable enhancement. It is rather disheartening, though. Su Yu shook his head and let out a melancholic sigh. Just then, a silvery figure materialized beside him. Suyu, you have succeeded. You have directly advanced 6 levels. Have you absorbed the divine soul ring? Gu Yuna inquired, her tone tinged with uncertainty, yet marked by certainty. Yes, I have absorbed it, Suyu replied. A surge of energy coursing through him as 6 soul rings appeared behind him. The vibrant crimson ring astonished Gu Yuna. A crimson soul ring. 100,000 years old. What a formidable young man. Nana, let us depart. Suyu chuckled, observing Gu Yuna's astonished expression. She snapped back to reality, realizing her expression had been somewhat girlish, and a faint blush crept onto her icy visage. Very well, Gu Yuna said, swiftly grabbing Suyu by the collar. And in an instant, they vanished from the spot. In the city of slaughter, Tang San wielded the Zhuge divine crossbow, unleashing a flurry of bolts that claimed vibrant lives. Blood gushed forth from those struck down, staining the earth crimson. His martial spirit, blue silvergrass, surged from his hands, absorbing the soul power contained within the blood. Ah, what a pleasurable experience. In 3 years, I shall undoubtedly become a titled Dalu. Once I venture out to obtain soul rings, I will possess the strength to vanquish Suyu. Tang San muttered darkly to himself, having ascended to level 56 within merely 6 months, thanks to the absorption capabilities of the blue silvergrass. This rate of advancement was unprecedented. Contemplating his deceased father, Tang San felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate Suyu. Yet his greatest ire was reserved for Yu Xiaogang. Had that man not underestimated Suyu, compelling him to strike down Suyu in his youth, perhaps they could have become friends. Wait for me, you wretched man. I will ensure your demise, and all who belong to the Blue Lightning clan shall perish as well. Tang San clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, his long nails piercing his palms, droplets of blood falling to the ground. Brother, you have finally returned. Your progress is astounding. Where shall we go next? Wang Xiao'er asked curiously, gazing at Suyu. Where do you ask? I plan to journey to the city of slaughter. But you, my dear girl, cannot accompany me. Remain here and focus on your training, Suyu replied, gently patting Wang Xiao'er's small head. He savored the moment, lingering for 2 or 3 minutes before withdrawing his hand. Wang Xiao'er offered no resistance, her eyes filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Suyu. Brother, she whined, do not act spoiled. I cannot be swayed. Besides, this is not a place for you. My purpose in this journey is to obtain a divine position. At the very least, to prevent that individual from acquiring one. A smile flickered in Suyu's eyes as Wang Xiao'er pouted in response. How unfair. Chapter 192, Journey to the City of Slaughter. Wang Xiao'er huffed, her expression sulking as she turned her head away, refusing to engage with Suyu. Xiao'er, my reluctance to allow you to go is for a reason. That place is exceedingly perilous, and I cannot bear the thought of you there. I hope you can diligently cultivate your soul power. I have found a divine position that suits you perfectly. Suyu smiled at Wang Xiao'er, who was taken aback by his words. A divine position, an opportunity for ascension. The thought that Suyu had already acquired one and was now seeking one for her was almost unfathomable. Wang Xiao'er gazed at Suyu with wide, incredulous eyes. Suyu merely chuckled at her reaction, offering no further explanations. After spending some time with Wang Xiao'er, Suyu headed towards the life lake, conversing briefly with XiaoWu before departing. Suyu's sole aim now was to grow stronger. He wondered how Tang San was faring. With a smile, he mused that after such a setback, if Tang San had not become despondent, he must be working exceptionally hard. It is often said that darkness breeds strength. Perhaps Tang San had indeed grown formidable, having just absorbed the life-ancient tree's crystal. Suyu intended to rest well before leaving the Stardow Great Forest in a month. This month would pass swiftly. Wang Xiao'er watched Suyu prepare to depart, a hint of regret crossing her features. Brother, must you truly go? Will you not take me with you? She pleaded, her expression one of sorrow. Seeing her distress, Suyu remained unchanged, his resolve firm. I am sorry, Xiao'er. No amount of pleading will alter my decision. You must stay here and focus on your training. With that, Suyu nodded at Gu Yuna. A surge of mental energy transferred from him to her. Nana, while I am away, please ensure XiaoWu trains diligently.
I have secured the sea god's legacy for her. Once her cultivation reaches a certain level, she will inherit the sea god's position. Before Gu Yuna could respond, Suyu vanished. Gu Yuna stood there, momentarily stunned by the revelation Suyu had shared. A sea god, a first-level divine position? I must ensure this girl does not squander her time idly. She turned to Wang Qiu'er, her gaze filled with a determined glimmer. Wang Qiu'er, sensing the intensity in Gu Yuna's eyes, felt an ominous premonition. Nana, what is the matter? Qiu'er, for your sake, I must train you rigorously. This is your brother's request, so do not hold it against me. Gu Yuna declared, swiftly seizing Wang Qiu'er's attire. In an instant, they both disappeared from sight. Witnessing this, Di Tian and the others looked on with confusion, yet they never opposed Gu Yuna's decisions. If she chose to put Wang Qiu'er through special training, they would support her, for it was all for Wang Qiu'er's benefit. Wang Qiu'er bore no resentment towards them, understanding that when the time came, Di Tian and the others would act without hesitation, relying on Bai Ji for healing if injuries occurred. After half a month of arduous travel, Suyu arrived at a small town in the western part of Douluo Dalu. Although unassuming in size, upon entering, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He could not quite articulate why, but it felt as though a peculiar chill surrounded the townsfolk. Following the original narrative, he soon found himself in a tavern in the center of town. The air within the establishment was thick and murky, and Suyu noted that all the decor was draped in black. Despite it being daytime outside, stepping inside evoked a sense of cold darkness. At that moment, the tavern was about 30% occupied. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, few patrons spoke, rendering the space eerily quiet. Suyu observed the scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. These individuals were nothing but mere riffraff, lingering at the entrance of the city of slaughter, yet too timid to step inside. They represented the lowest echelon of existence. Such individuals did not merit even a glance from Suyu. He found a suitable spot to sit and cheerfully addressed the bartender. Open the gates to the city of slaughter. I wish to enter. Upon hearing his words, laughter erupted throughout the tavern, seemingly fueled by scorn for Suyu. The bartender, too, regarded him with amusement. Not perturbed by the derision, Suyu conjured a sphere of purple flames in his hand. You may perish now. The terrifying violet fire engulfed everyone in the tavern except for the bartender and himself. Moments later, only Suyu and the bartender remained. May I enter now? Or must I force my way in? Suyu's voice was low, laced with a hint of menace. His threat proved effective. The bartender promptly stepped aside, granting access to the city of slaughter. Suyu let out a cold chuckle and strode forward, a wave of flames surging forth to envelop the bartender completely. The bartender swiftly disintegrated into nothingness. In the city of slaughter, no semblance of kindness could be tolerated. As Suyu traversed the dark tunnel, he soon heard a chilling voice. Welcome to the city of slaughter. This is the capital of hell, a realm replete with bloodshed. Here, you can attain all that you desire, but the cost is your life. Ignoring the voice, Suyu pressed on. Upon entering, he was abruptly halted by a formidable barrier. Before him stood 101 armored figures clad in black, their faces obscured by helmets. 100 of them wielded heavy swords, while one sat majestically upon a grand warhorse, the steed draped in thick black armor. You have violated the rules, the deep voice of the armored knight echoed coldly, as if emanating from a void rather than a human. And if I have, what then? Suyu replied with a smirk. The knight's voice remained chillingly devoid of humanity. You must accept the consequences. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. Very well, then I shall slay you. A terrifying murderous intent flickered in Suyu's eyes as violent flames erupted from within him. This extraordinary fire was not derived from soul energy. The fearsome flames surged toward the knight. In the face of the flames, the knights were incinerated like refuse. Casting a glance at the ashes of the vanquished, Suyu swiftly advanced into the distance. As he walked, he casually picked up a plaque engraved with a skull, beneath which a number was inscribed, 9623. This shall serve as my proof of entry into the city of slaughter. Upon reaching the city gates, I expect to be greeted. The imposing black gates exuded an oppressive aura, with the words City of Slaughter prominently displayed above. Two rows of black-armored warriors stood silently at the entrance. Before Su-Yu could present his identification, a woman clad in a black veil emerged from within. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." Her melodious voice greeted him as she stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. Upon entering the city, Su-Yu was met with a realm bathed in shades of blue and purple. The streetlights emitted only these two hues, creating an atmosphere that intrigued him. To his surprise, the streets were bustling with people, none paying heed to his presence as an outsider. Aside from the pervasive darkness at first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary city. As Su-Yu surveyed his surroundings, curiosity filled him. Is this truly the land of the Shura god's inheritance? It appears to be quite an impressive place. In the divine realm, the Shura god abruptly opened his eyes, an overwhelming divine power radiating from him. His gaze pierced through time and space, locking on Su-Yu. So this is the heir of the goddess of life? Quite an impressive young lad. It is a pity, having received the goddess of life's inheritance, he may not be able to accept mine in the end. The Shura god sighed, somewhat helpless. However, I can observe him. After all, he has ventured into my domain. Even if I grant him my inheritance, the goddess of life cannot protest. A sly smile crept across the Shura god's face as he watched Su-Yu. I am your guide. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. For 12 hours, I will answer all your inquiries. After 12 hours, this will be your new home, and you shall officially become a member of the City of Slaughter. Enough of the pleasantries. Take me directly to the hellish slaughter arena, Su-Yu said coldly to the woman before him. The veiled girl appeared taken aback. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Are you certain? Few emerge alive from there. Less than 1 in 10 do. It is also where we lose the most inhabitants. Each year, every individual is required to enter the hellish slaughter arena once. If they survive a single battle, they may continue to live in the City of Slaughter for another year. The girl's incredulous gaze remained fixed on Su-Yu. Very well, take me there. I require no protection. Do you utilize any small weapons for assassination, particularly those that involve poison? Su-Yu inquired earnestly. Small weapons that employ poison? You must be referring to Qianshou Shiluo. He arrived here a year ago and has already achieved a formidable status in the hellish slaughter arena, having attained 48 titles. The girl's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear as she spoke the name. Understood. You may now lead me there. Then follow me, she replied, leading the way into the inner city of the City of Slaughter. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city was a world of luxury and madness, awash with vibrant colors. The population here far exceeded that of the outer city, and the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the tranquility outside. The inner city was chaotic, filled with raucous laughter, cries of agony, and numerous disconcerting sounds. Guided by the veiled girl, Su-Yu soon encountered a peculiar structure. The building was circular, more accurately described as an irregular cone. Its base was the widest, tapering as it ascended, maintaining the same diameter for about 30 meters before extending upward to a height of 50 meters. The hellish slaughter arena occupied a significant area. Comparable to the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Su-Yu had previously visited, slightly smaller than the Great Spirit Arena of Tiando City, yet similar in size to that of Tianshui City. The oppressive black architecture left a heavy impression. The veiled girl explained. The hellish slaughter arena is situated at the very heart of the City of Slaughter, underscoring its vital significance within this realm. Su-Yu narrowed his eyes and swiftly distanced himself from the woman, stepping boldly into the arena. He no longer required the presence of this woman. He was well-versed in the myriad rules of the City of Slaughter. As Su-Yu approached the entrance, he immediately spotted a burly man holding a cup filled with fresh blood. Su-Yu narrowed his eyes and strode forward. Hand over the blood, and I shall spare your life. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with earnestness. The man, taken aback by the audacity of the youth before him, hesitated momentarily before reaching out with a large hand to seize Su-Yu by the collar. Refuse, and you shall meet your demise. In an instant, Su-Yu's arm shot out, unleashing a terrifying force that struck the man with tremendous force. With Su-Yu's formidable physique, a single punch sent the man flying. The blood he held landed securely in Su-Yu's grasp. Refusing to comply is truly troublesome. Su-Yu shook his head and proceeded further inside.
The cup of Bloody Mary he held was poured into a vast container. Register me, and then you may leave. Where I stay is inconsequential. I shall simply seize a place. After speaking, Suyu entered the interior. The interior of the Hell's Arena was even more rudimentary than it appeared from the outside. There were no barriers, only a series of stands rising in concentric circles. Below lay a vast open space, measuring over 100 square meters. At that moment, the audience was sparse, with barely 20% of the seats occupied. Inside the arena, anguished screams echoed as 10 individuals fought, with 8 already perished, leaving only 2 engaged in combat. Soon, one of the burly men exploited the weakness of a woman, decisively ending her life with a single stroke. So this is the arena of slaughter, indeed, a place of carnage. It is precisely the existence of such venues that allows the evil soul masters on the continent to thrive without restraint. Chapter 194. Suyu's Battle. A faint smile appeared on Suyu's face. Having successfully registered, he was now qualified to compete, with the next match being his. As he stepped onto the stage, he regarded the imposing figure before him with disdain. These individuals were nothing more than refuse in his eyes, easily vanquishable. Suyu pressed his lips together and charged towards one of the burly men. His physique was exceptionally powerful, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Suyu's speed startled those around him, prompting many to rush at him, as if intent on annihilating him. They recognized his formidable strength, realizing he was not to be trifled with. Without uttering a word, they attempted to overwhelm him, for he posed an immense threat. After all, a being capable of unleashing such speed was categorically beyond their league. Observing the encroaching adversaries, a smirk of disdain crept upon Suyu's lips. Only the weak band together. True strength allows one to forge ahead unimpeded. A surge of terrifying power erupted from Suyu, crashing forcefully into the nearest burly man, sending him hurtling through the air, lifeless before he hit the ground. With a single blow, he had slain a man who, in the outside world, was a formidable soul emperor. The remaining 8 exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief and fear. Under such pressure, one could no longer contain himself and charged at Suyu. A purple flame erupted from Suyu's hand. Upon seeing it, the charging individual was engulfed by an overwhelming chill. His eyes narrowed to a singular focus on the purple flames, which consumed him entirely, reducing him to ashes in an instant. At that moment, Suyu unleashed his full combat potential, his terrifying speed allowing him to appear before a woman with ease. Without a shred of mercy, he snapped her neck, causing her to crumple lifelessly to the ground. With a kick, he discarded her and set his sights on another target. Charging once more. 5 minutes later, Suyu surveyed the lifeless bodies sprawled at his feet, a look of contempt gracing his features. How could such individuals ever consider themselves as equals? It was truly laughable. Even when the weak band together, they're nothing more than easy prey for the strong. Suyu narrowed his eyes and slowly descended from the arena, indifferent to whether his victory was announced. With everyone else dead, it was clear that he was the victor. After leaving the arena, Suyu made his way toward the inner city of the City of Slaughter. He observed that the deeper he ventured, the more chaotic it became. The outskirts were considerably better, at least far superior to the tumultuous crowd. In the divine realm, the Shura god regarded Suyu with a slight smile. What a promising talent. Not only is his power formidable, but he also possesses mastery over his killing intent, preventing him from being consumed by slaughter, a stark contrast to that other boy. One who has succumbed to the path of murder scarcely deserves divine status. The judgment of the Luocha god remains as consistently poor as ever. The gaze of the Shura god pierced through the fabric of time and space, landing upon a figure cloaked in black, who is also engaged in slaughter and the extraction of soul energy within the City of Slaughter. The sight of the black-robed figure elicited a sneer from the Shura god. Were it not for the divine prohibition against interfering with the mortal realm, he would have obliterated those wretched beings with a single strike. The goddess of life displayed a gentle smile. The little one has now entered the City of Slaughter. I fear the Shura old man will undoubtedly be compelled to bestow his legacy upon Suyu, as long as he can persuade the wicked and the beautiful. This young man will be able to fully harness the essence of the Creator God, potentially resurrecting all that the Creator God embodied. 6 months later, XiaoWu achieved 88 victories, his prowess within the city of slaughter approaching invincibility. Is this truly the extent of your strength? What a terrifying anomaly. Hulaina stood in the audience, observing XiaoWu's effortless defeat of his opponents, her eyes betraying a sense of defeat. Ever since being effortlessly vanquished by XiaoWu, she had been consumed by bitterness and resentment, even dreaming of XiaoWu's triumph over her. 3 months ago, she had implored her teacher to take her to the city of slaughter in hopes of finding solace through violence. Yet, she never anticipated encountering XiaoWu here, who seemed to have grown even stronger, the terrifying purple flames instilling a sense of fear within her. Having spent 6 months in the city of slaughter, XiaoWu had yet to catch a sight of Tang San, who seemed to have evaded him entirely, as if aware of his arrival. Master Luocha, am I still not permitted to leave? In a hidden corner, Tang San muttered darkly to himself. After arriving in the city of slaughter and killing countless foes, a voice had finally begun to echo in his mind. The voice of the Luocha god, a true divine powerhouse. It is unwise to step outside. The inheritor of the goddess of life is present, and venturing forth may lead to your swift demise. Are you aware of the discontent the goddess harbors towards my powers and my propensity for slaughter? If you were to venture out, you would likely be killed on the spot. The voice of the Rakshasa god resonated deeply, prompting Tang San to clench his fists tightly. Cursed wretches! I shall eliminate all those who stand in my way one day. A fierce killing intent flickered in Tang San's eyes, having ascended to the rank of sole emperor. He was certain that with 3 more years of effort, he could attain the title of a Douluo. Once he becomes a Douluo, he would obliterate the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan. The mere thought of this sent shivers of excitement coursing through his entire being. So you congratulations, Hulaina said as she approached him, a smile gracing her face. There is no need for congratulations. Such strength is merely commonplace. You must endeavor to improve, for I shall not wait for you. If you wish to venture outside, then fight hard. I shall not linger. With that, XiaoWu turned and departed, leaving Hulaina to sigh in response. She shook her head and made her way towards the competition stage. She always waited for XiaoWu to finish before participating in the matches, as she dared not challenge him due to his overwhelming strength. Chapter 195. The path to hell opens. Hulaina swiftly secured victory in her match, her formidable mental strength enabling her to defeat her opponent with ease. Although one could not utilize soul power in the city of slaughter, mental power remained at their disposal, bolstered by her mental prowess. Hulaina was undeniably among the strongest in the city of slaughter. XiaoWu pinched the space between his brows, contemplating Tang San's adept concealment, which far surpassed that of the average individual. Yet while he could endure, XiaoWu possessed neither the patience nor the time to tarry. The life energy within him had nearly been refined, and it was time to exit. After leaving, he intended to visit Haishan Island, and surely, Yu Xiaojiang must be struggling to survive outside by now. In the outside world, an enormous revelation had been unleashed within the Soul Master realm. Master Yu Xiaojiang, the son of the Lan Dianba Wang Long clan's patriarch, has given birth. The announcement sent shockwaves through the Soul Master community, as the notion of a man giving birth was nothing short of shocking. This unprecedented occurrence prompted the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan to fervently attempt to clarify the situation, yet the truth proved impossible to conceal. Rumors circulated that some had traced the matter to Soto City, where witnesses claimed to have seen the master cradling a child. The emergence of this witness shattered the dignity of the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long clan, regardless of their esteemed reputation. The clan promptly declared Yu Xiaojiang's expulsion from their ranks, disavowing any connection to his fate. Soon after, further scandal emerged, alleging that the master had once engaged in an affair with his cousin. After being thwarted by his uncle, he shamelessly sought refuge with his sister's students, despite having already fathered a child. Some even suggested that he had grown weary and was simply seeking sustenance from his sister. Under the weight of such revelations, the master became a target of ridicule throughout the Soul Master realm. The mere mention of him elicited derisive laughter, as he had indeed become a figure of notoriety.
Yet, Suyu remained blissfully unaware of these developments. Had he known, he would have joyously indulged in 3 large bowls of rice. Before long, Suyu had spent half a year in the city of slaughter. Although he had claimed he would not wait for Hulaina, he nevertheless slowed his pace. After all, Qian Renxue, the daughter of Bibi Dong, had treated him kindly, so there was no harm in extending a bit of goodwill towards Hulaina as well, especially since he intended to seek out Tang San. Hulaina did not disappoint Suyu. Within just 6 months, she successfully completed her matches, as she could repeatedly evade the pursuit of others with Suyu's protection. In the original story, Tang San had not sheltered Hulaina, but with Suyu's support, she had made considerable progress. In the arena of slaughter, a voice echoed, "Congratulations, young life predator." The low, sharp tones of the Hell Messenger suddenly resonated from all directions. Upon hearing this voice, an overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloped Suyu. He and Hulaina gazed at the King of Slaughter with calm expressions. The atmosphere within the Hell Arena intensified dramatically as a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. The crowd roared, "King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter! King of Slaughter!" Their fervent cries rendered the fallen nearly hoarse, yet they showed no signs of ceasing. Suyu narrowed his eyes at the figure, recognizing it as Tang Hao's grandfather, Tang Chun, the mightiest of the Haotian sect, an individual who had bested his own grandfather. The King of Slaughter's gaze fell upon the observation platform of the Hell Arena. "I am delighted to witness the emergence of 2 formidable warriors today. It has been decades since 100 victories have graced this arena. Yet these 2 young individuals have achieved it through their formidable strength and terrifying killing intent, causing you all to tremble. Am I correct, my subjects?" "Yes, yes, yes." There was an unmistakable allure about the King of Slaughter that inspired a frenzied reverence among all who beheld him. Suyu regarded this scene with growing solemnity. Indeed, the King of Slaughter wielded the strongest charisma in the city of slaughter. "Life Predator, Hell Messenger, thank you for reigniting my passion. 100 victories, splendid. To commend your achievements, I shall bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From this day forth, you may freely enter and exit the city of slaughter and shall be appointed as esteemed guests under my authority. No need, great King of Slaughter. We cannot disrupt the rules of the city of slaughter for our sake. I wish to undergo the trials of the hell path and earn your favor through my own strength. I aspire to emerge from here as a true god of slaughter." Tang Chen's expression turned serious. "You may not comprehend the horrors of the hell path, Hell Messenger. Remember, a person's life is finite. There is no need, King of Slaughter. We have resolved to brave the hell path together, so please grant us passage." Suyu regarded Tang Shan with a hint of disdain. It was clear he wished to prevent them from entering the hell path, yet Suyu was determined to proceed. He did not believe that Tang Chan would dare to openly defy the rules established by the god Ashura. "Very well, then, you shall traverse the hell path. Companionship on this journey will indeed be a noteworthy adventure." The tone of the King of Slaughter grew noticeably colder, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Is the hell path truly so easily traversed? Even as 2, it will not be a simple endeavor." As soon as Tang Chen finished speaking, the audience in the stands erupted into madness, tearing at their garments. Moments later, they transformed into a cascade of blood, which spilled upon the ground and began to coalesce. A torrent of crimson liquid flowed through inconspicuous channels towards the center of the arena. Countless serpentine streams of blood slithered into the arena, where it did not spread in a straight line. Instead, grooves appeared on the ground, into which the blood flowed, gradually forming a colossal scarlet symbol. "May fortune favor you on the hell path." As Tang Chen's words fell, Suyu and Hulaina's expressions shifted, their feet suddenly giving way beneath them, and they plummeted downwards. Suyu and Hulaina were quickly overwhelmed by a terrifying force, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Well, you can leave now. The air of the goddess of life has departed." A voice resonated in Tang San's mind from the depths of the city of slaughter. Upon hearing this voice, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of joy. Had he finally escaped? What an air of the goddess of life. It took such a long time for a mere 100 victories. If it were me, I would have done it much faster. Chapter 196.
The battle on the road to hell. When XiaoWu opened his eyes again, he found himself no longer in the arena of slaughter. Everything around him was bathed in a faint crimson hue, and outside the 5-meter diameter circular platform beneath his feet lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Additionally, a narrow pathway, scarcely half a foot wide and barely enough to accommodate 2 feet, led into an unknown darkness. This was the only route leading away from the platform. Upon witnessing this scene, XiaoWu and Na could not help but express their astonishment, although they had read about the city of slaughter in books. Seeing in person was indeed quite shocking. Below them lay a pool of blood, which, if XiaoWu surmised correctly, was the accumulated human blood of many years, referred to as Bloody Mary and the tribute to this road to hell. Gazing down at the blood, both XiaoWu and Na felt a weighty seriousness settle upon them. In a moment, I will spread my wings and fly away from here. You can either hold onto my body or follow closely behind me, XiaoWu calmly stated, and at that moment, golden wings unfurled behind him. As the wings gently flapped, XiaoWu began to rise, prompting Na to quickly position herself behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. Feeling Na's presence, XiaoWu's heart stirred momentarily, but he swiftly quelled those thoughts and soared into the distance. He flew with deliberate slowness, as he still had a target to eliminate. Suddenly, a vast expanse of crimson mist appeared before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not mist at all but a swarm of red bats. Each bat, crimson in hue, resembled a miniature version of the blood-red patterns left on the ground of the hellish arena. Each blood bat measured approximately 1 foot in length, yet their expansive wingspan exceeded 1 meter. While 1 or 2 bats posed no threat, the sudden appearance of thousands of them formed a crimson cloud hurtling towards XiaoWu and Na. Na's expression turned grave, and her grip around XiaoWu tightened. With a hint of resignation, XiaoWu glanced at Na, and flames surged in his hands. The purple and exotic fire were not artifacts of Dalu. He could harness them through physical means. Thus, even in this sealed spirit technique environment, he was still able to utilize them. As soon as the purple flames emerged, the bats fled as if encountering a natural enemy. However, XiaoWu would not allow their escape. The flames swiftly pursued them. In an instant, the terrifying flames engulfed the bats, reducing them to ashes. After disposing of the smaller bats, a colossal bat materialized before XiaoWu. This beast measured over 4 meters in length, with massive claws gripping the narrow path, each claw exceeding 1 meter in diameter, digging into the stone. Its dark golden body slowly unfurled a pair of enormous wings, which, when fully extended, measured an astounding 10 meters across. Releasing its claws, it took flight, its 3 heads presenting a fearsome sight. Observing this creature, XiaoWu smirked disdainfully. He retracted the purple fire and summoned the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, which surged forth from his fingertips. The azure flames flickered with an ominous heat, causing Na to break into a sweat. What terrifying flames! If XiaoWu had unleashed this during the competition, we would have been defeated in an instant. Is this truly his power? How can there be such a disparity? Will I truly never catch up to him? Na pondered, doubt creeping into her mind as she felt the intensity of the flames in XiaoWu's grasp. Qinglian explosion. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire shot forth like a missile toward the giant bat, detonating violently upon contact. As the flames dissipated, XiaoWu beheld the severely injured bat lying on the ground. This creature could undoubtedly rival a 10,000-year spirit beast, yet in XiaoWu's presence, it was akin to a mere chick, obliterated by the Qinglian Earth Heart Fire. The explosion, however, did cause some damage to the road to hell. XiaoWu shook his head at the sight of the slightly damaged path and quickly adjusted his mindset to continue flying forward. Next up was the Jiushou Lai Yang Shi, he thought, narrowing his eyes as the golden wings beat rapidly toward the distance. Not long after, XiaoWu and Na were met with a series of hissing sounds that grew increasingly louder. Soon, XiaoWu froze, sensing something looming above him. Is it finally here? He mused with a smile as 3 flames materialized above him. The flames began to merge, forming a tricolored lotus in the air. This is the tricolored fire lotus, my most formidable attack. Go, eliminate it, XiaoWu commanded,
and the fire lotus shot forth like a bullet, striking upward. As CiaoWu propelled himself into the distance, he exerted every ounce of strength he possessed. A deafening explosion erupted along the road to hell, the shockwave violently impacting both CiaoWu and Hu Laina, sending them hurtling away. In the aftermath of the explosion, the two were forcefully thrown aside. Yet CiaoWu's flames transformed into a chain that surged into the explosion. When he pulled back, he found an inner core within the chain. It was the inner core of the Jiao Lai Yang Shi. A smile crept onto CiaoWu's face as he regarded this treasure. The primordial beast, Jiao Lai Yang Shi, possesses unparalleled toxicity, with adult specimens exceeding 10 meters in length and wielding the most potent fire poison among serpents. Its inner core, formed after 10,000 years of cultivation, is hidden among its 9 heads. When the inner core emerges, the heavens darken. Possessing this inner core renders all snakes feeble. CiaoWu deemed it necessary to utilize this treasure. At the very least, it would render future wielders of snake spirit martial souls utterly insignificant. In the wake of the explosion, CiaoWu and Hu Laina were forcefully cast away. The road to hell was utterly obliterated, and henceforth, anyone wishing to escape would have only 2 options: to fly over or swim through the blood below. Contemplating this, a smirk of disdain crossed CiaoWu's face. Chapter 197. Departing the road to hell. In the moment they were hurled from the road to hell, CiaoWu and Hu Laina found themselves enveloped by a palpable aura of murderous intent. The ominous aura did not inflict any harm upon CiaoWu and his companion. Instead, it continuously integrated into their bodies. A domain skill rapidly formed within them. The domain of slaughter captivated the attention of the Shura god in the divine realm. As he observed the young man CiaoWu in the lower realm, a lad who undoubtedly stirred the excitement of the gods. This youth was certainly destined to inherit his divine status. As for the goddess of life, I sincerely apologize, but you may as well seek another. This young man is mine. A lewd smile crept across the old face of the Shura god. He directed his finger, unleashing a beam of crimson light that surged from the divine realm, forcefully penetrating CiaoWu's body. This was none other than the legacy of the Shura god, a legacy that ordinary beings could scarcely endure, given the extraordinary nature of the killing intent it contained. Even the original Tang Sen could only fully bear it after training under the sea god. However, for CiaoWu's formidable physique and mental fortitude, there were no obstacles to overcome. As the red light entered CiaoWu's body, a tempest of killing intent coalesced violently, enveloping him entirely. As he found himself surrounded by this killing aura, CiaoWu sensed something amiss. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to allow this killing intent to infiltrate his being. Simultaneously, the mark upon his forehead began to flicker incessantly. In the forest of life, the goddess of life suddenly opened her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. At last, her plan had succeeded. That old rascal, the Shura, could no longer contain himself and had violated the rules of the divine realm to compete for a successor. However, the goddess had long prepared for this moment. It was an opportune time to fulfill her grand design. Upon finishing her thoughts, the goddess unleashed a beam of light from her fingernail, which surged toward Dalu, forcefully merging the Shura's attributes of slaughter and laws of killing within CiaoWu. Concurrently, a purple light descended, entering CiaoWu's body and merging with the green light, forming a radiance imbued with terrifying power. As this light manifested, it drew the power of the Shura god closer, initiating the process of cultivation. In the divine realm, the Shura god, feeling his own power being absorbed, widened his eyes in astonishment. He sensed the power of creation within CiaoWu, a force typically reserved for the creator god. Currently, the only beings in the divine realm capable of wielding such power were the god of life and the god of destruction. He realized he had fallen into a trap. With this thought, the Shura god's expression darkened, and a terrifying aura of slaughter surged from him, causing the entire divine realm to tremble. In the divine council, 2 divine kings and 3 enforcement gods sat together. The Shura god, wielding the Shura sword, glared menacingly at the goddess of life and the god of destruction across the table. "You dare to scheme against me?" he said coldly, narrowing his eyes. "We have done nothing of the sort. Do not accuse us falsely. You could not resist acting against the heir of XiaoWu. That is not our concern. Do refrain from slandering the divine, replied the god of destruction, a smile creeping onto his face as he relished the Shura god's embarrassment. Look at you, the Shura god said, clenching his fists at the sight of the couple before him. They remain idle, yet they have the advantage in numbers. He forcibly suppressed his urge to fight. Speak, what is your plan, goddess of life? The god of evil observed the escalating tension and shook his head, casting a resigned glance at the goddess of life. She nodded in response to his inquiry and began to elucidate her strategy. Are you certain this lad can withstand the power of the creator god? I can see that he is indeed formidable with terrifying talent. Yet the power of the creator god is overwhelmingly fearsome. The Shura god displayed a hint of doubt upon hearing the goddess's plan. He felt a twinge of anxiety. If this endeavor were to fail, it would be a waste of a promising talent. Such a talent was indeed rare and could undoubtedly bear his divine status. It would be a pity to squander such potential. You need not worry about this Shura. Should he fail, I shall relinquish him to you and provide the essence of life to aid in his recovery, declared the goddess of life, producing a drop of verdant liquid brimming with the essence of life. All present gods widened their eyes in astonishment, unprepared for the goddess to unveil such a treasure. Seeing her offer this precious item, the Shura god let out a deep sigh. Very well, let be as you say. He sighed deeply, yet no one in attendance felt as elated as he did. Should this endeavor fail, he would gain a successor without effort. Should it succeed, the benefits would be substantial, truly a profitable venture. In the lower realm, Suyu beheld Bai Dong before him and smiled. Your Holiness, it has been a long time. How have you been? Bai Dong gazed at the youth, who appeared even more handsome than 2 years prior, and was taken aback. It was not merely his appearance that astonished her, but also his strength. She had not anticipated that in just 2 years, he would have traversed the city of slaughter. His soul power had surged, now reaching the level of Soul Emperor. One extraordinarily gifted young man. Had it not been for her daughter, she would have considered eliminating him outright. Indeed, it has been quite some time, Suyu. I did not expect you to arrive in the city of slaughter and pass the trials alongside Nana. Your talent is truly remarkable, Bai Dong remarked, unable to conceal her admiration. Suyu, upon hearing her praise, merely nodded. Your Holiness flatters me. My strength is still lacking. Compared to you, I am indeed far from your level. As Suyu responded to Bai Dong's compliments, he chuckled and shook his head, aware that he was still weak. Merely comparable to an ordinary title Douluo, and significantly inferior in the presence of such a formidable figure as Bai Dong. Bai Dong's expression twitched at Suyu's words, nearly prompting her to strike him. How old are you? How old am I? At your age, I could have easily crushed you, she thought, though she maintained a serious demeanor as she addressed him. Suyu, I extend another invitation for you to join the Spirit Hall. What say you? Hearing her invitation, Suyu's mouth twitched. I apologize, Your Holiness, but my answer remains unchanged from 2 years ago. I shall not join the Spirit Hall. I still cherish my freedom. Suyu declined once more. Znikoivakti rejecting bibidon. Bai Dong regarded Suyu for a long moment before sighing. Well, if that is your decision, so be it. The Spirit Hall never forces anyone to join. If you do not wish to, then so be it. How is her grandfather faring these days? Bai Dong inquired, shaking her head before her expression softened as she looked at Suyu. Grandfather? Upon hearing the inquiry from Bai Dong, Suyu momentarily froze, then shook his head in response. I apologize, Your Holiness, but I have not seen my grandfather in 2 years. Since the conclusion of the competition, he has been away, stating his intention to visit old friends. It has been 2 years without a single encounter. Suyu's expression turned somewhat bitter as he shook his head, revealing his complete ignorance of Su Yi's whereabouts. The thought of Su Yi made him genuinely anxious. If something were to befall the old man, he feared he would be utterly devastated. Bai Dong looked at Suyu with astonishment. Su Yi was a figure of remarkable prowess, capable of matching Dalu. Friends of such a person could not possibly be weak. They were likely formidable, perhaps even titled Douluo of level 97 or above. Contemplating this, Bai Dong felt compelled to give her head a gentle shake. The continent was indeed descending into chaos. The Haoyan sect had completely fallen from grace, leaving only the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect among the top 3 sections. Rumors about the master circulated widely, even exposing her past interactions with him. Now, she learned that Xu-Yi had gone to seek friends. A title Douluo of level 97 could undoubtedly alter the balance of power on the continent. With this realization, Bai Dong shook her head in resignation. Well, since it is thus, I suppose you must leave, Xu-Yu. Come, we shall escort you. She gestured for Xu-Yu and Hulai Na to follow her to a violet carriage. By the way, Xu-Yu, I have heard that you are quite familiar with Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire. Bai Dong inquired gently as she settled into the carriage, tea in hand. Indeed, Brother Xue has treated me well and has helped me greatly, Xu-Yu replied, rolling his eyes at the subtle probing regarding his relationship with her daughter. Nevertheless, he responded earnestly, affirming that he indeed had a good rapport with Qian Renxue, who portrayed Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing Xu-Yu's words, a faint smile graced Bai Dong's face. I see. Xue Qinghe may very well emerge as a wise ruler in the future. It would be prudent for you to maintain contact with her. Bai Dong's gaze softened further as she regarded Xu-Yu. Regardless of whether this young man joined their Wuhuan temple, his connection with them remained significant, even bordering on allyship. Bai Dong could not fathom that Xu-Yu would bring any harm to the Wuhuan temple, given the allure of their Wuhuan fusion techniques. This young man was destined to be intertwined with the Wuhuan temple from birth, forever unable to stand against them. Xu-Yu shook his head and conversed with Bai Dong for a while longer. Upon reaching a city, he bid her farewell. He had no intention of returning to the Xingdou Great Forest. Wang Qiu'er was currently in training, and he wanted to enjoy his time away. With a calm demeanor, Xu-Yu soared through the skies. Half a month later, he finally arrived in a considerably large city. Shunfeng City, this was the name of the city, and indeed, it was the location of Shunfeng Academy. As he observed the unique decorations within the city, a hint of warmth flickered in Xu-Yu's eyes. Each city in Douluo continent possessed its own distinct character, and the uniqueness of Shunfeng City lay in its incessant displays of wind-manipulating artifacts. In the center of Shunfeng City stood a colossal windmill, towering several dozen meters high, continuously spinning. It was a splendid sight, rivaling the ice sculptures of Tianshui City in fame. As Xu-Yu gazed at the windmill, he could not help but express a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears, causing his expression to shift. Long time no see, gradually descending from the sky. Xu-Yu smiled at the young man before him and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it has been a while. The young man nodded and approached Xu-Yu. Shall we go for a drink? He suggested, pointing to a nearby tavern. Let us, Xu-Yu replied, following the young man inside. Upon entering, the young man tossed a few gold coins to the staff, who led them to the second floor. Brother Xiao Tian, your progress is truly commendable. In just 2 years, you have reached level 53. It seems you have encountered remarkable opportunities, Xu-Yu remarked to Feng Xiao Tian, who did not seem shocked by their encounter. As Shunfeng City was indeed his domain, dishes soon arrived at their table, and after taking a bite and sipping some wine, Xu-Yu turned his gaze to Feng Xiao Tian. Hearing Xu-Yu's praise, Feng Xiao Tian shook his head. Compared to you, I'm truly far behind. Your talent is nothing short of terrifying. I can barely sense your soul power now. If I am not mistaken, you have likely reached the rank of Soul Emperor. Feng Xiao Tian's tone was decidedly assertive, and Xu-Yu, hearing this, could only nod helplessly. Indeed, I have indeed made some progress through fortunate circumstances. Given your talent, Brother Xiao Tian, you too could achieve great heights in the future. Come, let's toast. With a smile, Xu-Yu raised his cup to Feng Xiao Tian. Feng Xiao Tian was thoroughly astounded by Xu-Yu's admission of his rank, and when Xu-Yu urged him to drink, he numbly clinked his cup against Xu-Yu's. Brother Feng, are you still pursuing that fiery girl, Huowu? Xu-Yu suddenly remembered something and teased Feng Xiao Tian with a knowing smile. Though your words helped me understand a lot, I still like Sister Huowu. I want to be with her. If I do not pursue her, I fear I may regret it. Feng Xiao Tian replied earnestly, his gaze reflecting a fiery determination. Since that is the case, Brother Feng, you must strive hard.
CiaoWu is not an easy target to win over, Suyu chuckled, observing the fervent young man before him, who willingly played the role of an ardent pursuer. Haha, just wait and see. By the next time we meet, I will definitely have won over Sister CiaoWu, Feng Xiaotian declared earnestly, leaving Suyu at a loss for words. Love and affection were natural human emotions, and Suyu found it difficult to criticize. Recognizing that Feng Xiaotian was not in the wrong, Suyu eagerly anticipated the day when Feng Xiaotian would successfully win CiaoWu's heart, knowing well that she was no easy conquest. The two continued their conversation over drinks from afternoon until late into the night, finally leaving the tavern just past midnight. Arms draped over each other's shoulders. Come with me. Our Shunfeng Academy also wishes to seek your assistance with a matter. Of course, we are not asking for your help without compensation. We are prepared to offer something in return, Feng Xiaotian said, smiling at Suyu with a serious demeanor. After making this statement, he looked at Suyu with utmost sincerity. Suyu gazed at the earnest expression on Feng Xiaotian's face and nodded slightly. He ultimately decided to pay a visit. He was curious to discover what assistance the Shunfeng Academy required from him. Suyu followed Feng Xiaotian back to the academy, where he promptly arranged a room for him. The room was modest, merely a standard guest chamber. Earlier, while drinking with Feng Xiaotian, Suyu had not utilized any soul power, and now his mind felt somewhat hazy. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he succumbed to slumber. In the early morning, Suyu awoke from the large bed, groggily making his way to the bathroom. He splashed water on his face, observing his somewhat hungover appearance, and could not help but pat his cheeks. Feeling a bit unwell, he shook his head, channeling the Yihua within him, causing the alcohol in his system to vaporize and evaporate through his pores. With a chuckle, Suyu admired his rejuvenated visage, squinting his eyes in satisfaction as he straightened his attire and stepped outside. Upon exiting the room, he felt the gentle breeze caressing his face, prompting him to squint his eyes in comfort. The winds have risen. A great epoch is upon us, he murmured to himself. Born in this era, he considered it both a blessing and a curse, for it was a time teeming with exceptionally talented individuals. Suyu could not help but acknowledge that the abundance of prodigies in this age was indeed staggering, and even Feng Xiaotian was a remarkable genius. Suyu's mental energy spread outward, effortlessly locking onto a specific direction within the Shunfeng Academy. His mental prowess was formidable, and with just a slight expansion of his spirit, he pinpointed Feng Xiaotian's location. Although he walked towards it, he moved with remarkable swiftness. When he arrived, Feng Xiaotian was engaged in a lecture. After participating in the competition, Feng Xiaotian had graduated, but instead of venturing into the world of soul masters, he chose to remain at the academy. The Shunfeng Academy respected his decision and appointed him as a teacher. Suyu did not interrupt. He quietly stood at the doorway, awaiting Feng Xiaotian's class to conclude. The moment Feng Xiaotian exited the classroom, Suyu seized him. You rascal, why don't you hurry and tell me what this is all about? Or what Shunfeng Academy needs from me? Suyu stated with a serious demeanor, his curiosity piqued about why Feng Xiaotian needed his assistance, given that the academy had numerous powerful individuals. Hearing Suyu's inquiry, Feng Xiaotian revealed a faint smile. This is not the place for a discussion. Let us return to my dormitory. Gripping Suyu's wrist, Feng Xiaotian led him toward his quarters. Suyu silently followed, observing that this dormitory was similar in size to the one he occupied the previous day. It was remarkably tidy, almost immaculate. Suyu began to suspect that Feng Xiaotian might be a cleanliness enthusiast, though he found this trait quite agreeable. Suyu, you may not be aware, but not far from Shunfeng City is the Tianlang sect. This sect frequently provokes us at Shunfeng Academy. This time, we merely ask for your assistance in dealing with them. What do you think? Feng Xiaotian looked at Suyu with a grave expression. Suyu, upon hearing this, could not help but exhibit a trace of surprise. Feng, doesn't Shunfeng Academy have plenty of talented individuals? Why do you require my help? Have they all left the academy? Suyu gazed incredulously at Feng Xiaotian, wondering if the academy's young elites had dwindled to just him. Alas, I shall not conceal this from you any longer. My teammate, Sheng, has advanced and taken everyone with him to the Stardow. Currently, There are truly no other young talents left at Shunfeng, just me. Feng Xiaotian admitted with a hint of resignation. The Tianlang sect likely saw the absence of strong individuals at Shunfeng Academy as an opportunity to capitalize on their vulnerability. I see. Very well, I shall assist you. After all, I am traversing the continent, so why not lend a hand? In return, I hope to claim a token from Shunfeng. Su Yu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head at the request. Upon hearing Su Yu's agreement, Feng Xiaotian's face brightened with a gentle smile. Excellent. Then it is settled, Su Yu. Come, I shall show you the beauties of Shunfeng Academy. As they prepared to seek out the young ladies, Su Yu found himself momentarily perplexed. Hadn't Feng Xiaotian expressed his steadfast affection for CiaoWu the previous evening? Now he wished to take Su Yu to admire other beauties. Was that appropriate? Feng Xiaotian appeared to sense Su Yu's confusion and adopted a serious demeanor. Su, you are mistaken. Admiring beauty has nothing to do with my feelings for CiaoWu. Furthermore, appreciating beauty can indeed bring us mental solace, which is beneficial for our cultivation. Feng Xiaotian spoke earnestly, and Su Yu almost found himself persuaded by his words. Ah, I see. I had no prior knowledge of this. Let's hurry then, Feng. Su Yu, you have been too engrossed in your cultivation. Such matters are commonplace. Let us proceed, Feng Xiaotian insisted, nodding seriously. Su Yu felt somewhat awkward under Feng Xiaotian's earnest gaze. Then let's be off, Feng. I too have noticed a stagnation in my cultivation speed lately. I hope your method proves effective. Feng Xiaotian observed Su Yu with an expression that conveyed mutual understanding. Let's depart. I am confident that this approach will yield results. With that, Feng Xiaotian led Su Yu outside, and noticing his urgency, Su Yu squinted and hurried to keep pace. Su Yu merely intended to remind Feng Xiaotian to be cautious. He had no ulterior motives. Soon, they arrived atop a building. Su Yu, this is the closest vantage point to the girls and the best place to observe them, Feng Xiaotian remarked, casting Su Yu a knowing glance. Su Yu chuckled lightly and sat beside him without a change in demeanor. His primary concern was ensuring Feng Xiaotian remained safe, especially with the impending competition against the Tianlang sect. Wow, she is quite young, perhaps only 11 or 12, and her development is even more pronounced than Zhu Zhuqing's. Su Yu exclaimed, astonished by a girl he observed. Today's girls were indeed somewhat intimidating. Not bad, not bad. Shunfeng Academy has its merits, though it cannot compare to Tianshui, where such young ladies abound. If I return to Tianshui, I might just garner the admiration of many junior sisters. The thought alone is exhilarating. Later that evening, Su Yu dined again with Feng Xiaotian and further inquired about the details of the upcoming competition. This competition is essentially a game of Chinese whispers. If one possesses formidable strength, they can continue indefinitely. Upon hearing this rule, Su Lin could not help but smile. In a one-on-one scenario, it might present some challenges. But given this particular format, Su Yu could confidently assert that none could rival him. This contest is exclusively for individuals under the age of 30, and Su Yu harbors no belief that anyone in this village could surpass his innate talent. To truly best him would require at least a soul Douluo. An even average soul Douluo would hardly pose a threat to him. Even a relatively powerful soul Douluo would merely be slightly stronger than a child in his presence. If he unleashed his full power, even a titled Douluo like Douluo would likely be vanquished. The competition is scheduled for 3 days hence. Su Yu pursed his lips. After completing the contest, he would depart from Shunfeng City. He was not particularly concerned about the rewards offered by Shunfeng Academy. What do they possibly provide him? Moreover, this came from Feng Xiaotian, who is merely a minor instructor at Shunfeng. What authority could such a lowly teacher wield? It is laughable to even consider the possibility of any valuable treasures. Time flies swiftly for cultivators, and soon 3 days had passed. On the morning of the event, Feng Xiaotian observed Su Yu, who was meticulously adjusting his attire, and could not help but display a hint of exasperation. Is it really necessary to prepare so meticulously for a competition? He remarked, gazing at Su Yu, who was impeccably dressed in new clothes. One's image is of utmost importance. One must never neglect the elegance of life. You must adhere to this principle. Su Yu glanced at Feng Xiaotian, his expression earnest as he replied.
Observing Su Yu's demeanor, Feng Xiaotian shook his head in disbelief. Are you merely trying to impress the girls? You speak so grandly, but I can see through your intentions. With a scoff, he exited Su Yu's room, no longer wishing to linger. After all, he had already informed Su Yu of the competition's location. He could find his way there on his own. As Feng Xiaotian departed, Su Yu remained silent, continuing to arrange his attire. Once he finished, a smile graced his face. All done, time to set off. He stepped out of his door, heading toward the venue of the competition. Su Yu walked at a leisurely pace, unperturbed by the thought of Feng Xiaotian's potential defeat. Feng Xiaotian's 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Wolf were formidable. No ordinary soul master could hope to overcome him. Even Tang San from the original narrative would face considerable difficulty against that technique. Now that Feng Xiaotian had reached the rank of Soul King, his strength had increased significantly. Su Yu had never even heard of the Tianlang sect, and could not imagine them defeating Feng Xiaotian. Even if Feng Xiaotian were to lose, it would likely be due to overwhelming numbers. By the time Su Yu arrived at the competition venue, half an hour had already elapsed. Observing Feng Xiaotian, who had manifested his martial spirit, Su Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Truly, he was a prodigy of Sheng Academy, an exceptional talent indeed, comparable to Hu Liena. In fact, Feng Xiaotian's abilities might even surpass hers. Had he not been preoccupied with developing his self-created soul skill, he might have already achieved the rank of Soul Emperor. A tempestuous wind surged from Feng Xiaotian, his wings slicing through the air like the sharpest blades, colliding with the opposing Wolf Martial Spirit Soul Master. The Wolf Soul Master's claws were swiftly rendered ineffective against the gale, leaving trails of crimson blood in their wake. Su Yu swiftly located a seat and sat down, thoroughly engrossed in watching Feng Xiaotian's match. 1, 2, 4. Feng Xiaotian had swiftly defeated 4 opponents since Su Yu's arrival. Based on his inquiries, he learned that Feng Xiaotian had already bested several others, bringing his total victories close to 10. Su Yu, I must rely on you next. I am spent. Among the Tianlang sect participants is a genius, only 30 years old, already at level 59. Be cautious. Feng Xiaotian gazed at Su Yu, fatigue evident in his eyes. Su Yu chuckled, dismissing Feng Xiaotian's concerns. As a Soul Emperor himself, with combat prowess on par with the titled law, he doubted anyone at the Soul King level could surpass him. With a shake of his head, Su Yu strode confidently onto the competition stage. He regarded the youth who had just defeated Feng Xiaotian with a smirk. Shall I give you a chance? You are a Soul King, yet only at level 52. You appear quite young, perhaps 26 or 27. Impressive talent indeed. Chapter 201. The conclusion of the competition. Su Yu beamed at the young man across from him, sensing a commendable level of soul power, approximately level 52. This was not arrogance. Truth be told, fighting at this level was akin to an egg striking a stone. Even if he stood still, this individual could not hope to overcome him. Are you mocking me? The young man's expression darkened at Su Yu's words. How dare he suggest he was weak? Enraged, he resolved to teach this insolent boy a lesson. Without further ado, the young man lunged at Su Yu, a blue wolf materializing behind him. Su Yu found himself momentarily entranced, as the wolf bore a resemblance to the one that had awakened his own martial spirit, Su Yuntao. Heavenly Wolf Claw. The azure wolf's claws tore through the air, aiming viciously at Su Yu's shoulder. Feeling the force behind the attack, Su Yu narrowed his eyes, extending his hand to seize the claw infused with soul power. Not bad, decent power, but your soul power is too low. By the way, what is your name? Do you know Su Yuntao? You bear some resemblance to him. Taken aback by Su Yu's query, the youth blurted out, My name is Su Yunfeng. Do you know my elder brother? Su Yunfeng's gaze shifted to Su Yu, a mix of surprise and confusion in his eyes. He hailed from Nodding City, having followed his brother during their childhood, and had awakened the wolf martial spirit, just as the Tianlang sect was recruiting disciples. As a branch of the Spirit Hall, the sect was led by a formidable soldat, rated at level 82. My martial spirit was awakened by Su Yuntao. I'm from Xiaoya village. It seems we are indeed fellow townsmen. Su Yu smiled, eager to swiftly conclude the battle so they could reminisce. To encounter a companion of Su Yuntao was quite unexpected. We can catch up later. It has been a long time since I returned home. With a grin, He instantly appeared beside Su Yunfeng, delivering a powerful punch. Utilizing his current strength, Su Yu's blow caused the very space around Su Yunfeng to collapse. Boom! Su Yunfeng was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. All right, that's enough. Continue onward. As for the Tianlang sect, you may all come at once. Su Yu's voice was low, yet everyone present in the arena could hear him. The members of Tianlang Zone were instantly incensed by the provocation, their faces darkening in an instant, observing their grim expressions. So you could not help but smile. I speak the truth. The remaining members may challenge me. I shall confront you all alone. Should I falter, Shenfeng Academy will concede. Su Yu's voice was calm, and he noticed that the faces of Tianlang Zone displayed no signs of intimidation, but rather a palpable eagerness. An overwhelming aura erupted from Su Yu, his formidable presence shattering the clouds above. What shall we do, boss? The members of Tianlang Zone clenched their fists at Su Yu's audacious demeanor. Yet, they hesitated to confront him collectively. Su Yu, observing their reluctance, shook his head in resignation. Suddenly, Su Yu's martial soul manifested. 6 soul rings began to shimmer. 3 purple, 2 black, and 1 red, each pulsating with radiant light. The crimson glow of the 6th ring left the members of Tianlang Zone swallowing hard. Not only they, but even the students of Shenfeng Academy were struck by disbelief. Who is this senior? A 6th ring, red and 100,000 years old? Such a soul ring configuration is terrifying. Indeed, this senior is formidable and remarkably handsome too. Countless students gasped in astonishment at the sight of Su Yu's soul rings. Su Yu's 5th ring, a mere 10,000 years, was not surprising. But the 6th ring of 100,000 years was unfathomable. Feng Xiaotian, watching the spectacle, muttered in disbelief. Su Yu, glancing at the astonished expressions below, chuckled. If you knew that a being with a million-year first ring would emerge in a millennium, your eyes would surely pop out. Boss, perhaps we should join forces. This fellow is exceedingly peculiar. One disciple of Tianlang Zone remarked gravely, eyeing Su Yu's soul rings. The leader of Tianlang Zone also swallowed hard, feeling the weight of the ring's intimidation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "All right, let us attack together." With that, he charged forth, followed closely by his fellow disciples. A look of excitement washed over Su Yu as he summoned lightning that crackled around him. In an instant, he unleashed the power of 3,000 thunder movements, propelling himself to unprecedented speeds and materializing before the leader of Tianlang Zone. A single punch sent the leader crashing away, while a swift kick dispatched another disciple flying. In just 20 seconds, Su Yu had eliminated 2 adversaries, his strength fully unleashed, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Yet amidst their shock, a sense of understanding emerged. After all, one with 100,000-year soul ring would naturally possess such prowess. What a powerful senior. Yet, I have never encountered him before, a student remarked solemnly. Su Yu chuckled, and in the blink of an eye, his hand pierced through space, grasping a foe by the chest. 8th rank collapse. The overwhelming force struck mercilessly, sending the opponent spiraling away. Within 2 minutes, Su Yu had dispatched all his opponents, and with a light-hearted gesture, he waved his hand. Although these adversaries were somewhat lacking, Su Yu felt invigorated, having not engaged in combat since leaving the city of slaughter. Feeling refreshed, he made his way to the audience. As he descended, Feng Xiaotian approached, his gaze filled with astonishment. I never expected your strength to have grown. Truly impressive. Though I knew you were formidable, I did not anticipate such power. The gravity of Feng Xiaotian's expression caught Su Yu's attention. My strength is rather ordinary, merely surpassing many, Su Yu replied with a gentle smile. Noticing Feng Xiaotian's incredulous expression. Come on, you must be jesting, Su Yu chuckled, realizing how amusing Feng Xiaotian's disbelief was. I merely spoke the truth. You just refused to believe it. Su Yu mused that such strength was merely sufficient for the Douluo world, and in the Dupo world, it would be considered trivial. As for the perfect world, any random individual from there could likely overpower him. Reflecting on this, Su Yu's regard for strength intensified. Brother Feng, after the competition concludes tomorrow, I shall be departing with the treasures.
I intend to journey across the continent and will not linger in Shinfeng City. Initially, Su Yu spoke in jest, having no intention of claiming anything from Shinfeng Academy, as Feng Xiaotian could hardly procure any treasures. However, Feng Xiaotian took it to heart, for he was a genius of Shinfeng Academy, and his words bore significance. Very well, Su Yu, you ought to rest. I shall prepare promptly and take my leave, Feng Xiaotian stated before hastily departing. Su Yu squinted, swiftly making his way to converse with Su Yunfeng before taking his leave. A full day passed, and since the conclusion of the competition, Su Yu had been immersed in serene cultivation. His progress was rapid, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the 64th level, a remarkably swift advancement. In the early morning, Su Yu was taken aback to see Feng Xiaotian, who had arrived surprisingly early. Brother Feng, what brings you here at this hour? Su Yu pulled up his blanket, astonished by Feng Xiaotian's presence. Observing Su Yu's actions, Feng Xiaotian's expression darkened. Are you serious? I have no such intentions, he retorted. Su Yu, rise quickly. I shall take you to our treasure vault. I shall wait for you outside. With that, Feng Xiaotian exited Su Yu's room. Su Yu paused, initially joking, but he had not expected Feng Xiaotian to take it seriously. However, since the invitation was extended, Su Yu was intrigued to see what awaited him. He sprang from his bed, the blanket slipping away, revealing his well-defined physique. After donning 2 garments, he stepped outside. Feng Xiaotian nodded approvingly at Su Yu's emergence, gesturing for him to follow. Su Yu narrowed his eyes and quickly trailed behind Feng Xiaotian, who led him to the desolate back mountain of Shinfeng Academy. Taken aback by the isolation, Su Yu felt a sense of intrigue. Come, follow me, Feng Xiaotian commanded, summoning a layer of soul power. With its manifestation, a rift in space suddenly appeared. Observing the fissure, Su Yu's face displayed a mix of astonishment. Feng Xiaotian had actually torn through the fabric of space. Such a feat, even with all his might utilizing Qilin's step to traverse the heavens and earth, could only yield a minor result. All right, let us proceed, Feng Xiaotian smiled, stepping forward and directly into the spatial rift. Without hesitation, Su Yu followed suit. Although he felt a twinge of confusion, it was evident that this continent possessed spatial-type soul masters, and conjuring a small pocket of space was not an insurmountable task for them. The space within was modest, illuminated by a dim, golden light. Upon entry, Su Yu was immediately captivated by the treasures displayed. Among the myriad of weapons and artifacts, he even spotted a soul bone. Though not ancient, it was indeed a soul bone. Well then, Su Yu, choose wisely. You may take one item of your liking. Feng Xiaotian observed Su Yu's astonishment, a smile breaking across his face. The 5 Elements Academy, nearing a century of establishment, still harbored an abundance of treasures. Su Yu surveyed the items, taking half an hour to narrow his choices to 3. A golden long lock, an egg from a 10,000-year-old soul beast, and a white balance scale. The scale exuded a sacred power, uplifting one's spirits at merely a glance. Which should he select? Su Yu found himself at a loss. Yet he sensed that the scale might be a remarkable artifact. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and made his decision. He would choose the scale. Though its true nature remained a mystery to him, Su Yu felt an instinctive premonition that would prove invaluable in the future. Seeing Su Yu opt for the scale, Feng Xiaotian nodded in approval. Very well, Su Yu, our accounts are settled. I appreciate your assistance to Shinfeng. Feng Xiaotian extended his hand, gazing at Su Yu earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. Su Yu reciprocated, clasping his hand firmly. Upon exiting the space, they returned to Shinfeng Academy. Su Yu, will you not stay a while longer? Our companions from Shinfeng will be back shortly. We could share a drink then. Feng Xiaotian attempted to persuade him as Su Yu paused at the doorway. However, Su Yu had no intention of lingering. Seeing Feng Xiaotian's earnest demeanor, he chuckled softly. Brother Feng, perhaps not. I have matters to attend to, and I have overstayed my welcome in Shinfeng City. We shall save the revelry for another time. Su Yu smiled, and noticing the futility of his plea, Feng Xiaotian sighed. In that case, until we meet again. I assure you, next time, I shall catch up with you. Feng Xiaotian beamed at Su Yu, who nodded in agreement, seemingly etching Feng Xiaotian's words into memory. Very well, Brother Feng. I shall take my leave.
Su Yu acknowledged him with a nod, unfurling wings from his back and soaring into the sky, swiftly heading into the distance. Once Su Yu's silhouette had completely faded, Feng Xiaotian shook his head and resumed his walk back to the academy. He had classes to attend, and tardiness would not bode well. After all, he was now a teacher. At Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger held a letter from Shun Feng Academy, narrowing her bright eyes in contemplation. Captain, this fellow has actually emerged, and he is without XiaoWu and XiaoWu. Shui Binger gazed curiously at Feng Xiaotian's words in the letter, filled with astonishment. It appeared that XiaoWu and XiaoWu had not accompanied the captain on his journey. In the desolate center of a village, Su Yu regarded an elderly man with a serious expression. The old man's visage was sallow, and he gnawed hungrily on the chicken leg Su Yu had provided. Fear radiated from his eyes, his body trembling incessantly, akin to a sieve. Here, old man, take this. Find a city to settle in first. I will aid you in avenging your village, Su Yu said with a deep sigh, producing a small pouch of gold soul coins from the cosmos and handing it over with solemnity. The old man, taken aback at first by the gold coins, soon transformed in demeanor. Soul Master, I cannot accept this. If you can help me avenge my kin, I would be eternally grateful. How could I still take your money? The elder shook his head vigorously, refusing Su Yu's generosity. With a sigh, Su Yu firmly pressed the coins into the old man's hands. This sum is but a meal from me, yet it could be a lifeline for you. Go swiftly. I will assist you in your vendetta. As he spoke, golden wings unfurled from his back, and he ascended into the air, his spiritual energy radiating outward. Waves of soul power were immediately detected and tracked by Su Yu. It appears the old man did not speak falsely. Had he not hidden in the cellar, he would surely have perished, leaving no one behind. Even the children would have been turned into mummified corpses. Such cruelty is indeed vicious. Su Yu's gaze hardened as he catapulted into the distance. His golden wings cleaved through the void, transforming him into a streak of golden light, his speed surpassing the sound barrier. This soul power felt strangely familiar. The malevolent soul master was likely someone he knew all too well. Su Yu narrowed his eyes, uncertain of who among his acquaintances would commit such heinous acts. Regardless of the identity, once captured, there would be no mercy. Those who commit such atrocities should not expect forgiveness. While others might deem Su Yu meddlesome, he felt no remorse. He maintained an unwavering principle in his endeavors, to remain true to his conscience. Having made his decision, he would never regret his actions. Within a dark cavern, a figure cloaked in black robes loomed. A massive cauldron sat at the center, surrounded by swirling purple flames that crackled ominously. Such exquisite offerings, indeed. The breath of children is said to be the purest. If I consume their blood, the dark power within me shall surely be purified, the hooded figure mused. His expression hidden beneath the shadow of his hood, betraying only apathy and coldness. He intended to cast these children into the cauldron, using the flames to distill their essence into pure blood. Failure to do so would threaten his own vitality. Remembering his tragically deceased master, the cloaked figure clenched his fists tightly, drops of blood trickling from his sleeves. Su Yu, he muttered, his voice imbued with murderous intent, resonating chillingly in the blackened cave. Alas, tomorrow I must venture out to hunt again. Once I attain strength, their sacrifices will not be in vain. With that, he swept his cloak and departed. As Su Yu emerged from the cave, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky, revealing a plump face beneath a dark robe. The malevolent soul master was indeed a detestable being, adept at concealing his lair. Initially, Su Yu believed he could track him using his aerial soul power. But this energy soon dissipated, leaving him utterly bereft of any leads. Clenching his fists, Su Yu unleashed his mental energy, given the murderous nature of this soul master. He anticipated that he would soon reappear. In this context, Su Yu felt he could afford to bide his time. According to the elder's description, the soul master had not intended to slaughter so many. He merely sought to abduct a few children from the village, but after being refused, he became enraged and resorted to violence. The absence of any children's corpses in the village indicated that the soul master's true targets were those children. Shaking his head, Suyu turned and descended into a nearby village. After inquiring, he learned of a village abundant in children and flew directly there. Within the village, Suyu's mental energy spread out, keeping vigilant for 3 days without anyone noticing his presence. He knew he could not act recklessly, having promised the elder. He was determined to fulfill his vow, be it for a day, a week, or even a year. He would not waver in his resolve. Time passed, and one night, chewing on some tough jerky, Suyu once again scanned the village with his mental energy. Suddenly, he froze, for he spotted a flying soul master above the village. Although cloaked in darkness, the murderous aura emanating from him startled Suyu. Elation surged through him as he soared into the sky, charging toward the figure in the black robe. His domain of slaughter unfolded, unleashing a terrifying killing intent that surged forth from within him, engulfing the dark-cloaked figure. Sensing Suyu's murderous intent, the black-clad figure turned and fled without hesitation. This broad-shouldered entity sprouted enormous wings, and Suyu stared in disbelief at the sight, feeling a surge of killing intent. The sheer terror of this intent momentarily stunned the figure, prompting him to flee even faster. If I were you, I wouldn't run. You cannot escape. I will count to 3, and if you do not stop, I will kill you. Just watch. Suyu's voice was icy, thick with menace. The black-clad figure hesitated briefly before darting away again. Observing the figure's continued flight, Suyu shook his head and charged forward, the terrifying wings causing the very space around him to crack. Ma Hongjun, you will not escape me. Upon hearing this name, the figure paused momentarily, then flapped his wings furiously, retreating into the distance. Suyu's mental energy firmly locked onto him, following closely behind. Suyu was not incapable of catching up. He aimed to locate Ma Hongjuan's lair. Perhaps there were still survivors within, though the likelihood was slim. The murderous atmosphere surrounding Ma Hongjun was palpable, and he had surprisingly advanced to the rank of Soul Emperor. It was astonishing. 2 years prior, during the Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun had merely been a Soul Master. In just 2 years, he had achieved a breakthrough to Soul Emperor, a pace even swifter than Suyu's own. Ma Hongjun, realizing that he had indeed left Suyu behind, felt a surge of joy, even if Suyu could fly. He was not a flying-type Soul Master and could not surpass him. Entering a concealed forest, Ma Hongjun vanished from sight. He understood that Suyu's combat prowess was far beyond his own, especially after having witnessed Suyu effortlessly overpower Tang San, leaving him with a lasting impression of dread. Upon returning to his hideout, Ma Hongjun began to gather his belongings. It was no longer safe to remain. With Suyu around, being captured by him would be disastrous. Clenching his fists, he quietly slipped out of the hideout. Just as he exited, a figure appeared before him, clad in a white robe. With golden hair radiating a captivating brilliance, this figure commanded a gaze that discouraged a second look. Ma Hongjun felt his heart plummet. Suyu regarded Ma Hongjun with a cold smirk, his face etched with an icy demeanor. Ethereal blue flames erupted from his fingertips, and Ma Hongjun's heart sank as he realized that his own sinister fire was being suppressed beneath Suyu's flames. "Are you here to kill me?" Ma Hongjun asked, peeling off his black robe and regarding Suyu with earnest seriousness. Suyu, observing Ma Hongjun's pallor and the overwhelming killing intent surrounding him, narrowed his eyes. "Yes, I intend to kill you. An elder entrusted me with a promise. You slaughtered his family, and now I must avenge him." The flames in Suyu's hands flickered, the air crackling with the heat of their intensity. "Why should you promise me my death?" Ma Hongjun shouted in a frenzy. Since Suyu's arrival, his life had devolved into chaos, akin to the death of his father's mentor, the dissolution of Shrek Academy, and his own transformation into a loathsome evil soul master in pursuit of vengeance. Now, the architect of his suffering sought to end his life, and he refused to accept it. If there were a deity in this world, he wished for a lightning bolt to strike Suyu dead. "Why kill you? You know well the deeds you have committed." Suyu's eyes gleamed with deadly intent, the very atmosphere around him crackling in response to his aura. "I merely sought 2 children to strengthen myself. I must kill you. You murder my master, and you must die." Ma Hongjuan's madness escalated with each exchange. His gaze towards Su Yu filled with venomous hatred. Seeing Ma Hongjun in such a state, Su Yu sighed deeply. You wish to kill me. You are correct. I did slay your master, and this is the consequence of our actions. But why should your strength be built upon the suffering of others who have lost their children? With a fierce roar, Su Yu summoned 3 flames that shot into the sky, the overwhelming heat melting the very earth around them. Enough of this nonsense, come. Ma Hongjun, unable to refrain from resisting, unleashed a torrent of flames and soul power, attempting to counter Su Yu's oppressive might. Yet, with his current strength, he could hardly withstand Su Yu's onslaught. The devastating energy crashed into Ma Hongjun, sending him hurtling backward. In Su Yu's eyes, divine light flickered as an overwhelming aura surged forth from within him. With a single punch, his vitality erupted, shattering the very fabric of space. This was the essence of the shattered space technique he had gleaned from his 5th soul skill, and upon comprehending it, he realized he could emulate the formidable Whitebeard, albeit to a limited extent. With a mighty blow, Su Yu sent Ma Hongjun crashing into a mountain, dislodging numerous stones that rained down upon him. The Kirin Destruction Strike manifested as a spectral Kirin appear behind Su Yu, unleashing a cataclysmic force. At that moment, Ma Hongjun emerged from the debris, acutely sensing the oppressive pressure emanating from Su Yu. Stunned and then overwhelmed with fear, he leaped into the air, flapping his wings and ascending into the sky. Break! Su Yu murmured, unleashing a terrifying force directed at Ma Hongjun. The Kirin charged forward as if trampling the heavens and earth beneath its feet. Ma Hongjun, gripped by sheer terror, widened his eyes in disbelief. No, don't kill me. I won't seek revenge. I'm willing to be your subordinate. Please spare me. As the spectral Kirin drew ever closer, Ma Hongjuan's defenses crumbled, and he let out a desperate howl. Su Yu, observing Ma Hongjuan's pitiful state, shook his head in disdain. Such a person was beneath his notice. The Kirin's phantom ultimately crashed down upon Ma Hongjun, who began to dissolve within its ethereal form. I will not spare you, Su Yu remarked with a smile, dismissing Ma Hongjun's pleas. Suddenly, the 3rd eye on his forehead gleamed, intricate runes materializing as the power of destiny surged forth, crashing down upon Ma Hongjun. In an instant, Ma Hongjuan's soul was shattered, and Su Yu regarded the scene with indifference. He felt no pity for someone who valued the lives of others so little. If he did not cherish the lives of others, then his own life held no worth. With that, Su Lin strode into Ma Hongjuan's stronghold without fear, confident that Ma Hongjun had no tricks left after being bested. Chapter 205. The Ice and Fire Dragon King. Upon entering the stronghold, Su Yu's expression darkened, anger flaring in his eyes. Had he not been mentally prepared, he might have made a fool of himself. The ground was littered with bones, each no longer than a few dozen centimeters. Unmistakably, the remains of infants who had barely seen life. What a scoundrel, he thought, enraged by the sight of so many slain children. Regret washed over him for not having dealt with Ma Hongjun sooner. Clenching his fists, he emitted a series of cracking sounds, his eyes glowing with fury. The inferno of rage within him surged like a tempest, threatening to consume him entirely. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu sought to calm himself. He knelt down, silently gathering the scattered bones, meticulously collecting them into a neat pile. Fire ignited in his hands, incinerating the bones until they turned to ash. Looking upon the vast expanse of ashes, he sighed softly and retrieved a large wooden box, gently placing the ashes inside. As he exited the stronghold, the flames in his hands engulfed the place, ensuring its complete obliteration from existence. His mental energy expanded, seeking a serene locale. With a swift unfurling of his golden feathered wings, he soared into the sky, racing towards that tranquil haven. Rest in peace, little ones. I have avenged you. May you become strong in your next life. This world, after all, was one where the strong preyed upon the weak. Though he felt a twinge of compassion for these lost lives, he remained steadfast in his belief that strength is the ultimate arbiter of fate. Shaking his head, Su Yu turned away, his promise fulfilled, no longer needing to linger. As he flew through the air, he pondered the true meaning of life. Was it merely destruction? In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed Su Yu's despondent demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon seeing the rotund figure, her own ire had been kindled, especially upon witnessing the grim reality within. Sensing the fully refined life energy within Su Yu, the goddess nodded and raised her delicate hand, instantly manipulating all the energy within him. Sixth trial of the life god completed. Reward: Level 2, Life Affinity, 20. Su Yu, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled as his level surged upward. He descended to the ground and settled into a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation. The surroundings were tranquil, and he felt no threat from soul beasts. His bloodline was no trifling matter, and he continued to meditate in peace. Half a month later, as he rose from the ground, the surge of his burgeoning soul power brought a nod of approval from Su Yu. His objective was clear: the Ice and Fire Dragon King's corpse located beneath the Eye of Ice and Fire. According to the texts, the eye itself was formed from the aftermath of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's demise. Although he had no need for it, he could present it as a gift to Wang Qiao or Gu Yuna, confident they would find it useful. Having been away for nearly a year, it was essential to return with a token of gratitude. Soon, he arrived at the Sunset Forest, standing before the Eye of Ice and Fire. Squinting at the emerald green, poisonous mist, expanding his mental energy, he sensed no unfamiliar soul power. Nodding to himself, it appeared that the area had been undisturbed recently. Ignoring the toxic fog, he ventured inside, reaching the Eye of Ice and Fire, where countless celestial herbs awaited. Su Yu's expression remained stoic as he approached the spring. Without hesitation, he stripped off his garments and plunged into the dual springs of red and blue. The searing heat and chilling cold enveloped him, creating a sensation akin to being between two extremes. Rather than discomfort, he found it quite soothing, allowing himself to drift downstream. Before long, he reached the lake's bottom. Sensing the unique space there, closing his eyes, he summoned the power of space, directing it towards the weakest point in the fabric of reality. Crack! Crack! The space fractured under his assault, and he slipped through the fissure. In an instant, he found himself in an extraordinary realm, half frosty and half blazing. Before him lay two colossal dragon corpses, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble at a mere glance. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yu shook his head and advanced towards the dragon corpses. As he neared, his hand extended, gently caressing the Ice and Fire Dragon King's remains. Just as he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, a sudden burst of white light erupted from the dragon corpse. The ground quaked violently, heralding the awakening of ancient forces. Su Yu hurriedly soared into the sky, gazing at the dragon's corpse with a sense of disbelief. Logically speaking, these creatures had likely been dead for countless years. It was inconceivable that they could still exhibit any movement. Was there another soul beast or human present in this space? That seemed impossible. This place should have remained undisturbed. With a grave expression, Su Yu observed the trembling dragon corpse below. The Qilin martial soul manifested behind him, unleashing its formidable power in full force. Su Yu remained vigilant as he watched the movements beneath him, which did not disappoint. Suddenly, two beams of white light erupted from the Ice Fire Dragon King's remains and surged directly into Su Yu's mind. He attempted to resist, but the overwhelming energy locked down the space entirely, leaving him with no chance to fight back, forcing him to watch helplessly as the white light invaded his consciousness. In the ocean of his mental power, two formidable middle-aged men appeared, one clad in white robes and the other in red. They radiated an intimidating aura, comparable to that of Gu Yuna. Su Yu regarded the two figures with caution. They were undeniably threatening. "You carry the scent of the Silver Dragon King. You are one of her kin," the man in the red robe remarked with an expression of confusion, his eyes widening as he sensed Su Yu's bloodline. "This is the bloodline of a mythical beast, but no, it is something even more terrifying. It surpasses my own bloodline by countless degrees." The red-robed man gazed at Su Yu in disbelief, instantly appearing before him and reaching out a hand. Su Yu, seeing the approaching hand, instinctively recoiled. "What are you retreating for?" "We mean you no harm," the red-robed man said, yet he still grasped Su Yu's hand. At that moment, Su Yu felt as if he had been completely seen through. The red-robed man, sensing Su Yu's bloodline, could not help but reveal a look of delight. Indeed, this is not merely a bloodline of mythical beasts. It is vastly superior, far beyond what I possess. The man in blue robes, upon hearing the red-robed man's words, appeared before Su Yu and seized his other hand, quietly attuning to Su Yu's bloodline. Despite being mere spiritual entities, the two men exuded an aura of immense power, leaving Su Yu with no capacity for resistance. How extraordinary! Such a formidable bloodline. We're truly dwarfed by it. This bloodline has even surpassed that of the dragon god himself. If it continues to develop, you may become an unparalleled powerhouse, the Ice Fire Dragon King remarked, as if struck by a revelation. With a wave of his hand, two glowing bones materialized before them, one blue and the other red, radiating a terrifying energy. Su Yu felt a weight of seriousness as he sensed the energy emanating from these bones. If unleashed, it could potentially devastate the entirety of Douluo Dalu. Young man, you see for yourself that we harbor no ill intentions. I am the Ice Dragon King, and he is the Fire Dragon King. You must be acquainted with Guyu Na. We are of her caliber. She is a manifestation of the Dragon God. While we are the Dragon Kings who stand by his side, the Ice Dragon King introduced, observing Su Yu's astonished expression. Senior, may I inquire what brings you here? Su Yu asked cautiously, taking in the Ice Fire Dragon King's amiable demeanor, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. You should absorb these two divine bones. They are the essence of our beings. Absorbing them could elevate you by at least 10 levels, the Ice Fire Dragon King stated calmly. Confident that the concentrated essence of their divine bones would grant Su Yu a significant enhancement. However, as the two Dragon Kings awaited Su Yu's agreement, they were taken aback to see no sign of eagerness on his face. In fact, he shook his head. What do you mean by this? Do you look down upon our divine bones? The Ice Fire Dragon King asked incredulously, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. They had transformed their essence into soul bones, intending to bestow them upon this youth, only to be met with rejection, a stark contrast that left them feeling off-kilter. Two esteemed Dragon Kings, I harbor no ill will. I can accept these bones, yet I shall not absorb them. Throughout my journey, I have only ever absorbed one external soul bone, never any others, Su Yu replied solemnly. The Ice Fire Dragon King's expression changed, revealing a mix of confusion and disbelief. You may think me pretentious, but this is the truth. The Qilin bloodline is inherently invincible. Why would I need to rely on the bones of others? My Qilin bloodline is the most powerful existence in this world, and absorbing the soul bones of others would serve me no advantage, Su Yu declared, his conviction unwavering. The Ice Fire Dragon King fell silent, contemplating Su Yu's words. Yet, Su Yu felt no need to further elaborate. He was resolute in his belief that his bloodline was unrivaled, requiring no external enhancements. Well, if that is your stance, then so be it. Our souls are on the verge of dissipating. It is gratifying to encounter a subordinate of an old acquaintance one last time. Therefore, we shall gift you this divine bone, the Ice Fire Dragon King said, shaking his head, his mood evidently uplifted. Initially, they were set to fade from existence. Yet they were pleasantly surprised to encounter Su Yu and sense the aura of Guyu Na emanating from him. Even more astonishing was that Su Yu's bloodline was so formidable, surpassing their own, despite their fading awareness. It seemed that he could indeed become a formidable force in the future. With this thought, a smile crept across the Ice Fire Dragon King's face. Since the youth was unwilling to absorb the divine bones, they would simply bestow them upon him. Take our divine bones back with you and present them to Guyu Na, the Silver Dragon King, and see how she reacts. It was nice to meet you. Even though I sense there may be some issues with your reasoning, the Fire Dragon King remarked as his form began to rapidly dissipate. An occurrence mirrored by the Ice Dragon King. Su Yu remained silent, quietly holding the divine bones in his hands. At last, they have departed. The Ice Fire Dragon King is truly remarkable to have so readily bestowed his divine bones upon me, Su Yu reflected, momentarily lost in thought. The loss of such powerful beings was indeed lamentable. Had they not perished, their companionship would have rendered him nearly invincible. Alas, they had fallen, and CiaoWu sighed, regaining control of himself as he returned to the realm of reality. Upon returning, CiaoWu found the divine bones in his grasp, nodding in acknowledgement at this development. He then bowed respectfully to the dragon corpse before making his way towards the spatial rift. Upon emerging from the realm of ice and fire, CiaoWu promptly began to gather the celestial herbs that would be beneficial to him. In the lake of life, Guiyuna, who had been meditating, abruptly opened her eyes, filled with profound sorrow. "So they have departed, the Ice-Fire Dragon King," she murmured helplessly as she lifted her head. As she experienced the sight of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's demise, CiaoWu's unique bloodline power left Guiyuna momentarily stunned. How on earth did that rascal find himself here? A flicker of confusion crossed Guiyuna's eyes as her figure instantly vanished from the lake of life, reappearing directly above the eye of ice and fire. Observing CiaoWu below, who was diligently collecting herbs, she gently descended to the ground. "CiaoWu, how did you end up here?" Guiyuna inquired, her voice laced with curiosity the moment she landed. "Nana Jia, what brings you here?" CiaoWu replied. Disbelief etched across his face. However, considering Guiyuna's formidable strength and the recently fallen Ice and Fire Dragon King, he began to piece things together. "If my assumptions are correct, your presence here is related to the Ice and Fire Dragon King, isn't it?" CiaoWu's expression turned earnest as he regarded Guiyuna, who displayed a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "This matter indeed pertains to you. Could you elaborate?" "The Ice and Fire Dragon King is the sovereign of soul beasts, and I yearn to learn all there is about their fall." Sighing, CiaoWu began to recount the events as Guiyuna nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes reflecting deepening sadness. "Ah, so is this way. Tell me, have you successfully navigated the City of Slaughter?" Guiyuna's tone turned serious as she sensed an aura from CiaoWu that felt eerily familiar. This power was potent and unmistakably reminiscent of the torment she had endured. "This is the power of the Shura god." The name invoked a visceral reaction in Guiyuna, making her grit her teeth. "Indeed, I have passed through, or else I wouldn't be here," CiaoWu admitted, releasing a wave of killing intent as he activated his domain. "Your aura is commendable, yet it lacks refinement. You ought to focus on honing it further. However, I shall refrain from lecturing you on this matter. Instead, return with me. For the next 2 years, remain in the Lake of Life until you reach level 70. I will personally guide you." Guiyuna's expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on CiaoWu, who could only sigh in response. Upon seeing that CiaoWu offered no resistance, Guiyuna reached out and grasped his clothing. In a flash of light, she transported them both back to the Lake of Life. As CiaoWu beheld the familiar scenery, a smile broke across his face. He unfurled his wings and surged toward a particular direction. Guiyuna, sensing the aura of that place, shook her head and swiftly followed him. Gently alighting on the ground, CiaoWu's gaze fell upon a young girl with blue-pink hair, seated cross-legged. A wave of affection washed over him as he extended a hand to caress her silky locks. "Little girl, you've begun to work hard. Haven't you?" As CiaoWu's fingers brushed against Wang Qiuer's head, she opened her eyes from her meditation. "Good, you're back," Wang Qiuer exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the familiar face before her. She sprang up, clasping CiaoWu's hand and playfully pinching his cheek. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, she sighed in relief, realizing that this was no illusion. "I've returned. After concluding my time in the City of Slaughter, I ventured out for some training, and then Nana Jia brought me back," CiaoWu explained with a smile, settling down under a large tree with Wang Qiuer nestled in his arms. As he recounted the events to her, Wang Qiuer, now 16 and fully developed, grew restless. Gee, let me tell you, if you ever abandon me on a map again, I will not forgive you," Wang Qiuer declared, lifting her head to bite down hard on CiaoWu's neck. The intensity of her bite made him wince, and he cast a sympathetic glance at his little kitten. As she withdrew, satisfied with the taste of his blood, CiaoWu shook his head, noting that this peculiar fondness for his blood was not a promising sign. With narrowed eyes, he playfully swatted her head. "You little rascal. Dare to use such methods to drink my blood? Just wait until I deal with you." Though CiaoWu feigned ferocity, Wang Qiuer showed no fear, her expression rather joyful. "Oh, I've been caught," she teased, sticking out her tongue bashfully. Suyu contemplated retaliating, but hesitated, finding it hard to be stern with her. All right, you mischievous girl. I concede. Do you want this? If not, I'll give it to XiaoWu or Na Jie instead. Suyu produced 2 divine bones, their formidable energy radiating an alluring aura that captivated the eye. What is this? Guyu Na, witnessing the divine bones in Suyu's hand, expressed her astonishment. These were the essence of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, and their refinement would undoubtedly provide substantial benefits for the future. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that this was Suyu's opportunity, and he was free to bestow it upon Wang Qiu'er. After all, both she and Suyu could not absorb such items. Despite the immense power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, their own bloodlines remained supreme. Qiu'er, you should absorb this. Your strength will surely increase significantly, Suyu encouraged, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Qiu'er, without hesitation, accepted the divine bone from Suyu's hand. As she felt the overwhelming energy coursing through it, she was taken aback. Clenching her teeth, she promptly sat cross-legged once more, determined to refine the divine bone. At that moment, a silver light appeared. Guyu Na had returned. She observed Wang Qiu'er's intent to absorb the divine bone without interjecting, quietly channeling her divine power into Wang Qiu'er's body. This is my divine energy. Qiu'er lacks the strength to absorb the Ice and Fire Dragon King's power at her current level, but my energy can assist her, Guyu Na explained, catching Suyu's glance. Suyu nodded in appreciation, realizing he had not considered this aspect earlier. Yes, let her absorb it. You should also focus on your training. While being over level 60 is commendable, it is still insufficient. I hope you can swiftly break through to level 70. After speaking, Guyu Na gestured, and a surge of spatial power entered Suyu's body, causing him to vanish instantly. Rubbing his sore backside, he cast a disgruntled look at Guyu Na, but obediently proceeded to train in a designated area. Quickly, 2 months slipped by. Suyu achieved another breakthrough, and from a distance, Tian observed the scene with a serious nod. This little rascal is truly becoming more diligent. A level increase in just 2 months. Clearly, the pressure from a master is proving effective. Tian gazed solemnly at Sheng beside him and spoke earnestly. Suyu, in truth, was reluctant to exert himself in cultivation, yet Guyu Na's formidable strength left him with no alternative. Should he neglect his training, Guyu Na would inevitably take action against him, and the punishment he faced was indeed excruciating. He had nearly met his demise, were it not for his robust physique. He might have succumbed to Guyu Na's might. Indeed, the master's approach was remarkably effective. This young man had not previously exerted himself to such an extent. Chapter 208. A challenge to Sheng. Suyu extended his mental energy, listening to the discourse of Tian and the others. An awry smile crept across his lips. Given Guyu Na's methods, how could he possibly afford to neglect his training? Shaking his head, Suyu rose and approached Tian and Sheng. Care to engage in a spar? I feel quite strong at the moment. A faint smile graced Suyu's face as flames surged from his hands hidden within his sleeves, manifesting as the Qing Liendi XiaoWu. The azure flames danced in the air, igniting the atmosphere and causing the surrounding space to warp under their ferocity. The terrifying flames elicited a serious expression from Sheng. Is this the flame spoken of by the Red King? It is indeed impressive. Very well, let us have a proper match. Sheng, his excitement palpable, flexed his wrists and strode towards Suyu. Suyu, witnessing Sheng's approach, could not help but smile. His vitality surged, with each cell in his body brimming with formidable energy. Sheng, observing the spectacle, grinned widely as golden claws materialized, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Sheng's strength was sufficient to contend with peak-level practitioners of the 98th rank. Few humans on the continent could surpass him. Little Suyu, come forth. I, old Sheng, shall not bully you. Let us see if you can injure me, Sheng said casually. Suyu, unperturbed by Sheng's words, charged forward without hesitation. Diva enveloped his fists and elbows, while lightning crackled at his feet. The 3,000 thunder movements activated, and Suyu appeared before Sheng. unleashing a powerful punch aimed at his abdomen. The fist tore through the air with a resounding explosion as Su Yu channeled all his strength into the strike. Xiangjun's expression remained unchanged. He did not even flinch, enduring Su Yu's attack with sheer resilience. The impact felt akin to striking a soft cushion. Ha, not bad. Your strength is commendable, but your technique leaves much to be desired. Should you refine your abilities, it could yield remarkable results. Xiangjun chuckled, raising his hand to pat Su Yu's shoulder. Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he attempted to evade, but he soon realized he was utterly immobilized by an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain pressing down on him. His complexion shifted dramatically. Attempting to resist proved futile. Xiangjun's hand struck him with force, sending him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. As Su Yu's blood touched the earth, the surrounding flora began to flourish wildly. What a monstrous power! My body feels as if it's cracking, he exclaimed. Xiangjun had not exerted his full strength. Rising from the ground, Su Yu flexed his sore body and, with determination, charged forth, his elbow driving forcefully towards Xiangjun, seemingly unconcerned. Casually unleashed golden claw marks, which Su Yu deftly dodged. The 8th-level explosive force erupted within Xiangjun's body. Su Yu's full power strike caused Xiangjun to stagger back several steps. A wave of joy washed over Su Yu. He knew he must capitalize on this momentum. The 3,000 thunder movements reached their zenith, and Su Yu's form blurred, creating hundreds of illusory figures across the arena. Xiangjun, unfazed, emitted a deafening roar. The sound waves cascaded forth, causing Su Yu's illusions to dissipate. The real Su Yu, now before Xiangjun, felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Xiangjun would not grant Su Yu any chance to respond. He bared his teeth and lunged at Su Yu's abdomen with ferocity. Su Yu's expression shifted as he twisted his body mid-air to evade the attack, yet the maneuver left him in a precarious position. Xiangjun's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he lifted his knee, crashing it into Su Yu. Su Yu was sent reeling, acutely aware of the vast disparity in their strengths. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, his fighting spirit ignited. With Qing Liandi Xianhua in his left hand, Wanshou Linghua in his right, and purple flames surging from behind, 3 flames combined to heat the life lake to a boiling point. Seeing Su Yu's intent to amplify his power, Xiangjun's expression tightened. Each of those flames was formidable. Even the weakest among them could pose a significant threat. With this in mind, Xiangjun's form swelled as he transformed into a dark golden terror claw bear, towering over 30 meters. The dark golden terror claw bear, a soul beast rivaling the ice blue scorpion, was a predator feared even by dragonkind. As Xiangjun revealed his true form, Su Yu too was not idle. Having never unleashed the full potential of the 3-colored fire lotus, he decided to reveal his true strength, merging the flames into a singular entity. Go forth, 3-colored fire lotus, and let your brilliance shine in the world of Douluo. With a light chuckle, Su Yu released the 3-colored fire lotus, sending it soaring towards Xiangjun. Feeling the terrifying energy emanating from the 3-colored fire lotus, Xiangjun's expression shifted. Little Su Yu, you have truly ignited my fighting spirit. Xiangjun's claws slashed through the air, leaving a dark golden claw imprint aimed directly at the 3-colored fire lotus. This strike embodied Xiangjun's full might. Even Tian would have to take it seriously, observing the two unleash their full power within the forest. Tian's expression darkened as he prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a silver beam shot forth from the distance. Upon seeing this flash of silver, an ominous premonition surged within Su Yu. He swallowed hard and turned to look. The silver energy surged into the clash between him and Xiangjun, not shattering, but instead consuming their assaults entirely. Chapter 209. Guyana's heart. The two attacks were swiftly absorbed, and as the silver light faded, a silver-haired beauty emerged. She was tall and flawless, yet at that moment, her expression was far from pleasant. Instead, her face was shrouded in darkness. Her gaze towards Su Yu and Xiangjun filled with solemnity and a hint of murderous intent. Neither Xiangjun nor Su Yu harbored any desire to fight. They swallowed hard, struggling to maintain their composure. Sister Nana, do you believe we didn't mean to? Suyu looked at Guyuna, his eyes pleading, resembling a man who had been abused by the very force he once wielded. What do you feel, Guyuna? Her expression softened, but her gaze at Suyu was a mix of amusement and menace, sending a chill down one's spine. Master, Xiong suddenly recalled something and declared, I must take my leave. Sensing the situation turning grim, he attempted to escape, but Guyuna unleashed a surge of spatial power, sealing off all avenues of escape for Xiong. You shall not leave, she laughed, her hand weaving a massive spatial sphere under her control. Ditian, go and teach this bear a lesson. He has been too reckless, using his full strength against me. As for you, Suyu, you shall come with me. I will handle your education myself. Guyuna absorbed and restrained Suyu, vanishing from the spot. Ditian glanced at Xiong and nodded, leading him away. In the space of the ancient tree of life, Guyuna regarded Suyu with an enigmatic smile. Little one, you've been quite audacious lately, daring to unleash such formidable soul techniques within the lake of life. Have you been neglected recently, prompting you to act out? Narrowing her eyes, she approached Suyu, lifting his chin with a delicate hand, her smile both inviting and sinister. As she drew closer, the faint fragrance emanating from her enchanted form captivated Suyu. Guyuna was acutely aware that her actions might be inappropriate, yet she struggled to restrain herself. Her bloodline seemed to yearn for contact with Suyu. She even found herself pondering what extraordinary abilities their offspring might possess, should they ever conceive. However, the thought of Wang Xiao'er left her with an unsettling feeling. If you continue to misbehave, I shall punish you, Guyuna said, delivering a sharp smack on Suyu's head, leaving a noticeable bump. Suyu shot her a pitiful glance, reflecting on how this once gentle woman had transformed since his return to the forest. Despite his inner resentment, he dare not show it. Get out of here, you rascal. Don't visit Xiao'er for a while. I will take her out for training. Focus on your own cultivation. Under my guidance, she will progress rapidly. You wouldn't want to be outdone when she emerges from her seclusion, would you? Guyuna smiled slyly at Suyu, then waved her hand, enveloping him in spatial energy, causing him to vanish from the ancient tree of life space. Upon leaving, Suyu cast a wistful glance at Guyuna, who had returned with him. Enough, go train. You are still far from level 70, she stated before departing, the space rippling as she disappeared in a flash of silver light. Ugh, that wretched woman, Suyu grumbled, shaking his head as he walked away. Halfway through, he encountered Xiong, whose face was red and swollen, clearly having been beaten. Suyu felt a pang of guilt, realizing that his desire to battle had inadvertently led to Xiong's predicament. As he considered fleeing, Xiong spotted Suyu and approached, his expression darkening upon seeing Suyu unscathed. After a thorough inspection, Xiong noted only the bump on Suyu's head, and his countenance darkened further. You little brat. How fortunate you are. Xiong glared at Suyu with malice, causing the latter to gulp nervously. Here, take this, Suyu said with a forced smile, hastily producing several hundred bottles of the frenzy pill from his star river. As Xiong's expression shifted from anger to joy upon seeing the pills, he exclaimed, Suyu, you truly are my good friend. Well then, I shall take my leave. You enjoy yourself. I have other matters to attend to. Without waiting for a reply, Xiong dashed away, leaving Suyu astonished. Deciding not to call after him, Suyu was relieved to be free of trouble. He had accumulated numerous lottery opportunities over the years and was eager to redeem them. He found a secluded spot and sat down. The system began to merge. Beep. Merging initiated. An overwhelming surge of energy coursed through Suyu's meridians, a terrifying force flowing within him. Simultaneously, his body trembled as the power of fate enveloped the entire lake of life. Guyuna smiled faintly, sensing her body healing from the cultivation process. Ditian and the others quickly advanced their cultivation, experiencing rapid progress over centuries. The swift enhancement brought radiant smiles to their faces. Suyu felt as though endless flames were consuming him, yet having endured similar trials twice before, he grit his teeth and persevered. As the duration of his endurance lengthened, Suyu's body felt as if it were being torn apart, blood streaming from the fissures in his skin. Simultaneously, his blood began to transform, shifting from red to gold. Drops of blood morphed into golden hues. Evolve! XiaoWu roared, unleashing a torrent of golden light, the heat dissipating entirely. He sprang to his feet, a terrifying golden radiance erupting from his eyes, channeling immense energy. Evolution successful. XiaoWu reveled in the newfound power coursing through him, feeling as if he could easily defeat Tang San with a single punch. The system opened the panel. Beep, opened successfully. Host, XiaoWu age, 16 bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 64 cultivation technique. Burning decision, quasi-earth rank skills. Radiant dragon body, sacred fire armor. Eye of fate, magma eruption strike. Spirit fire of all beasts. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth treader pet. Ain, blue silver emperor, storage. Barrett, frenzy pills X172, 100. 000 gold. Illusion pills X10, special version of herbicide. Enhanced frenzy pills X66. Abstinence pills X99. Bicycle, special frenzy pills X88. 8 extremes collapse recovery pill. White vinegar strength, upper fishing attempts. 35 evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, yet your power does not match. Keep striving, young one. I believe a master of fate can undoubtedly become a deity. Chapter 210. The appreciation of the Rakshasa god as the system began the lottery. XiaoWu silently observed the system within his mind, awaiting the results of the fishing endeavor. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished a minor yuan dan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished a doll. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished a large vial of affection dan. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished knowledge experience of a 7th rank alchemist. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fished the essence of Douluo. A plethora of items returned directly to the system's warehouse, and upon witnessing this, so you could not help but smile broadly. Although a 7th rank alchemist is merely comparable to a dozong, such individuals are rare even on the continent. Once he accepted the inheritance, he would become a 7th rank alchemist himself. Taking a deep breath, XiaoWu chose to accept the inheritance. The luminous orb, unique to 7th rank alchemists, vanished and surged into XiaoWu's body. Instantly, a wealth of memories flooded his mind, and he began to rise like a novice alchemist. After a moment, XiaoWu opened his eyes, and a divine light erupted within them. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he stood up, flexing his fists. With a gesture, a multitude of celestial herbs and precious medicines emerged from XiaoWu's cosmos. The Qinglian earth heart fire took shape in the air, forming a massive alchemical furnace that engulfed the herbs and medicines below. In an instant, the treasures melted into a viscous solution, which began to merge swiftly under XiaoWu's mental control. Before long, a golden pill manifested before him. Let us call it the Yuan Dan, designed to enhance innate soul power. Indeed, it serves to elevate innate soul power. With the inheritance of a 7th rank alchemist, XiaoWu's understanding of pharmacology became exquisite, and he experienced no hesitation while crafting this self-created pill. The legacy of a 7th rank alchemist is indeed formidable. Narrowing his eyes, XiaoWu continued to refine. During his time in Douluo, he had gathered numerous spiritual herbs, and Shao Yixian had provided him with quite a few as well. He felt no remorse as he hurled the plump pills onto the ground. Although these pills could only be classified as 2nd or 3rd rank, they were formidable in the Douluo continent. If seen by those of lesser aptitude, they would likely choke on their fury, especially the Yuan Dan, which could elevate an ordinary individual into a genius with full innate soul power. In the future, he could gift these pills to teacher Wuxin, believing that such a gesture would surely expedite Tianshui's ascent in strength. With a wave of his hand, he gathered a multitude of pills and cast them into his cosmos. On the sea god island, Poseidon gazed at the figure before her, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in her eyes. It's been a long time, Sue. Her voice, clear and melodious, washed over the listener like a gentle breeze. Indeed, it has been a long time. Poseidon, you remain as beautiful as ever. Sue, he replied with a smile, though his expression soon shifted. He swiftly drew his golden blade and aimed it fiercely at Poseidon. Prepared, Poseidon conjured a water dragon that collided violently with the golden blade. The water dragon was torn asunder, helplessly falling back into the sea. Poseidon, you remain unchanged. I harbor no ill will towards Sea God Island, Su-Yi declared, shaking his head as he wielded his blade, slicing through the void. The golden energy shimmering like the brightest of treasures, swiftly reaching Poseidon. Unfazed, she lightly tapped her staff, summoning a water curtain that blocked Su-Yi's attack. The skirmish immediately captured the attention of the formidable beings on Sea God Island. Do not be so fierce, I have aged. I have found my true love and have long lost interest in someone like you. My past pursuit was merely youthful folly. Please forgive me. I have come to reminisce. Su-Yi implored, recalling his youthful days as a rogue, with Poseidon as the woman he never won. Seeing Su-Yi's reluctance to fight, Poseidon's exquisite features revealed a hint of disdain as she shook her head and proceeded towards Sea God Island. Su-Yi closely followed in her wake. She cast a glance at the aging Su-Yi, a sense of lament washing over her. The once carefree rogue now appeared so aged. If not for her protection by the sea god, she might have aged similarly, a thought that she found difficult to accept. Narrowing her eyes, she regarded Su-Yi trailing behind her, shaking her head once more. On Sea God Island, the powerful beings observed as their high priestess returned with an elder, momentarily stunned. But their curiosity was quelled by her demeanor. Su-Yi accompanied Poseidon to her palace. In the city of slaughter, Tang San eliminated another foe. The blue-silver grass erupting from his hands to bind the victim tightly. The slain individual rapidly withered beneath the blue-silver grass. Before long, they were reduced to a desiccated corpse. Ah, such bliss! With this, I shall reach the soul sage rank. In just 2 more years, I can break through to the title level, and then I shall exact my revenge. Tang San gazed at his hands, excitement flickering in his eyes. Each kill felt like the most exhilarating experience. His bloodthirst had become terrifying, and he felt discomfort if he did not slay daily. Narrowing his eyes, he set his sights on another target, moving stealthily to execute his next victim. His movements were swift and silent. A crossbow bolt shot from his hand, piercing a woman's flesh. Every act of slaughter in the city of slaughter was observed by a malevolent deity from the divine realm, who watched Tang San's actions with satisfaction. This apprentice is quite remarkable, far superior to the previous one. This was none other than the Rakshasa god, a pinnacle-level deity of the first rank, who had previously advised Tang San to avoid Su-Yu. His original target was a woman named Bibi Dong, but it was evident that she lacked the ruthless nature of Tang San. Bibi Dong had not claimed many lives in the city of slaughter, unlike Tang San, who was the most ferocious human the Rakshasa god had encountered in recent years, his brutality even stirring excitement within the deity. Chapter 211. The arrival of the 3-year agreement. Half a year later, Su-Yu exhaled deeply. He had attained level 68. Within this span of 6 months, aided by the pills, he had ascended 4 levels, reaching 68. At just 17 years of age, achieving such a rank is an extraordinary feat, one that defies human limits. In the original narrative, Tang San was merely at level 59 by the age of 19. Now, Su-Yu had long since left his contemporaries far behind. In this era, there are indeed very few individuals who can rival Su-Yu. Although Qianren Xue and Bai Bai Dong are exceptionally talented, they still fall short when compared to Su-Yu. The 3-year agreement that Su-Yu made with Xue, Binger, and others is nearing its end. Upon reflecting on this, Su-Yu rose to his feet and made his way towards the periphery of the Lake of Life. As he arrived at the outskirts, he immediately spotted a quaint pink cottage. Surrounding the cottage was a lush lawn adorned with vegetables and flowers, where a charming girl was diligently watering the plants. She wore a pink dress that concealed her long, beautiful legs. XiaoWu, Su-Yu called out with a smile. Since entering seclusion, he had only visited XiaoWu once a month, and it had been almost a month since he last saw her. Su-Yu, you've emerged from your seclusion. Upon hearing his voice, a look of joy spread across XiaoWu's face as she sprang to her feet and rushed towards him. Watching her approach, Su-Yu couldn't help but smile and open his arms wide. XiaoWu leaped into his embrace, and he wrapped his arms around the little girl, savoring her soft form and long legs, which sent a flutter through his heart. Really now, you silly girl, why are you so excited? The time is almost upon us. Are you missing Binger and the others? Suyu said gently as he carried XiaoWu into her cottage. Binger Jia? XiaoWu's eyes suddenly widened as if struck by a thought. Suyu, the 3-year agreement is almost here. Yes, we agreed on that 3 years ago. And now it's nearly time. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. XiaoWu was genuinely thrilled. Since her transformation, she had few friends. During her time at Tianshui Academy, she had experienced friendship, and after 3 years apart, she found herself missing them. XiaoWu, get ready. We are about to return to Tianshui. But when we do, don't you dare cry, Suyu said softly, gazing at her with tenderness. XiaoWu's eyes widened in indignation upon hearing Suyu's words. Suyu, don't be ridiculous. I would never cry. I am very mature. She pouted defiantly. At that moment, a teasing smile crept onto Suyu's face as he looked at her with a playful grin. Indeed, you are older than I am. You are a 100,000-year-old rogue rabbit. I cannot compare myself to you. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, XiaoWu's expression changed dramatically, her anger flaring up. A woman's age is always a sensitive topic. Even to her beloved. I'll bite you. XiaoWu shouted in fury, leaping onto Suyu and aiming to nip at his neck. Stop it, stop it. I was wrong. Suyu exclaimed, quickly pleading for mercy as XiaoWu playfully nibbled at him. However, even her bites were gentle, more akin to a playful puppy licking than any real pain, merely causing a tickling sensation. All right, enough of that. Get down quickly and prepare yourself. Once XiaoWu emerges from her seclusion, we shall set off. XiaoWu pushed Suyu's hands away and shot him a glare before storming off in a huff. Is she jealous again? Suyu shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness before heading towards Wang XiaoWu's direction. At Tianshui Academy, Shui Wuxin observed the falling snowflakes with a smile gracing her lips. The time was drawing near, as she wondered how those little ones were faring now. They must have grown quite strong. Teacher Wuxin, what are you thinking about? Will you be attending today as class? As Shui Wuxin drifted in thought, a cold voice interrupted her from behind. Sighing in resignation, Shui Wuxin turned to find Zhu Zhuqing clad in black. Over the years, Zhu Zhuqing had grown even more captivating, drawing attention effortlessly. Since becoming a teacher at Tianshui after breaking through to level 50, she had remained in Tianshui. Zhuqing, dear girl, must you always speak so coldly? If you continue like this, how will you ever find a husband? Shui Wuxin remarked with a hint of exasperation, feeling somewhat helpless as a teacher towards her excessively aloof student. Teacher, you speak truly? Zhu Zhuqing replied icily. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Perhaps you should resolve your own issues first. I'm still young, so I'm not in a hurry, but you're quite a bit older. The sharpness of Zhu Zhuqing's words pierced Shui Wuxin's heart like a dagger. The class is about to begin. I must take my leave. Please, hurry. Zhu Zhuqing stated before swiftly exiting the room. Not long after her departure, the ground beneath Shui Wuxin began to crack, and she found herself kneeling, utterly overwhelmed. I can't go on, she murmured, her eyes devoid of life, appearing truly despondent. Once Zhu Zhuqing escaped, she let out a sigh of relief, regretting her words as she feared Shui Wuxin might come after her for a lesson. However, it seemed that her teacher was rather magnanimous, and this thought made Zhu Zhuqing break into a light smile. Nana Jia, I believe my strength has grown considerably. We agreed to a 3-year pact with our companions, and I think we should be ready to leave. Gu Yina nodded gently at the girl before her, recalling another little one with 7 sparkling soul rings behind her. Very well, let us return. I am eager to see Suyu's astonished expression upon witnessing her level. A faint smile graced Gu Yina's face, as she had helped Wang XiaoWu elevate her level significantly over the past 6 months. Wang XiaoWu possessed the power of the transformation pill, which, although sealed, could be gradually unbound without guidance. However, with Gu Yina's mentorship, she could directly lift the seals placed upon her. Throughout the past 6 months, Gu Yina had continuously assisted Wang XiaoWu in refining the energy within her divine bones to enhance her physique. Each time her body grew stronger, Gu Yuna would lift the soul power seals, allowing Wang Qiuer's cultivation to rise steadily. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's agreement, a smile blossomed on Wang Qiuer's face. She longed to return to Tianshui Academy alongside Su Yu and XiaoWu. After 3 years apart, she truly missed them dearly. Tianshui Academy was the place she had stayed the longest after leaving the forest, and she felt a deep attachment to it. Under the expectant gaze of Wang Qiuer, Gu Yuna extended her hand, firmly grasping Wang Qiuer's, and the two vanished from their original location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves back in the Xingdou Great Forest. Inhaling the familiar scent of the forest, Wang Qiuer could not help but take a deep breath, exclaiming how wonderfully comfortable it was. With that, she dashed into the depths of the forest like a young girl. Gu Yuna smiled, her form fading from view as she eagerly anticipated the astonished expression of Su Yu. The mere thought of it brought her joy. Nana Jia, it's been a while, about half a year, hasn't it? How have you and Qiuer fared during this time? Since the two began their cultivation, Su Yu had not seen them. He had not expected their return today. It felt as if they shared a mental connection. Just as he contemplated heading back to Tianshui, Gu Yuna brought Wang Qiuer back. Level 68, not bad, but you still lag behind Qiuer. Gu Yuna's words left Su Yu momentarily stunned, glancing at her in confusion. Nana Jia, what do you mean? Has Qiuer's level already surpassed mine? That can't be true. Qiuer had just broken through level 60 when she left, while I have now surpassed level 68. It's impossible for her to exceed me so soon. Su Yu looked at Gu Yuna in disbelief, unable to accept the possibility. If that were true, he would have to admire Gu Yuna's capabilities. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. I am certain you will be quite astonished. A mysterious smile graced Gu Yuna's face, and seeing her expression, Su Yu began to entertain the possibility. He felt no sense of inadequacy in being surpassed. If Qiuer had grown stronger, he would harbor no feelings of envy. Then, Nana Jia, I shall go see for myself. Has that girl truly progressed so rapidly? With his mental energy swiftly expanding, Su Yu quickly located Wang Qiuer. He spread his wings and soared toward her. Gu Yuna observed this scene, shaking her head. She vanished again, lamenting that she would miss Su Yu's astonishment. However, she was still somewhat surprised by his rapid advancement. If it were not for the stability of his soul power and the absence of fluctuations in his vitality, she might have thought he had resorted to elixirs. Unbeknownst to her, Su Yu indeed had partaken in elixirs, and quite a few at that. After locking onto Wang Qiuer, he soon arrived by her side. Gazing at the increasingly perfect girl before him, Su Yu rushed forward. Little girl, your progress is astonishing. I'm truly amazed. Wang Qiuer, with a proud expression, replied, Humph, brother, I am now at level 72 while you are still in the 60s. If you dare to disobey me in the future, I shall give you a good thrashing. Clenching her small fist, she looked at Su Yu earnestly. Little girl, you are becoming quite arrogant. Do you think you can no longer wield a blade? Su Yu playfully tapped her on the head. Wang Qiuer shot him a glare, clearly displeased. But upon meeting his stern gaze, she relented. Humph, I shall not hold it against you this time. I'm hungry. Brother, please prepare a meal for me. Wang Qiuer took Su Yu's hand and led him toward the Lake of Life, arriving at the front of XiaoWu's house. XiaoWu, look, I'm already at level 72. What about you? Upon entering XiaoWu's dwelling, Wang Qiuer eagerly boasted. XiaoWu was taken aback by her declaration, her disbelief evident, as she recalled Wang Qiuer's level upon her departure. It was astonishing that she had achieved such a level so quickly, knowing that a soul sage was quite formidable. XiaoWu gasped in surprise, remembering that their teacher, Wu Xin, was merely a soul sage. Qiuer, you haven't resorted to elixirs, have you? Otherwise, how could you have progressed so rapidly? XiaoWu's expression turned serious, aware of the potential long-term consequences. Wang Qiuer paused, then regarded XiaoWu with a wry smile. What if I said yes? What would you do? A serious yet playful demeanor adorned her face. XiaoWu's expression shifted immediately, her gaze filled with urgency. Then you must have Su Yu examine you. Consuming such substances will undoubtedly diminish your talent. You must check to avoid jeopardizing your future. XiaoWu's concern brought a smile to Wang Qiuer's face, and she reached out to embrace her friend. XiaoWu, I was just teasing you.
I would never consume that sort of thing, especially with Nana Jia watching over me. Wang Qiu'er chuckled, hastily explaining, realizing she had been jested with. XiaoWu felt a surge of irritation. Am I wrong to be worried? I genuinely worry for you. Brother has already gone to prepare our meal, so please do not be upset. Wang Qiu'er playfully shook XiaoWu's arm, indulging in her charm. XiaoWu, slightly annoyed by Wang Qiu'er's antics, turned to face her. If you deceive me again, I shall ignore you. I promise. I vow never to provoke you again. XiaoWu Jia. Wang Qiu'er snuggled closer to her. XiaoWu, observing Wang Qiu'er's demeanor, shook her head. Very well, I shall forgive you. However, if Suyu prepares carrots, you must not try to take any from me. XiaoWu glanced at Wang Qiu'er, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Wang Qiu'er was momentarily taken aback, expecting a more significant request. However, since she disliked carrots, she found no need to acquiesce. She chuckled to herself, thinking how silly XiaoWu was for even considering that. Let's hurry and eat. Wang Qiu'er tugged at XiaoWu, leading her outside. Spotting the meal Suyu had prepared, XiaoWu rushed toward it. After a few drinks, Suyu finally turned his attention to the two girls. You both tidy up. We must set off for Tianshui Academy. In the divine realm, the goddess of life observed the elderly figure before her, furrowing her brow. Sea God, I cannot assist you with your successor's matters. If the little one is willing to go to Sea God Island, then let it be. If not, I am powerless. The sea god, tears streaming down his face, sensed the goddess's predicament. Goddess, I understand, but my heirloom lies in the hands of your successor's girlfriend. If I do not go to Sea God Island, my legacy cannot be passed on. The sea god, with tearful eyes, perceived the goddess's difficulty and hastily implored, Goddess, I have dedicated millennia to the divine realm. I implore you, allow Suyu to take his woman to Sea God Island. The god of destruction observed the scene before him with an impassive expression. Yet the flickering aura of annihilation emanating from him instilled a sense of trepidation in the sea god. Very well, I shall assist you. Perhaps I could have Suyu cast your heirloom aside, thereby allowing you to choose a successor. The goddess of life initially acquiesced to the sea god, but then, as if struck by a sudden inspiration, turned her gaze toward him with a suggestion. Upon hearing her proposal, the sea god's eyes widened in disbelief, and he promptly rejected it without hesitation. He was acutely aware of Wang Qiu'er's formidable talent. Her extraordinary cultivation aptitude of level 72 at the tender age of 17 marked her as an unparalleled genius. The sea god felt that missing out on her might lead to a lifetime of regret. With this thought in mind, he swiftly dismissed the goddess of life's suggestion, as he merely wished for Wang Qiu'er to visit Sea God Island. Noticing the sea god's demeanor, the goddess of life nodded in understanding. She recognized the immense potential of the young girl accompanying Suyu, whose innate energy could very well propel him to level 99. Such talent was indeed captivating. Had she not already aligned herself with Suyu, she might have been tempted. However, being with Suyu was tantamount to having that young girl as well. I am grateful, dear goddess of life. I shall not impose further upon you and Lord Destruction, the sea god remarked before taking his leave. The god of destruction had regarded him with a gaze that seemed to pierce through him, compelling the sea god to hasten his departure. Once the sea god had left, the god of destruction turned his attention to the goddess of life, his expression tinged with displeasure. This old fellow has been a nuisance, visiting daily, and I've heard reports of him seeking out that Shura character. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the outside. I had intended for Suyu to make a trip there. After all, it is the site of the sea god's legacy, where he might gain some fortuitous opportunities. Although I have bestowed numerous divine powers upon Suyu, the soul rings are something only the sea god can provide. The goddess of life narrowed her beautiful eyes and explained, the soul rings are essential for Suyu. Without them, he cannot resolve his predicament. He has grown up alongside soul beasts and cannot hunt the powerful ones. Upon hearing her explanation, the god of destruction widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished by her perspective. My dear, your insights are profound. Henceforth, we must unite against the god of evil. Once we gather our heirlooms, he can commence the fusion of creation power. After a moment of contemplation,
The god of destruction regarded the goddess of life with utmost seriousness. She pondered briefly before solemnly nodding in agreement. Their voices faded into the ether, and the figure of the god of destruction swiftly vanished from sight. In the lower realm, Suyu observed the two women preparing to depart and nodded. He then turned to Guyuna and the others. Sister Nana, we shall take our leave now. Guyuna acknowledged Suyu's words with a subtle nod. He no longer required protection, having approached level 70 with combat strength nearing that of a titled Douluo. Such prowess rendered Suyu independent, and denying him the opportunity to hone his skills would hinder his growth. Although she understood this, a twinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. Nevertheless, she could not impede his journey, letting out a quiet sigh as she walked toward him. Very well, you may leave. Suyu, take good care of XiaoWu and XiaoWu. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Guyuna playfully struck Suyu's head, causing a prominent bump to rise. In pain, Suyu crouched down, catching a glimpse of Guyuna's beautiful legs beneath her robe. He forcibly diverted his gaze, ensuring no one noticed his indiscretion. XiaoWu, XiaoWu, should you feel wronged, return swiftly. I shall advocate for you. Guyuna approached, gently caressing XiaoWu's ear and playfully flicking XiaoWu's forehead. All right, you may depart now. Shaking her head to suppress her emotions, she subtly conjured a spatial force that enveloped the three of them. In a flash of silver light, they vanished from the sight of onlookers. As the trio disappeared, Guyuna let out another quiet sigh. The moment Suyu's eyes opened, he experienced a sensation of weightlessness. Observing his rapidly descending body, he widened his eyes and unfurled his golden wings. Channeling his mental energy, he grasped the two women beside him and embraced them tightly, gradually soaring toward the ground. With his golden wings flapping vigorously, it wasn't long before they landed safely. Chapter 204. Arrival at Tianshui. Upon reaching the ground, Suyu stood astonished before the city that lay ahead. It was none other than Tianshui City. Gazing upon the familiar landscape, he felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Astonished that Guyuna had transported him directly here. Let us proceed, he stated, gently setting the two women down before leading them toward Tianshui City. After paying the entrance fee at the city gates, Suyu and the two women entered the bustling metropolis. Tianshui City remained as enchanting as ever, captivating all who laid eyes upon it. Upon entering, Wang XiaoWu and XiaoWu scampered off like exuberant puppies, rushing toward shops filled with jewelry and clothing. Suyu shook his head at their enthusiasm and followed closely behind. The two girls had not left the forest for 3 whole years. During Wang XiaoWu's training with Guyuna, she had even created a small space for her cultivation. After such an extended period, their excitement was entirely understandable. As nightfall approached, Wang XiaoWu and XiaoWu finally paused, glancing at the darkening sky with dissatisfaction. XiaoWu, let us venture out together tomorrow. Today, we haven't fully enjoyed the sun yet, Wang XiaoWu remarked, lightly kicking her legs in frustration. XiaoWu nodded in agreement, their shopping prowess leaving Suyu astounded. Observing the scene unfold before him, he merely shook his head, silently wishing the two girls would overlook him and refrain from dragging him along. Very well, let us hasten to Tianshui. I wonder how Bing'er and Zhuqing are faring. Are they still at the academy? A radiant smile graced Wang XiaoWu's face, and Suyu felt a warmth in his heart at the sight. Let's be off, he said, affectionately patting the heads of both girls as they headed toward Tianshui Academy. Situated at the heart of Tianshui City, the academy was grand, rivaling even the scale of Tiando City. The trio opted not to utilize their soul powers, relying solely on their physical strength as they walked for nearly half an hour to reach the center of the city. Upon arriving at the academy, Suyu inhaled deeply and made his way inside. At the entrance sat an elderly woman, reclining in a rocking chair, swaying gently as the last rays of sunlight bathed her in warmth. With her eyes narrowed, she appeared genuinely at ease. The moment Suyu arrived at the academy, he beheld a familiar scene. He approached with a gentle smile. Lipopo, it has been a long time. His voice was soft, mindful not to startle the elderly woman before him. In her youth, Lipopo had been a soul master, a formidable force nearing the level of a soul emperor. However, with the passage of time and the absence of descendants, she returned to Tianshui to take on the role of a gatekeeper. "Ah, you're a little Suyu," Li Popo murmured, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. The young man before her, clad in white with golden hair and golden pupils, exuded an air of authority. As she gazed at this young lad, memories flooded back to several years prior when he had led Tianshui to victory in the Youth Soul Master Competition, a feat that had astounded the entire academy. However, he had not returned to Tianshui, but had departed with his family. To her surprise, he was now before her again. "Li Popo, it has truly been a long time. How have you been?" Su Yu's respect for the elder was evident, as she had always treated him kindly. "I am well. Just unaccustomed to the quiet without you young ones around," Li Popo replied, grasping Su Yu's hand with warmth. He merely smiled in response, his eyes twinkling with delight. "Li Popo, prepare for a busy time, as I intend to stay for quite a while. I hope you won't mind our presence." Upon hearing this, Li Popo's face brightened with joy. "Of course not. How can an old woman like me mind? Please stay as long as you like." Su Yu felt warmth in his heart at her words. "I shall indeed stay longer," he affirmed. After conversing for a while, he turned apologetically towards Li Popo. "We won't keep you from your duties any longer. It has been too long since I last saw Wuxin Laosher and Binger. I must go." Li Popo smiled and waved her hand lightly. "Go on, dear. The sun is setting, and I must return as well." She rose and placed her reclining chair into her spatial soul guide. "Do you remember where Wuxin lives?" Li Popo suddenly seemed to recall something, looking at Su Yu with a puzzled expression. Su Yu, momentarily taken aback, nodded. "Rest assured, we remember where our teacher resides." After watching the elder depart, he turned and made his way into the Tianshui Academy. XiaoWu and Wang Qiu'er closely followed him. After a winding journey, they arrived at Shui Wuxin's residence. Su Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to be met with silence. Shui Wuxin was nowhere to be found. "Wuxin Laosher, old woman?" he called out, but received no response. He exchanged glances with the two girls behind him and shook his head. "Brother, Wuxin Laosher is likely teaching class. Let's go search for her," XiaoWu suggested. Su Yu agreed and exited the room, hastening towards the place where Shui Wuxin often held her classes. On the academy's playground, Shui Wuxin gazed at a group of girls with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Tell me, what do you aim to achieve if you do not strive to cultivate? If your talents were as formidable as Su Yu's, I would not admonish you, but alas, you lack his gifts. Wouldn't you compare with him? Only the time spent in cultivation will tell." The girls before Shui Wuxin exchanged weary glances, rolling their eyes at her familiar lecture. They knew she only ever seemed to reference Su Yu in her teachings. However, they dared not retort, lowering their heads instead. To argue would be futile. Shui Wuxin could be quite fierce, and her talented students like Zhu Zhuqing and Shui Binger would not hesitate to join in. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, catching Shui Wuxin off guard. "Wuxin Laosher." Her body stiffened as she recognized the familiar tone, but did not turn around. "Long time no see, Wuxin Laosher. Aren't you going to check on our progress?" Upon fully comprehending the voice, Shui Wuxin turned and was met with the sight of a young man in a white robe accompanied by two charming girls, reminiscent of their first encounter. "Su Yu, XiaoWu, Choa, welcome home." Their reunion was marked by an unyielding bond that time had not diminished. "Ah, the prodigal son returns. Wuxin Laosher, please do not take offense," Su Yu said, slowly approaching Shui Wuxin with a gentle smile that invited closeness. "Welcome back. We must discuss why you have not been in touch all these years. I have heard you attended Shunfeng Academy. If you do not clarify, I may have to discipline you," Shui Wuxin warned, gripping Su Yu's ear with a serious expression. "Ow! Ow, Wuxin Laosher, please don't," Su Yu yelped, seeking mercy. Observing his demeanor, Shui Wuxin's expression softened into a smile, a nostalgic reminder of days gone by. "Wuxin Laosher, please let my brother be. It was us who persuaded him to accompany us for a shopping spree. As for Shunfeng Academy, he can explain that later." Wang Qiu'er chimed in, her face alight with mirth. XiaoWu joined in with a smile, and upon hearing their encouragement, Shui Wuxin's expression eased, though her demeanor remained stern. "Enough standing around. Come here and tell your junior sisters how you cultivated in your early years," she instructed with a pointed look at Su Yu. He quickly approached the eager group of younger girls, some of whom were older than him. Feeling slightly awkward, he smiled sheepishly. It was his first time lecturing anyone. Hello everyone, you may not know me, and frankly, I do not know you either. I might even be younger than some of you. Since Wuxin Laosher has asked me to speak, I will share a few thoughts. From your appearances, you are likely preparing for an upcoming competition. This is crucial. You must not only uphold the reputation of Tianshui, but also demonstrate our strength. Understood? Su Yu's tone was not particularly enthusiastic, but rather somewhat cold. The faces of the girls changed as they absorbed his words. Tianshui had previously claimed victory. If they failed to reach the finals this time, it would suggest that the strength resided not with Tianshui, but with Su Yu's team. As this realization dawned on them, their expressions grew increasingly somber, especially when reflecting on their lack of diligence and practice. Wuxin Laosher's words may seem harsh, but they are indeed sincere. If you possess my talents, there would be no need for such rigorous training. Su Yu's subsequent words caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere, rendering the crowd silent. I speak no falsehood. My innate talent surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Even if I have not diligently trained over these past 3 years since graduation, my level exceeds 60. What do you think? Were I not already graduated, I could single-handedly charge into that competition and wreak havoc. He spoke as if recounting a mundane affair, seemingly oblivious to the astonished expressions of the younger students. Thus, you should heed teacher Wu Xian's advice. She will undoubtedly not lead you astray. Teacher Wu Xian is the preeminent instructor in the entirety of Tianshui and a formidable soul, Douluo. As Su Yu's words reverberated through the air, the girls fell into a contemplative silence. Senior, you are rather discouraging. Surely this will motivate others to train harder, one girl remarked, crossing her arms and casting an annoyed glance at Su Yu. He chose to ignore her and calmly approached Shui Wu Xian. All right, let's conclude this for now. You all may take a day off tomorrow, Shui Wu Xian declared, leading Su Yu and herself toward the room of Shui Bing Er and the others. Captain, you have returned, Shui Bing Er exclaimed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did you not go to Shenfeng City? How is it that you are back? Her tone was laden with curiosity, causing Su Yu to feel somewhat awkward. Bing Er, please spare me the embarrassment. I admit my fault, Su Yu replied, raising his hand in a humble plea. Shui Bing Er merely shook her head, rolling her eyes at him. Enough of the banter. Captain, how long do you plan to stay? Shui Yu Er inquired, skipping over to Su Yu, her expression earnest. I anticipate a lengthy stay, and I hope you all can accompany me to Sea God Island, where opportunities await us. Su Yu's words instantly captivated the attention of the group, all gazing at him with intrigue. Opportunities? What exactly do you mean, Captain? Is it something even more extraordinary than divine herbs? Zhu Zhuqing approached, her demeanor serious as she scrutinized Su Yu. She had a penchant for strength and was willing to invest as long as it did not involve exceeding her moral boundaries. Indeed, Captain, please elaborate. XiaoWu chimed in, her eyes narrowed with seriousness and a hint of excitement. The prospect of gaining strength intrigued her, even as a support-type soul master. Allow me to elaborate. There exists a wondrous island overseas known as Sea God Island, aptly named as it is the homeland of the sea god, who has left behind numerous treasures and techniques there. As Su Yu elaborated, the expressions of the young women transformed into palpable excitement, as if they could not wait to set foot on Sea God Island. Sea God Island, what a marvelous place! I truly wish to visit. In the divine realm, the sea god observed the unfolding events with fervor. Hurry, do not hesitate. Go forth quickly, so I may pass down my divine title. Not yet. We must wait at least 3 months for me to advance 2 levels. Su Yu's voice shattered the sea god's fantasies. The sea god cast a forlorn glance at Su Yu on the luminescent screen, realizing this individual was indeed his lifelong adversary. He pondered whether the goddess of life had spoken to him. The sea god was filled with despair, contemplating his fate, as he gazed at Su Yu with a resentful glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 2:16. Qian Rinxue's thoughts, however. Su Yu was unaware of the sea god's thoughts and had no desire to delve into them. He was resolved not to go. He surveyed the group, his expression turning serious. A great era is on the horizon. If you fail to seize this opportunity, you will be left behind. Suyu's grave tone caused a ripple of concern among the girls, with only Wang Qiu'er and XiaoWu appearing unfazed, while Shui Bing Air regarded him thoughtfully. Suyu noted the contemplation in Shui Bing Air's eyes, offering her a smile in recognition of her insight. He believed she could perceive the current situation's gravity. If memory served him correctly, the Wuhuan Temple would soon usher in a significant upheaval within 2 years. Yet, Bibi Dong's attitude toward Master seemed unchanged, leaving Suyu in a quandary. However, he was confident that, even without Master, Bibi Dong would take action against the two sects, as the Haotian sect could no longer be considered a formidable force, having lost most of its powerful soul Douluos to Suyu. As he pondered this, he squinted, recalling Tang San, who had eluded him during his last visit to the Slaughter City. Where could that fellow have gone? The uncertainty gnawed at Suyu. After all, Tang San was the protagonist of Douluo continent. As long as he lived, he would inevitably cause trouble. Reflecting on their first encounter, Suyu had not harbored any intentions towards Tang San. Yet unexpectedly, Tang San had attacked him under the Master's influence. If one strikes, there must be a price to pay. As Suyu reflected on the years that had passed, a surreal sensation washed over him. Had he not traversed through time, he might have already had children in his previous life. Captain, do you think something significant is about to happen? I sense a heavy atmosphere in the Soul Master world. As if it is suffocating, Shui Bing Air contemplated, suddenly recalling numerous events and querying Suyu with uncertainty. Seeing her expression, Suyu nodded, confirming her insight. Indeed, Shui Bing Air was a clever girl, always capable of grasping what others overlooked. Although it has not yet arrived, it is indeed imminent. This conflict may plunge the entire continent into war. Teacher Wu Xin, please inform the dean so the entire academy can prepare for battle. After Suyu spoke, he provided further explanation, albeit withholding certain details. I understand. I will notify the dean tomorrow. As for your quarters, I will ensure they are kept tidy for you. Please make haste. In the early morning, Suyu rose from his bed, the sensation of awakening providing him with comfort. What a refreshing feeling. It is as if I have returned to several years ago. After stretching his body, a series of cracking sounds emanated from him. Suyu settled back onto his bed in a meditative posture, resuming his cultivation. He still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through to level 69, requiring at least another half-month of effort. Half a month was not an extensive period. In fact, it felt rather short. Suyu inhaled and exhaled the soul power of the heavens, savoring its enhancement, a faint smile gracing his lips. In Tiando City, Qian Rinxua gazed at the information before her, a smile emerging. Though not beautiful, it was rather hearty, for her current facade was that of Xue Qinghe. Despite his somewhat delicate appearance, he could never rival the beauty of a woman. Suyu is indeed a formidable individual, evoking a profound sense of danger. Qian Rinxua gazed as she long and Xue before her, her tone laced with curiosity as she observed the demeanor of the young master. Without hesitation, they began to recount their experiences. Initially, they had embarked on a mission, and upon its completion, while returning to Tiando City, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, none other than Suyu. The instant they spotted him, they instinctively chose to follow, concerned for the young master's well-being, as he had been unable to eat or sleep properly due to his worries over Suyu. This time, they were determined to uncover Suyu's whereabouts. However, their pursuit was short-lived. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy bore down upon them. This force nearly paralyzed them with fear, particularly Shilong, who had not forgotten the immense power of the beings surrounding Suyu. Those individuals could easily crush him. Although his strength was not insignificant within the spirit hall, facing such overwhelming power left him utterly powerless. Initially, he believed that one of Suyu's protectors had sensed his presence. Yet, after a moment of trepidation, he realized that no guardian was at Suyu's side. The very spiritual energy that had locked onto him emanated from Suyu himself. Stunned, he acknowledged the formidable aura that now surrounded Suyu. He could hardly believe that within just 2 years, Suyu had grown strong enough to astonish him. As he contemplated this, the sense of threat intensified, compelling him to return and report to the young master. It was better for the young master to be informed early about Su Yu's return. Xia smiled at the two before her, pleased by Su Yu's return. Well done. You too. You must be weary from your endeavors. Hurry back and rest. Xilong and Xue said nothing further and swiftly exited Xinghe's chamber. Once they departed, a radiant, holy glow enveloped Xinghe, and her visage vanished, replaced by a golden beauty. Among the women Su Yu had encountered, only Gu Na could rival her beauty, with Wang Qiu'er and the Snow Empress being mere comparisons. What an extraordinary creature she is! Were it not for the elixir she provided and the boundless resources of the Spirit Hall, I might have truly been surpassed by this little one. Qianrenxue nodded, recognizing her own progress to level 75, the fastest pace she had achieved in her cultivation. While she could indeed defeat Xilong, it wouldn't be effortless. She wondered how her strength compared to Su Yu's at this moment. Surely that little one could not surpass her. As she pondered this, Qianrenxue's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Chapter 217. The Inheritance of the Kind God King. When will I see that little fellow again? A faint smile graced Qianrenxue's lips, believing that by the time they reunited, they would both be immensely powerful. If she were to present herself in such a manner before Su Yu, she would certainly startle him. With this thought, a mischievous smile danced across her face. However, all of Qianrenxue's musings would remain unknown to Su Yu, as he lacked the ability to eavesdrop on her thoughts from afar. Su Yu exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light, radiating a disquieting aura. After a moment, his presence relaxed, relinquishing its intensity, leaving behind an air of tranquility, akin to an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. He withdrew a peculiar white balance scale from his starry river, exuding a pure aura that seemed to render all worries insignificant at a mere glance. Observing the scale, Su Yu's expression turned peculiar. Since acquiring it, he had researched it multiple times, yet each attempt to infuse his soul power yielded no results. Nevertheless, the scale continuously absorbed his soul energy. Had he not been well versed in such matters from his past life, he might have discarded it. The holy aura emanating from it surpassed even Qianrenxue's angelic presence, transcending the limits of purity. Su Yu squinted as he clenched his teeth, channeling a trace of divine life energy into the scale. This energy was among the few remnants of divine might within him. If this failed, he would truly be at a loss, as he possessed no strength beyond the divine level. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu sent the divine energy into the scale. At the moment it entered, the goddess of life and the kind god king both lifted their heads, their gazes meeting. Their figures vanished, only to reappear in the goddess of life's forest of life. The goddess of life regarded the kind god king with palpable excitement, her hand gracefully gesturing, summoning a cup of tea imbued with the essence of life to the kind god king. Upon tasting the tea, the kind god king's eyes brightened. Your tea grows ever more delightful. Yet, I digress. Your disciple has infused my inheritance with divine energy. What course of action should I take? Her voice was gentle, leaving an indelible impression on those who heard it. Both the goddess of life and the kind god king were breathtakingly beautiful, comparable to rare beauties from Su Yu's past life. Open it up, kind. I hope you will instill your power within that scale, allowing it to absorb gradually. We must refrain from introducing any malevolent forces. Your power cannot recklessly enter his body, the goddess of life stated solemnly. The kind god king did not argue. A formidable surge of divine energy erupted from him, then dissipated. Su Yu's consciousness was drawn into a realm brimming with boundless divine energy, each essence suffused with purity. His eyes narrowed, and he nodded in acknowledgement. However, before he could ponder further, a surge of information flooded his mind. His expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into one of despair. The balance scale was, in fact, the artifact of the kind god king's inheritance, and now he had gained the kind god king's acknowledgement. This meant that he was destined to inherit the divinity of the kind god king. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon Su Yu. He was not inclined to accept yet another divine position. With a sense of resignation, he began to absorb the divine energy
which flowed into him and was swiftly refined. As he refined the energy, his own strength surged, and a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Rather than utilizing this divine power to enhance his soul energy, he opted to store it within himself for gradual refinement in the future. After a period of absorption, XiaoWu exhaled a deep breath, retreating from that realm, reassured by the knowledge that he could return at any time. In the divine realm, the goddess of life and the kind god king exchanged knowing smiles as they observed XiaoWu. What a greedy little fellow he is! Were it not for my own eyes witnessing this, I would scarcely believe it. The kind-hearted divine king gently lifted his teacup and took a sip, gazing at XiaoWu on the screen. Suddenly, he raised his head and spoke teasingly to the goddess of life. Amused by his jest, the goddess of life approached the kind-hearted divine king and playfully pinched his shoulder. Indeed, it is true that he is quite a greedy character. Otherwise, I would not have taken notice of him. Despite his greed, this young man possesses remarkable talent. Were it not for his avarice, I would have merely chosen him as my successor rather than recommending him as a candidate for the creator god. The goddess of life shook her head, smiling at the kind-hearted divine king, and then elucidated her reasons for selecting XiaoWu. After listening to her words, the kind-hearted divine king nodded in agreement. It must be said that XiaoWu is indeed a bit greedy, yet this young lad undeniably possesses extraordinary talent. At this moment, having stabilized the divine power within him, XiaoWu exited the room, making his way toward XiaoWu. How is the teacher? The dean should have notified him by now. XiaoWu looked at XiaoWu, his expression serious. XiaoWu merely nodded lightly, and then turned her gaze towards XiaoWu. XiaoWu, I would like you to assist me. You are aware that the teacher is currently mentoring the new competition team. Please train them for a while. Your talent is exceptional, and being around, you should instill in them a sense of urgency. XiaoWu spoke to XiaoWu with a serious demeanor, clearly confident in her request. XiaoWu felt somewhat speechless, yet he did not decline. If Wuxin instructed him to assist, he would oblige, as he currently had no pressing matters to attend to. I will accompany you. I'm also curious about the composition of this team. At that moment, a cool voice echoed from afar. XiaoWu glanced over to see Shui Binger approaching. Clad in the Tianshui Academy uniform, her attire perfectly accentuated her figure, captivating anyone who caught sight of her. Very well, let's proceed. XiaoWu smiled and did not refuse. Shui Binger and XiaoWu's collaboration was something XiaoWu had not anticipated, yet was fortuitous. With XiaoWu as the captain and Binger as the vice-captain, their partnership was advantageous. Upon hearing XiaoWu's agreement, a faint smile graced Shui Binger's face. Together, they followed XiaoWu in the direction indicated. Binger, when the time comes, act according to my cues and assert your authority over them. How dare they neglect their training? XiaoWu instructed Shui Binger earnestly, oblivious to her look of exasperation. He remained entirely unaware that he, too, had been one to neglect his training. XiaoWu and Shui Binger swiftly made their way toward a gathering of girls. Upon seeing them, a sense of resignation washed over XiaoWu. Although he had previously addressed these individuals, they had taken his words to heart, yet unfortunately, their talent was severely lacking. It was disheartening that not a single one had even reached level 40 at such a young age. Their abilities were indeed subpar and incomparable to his own. With a sigh of resignation, he turned his gaze toward Shui Binger, who remained expressionless and unusually aloof. Greetings, we meet again. This time, Teacher Wuxin has sent us to conduct your lessons, which means we are now your instructors. XiaoWu addressed the girls before him with a light-hearted smile, and the phantom of a Qilin manifested behind him, a suffocating aura radiating throughout the Tianshui Square. All the students in the square turned to XiaoWu in terror, feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from him, collectively gasping in astonishment. Senior, are you truly going to battle us? One girl stepped forward, feeling the pressure of XiaoWu's presence and swallowing hard. She felt rather weak at the thought of facing him. Just days prior, he had proclaimed himself a level 60 Soul Emperor, a formidable force not to be trifled with. She felt her legs weaken at the thought. Clenching her teeth as she charged forward to question XiaoWu, her tone laced with desperation. Unfortunately, XiaoWu is wholly unyielding. Of course, I am here at Teacher Wuxin's behest, and I would not want to incur her displeasure. Su Yu's eyes narrowed like those of a cunning fox, causing everyone present to swallow hard. Observing this side of Su Yu, Shui Binger let out a sigh. Stepping forward, she addressed the girls before her. I understand that you are anxious. I am more acutely aware of Su Yu's strength than you are. He is formidable, and you cannot defeat him. However, there is no need for you to necessarily win. Instead, you can learn from his combat techniques and recognize your own shortcomings. Shui Binger's words exuded a gentle warmth, resonating deeply within the hearts of her listeners. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, turning to Shui Binger in surprise. When did she become so gentle? This girl, who was typically so cold, was now displaying an unexpected tenderness. He gazed at her with curiosity, causing Shui Binger to pause in her tracks. Then she stepped forward and playfully stomped on his foot. Realizing he had been caught, Su Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Very well, let us commence. I shall serve as your judge for this match, Shui Binger declared with a smile, pressing her lips together before stepping aside. Seeing no way to alter the situation, the girls narrowed their eyes, all on high alert, directing their attention toward Su Yu. Noticing their vigilance, Su Yu remained silent as his Qilin martial spirit materialized, a wave of murderous intent surging forth, pressing down upon the assembled girls. The killing field manifested, immobilizing the girls under its oppressive force. Su Yu gazed at them with a smile, advancing as his footsteps echoed ominously. Would you truly remain motionless? If you do not move, I might very well slit your throats. Imagine the blood gushing forth, your bodies growing cold and stiff, gradually fading away. Su Yu approached the nearest girl, extending his hand toward her neck. Just as he applied pressure, the girl seemingly unleashed her hidden potential, breaking through the oppressive aura and conjuring a water sphere that enveloped her. This sphere began to attack Su Yu's hand relentlessly. Yet the resilience of a tidal Douluo was not easily thwarted. Though her soul power intensified, it had little effect against Su Yu. Do not harm our captain. Just as Su Yu was about to continue, a furious roar suddenly erupted from behind the girl. A massive water dragon surged toward Su Yu. His expression hardened, and he swiftly evaded the attack. As Su Yu dodged, the murderous aura surrounding him dissipated swiftly, allowing the girls, who had been under his oppressive presence, to regain control of their bodies. They retreated rapidly, their faces grave as they regarded Su Yu, who displayed no emotion whatsoever. The sight of Su Yu in such a state instilled fear in the girls, yet they maintained their solemn gazes upon him. Should Su Yu take action, they too would not hesitate to strike back, for his earlier murderous intent was no jest. With narrowed eyes, Su Yu sprinted toward the girls. In response, a multitude of water dragons and ice materialized behind them, seemingly poised to attack. Without a glance, Su Yu swept through the oncoming assault with brute force. Observing this, the girls found themselves swallowing hard once more. As the water dragons fiercely swept toward Su Yu, he remained unmoved, absorbing the attacks without flinching. A palpable murderous intent surged forth from his being. Chapter 219. Su Yu's method. The girls, unaccustomed to such a terrifying wave of murderous aura, turned pale and weakened under its pressure. Unfazed, Su Yu appeared before them, his hand resembling an eagle's claw as it reached for the girls. They could only watch helplessly as he lightly tapped them a few times. As his murderous aura receded, the girls collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Stop! Shui Binger called out, halting the competition. Approaching the girls lying on the ground, she assisted each of them to their feet, sighing as she observed their weakened states. Your endurance is quite poor. With just this level of murderous aura, you cannot handle it. If I unleash my full power, you would likely faint on the spot. Su Yu regarded the girls being helped by Shui Binger and smiled, then spoke with a serious demeanor. His expression prompted the girls to furrow their brows, though they dared not speak out. Su Yu's earlier murderous intent had been truly terrifying, and they feared he might unleash it again. Senior, it's not that we are weak in spirit. Your murderous intent is simply too overwhelming for us. One girl finally spoke up, her face still bearing signs of fear, which, combined with her delicate features, evoked a protective instinct in others. Noticing her expression,
Suyu's eyes betrayed no emotion, instead revealing a hint of mockery. Indeed, your mental fortitude is not lacking. It is merely my murderous aura that is too potent, he replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. The girl's expressions shifted dramatically, and before they could retort, Shui Bing interjected. Do not seek excuses. Suyu's murderous aura is undeniably strong. Yet your capacity to endure is at best at the level of a mere 40. You cannot even manage that. Teacher Wu Xin's selection of you was truly misguided. Shui Bing scolded without reservation. Though the girls felt a surge of anger, they bit their lips, tears welling in their eyes. Witnessing this, Suyu shook his head in disbelief. If these individuals were to compete, they would undoubtedly fail miserably. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu produced a blue medicinal pill. As the pill emerged, a peculiar fragrance enveloped the surroundings, captivating the hearts and minds of those present, even accelerating the flow of their soul energy. The sight astonished the girls, as waves of enchanting energy radiated from the pill, overwhelming their senses. Suyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was a concoction of his own making, roughly at the second-grade level, yet sufficient for these individuals. Feeling the allure of the pill, the girls' gazes ignited with fervor. This is a medicinal pill I crafted myself. I will grant you a way to obtain it. Fight in the Great Soul Arena. Win 5 matches, and you shall receive 1. In essence, if you win 35 matches, you can earn 7 pills. Suyu's voice was cold as he conjured a multitude of pills, tossing them to Shui Bing. Bing, take these. You can consume 1 each day, and they will disappear once you finish them. I must take my leave now. Suyu shook his head, intending to motivate them to practice diligently. Otherwise, who would care for them? After his departure, Shui Bing, under the envious gazes of the girls, picked up a pill and placed it in her mouth. Are you not going to practice? Such pills are not abundant. Shui Bing's voice rang clear, yet to the girls, it sounded like a call to demons. Realizing the scarcity of the pills, the girls dashed towards the Great Soul Arena. Once they were out of sight, Shui Bing shook her head and hurried in the direction Suyu had gone. Suyu, are you all right? Giving them such things is a tremendous waste, XiaoWu remarked, looking at the pills handed over by Shui Bing. The disappointment evident. Regardless, they lack the drive. Giving them the pills is indeed unwise. Suyu, why are you silent? XiaoWu observed Suyu's unchanged demeanor, feeling a sense of helplessness. Do not worry, they are merely second-grade pills to me, easily crafted, Suyu clarified, summoning more pills. He could now produce 4th-grade pills. Had he sufficient materials, he could even create 5th-grade ones. You made these yourself? XiaoWu gazed at Suyu in astonishment, incredulous that such precious items were of his own creation. Of course, otherwise I would not present them. They are merely a casual creation on my part. With that, he revealed another batch of pills, placing them on the table, nodding at everyone. I would never forget all of you. These are for your benefit. Please share them. Shui Bing, puzzled, lifted a pill to her nose, inhaling its invigorating scent. The rapid surge of soul energy within her prompted a change in expression. This pill was effective even for her, soon to be a 60th level Soul King. Consuming it, she believed she could break through to Soul Emperor in just 2 months. Captain, you cannot be jesting. Such a rare treasure is truly of your making. You are remarkable. XiaoWu squinted her eyes, disbelief etched across her lovely face. Filled with wonder, seeing the astonished expressions of the girls, Suyu couldn't help but narrow his eyes, his demeanor radiating pride. Certainly, it seems that among the entire continent, I may be the sole alchemist capable of concocting such a potion. Please distribute it among yourselves swiftly, and then devote yourselves to your cultivation, striving to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor within a year. Once you attain that status, we shall set forth for Hai Shindao. Upon concluding his statement, Suyu regarded the gathered individuals with utmost seriousness. His demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance within them, prompting them to carefully retrieve the potions from the table and place them into their spatial soul guides. Observing their reactions, Suyu could not help but chuckle softly and shake his head. Chapter 220. Preparations for the journey to Hai Shindao hasten to consume the potions. After ingestion,
Promptly channel your soul power to refine these elixirs, and you shall be prepared. Su Yu's tone was devoid of warmth, and after delivering his instructions, he directed his gaze at the group. Noticing their expressions of partial comprehension, he smiled and refrained from further elaboration. Shui Binger took the potions from Su Yu and exited the room, heading towards her own quarters, followed closely by the others. 2 months later, Su Yu observed Shui Bing, who had achieved a breakthrough, yet her countenance remained unchanged. Witnessing this, Shui Binger puffed up her cheeks and cast a somewhat displeased glance at Su Yu. However, Su Yu paid her no mind, merely watching her quietly with a smile. Binger, your progress is commendable. This is quite rapid. I have only just attained the first level, and you have already surpassed that, allowing you to obtain a soul ring. By the way, have you informed Teacher Wu Xian? Shui Binger shook her head, and without further ado, Su Yu reached out, grasping her hand, and led her towards Shui Wu Xian's office. In the office, Shui Wu Xian regarded Shui Binger with astonishment, having not anticipated her swift ascension to the 60th level. Binger, since you have broken through, prepare yourself. Su Yu, do you have time tomorrow? If so, accompany Binger on her journey. After speaking, Shui Wu Xian resumed her work, no longer attending to the two. As the vice principal of the entire Tian Shui Academy, her administrative duties had significantly increased. Respecting her focus, the pair exited her office. Binger, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you to acquire your soul ring, Su Yu said, gently ruffling Shui Binger's hair. She irritably swatted his hand away, and Su Yu shrugged, retracting his hand. Very well, Binger, do hurry back and make your preparations. He nodded at her and departed into the distance. Watching Su Yu leave, Shui Binger bit her lip and stamped her foot in frustration before walking away. What is the matter? I have done nothing to provoke her. Su Yu pondered, perplexed by the situation, realizing that perhaps it was merely one of those days for a girl. In the Sunset Forest, Su Yu forcefully discarded a 30,000-year-old soul beast onto the ground, leaving it severely weakened. He glanced over at Shui Binger, who appeared unusually subdued due to the pressure of his 6th soul ring. Quickly, come and slay it, and obtain your soul ring, he urged, stepping aside. Shui Binger, filled with excitement, approached him and, conjuring an ice blade in her hand, plunged it into the soul beast's body. A purple soul ring materialized above the creature, and Shui Binger sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling her soul power to attract the purple soul ring. As the soul ring entered Shui Binger's body, concern flickered across Su Yu's face. Though he had faith in her abilities, a sense of apprehension lingered. 6 hours swiftly elapsed, and Shui Binger finally opened her eyes, unleashing a frigid aura that enveloped the surrounding forest in ice. Su Yu observed in awe as the chilling atmosphere enveloped them, nodding in approval at the formidable display of power. Splendid. Is this the strength of a soul, Emperor? Truly captivating, Shui Binger exclaimed, beaming with pride, her body radiating an exhilarating chill. Su Yu, I am now a soul emperor too. Soon I shall surpass you. Remember that. She approached Su Yu, earnestly locking eyes with him. I shall soon reach the rank of soul saint, Su Yu remarked, causing Shui Binger to momentarily lose her composure, staring at him in disbelief. Why are you still here? We must return to the academy, Su Yu queried, his expression slightly bemused as he noted her bewilderment at his level. Go away. Upon returning to Tian Shui Academy, Su Yu retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, news reached him that Zhu Zhuqing had also achieved a breakthrough, becoming the second individual to attain the rank of Soul Emperor. However, Su Yu chose to remain focused on his own training rather than venturing out. 1 month later, Su Yu opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and squinted at the potion bottles scattered on the floor. System, open panel. Beep. Successfully opened. Host, Su Yu age, 17 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 70 cultivation method. Burning decision, quasi-earth grade. Skills, radiant dragon body. Sacred fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption strike. Beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin earth shatter. Qilin dragon king strike. Pet. Ain, blue silver emperor. Storage, Barret. Passion Pills X 172, 100, 000 gold coins. Hallucinogenic Pills X 10, special version of herbicide. Enhanced Passion Pills X 66, Dietary Pills X 99. Bicycle, Specialized Passion Pills X 88, 8 Extremes Collapse. Recovery Pills, White Vinegar Strength. Upper Fishing Attempts, 0 evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, but your power does not align. Keep striving, young one. I believe one who masters fate can surely ascend to divinity. At last, I am at level 70. This is quite splendid. I can finally set forth for Haishan Dao. Suyu felt a wave of exhilaration at the prospect of the treasures left by the sea god awaiting him. Beep. Life's 9th trial, 7th trial. Reach Haishan Dao within 1 year to obtain the Divine Soul Ring, with a life affinity of 25%. As Suyu reveled in his excitement, a voice echoed in his mind, causing him to pause. Could the goddess of life be monitoring him constantly? Just as he planned to embark for Haishan Dao, this task emerged. What a surprise! Suyu squinted, contemplating the implications, yet ultimately chose to suppress his curiosity. Exiting his room, he made his way to XiaoWu Xian's office, preparing to embark on the journey to Haishan Dao. Not solely for Chiaowu, but for himself as well, as it was also a part of his divine examination. Upon reaching XiaoWu Xian's office, he was taken aback by the presence of individuals within, his expression revealing his confusion. Chapter 221. Journey to the Sea God Island. Why are you all gathered here? Has something happened? Suyu inquired, his expression a blend of confusion and curiosity as he observed the crowd. His sudden voice startled everyone. No, Captain. It's just that Teacher Wu Xin called us over. She mentioned she wanted to assess our cultivation progress, ensuring we do not waste the potency of the elixirs. XiaoWu replied, bouncing over to Suyu, her face earnest yet cheerful. Suyu's initially puzzled gaze gradually softened. Teacher Wu Xin, I wish to bid you farewell. I have successfully broken through and intend to journey to the Sea God Island. What are your thoughts on this? He glanced at the group of young women, speaking with a serious and earnest tone. Upon hearing that Suyu had ascended to the 70th level, their eyes widened in astonishment, marveling at his exceptional talent. They recalled that when Suyu returned, he was only at the 68th level. To progress so significantly within a few months to transcend from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint was truly remarkable. Now, should he acquire another soul ring, he would unequivocally become a Soul Saint. Few on the Douluo continent could rival such rapid advancement. Suyu, you truly astonish me. I had intended to take you all to the Soul Master Tournament to make a splash, but it appears that is no longer feasible. XiaoWu sighed, somewhat resigned. With Suyu's breakthrough, she would not delay these young souls any longer. Do not trouble yourself, teacher. However, upon our return from Sea God Island, we should have attained the status of title Dalu, which is far more significant than merely claiming a championship, Suyu remarked with a light chuckle. He was not jesting. The talents among the young women were indeed formidable. Aside from XiaoWu, whose aptitude might be a tad inferior, the rest possessed exceptional abilities. As for Tang-san, he could remain lost in his pursuits. After all, Suyu had nearly exacted his revenge. In time, he would have the opportunity to crush him outright. This realization filled Suyu's heart with clarity, making the entire continent seem more beautiful. I eagerly await your return as title Douluo. Even if you do not attain that status, you will always be our most cherished students at Tianshui Academy. XiaoWu's words carried a deep sincerity, resonating with the truth of her sentiments. Teacher, just watch us as we return victorious, Suyu said, narrowing his eyes with confidence. After speaking, he turned to prepare for the journey ahead, for the Sea God Island was no easy destination. The Sea God gazed at Suyu on the screen, tears glistening in his eyes as he listened to his words. He felt a sense of liberation approaching, while others faced peril in reaching the Sea God Island. They would not. I shall personally send 10,000-year-old soul beasts to welcome you and escort you back. The moment had finally arrived. Once you arrive, I can pass on the legacy. How exhilarating! The Sea God spoke to himself, feeling a profound sense of ease. He had always yearned for freedom and sought to reclaim the passion within himself. Though deities could sneak away for leisure, it was never quite comfortable.
As a first-tier deity in the divine realm, he was continually drawn back by the sea god, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Ever since learning of the impending journey to the sea god island, Wang Xiaowu had been particularly excited, recalling the vast sea-covering shield CiaoWu had gifted her, which he had refined and stored in her soul guide. Perhaps this journey would allow her to inherit the sea god's divinity, which filled her with a delightful anticipation. 3 days later, Shui Wuxin observed the group, now ready for departure, and nodded with a gentle expression. Well, everyone seems prepared. After bidding farewell to teacher Wu Xian, let's set forth. A warm smile graced Su Yu's face as he slightly bowed to Shui Wuxin before turning to the young women behind him. They mirrored his gesture and exchanged glances with Shui Wuxin before following Su Yu out. Watching their departing figures, Shui Wuxin sighed softly. Are we finally embarking on the true path of power? She mused, gazing at the gradually vanishing silhouettes of Su Yu and his companions. Her expression turned somewhat melancholic until they disappeared entirely, prompting her to turn and return to Tianshui Academy. As they journeyed to the Sea God Island, they were undoubtedly aware of the dangers ahead. Now, I must inform you about the risks involved. The Sea God Island, the site of the Sea God's ascension, is fraught with peril, yet also abundant in opportunities. There may be 10,000-year-old sea soul beasts attempting to hinder your progress, but should you pass the Sea God's trials, immense fortunes await you. Su Yu addressed the young women before him with a serious demeanor. His words did not instill fear. Instead, they ignited excitement among them. Captain, let's set off swiftly. Opportunities always accompany danger. A true warrior cannot remain forever in the embrace of comfort. We are unafraid. Let us depart. One of the soldiers exclaimed, stepping forward to meet Su Yu's earnest gaze, glancing back at her companions. Sisters, what say you? Are you afraid? Of course not. Captain, let us hurry. We are destined to become titled Dalu. Such trivial dangers shall not deter us. Shui Yuerer chimed in, her eyes fixed on Su Yu with unwavering seriousness. Seeing her enthusiasm, Su Yu felt a mix of exasperation and joy. He had anticipated this response, and it was clear that this spirited young lady shared his thoughts. Nevertheless, he was pleased to see that these girls possessed the heart of a warrior, not merely delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. Since none of you fear the dangers, let us commence our journey. Su Yu smiled, leading the group towards the horizon. The young women followed, their faces adorned with smiles as they stepped forward. At last, we're setting forth. The malevolent forces must be prepared, the goddess of life remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to the benevolent God King. The God King nodded with a calm demeanor, his expression warm. Preparations are nearly complete. Once that young man reaches the Sea God Island, he shall obtain the legacy of evil. At that point, we can attempt to merge our powers. His constitution is indeed formidable. Even I cannot help but be astonished. Chapter 222, Riding the Winds and Breaking the Waves by Gathering the 5 Divine Legacies, so you could crystallize the power of creation. Only by fully consolidating this power would he have the potential to become the fabled creator god. The power of creation encompasses all, with the foremost being the strength of the 5 strongest deities. Life and destruction are indeed paramount, yet the contributions of the other 3 cannot be overlooked. With that in mind, we are nearly ready. We now await that young fellow to make his move, the goddess of life said earnestly, looking at the benevolent God King. The God King's expression remained unchanged, yet it was evident that he too was somewhat exhilarated. The emergence of a creator god would undoubtedly transform the entire divine realm into a bastion of strength. At that time, even she could become significantly stronger. When the creator god expands the divine realm, her power would also see considerable enhancement. Contemplating this, the benevolent God King could not help but smile. She had existed since the establishment of the divine realm, and her strength had long reached a plateau. Now, witnessing a breakthrough opportunity, she could not possibly disregard it. Even the goddess of life, the least combative among the 5 deities, would seize this chance, let alone the God King of her realm. In the lower realm, Su Yu gazed curiously at the nearby Hanhai city, the closest continental city to the Sea God Island. Finally, they had arrived. The grand city was constructed by the sea, or rather, on the mountains by the coast, impervious to the tides that came and went. The thick city walls were undoubtedly of a main city caliber. Even before entering, they could faintly sense a slight briny aroma. At this moment, they had reached the city gate, dismounting from their carriage for a routine inspection. As they passed through the city walls and entered Hanhai City, the briny scent intensified. Suyu observed that the inhabitants of Hanhai City exhibited some differences from those of the inland regions. The people here were generally shorter in stature and had darker skin than those inland. All right, enough looking around. Let us hurry and find a place to rest before heading directly to Sea God Island, he urged. The women, intrigued by the local populace, observed their surroundings with curiosity. Suyu, noticing their fascination, simply shook his head, smiled at them, and spoke earnestly. Afterward, Suyu walked away, and the others quickly followed suit, no longer distracted by their surroundings. Shortly, Suyu found a hotel and reserved a room for each of them, after which they proceeded to rest. At Sea God Island, Poseidon looked upon the suddenly appeared sea god with a serious reverence. My lord sea god, why have you come personally? Is there significant business at Sea God Island? The sea god's expression was grave, exuding an overwhelming aura that made Poseidon's eyes shine with admiration, akin to a young girl. Poseidon, I have an important matter to entrust to you. My successor is about to arrive, and you must be prepared to receive her. There is also a man accompanying her, and he must be treated with utmost respect. His backing is something even I dare not provoke. The seriousness in the sea god's demeanor left Poseidon puzzled. It seemed that even the sea god could not afford to offend this individual, indicating their formidable nature. The sea god had always been an invincible figure in her heart, and now this myth had been shattered. Nevertheless, she understood that the sea god's commands must be heeded. After 2 days of rest, Suyu set off once more with the women towards Sea God Island. They followed the spacious road carved out on the reefs, heading directly for the harbor. To embark from Hanhai City's dock, this route was essential, and although constructing it on the reefs posed challenges, the officials of Hanhai City had spared no effort in maintaining it well. The harbor here was vast, boasting at least 20 docks extending hundreds of meters into the sea, accommodating hundreds of sea vessels. It served as both the starting and ending point for maritime trade, constituting a significant source of revenue for Hanhai City. Despite the presence of powerful soul beasts in the ocean, it also harbored endless wealth. The principle of relying on the sea for sustenance had long been an unchanging truth for Hanhai City. Even though lives were lost each year to the jaws of sea soul beasts, this reality remained unaltered. Soon, Suyu located the rented sea vessel, a brand new ship that looked remarkably appealing. The hull was painted a metallic color, with red and white accents on the deck. It was said that the iron-colored paint could help evade attacks from soul beasts. Measuring 50 meters in length and over 20 meters in width, it was not the largest vessel, but still quite substantial. Upon closer inspection, one could see a thick layer of iron armor beneath the gray paint, safeguarding the ship. Welcome aboard the Haima. As the group stepped onto the deck, a middle-aged man in his 50s approached with a hearty laugh and gestured warmly. The captain, with an air of elegance, greeted them. Welcome, beautiful ladies and, of course, the handsome gentleman. It seems this journey will be quite delightful. I am pleased to serve you. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the group, lingering momentarily on the stunning women. Cast off. Set sail. With the captain's command, the Haima officially embarked. The ocean's scenery was unparalleled, an experience that no other sight could replicate. One could never truly appreciate the grandeur of the sea without having been there. The endless expanse of water merged with the sky in the distance, and as the sun rose from the east, its rays shimmered on the surface of the sea, creating an enchanting spectacle. A day swiftly passed, surrounded by the limitless ocean, with no land in sight. Initially, the group found the maritime journey more comfortable than traveling on land, but as the day wore on, boredom began to set in. This is rather tedious. It seems we can only devote ourselves to training. Once we reach Sea God Island, we can relax properly, Suyu remarked seriously, retrieving some medicinal pills from his soul guide and distributing them to the group. Make sure to take these quickly. Aim for breakthroughs before we reach Sea God Island. As the pills were consumed,
Suyu settled into his room to commence his cultivation. The sea god has tasked me with welcoming a few humans. I wonder why. Could there be a presence more formidable than the sea god? A magical white shark swiftly swam towards Suyu's location, pondering aloud. Its speed was remarkable, gliding through the water without creating a splash. Is this the caliber of the guests the sea god has sent me to receive? Their aura seems rather unremarkable. Why would the sea god want me to entertain them? It perplexes me. As the magical white shark approached the vessel, sensing the energy emanating from it, it voiced its confusion, though no one heard its musings. After expressing its thoughts, it swam closer. Inside the room, Suyu leisurely opened his eyes, a golden light suddenly shining within them. His spiritual energy swiftly expanded, soon enveloping an area of 30 miles. Within this radius, he could scrutinize everything with great detail. A magical white shark, 100,000 years old. Could it be Little Bai? Suyu pondered, dashing out of his room. He did not notify the women, as he felt confident in his ability to handle a soul beast of that age. With wings unfurled, he took flight towards the sea without waking anyone. Before long, he spotted a massive shark before him. Gazing upon the formidable great white shark, Suyu felt a shift in his countenance. This monstrous creature, the Mohunda Bai Sha, was indeed quite powerful. You are the being sent by the sea god to guide me, yet you remain an enigma, leaving one to wonder what qualities the sea god sees in you. Xiao Bai, observing Suyu, wore an expression of perplexity, truly questioning what the sea god found appealing in this young man before her. You are sent by the sea god, Suyu remarked, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. Though he was the heir of the goddess of life and held significant status, the sea god was a deity of the highest order in the divine realm and had no need to lower himself to summon Xiao Bai for his reception. Narrowing his eyes, Suyu posed a direct inquiry that momentarily startled Xiao Bai before she swiftly regained her composure. Indeed, the sea god has tasked me with guiding you. If you have no other matters to attend to, you may depart. Suyu, looking at the gaping maw of Xiao Bai, felt a sense of resignation. Conversing with a shark was a novel experience for him. Understood, but I must return to gather my companions, Suyu stated before soaring towards the ship, his form ascending directly onto it as he extended his mental energy, transmitting information into the minds of the women aboard. Upon receiving Suyu's message, they awoke and promptly began to prepare. Exiting the room, Suyu left a pouch of gold coins at the captain's door and, utilizing his spiritual energy, grasped the women, propelling them toward Xiao Bai. You have arrived. Let us proceed. The sea god's command is thus fulfilled, Xiao Bai declared as Suyu alighted upon her back, and she began to swim. Initially, the women harbored concerns, but after conversing with Xiao Bai for a while, those worries dissipated. 3 days later, Suyu beheld the increasingly proximate Haishen Dao, a smile emerging on his face. Only those who can pass the trials may remain on Haishan Dao to serve the sea god. Otherwise, they face expulsion. Should the trials prove too arduous, one might even perish during them. All incoming soul masters, regardless of age, must undergo these trials. Failure results in immediate expulsion, while success grants the privilege of remaining on Haishan Dao. Such are the regulations of Haishan Dao, yet they bore little relevance to Suyu, as he had support and Wang Qiu'er was likely capable of inheriting the sea god's divine position. Let us depart, Xiao Bai said, transforming into a tall woman and addressing Suyu and the others with a calm demeanor. Very well, let us go, Suyu replied, following Xiao Bai. Their pace was unhurried, and after half an hour, Xiao Bai halted. Who goes there? A deep voice commanded as 7 or 8 figures emerged from the woods, blocking their path. Each bore distinct appearances but shared a common trait. Their attire resembled light yellow combat gear. I brought them. Step aside. Xiao Bai gently addressed the individuals before her. Lady Xiao Bai, if these land soul masters are indeed brought by you, there is certainly no issue. Might I suggest allowing my subordinates to escort them to the testing grounds? A young man in yellow attire responded with a smile. Very well. Suyu and your companions may follow them to the assessment site on Haishan Dao. I have matters to attend to within my clan, Xiao Bai concluded before departing. All right, Xiao Bai, you may go ahead.
We have arrived at Dao, but we must observe the trials. Yu and the women nodded in agreement. Enjoy your time on Dao, but should you fail the sea god's trials, there will be no escape. Those who do not pass will remain here indefinitely. However, the sea god holds you in high regard. You may even receive benefits, Xiao Bai said before leaving, prompting Yu to turn to the others. Let us proceed to the assessment area, he stated with a calm demeanor, leading the women behind the individuals in yellow towards Dao. The yellow-robed soul master guided them to a water pool surrounded by dense forest, approximately 500 meters in diameter. In the center, a triangular platform rose, crowned by an unusual stone pillar. This pillar, resembling a conical shape, was adorned with intricate carvings, and an enigmatic energy radiated from it. Yu discerned an individual seated at the base of the pillar, eyes closed, seemingly meditating, dressed in black. This must be the guardian of the Sheng, he mused. Welcome to the sea within the sea. The yellow-clad, middle-aged man spoke with a unique tone. The Sheng is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Dao. The sea god has bestowed divine power upon these pillars to disseminate his will. Each pillar may test incoming soul masters, and here you shall receive the sea god's trial. Upon concluding his words, he bowed deeply towards the triangular platform, channeling his soul energy to transmit his voice. In that moment, he instinctively released his martial soul, revealing himself as a soul emperor. However, this held no significance for Yu. I beseech you, Run, we have incoming soul masters seeking to undertake the trial. Please grant them permission. The yellow-clad man's voice cut through the tumultuous waves of the sea. At that moment, the middle-aged man, seated by the Sheng opened his eyes, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at Yu and his companions. Within the divine realm, the sea god's eyes brimmed with boundless information, and his joy caused the oceans of Douluo continent to tremble. Excellent. Finally, my heir has arrived. Land soul masters wish to accept the sea god's trial. You must traverse the sea within the sea and stand before the Sheng to qualify for the test. As he spoke, a blue luminescence radiated from the back of the Douluo, and the Sheng suddenly illuminated. A brilliant blue light ascending from its base to its apex. Centered on the pinnacle of the Sheng, a ring of blue ripples surged forth, creating a luminous barrier above the sea within the sea. Given the pillar's height of approximately 10 meters, this suspended barrier mirrored that height, restricting flight capabilities and movement. Yu shook his head and nodded at Shui Binger beside him. With a focused expression, she summoned the ultimate ice, which flowed from her being towards the waves. Under the influence of the ultimate ice, the waves transformed into solid ice walls, crystallizing instantly. The Douluo observed this spectacle, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had contemplated numerous ways to counter this, yet had never fathomed such a brute force solution. As the crowd approached, the glanced at Yu, then at the group of women behind him. They arranged themselves in the order they had ascended the stage earlier. While speaking, he gestured with his hands, and everyone felt a surge of energy quietly spreading, causing the turbulent sea to calm instantly. With a luminous veil emanating from the pinnacle of the Sheng gradually fading away, Yu remained silent. He did not join the queue, but merely instructed Shui Binger and the others to line up. The Douluo cast a glance at Yu, revealing a hint of puzzlement, though he quickly concealed it. Slowly raising his hands, his expression was one of utmost reverence. He brought his palms together, leaving a half-foot gap between them, as a faint blue light gradually manifested at the center of his palms. As the blue light intensified, Wang Qiuer's eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding scene. When the blue light filled the palms of the Douluo, it suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire Sheng in a serene azure glow. Almost instantaneously, a flash of light appeared beneath the Sheng, as a blue beam of light surged along the intricate patterns of the pillar, ascending rapidly to its apex. Turning to face Shui Binger, the Douluo pointed at her with his right hand. A blue beam descended from above, enveloping Shui Binger, who appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly sensing nothing. The color of the beam began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, and then to yellow, before it swiftly transformed into purple. The purple hue deepened, maintaining the same pace as it turned black, and then finally red. It was only upon reaching the red that the beam gradually ceased its transformation, prompting the Haima Douluo to observe with wide eyes. In the palace of the Grand Priest, Poseidon abruptly stood, rushing out of the palace. Meanwhile, Su-yi, who was in an adjacent chamber, narrowed his eyes and followed suit, racing after Poseidon. The Red Level 7th assessment was underway. Poseidon appeared before the Haima Shengju. Observing the individual who triggered the Red Level 7th assessment, a smile breaking across her face. Indeed, a remarkable talent, one who could potentially inherit my position. Nodding, Poseidon approached Shui Binger, her countenance reflecting satisfaction. At that moment of Poseidon's astonishment, two unexpected voices abruptly interrupted her thoughts. Su-yu and Su-yi exchanged astonished glances, neither having anticipated encountering the other here. All right, let's proceed with the testing, Poseidon said, pulling Shui Binger aside to continue her assessment. What unfolded next only deepened the despair of the Haima Shengju. Shui Wearer, XiaoWu, and Zhu Zhuqing all stepped forward, adding 4 more Black Level and 3 Black Level 6th assessment inheritors to the mix. I'll take my leave for now, XiaoWu said to Wang Qiu'er, nodding before stepping forward. Another red beam shot skyward, causing Poseidon's eyes to widen in disbelief. Just as she prepared to approach, she hesitated, glancing at Wang Qiu'er, thinking it might be prudent to wait. Surely this girl couldn't trigger another red light, could she? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Qiu'er was not red, but rather golden. As Wang Qiu'er stepped forward, a sound akin to the weeping of the ocean resonated from the Haima Shengju, followed by a massive crimson beam erupting into the sky, tenfold stronger than those triggered by Shui Binger and XiaoWu. A tremendous wave surged from the depths of the ocean, rising to 100 meters, infused with a brilliant azure glow. The transformations were not yet complete. The entire sea god island trembled in response to the crimson light ascending from the Haima Shengju. Then, the women clearly witnessed 6 colossal crimson beams shoot upward. The 7 beams converged at a single point in the sky, and in the next moment, the crimson hue faded, giving way to a dazzling golden light descending from above. In that instant, everything seemed to freeze in time, save for the resplendent light at the center of the sky and sea. Su-yu, momentarily jolted from his astonishment at the presence of his elder, regained his composure. The god of the sea observed these events, and a surge of azure divine power erupted from his hands, shattering the space as it surged toward Wang Qiu'er. The gaze of the evil god king pierced through layers of space, landing directly upon Su-yu on Sea God Island. Su-yu's body seemed to sense something vibrating suddenly, causing the evil god king to regard him with surprise. He had not anticipated this youth's sharp instincts and his ability to convert divine power within into his own. Interesting, he mused, acknowledging the potential of this chosen one. Since you wish to play, let's indulge in this trial. The evil god king's hands pulsed with dark energy, which unleashed a terrifying force from a black flute on Sea God Island. At that moment, the white, sacred scale that had been concealed within Su-yu's soul guide materialized before him. Su-yu gaped at this revelation, as did Su-yi and all present, astonished by the spectacle. The white scale wasted no time, soaring into the distance. Su-yu, determined, launched himself into the air, pursuing the scale. His movements were swift, closely trailing behind it, while Poseidon nodded at Su-yi, who silently followed in Su-yu's wake. The phenomena surrounding Wang Qiu'er continued to unfold. The golden beam imparted a peculiar sensation, as if something within her had been stirred. Subsequently, 9 square golden light screens materialized before her. The first screen shone the brightest, while the other 8 appeared somewhat dimmer. Before Wang Qiu'er could ponder further, these screens, akin to golden meteors, drifted directly into her forehead. Instantaneously, a torrent of information surged into her mind, enlightening her profoundly. The golden light gradually faded, initially from the sky and sea, then dissipating from all directions. Wang Xiaoer's body became the final destination for all the golden light, converging at the center of her forehead. Instead of the tree-shaped mark like Su Yu's, she bore a golden trident emblem. This faint golden trident exuded an air of regal authority, bestowing upon Wang Xiaoer a unique beauty, as if she possessed the power to look down upon all creation. As she slowly opened her eyes, a golden light shot forth, causing Poseidon to stare in astonishment at the mark upon Wang Xiaoer's forehead, her eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, another anomaly manifested above Sea God Island. A phantom figure appeared in the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence that lingered in the memory of all who beheld it. Upon seeing this figure, Poseidon knelt upon one knee, prompting everyone on Sea God Island to do the same, bowing in reverence to express their respect. The Sea God's ninth assessment has officially been inherited. The authoritative voice resonated from the apparition. Everyone on Sea God Island gazed in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Su Yu is the inheritor of my old friend, and his treatment on Hai Shen Dao is akin to that of my own successor. The voice of the sea god resounded with authority, and Pasai she bowed his head, offering no rebuttal. At that moment, Su Yu, accompanied by Tian Ping, arrived in a tranquil forest where a black flute hovered silently before him. Upon gazing at the flute, a serious expression emerged on Su Yu's face. What a malevolent aura! What exactly is this object? With a resolute demeanor, Su Yu reached out to grasp the flute. The instant his fingers brushed against it, the white Tian Ping, the artifact of the benevolent God King, suddenly unleashed formidable power. The black flute, too, emanated immense energy, and the forces of the Tian Ping and the flute began to merge, counterbalancing one another. The sacred and the sinister energies enveloped the entire forest, radiating powerful auras of purity and malevolence. How potent! It can actually neutralize the power of the benevolent God King. Perhaps only a deity's strength could achieve such a feat. Su Yu gazed at the flute with a grave expression, murmuring to himself. In the divine realm, the 5 great gods convened at the divine council, each radiating immense power. A unique energy suddenly manifested within the space where their powers intertwined. It was an energy encompassing all of creation, and the moment it appeared, it surged towards the mortal realm. It breached the barrier of Douluo continent and locked onto Su Yu. Before Su Yu could discern what was happening, a pale purple energy surged into Su Yu's body. In the city of slaughter, Tang San observed the sky outside, feeling the warm sunlight on his skin, which made him instinctively squint in comfort. Suddenly, a long sword erupted from the city of slaughter, exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. Upon bursting forth, it unleashed a dreadful energy that struck Tang San with great force. He was instantly sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Had it not been for the protection of the Luocha god moments earlier, he likely would not have survived. The Shura blood sword. How could it have emerged? Has Shura regained an inheritor? It seems Douluo continent is on the brink of chaos. The Luocha god in the divine realm narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. Although he was a first-level deity, he was unaware of the matters concerning the law enforcer and the God King. He lacked the authority to comprehend such affairs. However, his relationship with Shura was not amicable. If he could cause his successor in the mortal realm to eliminate Shura's inheritor, he would find great satisfaction in that. Though he could not defeat Shura, he could certainly vex him. Not only the Shura blood sword, but a green beam of light also shot forth from the depths of the Lake of Life, manifesting as a staff. In the southern part of Douluo continent, a purple spear was launched. Several artifacts of inheritance headed straight for Su Yu's position. The divine artifacts pierced through space and soon appear before Su Yu. 5 pieces of inheritance surrounded him, each emanating divine power. These 5 divine energies represented life, destruction, slaughter, evil, and goodness. The celestial might of the 5 strongest deities surged forth and entered Su Yu's body. Su Yu felt as though his body were being struck by a colossal hammer. His bones shattered to pieces, the remnants coursing through his veins, creating a sensation of both itchiness and pain within him. Chapter 226. The power of creation. Su-yi watched this scene with growing anxiety, rushing forward to touch Su-yu, only to be repelled by the energy. Sent tumbling backward without injury, though quite disheveled. What on earth is happening to this boy? Clutching a golden knife, he prepared to charge again, worry etched across his face. At that moment, the light surrounding Su-yu intensified, and the impact struck Su-yi once more. No matter how he tried to resist with the golden knife, it was flung away. Confounded, Su-yi thought, what is this rascal doing? I, an esteemed elder of level 99, cannot withstand this at all. Within Su-yu's body, what was once crushed bone began to rapidly reassemble. He felt his soul power transforming into divine power at an astonishing rate. The transition was swift, and Su-yu's body endured the onslaught of this divine energy conversion. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the urge to cry out. The 5 powers within him began to release their energies at different locations, while his soul power rapidly transformed, and the burning decision continued to operate. After the sea god arranged everything, as if sensing something, he gazed toward the other end of Sheng. Just as Su-yu felt he could no longer hold on, the golden Kirin blood within him began to flow, transforming into a refined energy that assisted him in harmonizing these energies. Hours passed, and Dufeng's soul power had entirely converted into divine power, a shade of purple. The divine powers of the 5 artifacts of the 5 great gods did not cease. Taking a deep breath, Su-yu began to evolve his soul rings behind him. Under the influence of the power of creation, his first soul ring quickly transformed into a light purple hue, followed by the second and third. The transformation was rapid. The original 6 soul rings swiftly became divine rings. Divine patterns emerged on these rings, emanating an overwhelming aura from Su-yu's form. He narrowed his eyes and summoned the power within him to condense the 7th divine ring. With the power of creation present, the formation of a divine ring was merely a matter of time. The divine ring gradually manifested, and the moment it appeared, a colossal Kirin materialized behind Su-yu. This Kirin exuded an awe-inspiring presence, unforgettable to anyone who laid eyes upon it. Su-yi observed the Kirin behind Su-yu, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. No longer was he concerned. He could still sense the changes within Su-yu. Su-yu had evidently stabilized, no longer suffering as he had before. The power of creation continued to coalesce, and the Kirin grew stronger. With a mighty roar, it raised its head, and the tremendous sound waves enveloped Sheng, astonishing its residents. What is happening? Such a terrifying sound. What kind of soul beast is this? The power is truly overwhelming. At that moment, Su-yu suddenly opened his eyes, a beam of golden light shooting forth, and a terrifying yet regal aura emanated from him. Su-yi, standing nearby, gazed at Su-yu in disbelief, feeling the relentless energy radiating from him, utterly astonished. "Grandson, what is this?" Su-yi exclaimed, stepping forward to approach Su-yu. Scanning him, and upon noticing he appeared relatively unscathed, exhaled in relief. "It's nothing, old man. I'm merely experiencing a slight upheaval of power within." Su-yu smiled and began to walk toward the position of the seahorse Saint Pillar alongside Su-yi. "All right, let the trials commence." Pasaishi, witnessing the sea god's departure, earnestly nodded to Wang Xiao'er, her eyes filled with reverence, devoid of any contempt. "Then, please follow me, esteemed guests," said Douluo, who immediately departed without hesitation. Douluo bowed sincerely to Wang Xiao'er, and at that moment, Su-yu's figure appeared in the sky, nodding at Douluo. "Ladies, follow me." A rich blue light emanated from Douluo's hands. With a gentle wave, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The sea on one side surged, coalescing in the air, and in a brief moment transformed into a bridge, not leading back to their original path, but towards the deeper forests of Sheng. Douluo's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, evidently influenced by the earlier words of Sheng Douluo. It was indeed remarkable for a title Douluo-level powerhouse to speak to them with such reverence. As they stepped onto the bridge formed from the condensed seawater, they were astonished to find it felt as solid as the ground beneath their feet, with crystalline seawater flowing below. This peculiar sensation filled everyone with freshness and curiosity. Upon reaching the shore, 10 soul masters clad in yellow approached, respectfully standing on either side as they accompanied the group forward. Suyu did not follow them. He vanished the moment he confirmed that Suyu was safe. Douluo continued guiding the group, and after approximately 15 minutes of walking, they exited the woods, revealing a small city before their eyes. The city walls stood at a mere height of 5 meters. As they emerged from the trees, the elevated vantage point allowed them to clearly see the city's layout, which was significantly smaller compared to the cities of Tiandodigua. What captured their attention was a tall building in the center of the city, resembling the Haima Xingzhu, but much broader, topped with a grand statue of a seahorse. Please make yourselves comfortable in the city Lord's mansion for now. I cannot stray too far from the Haima Xingzhu, so I generally practice beneath it. Our people are mostly self-sufficient, growing simple crops, supplemented by the bounty of the sea, allowing us to thrive. Therefore, Haitian Dao does not require currency. Transactions are usually conducted through barter. Of course, we do have designated trade caravans that venture out periodically to trade with nearby coastal cities for essential goods. Douluo smiled at Suyu, recognizing him as the backbone of the group. Though the girl was indeed the heir to the sea god, it had been stated that Suyu was to be regarded with equal respect as his successor. Douluo would certainly heed the words of the sea god. Understood. Thank you, Haima Senior, Suyu replied with a serious nod, his tone gentle. Chapter 227, Tong San and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Douluo nodded without further comment, arranging for the others before taking his leave. Following this, an individual clad in purple approached the group. In the divine realm, 3 enforcement gods and 2 divine kings stood together, their eyes filled with disbelief as they beheld Suyu's image. They had never anticipated that Suyu could indeed withstand the augmentation of the Genesis power. This lad has truly succeeded. He has genuinely absorbed the power of creation, murmured the Shirluo Shun in astonishment. This young man is indeed formidable, but is it wise for him to wield 5 divine artifacts at this stage? The evil god king questioned his colleagues with furrowed brows. He has barely crossed the 70th level, yet commands 5 artifacts. If news of this reaches the 2nd and 3rd tier gods, they would surely be consumed by jealousy. It was noteworthy that many 2nd and 3rd tier gods lacked even a single divine artifact, while a soul sage wielding 5 was bound to incite envy among the divine ranks. However, Dufeng was oblivious to this, following the purple-clad individual towards the assessment site for Wang Qiaowu and her companions. Their first challenge was to traverse the sea god's light, and Suyu remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding scene. Soon, the middle-aged, purple-clad individual led Suyu and the young women to the examination site. Passing through a dense forest, the group was left in awe as the purple-clad sea soul master came to a halt. The shimmering waters reflected countless colors under the evening glow, and within that circular expanse of water lay a small island at its center. The island rose about 500 meters high and was uniquely enveloped in a faint golden light. Although the radiance was not overpowering, the Shrek's 7 monsters could discern that it certainly did not emanate from the sunset, but was a natural brilliance of the island itself. Atop the island stood a structure resembling pure white jade, square with a dome. From their vantage point, they could only see its outermost layer, composed of massive white stone pillars, and the entire edifice shimmered with a divine glow. Is this the assessment site for the sea goddess light? It is indeed beautiful. The purple-clad sea soul master expressed with utmost reverence. Indeed, this is our sacred ground on Haitian Dao, the sea god temple dedicated to the sea god, the only structure atop Haitian Mountain, and the true heart of Haitian Dao, also known as the island within the island. Please observe, right ahead is the staircase leading to the island. That is where you must undergo your trials, a total of 111 steps. Only guardians of Haitian Dao who have passed the sea god as purple level assessment are permitted to ascend these steps and enter the sea god temple to pay homage. Otherwise, you shall face the obstruction of the sea goddess light. Anyone wishing to attempt this challenge may proceed now. I will remain here to await your return. but please refrain from making noise atop Haitian Mountain to avoid disturbing the sea god." The middle-aged man concluded and pointed the way forward. The young women nodded, exchanging glances with Su Yu, eager to depart together. However, Su Yu had other intentions. "You all go ahead. I will not join. I need to refine the power within me, and I have my own matters to attend to." His expression was serious. Wang Xiao'er regarded him, her small face glowing with admiration, but recognizing Su Yu's identity as a divine heir, she did not dissuade him. Su Yu spread his wings and soared into the distance, returning to the room assigned to him on Haitian Dao, where he began his meditation. What are the 5 divine artifacts? As the future god of creation, what significance did 5 artifacts hold for him? The god of destruction remarked dominantly, reflecting his nature, for such artifacts were meant to be utilized. He felt no discontent. Rather, he perceived it as inconsequential. Well, if that is the case, let the artifacts remain with Su Yu. Should the need arise in the future, we can retrieve them. The goddess of life smiled warmly, her gentle voice eliciting smiles from all present. Since the goddess of life has spoken, let us leave them with that young man. The Sherlock shot a fierce glare at the god of destruction, choosing not to comment further, but spoke gently to the goddess of life. Su exhaled deeply, having achieved a significant breakthrough in strength once more, and upon recently reaching the Soul Sage level, he had also earned 10 opportunities for fishing. As this thought crossed his mind, Su could not help but reveal a faint smile. The system activated the panel, announcing, "Ding, activation successful. Host, Su age, 16 bloodline. Qilin bloodline, martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 74 cultivation method. Burning decision, earth tier, skills, radiant dragon body, sacred fire armor. Eye of destiny, magma eruption strike, spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, Qilin destruction strike, Qilin earth treader, Qilin dark annihilation strike. Qilin true form pet. Ain, blue silver emperor, storage. Barrett 172 passion pills, 100,000 gold coins, 10 illusion pills, special version of herbicide, 66 enhanced passion pills, 99 valley breaking pills, bicycle, 88 special passion pills, 8 extremes collapse recovery pills, white vinegar. Strength, upper fishing attempts, 10 evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, and you have acquired the power of a creator god. The future deities are not your endpoint. In the blue electric tyrant dragon family, Tang Sen brutally shattered a disciple, staining himself in blood as torrents of blue-silver grass surged from his body, drawing vast amounts of soul power into him. Behind him, 9 soul rings shimmered in a display of 3 purple, 2 black, and 4 red, each radiating immense power. Yu Engine, observing Tang San, displayed a mix of caution and murderous intent. "Who exactly are you? Such strength at your age. I cannot believe I have not heard of you in the Soul Master realm." Yu Enjin's expression turned grave as 9 soul rings emerged behind him. Lacking red, they were merely ordinary soul rings. Tang Sen regarded them with disdain. "In the past, I would have addressed you as Master Ancestor, given that you are my teacher's father. However, at present, you are nothing but a corpse in my eyes." A smirk graced Tang San's lips as he summoned the Haotian hammer into his hands. "Haotian hammer, you are of the Haotian sect, a disciple of Shao Gang. You are that Tang San." Yu Enjin's face was filled with disbelief. Although he had expelled his son Yu Xiaojiang from the family, a father could not help but keep an eye on his child. He was well acquainted with everything concerning Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San fell within his knowledge. "Indeed, it appears Master Ancestor knows of me. You should also know how my father met his demise. It is all due to your son, my teacher." Tang San's voice turned icy as he swung the Haotian hammer, smashing a disciple who had stealthily approached him into a pulp. The horrors I endured in the city of slaughter are beyond your imagination. Not only do you deserve death, but your son shall accompany you to the grave. Were it not for him, I would not have become this way." Tang San's countenance darkened, his voice hoarse, and his gaze towards Yu Yunjin brimmed with crimson fury, leaving an indelible impression. "Shao Gang is your teacher. Even if he erred, you cannot kill him. He is the one who imparted knowledge to you." Upon hearing Tang San's intent to kill Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Enjin's pupils constricted. Despite his disappointment in his son,
No father would wish for his child's brutal demise. With this thought, Yu Yuanjin assumed a serious demeanor, taking the moral high ground to vehemently criticize Tang San. However, Tang San was no longer the person he once was, and such rebukes would no longer affect him. Listening to Yu Yuanjin's words, Tang San narrowed his eyes, regarding him as one would a corpse. I never expected the head of the Yu family to be so noble. Suggesting I forgive him. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Your mouths are equally shameless. Tang San's words did not humiliate Yu Yuanjin. Rather, they seemed to fortify him as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, attempting to force him to relinquish his thoughts through sheer will. How easy it is for you to speak, you family leader. If your father were slain and all your kin were annihilated, would you forgive the instigator? Tang San's expression darkened further, and he slowly raised the Haotian hammer. Haotian hammer, chaotic gale. Tang San bellowed, swinging the Haotian hammer forcefully towards Yu Yuanjin. Unfazed by the impending blow, Yu Yuanjin transformed into a colossal blue divine dragon, his presence rivaling that of any 10,000-year soul beast. He raised his dragon claws to collide with the Haotian hammer. The clash produced a terrifying force that warped the very void. A sinister grin crept onto Tang San's face as he summoned blue silvergrass, which ensnared Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened as electric sparks danced around him, the blue-silver grass ripping apart. Yet, Tang San remained unfazed, even smiling as the grass disintegrated, releasing countless seeds that splattered upon Yu Yuanjin. What is this? Yu Yuanjin's countenance shifted. Just as he reached out to disperse the seeds, Tang San's soul power surged, causing the seeds on Yu Yuanjin to rapidly sprout into blue silvergrass, which began to burrow into his flesh, siphoning his vitality. The Rakshasa god grinned wickedly at this scene, astonished by the ruthlessness of his new disciple. The formerly gifted Bibi Dong paled in comparison to the ferocity of this young man, whose viciousness was far more fitting for a successor to the Rakshasa god, whose domain was rooted in evil, bloodshed, and madness. Yu Yuanjin cried out in agony, his body wilting as he gritted his teeth, revealing both pain and fury. The lightning around him flickered violently, and the blue-silver grass turned charred. Tang San remained calm, maintaining his soul power. The initially burnt blue-silver grass shed its charred exterior, rejuvenating in vigor. Soon, a strand of blue-silver grass reemerged, thriving on Yu Yuanjin's soul power and accelerating its absorption. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuanjin unleashed a torrent of lightning from his mouth, which surged towards Tang San like a beam of light. Unperturbed, Tang San transformed the Haotian hammer into a shield before him. With a thunderous explosion, the entire blue electric tyrant dragon family reverberated. As Yu Yuanjin landed on the ground, his expression changed, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Clutching his chest, he contorted in pain, the agony evident on his face. Master Ancestor, forgive me. This time, I have emerged victorious. Tang San's voice, though quiet, dripped with mockery and disdain in Yu Yuanjin's ears. You despicable wretch. Yu Yuanjin clutched his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his lips pale, his gaze towards Tang San filled with hatred. Master Ancestor is jesting. In battle, all means are permissible. Tang San chuckled, not denying his own treachery. Having transformed through countless battles, Yu Yuanjin's body began to shrink before Tang San, who felt nothing but the burgeoning strength of his own vital energy. Master, reveal the hiding place of my teacher. If you do, I may spare a few of the children from the Lan Dian Bawang Long sect. With that, Tang San swung the Haotian hammer once more, ruthlessly striking down a group of disciples. Yu Yuanjin's expression turned grave. He clenched his teeth, unable to divulge his son's location to the fiend before him. He acknowledged that he was no longer a match for this adversary. Yet he contemplated a final act of desperation. Drawing a deep breath, his body swelled, radiating a mesmerizing nine-colored glow as he charged at Tang San. Tang San shook his head, wielding the Haotian hammer without a hint of retreat, ready to confront Yu Yuanjin. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as Tang San was hurled backward, his body drenched in crimson. Ha, truly!
The leader of the Lan Dianbawang Long family possesses terrifying strength. If not for my own abilities, you might have truly bested me. I, Tang San, declare you the strongest among our combatants. Ha! Lying on the ground, he laughed madly, his face twisted with a sinister glee. His wounds were healing rapidly. While the members of the Lan Dianbawang Long family, having just arrived, found themselves ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, their energy siphoned into his being. The Lan Dianbawang Long family was annihilated. Chapter 229, The Master's Demise. The once mighty Lan Dianbawang Long family, which had dominated the continent for millennia, vanished from the Douluo continent. Tang San sighed, his expression unchanged as he approached the fallen Yu engine, reaching out to grasp his head. With a single motion, Yu engine's head shattered like a watermelon, and Tang San extracted a soul bone from him, subsequently retrieving 2 more. Observing the formidable aura emanating from the soul bones, Tang San displayed no emotion as he cast them into his soul guide. He had no desire to absorb them now. He was intent on seeking out the one who had caused him such anguish. Teacher, I am coming. You had better be prepared. Do not attempt to flee, for you are destined to perish. With these words, Tang San vanished from the territory of the Lan Dianbawang Long family. 3 days later, CiaoWu awoke once more, the Shura blood sword appearing in his hand, unleashing waves of sword energy that cleaved the ocean, creating a vast chasm. Truly, a weapon worthy of Shura. What a powerful tool I now possess. A faint smile graced CiaoWu's lips as he continued to unleash sword strikes upon the sea, generating countless arcs of energy. Having completed the 8th trial of life, he received a reward of 35 affinity points and the right to wield 5 divine artifacts. As he practiced, the voice of the goddess of life echoed in his mind once more. CiaoWu's expression remained unchanged. He was not naive. The goddess of life did not possess such authority to distribute artifacts from other deities. However, her allowance for him to use them implied prior arrangements with those beings. Coupled with the 5 divine powers coalescing within him, CiaoWu, familiar with the lore of Douluo, understood how the divine realm was formed. If he were to deduce correctly, the powers within him represented the Genesis power. The divine realm's creation was the work of the Creator God, who divided his essence into 5 parts: life, destruction, slaughter, evil, and goodness. Good and evil shaped thoughts and emotions, while life and destruction birthed the entire divine realm. If good and evil represent the heavens of the divine realm, then destruction and life embody its earth. The Shura, positioned at the center, harmonize the order between heaven and earth, culminating in the present divine realm. The strength within CiaoWu was thus a fusion of these 5 powers, aligning solely with the Genesis power. What is the goddess of life truly after? Does she intend to transform me into the Creator God? It appears there may indeed be a possibility. CiaoWu's face darkened as he slapped his forehead, as if a realization dawned upon him. Meanwhile, at the sea goddess trial site, Wang Qiu'er ascended step by step, sweat glistening on her brow with each movement. Wu Bing'er and XiaoWu, gazing at Wang Qiu'er, who had distanced herself from them, felt a surge of admiration. Among the group, only CiaoWu rivaled Wang Qiu'er's talent, and now they recognized the disparity between them. Though vast, it was not insurmountable. Narrowing her eyes, Wu Bing'er pressed onward toward Wang Qiu'er. In the divine realm, the sea god observed Wang Qiu'er's ascent, a smile creeping onto his face. He had indeed been correct in his assessment. This girl possessed remarkable determination. He was thoroughly impressed with his successor. Tang San, grinning maliciously, extinguished the life of the child before him, relishing the sadistic pleasure in the master's eyes. He was reveling in this moment. The sensation filled him with a unique comfort as the blue-silver grass gradually drained the vitality from the corpse, which Tang San then discarded towards the master. The master, stunned, gazed at the lifeless body in his hands, hatred flickering in his eyes. His child had perished, slain by his own disciple, once a source of pride. He could not accept this. In an instant, Luo San Pao appeared behind him, 2 soul rings manifesting around him, indicating his intent to confront Tang San. Teacher, are you truly going to attack your own disciple? It seems you have grown to detest me. Since that is the case, I'm gonna send you off.
Fear not, for after your demise, I will preserve your head carefully. We shall remain together forever. Tang San's eyes glinted with murderous intent, laced with a hint of distortion. The master, facing Tang San, was filled with a profound sorrow. As a distinguished figure in the soul master community, he could not fathom being slain by his own disciple. Such a fate was utterly tragic. Xiao San, in my years of silence, I have come to realize my own errors. You may take my life, but I shall not go easy on you. Gulme. The two soul rings behind him shimmered as a cannonball was launched from Luo Sanpao, hurtling toward Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San summoned the Haotian hammer, his figure appearing before the master as he swung the hammer down with devastating force. In that fleeting moment before impact, tears welled in Tang San's eyes. Farewell, teacher. The master's body was crushed to mere pulp beneath the Haotian hammer. Xiao San, I am sorry. In his final moments, the master's eyes reflected profound sadness and regret. Tang San listened to his teacher's final whispers, tears streaming down his cheeks as he realized he had lost all his family. Teacher, if there is a next life, I would not wish to be your student again. Upon uttering these words, he summoned his soul power, and the head of his master appeared in his grasp. Blood stained his hands, bestowing upon him an eerie aura that would undoubtedly terrify anyone who chanced to glance his way. Moments later, Tang San placed the master's head into his soul guide and soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Next, it would be Suyu. Suyu, I shall make you suffer, he murmured. Were it not for you, I would not have become this way. How much better it would have been had you not resisted at that time. I would have gained friendship and enjoyed the protection of family, basking in the envious gazes of friends. But because of you, I have lost everything. Thus, you must die. As he flew through the air, Tang San began to mutter to himself in a state of mental disarray. Chapter 230. The Plot of the Gods. At this moment, Suyu was entirely unaware that his adversary, the seemingly insignificant Tang San, was preparing to confront him. Suyu was still on Sea God Island, basking in the sun on the beach, the warmth enveloping him in blissful delight. He found this lifestyle quite agreeable, yet with the Creator God residing within him, he knew he could not remain idle. The power of the Creator God was undoubtedly far superior to that of the Divine King, and Suyu felt a flicker of interest. Blocking the sun with his hand, he began to contemplate. Well, time to get up and train. I am only at level 75. With the power of creation, my progress is indeed swift. Rising from his beach chair, he gathered his belongings, dressed, and made his way to his room. Has that rascal Luocha begun again? The Shura god frowned as he reviewed the report presented to him. Yes, Lord Shura. The Luocha god has chosen a successor and has already destroyed the city of Slaughter. He has also annihilated numerous powerful beings on Douluo continent and is heading towards the successor of the goddess of life. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Shura god shifted slightly. He is going after Suyu. This cannot be allowed. Very well, you may leave. I have matters to attend to. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed his subordinate and vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the Divine Council of the Gods, summoning all the enforcement gods and divine kings. As soon as the message was sent, several figures materialized, all regarding the Shura god with perplexed expressions. Shura, what troubles you? I was just in the midst of my training when you summoned me, grumbled the god of destruction, somewhat irritated at having his meditation interrupted. Indeed, Shura. What is the matter? The evil divine king echoed, nodding for Shura to speak quickly. Not one for idle chatter, the Shura god gestured, causing documents to appear on the tables before the four gods. Although they were puzzled, the gods suppressed their curiosity and began to study the materials. After reviewing, the kind divine king exhaled deeply, her expression darkening. She abhorred slaughter, and like the goddess of life, felt discomfort upon witnessing Tang San's deeds. This Tang San possesses considerable talent, yet under Luocha's influence, he is utterly transformed, becoming exceedingly cruel. Will Suyu truly be able to confront him without issue? She inquired with concern, while she deemed Tang San unworthy of sympathy. She worried about Suyu's current rank as a soul sage and whether he could contend with such a formidable opponent. This Tang San has slain many powerful beings. He surely possesses extraordinary qualities. Suyu's strength,
is still somewhat lacking. Had Suyu reached the level of Soul Douluo, I would have no concerns. Rest assured, kind Divine King, this young man has mastered a unique flame, one that even I have not encountered before. The flames of the god of fire pale in comparison to his. The god of destruction interjected, his expression unchanging, as the spouse of the goddess of life. He was well aware of Suyu's situation. With a swift motion, he conjured a light screen that displayed Suyu's experiments with the tricolored fire lotus. As the gods beheld the terrifying energy fluctuations, their eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated such formidable flames and skills from Suyu, especially at his level. This is truly the sole power of that young man. Surely, you jest, he can unleash such power even at a level above 70? The kind Divine King gazed at the scene of Suyu obliterating a mountain, her face betraying a hint of disbelief. Thus, we need not worry about this young man's safety. Rather, we should be concerned about what might occur if he kills Luocha's successor. The collapse of Luocha's divine position would pose a significant problem, the god of destruction remarked, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembly. Although he wielded the power of destruction, he detested slaughter, especially the kind of deity who thrived on it. Let the damage be done. As long as the creator god returns, the loss of a first-level god is trivial. The evil divine god, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, his demeanor calm and composed. His decision regarding the future of a first-level god met with no dissent. None among the gods believed that any first-level deity could rival the worth of the creator god. While they might have advised caution with other first-level gods, Luocha was a different story, as no one in the divine realm held any fondness for him. After the discussion concluded, the gods dispersed. Meanwhile, on Douluo continent, Tang Sen arrived in Tiando City. Observing the bustling cityscape, a glimmer of hatred flickered in his eyes. He set forth with swift determination, slipping into the city before the guards could react. With his teacher now deceased and Suyu's whereabouts unknown, he had heard that Suyu maintained a good relationship with the crown prince, Shue. It was time to seek him out. That night, Qianren Shue sat cross-legged on her bed. As she breathed in and out, the soul power of heaven and earth flowed into her body, emanating a faint yet radiant holy light, a manifestation of the essence of ultimate brilliance. Be cautious, my young friend. The descendant of the angel god is within this city. Her strength is nearing that of a titled Dalu. You must remain vigilant, for her attributes are particularly effective against you. Tang San, who had been walking the streets, suddenly halted, his eyes narrowing with murderous intent upon hearing the voice in his mind. He would not allow anyone to undermine him. That individual must die. Teacher, where's that person? Tang San lowered his voice, the cold glint in his eyes flickering incessantly. Since there was a threat to him, he could not afford to let it linger. Naturally, the Luocha Shun could not hinder him. On the contrary, he was rather pleased. This successor was precisely to his liking. Chapter 231. Tang San's plan. Tang San strolled through Tiando City, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet every cell in his body was taut with tension. It was as if he would retaliate the moment anyone made a move against him. Ever since Luocha Shun informed him that someone was watching, his body had been on high alert. The successor of the angel god, as his teacher had said, was a legacy spirit of the Spear Hall. If she made a move, he would have to ensure her capture, as his mother had fallen victim to the descendants of the angel god. Perhaps this descendant in Tiando City was connected to his mother-esque killer. Thus, there was even less reason to spare her. With a fierce glint in his gaze, Tang Sen advanced towards the prince's residence, determined that today would mark the demise of Shue, and anyone associated with Su you would also meet their end. Along the way, he encountered no hindrances, and all his earlier concerns dissipated. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of any figures, a stillness that was somewhat chilling. The more profound the silence, the graver Tang San's expression became. It was early morning, around 2 o'clock, and Tang San was not surprised by the silence. Most people would be resting at this hour. However, the absence of any spirit masters was rather peculiar. Spirit masters were not like ordinary people, and the complete lack of them raised his suspicions. His experiences in the city of slaughter had honed his vigilance,
allowing him to quickly sense something amiss. At the prince's residence, Qianrenxue lifted a cup of tea, as if waiting for something. Today, if she succeeded, she would return to the spirit hall to accept the legacy. She had dispersed her subordinates and even stationed a considerable number of spirit masters in ambush around the Tiandou Imperial Palace, including 3 titled Douluo. Once she eliminated Shui, she could depart, and the spirit hall would naturally send someone to take over. According to information her grandfather had obtained from the angel god, Suyu had already acquired the legacy of a deity, reportedly that of the goddess of life. Furthermore, he had gone to Sea God Island, where it was said that the young girl by his side had also obtained the legacy of the sea god. That girl, like herself, possessed the ability of spirit fusion techniques. If she did not grow stronger, how could she possibly compete with that girl for Suyu? With this thought, she clenched her fist. She had no intention of letting Suyu slip away. Possessing spirit fusion techniques inherently indicated that they were the most suited for each other. She was confident in her charm, having never encountered a woman who surpassed her in beauty. Even Wang Qiaowu, who she felt was her equal in appearance, had not managed to outshine her. Regardless, she would not give up on Suyu. The only true rival she perceived was Wang Qiaowu. Other girls were of no concern to her. Yet, Wang Qiaowu posed a different challenge. She had grown up alongside Suyu, their bond being both an advantage and a weakness for her. Tang Xin scaled the wall of the prince's residence and slipped inside. Expanding his mental energy, a purple light emanated from his eyes as he swiftly locked onto a direction, darting towards it like a phantom. At that moment, he was also engaged in constant communication with Luo Cha-shun within his mind, his eyes flickering with doubt and disbelief. A grand scheme rapidly formed in his mind. Just moments ago, Luo Cha-shun had revealed to him that the descendant of the angel god was in Xue Qinghe's chamber. From his prior mental energy expansion, he had confirmed that only Xue Qinghe occupied that room. Why then did it indicate the presence of the angel's successor? There could only be one explanation. Many years prior, the spirit hall had already slain Xue Qinghe and replaced her with one of their own. As far as Tang San knew, before Xue Qinghe ascended to power, a tragic incident had befallen her brothers, leaving only the least threatening of them, Xue Beng. What a cunning ploy by the spirit hall. To have begun their machinations so long ago, they were indeed a terrifying organization. Yet, this presented him with an opportunity. If he could eliminate her and stealthily assume her identity, he could then destroy the spirit hall and confront Suyu. What a splendid choice that would be. Tang San's eyes narrowed, excitement blooming across his face as he transformed into a wraith. As Tang San approached Xue Qinghe's chamber, a figure suddenly surged forward, clad in white robes and wielding a golden longsword. His eyes bore a serious expression, radiating intent to kill as he charged at Tang San. The longsword struck fiercely, slicing through the air with a searing heat directly aimed at Tang San. Tang San's expression shifted, and he summoned the Haotian hammer, clashing it against the longsword. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into a building, which collapsed under the force, debris cascading onto him. Tang San was buried beneath the rubble, while Qianrenxue hovered in the air, her expression darkening. She had sensed a surge of mental energy sweeping towards her. Initially, she thought it might have been a mistake, but it turned out she was correct. Someone had indeed approached her chamber silently. With this realization, Qianrenxue's expression shifted, and she concentrated a vast amount of solar power into her longsword, ready to strike. Teacher, did you say that the weapon in that person's hand is a divine artifact? Tang San's expression changed. His eyes, now stained red from the thirst for blood, narrowed. Indeed, that was the angelic holy sword, the weapon of the angel god. Currently, you stand no chance of competing with it. However, you may still have an opportunity, as that girl is merely at the level of a soul Douluo. Luo Cha-shun pondered for a moment, then directly activated a power within Tang San, a ghostly purple energy coalescing into a suit of armor around him. The voice of the angelic judgment, resplendent and pure, resounded from the heavens, a beam of light descending with ferocity towards Tang San. As the light struck, the ruins erupted, and a figure leaped forth, donned in armor and wielding the Haotian hammer, exuding a terrifying aura of malice. With the Haotian hammer as his axis,
Tang Xin channeled his entire body's strength into a devastating strike aimed at Qian Rinxue, warping the very space around him. Even Qian Rinxue's expression shifted, prompting her to defend herself hastily. Chapter 232. The battle. Qian Rinxue quickly attempted to defend, but she could only withstand a fraction of the force. Her body was still sent flying backward. Tang San's expression remained unchanged as he summoned blue silvergrass, seemingly preparing to employ the same strategy against Yu Engine. However, as soon as the blue silvergrass emerged, Tang San's expression shifted once more. Qian Rinxue was engulfed in a powerful flame. Although it was not as fearsome as Su Yu's, it was still an extreme fire, incinerating the blue silvergrass as if it were child's play. Tang San exhaled deeply as the Haotian hammer in his hand began to expand continuously. The aura surrounding him intensified, reaching a pinnacle in no time. Haotian hammer. You are a disciple of the Haotian sect. Truly, you are as resilient as cockroaches. I never expected Su Yu to leave any of you alive, but it matters not. I shall eliminate you now. Qian Rinxue gracefully emerged from the ruins, her body enveloped in a blazing golden fire, distorting the very space around her. The intensity of Qian Rinxue's flames was formidable, yet the two individuals present displayed no hesitation. Tang San merely furrowed his brows before regaining his composure. Compared to Su Yu's flames, Qian Rinxue's fire was trivial, one soaring in the heavens while the other languished below, utterly incomparable. Nevertheless, Tang San remained vigilant, a trait honed in the city of slaughter. When hunting lions, one must exert their utmost effort. How much more so against a singular opponent? The Spirit Hall strategy was indeed remarkable, managing to replace the Imperial Crown Prince without anyone's knowledge. Such a terrifying force. Your actions command my respect, even if I must admit it begrudgingly. Tang San's words brimmed with admiration, yet the chilling intent to kill in his eyes remained unchanged. Qian Rinxue gazed at the youth before her, a look of realization dawning upon her face. So it is you, Tang San. You are alive. Your father perished, yet you survived. I still recall the scene from the grand competition when you battled Su Yu. You were easily defeated and subsequently rescued by your father. I had thought you had met your end, but it appears you have recovered well. Alas for your father. He has been reduced to nothing. A smile graced Qian Rinxue's face as she observed Tang San, her words dripping with sarcasm. With a crackling sound, Tang San's fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening considerably. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he wielded the Haotian hammer, which transformed into a massive weapon and hurtled towards Qian Rinxue. No hint of panic crossed Qian Rinxue's visage. Instead, she swung her angelic sacred sword down fiercely, radiating an aura of terrifying holiness. The moment the two weapons clashed, the sacred essence began to purify the malevolent energy emanating from the Haotian hammer. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god's expression shifted as a deep aura manifested in his grasp, surging towards the lower realm. The energy breached the barriers, descending to the mortal plane. At that moment, the angel god opened her beautiful eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she sensed her descendant contending against the Rakshas's heir. It was unexpected that the Rakshasa would resort to backup. However, since he had, she would not hesitate to do the same. Golden light flickered upon the angel god's forehead, and the angelic mark on Qian Rinxue's brow began to pulse rapidly as she experienced a swift breakthrough. Her level ascended rapidly, and the spirit rings behind her gradually emerged. Tang San's expression shifted upon witnessing this, and he was utterly astounded when a divine artifact appeared in his hand. The Rakshasa god's artifact, the Rakshasa scythe. The Rakshasa scythe shimmered with potent demonic energy, instantly revealing its sinister nature. Yet, Tang San remained undeterred. As long as it granted him strength, he feared nothing. "Gome, let the battle commence," he roared, charging toward Qian Rinxue with the artifact in hand. Qian Rinxue spoke not a word, but her body reacted swiftly as she advanced toward Tang San. The two divine artifacts collided, causing the surrounding space to twist violently. Within the Tiando Imperial Palace, the snake spear Douluo sent Dugu Bo flying, regarding him with disdain. "Poison Douluo, your strength is indeed commendable, yet it pales in comparison to us three-titled Douluos. You have no chance of victory. Confidence radiated from the snake's spear Douluo. While the poison Douluo was formidable, facing them was a daunting task, let alone a group. At this moment, the expression of the poison Douluo was also grim as the toxic gas emanating from him began to spread. However, the bloodthirsty spirit beside the snake's spear Douluo remained unperturbed, devouring all of Douluo's toxic gas in one gulp. On Sea God Island, CiaoWu opened his eyes leisurely. Letting out a sigh, he raised his fist, feeling the long-dormant power within him, and pondered, should I truly return to the mainland? My growth here on Sea God Island seems limited. Perhaps I should seek the old man. With another sigh, he strolled toward the depths of Sea God Island. Old man, I have decided to leave. Would you like to return to the mainland with me? CiaoWu asked, his gaze filled with curiosity. Having a companion would not be amiss. Forget it. I have only 2 old friends remaining. I shall stay. You can go on your own, the old man replied, shaking his head, resolute in his decision to remain. Is that so? CiaoWu sighed once more and walked away. Since the old man chose to stay, he would not press further. All that mattered was his safety. In the future, when he attained divinity, he would help the old man find a divine position to inherit. The old man's talent was extraordinary, and he would feel at ease when the time came. CiaoWu did not leave immediately. Instead, he arrived at the assessment location of the sea goddess Light. Silently observing the women as they ascended, he approached them only when they descended. Everyone gather around. I know you are all weary, but I must announce my intention to return to the mainland. I have reached a bottleneck in my strength, so I must leave. His voice resonated loudly, ensuring all could hear. Upon hearing CiaoWu's words, Wang CiaoWu clenched her small fists, her head lifting in disbelief as she gazed at CiaoWu. Brother, are you truly leaving? Wang CiaoWu did not wish for CiaoWu to depart, yet she understood the necessity of his growth. Indeed, I have come specifically to bid you farewell, CiaoWu replied gently, his tone devoid of impatience despite Wang CiaoWu's lingering questions. The women recognized CiaoWu's sincerity and understood he was not speaking falsely. CiaoWu, do not be sad. CiaoWu must train. If he remains here, he cannot grow stronger, and neither can you if CiaoWu stagnates, Shui Binger reassured, stepping beside Wang CiaoWu and gently patting her head. Big Sister Binger, I am not someone who lacks understanding. I am merely feeling a bit melancholic, Wang CiaoWu responded, her voice tinged with sadness as she looked at Shui Binger. CiaoWu, CiaoWu said, his expression unwavering as he reached out to gently stroke Wang CiaoWu's hair. Little girl, you must strive to become stronger. When we achieve divinity, we will gain eternal life, and then we can have a few little ones and be together forever. CiaoWu embraced Wang CiaoWu's soft form, gently drawing closer to her. His warm breath caressed her ear, the intimate sensation causing her cheeks to flush with a delicate hue. Brother, you mustn't be lazy, otherwise I will not let you off easily. CiaoWu squinted playfully, nipping at Wang CiaoWu's ear before finally releasing her. Well, having bid farewell, I shall take my leave. Shaking his head, he soared into the sky, leaving behind a dazed Wang CiaoWu and the other young women. The blush on her face unmistakable as they all gathered around her. What a worthy successor of the Rasha Shen. Qian Rinxue felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of her mouth as she gazed at Tong San in the distance, gripping her angelic holy sword tighter. What a formidable angelic successor. If I were not already at level 96, I might truly be at a disadvantage. A fierce glint flickered in her eyes as she ascended rapidly toward the horizon. Tong San, though not exceptionally strong, began to morph, soon resembling Xue Qinghe. Upon arriving at the Tiando Palace, Qian Rinxue expanded her mental power, directly connecting with the serpent spear Douluo. Withdraw. Today's plan is cancelled. With that, she sped away. Her injuries severe, necessitating her urgent return to the Wuhuan Temple for healing. The others, although puzzled, obeyed her command without hesitation, launching into the sky. What is happening? Douluo's martial soul dissipated slowly as he observed the departing titled Douluos. Confusion etched upon his aged visage. In the Wuhuan Temple, Bibidong gazed at her frail daughter, anger flickering in her eyes, yet she remained silent, watching Qian Rinxue intently. Suddenly,
a figure burst through the entrance. His face aged and pained as he looked upon Qianrenxue. Sure, what has transpired? The newcomer was Dalu, his expression grave, a palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him. Grandfather, I wish to participate in the divine trial. Upon seeing Dalu, Qianrenxue turned her head, her demeanor serious. In the elder hall of Wuhuan City, standing in the center, Qianrenxue faced the colossal statue of the six-winged angel, enveloped in a golden glow. Unlike her initial arrival, she had transformed from a mere worshipper into the very essence of the hall, akin to the angelic statue itself. Are you prepared? An ancient, calm voice resonated. Qianrenxue lifted her gaze, revealing her eyes gleaming with a golden light, exuding a divine aura. Yes, I am ready. Her voice, stripped of previous emotions, sounded cold and detached, almost inhuman. A figure emerged from behind the angelic statue, tall and imposing, his voice resonating clearly with his presence. My existence is to await the arrival of this day. I have waited a century for this. Come with me. The figure was none other than Dalu, now devoid of his previous warmth toward Qianrenxue, replaced by a stern demeanor. As radiant light enveloped him, 9 soul rings arranged in perfect order appeared, along with 3 pairs of pristine wings. His martial soul, the six-winged angel. His body, cloaked in gold, seemed to lack the same essence as Qianrenxue's. Yet upon releasing his martial soul, he became the focal point of the Elder Hall, usurping the role of both Qianrenxue and the angelic statue. A diamond-shaped golden gem materialized on Qianrenxue's forehead, and in an instant, he stood before the angelic statue, a strange golden light emanating from the gem, illuminating the statue's brow. Suddenly, a golden vortex appeared at the statue's center, causing it to tremble slightly. Observing this, Qianrenxue, her eyes now wholly golden, expressed mild surprise, clearly witnessing something unprecedented. Child, come with me. Dalu beckoned, then without hesitation, propelled himself toward the enormous angelic statue. Qianrenxue did not summon her martial soul, but floated gracefully behind him, hurtling toward the statue. An extraordinary scene unfolded as Dalu collided with the statue. Instead of violent impact, it was as if he entered a layer of water, vanishing in a flash of light. Qianrenxue followed closely, disappearing into the statue as well. The vortex at the statue's brow gradually dissipated, the ethereal sensation fading, and amidst the flickering light, tranquility returned. Yet both Dalu and Qianrenxue vanished within the receding golden glow. Chapter 324. The Anomaly of the Tiando Empire. Surrounded by a golden aura, Qianrenxue discovered herself in a peculiar realm, enveloped in an overwhelming warmth that cocooned her being. Everything around her appeared surreal, shimmering golden ripples resembling a tunnel of light. Dalu led her forward, and after what felt like an eternity, the surrounding scenery suddenly clarified, the ethereal sensation fading, and reality returned. To her astonishment, Qianrenxue found herself and her grandfather in a grand hall. Upon entering, she immediately perceived the strangeness of this place. It was surrounded by an endless night sky, sprinkled with stars, and the hall itself seemed to float within this celestial expanse. The hall was hexagonal, supported by 6 massive golden pillars, devoid of walls. The void surrounding them, intricate patterns, reminiscent of angelic feathers, adorned everything from the floor to the ceiling and the immense pillars. At the center stood a 3-meter-tall angelic statue, identical to the one in the Elder Hall, yet dull gray rather than golden. A similarly gray longsword was embedded in the ground before it, the wings unfurled in lifelike splendor. Grandfather, where are we? In this extraordinary realm. A hint of human emotion returned to Qianrenxue's voice. Dalu wore a peculiar smile. This is the true angelic temple, the site of the angelic inheritance. Child, come here. As he spoke, he beckoned her forward. Without hesitation, Qianrenxue approached her grandfather, who revealed a smile. The deity of the angels recognized her potential. The inferior inheritance could not suffice. She deserved at least a superior one, ensuring her strength would flourish upon ascension. Dalu's face revealed a solemn smile. This was indeed the true angel temple, the place of the angel god's inheritance. Shuai, come here. As he spoke, he beckoned Sheng Shuai closer. Under CounterattackWang's guidance, Chen Rongxie approached the statue of the angel god. He took her hand and gazed at the diamond-shaped golden gem that had appeared on her forehead, saying, "You shall restore the brilliance of this place and bring the angels back to the mortal realm. Here is where your inheritance begins. And it is also the moment you truly inherit the angel god's position and enter the divine realm. It has been countless years since a god has graced this continent. You will ultimately become the strongest in the land, leading the Wuhuan Empire to its zenith." As Dalu spoke, his eyes gradually sparkled, a fierce radiance shining in her golden orbs. In that moment, her previously serene heart began to stir with fervor. A golden light, embodying the essence of heaven and earth, enveloped Chen Xie. She floated amidst the golden glow, surrounded by an endless aura of purity. At that moment, excitement and hope filled his eyes. His granddaughter, the most gifted in the Chen family for millennia, was on the verge of her inheritance. The outcome lay before them now. Under Zhou's hopeful gaze, the golden light intensified, and the golden angel, holy, sword manifested, etching a silhouette in the air. The 9 trials of angels, the inheritance begins. An ethereal voice resonated from above. As Dalu listened to this proclamation, his face trembled with intensity. Shuai has succeeded. She truly has succeeded. The 9 trials of angels. She is destined to become the future angel god. In that moment, he felt his entire being quaking with excitement. This was a jubilant tremor. My granddaughter is the future angel god. This is splendid. My long-held wish has finally come to fruition. Once she completes the trials, she will become a true deity. At this moment, Seer had returned to the Tiando Empire. Observing the peculiar atmosphere within the empire, he squinted in confusion. The current Tiando Empire felt strange. It seemed as though the very essence of the empire had shifted. Seer discovered something unsettling. Massive structures had risen beside the central Wuhuan Hall in each city, and with his spiritual perception, he could sense a significant amount of resentment emanating from them. This aura could induce hallucinations and manipulate certain individuals. Puzzled by these buildings, Seer traveled through numerous cities, only to find this phenomenon repeated in each one. His curiosity piqued. He made his way to Tiando City. Tiando City, the heart of the nation, caused his pupils to narrow upon his arrival. He encountered a wanted poster with a face he recognized all too well, his own. How could I be on a wanted list? This is absurd. My relationship with Sheng Xie is amicable. What on earth is happening? Du Feng, perplexed, entered the city, evading detection with ease. Despite being at the Soul Saint level, his speed surpassed that of many titled Douluos, especially with the presence of creation power within him. At the prince's mansion, Tongsen, transformed into, licked the blood from the corner of his lips with a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. At last, you have arrived. It has been several years since we last met. Now, to eliminate you and trap the Snow Knight Emperor, the entire Tiando Empire will then be mine. Coupled with my poison, the world will be at my feet. Tongsan rose slowly from the bed, his demeanor shifting to one of affability as he strode toward the outer hall. As he reached the center of the city, he was stunned by the overwhelming resentment that had taken on a tangible form. What is going on? As the inheritor of the angel, Chen Rongxie cannot allow such chaos to unfold. Although it does not directly concern me, it is alarming that so many lives are lost in Tiando City. In silent homage to the fallen, Seer advanced toward the prince's mansion. Upon arrival, he did not enter through the main gate, but instead scaled the walls. He sensed something was amiss within the Tiando Empire and decided to remain cautious, wondering about Sheng's well-being. After entering, he swiftly made his way to her chamber, moving with such speed that none detected his presence. Chapter 325. The Battle with Kongsan. Seer's movements were deliberate and light, allowing him to evade notice as he approached Sheng's room. He was familiar with the layout from a previous visit to the prince's mansion, where he had shared drinks and conversation with Qinghe. Arriving at the door, he was taken aback. A sinister aura hung heavily in the air. What is happening? Why is there such malevolence outside Sheng's room? His pupils constricted, and his expression darkened. Xie could not have orchestrated such malevolence. It seemed she was truly in peril. Should Xie engage in such actions, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. The angel god would never bestow inheritance upon one who revels in slaughter. Ah, you have finally come. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. It has been several years since we last met. While Xie contemplated, a ghostly voice emanated from within the room. A figure emerged, causing his heart to race with disbelief. You, how can you be here? What have you done to Xie? His expression darkened as he drew forth a purple divine spear, a fierce intent radiating from him. Huh, you actually care for others? Facing Tangsan, Yu spoke little, raising his spear for a decisive strike. The weapon shimmered with ominous energy, and with a single thrust, the area around Tangsan was reduced to ruins. The spear of destruction unleashed its formidable power in his grasp, prompting Tangsan to adopt a serious demeanor as he conjured the Haotian hammer. With a mighty roar, Tangsan leapt into the air, swinging his arm down towards Su with immense force. A smirk graced his face as he met the descending hammer with the tip of his spear. The collision resulted in a tremendous explosion, transforming the vicinity into a wasteland. The entire Tiando city awakened from its slumber amidst the chaos, as though the only titled Dalu in Tiando raced toward the battlefield. At this moment, Su's marksmanship was bold and unrestrained. On several occasions, his spear nearly breached the defenses of the Haotian hammer, aiming straight for Tangsan. Yet Tangsan's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any panic. Tangsan comprehended that he had yet to unleash his full potential. His current strength was far removed from his former self. He was no longer the young lad who could be easily defeated by Yu. The Haotian hammer in Tangsan's grasp was brought down with tremendous force, compelling Yu to retreat. His expression was grave, his face brimming with murderous intent. Suddenly, Tangsan opened his mouth, and a silver needle was expelled from within. Yu deftly dodged the needle, yet the Haotian hammer came crashing towards him. Yu was violently struck, sent flying through the air with such force that he emerged from the prince's manor and landed heavily on the street, creating a massive crater. Who are you, Yu? How did you come flying out of the prince's residence? Douluo had just arrived when he witnessed Yu's sudden flight. Yu's expression was somewhat grim. It was the first time in many years that he had been so thoroughly beaten, and he found a strange thrill in the experience. Behind Yu, 5 divine artifacts appeared, embodying the 5 most potent laws of heaven and earth. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused Douluo, who had just ascended to the 93rd rank, to shudder involuntarily. This young man exudes an awe-inspiring aura. His strength likely surpasses my own. Truly monstrous, Douluo thought, his expression peculiar. Yu rose to his feet, charging toward the prince's manor, while the 5 divine artifacts circled around him, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of radiant light. His life force continuously healed his wounds, and the aura of destruction, coupled with a sense of malevolence, caused the very space around him to tremble violently. A purple energy manifested within Yu's body, representing the power of creation. At that moment, the Luo Sha god within Tangsan's mind began to screech, and his demeanor turned grave. Run, boy. This is the power of creation. If you don't, you might perish. Before Tangsan could react, a blood sword surged toward him, thrusting fiercely in his direction. Upon seeing the sword, Tangsan's expression darkened with both seriousness and resentment, recalling how he had just been blasted away upon leaving the city of slaughter. What a cunning fellow, Yu. So he had orchestrated this against me. Tangsan thought bitterly. He brandished the Luo Sha demon scythe, meeting the Shura blood sword head-on. A purple light illuminated the sky as Tangsan's expression shifted. He sensed the chill of death within that radiant glow. Tangsan, still attempting to flee? Under the shroud of the power of creation, escape is impossible. Yu's speed surged exponentially, rapidly closing the gap between them, while the purple light enveloped Tangsan. As it encased him, the purple light scorched him, eliciting a pain scream as he spat forth black blood. Truly a formidable opponent, Yu. Today, I concede your strength, but I am not weak either. The Luo Sha scythe, glowing a ghostly purple, sliced through the air, appearing before Su Yu in an instant. Unfazed, Su Yu thrust the Shura blood sword toward Tang San's arm. Tang San's eyes gleamed with determination. He was resolved to strike back. The Luo Sha scythe cleaved fiercely into Su Yu's chest, sending him hurtling backward, while the Shura blood sword ruthlessly severed Tang San's arm. As his limb fell, Tang San's expression darkened, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Very well, Su Yu. I shall remember this. When we meet again, it will be a confrontation between the god of Luo Sha and the god of life. Ignoring his severed arm, Tang San fled into the distance, his decisiveness causing Su Yu to gasp in astonishment. This man was indeed growing increasingly formidable, truly worthy of being the original protagonist. In the midst of this, a fiery blaze emerged from Su Yu's hand, incinerating Tang San's severed arm. The stench of burning flesh soon filled the air, as the extraordinary flames swiftly reduced Tang San's arm to ash. Tang San, a truly indomitable foe, Su Yu mused, shaking his head as he exited the prince's manor. Just as he stepped outside, Douluo rushed in, having felt the impact of the power of creation. Now that Su Yu had reigned in his aura, he was no longer in significant danger. The Prince Shue was impersonated by someone else, none other than Tang San, who has fallen into the ranks of the evil soul masters and become a titled Dalu. Su Yu did not dismiss Douluo's concerns. Rather, he patiently explained the situation, recounting the purpose of the central building, which the prince had claimed was for monitoring the Wuhuan temple, only to discover it served a far more sinister purpose. Douluo's expression turned grave. As a revered figure of the Tian-Do Empire, his interests were closely tied to the empire's well-being. Understood. I shall report this matter to the Emperor Shui. Su Yu, had it not been for you, we might have fallen victim to Tang San's deception. I will certainly advocate for a reward on your behalf. With a solemn nod, Douluo acknowledged Su Yu, who did not refuse the offer. Yet, the speed with which Tang San progressed was alarming, and his hatred towards Su Yu was palpable. That man cannot be allowed to remain, Douluo reflected, observing Su Yu, who was lost in thought. This young man is someone I can no longer afford to offend. In truth, I have never been able to cross him without consequence. He is truly extraordinary. Very well. Senior Douluo, I must take my leave. You shall handle this matter as you see fit, and we will discuss the reward later. Su Yu declared before soaring into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Tang San had recently fled. His speed was astonishing, and with the enhancement of the 3,000 thunder movements, he traversed space with remarkable swiftness, darting off into the distance. Douluo gazed at Su Yu's retreating figure, astonished by his terrifying velocity. One extraordinary speed. This boy's progression is truly alarming. Reflecting on his own years of cultivation, Douluo couldn't help but feel envious of Su Yu's remarkable talent, having surpassed decades of his own training in a mere decade. Shaking his head, Douluo made his way to the Tian-Do Palace, anticipating an eventful night ahead. The clash between Su Yu and Tang San had ignited a fervor throughout Tian-Do City, with powerful figures engaged in fervent discussions about the encounter. In the depths of a dark cave, Tang San stared at his severed arm, his eyes glinting with cold fury. That insufferable wretch. My enmity with him has deepened yet again. Is there no way to restore my arm? He pondered, questioning the Luo Sha god within his mind. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, the Luo Sha god responded without hesitation. He had no intention of losing his disciple. Though opposing the inheritor of the goddess of life was perilous, given her formidable background. In the divine realm, he was not favored by other gods. He understood himself well, realizing he might belong to a category of gods that evoked disdain. It seemed he needed to counsel Tang San, as he did not wish to be implicated by him. Despite valuing this successor, he was reluctant to bear any repercussions. So you just wait. After obtaining the secret method from the Luo Cha god, Tang San gritted his teeth and spoke. His arm, severed by the Azura blood sword, astonishingly began to regenerate. The vitality within Tang San surged toward the wound, and before long, a pale arm grew back. As the arm reformed, Tang San's complexion paled slightly.
He moved the arm a few times and felt it was satisfactory, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. This is truly wonderful. With this secret technique, dying in the future will likely be a challenge. A hint of joy appeared on Tang San's face as he stood up, summoning the Luo Cha demon scythe, and, with a casual swing, cleaved the entire cavern in two. In the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor fiercely hurled the cup in his hand to the ground, his eyes glowing crimson with a palpable killing intent emanating from him. Fengji, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, having assisted the Tiando Empire in capturing Tang San, would receive the Empire's full support. Ning Fengji, seated not far from the Snow Knight Emperor, listened to his words, remaining silent as he took a sip of tea and nodded in acknowledgement. Tang San is wanted. Whoever captures him, I shall confer a noble title and a soul bone, the Snow Knight Emperor declared before closing his eyes. Suddenly, Su flying in the air froze, standing dazed for a moment, as the system in his mind, which had previously been silent, began to speak. Ding, congratulations to the host for altering a significant plotline. Tang San is now wanted, inheriting the Luocha god's legacy, and receiving 10 fishing opportunities. Suyu's expression shifted, and he promptly opened the system panel. The system opened the panel. Ding. Opened successfully. Host. Suyu age. 17 years bloodline. Qilin bloodline martial soul. Qilin soul power. Level 75 cultivation technique. Burning decision. Earth grade skills. Radiant dragon body. Holy fire armor. Eye of destiny. Magma eruption strike. 10,000 beast spirit fire. Qilin annihilation strike. Qilin treading the earth. Qilin dark annihilation strike. Qilin true form pet. Ain blue silver emperor inventory. Barrett 172 passion pills. 100,000 gold coins. Illusion pills X10. Herbicide special edition. Passion pills enhanced edition X66. Valley pacifying pills X99. Bicycle special passion pills X88. 8 extremes collapse recovery pill white vinegar. Strength upper tier fishing attempts 10 times evaluation. Your mental strength is formidable, and you have acquired the power of the creator god. Future divinity is not your ultimate destination. The system began fishing. Ding! Fishing commenced. Fishing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining a fishing rod. Fishing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining Xian Shui Dan. Fishing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining Fallen Heart Flame. Fishing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining the Emperor's Heart Sutra. Fishing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining a complete comic set. Suyu's expression brightened as he gazed at the system inventory. Upon seeing the flame, his countenance changed instantly. Fallen Heart Flame, a humanoid cheating artifact. Chapter 227, Progress on Sea God Island. Suyu found a secluded spot and stepped inside, holding the Fallen Heart Flame, which was enveloped in a unique energy. His expression filled with joy as he activated the power of creation within him. The moment the power manifested, it surged into his body alongside the Ioa. Terrifying energy fluctuations collided within Suyu's form as he continuously operated the burning decision, refining the essence of the Fallen Heart Flame. The energy flowed into Suyu, being assimilated into his own power. The Fallen Heart Flame ranks 14th, a relatively modest position, especially compared to the top 10, yet it possesses a unique function, cheating. Once refined, his soul power and divine power will be continuously tempered by the Fallen Heart Flame, rendering them remarkably pure. With the assistance of the Burning Decision, the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, and the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire, the Fallen Heart Flame was rapidly refined. Suyu's levels swiftly ascended to 76, 77, and 78. In no time, his rank had significantly increased, and with squinted eyes, he immersed himself in comprehension. It feels so comfortable. I've reached level 79. After completely refining the Fallen Heart Flame, he broke through another level, achieving level 79, just a step away from level 80. If only there had been a bit more energy, he could have surpassed the Soul Douluo rank, but there was only the slightest amount. On Sea God Island, traversing through the forest and over hills, Wang Qiu'er and the other women followed closely behind Poseidon, having passed through nearly all terrains of Sea God Island. Poseidon soared into the air, her form gliding gracefully,
ascending to a peak towering hundreds of meters high, composed entirely of rock, devoid of any vegetation, and pitch black. The height posed no challenge to the women, who quickly reached the summit. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their hearts were profoundly shaken. What lay before them was a valley that sank into Sea God Island, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. The valley extended inland from shore, plunging several hundred meters deep. The area was surrounded by the same black rock beneath their feet, which felt as hard as steel upon contact. However, this was not what astonished the women. While the ocean was indeed magnificent, they had seen such sights before. What truly took their breath away was the breathtaking spectacle of crashing waves within this sunken valley. For reasons unknown, the once tranquil waters outside Sea God Island transformed into raging torrents upon entering the valley, with waves reaching heights of nearly 100 meters, crashing fiercely against the rocks beneath them. The sheer grandeur of nature's might instilled a sense of trepidation in everyone, making them feel insignificantly small in comparison to the ocean. This is where your third assessment will take place, known as the Raging Waves Abyss, one of the wonders of Sea God Island. Even the likes of the demon soul great white shark would never venture here. It is a rare sanctuary for sea soul beasts. Do you know why the sunken valley exists? Could it be due to the waves crashing? Wang Qiaowu inquired, looking at Poseidon with curiosity. Poseidon remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Before Wang Qiaowu could express her astonishment, Poseidon spoke again. You guessed correctly. This valley was formed in such a manner. Through relentless impacts, the rocks have been compressed. If given the chance, you might want to try. The rocks here are not only as hard as refined steel due to prolonged battering, but also possess a tremendous density. Your task is to face the waves' assault here. After Poseidon finished speaking, she waved her hand, and a blue light surged from her being. 6 gray pillars slowly emerged from the now calm sea surface. They ascended rapidly, immediately capturing the attention of the women. Each pillar featured a smaller horizontal pillar at its top, seamlessly merging with the larger column, resembling a cross at its pinnacle. Upon this crucifix, there are a total of 5 gray rings. This is the location of your third examination. I shall remain here to accompany you during the assessment. Should anyone find it unbearable, they may call for help. The 6th examinee has 4 hours, while the 7th has 5. As for you, Posiasai, your gaze falls upon Wang Qiaowu, and you gently declare, the Sea God's 9th examinees are allotted 12 hours. In the early stages of the examination, you may shorten the duration, but from this moment forth, over the subsequent 365 days, the average time spent on the submerged silver pillars must adhere to the aforementioned stipulations. Otherwise, it will result in failure of the assessment. After Posiasai concluded her statement, she directly turned her attention to the gathered women. With a flick of her hand, 6 beams of azure light surged forth towards them. In the next instant, amidst the shimmering brilliance, the women felt their bodies lighten, gracefully descending and landing upon individual silver pillars. No sooner had they ascended than the sea was liberated from Posiasai's constraint, and a colossal wave surged swiftly towards Wang Qiaowu. In the Xingluo Empire, Dai Mubai had been rendered powerless. Ever since his return to Xingluo, he had been completely incapacitated. What a detestable individual. Rest assured, Xiao-san, as long as it is within my power to assist you, do not hesitate to speak. I am currently imprisoned, yet I still possess certain connections. Dai Mubai regarded Tang San before him with a serious expression. Although he was now powerless, he was still of royal blood and retained some strength. Dai Lauda, there is no need for you to intervene, but may I seek refuge with you for a while? Tang San gazed at the now incapacitated Dai Mubai and sighed, questioning him with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing Tang San's request, Dai Mubai did not hesitate and summoned an individual forthwith. Take my brother to a room. The individual spoke not a word, casting a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai before leading Tang San away. Once they arrived at the room, Tang San surveyed his surroundings, then exhaled in relief, finding no further issues. Sir, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall take my leave. Just as the servant prepared to depart, a pale hand pierced through the servant's body, blood staining Tang San's hand and rendering it strikingly vivid. Leave, Summoning you here was merely to send you to your demise. Tang San's face was filled with disdain as he wiped the blood from his hand, watching the servant collapse to the ground. The essence of the corpse was swiftly absorbed. Introduction. Arriving in the Douluo continent and loading a system to change. Bloodline, come forth. Elixirs, present yourselves. Divine artifacts, yield to me. All that is mine, come to me.